The first time you stepped onto the stage of The Voice of China, you shocked the entire audience with a song called Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. Not only did it ignite a nationwide patriotic frenzy, but it also prompted many state media outlets from various countries to come out in support of you. However, just not long ago, you were jokingly referred to by netizens as the Wei brother who couldn't sing at all. This was because, despite your strong creative abilities, you only sang 2 lines of Wei each time your group performed, leading everyone to believe you were a useless burden. Your girlfriend, who was also your partner, decisively broke up with you to pursue a solo career. At that moment in the office, Bai Ningbing looked at you with disdain and said, "Fong Yuan, let's break up, and I won't be your partner anymore." Participating in the voice competition is the company's final compensation for you. After saying that, Bai Ningbing slammed the door and left. A few minutes later, you indeed received a contract from Shanghai Entertainment. The contract required you to withdraw from the legendary group on your own. If you accepted, you would participate in the first episode of The Voice at the TV station tonight, but if you were unwilling to cooperate, you would face a ban. At 7 o'clock in the evening, you arrived at the recording site of The Voice. As soon as you walked into the backstage, you heard a wave of discussions behind you. "Isn't that Fong Yuan from the legendary group? He's also participating in the Good Voice competition. If he sings songs from the legendary group, aren't we bound to lose? Don't worry, the legendary group is popular because of the Ice Goddess. Not him. He can only sing a couple of lines from Stay and Oh Yeah." Listening to these discussions, you don't want to engage. What you're really thinking about is using your strength to slap these guys in the face. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Good Voice of Huagua officially starts broadcasting. The contestants take the stage one by one in order, and because your participation in Good Voice has been spread, many people start to pay attention to you. In their eyes, you are a vampire, a freeloader. Rather than watching the show, they are more interested in seeing you make a fool of yourself. After waiting for an hour, it was finally your turn to take the stage. You slowly walked up, thinking to yourself, "I must give these ignorant people a little shock today." When you appeared on stage, many audience members booed. "We don't want to see Fong Yuan, just eliminate him. I hope he doesn't just sing Oh Yeah later, otherwise it will definitely be a variety show disaster. Ha ha ha, the biggest joke of the year is about to be born." At this moment, Na Ing, sitting in the mentor's seat, revealed a faint cold smile. She wanted to see what new tricks you could come up with without singing songs from the legendary group. The other 3 mentors, seeing the audience's reaction, couldn't help but become a bit curious about you. You were not affected by everything happening on site. As the grand and majestic prelude began, the noisy venue instantly fell silent. Then your voice rang out, "I pen the rivers and mountains. The bloodline of the nation stretches for tens of thousands of miles, through centuries, for 600 years. The descendants of the dragon have weathered storms and sharpened themselves through thorns. Like a gentleman, my integrity remains unchanged." Your uniquely magnetic voice, paired with the grand and lingering accompaniment, was like the ancient city gates slowly opening, revealing a magnificent historical scroll belonging to Huaxia before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the bullet comments began to change direction. "What the heck? Is this song really sung by Fong Yuan? I've never heard such a melody before." The people at the scene were also immersed in your singing, and no one noticed Na Ying's incredulous expression. Immediately after, she heard a bang as teacher Yu Qing raised his hand and directly pressed the turn button. The story sways. "I cannot bear to listen. The gentleman speaks of clear thoughts. I am awake. The powerful singing voice expresses the profound history of the Chinese civilization over the past 5,000 years. This land that has nurtured countless sons and daughters of China, enduring numerous crises and disintegration." The overall structure of the song was once again elevated at this moment, calling forth everyone's patriotic feelings and pushing the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. What was even more exciting was that Lu Huan and Yu Qing almost simultaneously pressed the turn button, eager to meet the singer in person. When they actually saw you, they were incredibly surprised that this song was sung by Fong Yuan. The 3 mentors turned around at the same time, which sparked discussions among the audience present. Many audience members below the stage had tears in their eyes, wildly waving their hands to the rhythm, and even the 3 mentors couldn't help but hum along. The heart falls like shattered ice. Small things can lead to greatness. I firmly believe the fate of the nation picked up again for revival. Roaming the land, guarding the dragon scales, seeking the dragon in heaven and earth, a lineage flourishing. Your singing seems to carry its own reverb, captivating everyone. As the last line of lyrics fell, your performance came to an end, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause. The comments in the live stream were filled with various patriotic statements. "I love China. This song is so passionate. I am proud to be a descendant of the dragon." Everyone seems to have forgotten that the person standing on stage singing this grand song at this moment is you, who was previously not favored by anyone. Until the applause at the scene stops, the host gestures for you to introduce yourself. "Hello everyone, my name is Fong Yuan, and I was a member of a legendary group. Your clear voice wakes everyone from the lingering echoes of the song. At this moment, the camera shifts to Yu Qing. Fong Yuan, your performance today really exceeded my expectations. The style of this song is completely different from what you did in the legendary group. I'm very curious, did you write this song yourself? You smiled and nodded. Yes, I wrote both the lyrics and the music. As soon as the words were spoken, the audience erupted in exclamations. This song was actually written by Fong Yuan himself. Didn't they say he was a deadweight and a soft rice man? He can actually compose and sing by himself. Yu Qing actually held a skeptical attitude, but he quickly dismissed it. He thought carefully, everyone in the entertainment industry knows that you have now become a discarded piece in Shanghai entertainment. There is no need to fake it, and you don't have the resources for that. Moreover, you're singing just now. Perhaps ordinary people can't tell, but the mentors present all know that you are not the waste that is portrayed online. On the contrary, your singing skills are quite remarkable. As for the matters regarding the legendary group, Yu Qing is not concerned. The entertainment industry is too murky, and some things are not as they appear on the surface. Yu Qing was about to say something else, but Joe Allen preemptively asked, Fong Yuan, this song is the most shocking song I've heard this year. Can you tell me what this song is called? The name of this song is Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. Then why did you choose this name? Because the dragon is a very important cultural element and symbol of our Chinese nation. It is our totem. The dragon scales can be metaphorically compared to every component of our Chinese culture, and they can also represent each and every child of the Chinese nation. Therefore, only the 4 characters Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales are the most suitable. Your words echoed powerfully at the scene. As your voice fell, the originally noisy venue fell silent for a few seconds. It was unclear who suddenly started clapping, and soon the entire recording site erupted into thunderous applause, with the barrage in the live broadcast room surging wildly. Well said. The dragon represents our country and nation, and the dragon scales represent every child of the Chinese nation. Just as the crowd was ignited by Lin Yi's words, a word rang out from the mentor's table. But as far as I know, your education is a junior college, and before you and Shuyun set up the Eon duo, you were just a farmer. And those words you uttered today aren't your own stuff, right? The camera cuts quickly to Nayoung, the owner of the voice. Her expression was questioning. This brought the scene back to the atmosphere of Lin Yi's initial appearance on stage once again, skeptical and sullen. In the live broadcast room, those black people who had been building up their momentum for a long time finally found a chance to open their mouths. Right, Lin Yi's education is so low, how could he say something like that? There must be someone high up behind him who taught him, right? I told you, Lin Yi can't be that talented. So Lin Yi didn't write the song? No, how can anyone think that a punk like Lin Yi is still popular? Why can't you think of anything else? At least Lin Yi is quite handsome. In the face of questioning, Lin Yi just smiled lightly. MS. Na-ing. First of all, I don't think that academic qualifications are the basis for judging a person's cultural quality. Secondly, there are no highs or lows in the industry. Finally, you questioned that neither the song nor the remarks came from me. So whoever questions whoever cites evidence, you must provide evidence or I have grounds to sue you for libel. Wow, the scene was in uproar. While the live stream pop-ups, Lin Yi, how dare you dislike Na Young here? Although I don't like Lin Yi, I think what Lin Yi said has some truth to it. There's no distinction between noble and lowly industries. Can't a farmer create good music? I dislike you so much. You dislike me so much. Oh, don't get all self-orgasmic. Do you even need a reason to question Lin Yi? All he could do before was oh yeah. Now he's saying he wrote the song. Who's going to believe him? Nayeon's face darkened. She hadn't expected that Lin Yi was so eloquent. Back then, when he and Shuyun formed the Ian group, it was her sister Nazen's company that he signed into. In many performances, Shuyun shines and Lin Yi is always the chaperone. Even though Lin Yi was indeed talented, and many of the songs of the Ian group were written by Lin Yi, but also just talented. The world is full of talented people, and unlike Shuyun, the top stream Pink Circle is in its infancy, and she's already running it. Shuyun had to fly solo. Lin Yi had to be a loser, and focus all the aura on Shuyun, so as to emphasize Shuyun's excellence and perfection. The company originally thought it would be a good idea to get together in part ways, as long as Lin Yi signed the contract, and also allowed him to participate in the Chinese good song for a bit. Of course, as for the promise of a championship, it's just verbal, it's not like it's in the contract. At that time, even if Lin Yi was eliminated and came to his door to make an issue out of this, he wouldn't be able to find any evidence, and she, as a mentor, will be the one to beat him down and sit on the fact that he's a loser on the stage of a good song. In this way, it would create the impression that the company had promoted Lin Yi, but Lin Yi himself was not competitive. In the back, Lin Yi would be completely wasted. The company also earns a good reputation for thinking for its artists. But now look, Lin Yi's song, It's so awesome that the original plan. It's useless. She had to call off the broadcast. Nayoung didn't talk nonsense with Lin Yi and directly gestured towards the director to stop. The camera wasn't filming her, so she wasn't afraid of these images being seen live. Although the director was puzzled, Na Ing was the sister of Na Xin, the founder of Chinese good song, and who would dare to disobey her instructions? Pause the broadcast. The director gave an order, and the broadcast room went black. At the top of the broadcast, a message was scrolling. Due to signal interruption reasons, the live broadcast is suspended. So please wait a moment. What's going on? Why did you suddenly cut off the live feed? This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Was it caused by Nayeon's clash with Lin Yi? The audience was buzzing. And that's when the Chinese good song scene. The director also paused the scene. Nayeon calls the other three mentors backstage and the director follows. Mr. Yang Kuan, Mr. Yu Chongqing, and Mr. Lu Huan. I'll get right to it. This man is a bad artist from my sister's company. The song itself was plagiarized from the company side. I want you all to join me in eliminating him later. And the company side will also block him in the industry. Because backstage in the mentor's lounge, Nayeon wasn't the least bit shy about speaking candidly. Lu Huan and Yu Chengqing looked at each other. Plagiarism? Blocking? Ryu Wan asked. Chapter 5. You're not the one who eliminated me. I'm the one who eliminated you. Whatever the reason. Since he's on this show, it has to be fair and open. Moreover, Lu Huan felt that Lin Yi's songs and also his singing skills, that were impeccable. Lin Yi has a bright future ahead of him. Teacher Lu Huan, you don't have to worry about that. Just cooperate with me when the time comes, Nayoung said. Lu Huan was instantly enraged. Ms. Nayoung, Lin Yi is very talented. I admire him very much. How would you have the country think of us if we eliminated him so plainly? Nayoung was a little impatient. I can eliminate whoever I want. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yang Kuan hurriedly stood out and advised Lu Huan. Ms. Ryuan, Ms. Nayoung must have her reasons for doing this. We're all in the same circle. Just do as we're told. Lu Huan sniffed and angrily rebuked. A bunch of nonsense. Why do we need to be mentors when we can eliminate whoever we want? You're all one and the same. This show, I'm not taping it. After saying that, Lu Huan left with a quick step. Yu Chongqing, who had been silent all this time, rubbed the tip of his nose and his eyes looked at Lu Huan. But in the end, he did not follow. 1 minute later, Na Young, Sung Kuan, and Yu Sungqing returned to the front desk and explained that Lu Huan had to leave early for something. And filming continues. Lin Yi, who had been left on the stage, was as calm as before, and did not feel embarrassed or rushed because he had been ostracized. Lin Yi, for multiple reasons, the 3 instructors' turn on you just now was ineffective. After deliberation between our 3 mentors and the program, now you're out. Nayoung takes the microphone and announces this result straight away. Right, a loser like Lin Yi should be eliminated. But, even if the song and those words weren't Lin Yi's own, Lin Yi did sing well. Isn't it too hasty to eliminate him directly? And it's too strange a coincidence that Lu Huan left. How can you call this sloppy? With Lin Yi's skills, if he didn't write this song himself, then he's lying, and it's only unfair to the other contestants if the program stays with this kind of dishonest person. Support the show. Eliminate Lin Yi. Stage. Lin Yi, who had known the ending, looked calm. Okay, Lin Yi said indifferently. Just when everyone thought that Lin Yi was going to flee with his tail between his legs because his lies had been exposed, Lin Yi, who had turned to leave, suddenly turned to face everyone once more. Remember, you're not the ones who eliminated me. Rather, I eliminate you. End of speech. Lin Yi's final shot stops just short of that before the console just cuts it off. Nayeon, on the other hand, who was in the tutor's seat, couldn't calm down because of those words, and her expression became even more fierce. Yang Kuan, who was next to him, could see Nayeon's thoughts and persuaded him. Ms. Nayeon, Lin Yi, he's just a clown. There's no need to get angry over him. The show will continue. Words. Nayeon gathered herself quickly. When the director's side was ready, it was back on the air for the day. At this point, on Weibo, various topics about Lin Yi and the good voice of China hit the hot search. Hashtag Lin Yi's dragon scales of heaven and earth. Hashtag Lin Yi was eliminated. Hashtag Yun combination. Lin Yi fears being abandoned by Shi Yun. Proves himself on the good song of China. Hashtag. The discussions under these topics are getting more and more lively. If you ask me, there's absolutely no way Lin Yi could have created the song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. Nayeon is right. How could a middle school graduate and a farmer have this kind of strength? Lin Yi was eliminated not only because of his lack of ability, but also because of his character. He lied even on stage, which shows how he cheated goddess Shu Yun before. Soft rice man Lin Yi, hurry up and die. Stop pestering the goddess. All sorts of vile comments have been made. Of course, there are some netizens who think differently. Dragon scales of heaven and earth is too good to be true. I have the feeling that the dragon's bloodline has been awakened. It's boiling hot. I think that no matter who wrote the song, Lin Yi's vocals are absolutely fine. He sang it in such a way that my entire body was lit up. I even got goosebumps all over my body. He's not a loser. This is definitely not that simple. Mr. Lu Huan left in a strange way. After that, Lin Yi was eliminated. As far as I know, the agency of the Yi Yun group is Naeun's sister. The inside story of it, who knows? Who understands? I was so handsome by that last shot of Lin Yi. Remember, it's not you guys who eliminate me. Rather, it's me, who eliminates you. In the age of the internet, a little thing can start a prairie fire with the weight of public opinion. Lin Yi's heat on Weibo had undoubtedly indirectly brought some heat to Shi Shuyun as well. Star Ocean Entertainment. Shi Shuyun couldn't help but look happy as she watched those comments on Weibo attacking and questioning Lin Yi. That's right. Just have to let the netizens disparage Lin Yi forever like this so he never gets a chance to shine. But when she saw that someone was actually on Lin Yi's side, her brow furrowed as she stifled a curse. These netizens are too trashy to speak for Lin Yi. Only losers side with losers. Words. Naz Sim, who was sitting in her boss chair, turned away from the computer screen to look at Shishuan. Don't worry, Lin Yi won't be able to be arrogant for long. Naz Sim soothed. Sister Sin. I know. Shuyun nodded. She was now Star Ocean Entertainment's most valued star singer and naturally knew the strength of capital. Let whomever you want to be on fire. Let them be on fire. She recalled Lin Yi's appearance in the morning and always felt that something wasn't right. The Lin Yi of old was so good to her that she wouldn't dare go west if she said go east. Even knowing that the company was going to abandon him, he didn't treat her badly either. But in the morning, Lin Yi was like a different person. Not only was he aggressive with her, but he even called her by her original name, which she hated. Plus, just now, Lin Yifeng's performance in The Good Song of China. She was vaguely concerned. The things Lin Yi said lingered in her ears, annoying her. Think about it for a moment. Shishuan stood up and came into Nassim's presence. Sister Xin, I want Lin Yi to disappear faster and more completely. Only when the dust settled could she rest easy. Nassim looked at Shi Shuyun, and did not directly agree, but said, Shuyun, you know, the company is actually not stupid. If you want to directly take a shot at Lin Yi, there is definitely a price to pay. The last time we said that the party, and no need for you to sell your body, but just simply sing songs. Shi Shuyun actually doesn't like going to these kinds of parties very much. It's all just a dedication on stage, singing and leaving, but that's not the same as being on stage. On the stage, the lights shone on her alone. She was the center of attention, and she could enjoy the pursuit of countless fans. And for this kind of party, those people only see her as someone who can sing, an opera singer, even if she didn't have to sell her body. A grand banquet where everyone was pushing and shoving and she looked like a clown, forcing a smile and singing through the fall. No one is going to look at her even remotely differently because she's a star. The big shots are just simply showing off. Even if they are popular little flower girls, in my hands, they are just plays that don't make it to the stage. Shi Shuyun wanted to refuse, but when she remembered Lin Yi's face, she bit her lip and nodded her head in agreement. I'll go. Nassim gave a satisfied smile. Okay, I'll arrange it. And you get ready. Chapter 6. I'll write this mountain. How many thousands of miles of national blood have passed through my veins? 10 o'clock at night. Kyoto, Egret neighborhood. After a day of meetings, Wu Zhiyong returned to his home. As soon as she opened the door, her own little daughter opened her arms and said happily, Daddy, you're back. Hug. Wu Zhiyong's fatigue of the day was suddenly swept away, holding his daughter, and then came to the living room. On the TV in the living room, The Good Song of China, which only started tonight, was playing. Inside came a crisp yet heavy guitar sound, full of the long and vicissitudes of history. Wu Zhiyong was instantly mesmerized by the sound of the guitar. He stood in a daze, not even listening to his daughter's sappy words. Immediately after, a magnetic singing voice resonates. I'll start the pen on this river and mountain. The national bloodline is tens of thousands of miles away. Wu Zhiyong was completely captivated by the majestic lyrics and melody, and this time, he heard it to the end. To bring the destiny of the nation, lift your head high and revive again. Listening to it, Wu Zhiyong felt the bloodline of his body, as if it had been awakened, boiling with fervor. The last line of the lyrics dropped for a long time. Wu Zhiyong was all still immersed in that feeling of bloodline awakening just now, until his wife came out of the kitchen and looked at Wu Zhiyong and stupid, holding his daughter staring at the TV and not moving. Honey, what's wrong with you? The wife asked. It just so happened that the program on the TV happened to show the segment where Lin Yi was questioned by Na Young. When Oh Ji Young heard Na Young's statement, he cursed with empathy. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The daughter had never seen such a serious and angry father. Couldn't help but cower twice. The next second hung two teardrops, carefully shouted, Dad, I'm afraid. The wife also found it puzzling and rushed to pick up her daughter. "What the hell is wrong with you? I know you've been under a lot of stress at work lately, but don't get mad at home." Wu Ziyong reacted and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I'm not." The words were not yet spoken. Wu Ziyong was suddenly reminded by the word work in his wife's words. "Yeah, work." Recently, Kyoto Television and the Palace Museum are making a documentary about the Forbidden City, The Forbidden City. The movie is almost finished, but the theme song, however, is slow to find the right one. That's what caused him to be burned out for a while. The songs sent over by major music companies and singers either have lyrics that don't work or melodies that are too puny to sing about the Forbidden City. Now, isn't the song in front of you the best choice? This central axis of the capital, just like a gentleman's moral integrity. 9 dragon wall glazed on tiles. History falls and rises from this. This part, singing about the Forbidden City. Realizing this, a smile sprang up on Wu Ziyong's face and he immediately picked up his cell phone and called the director of the Palace Museum. "Dean Shan, good news. I found the theme song." The two conversed for 10 minutes before hanging up. By this time, Wu Ziyong's wife, who had already understood what had just happened to finish playing the segment on the TV where Lin Yi was eliminated. "Hubby, this Naeong is too down on people, isn't she? What makes you dismiss someone because of their birth and education?" The wife is calling for Lin Yi. Wu Ziyong felt the same way. But now is not the time to focus on such things. He had to find Lin Yi's contact information as soon as possible and talk about cooperation. Soon, Wu Ziyong thought of Ryu Huan, who didn't appear again on TV. Lu Huan was a national singing artist who had been on Kyoto TV many times, and he happened to have his contact information. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yi was woken up by a ringing phone. In a daze, he picked up the phone and a familiar voice came over the line. "Lin Yi, I'm Lu Huan. I've been asked to find you to talk about cooperation. Are you free to meet?" "Who is it?" "Disturbing people sleep early in the morning." "Sleep again." Lin Yi didn't hear clearly and muttered that he was about to hang up. Lu Huan's side immediately became anxious. "Lin Yi, don't hang up. Kyoto TV station is looking for you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." He was so loud that he instantly shook Lin Yi awake. "Kyoto TV?" Lin Yi was instantly awakened and got up in a carp roll. "Ha?" Lin Yi man was still a bit confused. "Why is Kyoto TV looking for him?" "Don't Are you at home? Are we meeting outside or coming to your house?" Johan asked. Listening to Lu Huan's tone, he was quite anxious. Lin Yi thought about it, just the house he was living in now. A tiny 20 square feet with only a bed and a table. Shabby as hell. "It's not good to entertain the Kyoto TV station when they come outside." Lin Yi replied. "Make an appointment, I'll be there now." A discussion came from Lu Huan's side, and it didn't take long to book a meeting place. 10 o'clock then, North Star Hotel. Okay. After the exchange, both sides hung up. Looking at his cell phone, which had gone black, Lin Yi slowed down for a while before getting up from the bed. In fact, after the break just now, he had guessed some of the reasons why the national team was looking for him. It should have something to do with the song Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth. It's 10 o'clock, a little over an hour away. Lin Yi calculated the time to go to the North Star Hotel before going to wash up. After all, it's the national team, so you still have to take it seriously and not be late. North Star Hotel. Box. Mr. Lu Huan. Last night, I saw that in the second half of The Good Song of China. You suddenly left the stage and didn't continue to participate in the program. What's going on? Is it really related to Lin Yi like the internet said? Wu Ziyong asked curiously. Last night, after Lin Yi sang the song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, 3 tutors turned around. Although the program group terminated Lin Yi's participation on the grounds that he was dishonest. However, Lu Huan's departure really couldn't keep people from thinking more. At the mention of this, Lu Huan's brow furrowed and he nodded with a serious expression. Right, at that time, it was supposed to be Lin Yi's choice of mentor according to the process, but for some reason, the director just cut off the live broadcast and Naeung brought us backstage together and demanded that we eliminate Lin Yi together. The reason used was actually that Lin Yi was an artist from her sister's company and the company wanted to block him. I can't understand it. Lin Yi is a rare talent and the talent and singing skills he displayed on the show are top-notch. Why should she be able to eliminate him just because she said a Thai reason? It's not fair to Lin Yi. It's not fair to all the participants. Ryuwon said angrily. Last night, after he left the showrunners sent someone to talk to him, saying that he could quit the show, but that he must not violate his confidentiality contract. Before the show started, the showrunners signed contracts with all the mentors. Even if you quit the show, you can't expose anything to the public that is detrimental to the show or it will be treated as a breach of contract. A breach of contract is a breach of contract. It's such an unfair and crappy program that he'd rather lose money than go along with it. Chapter 7. The state expropriates the dragon scales of heaven and earth. Outside the door, Lin Yi stood in front of the door. and he heard the conversation inside. So it is. At that time, he saw that Niang did call the remaining 3 mentors away and came back to announce his elimination. Although he didn't know why Lu Huan wasn't there, he didn't think much of it. He didn't go into the show, per se, thinking he'd get very far. A company's verbal promises are bull ********, just trying to use the show to pave the way for the future. I didn't expect Lu Huan to be so righteous. And how did the nationals contact themselves through Liu Huan? Knock knock. Lin Yi knocked on the door of the box. It must be Lin Yi coming. Come on in. 2 voices spoke from inside the door, both sounding excited about Lin Yi's arrival. Lin Yi turned the handle and pushed the door open. Only 2 men in a box 3 times larger than his rental house were rising and looking at him with excited faces. One was his mentor, Lu Huan, whom he had met last night. The other one, who would be the nationals guy the caller was talking about, looked to be only about 40 years old. Mr. Ryu, Lin Yi greeted first. Lu Huan nodded and immediately introduced himself. Lin Yi, hurry over here, let me introduce you. This is the producer and director of Kyoto TV, Director Wu Zhiyong Wu. Director Wu, this one is Lin Yi. Wu Zhiyong surveyed Lin Yi with a smile on his face, only to think that he was even more handsome than he was on TV, by a few points. The temperament of the body is calm and introverted, elegant and gentle. That's a rare air for a young man in his early 20s these days. Hello, Director Wu, Lin Yi politely said. Lin Yi, hurry up and sit down. Sit down and we'll talk. Wu Zhiyong invited Lin Yi to sit down. Lin Yi sat down on the sofa between the two. Wu Zhiyong spoke. Lin Yi, let me first explain my intentions. Currently our Kyoto TV station and the National Palace Museum are filming a documentary about the Forbidden City, the name of which is Forbidden City. Filming is almost done, but the theme song is long overdue. This whole thing is making me anxious as a director. And luckily last night, I saw you sing on TV. Your Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is just too suitable. I'm an old friend of Mr. Lu Huan's, so I approached him and invited you to come out to meet and talk about cooperation. Speaking of which, Lin Yi had understood all of it. It's to get him to use Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth in a documentary. Could be. Almost without hesitation, Lin Yi agreed. It seemed that the promise was made too quickly, and neither Wu Zhiyong nor Lu Huan reacted. It wasn't until Lu Huan smiled and said to Wu Zhiyong, Director Wu, look, Lin Yi is such a cool guy. It was only then that Wu Zhiyong finally reacted, happily slapping his thighs with a wide smile. Great, a refreshing man indeed. Lin Yi certainly didn't need to object. First of all, it's a national team. It's Kyoto TV. Star Ocean Entertainment has a huge relationship with many TV stations and companies in the industry. And after he disliked Na Young on a public program, it is expected that no one will dare to invite him to a program in the future. Even if you release the song, you're sure to be blocked. At this point, being able to hold Kyoto TV's leg with a song is the best option at the moment. And Wu Zhiyong hadn't expected the negotiations with Lin Yi to go so smoothly. The three talked about some more specific collaborations. For example, shooting music videos. There are copyright issues, as well as expenses. These are things that need to be discussed ahead of time and all written into the contract. An hour or so later, Lin Yi, other than the cost, which I'll need to request a meeting from above to make a decision on, everything else will go according to what we talked about today. Have fun working with us. Wu Zhiyong stood up and extended his hand to Lin Yi. Lin Yi similarly stood up and held. Lu Huan watched as the two were able to talk about cooperation, and was naturally very happy. On the one hand, there is the director of Kyoto Television, with whom he has a friendship, and on the other hand, there is a junior whom he is looking up to. On the web, a public opinion is festering. Originally, after last night's events, netizens had been blown away by Lin Yi's song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. The song was so hot that it even rushed to the overall hot search list on Weibo. Netizens who haven't watched The Good Song of China left frantic comments. Asterisk. Who sang this? It's so good. My ears are pregnant. Speaking of which, you may not believe it. This song, Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, was sung by Lin Yi of the Yat Yun group. What? That's the softy guy. Just oh yeah Lin Yi? Almost everyone, upon learning that the song was written and sung by Lin Yi, was incredulous. But when they went to find the recording of last night's The Good Song of China with a skeptical attitude, there was no way they could not believe it anymore. Yeah, who gets it? Last night, the scene where Lin Yi shook everyone up with his song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, the pop-ups in the livestream were all screened with I Love China. Oh my god, it's really Lin Yi. Lin Yi is so talented? Then why is he always a backdrop at the Yiyun Group's live performances? I have reason to suspect that the previous Lin Yi was all biding his time. There's one thing to be said for Lin Yi. When he sings seriously, he's just so handsome. In the meantime, there were also quite a few people who were upset that Lin Yi had been eliminated last night. It's not right. Lin Yi sang so well, and there are still 3 tutors turning around. How come he was still eliminated? Isn't this program also too breathless? Even if Lin Yi didn't write this song, but he sang it so well, it already shows his talent. That's it. I see the other contestants. They can't even compare to Lin Yi. And besides, those people are singing someone else's song. Isn't the most important thing that the program is too arbitrary? Saying that a song isn't written by Lin Yi means it isn't. I think Lin Yi is right. Whoever questioned it cited evidence. It seemed that after last night's program, Lin Yi had reversed his impression in the eyes of netizens with the song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, but this enraged the fans who supported Shu Yun. What Lin Yi is just pulling it's all because of us, Shu Yun, that we can make a debut. How could Lin Yi write a song like this? I even suspect that live he's a fake singer. Oh, you guys are too good at fooling each other. Lin Yi is a loser. Isn't it normal for the crew to suspect a loser? Besides, someone with a bad character just shouldn't be a star. I support the show's elimination of Lin Yi. Netizens who supported Lin Yi and those who supported Shu Yun were bickering on the internet, due to the battle being too intense. The name Yi-Yun combination once again rushed onto the hot search, and that, in turn, sparked an even bigger online outcry. 11 o'clock in the morning, Yang Kuan, one of the mentors of the greatest song in China, posted a tweet. Yang Kuan v. I won't comment on Lin Yi's talent and singing ability, but people like this who disrespect their seniors and lie and have low character should be eliminated by the program. Chapter 8, Copyrights are coming down. National honor. Before Yang Kuan spoke out, Lin Yi's reputation had reversed quite a bit overnight, because the Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth was just too shocking. This is a song that has stirred the patriotic feelings of countless people, even though there were quite a few blacks, in which Lin Yi was constantly denied. It had little effect. There's even the suspicion of clowning around, and after Yang Kuan vocalized, the black children used this one vine to attack Lin Yi even more fiercely. Yeah, Lin Yi, a junior, actually dared to talk to MS. Na Young like that. From that point on, there's no way the program team will let Lin Yi advance. It's just that Goddess Shu Yun is beautiful and kind-hearted, and scum like Lin Yi should have been kicked out right from the start. There wouldn't have been so many things to do later. Lin Yi, a loser who likes to lie and has no manners, deserves to sing? He deserves to die. Living is a waste of food. There were also a small number of netizens who praised Lin Yi but did not watch the great Chinese singing who started to fall back on their words. What? Is that so? Then it's useless to sing well when one's character is so inferior. Public figures, they must have a positive image. Lin Yi really insulted the song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. Breathless. It's so hard to change my mind about Lin Yi. I didn't expect to do something like this. Let's go. This kind of person should be blocked. This wave of rhythms brought by Yang Kuan came with a vengeance. Many viewers who had not seen the show live, ingesting cut video footage from Weibo, were naturally led by the black side. Plus, Lin Yi himself had a bad reputation on the internet. This led to the fact that Black Lin Yi's wave was once again powerful. I don't know if Blackie was trying too hard, or if Yang Kuan had all the preparations in advance. Half an hour after Yang Kuan posted his microblog, he was on the hot search once, and was still in the 40th position on the overall list. It is also because of the hot search. The netizens who speak for Lin Yi also appeared, changing the situation under this microblogging of Yang Kuan. The comments are lopsided. Don't take things out of context here, okay? It was clearly Nayoung who suspected Lin Yi of cheating first, and only then did Lin Yi say those things. Lin Yi was right. A senior? Seniors can just suspect anyone on the show and say that Lin Yi is faking and cheating without evidence? Anyone who was challenged in that situation would be angry, right? Lin Yi sings so well and writes good songs. Why shouldn't he fight back? You black people are just trying too hard. I suspect that there are forces behind it. Just hacking Lin Yi. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. It was like lighting a fuse when someone suspected that there was an organized effort to hack Lin Yi. More and more people are starting to play in this direction. Upstairs, I feel the same way. Lin Yi wasn't trying too hard before, but this song shows what he can do. There must be someone who doesn't want him to get up. Then who is this person? Lin Yi wasn't even favored before. Who would hack a worthless person? That goes without saying. It must be someone who has interests entangled with Lin Yi. And is it possible that the old Lin Yi wasn't actually useless, but was trying to court people? I seem to get it. It wouldn't be Shu Yun and Star Ocean, would it? After all, it's been rumored all over the internet that Lin Yi and Star Ocean are terminating their contracts and Shu Yun is going solo. Only, it was quickly countered. Even though Lin Yi sings this song very well, why would Shu Yun want to mess with him? It must not be, right? Don't be conspiratorial. Laughing to death. Goddess Shu Yun is going to be a top stream, and she's still looking for nothing to hack Lin Yi? Isn't that degrading her curiosity? You paratroopers, can you stop mentioning Goddess Shu Yun here? Lin Yi, he's worthy of being compared to our Goddess Shu Yun? The speculation, then, quickly died down in a growing number of comments. Rental housing. Who dash? Linny was prostrate on the ground, doing push-ups. A good body is the capital of the revolution. Singers, in particular, have to work out for a long time in order to have a steady breath. Was making it to the third set. Tick-tock. Lin Yi's cell phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, it was none other than Wu Zhiyong, whom he had met before. Lin Yi climbed up and picked up the phone, and a joyful voice came over the line. Lin Yi, good news for you. The copyright license fee for your song has been approved. 1 million. Lin Yi, who had been an ordinary social animal in his previous life, stared blankly. A million. At $10,000 a month after taxes. That's 100 months, or 10 years and 4 months. And here, he just needs to license the song to someone else. And it's not an exclusive license. Is this the joy of the copyist? Okay, thank you Director Wu. Lin Yi thanked him. Thank me for what? Thank yourself. Your song was worth it. Wu Zhiyong was also pleased and proceeded to inform. Right, you can pack up and come to Kyoto in the afternoon. Come to our Kyoto TV station and sign the contract. Then we can arrange for the shooting of MVs and promotional ads and so on. We've covered food, lodging and transportation to the capital. These few days are going to be quite busy. When Lin Yi heard that, he actually included room and board and transportation? That would be wonderful indeed. This is so much better than the dog companies of his previous life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died suddenly after working overnight for 3 days in a row. Okay, then Director Wu, I'll be there this afternoon. Lin Yi nodded. The two hung up. Lin Yi bought his ticket on the app and took another shower before setting off for the airport. It takes more than 2 hours to get from Xiangqing to Kyoto. 5:30 in the afternoon. Lin Yi arrived at Kyoto Daxing Airport. Although he didn't have a group of diehard fans like Shi Shuyun, however, he was more or less a star, and with the explosion of the song 2 days ago, there were still quite a few people who recognized him. He was almost recognized on the plane just now. Fully armed, Lin Yi walked outside the airport, casually called an online taxi, glanced at the license plate, and stood in place waiting for the car. Soon, a Meteor Blue's latest SU-8 pulled up in front of Lin Yi. The window came down, and the burly driver rushed in front of Lin Yi, shouting, "Is it tail number 0986? It was only when he heard the end number of his cell phone number that Lin Yi reacted. Vocal. I can't believe someone took the SU-8 as an internet car? Lin Yi glanced at the license plate, and it was true. Opening the car door, Lin Yi got in. As soon as he got into the car, the driver asked towards Lin Yi, "Hello brother, I'm live here, do you mind?" Lin Yi glanced ahead. In front of the windshield, there was indeed a cell phone setup that was broadcasting live, with an account name called Netflix Big Lee. There weren't many people watching the live stream, only a few hundred. Rather, the number of followers is quite large. There are 2W people. It is also considered a small netizen. It seems that this guy's main business is live streaming as a webcam, not driving a webcam. No wonder the SU-8 was driven to carry passengers. Lin Yi shook his head. It's fine, don't mind. Chapter 9, The Dragon Scale. But once, I couldn't bear to listen to the story. Li Dequan then turned his head in relief and started the car while nagging the audience. Guys, we got another big order today, haha. It's a long way to travel, so let's play a song. The audience cooperated. Big Lee is lucky today. This customer is good, ah. Before many customers do not like Big Lee live too much. It's normal. No one wants to expose their privacy. Li Dequan turned on the car stereo. Lin Yi then heard a familiar voice. I'll start the pen on this river and mountain. The national bloodline and tens of thousands of miles more. Isn't that his song? Lin Yi glanced at the car screen. It was discovered that the driver was listening to the audio of The Good Song of China, which had been broadcast live a few days before. Listening to it, Lee said to the audience, "Guys, I recommend this song to you. It's old school, just this lyrics alone. Look at them. You guys, what with the rivers and mountains, the dragon's air, and the gentleman, it looks like it was written by a very cultured person. Most importantly, it's such a great melody, super atmospheric and powerful." The audience in the live stream also discussed it. Yes, that's a song I heard on Twitter yesterday too. It's so well written. I watched that program too. I think only the Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is really powerful. The others, they're all too subpar. It's a shame Lin Yi was eliminated. Lin Yi couldn't help but show a hint of a smile when he heard Li Dequan's praise. The song was a hit with everyone, which he expected. It can be said that as long as one is a Chinese, one cannot reject this song. The car drove for a while. Lin Yi felt that in the car. With the mask on, it was too stuffy, so he took it off. Anyway, he's just taking off a mask, with a hat and sunglasses on his head. Even by the hundreds of viewers in this live room, no one recognized it. Who dash? Taking off his mask, Lin Yi let out a large breath of turbid air. It's cozy. Sure enough, Wearing a mask in this weather is torture. But it was clear that Lin Yi had underestimated the hundreds of spectators. Seconds after he removed his mask, someone noticed something was wrong. Wait, this customer. I think I've seen him somewhere before? I also think the bottom half of his face is so familiar. Don't you guys think he looks like Lin Yi from the Ian group? At first, there were just people who were skeptical. But as time passed, Lin Yi's facial features were recognized by the audience one by one. I doubt this is Lin Yi himself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I just compared Lin Yi's picture to this guy's, and the lower half of his face. It's exactly the same. Martyr. This dress. Lin Yi wore this dress the other day when he participated in the Chinese good song. It must be him. As more and more people are identified, the identity of the customer in the car that had been identified was Lin Yi. The number of people in the live room, as a result, is growing. From a few hundred in the beginning, it increased to, well, a few thousand. Just 10 seconds or so passed, and it even reached an audience measured in Ws. However, neither of the two people in the car noticed the incident. In particular, Lee Daquan, who was broadcasting live, was driving his car while humming out softly to the music. He didn't realize in the slightest that his live room had blown up. The number of online viewers in the live streaming room skyrocketed extremely fast. Countless viewers, all in the pop-up section, frantically swiping pop-ups. Big Lee, turn around. There's the original singer of Scales of Heaven and Earth sitting right behind us. Big Lee really absolute. Solon, listen to the mesmerized. Froze, do not look at a pop-up. The audience are anxious to death. Ha 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 ha. It's really Lin Yi who was called by his friend. That's quite a coincidence. Please turn around. It's Lin Yi back there. The crowd is dying of anxiety, just trying to get Lee Daquan to turn back. But Lee Daquan remained immersed in the sound of the music. Lin Yi, on the other hand, closed his eyes and rested a little. After all, he was going to sign a contract with Kyoto TV later, so he had to keep his energy up. The original was pitched a hard bargain by the sellout, or else the rights to the songs wouldn't all belong to the company. After a while, the car slowed to a stop behind a line of motorcades. It's not rush hour at this time of day, but there's still a lot of traffic entering the inner ring. You have to wait twice at a stoplight. And the song, at that point, went into a third crescendo. This dragon scale but once, clanging to the ground like shattered ice. Lit. One scale, 1 inch of heart. The story drifts I can't bear to hear. The high sound of music instantly made Lee Daquan sing along. He had suppressed his voice earlier, but this time he just couldn't suppress it and moved to let out a song. However, only a couple of lines into the song, the driver realized he had someone else in the car. Lee Daquan hurriedly glanced at Lin Yi in the rearview mirror, and was about to apologize when he inadvertently glanced at the live broadcast. The first thing he saw was the number of online viewers of the live stream, which read, 3.9W people. Lee Daquan's too small, green bean-sized eyes widened several times, and his entire body was dumbfounded. What's with the numbers? A bug? How did this number come about? Immediately afterward, he looked over to the pop-up area. Big Lee, back. Lin Yi, thank God you're finally looking at your cell phone. Hurry up and look at the back. It's the original singer of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. Lin Yi, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth original song. Lin Yi? Lee Daquan didn't believe it at first. He didn't believe that he was so lucky. Still, he turned his head and gave it a serious look. At this glance, there really is a resemblance, but he didn't dare to be sure. After all, he had only watched the program Chinese Good Song for a while, but the audience in the live broadcast room had reached almost 40,000 people. This person in front of me should really be right? Just to be sure, Lee Daquan hesitantly opened his mouth and asked, Brother, you're not Lin Yi, are you? Lin Yi, who had heard the sound, opened his eyes and was somewhat surprised. He thought he was only showing his mouth and nose, and that would be recognized? But instead of denying it, he graciously removed his sunglasses and smiled. It's me. Lee Daquan's entire body was confused. Vocal. Family. Who understands? Driving an internet car and actually getting a ride with a star. The pop-ups on the live feed blew up as well. It's really Lin Yi. This is too dramatic, isn't it? Big Lee is dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. Tick-tock. It wasn't until the car behind him kept honking and urging that Lee Daquan reacted and restarted the vehicle in shock and excitement. My God, Lin Yi, it really is you. I didn't believe it when the viewers of my live broadcast said it was you. Lin Yi heard the key message and glanced at the live stream. The audience also saw Lin Yi looking over. Lin Yi looks over. How come I didn't realize before that Lin Yi is so handsome? Hey, Lin Yi, our family loves your Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. Seriously. It was the first time Lin Yi had felt a fan following since he crossed over to this world. Previously, he was either mocked by netizens or abused by Shi Shuyun's fans. Chapter 10, This is Lin Yi, 10,000 followers. Lin Yi smiled and graciously greeted the live broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Yi, I'm glad you guys recognized me. The audience in the livestream went wild with greetings as well. I'm just so lucky today, Lee Daquan said excitedly. In the meantime, because of this chance event, Linny was on the hot seat once again. Hashtag Netflix to Linny. Hashtag when you drive to the stars. Hashtag. With the publicity of the Weibo hot search, more and more people flocked to Lee Daquan's live broadcast. The audience started chatting with Linny after greeting him. Linny, what are you doing in Kyoto? Is there an event? Wu Ziyong had previously told Linny that he couldn't reveal anything about the Forbidden City documentary until the promo came out. Linny replied, no, something came up. Thanks for your concern. Then there are those who are more concerned about the issues on Twitter. Linny, is this song really your personal composition? Linny replied, of course. Linny, what do you think about the fact that some people on the internet are now saying that you respect your seniors and that you're a liar and a punk? Linny replied calmly, respect is mutual. If others don't respect me, then there's no need for me to respect a senior who suspects me without any evidence, wasted or not. I think the audience is in the eye of the beholder. After saying this, the pop-ups on the livestream had a small climax. Linny is right. Respect is all mutual. It was clearly Naeun who came to question Linny first. Previously I would have thought Linny was a waste, but after listening to the Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales, I don't think so at all. A waste can't sing a song like this. Agreed. What was originally just a small netizens live broadcast slowly evolved into Linny's live broadcast. The viewers don't care about Lee Daquan, who is driving the live stream, and Lee Daquan is reduced to a real driver. But Lee Daquan didn't mind. He couldn't be happier, because Linny's appearance was undoubtedly bringing traffic to his own live room. He had been live streaming for more than a year, and it was the first time that the live room had broken through the level of 10,000 as a unit, especially when Linny was answering questions from netizens. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room had once again reached a climax, 666,666. Linny is a real man who dares to face doubts. I think being able to respond like this means that it's not Linny who has a problem, it's Naeun instead. But soon, as the buzz spread, the broadcast room was flooded with people who hated Linny. Oh, that's just your side of the story. The truth as we see it is that you don't respect your seniors. A loser can sing a great song once in a while and turn it around? Then it's not fair for you guys to chase after singers who can sing perfectly every time and have an occasional misstep. One song doesn't mean anything. Linny's previous performance was so bad. There's just something wrong with this song. Linny also saw the pop-ups, but for such a stubborn and hard black man, even if he argues, it is useless. People only want to believe what they believe. Just right. The car stopped. Mr. Lin, we're here, Lee Daquan reminded. Linny turned his head, glanced outside, and happened to see the Kyoto TV station's logo. See you then, Master Big Lee, and everyone else in the audience. I'll get off first, bye. Linny waved his hand towards the broadcast and turned to get out of the car. Lee Daquan waved his hand reluctantly and watched Linny get out of the car. He glanced at the live feed. As soon as Linny left, the number of people in the live broadcast room plummeted. Hey, happy times are always so short. He wasn't too upset. It was already very lucky to have met Linny today. His live broadcast had at least reached previously unprecedented heights, and this wave of traffic and heat could last for a long time. After thinking about it, Lee Daquan played Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale again, swinging the rear end of the car and quickly went to pick up the next passenger. And Linny followed the address given by Wu Ziyong and rode the elevator all the way to the 15th floor. Under the guidance of the staff, the long-awaited Wu Ziyong was found. Director Wu, Linny. Wu Ziyong entertained Linny as he sat on the sofa, then took out the prepared contract. Here is the paper contract for our cooperation this time. Take a look at it, and if you think it's okay, we can sign it now. Wu Ziyong Dao. Linny took a close look at the contract and made sure there was nothing wrong with it before signing his name at the signature. Have fun working together. Linny and Wu Ziyong shook hands and spoke in unison. After the contract is signed, Wu Ziyong also arranged a dinner party, mainly to take Linny to meet the creators of the Forbidden City documentary. After all, a few days after that, the shooting of promos and MVs would require a meeting. Linny was thoroughly busy. The other side, while Linny was getting busy, the microblogs were up in arms again. The cause was precisely because of the Netflix thing. When the black fans questioned Linny in the net car, Linny didn't have time to answer and was seen by the black fans as running away. No, what's Linny's bull **** about? Isn't that last sentence meant to connote our goddess Shuyun? Linny is so oily. I didn't realize he was so oily before. The first time I saw him was when he was in a car, and he was in a car. Yang Kuan said he was a poor character, and then a netizen drove a car to him, and played his songs in the car, which is a blatant hype, isn't it? If it wasn't hype, why didn't he answer the question at the back and just had to run away? There was a microblog about Linny under the hot search, and for a while it was almost all black fans' messages. But fortunately, there were quite a few people who had a good opinion of Lin Yi who stepped forward. I knew that as soon as I opened the microblog, I could brush up on you people. I'm a fan of Big Lee's Netflix, and I can prove that Lin Yi's appointment with Big Lee's car was a coincidence, and that we can all see some of the information about the backstage taxiing of Big Lee's Netflix. Watched the live broadcast. Lin Yi is very good. Even do not mind Big Lee live. The whole live broadcast is very modest and generous. Said he has a poor character. I really cannot understand. Do you all resent Lin Yi so much? It's hard not to suspect that you guys are doing this on purpose. Lin Yi just touched someone's cake, and that's why you guys are chasing after him, isn't it? It's enough that Lin Yi sings well. The two parties are bickering. The melon-eating passers-by jumped up and down as much as the badger in the melon patch. Lin Yi has been doing a lot of hot searches lately. Is he going the black and red route? No. I do think that Lin Yi was most likely stimulated by Shi Shuyun's desire to fly solo and decided to make his own way out. Other than that, Lin Yi sings so well. This public opinion farce didn't last long, and in the end, it was the pro-Lin Yi side that won. After all other external factors aside, Lin Yi's song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales was too good, but not for long. Another tweet, which appeared out of nowhere, once again pushed Lin Yi to the top of the hot search. Chapter 11, Gold Medalist Musician, Lin Yi get out of showbiz. Gold medal music producer Jin Hansong. Just now a friend gave me a listen to the song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, which is said to be a hot song on the internet. And I can only say that it's really the sorrow of Chinese music that this kind of song can be hot. Black Lin Yi's black people, who had been waiting for a long time, emerged like flies that smelled the stench and left comments in the comment section. Mr. Kim is right. This song is crap. If it wasn't for the patriotic card, how could it have such a large audience? I'm a music major. The melody of this song is just plain The lyrics are all heaps of rhetoric, very literal, and the angry voice is really too middle-aged to be able to have the current level of popularity. I really think it's very incomprehensible. Anyone who knows a little bit of music theory can create a better melody than this song. I couldn't write a song this bad if I wrote it with my feet. The fermentation of public opinion began, and there were people who spoke for Lin Yi. I think it's a great song. I guess you guys aren't the audience. Lin Yi has proved himself by being able to write a song like this. No, is it true that you're a gold medal producer? A song that is liked by a lot of people is already a success. Laughing, write one with your feet first. If you can't write it, you'll upside down. With professionals as the front runners, countless blacks danced wildly. Soft-boiled man singing trashy songs. Get the hell out of showbiz. Are those who support Lin Yi softies themselves? Let's not mention Mr. Yang Kuan. Jin Hansong is a gold medal music producer. Do you understand the significance of this prefix? All singers in the entertainment industry have to call Mr. Kim. Oh, people who still think this song is good now have little musical aesthetic themselves. Eat something good. The black men took the words of Yang Kuan and Jin Hansong as gold medal tokens. Whenever someone argues against it, they attack back with aesthetically inferior. The longer this goes on, the fewer people who spoke up for Lin Yi. After all, Yang Kuan and Jin Hansong had a high status in the circle. Things have come to a head. Passers-by who don't know the truth are still the majority. They can feel good about Lin Yi singing this song and choose to speak for him. Or you can choose to fall back again later for Yang Kuan and Jin Hansong criticizing Lin Yi. One can even belittle Lin Yi for wanting to show that he is aesthetically superior and different. The first time I listened to it I thought it was great. After listening to it for a long time I thought it was disgusting, playing the patriotic card to whitewash himself. Lin Yi really has a substandard character. I really regret listening to this song, and now I want to go wash my ears. Online begging for a pair of ears that have never heard of Heaven and Earth's Dragon Scales. Black hotshots, black fans, curses, pervasive, Star Ocean Entertainment. Inside the office, Shi Shuyun was sitting on the sofa, swiping his cell phone. Ryoga gave a satisfied smile. Previously, Lin Yi had reversed his reputation online because of one song, and that made her angry. At this moment, being able to see that Lin Yi had once again blackened into a shang, she was so happy that she wanted to find Lin Yi to ask him how he felt in person. It's not like, how far can you go without me? What? Now what? He remains under the shadows, unloved dust. Even if it flies into the sky because of a gust of wind, it will eventually land on the ground. She, on the other hand, could turn him into a speck of dirt under his feet with just a flick of her tongue. Happy? Naz Sim, who was sitting next to Shishuan, asked. Shi Shuyun smiled and nodded. Thank you Sister Xin. People like Lin Yi shouldn't be delusional. Naz Sim flashed the same smile and said, this is all your reward for being obedient. Shu Yun, those big shots were very satisfied with the last drinking game. Mentioned the word big shot. Shi Shuyun's face changed slightly. In order to trade from Nassim to be able to deal with Lin Yi and not let him take off on the stage of the greatest singing voice in China, she attended a party for the upper class. The powerful didn't care what she looked like or whether she sang well or not. They simply treated her as an opera singer on the stage and let her sing on it. Sure, Shuyun figured out at the time that even if he was the top stream of the powder circle, he was just a speaker who sang a little song and used it to accompany the big shots. But she knew very well that she had chosen this path herself. Now that he's here, he must fulfill Nassim's account. The one who could instruct Nazreen must be a big shot she couldn't afford to offend. As long as those big shots felt that she was qualified as a sound, her resources in the future would only be greater. Besides, other people don't even have the resources to sell their bodies like that. It's all because Sister Xin taught me well. If it wasn't for Sister Xin, I wouldn't have been able to get in touch with those bigwigs. Adjusting his mood, Sure Shuyun laughed. Well, Shuyun, I think highly of you, so you must fight for me. Nassim was satisfied with Shishun's answer and patted her shoulder. I will, Sister Sin. In a few days, there will be another party to sing at, so prepare yourself well. Nassim stood up and walked to her boss chair. Sure Shuyun's complexion gave a lurch, and a wave of disgust dipped into the bottom of his eyes. Just as Nazreen didn't get an answer from Sure Shuyun and turned to look at her, Sure Shuyun's face instantly changed, revealing a sweet smile as she cooperated. Okay, Sister Xin, I'll try my best. Nassim smiled in satisfaction at this. That was why she hadn't chosen the more talented Linny, but Sure Shuyun instead. Well behaved, obedient and good to hold. Such an artist can be used as a sword for her to curry favor with the powerful. In the meantime, Kyoto TV, an emergency meeting is being held. Director Wu, I need you to explain to me what's going on here. On the main seat of the conference table, the deputy director of Kyoto Television was throwing his cell phone at Wu Zhiyong with an angry face. The entire conference room was silent. Wu Zhiyong picked up his cell phone with the table and looked at it carefully. It turned out to be on Weibo, where netizens slammed Lin Yi. In the past few days, he'd been busy with the documentary and hadn't paid much attention to what was happening on the internet. Wu Zhiyong explained. Director Li, I'm sorry, these past few days, I've been busy with the documentary. Lin Yi isn't the person the internet says he is. I've come into contact with him over the past few days. He's very humble and cooperative with us, and his songs, which get a lot of love. Listening to Wu Zhiyong's explanation, Director Li's face was still very poor. This made Wu Zhiyong even more worried. Although Kyoto TV is not as focused on online speech as Mango TV, but nowadays it is the age of the internet, and online opinions have more or less influence on the station's decisions. The Forbidden City is another documentary that is highly regarded by both the station and the country, and using a Black and Red Stars song as the theme song is bound to be met with opposition from the netizens. That Lin Yi, it can only be replaced. Chapter 12, The Forbidden City theme song singer, Lin Yi. Just as Wu Zhiyong was nervously thinking about how to defend and put in a good word for Lin Yi, Director Li said in a cold voice, I'm not asking how well you know Lin Yi as a person. I'm asking you, why don't you do PR? Wu Zhiyong looked at the Li station manager a look of anger. Thought, finished. Immediately after the opening of the mouth to explain, Li station manager, you listen to me to explain. The words were not yet spoken. Wu Zhiyong was suddenly stunned. His mind repeated Director Li's words and suddenly reacted. PR? Is it PR for a documentary? But Lin Yi's role as the theme song singer hadn't been spread yet. Nope. What does Director Li mean by that? Does that mean PR for Lin Yi? So it was he who misunderstood the point at which Director Li was angry. The entire production team of Forbidden Planet, who were quiet in the room, reacted at that point. Everyone gave a look of realization and relief. This expression in the eyes of Director Li, coupled with Wu Zhiyong's look of eagerness to defend just now, Director Li also realized that this group of people turned out to be the wrong intention. This made Director Li couldn't help but helplessly hold his forehead. Everyone here is also an old man in television. How come we still don't know anything about this kind of thing? I've heard Lin Yi's song and it's very good. It was also approved by me personally. So how could I question him on this song? Moreover, this song is also favored by nationally certified singing artist Mr. Lu Huan, and it is by no means a bad song, as the internet claims. On the contrary, it is a great song with great intention and cultural depth, strong emotional expression, and great expressiveness. This kind of song that can perfectly blend pop music and national style deserves to be heavily publicized by our Kyoto TV station, instead of being scorned by the uninformed netizens as they are now. As for Lin Yi, that's even less deserving of being blackmailed and more deserving of respect. Director Li's earnest words immediately shamed the members of the production team in the audience, but at the same time, they feel pride and passion. As Li's station manager said, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is a rare and great song. As for its value, it is absolutely extraordinary for Huaxia. When Lin Yi sang the song, it had long been recognized by Lu Huan, so the song felt fine. And, a song like that, put in the entertainment industry, there's simply no one who can write it. So, indeed, their production team was remiss. You should see the online opinion in time and make a public relations program. Wu Ziyang slapped his head and said in shame, Director Lee, it's all my fault. I should have paid attention to this as a director. The members of the production team all lowered their heads when they saw that the director had admitted his mistake. Director Lee let out a long sigh before continuing. Alright. This emergency meeting is not for you guys to come and admit your mistakes. It's for you guys to figure it out. Linny is currently the theme song singer for this documentary. We can't let it go. You all think about what to do to twist public opinion. As soon as they heard that they were trying to figure out how to do it, the people in the conference room fell into a meditative mood. Honestly, reversing public opinion is a difficult thing to say. If you find a good entry point, then you can reverse public opinion and do it once and for all. If you find a bad point of entry, it is very likely that public opinion has not reversed, but on the contrary, ushered in a new black tide again. Luckily, we're all in television and have more or less our own opinions on this sort of thing. Soon, someone else stood up to speak. Director Lee, I think we can get Mr. Lu Huan to come out and tweet about his insights on the song. MS. Lu Huan's national degree is high, and the netizens will definitely believe it. An assistant director in blue stood up and said, having said that, there are a number of people who agree with this method. But before Director Lee could speak, Wu Ziyang took the first step to comment on the statement. This method, it's not particularly good. It's all about bashing Linny right now. Mr. Lu Huan's speech, it's not explosive enough. It can only bring together netizens who once supported Linny. Director Lee nodded. That's what he thought. That's right. The reversal of online opinion is either a step or a strike. And, with the airing of our documentary just around the corner, there's not a lot of time left for us to reverse it step by step. Everyone was once again in deep thought. The next half hour was also filled with enthusiastic suggestions for alternatives, like making a video that breaks down dragon scales of heaven and earth or something like that. But none of these approaches, obviously, will do the trick. When everyone was discouraged, Wu Ziyang suddenly said in a deep voice, I have an idea. It's just immature. I don't know when to speak or not. Director Lee said breathlessly, it's this time. What are you still selling? Come on. Wu Ziyang didn't dare to pretend anymore and said seriously, I think it can be like this. Our documentary has been kept secret. Why don't we take this opportunity to publicize it? For one thing, we're taking advantage of Lin Yi's wave of black traffic to achieve maximum publicity. Secondly, part of our documentary represents the country, and with the country's endorsement, those remarks about blackening Lin Yi naturally disappear. Finally, having Mr. Lu Huan retweet our official announcement tweet invariably sides with Lin Yi, just sitting on the fact that Ms. Lu Huan withdrew from the Good Voice of China for Lin Yi. So much for a 1-2 punch. After hearing this, Director Lee's cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. He clapped his hands and said happily, good, that's a great idea. Others in the room felt the same way. Wu Ziyang, who had been recognized, once again revealed a smile and asked, then, Director Lee, in that case, I'll get on with it now? Director Lee nodded seriously. Aha! Now, nightfall, when people who have been busy all day, such as social animals and students, return home, eat dinner, and lie down beautifully on the bed or sofa to play with their cell phones, watch TV, or play games. Not a few of Lin Yi's black fans were still tirelessly abusing Lin Yi. Goddess Shu Yun is dragged down by you. Go to hell, soft rice man. Rubbish. If you want to be a softie, then be a good one. What are you doing out here? Now you've been hacked out of the sky, haven't you? At a time when these statements, over and over again, appear in Hot Topics and Conversation, Kyoto TV and the Palace Museum updated their tweets at the same time. Kyoto TV, the central axis of Kyoto, like a gentleman's temperament, is unshakable. 9 dragon wall tile on the glaze. History from this decline and rise. The Forbidden City, a large-scale documentary series co-produced by Kyoto Radio and Television and the Palace Museum, will soon be available on major webcast platforms, so stay tuned. Promotional poster. JPG, the promotional poster shows an old yellow Forbidden City. On top of the Forbidden City layer, a person's profile was placed, with a few big words written next to it, the theme song of the large-scale documentary Forbidden City, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, sung by Lin Yi. Chapter 13, the Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is completely going to be on fire. Blow up. When Kyoto TV and the Palace Museum sent out this tweet together, Twitter blew up straight away. Lin Yi's matter should have come to an end after Jin Hanson's tweet. Who knows? This is something that actually has a flip. The ubiquitous Eater Roadrunner was the first to post a comment. What? Where is this going? Shocked. 1 minute Yang Kuan criticizes Lin Yi. Jin Hanson comments that Tiandi Dragon Scale is a bad song. And the next minute Kyoto TV officially announces that Tiandi Dragon Scale will be the theme song of the documentary? Forbidden City? It's the Imperial Palace in Kyoto. Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is totally going to be on fire. Not only that, it's a documentary co-produced by Kyoto TV and the Palace Museum. The fact that a documentary of this caliber can use the Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale means that there is absolutely nothing wrong with Lin Yi himself. And the Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is by no means a lousy song. Seriously, if Lin Yi and his songs really don't work, we won't see this scene today. In this case, most of the blacks have disappeared, but there are a few brainless ones. It's just the theme song of a documentary? You think it's so special? My goddess, Shu Yun has sung the theme song of so many explosive dramas. Is it a big deal to be the theme song of a documentary? It doesn't change the fact that he's a loser. There's more than one forbidden city. What's so shocking about that? Soon, these statements were refuted. Isn't it just the theme song of a documentary? Come on. This is produced by Kyoto Television and the Palace Museum. If you don't know the significance of this kind of documentary, you know the significance of the Forbidden City to China, right? It's really just marvelous. Sure, Shu Yun can't even compare to this one in singing the theme songs of 100 explosive dramas. Moreover, this song's popularity is too good to be true. My 80-year-old grandmother can sing it. It's true that there's more than one Forbidden City, but at least, Lin Yi is the only one who sang the theme song vocalist for the Forbidden City documentary. Kyoto TV and the Palace Museum. This microblogging directly reversed the trend of public opinion on the internet. No one dared to blatantly hack Lin Yi anymore. Soon after, Mr. Liu Huan also retweeted the tweet and spoke. Ryuan, when I heard the song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale on stage, I didn't hesitate to press the turn button. I wasn't wrong about anyone. Originally, when Liu Huan didn't come out to speak, netizens were discussing the fact that Lin Yi had been chosen to sing the theme song for Forbidden City. This statement reminded some smart and attentive netizens of the previous incident between Lin Yi and the Good Voice of China. Mr. Liu Huan's eyes are discerning. Lin Yi's song is really powerful. It's been chosen as the theme song for the Forbidden City documentary. It's a unique event in the entertainment industry. Wait, why do I feel that Mr. Liu Huan has something to say? Can it be that it's really the same as the netizens' speculations? That Ms. Liu Huan withdrew from the greatest singing voice in China for Lin Yi? I was there when the live broadcast was paused, and Ms. Naeun called all three tutors backstage, and when she came back, Ms. Yu Huan wasn't there. Then it must be. None of the other tutors spoke up for Lin Yi even after they pressed the turn button. Only Liu Huan was happy for Lin Yi. Is there an inside job on the greatest show on earth? In Liu Huan's comments section, people discussed the events of that day. In the meantime, Lin Yi singing the theme song also went straight to the hot search. Hashtag the Forbidden City. A documentary on the Forbidden City hashtag. Hashtag Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is the theme song to Forbidden Planet. Hashtag Kyodai officially announced the Forbidden City hashtag. More and more netizens were shocked by this. Lin Yi is awesome. So, did the previous Jin Hansong and Yang Koen deliberately target Lin Yi? Or did they have no vision? Oh, whether it's a lack of vision or intentional targeting, they've lost the trust of the netizens in the future. Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale's worth it. Sure, Shu Yun fought back her nausea and sent the last of the big, pot-bellied and greasy men away before returning to the nanny van. Nazim had long since taken his seat. Sure, Shu Yun tried to behave and said, Sister Xin, it's been hard for you to accompany me. The words just fell. Sure, Shu Yun noticed Nazreen staring at her phone with a furrowed brow, her entire body radiating a hostile aura. Sister Sin, is something wrong? Sure, Shu Yun asked cautiously. Nazim didn't look up, just said in a cold voice, get in the car first. Sure, Shu Yun obediently took the seat next to him. At this point, Nazim handed her cell phone. See for yourself. Sure, Shu Yun took the cell phone and only just looked at it for a second. The whole person was not calm. What? Lin Yi, he's been officially announced as the singer of the theme song for the Forbidden City documentary. How is this possible? Yang Koen and Jin Hansong can be very authoritative seniors in the circle. They've all put a lid on Lin Yi's character and the teeness of that song. And it's only right that Lin Yi should just be blackballed all over the internet until he retires. How did you suddenly become the theme song singer for the Forbidden City documentary? Sister Sin, what's going on? Sure, Shu Yun couldn't believe it, and there was a hint of questioning in his tone. Nazreen herself was already upset, and at this moment, she immediately glared at Sure Shu Yun. Sure, Shu Yun was flustered by this glare and knew that he was wrong, and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Xin, that's not what I meant. I just can't believe it. The sharpness in Nasim's eyes temporarily withdrew, and he said in a cold voice, those who can't believe it are not only you, but also me. This Lin Yi kid, I don't know where he hooked up. A documentary co-produced by Kyoto TV and the Palace Museum. Even she couldn't easily get her hands on such resources. Lin Yi, a loser? And so on. Is it possible that it's Liu Huan? At that time, he was furious and left. Is he behind this? Thinking of this, Nazim immediately took back her phone and found Liu Huan's tweets and looked at them. seeing Lu Huan's latest tweets again. She gave a look that said it all. Good for you, Lu Huan. Not only did you secretly help Lin Yi, but you actually dared to bring up the tempo online? On the other hand, Shuyun also took out his own cell phone to look at Twitter. Her lips bit the dust when she saw that almost everyone was saying that Lin Yi was awesome. On the basis of what? Lin Yi, a punk? What gives him the right? Sister Sin. Shuyun reluctantly tries to get Nasim to strike again, but the words were not finished. Nasim then said in a deep voice, I'll take care of this matter. Since Lu Huan and Lin Yi wanted to play with her, she would play along. The other side. Lin Yi, who was staying at a 5-star hotel in Kyoto, also saw the hot search. Unexpectedly, Wu Ziyang was actually willing to use this method to help him turn public opinion around. Of course, he was also aware that he was being hacked all over the internet, and that this was the only way to put an end to it. Chapter 14, I want the foreigners dead. Ding, dear agricultural bank user, your account added 1,000 RMB, balance 1,423.56. The moment you see the text message, breathe in, breathe out dash. He took a deep breath, and an indescribable joy ran through his body. That's $1 million. It's in the books. Originally, he had thought that an organization like Kyoto Television would be a bit more dilatory when it came to appropriations. I didn't expect it so soon. That's a lot of money coming in at the right time, too. Otherwise, when he returns to Xionqing from Kyoto, with the $400 or so he had in his pocket, he wouldn't be able to afford even a meal in a few days. Lin Yi couldn't be happier after reading the text message. At least in the short term, he wouldn't have to worry about the money side of things. As for the internet comments that denigrated him, they never affected him from the beginning. Even more, he wished the men would dance a little harder. This will lead to better public opinion at such points. After the official announcement by Kyoto TV and the Palace Museum, the netizens who vilified him were not at all as good as those who supported him. Right now, on the internet, there was nothing but gossip discussing Lin Yi and the great Chinese singing voice. There are quite a few other topics. How did Lin Yi go from being a waste in the mouths of netizens to singing the theme song for the nationally focused documentary Forbidden City? Hashtag. Why the theme song of the national key documentary Forbidden City chose Dragon Scale of Heaven and Earth? Hashtag. The hashtag Yun combo, the untold stories of Lin Yi and Shuyun. Hashtag. One day later, Kyoto Television and the Palace Museum officially released both the theme song MV and the trailer for the documentary Forbidden City. The Forbidden City, which was already getting a lot of attention in its own right, hit the #1 spot on the Hot 100 in the first hour after the trailer was successfully released. The Forbidden City trailer. This thread is followed by the word explode in crimson. You can imagine how hot this thread is. Netizens have clicked in from the topic and started watching the trailer. It opens with the splendor of the Forbidden City, glistening under the light of the rising sun, the glazed tiles on the roof, in particular, flow with color. At the same time, the prelude to Lin Yi's Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales rang out. The beautiful Forbidden City with its rich history is full of mystery and heaviness under the backdrop of music. In particular, Lin Yi added a woo sound to the intro to better fit the Forbidden City, which gave people goosebumps. Many netizens left pop-ups in the trailer. Wow, the original Forbidden City has such a good look. I thought it was just an ordinary palace with a long history, this time on a long vacation. I must go to see. I've been wanting to visit the Forbidden City since before, but I never had the chance, and after watching this trailer, I've made up my mind. The song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is really great. It really goes well with the Forbidden City. Listening to the music and looking at the Forbidden City, I feel like I have already arrived at the Forbidden City without realizing it, and become a member of the people who once lived in the Forbidden City. The sense of history and the pride of Chinese civilization makes my heart pound. I don't know why, but watching this trailer and listening to this song makes me want to cry. Soon, the music moves into the main song section and the trailer begins to show aspects of the Forbidden City. I'll start the pen on this river and mountain, the national bloodline and tens of thousands of miles more. Hall of Supreme Harmony, Chonglu, One Yuan Pavilion, Noon Gate. These palaces, which have appeared countless times in movies and TV dramas, are shown one by one in the trailer. On top of that, the trailer quickly flashes through countless artifacts from the Forbidden City. It made a lot of people sigh again and again. We really have too many good things in Huaxia to fit into these few short minutes of trailers. That's right, the display of artifacts alone. If you don't flash through them quickly, you probably won't be able to put them up for days and nights. Lin Yi is too talented. How can he write a song that sounds so good and fits in with the Forbidden City documentary? It is not because of luck that we, China, have become the only one of the 4 ancient countries to survive and become strong. It's because our civilization is strong enough. This dragon scale but once, clanging to the ground like shattered ice. The trailer is showing the history that has humiliated the nation. The land of China has been burned and plundered by countless foreigners, knocking down wall after wall and robbing box after box of treasures, and the lofty forbidden city seemed to darken considerably, as if sighing at the destruction of the country. But thankfully, I'm sober and waiting to hear back. Hover over the great Chinese civilization. The Chinese civilization would have gone through many wars and been coveted. I inherited a culture of deep cultivation, breaking through the change to turn things around. As long as one believes that there will be a day when Huaxia will be glorious again, the forbidden city, drenched in gray, has a day to shine again. In the trailer, a red sun rises from the east of the forbidden city, to bring the destiny of the nation. Lift your head high and revive again, traveling the world to find dragon scales. The dragon's bloodline is a forest. The destiny of China was illuminated by this red sun, awakening the sleeping ancient dragon of the east. The forbidden city is also being started by a prairie fire, dispersing the grayness and renewing its glory. The trailer shows the end of this dark history. The forbidden city, too, has finally regained its former radiant splendor, but at this point, it no longer represents lofty imperial power. What it represents is the civilization of China, the long history of Huaxia, the pride of the Chinese people. Feel the bitterness expressed in the trailer. Countless netizens were in tears. Goddamned foreigners. If it weren't for them, we Chinese, wouldn't we suffer so much? I want the foreigners to die, and anyone who curses this song must be a traitor. $500,000. I want to report them all. Writing this song is so awesome. With the images, it makes me want to cry and my heart pound. I thought the trailer would be cool. I didn't realize it was so touching. Lin E, you're great. The trailer is out. Support for Lin E was springing up all over the internet. Those who had smeared, questioned, and abused Lin E had almost disappeared. Even the posts and topics that were once there have disappeared. In the meantime, Lin E was comfortably lying on the sofa of his newly rented apartment, looking out the window at the Xiangjiang River and enjoying life. With $1 million from Kyoto TV, after he cooperated with all the Forbidden City documentary, he returned to Xiangcheng. First, he backed out of the dingy apartment, then all in one piece, he found an agent and rented this Riverview apartment, thinking back to what happened to the original owner before, and then thinking about how comfortable he is now. Life has indeed reached a qualitative leap. He had no intention, however, of just staying so depressed. For now, it's true that relying on dragon scales of heaven and earth has turned around the image in front of the public, but one song can't eat for long. He'll have to look for opportunities while the heat is still on. Chapter 15, The Military? Was thinking about it. Lin Yi's cell phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was an unfamiliar number from Kyoto. Pick up the phone. Hello, Mr. Lin. Listening to the other party's voice, it was calm and low, like a middle-aged male who had been exercising for a long time, and his tone was full of goodwill. Hello, and you are? Lin Yi inquired. Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself first. I'm Rao Guohuang from the Military Mobilization Department, and I got your contact information from Director Wu Zhiyong of Kyoto TV. Would it be possible to meet if it is convenient? Military? Lin Yi unconsciously sat up straight and replied, no problem. I'm in Xiangcheng now. Okay, then tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, we'll meet at the Xiangcheng Grand Hotel. Is that okay? Could be. Then, Mr. Lin, we'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The phone hung up quickly. Lin Yi looked at his cell phone and began to think. The military people looking for him from Director Wu, they wouldn't want the theme song too, would they? But he looked at the calendar, and there hadn't been many military holidays lately, and the 1st of July and the 1st of August were still early. Or is there some party that he needs to perform at? After thinking about it for a while, Lin Yi didn't bother thinking about it. Whatever, we won't know tomorrow. Next day, 9:55 a.m. Lin Yi arrived at the Xiangcheng Grand Hotel, and just as he walked into the lobby, a man in a suit came over with a smile on his face and asked, is this Mr. Lin Yi Lin? Lin Yi took a closer look at the man. With his slate hair, wireless headphones on his ears, and extremely upright posture, he didn't seem to be from the hotel at first glance, more like the military. It's me. Lin Yi nodded. Please follow me. The man led Lin Yi up the elevator, all the way to the 10th floor of the hotel, and then to box 199. Mr. Lin, it's here. The man opened the door to the box for Lin Yi. Lin Yi walked into the box, and what met his eyes were two imposing soldiers in military uniforms who had stood up because of his arrival. Next to the soldier, there was a balding, jacket-clad man. Mr. Lin. The first one to speak out was the soldier closest to the door with a familiar voice. It should be Rao Guohuang who called him yesterday. Chief Rao. Lin Yi noticed Rao Guohuang's shoulder badge with a bar of 3 stars, the very symbol of the rank of captain. Just call me comrade. Rao Guohuang smiled and introduced the others. This one is Ma Quan, who is in charge of publicity with me. And this one is Director Louis Min Lu from CCTV. Hello Comrade Ma, hello Director Lu. Lin Yi greeted them one by one. The four quickly sat down and got down to business. Mr. Lin, it's a bit abrupt to look for you this time, but this matter has been discussed by us, and it's also a must for you, Rob Wang said with a straight face. It has to be him? It sounds like there's quite a bit of emphasis on him. Of course, just for the fact that the other party was from the military and could personally come to Xianqing to look for him. He knew that the other party had a good attitude. Comrade Rao, you may speak frankly. It's like this, Comrade Ma and I are in charge of publicity for this fall draft. Each year's draft is extremely important to our military and to the country as a whole. As before, we're facing the military's internal recruitment for the draft song, and if that doesn't work, then we'll recruit for the community. But the songs that came up in this call were so disappointing. Although the draft is still 2 to 3 months away, the theme song has not been finalized and we can't do any follow-up publicity. Rao Guohuang became more and more serious. He's been involved in recruiting-related work for many years, and is well aware that the recruiting theme song has gotten worse and worse every year in recent years. This one was so bad that he couldn't pick one song out. He looked at Lin Yi and continued. A few days ago, I accidentally heard Mr. Lin's Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, which is how I reached out to Director Wu for your contact information. Originally, Wu Xiyan wanted to help him get in touch. It's just that he was an acute person who couldn't wait, so he called Lin Yi himself. Lin Yi understands, so it's the military side that wants to get him to do a recruitment propaganda theme song. Well, a little something, Comrade Rao. I see, you're looking for me to customize a draft theme song? Lin Yi asked. Right, Rao Guohuang nodded. In fact, he was a little hesitant at first, because he saw those opinions on the internet, but at that time, Wu Ziyang as well as the national team, Lu Huan, had assured him that Lin Yi was absolutely fine and was the best candidate. That's when he made up his mind. Since it was going to be used for conscription, Lin Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This world is so backward in terms of cultural and entertainment development that the songs for military recruitment campaigns are mediocre. And there are so many songs that would have been suitable for the draft in a previous life on Earth. It's a little hard for him to choose. For a while, many song names came to Lin Yi's mind. Rao Guohuang and Ma Shirquan looked at each other when they saw that Lin Yi's silence was still frowning. This Lin Yi, it can't be that he thinks it's too hard, can it? Mr. Lin? Rao Guohuang tentatively called out to Lin Yi. Is it that things are too sudden for you? No. Lin Yi came back to his senses and said, I've already thought of something. After a bit of sifting just now, he'd made up his mind. Just use that song. Rao Guohuang and Ma Shirquan and Louis Min froze, seemingly not reacting. Think of something? Ma Shikan asked. Think of a song. Lin Yi smiled confidently. That fast? All three of them looked less than convinced. Their requirements and whatnot haven't said anything yet. Mr. Lin, our conscription propaganda work, it's very serious. We also need to co-produce a propaganda film with CCTV. Besides, many countries are concerned about our nation's recruitment campaign, and our theme song and promotional video are important. Rao Guohuang also explains. He knew something about it too. Playing musicians, always catching a moment of inspiration. But he hoped that Lin Yi would take this recruitment promotion seriously enough to think twice about polishing a song as good as Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. I know, and I take the opportunity to work with the military very seriously. Comrade Rao, Comrade Ma, Director Lu, since you chose me, please also trust me. The songs I've already planned what kind I'm going to write, when exactly you guys want them. I'm also good to record demos and send them in for review. Lin Yi asked. The three of them saw that Lin Yi was so confident, and that the song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales was indeed excellent and very good. Instead of digging through the trash in that pile of muck, it would be better to trust Lin Yi. The sooner the better, Rao Guohuang replied. This theme song can't be finalized and the promo isn't very good, so of course the sooner the better. Okay, Lin Yi promised. Chapter 16, Dragon Flag Rolling, Horse Hissing, Sword Chi Like Frost. Back home, Lin Yi didn't stay idle either, but used his computer to make the song demos. It doesn't need to be great quality sound either. You just need to be able to hear the melody and lyrics. Originally, the original is an original singer, and with this kind of music software, it's a handful. It took less than an hour for Lin Yi to get the demo done. Next, the demo was sent to Rao Guohuang. Afternoon, Rao Guohuang, Ma Shirquan and Louis Min just got off the plane. Just put Louis Min on the bus back to CCTV. Drip. Rao Guohuang's cell phone then vibrated. He picked up his cell phone and frowned, and his entire movement, as he walked forward, lurched. Ma Shirquan doesn't know what's wrong with Rao Guohuang. Just know that, as a soldier, Rao Guohuang seldom reacted like this, and was mostly happy and angry. What's wrong? Ma Shirquan asked hastily. Linny sent over the demo of the song. Rao Guowang faced his cell phone screen towards Ma Shirquan. Ma Shirquan froze. So soon? With that, he had a bad feeling. Although Lin Yi's song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale was indeed well written and he was talented. But, does anyone really write songs that fast? Old Rao, he's still not just putting it on, is he? Ma Shikan worried. It's really hard not to worry about that. Rao Guowang shook his head. In fact, he was also a little unsure. They had only met with Lin Yi in the morning. After lunch, they took a plane back to Kyoto, and when they got off the plane, Lin Yi sent over the demo. This speed, it's simply too fast. Let's go to the car and listen. Just in time, the military vehicle had pulled up in front of the two. The two got inside the car together. The moment the car started, Rao Guowang apprehensively clicked on the demo Lin Yi had sent. The beginning of the demo. It's a horn section. It is just like the charge issued by the enemy on the battlefield. It made Rao Guowang and Ma Shirquan, who were soldiers, instantly sit upright, which was a subconscious reaction that belonged uniquely to their soldiers. With that, a small, dense drumbeat appeared. What follows is a mellow male chant that brings to mind a group of empty-handed, bare-chested men, training in the sun. Rao Guowang and Ma Shirquan glanced at each other, surprise already bursting from their eyes. Just by the opening paragraph of the demo, they were sure of it. Finding Lin Yi was really the right thing to do. The prelude disappears. Enter the main song section. Wolf smoke rises, and the rivers and mountains look north. The rich and powerful voice of Rao Guowang and Ma Shirquan was like giving strength to Rao Guowang and Ma Shirquan after a day's hard work. It refreshed both of them at once, especially Rao Guowang. It was the first time he had heard such loud and clear singing in all his years in the recruiting office. The dragon flag rolls, the horse neighs, and the sword is like frost. Lit. The heart is like the yellow river flowing endlessly. Between 20 years of vertical and horizontal, who can resist? These three lyrics are like verses. Dragon flag, horse, and sword breath. These three words immediately bring to mind the ancient scene of armies fighting on the battlefield. It's a feeling that resonates with Rao Guowang and Ma Shirquan. As a soldier, who does not want to go to war to kill to prove themselves? Who doesn't aspire to that kind of hot-blooded life? Hate wants to go wild. Where the long knife goes. How many loyal souls have been buried in their homeland? Why not spare 100 deaths to serve one's country? I can't bear to sigh. I'm more speechless. I'm full of blood and tears. Hear this. The two men calmed down quite a bit from the fervor they had just felt. How many loyal souls of the hands and feet are buried in this land? Yeah, killing on the battlefield is certainly hot blood. Is certainly a soldier to aspire to? Throwing their heads and spilling blood where? However, once you go to war, there are bound to be casualties. Missing arms and legs are trivial. Those who lost their lives did not have full bones after death, and some even had to set up a mound. Those who are martyrs, buried in their own country, leaving his wife, children, and parents alone. A sense of sadness spread from his ears to his whole body, but the sadness passed without the slightest remorse. Because, even if I die 100 deaths, I will serve my family and country. Create a harmonious and happy future for your country and your family. It's like those days of insults years ago. Countless soldiers and martyrs have paid countless prices for today's peace. Now the world is at peace, and China has even awakened, standing on top of the world once again, with no one daring to offend. The old days of blood on the knife's edge and the bullying of family members and countrymen will never exist again. Their battlefield today has become a war of words over a variety of high-end weapons and international public opinion. Think about this. After a moment of fervor, the two were proud of the strength of their country today. Tears of blood fill the eyes. Horses' hooves go south. People look north. One looks north. The grass is green and yellow, and the dust flies. Nope. Rao Guowang, who was still immersed in the song, frowned. He noticed something wrong with the lyrics. It's not out of place. Rather, the song clearly holds deep meaning. It doesn't just express some of the emotions of a soldier looking north, horseshoeing south. 20 years. It seems to be connected to history, to some famous figure. However, not waiting for Rao Guowang to think more. One awe-inspiring and immensely agreeable song rang out. I will defend the land and reopen the frontier. China will make the four directions. Lie he. Just this one sentence. The patriotic feelings in both Rao Guowang and Ma Shirquan were instantly ignited. A soldier. I dream of a prosperous and strong motherland, so that other countries will come to the peace. Right. This is so rightly written. Old Rao. This song. Ma Shirquan looked at Rao Guowang excitedly, because at this point, the song is in the interlude section. Rao Guowang's eyes shone like never before, nodding his head earnestly in a good way. I know what you're going to say. This song is so perfect for us. Once you send it out, it's definitely effective. Ma Shikan nodded. He did mean that. This song is strong, the feelings are on point and meaningful, and the lyrics and melodies have a uniquely Chinese flavor. He dares to say that there is no better draft theme song in the world than this one. Rao Guowang picked up his cell phone and was about to contact Lin Yi. The song was supposed to be submitted to the organization for discussion before it was finalized. But right now, he didn't feel the need for that process. He could determine that straight away. He was sure that no one in the organization could resist the song. Right on cue, the car carrying the two men came to a stop just in time for a red light. The driver turned his head with an excited face and asked, "Two chiefs, this song just now, what is it? The writing is just too good. It reminds me of the unforgettable days my father, also an anti-Vietnam veteran, told me about earlier." Ma Quan laughed and said, "Isn't that a coincidence? We don't know either." They indeed didn't know, because Lin Yi just sent the demo. Nothing else was said. The file name wasn't even written. Rao Guowang found Lin Yi's chat box and asked, "Comrade Lin, what's the name of this song?" Chapter 17, Saikatsu. The ratings are off the charts. Mission accomplished. Lin Yi was lying comfortably on his bed and was planning to take an afternoon nap. I had just closed my eyes when I heard my cell phone vibrate. Picking up his cell phone, it was a message from Rao Guowang. "Comrade Lin, what's the name of this song?" He replied with 4 words without hesitation. Saikyo, Kyoto. A military vehicle was traveling down the road. Drip. Rao Guowang's cell phone vibrated again. "Quick, is it Lin Yi who replied?" Ma Quan asked anxiously. He couldn't wait to find out the name of the song. Will it be like Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, which sends shivers down your spine at first listen? Rao Guowang unlocked his phone, looked at the message, and couldn't help but read those 4 words. Loyalty, 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 loyalty. Boom! Those 4 short words struck like lightning. Rao Guowang felt that the moment he saw those 4 words, his scalp went numb. Even his body reacted to a lesser degree, with goosebumps popping up. The same goes for Mashquan. His eyes were several times wider, his mouth slightly open, and the sound he made was tinged with a trill. Saikyo. Good. Yes. Soldiers, aren't they supposed to be loyal to their country? It's a soldier's dream and duty. And after Rao Guowang was shaken by the name, the figure of a mighty general unconsciously appeared in his mind. After connecting this song title to the lyrics 1, Rao Guowang understood at once. Saikyo. Isn't this the 4 big words tattooed on the back of Yufei, the famous general of the Southern Song dynasty? And this song, about, isn't it, the life of Yufei? Old Ma, have you noticed? Rao Guowang grabbed Ma Chuan's hand, his eyes full of anticipation and surprise. What? Ma Shikan was a bit confused. This song, big time, Jingzhong is about Yufei. Rao Guowang didn't sell himself short and said excitedly. What? When Ma Quan thought about it carefully, it was really the same as what Rao Guowang had said. Awesome. Ma Quan had 1,000 words, but when they reached his mouth, they became these 3 words. Yes. Rao Guowang let out a sigh. Lin Yi's song was really beyond his expectations. It's so well written. It's so wonderfully written. The lyrics, the melody, even the title of the song, are so impeccable. Then when we go back, we'll finalize, as soon as possible, the subsequent cooperation with Lin Yi. But don't let a talent like Lin Yi chill out, Ma Quan exclaimed. Rao Guowang nodded. His blood boiled at the thought that the song would be this year's theme song for the draft. When Lin Yi woke up again, it was already evening. As usual, as soon as he woke up, Lin Yi grabbed his phone and checked the hot search. Granted, it's been a few days since Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth was officially announced as the theme song for Forbidden Planet, but the topic of him still exists on the Hot 100. Most of it is a compliment. After this incident, a number of roadies were converted into fans and roadies by him, and, without his knowledge, fans have taken it upon themselves to create a fan support club for him. It's just that the LDS is still in its infancy. At most, a couple dozen fans will participate. Lin Yi looked at the private message again, noticed a number of people private messaging him to express their favorites. Lin Yi, I really love the song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale so much. Looking forward to your next one. Why didn't I realize you were so handsome before? I should be your first face fan, right? Ha ha ha. I didn't pay too much attention to you before. I only knew you were the oh yeah brother in the Ian group. So it turns out you're so good. Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is the most blood-boiling song I've ever heard. Lin Yi remembered that when he was in the Ian group before, all the private messages came to scold him. It's really a far cry from now. Sure, those blacks haven't died down. They're also just too scared to jump in front of the public. Still, there were some pricks in his place who kept sending abusive private messages. There are also people who take gory and scary pictures to scare him. Perhaps this trick works for others, but for him, it's just pediatrics. He didn't bother with these people. They didn't affect him anyway. Drip. The cell phone suddenly plugged into a call. It's Wu Ziyang calling. Lin Yi pressed the answer button. Lin Yi, let me tell you some good news. Forbidden City went live on Kyoto TV the night before last, and the ratings for the premiere were 0.5% more than the station had predicted. It's 1%, Wu Ziyong said excitedly. Don't listen to 0.5% is very little. TV ratings are generally low for this network era. 1% is already considered a better score. Also, Forbidden Planet is a documentary, which can be a lot more boring than a TV show. Kyoto TV's estimate of 0.5% is itself even by the high estimate. It didn't work out. The ratings on the first day were actually as high as 1%. This is so surprising. And, from the beginning to the end of the show, the ratings were on a steady rise, never going down. The next day's ratings even reached 1.1%. Great. Lin Yi was also happy. High ratings indicate that one's songs will be heard by a wider audience. It also means that the Kyoto TV station, The Line, was hitched to him. Yes, tomorrow night, we're going to have a simple celebration, and I'd like to invite you, as the director, Wu Ziyong Dao, for Forbidden Planet. A 1% premiere rating is already a success. It is indeed possible to host a celebration. Moreover, it is extremely talked about and discussed on the internet, and later ratings are guaranteed. No problem, I'll be there, Lin Yi promised. It's not like there's anything going on anyway, so he's perfectly fine with attending. Well then, just like last time, I'll reimburse you for all expenses. Tomorrow night, the Watson Hotel, waiting for you. Yes, hang up. Lin Yi immediately booked a trip to Kyoto tomorrow during the day. Day 2, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Yi arrives in Kyoto. At this moment when he was sitting in the car and looking at the skyscrapers of Kyoto, he suddenly had an urge to buy a suite in Kyoto, because he came to the capital too often. It would be too tiring to keep traveling back and forth between Kyoto and Chongqing. It'll have to wait a while, though. Got to save up some money. In a cab, Lin Yi quickly arrived at the Huaxing Hotel. The celebration begins at 6:30 p.m. When he walked into the Grand Hotel, a waiter came over to ask if he was the person from Kyoto Television attending the celebration banquet. Lin Yi answered yes and was taken to the third floor by the waiter. Because it was a celebration of a successful premiere, the people who attended were all familiar to the Forbidden Planet production team. As soon as Lin Yi arrived, everyone gathered around. Even Wu Ziyong had to wait for everyone to disperse if he wanted to say a few words to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, thanks to you this time. Wu Ziyong raised his glass and clinked it against Lin Yi's. Chapter 18, Director Wu's Invitation to the May 4th Youth Party. Director Wu is joking. The fact that the documentary has such an achievement is entirely the result of everyone working together. Lin Yi gave a smile. Wine is also afraid of the deep alley. If it wasn't for this song of yours and your heat, this forbidden city wouldn't have had such a good premiere. Wu Ziyong shook his head sincerely. If it wasn't Lin Yi to begin with, it would have been a random song with a random singer. Forbidden Planet didn't even get a 0.5% rating. It's not presumptuous, it's reality. Documentaries can never beat TV shows for the amount of audience they have. Not to mention, there's all sorts of other entertainment on the internet that's distracting people now. And Lin Yi understood this. Well, that's also if the quality of the documentary itself is good. Also, I have to thank Director Wu for what happened on the military side. Lin Yi said modestly, they found me on their own, and I'm just along for the ride. Wu Ziyong waved his hand. He was a man who prized his talent, so as soon as the military came to him, he gave his contact information. He wanted to see the Lin Yi he admired, to be appreciated by more people, to be able to stand on a higher and better stage. The two men's glasses clashed again. By the way, there's something I need to discuss with you. After finishing his glass of wine, Wu Ziyong talked about business. It's like this. Isn't it almost May 4th Youth Day? Our station is going to hold a youth cultural evening, and I'm also the assistant director of this evening. I just want to invite you up there to sing Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth. Wu Ziyong Dao. Originally, there was no place for him in this May 4th Youth Gala, because it is rumored that there will be leaders from the official side to see it, and the station takes it very seriously. It was only after this great premiere of Forbidden Planet that the station gave him this opportunity. If he can throw a good party, he will have a great future in the future. And for Lin Yi to sing at the May 4th Youth Cultural Gala, this was indeed a good opportunity. Although the wave of Forbidden City has turned public opinion around this time, in the final analysis, it still hasn't completely shifted the public opinion. If you can sing at a party, it's still a proper party like this. I'm sure Blackie is bound to be speechless again. And it's not just the audience that watches the party. There are a bunch of leaders. Could be. Can I change the song? Though, I wrote my own new one. Lin Yi asked. With so many songs from previous lives, this new outing was bound to give a new one. It's not a good idea to keep eating the same old food. Don't say, when the time comes, that he, Lin Yi, is a Zhonglang genius, and that the Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is just overplaying its hand. This opinion must be nipped in the bud. New song? Wu Ziyong's eyes lit up. He felt that with Lin Yi's talent, the new song would be even more explosive. Okay, that's too good. I'll be waiting for your new song then. It's 7 days until the Cinco de Mayo party, so by then, you'll have sent me the new song accompaniment. Wu Ziyang Dao. Then it's a deal. Lin Yi and Wu Ziyang smiled at each other. The celebration went on for 5 hours, and everyone ate and drank before dispersing separately. The other side, also in Kyoto, inside an extremely private, upper-class-only hotel. Director Lee, let me introduce to you. This is our pillar of Star Ocean, Shi Shuyun. With a smile on her face, Nazim was introducing her artist to the middle-aged balding man sitting on a chair. Introducing her family's artist, Shi Shuyun also greeted Li Changsheng in an extremely upbeat manner. Hello, Director Li, last time at the banquet, I even made a toast to you. Li Changsheng smiled. I know, otherwise, why would you see me here? Last time at that private reception, Shi Shuyun sang on stage and really caught his eye. It just so happens that for once, he needs a good-looking woman to come on stage and sing. That's how Nazim was contacted. Oh, yes, Director Lee is a wise man. Nazim laughed. Nazim, don't say that I won't give you a chance this time. This is about to be the May 4th youth party, and there are quite a few leaders up here who are coming. This one, Ms. Shi Shuyun Shi, is indeed fit to appear. You know what I mean, right? Li Changsheng looked at Shi Shuyun and smiled. Shi Shuyun didn't squirm and sent a beautiful smile as she locked eyes with Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng smiled, satisfied with Shi Shuyun's reaction. It's the kind of people with an eye for a big scene like the May 4th party that are needed. If you sing well and win the hearts of those big leaders, not only will the station have more resources in the future, Shi Shuyun can also stand on a higher stage. Get it? Nazim said. This climbing up the ladder thing, can she not understand it anymore? Well, when the time comes, Ms. Shi Shuyun, is the grand finale. Prepare well. Remember, the songs, they have to be read. They have to be hot and passionate. Li Changsheng instructed. Director Lee, don't worry, you don't know my Nazrine's ability well? It's a matter of making sure it's done right for you. Nazim laughed. Li Changsheng glanced at his watch, stood up and said, that's fine, I won't eat this meal. I have other things to do. I'll leave first. Take your time. Director Lee. After sending Li Changsheng away, the smile on Nasim's face was still there. Shu Yun, you're going to be really popular this time. Sister Sin, it's just the last May 4th party. Sure, Shu Yun was a bit puzzled. She had over 10 million microblog followers alone, not to mention the entire network. Was this not considered red? Can this kind of red be the same? It's a red song, the kind of red where you show your face up there to be remembered. Nasim had the look of a cutie pie and speaking in a tone of voice. Didn't you get what Director Lee just said? A lot of leaders from above are coming, and Kyoto TV is taking this party very seriously. Once you're on stage, you're in front of the leaders, and all the other things are mediated by Director Lee. If you can be a Mrs. What's her name? Nazim paused and continued. Do you have to go anywhere else to sing? She asked Shi Shuyun to sing at the private party. Wasn't she trying to use this opportunity to bring Shi Shuyun to a higher stage? It's a great deal for just singing and nothing else. Shi Shuyun pondered for a while before understanding the way. Yeah, Sister Xin. If it's really possible, then in the future, we'll truly soar. Shi Shuyun said excitedly. Well, you're going to have to take care of yourself for the next few days and keep your voice in good shape. I'll take care of the song for you, and try to be in your best shape for the party. Nazim commanded. Okay, thanks Sister Sin. Shi Shuyun was full of smiles. 4 days later, because he was going to be on the May 4th party in a couple of days, Linny didn't go back to Xiangcheng, and had been staying at a hotel in Kyoto. Just in time, the military side gave the news that his song was so well written that the leaders up and down the line unanimously passed it all. Then, he was given a professional studio to record the songs. Linny also took a day to get the military side of things out of the way, before concentrating on preparing for the May 4th gala. It's just that he's wondering what he should sing at the May 4th party. May 4th Youth Day, that must have something to do with youth, with justice, with fervor. It better have something to do with patriotism. Thinking down this line of thought, Linny had a flash of light in his head. There it is. When he thought of that song, a rush of chi and blood boiled up in Lin Yi's body as well. Horseshoe opened his laptop and made a demo of the song. An hour later, Linny sent the demo that he had produced to director Wu Ziyang. Chapter 19, Teenager, Own Teenage Madness, Kyoto TV. As the assistant director of the upcoming May 4th Youth Gala, Wu Ziyang is very busy. Although he is an assistant director, the top of this May 4th Youth Cultural Gala attaches great importance to it. It was also a challenge for him. If he does well, the station will certainly continue to give him another chance to play. Can't do it right. Wu Ziyang shook his head. No, there's no such option. He had to do well. It was about the rest of his career. At this point, drip, Wu Zhiyong's cell phone vibrated. He glanced at it and saw that it was a WeChat from Linny, so he put down the work at hand and checked it out. Director Wu, the demo of the song for the last May 4th party has been prepared. In your busy schedule, take time to listen to it. It just so happened that no one was backstage at the moment. They were all busy at the front. Wu Zhiyong put on his Bluetooth headset and tapped on the demo from Linny. The beginning of the song. It's a teenage-inspired recitation. When the young are wise, the nation is wise. When the young are rich, the nation is rich. If the youth is free, the country is free. Upon hearing this word, Wu Zhiyong instantly remembered someone Liang Qichao. That's right. This recitation by the teenagers is from Liang Qichao's essay, Junior Huaxia Speaks. The prose is supposed to express Liang Qichao's love and hope for a young China, so the youngsters' childish and fervent voices fit right in. The teenagers recited for 26 seconds. Needless to say, Wu Zhiyong felt that Linny was taking a bit of a risk by doing this. Even if this recitation acts as a wedge-like way to get people interested in the song, it also sets the stage for the song. But the intro to a song is very important. After 26 seconds, the song finally moves into the title track. Lin Yi's ethereal and magnetic singing voice appeared. The red sun rises and its path is bright. The river flows out of the volcano into the ocean. The dragon soars into the abyss with scales and claws flying. The beasts of the valley are terrified. In this section, Lin Yi's voice was gentle to the extreme, like that of a teenager, telling what his home looked like as if he were counting his family's possessions. A young man's got his own youth. Lit. One's body like a mountain and its backbone stand tall. Idiom, fig. Upright and courageous. Dare to measure the sun and the moon again. I'm the only young man in the world today. Linny raised his voice, and the song gradually reached its climax. And the opening sentence instantly made Wu Zhiyong feel like a thunderclap. Teenager, own teenager. Right. The singing is so right. Being a teenager is supposed to be the time when a person is at his or her hottest, most confident, and most responsible. People that age are just wild. And in today's society, most of the youth have long been delayed in enjoying themselves. So how can there be any madness? There are madnesses, but they are madnesses that pride themselves on being powerful. They were a far cry from the teenagers who had taken to the streets 100 years ago, holding up signs and struggling to shout, "Protect my China." The people of that time were those whose bodies were as erect as mountains and rivers, and who dared to measure the sun and the moon. The river is permeated with blue, and 100 boats are competing with each other. That's what a teenager should look like. The world laughs at me, but I am strong. After this line, the opening recitation is picked up again. The second verse of the song also officially begins. The dry general's whetstone has its ons. The sky wears the pale and the earth follows the yellow. Throughout the ages and across the 8 wastelands, the future looks like an ocean. It's a long time coming. The emotions here are a bit stronger than in the previous paragraph. The young man was like a newly sharpened dryad sword, glowing brightly. The young man tops the sky. In vertical time, to see the long history. In horizontal space, to see the vastness of the territory. A teenager's future should be as boundless as the sea, with never-ending days ahead. The melody also comes to a climax. A young man's got his own youth. The body is like a mountain with a backbone. The extremely juvenile and clean voice, coupled with the atmosphere that had already been set in the front, instantly caused Wu Zhiyong's blood to boil in the ever-churning heat. In song, Wu Zhiyong seemed to see millions of red teenagers. They were dressed in the costumes of every generation of China, as well as those of the 56 nationalities, and were holding hands as they walked toward him. After passing through his body, he went back towards the vast expanse of the world. They are transformed into a load-bearing pillar, a vital screw, and a delightful flower that contributes to this modern society. Why is it that a strong country is only as strong as its youth? That's because teenagers are the future. Teenagers will grow up, will step by step become responsible adults, will step by step become a part of this society, radiating their own light. Only when they are strong will the country's future be stronger. Be strong in your anger and be a pillar of strength. Live up to your years. The song comes to a close. Wu Zhiyong's entire body was unable to return to his senses for a long time. He felt that Lin Yi's song, in terms of shock, was clearly higher than the previous heaven and earth dragon scale. He took the proposition of teenager and answered it to the hilt. A strong youth makes a strong nation. These words, too, were as imprinted in Wu Zhiyong's mind. After reminiscing for several minutes, Wu Zhiyong snapped out of his chair. He had to hurry up and give the director a listen to this song, and make a finale appearance for Linny that would definitely blow up the room. A few minutes later, Wu Zhiyong found the chief director of the May 4th party at the front desk. "Director Pan," Wu Zhiyong shouted, walking quickly to Pan Yuanqing's side. Pan Yuanqing saw Wu Zhiyong coming over and said, "Xiao Wu, you're here just in time." The official list of the party came down. "Take a look." With that, he handed a white piece of paper to Wu Zhiyong. What Wu Ziyang just wanted to say could only be put aside for the time being and looked at the list. Wu, this party, the top is really paying attention to it. Even our Kyoto city's #1 is coming. Pan Yuanqing relentlessly emphasized what he had said hundreds of times, and Wu Ziyang saw the list from top to bottom and really didn't see anything wrong with it, because the thing itself is part of his job as an assistant director, and a large portion of the people in here, he's identified. But when he saw the last one, he wondered. That's not true. He remembered returning from his meeting with Lin Yi that day. How come it's not on this list? Director Pan, this list is not correct. Wu Ziyang frowned. Pan Yuanqing asked, what's wrong? Director Pan, I reported Lin Yi's name before. Why isn't it in here? Oh, you mean this? The above invited Shi Shuyun from Star Ocean Entertainment to come. You know, there are only a few spots in the party. Lin Yi's curry is not big again, so I can only not want it. Pan Yuanqing said it lightly. No, Director Pan, you know Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, right? It's sung by Lin Yi. It's very strong. The theme song for that Forbidden City I had before was Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. Lin Yi is hot right now. Wouldn't it be great to invite him? And his songs all fit our party well. Wu Ziyang Dao, Xiao Wu, this Lin Yi person. There's too much controversy on the internet. How can we invite such a person to our party? Besides, what's the use of this momentary fire Lin Yi is having right now? Shi Shuyun's curiosity is even bigger. There was still a hint of dislike in Pan Yuanqing's tone. Chapter 20, Lin Yi, I, Wu Ziyang, have wronged you, but Director Pan, Wu Ziyang intends to argue his case. Well, Wu, there's still a lot to do at this party, so it's fine if you don't work, but don't mess it up for me, Pan Yuanqing said impatiently, giving Wu Ziyang a reproachful look before walking away. Wu Ziyang looked at Pan Yuanqing's back, his fists clenched, and after a while, like a deflated ball. How could he have ever imagined that Lin Yi would actually be skimmed off the list? Obviously, Lin Yi's dragon scales of heaven and earth was hot. It was clear that many people had changed their minds about Lin Yi as well. How is he inferior to Shi Shuyun? Wu Ziyang was so angry that he even had the urge to rush to Pan Yuanqing and question him as to why. But what good is anger? Questioning it doesn't get you the results you want. So, he could only be helpless. But now, he was more apologetic. After all, Lin Yi was the one he invited to the party and wrote a super awesome song because of it. And not only did he fail to help Lin Yi get a finale appearance, he couldn't keep Lin Yi's spot. How would he explain this to Lin Yi? For a while, Wu Ziyang's entire body lost its vigor. He took a step toward the door, looking so helpless. It wasn't until he walked outside the TV station that he picked up his cell phone and called Lin Yi. Hello, Lin Yi? Are you free? Let's meet up. He felt that he had to apologize to Lin Yi in person. And in the corner of the stage just now, Shi Shuyun appeared from behind the curtain and looked in the direction Wu Ziyang had left. 2 hours later, Sky Lake Cafe. Lin Yi arrived later than Wu Ziyang, and as soon as he entered the box, he saw Wu Ziyang sitting there in a daze, still not in a good mood. Director Wu. Lin Yi smiled in greeting before taking his seat. Wu Ziyang returned to his senses and saw Lin Yi, which revealed a smile. Lin Yi, you're here. Director Wu, why do you look like you're in a bad mood? There's a big difference from your previous spirited appearance. Did something happen? Lin Yi was concerned. Wu Ziyang shook his head with a bitter smile, and then, nodded. Seeing Wu Ziyang in such a difficult position, Lin Yi suddenly thought of something. It couldn't be something to do with the May 4th Youth Literary Gala, could it? Director Wu, just say what you have to say, Lin Yi said. Wu Ziyang struggled for a moment before apologizing. Lin Yi, I'm sorry, you're not on the list for the May 4th Youth Party. Sure enough, Lin Yi had guessed correctly. Earlier, I had already reported your name and said it in an important order. I listened to the demo you sent me today, and I think it's great. It fits the party of May the 4th, and I'm still trying to push you to the finale. But when the list came down today, it didn't have you on it. The more Wu Ziyang said, the sadder his tone became. He really didn't understand. Obviously Lin Yi's Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale for Forbidden City had an extremely high reputation. At this time, given another chance, Lin Yi would absolutely take off. But, Wu Ziyang didn't even dare to look Lin Yi in the eye. Lin Yi, I'm really sorry. Wu Ziyang apologized again. Director Wu, it's fine, isn't it just a party? Lin Yi comforted. To me, you're my boule. You're kind to me, so why apologize to me? It's me who should be thanking you. At first, though, the Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale did blow up, but it doesn't shut the hacks up either. But it was only after Wu Ziyang's invitation to be the singer of the theme song for Forbidden City that he reversed the reputation of it. Hey, Wu Ziyang was still upset. Lin Yi, I know you're comforting me. You're a good person. For me, this incident is a blow to the head. With the success of Forbidden Planet this time around, he thought he just had to do his job. In the end, it turns out that the world was never a utopia. And, Pan Yuanqing was right. no matter what. Sure, Shuyun was just a bigger curiosity than Lin Yi, and was fully qualified to compare Lin Yi to him. It's a little too easy to think for yourself. Thinking that Lin Yi has the strength and the heat to be on that stage, Lin Yi also understood what Director Wu meant and could only comfort him a little more. Until the night, Lin Yi just returned to the hotel. He thought that since he didn't even have to attend the May 4th youth party on Kyoto TV, he would go back to Xiancheng. Just packed up my stuff. The other side. Inside a hotel in Kyoto, Sure Shuyun lay on the bed with a tired face, and he didn't even have the strength to go wash up. These days, in order to be able to appear at the May 4th Youth Gala, practicing the song you're going to sing at all hours of the day, and to get in shape, she eats grass every day, cucumber, broccoli, lettuce, baby tomatoes. It causes her to want to throw up when she sees green grass, exhausted every day, until Nassim walked in from outside the room, and seeing Sure Shuyun's appearance, she couldn't help but order, "Shuyun, nurse your skin before you sleep." Only then did Sure Shuyun reluctantly get up from the bed and prepare the bathroom to wash up and take care of her skin. But before he got halfway there, Sure Shuyun suddenly remembered something and immediately turned back. "Sister Xin, I have something to report to you," Sure Shuyun said. "What is it?" Nassim sat on the couch, crossing his legs. "Today, I heard Assistant Director Wu Zhiyong and Director Pan arguing, and I heard it loud and clear. It's this party where Wu Zhiyong originally invited Lin Yi, but the slot was allocated to me by the station manager." Wu Zhi never gave in and approached Director Pan. Sure Shuyun said. She was at the front desk getting ready to try the walk when she heard the two men talking. Upon hearing this, Nassim snapped out of the couch and sat up straight, asking, "Why are you only telling me now about something so important?" "Ah, I'm too busy today." "And Sister Xin, you're not at the TV station today, aren't we just meeting now?" Shishuan explained. She was exhausted because she couldn't eat enough and had to practice every day, so how could she remember this? "But, Sister Xin said this is important? Why is it important?" "Hey, stupid." Nassim gave Shishuan a disgusted look, followed by a sneer. She hadn't known how to fix Lin Yi after what happened last time. Isn't this the opportunity? Lin Yi wanted to come to the party, but he didn't make it, while Sure Shuyun did. And it's such an important Cinco de Mayo party. No matter what the inner workings of this matter were, as long as she guided the netizens a little, then the efforts Lin Yi had made before would come to nothing. That's just a short time. Nassim's mind already had an excellent plan. "Sister Sin, what are you going to do?" Sure Shuyun could also tell that Nazreen was thinking of ways to fix Lin Yi, but Nazreen said, "You don't need to know about this. You attend your party properly. As for Lin Yi, he'll die a horrible death this time." Chapter 21, Slandering Lin Yi? The grand finale. All eyes on us. At night, while most people were still asleep, a hot search crept up. #Lin Yi is begging to get back together. Begging on his knees that the director of the May 4th Youth Gala is going to be at the gala. Hashtag. The netizens' comments instantly exploded. "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Isn't Lin Yi very hard-headed? He actually wants to get back together? TSK, 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 thanks to me being so optimistic about Lin Yi, thinking he'd be the next top-stream patriotic singer. But I never thought that he'd actually be this kind of person, that he'd even be able to dispense with his own dignity as a man." There are also quite a few marketing numbers rubbing it in and posting about it. Explosive singer Lin Yi has done this to get to the top. Lin Yi kneels down and begs Sure Shuyun to get back together. It's a pure love war god, or a licking dog. These posts not only put out the list of celebrity attendees for the May 4th party, but also deliberately labeled Sure Shuyun's name. This post was quickly reprinted and made the top hot search headlines on all major software. The owner's news is too backward, isn't it? I just received an insider's report that the reason Lin Yi is doing this is all for the sake of renewing his relationship with his ex-girlfriend Sure Shuyun. He even gave a knee. Obviously, the people who created this wave of public opinion were the waterbenders that Nassim got. The whole network knows it. Not only were Lin Yi and Sure Shuyun ex-partners, the two were also ex-couples. Only, the two of them are going in opposite directions. With his outstanding abilities, Sure Shuyun has rapidly stabilized himself in the entertainment industry and become a hot star. Look at Lin Yi again. He had been crawling around for so many years, and it was only to this day that he finally relied on a song called Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale to suddenly burst into the limelight. Regardless of fame or strength, the two were one heaven and one earth. And this time, Lin Yi's begging for a director to be on the May 4th Youth Gala in order to get back together has caused Lin Yi's reputation, which had been in a state of reversal, to go into crisis again. Hey, disappointment. What a disappointment. Lin Yi's still the same soft-boiled man he used to be. A lickspittle. I suggest that the state investigate Lin Yi properly. This kind of person who corrupts the social atmosphere and writes the dragon scales of heaven and earth? You're right, he must have plagiarized. This kind of scum must be blocked all over the net. The person who spoke these words was the same as the person who had previously regarded Lin Yi as a wunderkind because of the heaven and earth dragon scale. The current Lin Yi had become a street rat. Not a single person on the entire network spoke out in his favor. In just a few short hours, Lin Yi had gone from being the shining star of Huaxia to being a disreputable softy and trash again. Sure, Shuyun's fans rushed over as well, hurling all kinds of insults at Lin Yi, adding a B-face all day long, trying to stick it to my family Shuyun. Saying that this kind of underhead man is a waste is all an insult to the word waste. That's it. It's just a puddle of mud. Who gave him the courage to stand in front of the stage and lose face? Why doesn't this kind of garbage roll into the trash can quickly? He's giving my Shuyun a bad name by living. Family members, let's go. Don't add more heat to this garbage. I now can't wait to see our family Shuyun attend the May 4th party earlier. The words and actions of these brainwashed fans quickly drew backlash from Lin Yi's fans. Please shut the up. You don't even know if it's true or not, and you're just going to listen to what you believe? Lin Yi can write the heaven and earth dragon scale. Can your master Sure Shuyun? If you ask me, this matter must be a topic that Sure Shuyun purposely got someone to create, trying to rub Lin Yi's nose in the heat. The number of Lin Yins is not considered a lot. The number of posts they had made to write Lin Yi's name was nothing compared to the number of posts that had insulted Lin Yi. It wasn't even on the same scale. And all of this was exactly what Nazim had expected. Once again, she contacted the waterman. Not much longer. A few photos were deliberately released by the sneak peek paparazzi. It was a picture of Lin Yi and Wu Zhiyong, when they met at the Sky Lake Cafe. Yoo-hoo! If it isn't our great talent Lin Yi, he's so capable. Why would he make a private appointment with Director Wu? Isn't this Director Wu the director of Forbidden City? So Lin Yi couldn't make it through the back door, so he had to come and rub it in? Fans of Sichuan who saw the photo, picked up their cell phones and began to shade. Don't talk nonsense somewhere, okay? Who says that when the two of them meet, it has to be about the May 4th party? That's right, it's obviously a catch-up. The few remaining old Lin Yi fans were the first to come forward with a rebuttal. Reconnecting? Oh, who believes it? It's obviously the same as what they say on the internet. They want to go through the back door in order to get back together with us. Shuyun, shameless, dead-licking dog. Stay away from our goddess Shuyun. Sure, Shuyun's fans' words made Lin Yi's fans irrefutable, because everyone knows one thing. Wu Zhiyong is the assistant director of this May 4th Youth Cultural Gala. Moreover, there really wasn't Lin Yi on the program, only Sure Shuyun. While the crowd was arguing on the internet, Sure Shuyun's account suddenly released a post. Shuyun V, please stop cursing. Most of the content is to advise netizens to eat melon rationally. The ending line that she and Lin Yi were still friends, and that she was looking forward to performing with Lin Yi on the same stage at the May 4th party, caught everyone's attention even more. It's still our Shuyun, all rubbed up the wrong way, and still so big-hearted. That's right. I'd like to take a good look at whether or not Lin Yi is qualified to make an appearance at tomorrow's May 4th party. Clearly favorable reviews appeared in the comments section of Sure Shuyun's account. Lin Yi's account, on the other hand, was full of private messages. Some are presenting him with evidence, others are begging him to incriminate himself, but there were still more insults from certain Sure Shuyun's avid fans. Day 2. All eyes were on the May 4th party. The audience was unbelievably enthusiastic and gave each and every performer a heartfelt round of applause, watching the scene a happy atmosphere. The webcast pop-ups are even more endless. Wah is so handsome. I want to give you a monkey. I love Dawn. The fans who witnessed their idol's perfect performance were more excited than one another. Look everyone. Shuyun is on stage. A pop-up barged into everyone's view. Instead of tapping on their keyboards and cell phones, they fixed their eyes on the big screen. Sure, Shuyun, who was dressed up for the occasion, was incredibly beautiful. Everyone cheered for her, both live and online. Shuyun is the most beautiful. Shuyun is the best. Shuyun is the best in the world. Fans on the scene fought to yell. They have taken out their cell phones, turned on their flashlights and danced their arms to the music. The evening was transformed into a starry night. Sure, Shuyun, who sang on the stage, was like a white moon pursued by the stars, bright and beautiful, sacred and dignified. The head of the station also gave Sure Shuyun a look of approval at this time. This is a treatment that even the 4 heavenly kings don't have. For a time, the 3 words Sure Shuyun were radiant to the extreme. Shuyun is really great. Unlike some people who rubbed off on the heat all day yesterday, only to not even get a chance to be on stage today. Ha 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 ha. Shuyun is so beautiful that if you don't mention this, I'll forget about that jumped up clown called Lin Yi. The party is nearing its end. That punk Lin Yi, even if he's on a rocket, I'm afraid he won't be able to make it in time. This is true for the scene and even more so for the pop-ups. The overwhelming taunts continued to pour out, making Wu Zhiyong's face look unsightly. He felt deeply sorry for Lin Yi, as well as failing his trust in him, and that's when it happened. A brightly colored pop-up screen appeared on the live feed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone, go watch CCTV's May 4th Youth Party. Lin Yi's making a grand finale appearance. Chapter 22, CCTV May 4th Party. Lin Yi's grand finale. Yesterday, the day before the May 4th party, seeing the overwhelming taunts and insults from netizens, Lin Yi did not take it to heart. Roll up and go. It was his only plan. However, just as he finished his physical examination, he was about to go check his ticket to go back to Xiangcheng. Drip. His cell phone suddenly rang. Elder brother Lin Yi, what are you doing? The caller ID showed that it was Lu Yimin, the CCTV director who had come to him earlier with the military. Director Lu, what can I do for you? I'm getting on a plane later and don't have much time. While Lin Yi was talking, the sound of tickets starting to be checked rang over the phone. Get on the plane? Where are you going? Lu Yimin's voice was obviously a bit anxious. Go back to Xiangcheng. Otherwise I can still go to. Without waiting for Lin Yi to finish, Lu Yimin interrupted him first. Don't go anywhere. Refund your ticket right now and wait for me at the airport gate. Lin Yi was a bit uncertain, but out of respect for Lu Yimin, he chose to refund his ticket and walk out of the airport. Soon, Lu Yimin is here, and with 4 escorting police cars. Director Lu, you're not here specifically to check up on me, are you? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Check my ass. Can I not know whether your song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is plagiarized or not? Lu Yimin whitened his eyes at Lin Yi without any good humor. Come with me. I'm here to invite you to attend the show today. These words puzzled Lin Yi a little. Is it possible that it's a commercial? Has he or she now been reduced to participating in commercial shows for money? Thinking back to the private message sent by Shi Shuyun's fans yesterday, Lin Yi directly expressed his rejection. At the juncture of Shi Shuyun's finale appearance at the May 4th party, he went to a commercial show. Doesn't he want to lose face? No, anyone can say no, just not you. Lu Yimin pulled Lin Yi's arm. Get in the car first. Get in the car and I'll explain it to you slowly. The two had just gotten into the car when Lu Yimin began to explain everything. A couple hours ago, the station's scheduled finale singer was in a car accident. Even more coincidentally, the reason for his car accident was that the driver was peeking at the online scolding war between Lin Yi's fans and Shi Shuyun's fans while he was driving. Now you know why you couldn't say no. You're to blame for this accident. Lu Yimin joked. Okay. Speechless, Lin Yi could only nod his head in agreement. The scene of the May 4th party in Kyoto. Starlight swings open the universe and Shuyun shines. Families, let's unfold a piece of starry sky for Shuyun together. Shuyun's fans screamed one after another. They took out their cell phones and were incredibly excited in anticipation of Shuyun's grand entrance. The viewers watching the webcast, on the other hand, began a new round of mocking Lin Yi. Queen Shuyun, Lin Yi clown. Countless pop-ups went wild. Wu Zhiyong, who was in the background, took it all in stride. He clutched his phone tightly, hesitating to call Lin Yi to apologize. Meanwhile on CCTV radio, the timeline of the evening's performances also came to the closing segment. All the spectators at the scene, as if they had spoken beforehand, held their collective breath. A 100-second countdown also began on the big screen. They all got the message when they entered. There will be a mystery guest for the finale of this evening's party. Who could it be? It must be Wang Jia who can call the shots with the 4 heavenly kings. Besides him, I really can't think of anyone who is qualified to be the grand finale at CCTV radio. I think the mystery guest must be Mr. Zhou Sliding Sword, whose songs are the Jianghu, and what little kid wouldn't long for the Jianghu? It's also possible that Ren Gohan, who doesn't seem to have made any other local radio appearances yet. The netizens are talking about it. The names of one diva quality singer after another also appeared on the pop-ups. It can be anyone, it can't be Lin Yi anyway. A discordant voice suddenly appeared. That Lin Yi who sang about the dragon scales of heaven and earth some time ago? His talent is indeed at the level of a heavenly king, but his seniority is still far from enough. How could he be invited by CCTV to be the grand finale? Also, he's so publicized and very bad influence that CCTV can't be stupid enough to hire him. Someone rationalized. It even made a promise that Lin Yi's finale would be a live broadcast of him washing his hair upside down. I'm actually kinda looking forward to Lin Yi being on a local station. He's a good talent. It's just a shame he's spineless. Netizens who had seen yesterday's scolding sent pop-ups lamenting the situation. Who says otherwise? The crowd was quick to recognize this statement. For Lin Yi, a rising star, everyone, from the leaders down to the people, recognized his talent. But the big problem now is that his talent is most likely copied. Why do you care so much about him? It's just a playwright who got lucky and burst into the limelight. I don't know if it was an accident or a coincidence. The moment this pop-up was sent out, the lights were dimmed at the CCTV party. The webcast has also been temporarily banned by administrators from sending pop-ups, because the countdown is down to the last 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Every time the numbers changed on the big screen, The hearts of the CCTV viewers would beat a little bit along with it. They can't wait. In the last 3 seconds, live and online, everyone counted down in unison. 1. As the last second fell, 7 rainbow lights shone throughout the party. The entire audience rose as a group and cast their most expectant gazes toward the stage. A wise boy makes a wise nation. A row of students in elementary school uniforms is the first thing that catches the eye. When the youth is rich, the country is rich. Middle school students are a close second. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. Next up are the high school students. If the youth is free, the nation is free. The last of the college students came up holding hands. The CCTV viewers who saw the scene had some difficulty returning to their senses for a while. It wasn't until the catchy sound of books overflowing with youthful goodness rang out once again that they finally reacted. God! It's a god! Who else would be a heavier hitter than the May 4th Gala's mystery guests? The flowers of our country on stage? The central mom is invincible. The CCTV audience, no matter where they were, applauded wildly at this point, seeing that the effect was achieved. The administrators of the webcast also turned the pop-up function back on. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. All I can say is central mom is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. No wonder the administrators just turned off the pop-ups. How can pop-ups smell as good as the flowers of the motherland? The pop-up screen swiped again. Brother Meng, I'm afraid you won't believe me when I say it. I think I saw Linny on stage. Some netizens send pop-ups. It's just a shame that no one in the audience pressed him at this time. All were immersed in the sound of the book lingering. Fine. You guys are ignoring me, so I'll change. That netizen immediately switched to Kyoto TV. I saw Linny backstage at CCTV. He's getting ready to go on stage. A sentence that instantly startled all the Kyutai audience. Impossible. This is impossible. What makes Linny qualified to be on CCTV? This pop-up was posted by Linny himself, right? How can he be so clamorous? Family members, come on, let's go check it out now. A large number of Kyutai fans flocked to the CCTV broadcast. Right on cue, the recitation session came to an end, and Linny, dressed as a literati, slowly walked out from behind the children under the illumination of the lights. Chapter 23, The Chinese Boys Speak. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Linny, it's really Linny. I'm not ing dreaming, am I? Where's the brother who just promised to eat a Shango upside down? The pop-ups went completely nuts. Those old fans who had always defended Linny, even more so at this moment, had a feeling of relief at the end of their suffering and raised their eyebrows. This is a rumor that the central banker himself has refuted. Where are the fans of Shi Shuyun? All ing roll over and see what kind of curiosity Linny has. What makes Shi Shuyun qualify to let Linny take the initiative to rub it in? CCTV Radio Live. Linny fan scenery. The passerby audience gasped in unison. Only Shi Shuyun's fans, each with an ugly face, could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Such a huge shift in popularity has also shaken up the major local stations. Everyone on my command. When Shi Shuyun finishes this song, clear the stage immediately. The finale of the CCTV program, our Kyoto radio station must broadcast it in real time so that every Kyoto people can see it. Pan Yuan Cheng, who sensed the change in the wind direction, gave the first order. The major local stations then followed suit. Lin Yi's face, as a result, had entered the national spotlight. The lyrics and arrangements are all his own. The red sun rises, its path is bright, lit. The river flows in volts and spills out into the ocean at one stroke. The submerged dragon soars into the abyss, its scales and claws flying. The tiger roars in the valley, and all the beasts are terrified. The entire internet was instantly abuzz when the 4 verses of lyrics came out. The first rising sun, the river's fine stream, the abyss's submerged dragon, the cub's milky tiger. For different things on the occasion of youth, perfectly corresponding to the May 4th youth theme. The sunrise light shines on everything. Small streams converge to form an ocean. The submerged dragon is proud of the world. Mighty tigers shake the world. Wonderful. It's wonderful. Not a single word is written about the children's bright future, but every sentence is full of my own expectations for the children's future. The great talent Lin Yi lives up to his name. In just 4 lines, audiences across the country can't help but clap their hands. When Lin Yi was born in the Tang dynasty, were there more than 300 Tang poems? Lin Yi fans were even popping up wildly. It's a very mind-numbing behavior, but for some reason, every netizen who saw this pop-up screen actually had the urge to follow it. Che, just a few broken words. What's there to brag about? Obviously my Shuyun's words are better and have more substance. Seeing that their idol's limelight had been stolen, or by a punk they regarded as trash, Shi Shuyun's extreme fans instantly couldn't sit still. What? Did I hear you right? How dare you show off lyrics like, "May the children grow strong"? The national audience autonomously shot back. Nazreen, who saw this scene, could not wait to give herself 2 big mouths. It's not good to hire a water army to hack anyone, But why did he choose to hack Lin Yi, who is known for his talent? And those fans of Shuyun, haven't they lost enough face? That's right, Shuyun's fans really aren't ashamed yet. They were sending Shuyun's words over and over again on their pop-ups. Not a single person in the national audience wanted to talk to them, because Lin Yi opened his voice again. A young man's got his own youth. Lit. One's body like a mountain and its backbone stand tall. Idiom, fig. Upright and courageous. Dare to measure the sun and the moon again. I am the only young man today. Again. 4 sentences second. Another head scratcher for a national audience. Yes, the singing is just right. A young man should be wild. Young and wild. How can you call yourself a young man if you're not wild? The president of Tsinghua, who was watching the live broadcast, violently slapped the table. 8 words before and after. He thoroughly recognized Lin Yi's talent. This one is a proper modern-day Li Tai Bai. Dare you measure the sun and moon again? What a big mouth. The president of BYU let out a faint laugh. He is synonymous with learning. It is naturally clear that the last person who dared to call for a new day was the great-grandpa Mao. A further DD is clearly stated. Every teenage boy has potential comparable to Grandpa Mao. The tone is not too big, not too wild. But then again, that's my favorite line. A young man should be wild. The president of North University picked up the phone on his desk. When the party is over, contact Lin Yi for me at the first opportunity. The copyright of this song, our school must buy it. It's an idea that no one has ever had before, and odds are, no one will ever have it again. The president of Peking University, one of the country's highest institutions of learning, intends to make Lin Yi's song, Young China Speaks, the university school song. In the meantime, in front of a TV in a mansion. Ah Tao, what exactly do you think Lin Yi's brain looks like? Yi Yanming, the nearly half-hundred-year-old gold medalist song daddy, frowned and asked Fong Tao, the lyricist beside him. How do I know? I kind of can't beat him in the songwriting department anyway. Hurry up and bring me a pen and paper. I'm going to write down his words and study them every day. After saying that, Fong Tao stroked his chin. Don't just talk about me. Composition-wise, are you confident of winning over Lin Yi yet? Yi Yanming, who heard this, froze in place. After a long hesitation, he gave a reply. Winners and losers. Fong Tao was shocked by this. He didn't expect that Yi Yanming, who wasn't even placed in the eyes of the 4 heavenly kings, would admit that there was someone who could compete with him. Rare. Too rare. Radio Kyoto. Wu Zhiyong stood in the corner and didn't dare to speak. Pan Yuancheng, who was the chief director, even looked as if he was stabbed in the back by a needle. In front of them both sat a middle-aged man. It's Li Chongsung, the director of Kyoto Radio, and in Li Chongqing's hand, he was still holding an application report. It was written in black and white that Wu Zhiyong had submitted an application for Lin Yi to attend the Kyoto Radio Gala in the name of the assistant director. Pan Yuancheng, was your brain caught in a door or kicked by a donkey? You put aside a talent of Lin Yi's caliber and didn't use it, but even found some Shuyun to be the finale. Do you believe I'm going to smack you right now with my big mouth? The more Li Changsheng watched the CCTV broadcast, the more angry he became. The idea of refusing Lin Yi's attendance and placing Shuyun in the grand finale was practically all from his handiwork. The entire time Pan Yuanqing was merely following the will of his superior and trying to take advantage of the opportunity to kiss ass. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would make the whole country buzz with a self-penned song tonight? If the higher-ups find out about this, the whole station will be in trouble. So, Li Changsheng had to find someone to take the blame. The best candidates are undoubtedly the 2 directors of the radio station. Wu Zhiyong and Lin Yi had a good personal relationship, so he absolutely couldn't trespass. That means that there is only one sole option left for the backstabber. Pan Yuancheng, the station manager. I can't be blamed for all of this. After all, halfway through his words, Pan Yuancheng's voice ended abruptly. He saw Li Changsheng's icy gaze that almost wanted to kill. If he dared to tell the truth at this time, in front of Wu Zhiyong, then he would definitely end up in a worse situation than he had imagined. After all, what? Go on. I'll give you a chance. Li Changsheng stared at Pan Yuancheng and let out a cold smile. It's nothing. I'm willing to take all the consequences and submit a separation request autonomously. Pan Yuancheng met Li Changsheng's icy gaze, not daring to show the slightest sign. Count your blessings, the station manager faintly said. You've been working in the station for so many years. You've done hard work without merit. Resignation is not necessary. You just need to take your position and give it to someone who is more capable than you. All right, off you go. Although Pan Yuanqing was upset, there was nothing he could do but leave resentfully. After saying that, the station manager looked at Wu Zhiyong with a smile. Xiao Wu, I heard that you have a good personal relationship with Lin Yi. Do you think that after the CCTV party over there is over, can you invite Lin Yi to come to the station and run an interview program? If you can invite Lin Yi here, he'll let you have the seat. Hearing this, Wu Zhiyong was a little guilty. He wasn't sure if he could invite Lin Yi, but he did have the same idea. Join Lin Yi in an interview to talk about the creation of this song. Teenage Wahini says, Chapter 24, Shock. God bless the Chinese music scene. The CCTV party continues. Lin Yi on the stage had become the most beautiful boy in the eyes of the whole country. Countless eyes from all over the world converged on his face. Everyone was looking forward to what kind of shock Lin Yi's next words would bring them. Dare to ask heaven and earth to try. Who can stop the thorns and thistles? The world laughs at me, but I am strong. Live up to your youth. The melodious song came out of Lin Yi's mouth. These 4 lines are no longer the atmospheric and majestic they were earlier, but have shifted to extreme gentleness. It is like the teaching of an elder brother to his junior, like the wishes of the deceased to the present. Especially that last line about not living up to one's youth. Lin Yi is just too gentle. A pop-up barged into everyone's view. The thoughts of the nation's audience were also drawn back to the first 8 words at this moment. Young and wild, not afraid of difficulties and dangers, vowing to compete with heaven and earth, wanting to compete with the ancients. Great ambitions are too grandiose, and the road ahead is destined to be strewn with thorns and taunts. Even so, our generation is still self-improvement, so that we can be called young men. I didn't expect. Within my Chinese territory, there is still a hibernation of a worldly genius with such amazing talent. Truly God bless my Chinese music scene. God bless my Chinese music scene. Inside the Huaxia Music Association, the vice chairman, old Mr. Fu Lin, laughed up at the sky with tears in his eyes. Over the past decade or so, the Chinese music scene has developed rapidly. However, in the eyes of foreign music experts, most of the well-known tracks in the Chinese music scene are from adaptations. This leads to an inevitably nasty phenomenon. The creative ability of Chinese singers is recognized as a world floor by overseas artists. But any overseas singer with a little bit of ability doesn't look down on singers from China. A great country of more than 1 billion people turns out to not even have a decent singer. Eastern China. But nothing more. The Chinese music scene, disappointing. This is what a certain top overseas artist, in front of the whole world, gave to Huaxia. Even though decades have passed since this comment, it is still a lingering problem for old Mr. Fu Lin. But today, the knot that had tormented the old gentleman for so long finally appeared to loosen. Why? Because he saw hope in Lin Yi. Seeing the hope of the Chinese music scene, rewriting its name to the world. Little Sue, quick, go get the phone book for Master. Master wants to call the leaders. A great talent like Lin Yi must be taken seriously by the state. Old Mr. Fu Lin, who had smiled for a long time, instructed his student Su Hong. What he doesn't know is this. Before he gave birth to the idea, the leaders of CCTV had already reported the idea to the top. This was coupled with the supreme praise that netizens had previously shown Lin Yi because of the song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. The leaders did not hesitate to make a major decision. There is only one word for this decision. Qua. Taking Lin Yi's Junior Huaxia speaks and praising it to the skies. The camera returns to the CCTV stage once again. The concert came to a close. The sky is high and the sea is long. The youth of China are full of vigor. Angry determination to become a pillar of strength. Idiom. Determined to do better. Live up to your youth. Lin Yi's final chant completely ignited the nation. The lighting technician also shone an extremely bright beam of light onto Lin Yi at this time. See this scene. All students are genetically awakened. They remembered an old saying they had once learned. Yeah, like a man of God. Handsome. Lin Yi is just too handsome. I declare that from today. He is the only idol in my life. One student after another, watching TV at home, waved their arms uncontrollably. The pop-ups in the live stream also went crazy again at this time. Yeah, like a man of God. It's a preface to Sen Dong Yang Ma Shang. Even the details are so well done. The central mom is too attentive. In ancient times, there was Mr. Song Lian who wrote to Maju Inja, and now there is Lin Yi who composes songs to guide the teenage boy. He is really awesome. I am completely convinced of him. Complimentary pop-ups slid across the airwaves at a rapid pace, without a single repetition, and there were still simply too many to count. Cho, do you know what the best compliment to a song is? Li Jian, who was known as a musical poet, asked Zhou Sen, who was bursting with popularity at the moment beside him. Of course it sounds good, Zhou Sen said with incomparable certainty. No. Jian Li raised his hand and handed over the cell phone. Above is the live feed from the CCTV party. Looking at a rapidly scrolling pop-up screen, Zhou Sen instantly came to a realization. He understood what Jian Li meant. A really good song doesn't get compliments on how good it is. Just as Lin Yi's Junior Huaxia speaks. A song that resonates with people and shows what it means to be a teenager. Shallow, cheesy comments like good are a complete insult to the deeper meaning behind the song. Zhou Sen suddenly frowned and greeted with incomparable urgency. Brother Li, come over and look. The unknown Li Jian came over. With just one glance, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Lin Yi walked up to those teenagers on the stage and directed the microphone in his hand towards the young faces that were extremely solemn and raised their fists to take the oath. Get angry and be a pillar of strength. Live up to your youth. A final chorus from all the teenage boys on stage. It's so exciting. It's so heady. Unconsciously, the eyes of the national audience were moist. They saw one thing. The lighting technician had given Lin Yi the position of tonight's protagonist, but he had personally returned the position to the teenage boy on stage. Judging from the lighting technician's half a beat slower reaction, this was definitely not an arrangement made by CCTV beforehand, but rather Lin Yi's heartfelt live play. Lin Yi, good job. Good job. In the middle of the night, is Lin Yi trying to make people cry to death? Tears in my eyes. This kind of treasure singer. Why do I only know today? While the pop-ups were changing, something beyond the world's expectations was happening in entertainment venues large and small across the country. The students who had skipped class to have fun, after seeing Lin Yi's action of kneeling down on one knee, each one of them fell into silence. For the first time they meditate on their lives. Why did he not become a pillar of strength when he was a young man? Hey, teacher, it's me. Inside the internet cafe, a tender face with dyed yellow hair picked up the phone with a trembling voice. I want to go back to school. Can you give me a chance to go back? There has been not one, but countless such incidents. Those students who were regarded as punks, who had nothing to do all day and skipped classes to wander around various entertainment venues, were all deeply moved by Lin Yi's kneeling. At this very moment, they want to read. They want to go back to the school classroom. They want the future heaven and earth to change color because of them. And they want the future country to be rich and strong because of them. Why is that? Because they understood that they were exactly the protagonist of the May 4th festival. The Gaijin young man who was not half as good as the ancient sages of the past generations. In Lin Yi's song, Chapter 25, Chivalry for the Country and the People. Whoever dares to blacken Lin Yi's words in the future, I'll get angry with them. That's right, for his actions today alone, he deserves to be celebrated. I love Lin Yi. I love Lin Yi. As Lin Yi, who had finished his performance, walked backstage, the pop-ups on the CCTV broadcast went completely insane. Even the live streaming system, which had gone into meltdown due to the uncountable spurt of pop-ups, blacked out and died without warning. Even so, the cheers of the national audience continued unabated. They were wildly praising Lin Yi in Junior Huaxia Speaks. The whole night passed without stopping. Director Lu, no dishonor. Lin Yi, who had returned to the locker room, could breathe a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, you're being too modest, aren't you? Lu Yiming excitedly patted Lin Yi's shoulder, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Gently, gently, Director Lu, if you keep filming I'm going to fall apart. Lin Yi had a smile on his face as he continued. There shouldn't be anything for me to do next. It's getting late. I'll go back to the hotel and rest first. Lu Yiming, who heard this, contacted the police directly. This time instead of 4 police cars escorting them, there were 6. Mr. Lin Yi, can you sign an autograph for my child? Just as soon as he got in the car, the police uncle in the front seat turned around and asked, can you sign one for my kids too? The driver was a little embarrassed. Lin Yi didn't refuse the two's request. After signing his name, he leaned back and closed his eyes. The other side, Radio Kyoto. What's the point of scolding Shi Shuyun's fans? Our Lin Yi's fans, the main focus is one with quality. A pop-up suddenly broke into Shi Shuyun's field of vision. She was about to be pissed off. Never in a million years did he expect that Lin Yi, the trash in his own eyes, would leap into the biggest national idol of the moment. Sister Xin, didn't you say that you had a way to crush Lin Yi to the point of no return? Why is he appearing on the stage of the CCTV May 4th gala today? And a mystery guest for the finale? Seeing Nazreen, who had walked into the locker room, Shi Shuyun couldn't help but question. It was the first time she had ever spoken to Nazim in such a following tone. No way. She was really overcome with anger. MD, what's it to me? The water army I hired yesterday was on the verge of hacking Lin Yi to death. Who knows how he suddenly appeared on the CCTV stage? Nazim didn't have the heart to say anything back. After saying that, she threw another pile of just printed information on the table. Take a look for yourself. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Shi Shuyun flipped through it with a dark old face. That's a real-time hit list on all the major platforms. Hashtag Lin Yi. Junior Wahini says hashtag, the undisputed #1 on this hot search. Looking at the comments section underneath the hot search, Shi Shuyun was so infuriated that she was trembling. Many people in the comments section compared her to Lin Yi's finale song. There was no doubt that she had lost completely. If it was just this, Shi Shuyun wouldn't have been so furious. Because of the quality of this session's netizens, the lyrical comparisons are even more fair and equitable. What really made it hard for her to accept was that she saw a few comments stomping on her to praise Lin Yi. All of those bloggers were her former diehard fans, the ones who cursed Lin Yi the hardest. Right now, They were cursing Shuyun even harder than they had cursed Lin Yi back then. Little black men. All ing little black men. Shuyun was infuriated. A few more pages back, and she was even letting her anger make her faint in place, and was rushed to the hospital by Nazim. When she woke up the next day, the time was afternoon. Have you heard? It's all about Lin Yi on the hot search now. More than that, now all the major marketing numbers are praising Lin Yi's Junior Huaxia speaks. You two are too outdated, aren't you? This is the latest video released by CCTV on behalf of the country. It's 27 minutes long, and it's full of praise for Lin Yi throughout. The nurses talking in the hallway made the waking Shuyun not dare to open her eyes at all. She was afraid that when she opened her eyes, she would see mocking looks from nurses and patients. She has no choice but to pretend to sleep under the covers and eavesdrop on the CCTV video being played by the nurse. Dust falls from the sky and the pearl still shines. A model for my generation. A role model for the youth. Lin Yi, you're a blessing to China. Those 3 sentences in the first half of the video made Shuyun want to flee the hospital when she heard them. She doesn't understand. What on earth made this loser ex-boyfriend of his able to write Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale and Teenage Wasia said? Much less understandable. Why would CCTV take the initiative to invite Lin Yi to be the mystery guest for the grand finale when he was in the middle of a public outcry? Can't take it. She really couldn't take it. Don't pretend. I know you've been awake for a long time. Nazreen, who was beside the hospital bed, said coldly, you're not the only one who's unwilling to accept the fact that Lin Yi burst into flames. My sister and I are the same. So you'd better get your ass up now and come back to training with me. Shuyun, who heard this, poked his head out. Bigger eyes, bigger confusion. Don't worry about what you do. You need to know that as long as you get your act together this time, then there's still hope for you to turn the tables. If you're still planning to put on airs at the hospital, then be prepared to be stepped on by Lin Yi for the rest of your life. Nazim grunted. Same time. Ha ha ha, we two brothers are really heroes of the same opinion. The presidents of Qingbei, 2 of the country's highest academic institutions, are chatting in the pantry. Early this morning, they both sent for the same thing, looking for Lin Yi to buy the rights to Junior Huaxia Speaks. It can't be helped, whether it's the words or the music. Lin Yi writes too well. If I don't buy it as the school song, I guess the ancestors of our school will slap me in my dreams. The 2 principals of Qingbei laughed out loud. The 2 were competing fairly this time, and whoever could buy the rights from Lin Yi was the one who had the skills. Only, what happened next greatly exceeded the expectations of both men. What did you say? Lin Yi isn't willing to sell? The 2 major principals stood up at the same time and said in unison, then you guys talk to him about the conditions. Raise the money. The directors who heard this were aggrieved. Principal, why don't you 2 check Twitter first? Twitter? The 2 principals looked at each other and both frowned as they took out their cell phones. Not much longer. Ha 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 ha. As expected of Lin Yi, it's only him that can do such a thing. They both laughed more than one another. Early this morning, Lin Yi updated his microblog. The content is simple. He turned over the junior Wahhabi sayings to the state at no cost and made a deal with the state. Schools, big and small, all over the country can play the song for free. The great man of chivalry is for the country and the people. The most heated comment below the tweet came from Mr. Kim Yong Sr. No one had expected that old Mr. Jin Yong, who had written a dozen or so classic novels, would take the initiative to open a microblog just to comment on Lin Yi at a very old age. Mr. Overkill, as we should be. This was the reply given by Lin Yi. The humble and gentle style has instantly caused another buzz all over the internet. As for Shuyun, there's no harm without comparison. With the added weight of the commenting events, Shuyun is now a walking clown of reality in the eyes of netizens. No one cares if she's good or bad, because there's absolutely no need for that. With this time and energy, netizens obviously preferred to comment below Lin Yi's tweets. Rinda, when is the new song coming out? I can't wait. Chapter 26, Pentecostal Woman Guarding the Country's Gates. Many days in a row, netizens were all urging Lin Yi to release a new song. The only response Lin Yi gave to this was the word as soon as possible. This response didn't dampen the heat of teen Wahini talk, Main Street, high school and university. But wherever there were people, there would always be Lin Yi's songs coming out. Nowadays, it can already be said that everyone in Huaxia, from 80-year-old women to 3-year-old children, can sing a few lines of Junior Huaxia says. The director of the Kyoto radio station, who had taken all this in his stride, was even shushing Wu Ziyong all day long, trying to get the latter to give Lin Yi a call and invite him to the station for an interview. He said he's been on vacation lately looking for inspiration for a new song and doesn't plan on participating in any shows for a short while, and asked us to wait for him to come back. Wu Ziyong spread his hands helplessly. He was considered someone who knew Lin Yi's character better. He knew that if Lin Yi hadn't been on good personal terms with himself, he wouldn't have had the slightest involvement with Radio Kyoto again in his life. Okay, then we'll wait until he gets back. The stage manager sighed and turned away. Wu Xiong, who was sitting in the general director's office, was browsing Twitter. Today was the same as the other day. The topic at the top of the charts was still related to Lin Yi. Only, this time, it was no longer praising Lin Yi, but the netizens were giving him a hard time. Do you guys remember Shi Shuyun's agent Nazan? She mocked Linda in public before, not giving any face at all. And now that Linda is on fire, why doesn't she then come out and bark at the dog? What's the point of thinking about it? She must be hiding at home right now. Maybe even uninstalled her Twitter account. Without Twitter there's still posting so many social software. It's not enough for her to roll out and apologize to Lindy? The online outcry intensified. Nazan didn't respond, and Lindy didn't make a sound. The former was training with Shi Shuyun, while the latter was literally traveling on vacation. If Nasim doesn't come out to apologize, why doesn't Nayoung, the younger sister, come out too? That's right. Nayoung can't have forgotten how much she looked down on Day in the first place, right? Netizens turned the tables on Nayoung. They clearly remember. When Nayoung had made all sorts of disparaging remarks about Lin Yi, it was as if she was a white cloud in the sky, and Lin Yi was nothing but mud on the ground. The two are inherently different. This netizen, it's okay for you to scold Nasim, but it's more or less inappropriate for you to scold Nayoung. Someone replied online. What? You're Nayoung's dog. Why are you so protective? It's hard to believe that she's not going to apologize for the wrong she's done. Wrong is wrong and right is right. The netizens were adamant. No. You guys misunderstood me? Nayoung is busy guarding the gates of the country right now. How would she have time to come and apologize to Day? Guarding the gates of the country? The crowd froze in unison and turned on the hot search. Without a word, the #1 hot search on Weibo has been replaced by another topic. Hashtag the fate of the Yanala clan hashtag. Hashtag Pentecostal women stick to the gates hashtag. I want the foreigners dead. The netizens were amused just by the title. Clicking on the topic, a flood of Nayoung emoticons amused netizens once again. What's going on here, buddy? Tell me about it. I'll send out the link to the live stream, so the guys can see for themselves. A link appeared in the comments section. It is a domestic and international singing competition program called The Singer. Nayoung is performing at this time. Can't help but be a stubborn fish, swimming alone against the current to the end. The vows I made when I was young. Nayoung Singer has a very infectious voice, but a few lines were all it took to elicit empathy from the audience. Kicking off a live chorus session. Nah is bull. Singing is the only thing I'm convinced of. Nah, fans in the audience chanted. The watchers of the live broadcast also expressed their opinions on the pop-up screen. Even though I'm a fan of Day, there's one thing to be said for Nayoung. In the field of singing, she does have the right to be proud of herself. Her opponent seems to be a foreign singer. How can I say that she is also fighting for our Huaxia? Looking at this matter, I think we need to give her a boost. Go for it. Yenalaying the Pentecostal. I have to say, the quality level of this class of netizens is really high. 1 second they were vocally criticizing Nayoung. The next they started cheering her on out of a patriotic heart. Director, at Na's level, isn't winning the championship still a matter of minutes? Now it seems like those two foreign what's-his-name grunge singers are just average. That's a ING Grammy. Stupid. The atmosphere backstage at the show was a joyous one. Nayoung showed too much strength, strong enough for everyone to have the peace of mind that she'll go on to win the title. However, what the crowd didn't know was how nervous Nayoung was at the moment. As she continues to age, her voice is not what it used to be. Plus the fact that she was representing China this time, and the scene was still a full open mic stage. As long as she made the slightest mistake and caused the championship to fall into the pockets of overseas players, then what awaited her would undoubtedly be a flood of abuse and questions. This is why Nayoung chose to sing silence. She was afraid she would make a mistake out of nervousness. More than anything, I'm afraid I'll be called a stupid ex. Fortunately, she had no mistakes or mishaps in this performance. This scene is great. A song called Silence will surely conquer those two overseas singers. If Nayoung can win the championship, I'll let bygones be bygones for what she did and said to Day in the past. I second the motion. I+1. The pop-ups kept rolling. Everything looked so good, until the two overseas singers spoke up. All illusions were all shattered at this moment. The live ability of the hexagon to pull full stops the entire network from completely shutting up. A song of conquest. It seems like Nayoung was captured. Asterisk. Third place. Nayoung is in third place. How could this be? My hallowed China is in third place? Everyone can't accept this. I think the show is pretty over the top. Just then, the champion contestant made a statement. When I was invited to participate in a program of this caliber, shouldn't I be allowed to be a judge? How come I'd become a singer participating in a competition? Bottom line, the entire internet was once again dead silent. This is a naked humiliation, a public bullying of no one in China. That night, All the major social media programs in the country blew up. Where is brother Quanxi? Quickly let Quanxi come. Winning him is to raise our country's prestige. Losing is also fine. He is a maple leaf man. 3 boys. The country is in danger. I'm panicking. Quick merge. Left hand and right hand in one slow motion. Save the country and drive away the foreigners. Levi, it's time for you to return the favor. Make sure you hold Samson down. Comments of all kinds flooded the major platforms. The same is true under Lin Yi's account. The young man is still growing up, unable to fight against the great powers. But I still ask Linda to go to war. Linda, save the country. Chapter 27, Kyoto Airport Chorus. The day after the CCTV May 4th party. Kyoto Hotel. Lin Yi, who had been invited to the CCTV celebration banquet, stood at the entrance to the box with Louis Min. Inside, the leader is lecturing. For such an important project as the May 4th Gala, why don't you get the performers to the stage in advance? And a car accident. If Comrade Yi Min hadn't found Lin Yi, our CCTV's face would have been lost to you. The lecture lasted a full half hour. It wasn't until the leader gave the word to have someone call and ask Louis Min what the situation was now that Louis Min walked in with Lin Yi. The first sight of Lin Yi. The leaders at the table then started all kinds of compliments. Words like big hero, patriotic singer, and so on abound. Lin Yi's attitude towards this remained modest, stating that he was just a newcomer, and that there was still a gap between him and those veteran artists at the national level. This attitude pleased the leaders. After a full meal, the CCTV leader even took Louis Min and personally sent Lin Yi to the airport. Lin Yi, who had walked into the airport, was attracted by a crowd not far away. It was a team of children led by a teacher who was planning to go to Xiangqing from Kyoto for a study tour. At this time, they were singing the chorus of Junior Wahine Sang with the airport music playing. Each is pure and lovely. Each is full of vigor. Although these children don't have the singing skills of Linda, the tender childish voices sound really unique. Someone in the crowd of onlookers commented. Lin Yi, who was in the middle of it, was even frozen in place. It was the first time he had ever seen someone sing a track he had composed in real life. Even if he had prepared himself mentally before, he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions now. He couldn't tell you what it was like. There is a bit of emotion that comes from the children's clean voices, and there is also the pleasure of being recognized for one's own efforts. More than that, there is a sense of fulfillment that cannot be described in words. If, because of the song he created, he could put these ignorant children on the right track, then he would be willing to kneel even if he was asked to kneel every day. Not to mention kneeling once at the May 4th party. The children's chorus continues. They were holding hands and had the best, most genuine smiles on earthly faces. Those lovely faces were vibrant and majestic, like the first days of the red sun, bringing unparalleled warmth. The clear voice like a stream, gathered together is a leak of the ocean, attracting countless travelers and staff to stop and watch. There is also that one upright like the mountains and rivers of the body, but also the Chinese young man's intention to show the best of the spirit of the young man. Be angry and strong young men, and strive to be good pillars of the country. Boys, you were great. I don't know who it was that instantly won the approval of all the viewers. Thunderous applause resounded throughout the airport for a long time. The children's chorus is also getting more and more moving. Can anyone tell me which singer wrote this song? His words and music are so good. I want to be his fan. A passerby asked excitedly. Go back and watch the CCTV reruns of the May 4th party and you'll understand. Because only someone who has seen the whole thing with their own eyes can understand what an amazing talent the writer of the song is. Someone quickly responded. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to name Lin Yi directly, but he didn't want his compatriots to miss out on such a wonderful show. This conversation happened to be overheard by a small webcam. His name is Yang Daffin, a whole-life anchor with the screen name, Daffin no wonder. Sniffing the scent of heat, he immediately took out his cell phone and opened the live broadcast. To get attention, he titled the broadcast, Kyoto Airport Chorus. The headline quickly drew a crowd of takers. Family, I'm at the airport right now, and guess what I see? Yang Daffin also aimed the camera at those children at this time. Wow, the kids sing well. I think it's mainly because the song is so strong. Look at the melody. Look at the lyrics. It's unbeatable. Is there any family member with a big head who comes out to say which one of our Chinese music experts is the author of this song? The eaters kept sending pop-ups. The discussion about who the songwriters are is getting hotter and hotter. Yang Daffin's live broadcast quickly rushed up the hot list of recommendations. Many passing netizens, also with curiosity, clicked into the live broadcast. With the familiar phrase, live up to your years, Junior Wasia said. It's Linda's Junior Wasia said. Linda is awesome. Linda is awesome. Many people recognized the children's choral repertoire. The name Lin Yi had once again brought the heat of the live broadcast to a new climax. That's right. This song is none other than Mr. Lin Yi's Junior Huaxia speaks. Few men, but he could have written such fine words and composed such fine music. The heat in the live broadcast came from Lin Yi. And Yang Daffin wasn't one to forget his roots, so he immediately started bragging about Lin Yi. Daffin is right. Only someone as talented as Linda could write such a great song for the kids to sing. A group of teenage boys singing the Teenage Wahine saying is a perfect match. I love Lambda. I love Lambda. Looking at the heat of his live room that was about to rival that of a first-tier big anchor, as well as the rapidly growing number of fans, Yang Daffin's hands couldn't help but tremble. He secretly vowed in his heart that if he could meet Lin Yi in his lifetime, he would be sure to thank his great nobleman in person. And what he doesn't know is this. At that moment, Lin Yi was standing less than 3 meters away from him. Although this song is celebrating teenagers and telling us what it means to be a teenager, I can deeply feel from the lyrics, the author's passionate and incomparable heart of patriotism. The foremost spectator of the scene commented heartily, "This big brother is right. An unpatriotic songwriter would never waste time and energy to create a song related to a teenage boy, because that kind of unpatriotic person will never understand the good intention of Mr. Liang Qiqiao when he wrote this article." Someone nodded in response. The two of them were not far from Yang Daffin, and the conversation naturally fell into the ears of the audience in the live broadcast. That's right, Linda is a model of patriotism, the CCTV line model of my generation. I now finally understand what it means. A patriotic singer like Linda deserves to be a fan for the rest of his life. Many of the melon eaters had become Lin Yi's fans without realizing it. Some of the old fans in the live broadcast room even started to tell about Lin Yi's stunning kneel on the day of the May 4th gala. What? The Linda you guys just talked about is the Lin Yi that's so hot on the internet? Oddly enough, I'm just saying how this song feels like I've heard it somewhere before. It's only been one night. Junior Huaxia says even children can sing it. Lin Yi's influence is too great, isn't it? Shocking pop-ups rolled at a rapid pace. Lin Yi, who had no knowledge of this, also chose to withdraw and leave the stage during the closing session of the chorus. Just the moment he pushed his way out of the crowd. Lin Yi? Chapter 28, Genius Girl. Recognized? Lin Yi's body stiffened. With all the travelers coming and going at the airport, who else would recognize him? Lin Yi slowly turned around, only to see a girl who was as heavily armed as he was, wearing a mask and sunglasses, standing behind him. The girl was tall, standing as if she were a crane in the crowd at the airport, with long dark hair that reached her waist. She was wearing a long white dress, immortal and outstanding. At a glance, she was not an ordinary girl. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Lin Yi. Lin Yi replied. The girl said stubbornly. You are. Lin Yi frowned, thinking, could this girl really know him? Or is it? Now that he's on fire all over the internet, I'm afraid that if he exposes his identity here, he'll cause a riot. It's crowded here. Go over there and talk. So he tugged on the girl's arm and pulled her toward a less crowded corner. How did you recognize me? Lin Yi was curious about this. Wearing sunglasses and a mask himself, even his friends and family couldn't recognize him. How could someone who didn't know him recognize him? It can't be your own true fan? But, as of now, he doesn't have that level of fan base. Faced with this question, the girl didn't say anything, but handed over the boarding pass in her hand. In the name column it was clearly written Lin Yi. I was looking at this and it fell out of your pocket. The girl answered by pointing to her boarding pass, her mask so tightly covered that her expression could not be seen. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. At first, he thought he was too famous and met a loyal fan base. As it turned out, I didn't realize that it was all due to my own carelessness. Just a reminder, your boarding time is coming up. Oh, the girl took the initiative to break the silence. Thank you so much for this time. I'll buy you dinner sometime in the future. Lin Yi thanked. No need to be so polite. The girl waved her hand. Of course, I wouldn't say no if you must. The two men smiled at each other. While laughing, Lin Yi noticed at this time that the live-streaming Yang Daffin happened to turn his cell phone camera towards the two of them. I'll see you around. I'm off to catch my flight. Lin Yi, who didn't want to attract the attention of passers-by, waved goodbye towards the girl. What he doesn't know is this. The girl looked at his departing back, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly under her mask. What he knows even less is this. The audience of Yang Daffin's live broadcast suddenly sent out a pop-up screen that detonated the entire room. Anchor, can you move the camera to the left a little bit? That person who just ran past you, his figure seems like Linda. I just saw it too. He's really super similar to Linda. What? Lin Yi is at the airport? The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned, and so was Yang Daffin. The latter hurriedly turned around with his cell phone, wanting to take a picture with his nobleman and idol in the presence of the entire internet. Unfortunately, his luck doesn't seem to be very good. Long before he saw the pop-up, Lin Yi had already boarded the airplane. Hey, that's life. Yang Daffin sighed. Anchor, have you heard of Song Qinghuan? A pop-up suddenly asked. Of course I know. Yang Daffin instantly became interested. Song Qinghuan is not only pretty, but she is even more powerful when she sings. I've been following her since she debuted. The regret of losing out to Lin Yi quickly dispersed, and young Daphne blew a gasket to the audience of the live broadcast. He's telling the truth. Song Ching-hwan is the most powerful and talented singer in recent years. Even when she was just starting out, she was praised by name by big names in the domestic music industry, saying that she had the potential to become a future diva. Anchor, since you're a fan of Song Ching-hwan, would you like to take a picture with her? The same netizen from before sent another pop-up. Nonsense. Sure, I want to. Who can resist the temptation to take a picture with their idol? As soon as the words fell, Yang Daphne realized that something was wrong. He squinted his eyes and looked around carefully while asking into the live feed. Good brother, tell me the truth. Did you just see Song Ching-hwan at the airport? What? Song Ching-hwan is also at the airport? Really? No way. Isn't Song Ching-hwan studying at Berkeley? How come she's here? I guess it's just a look-alike. Not to mention Yang Daphne. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Yes, there's someone who looks like her in that direction you were shooting before. If that little brother is Linda himself, then she must be Song Ching-hwan, because I saw the two of them chatting just now. I can't say they look alike. They're exactly the same. That unique back. Once the pop-ups were sent out, the broadcast room instantly boiled over. Is there a family member who knows how to tell fortunes to say what kind of a good day it is? That's right. That's right. First Linda and then Song Ching-hwan. The airport is too prosperous today, isn't it? You guys just leave it to chat online. I'll take a cab to the airport first. Lin Dae, Ching-gu. I'm coming. There happen to be Song Ching-hwan's fans in the live stream. That brother just now. I advise you not to call a cab. Chinga can't be at the airport because she's currently studying at Berkeley College of Music. I'll testify that I saw Chinga's tweets at the time. I'm the same. With the fans solid, the foodies calmed down. Can't we say Song Ching-hwan graduated and returned home? Families, please don't leave the broadcast room. The anchor will follow and ask now. Knowing that traffic didn't come easily, Yang Daphne immediately braced himself and headed in the direction of where Song Ching-hwan and Lin Yi had been chatting first. However, by the time he got there, where were Lin Yi and Song Ching-hwan? He lost him. The matter was finally settled. That night, Lin Yi, who had returned home to Xiangcheng, was the first to receive a call from Louis Min. Just get home safely. Louis Min continued. The performance fee station has called you over. You remember to pay attention to the text message. With that, he hung up. The arrival text message was also sent to Lin Yi's cell phone on time a few minutes later. Ding, dear agricultural bank user. Your account has added 500,000 RMB and the balance is. Looking at the arrival text message, Lin Yi silently stroked his chin. With the royalties from the military earlier, he had a total of $2.5 million saved in his bank account. It was a huge sum of money, enough for him to buy a house in Xiangcheng with full payment, and enough for a down payment on a handsome little car several rings away in Kyoto. However, this evening, Lin Yi's mind was not on buying a house. After all, there's not much money to buy it now. He had to take that money and do something else that made sense. It was also something he had to do and had been looking forward to for a long time. Chapter 29, None of You Chinese Can Fight. Something else happened that night that was noticed all over the internet. The second installment of The Singer is on. Young Smack. Come on, Young Smack. Yanala is your last name. Resisting the foreigners is your life. This time, we'll make the foreigners kneel down and listen. As soon as the show started, it erupted into a screen full of pop-ups. Some people are cheering Naeun on, while others make sarcastic remarks. Relax. In fact, it's okay for you to lose. The old lady in her 50s, we can all understand. At first I thought the program was Song Queen Na Young and her challenges, but I realized after watching the first issue that the program is called The Adventures of Yan Ariang. Don't talk about being number one. As long as you can stay in the top 3, you'll be considered a success. After all, you're a segmented singer. Not on the same level as other professional singers. The internet has never lost in the Twilight Zone department, and Na Young is no less than a veteran diva. Seeing these highly mocking pop-ups didn't bother her, until a pop-up came along. Let's all disperse. Naeun will definitely come first this time. Don't play forgetting that The Singer is our domestically sponsored program. Naeun broke the defense all of a sudden. In the face of rumors and gossip questioning her strength and all sorts of internet jokes, she can easily laugh it off. But this pop-up, which explicitly says it's black, is just too much of a shrimp pig's heart. Sister Na, they're all talking nonsense, so don't take it to heart. The assistant stepped forward to reassure him. Spoken like I'd hitch a ride with them. Naeun grunted. Don't look at her mouth, but she's still not sure. The two foreign singers showed too much strength to be compared to those domestic lovebirds in vases. The difficulty factor of trying to win against both of them can be very high. The bottom line is this. With this pop-up, Naeun, even if she manages to take first place, will be called shady and won't be able to prove anything at all. It's hard to do. Naeun sighed darkly. In the meantime, the first player, Shantimo, made his entrance. The track she brought was Superwoman. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Open your mouth for a king bomb? With this hard power, how will Nayoung and the others win? The netizens are desperate. The second one out, Vanshia, pushed that desperation even further. By the time Nayoung made her third appearance, the netizens were even more completely dead. The song that Nayoung sings is Break Free. The original singer of this song isn't even her. So what makes her dare to sing this one? Come on. Nayoung knows there's no hope of winning the championship and plans to start swinging for the fences. She's paving the way for her future. If the ranking is good, she'll be the top diva who knows everything. If the ranking is bad, she'll just say it's not her song. The netizens were spouting off, especially when Nayoung just opened her mouth. What's all this singing? Nichinma, refund your ticket. What about this alarmist stuff? I'm sorry, young smack. You sing very well, but I still prefer someone else. Crying. The invective and mockery was unrelenting. It's a good thing Nayoung has deep vocals and proves herself in the chorus. Hey, Young Smack's got a good eye. This song is quite suitable for her to sing. Who said Young Smack has a good voice but a dog's brain? I now take back the bad remarks I just made. Yenalaying really has power. Go on. Hold it steady. You still have a chance to win. The pop-up reviews shifted instantly. The backstage crew couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Nayoung showed singing that was definitely unquestionably top 3. With her under her belt, as long as the remaining 4 singers overachieve and also break into the top 3, then the country's door is guarded for this installment. However, reality is always so cruel. The program is simply not human. Wolf is singing love songs. Why did you guys invite him to make things difficult for him? Listeners of Amu's songs, Peace is Blessing, Flowers for All Seasons, 100 Years of Happiness. Who hired the red and white band? M's sister Yang sings this song. Is she planning to win the title by selling her feelings? Where are her vocals? Apparently, the 4 remaining contestants did not perform up to the netizens' expectations, much less compared to Nayoung and the 2 overseas contestants. The same goes for the final rankings. Nayoung, who brought out her full strength, still didn't win the title. The second place finish was good enough, but none of the viewers were willing to buy it. Shantimo, who was first last time, is third this time, making Nayoung second. Is the program sure there's no shady business? They're both in their 50s, so why should someone else be number 1 and Nayoung not have the strength? The veteran was robbed of the first place by the newcomer. Is it a shame? The netizens, who have nowhere to vent their anger, coincidentally point the finger at Nayoung. Nayoung fans were also the first to come forward to give a counterattack, but the huge gap in numbers made their pop-ups end up stone cold and unattended. Just when the internet was cursing, an English pop-up suddenly broke into view. What does it mean? Can anyone translate it? I come. What he said was, none of you, Chinese, can fight. I'm you. Where's Master Yi? Come out and fight 10. The netizens were enraged, and one of them was shaking with anger. The singers program has long been on fire overseas. As soon as the second edition of the rankings came out, countless sneers sprang up on foreign social software. Wasia's friends, don't get me wrong. I'm not targeting Nayeon alone. I'm saying that all the singers in your Wasia's music scene are music colors. Is this the level of Chinese singers? My grandmother's singing is better than theirs. It seems that China is really no talent. The newcomers can't beat the old, and the old can't sing enough for the newcomers. It's a shame. There are no singers in Huaxia, and a 50-year-old woman is the pioneer. Tweets after tweets have fueled the anger of netizens in the country. This is called the Tianji horse race. What do you know about it? A domestic netizen stepped forward and countered. Oh, so this is called Tianji racehorse. But why did you just send Nayeon a horse? Where are the other horses? Why can't I see them? I thought I'd have a chance to see our top horse in action. But I was overthinking it. Blow up, blow up. The netizens were completely blown away. The great powers are at it again. Please save the country. Is our Chinese music scene really dying? The country is in danger. But all the powerful singers within China. The comment sections and private messages of social accounts are almost flushed with them. At this critical time of crisis, the singer officially dropped a message that was enough to dishearten the netizens at home. For the third installment, Adam is coming. What? Adam's coming? Adam, the foreign pop star? What's the point of this competition? Adam, don't open his mouth. The third installment of the championship goes directly to him. Lin Dakia, don't take a vacation. Come out to save the country. Chapter 30, Twinkle, Twinkle, Shine. Hashtag World Pop Top 1 Adam is coming. Hashtag the gates of the country are about to fall. Hashtag who can save the precarious Chinese music scene. Hashtag. Several hot searches went straight to the top of the list, and domestic netizens were on edge. They left frantic comments underneath the social media accounts of major powerhouse singers. Linny was among them. Rinda, stop your vacation and come out to save the country. If you don't come out, our Chinese music scene will really be finished. Help me. Rinda. Countless netizens ran to the bottom of Lin Yi's Weibo and left messages. Unfortunately, Linny didn't give any reply from start to finish. Can't blame him, because right now, he had no time to look at his cell phone. The outskirts of Hunan City, inside a humble orphanage, Linny was playing and frolicking with the children. Brother Lin-E, I still want to hear the story of the 7 little princesses and the snow dwarf. That story's not interesting. I want to hear Brother Lin-E tell about the gourd children and their stubborn grandfather. No, 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 no. The children gathered around Linny and talked. Linny wasn't annoyed. Instead, he was enjoying the time. Because this orphanage is where he grew up. For him, returning to the orphanage is as cozy as returning home. Those little children who were also orphans were even more so regarded by him as younger siblings in need of attentive care. How about this? I'll tell you a new story this time. How about 40 Alibabas as thieves? Linny asked with a smirk, without waiting for the children to respond. Grandma Dean, who had finished tidying up the house, came out. She waved towards Linny. Everyone play by themselves for a while, and brother will come back later to tell stories. Linny smiled towards the children and got up to walk towards the dean's grandmother. The two returned to the house. Xiaoyi, I really thank you so much this time. Grandma Dean smiled kindly as she looked at the piles of toddler supplies in her room. You've donated enough supplies this time to last the children for quite some time. And the vegetables and fruits you had sent in regularly before. The kids have been in great shape lately. As she spoke, Grandma Dean's eyes moistened. This orphanage has been her life's work and carries so much of her sweat and memories. However, she's just an ordinary person. As a member of the masses, she didn't have a vast network of people, let alone a solid family background. Supporting the orphanage until last year was as far as she could go by selling her private family's assets. Just a while ago, the orphanage was about to face closure. A savior has appeared. The guy didn't ask too many questions, didn't even come over for a field trip. Even so, he still did not hesitate to make a free donation to the orphanage. And it's still a donation in $100,000 increments. This money saved the orphanage from being in dire straits. It can be said that without that savior, all the children in the yard would have had to sleep on the streets and starve. Yet, you know, that great benefactor does good deeds without leaving his name. No matter how much Grandma and I try to investigate, I can't find out anything about him. Until today when someone brought this in for me to sign. Grandma Dean said as she pulled a contract out of her arms. It was a contract for a project to renovate and refurbish an abandoned orphanage. The budget is over $800,000. Grandma, that great and good man is a really good man. He deserves to learn from him. Lin-E, who glanced at the contract, said sincerely, how much longer are you going to pretend with me? Grandma Dean smiled a knowing smile. I'm not pretending. I really want to learn from that great benefactor. Lin-E raised his eyebrows, still incredibly sincere. The contractor who delivered the contract but told me that the person who hired them was a big star named Linny. Granny Dean raised her chin toward one side. There was an old TV sitting there. There's a rerun of the CCTV May 4th party on it. What was even more coincidental was that when Linny looked over, he just happened to see the image of himself when he turned the microphone on those teenagers. Why are these people so unreliable? Seeing the truth exposed, Linny couldn't help but spit in his heart. He gave 1,000 instructions that when he sent the contract, he must not tell the truth. Whoever thought? The leaders of those construction parties promised faster than one in their mouths. But in private, they are all big mouths. And don't blame them, Grandma's older, but not confused. Even if they hadn't said anything, Grandma could have guessed that the great benefactor was you. A hint of heartache and helplessness flashed through Grandma Dean's slightly cloudy eyes. After all, none of those kids who went out of the yard over the years ever came back except you. The human heart is so cold. Not everyone understands the principle of eating water without forgetting to dig a well. Grandma, don't be so sad. Everyone has their own aspirations. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. Now that I've made a fortune and have money, you can always call me if there are any problems with our orphanage in the future. Linny spoke out to calm him down. The grandmother of the dean, who had heard this assurance, looked visibly a little unhappy. She glared at Linny and continued. Of course I know you're making a name for yourself now, but have you ever thought that you're living for yourself, not for me or the kids at the orphanage? You're not too young now. It's time to talk about marriage. Earn money, keep it to buy a house to find a daughter-in-law is not good? What seemed like words of reprimand were incomparably warm in Ling Yi's ears. Abandoned by his parents since childhood, he has only ever felt care from his elders in his grandmother, the dean. He understood that Grandma Dean was saying these things for his own good. After all, Grandma Dean had always treated him like her own grandson. I know, Grandma. It's not like my career is still on the upswing right now. In our line of work, It's not good to get married too early. Linny bristled and spread his hands. No young person can stand the topic of marriage reminders. That's true, but you can't be unprepared at all. It's hard to believe that you're planning to. Just as the dean's grandmother was about to give a long speech, a brother Linny suddenly interrupted her. The visitor was a little girl from the orphanage. Brother Linny, can you take us to sing? The appearance of the little girl was undoubtedly a lifesaver for Linny. Go go go. Sing whatever you want. Under Grandma Yard's hateful gaze, Linny shamelessly walked out of the room. As soon as the children playing in the yard saw Linny come out, they immediately started talking again. Brother Linny, can you teach us to sing the junior Chinese saying? Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale is fine, as long as it's your song, Brother Linny. The kids are too young to know what discussion means. In 3 words, there was a fight over what song to sing. Okay, everyone be quiet. Linny casually picked up a small toy piano. Today, my brother will bring you all to sing a new song, okay? After saying that, Linny began to play. It was as if his hands had an unknown mysterious magic. The seemingly ordinary little toy piano, under the pleasing movement of his fingertips, played a melody that was so flawless, so beautiful and melodious, with a familiar rhythm playing. Twinkle, twinkle, bright, the sky is full of little stars. Linny took the lead, and the children happily sang along. Outside the orphanage at this time, a few passing pedestrians stopped in their tracks. They were so captivated and mesmerized by the music that they couldn't help but get lost in it. A man who was dressed in a relatively dignified manner even picked up his cell phone and exclaimed, "Hey, wife, I'm afraid you won't believe me when I say it. I actually heard a performance comparable to that of a great artist at the entrance of the orphanage." Chapter 31, One Vote, One Country's Gate Lost. The merriment at the orphanage continued, and more people stopped at the door to listen. I don't know who started it. Those walkers, in fact, transformed into children in an instant and sang along. Twinkle, twinkle, bright, the sky is full of little stars. It was different from Linny's comfort in the moment. The internet in this country has been in complete uproar. There's no way around it. The name Adam is just too loud. What the hell should we do? If Yashin really comes, can Ing Smack and the few of them really defend the country's gates? Buddy, you're looking down on Nayoung too much. If Yashin really came and Nayoung still managed to keep the top 3, I think he's awesome. Yeah, Adam's so strong. It's scary as hell. None of the domestic singers led by Na Young are favored, or to put it more accurately, netizens still have a little faith in Na Young, but others. In fact, from an objective point of view, Ing Smack is still barely able to break bread with Adam. But what about the others? Can't Adam do whatever he wants in front of them? Do whatever you want. 4, please pick up. I'll do it for you. Push to the edge of the mountain. At the end of the line, do your best. Do whatever you want. Fork these 2 idiots out. The sudden farce still hasn't cut the worry in the minds of netizens. On the contrary, from those few joking comments, the netizens saw nothing but full of unconcern. No care in the world about whether or not Na Young's guys can win the title. Is it so hard to lead this class of netizens? The game hasn't even started yet and you're growing on others. I think they're just being alarmist. Backstage at the show, an exasperated Nayoung breathes heavily. The other players are in even worse shape. Wang Shulong, who was about to shatter into a linden. The whole thing was at a loss for words. There's also the Ducky Huang Hyun and the row cover band. Each of their faces was crawling with a gravity that was visible to the naked eye. Good news. Nah, good news. The assistant stormed into the backstage. I just saw Ms. Han Hong coming. With her here, we'll definitely be able to hold it steady this time. What? Ms. Han Hong is here? The contestants backstage were overjoyed. As singers, they all knew very well what the word Han Hong represented in the domestic music scene. With Ms. Han Hong's support, they will be able to. Thoughts unsettled. A big announcement was made online by the show's officials. Adam's entry this time around turned out to be Queen's smash hit, We Will Rock You. Even the theme song of the World Cup is here. How can this be a win? Then the program will not play? All put down their keyboards and go to bed. The gates of the country seem destined to be lost. The internet is heartily discouraged. A pop song that once took the whole world by storm. What's it going to take to win? Take the head or the hammer? If you can't win the championship, you can take the 2nd and 3rd place. Why are you so negative? Besides, Na's conquests, Ms. Han Hong's heavenly paths, are they weak? Some netizens are more optimistic. It is thought that with Na Young and Han Hong's hard power, they are perfectly capable of going head-to-head with Adam, provided they are in overdrive. There's no use talking about this now. Just wait honestly for a few hours and watch them perform live. This comment stabilized the netizens for the time being. Time passes quickly. In a flash, it's time for the singer's 3rd live show. Nayoung, who appeared first, gave the audience a song called 10 Years. She was perfect in every aspect of her performance. One could even say it's impeccable. Relieved, relieved, relieved. Ing smack performance. The top 3 is estimated to be stable. Yanala really doesn't produce any trash. Young smack. I'm looking forward to you. The pop-ups became cheerful once again. The vibe didn't last long, though, because the second one to come out, Vanshia, delivered a classic track that flooded all the audience with memories. God is a girl. This. It's not close. She's not close to Young Smack. I'd even like to vote for Vanshia if I could add recall points. If you think so, then the judges probably think so too. The netizens realized a very serious problem. That's what killed White Moonlight. Compared to 10 years, which needs to be experienced to be understood, God is a Girl clearly has the edge in this regard. Right now, there's only one thing the audience can do. That is, silently praying in your heart that Shantimo never plays a memory kill too. I wonder if the prayers of the audience worked. Shantimo brings a classic track as well, but she faces the same problem as Naeung. That song, Last Dance, is hard to appreciate the ingenuity of the song without experiencing or seeing the movie of the same name. Following up on stage was the AMU contestant. Surprisingly, it's not coming back in the fall, and I can't believe I got to see this song come up at the occasion's tournament. This familiar melody is full of memories inside. At first you're a good teenager, then you're a baby mama. My brain is suddenly itchy, as if the killer slanting bangs are growing back. The pop-ups were enthusiastic and Moo's performance sold out, but the gap in strength was ultimately an insurmountable moat. Like him, Wang Shulong, who appeared next, also performed moderately well, but still couldn't match the first 3 big names. The row caps showed a near-perfect performance, but they were more or less visible as a bit nervous and flawed. Next, the main event is coming up. MS, Han Hong and Adam went toe-to-toe, giving the audience 2 visual and auditory feasts in quick succession. They both have too much control. At one point, it surpassed the Naeung trio at the beginning. The first and second are not the two of them. Was MS, Han Hong's Tibetan Plateau better, or was Adam's We Will Rock You sharper? Let's all hold our breath until the jury votes. The host stretched the atmosphere to the breaking point. The audience didn't even dare to take a breath, and the internet watchers even blocked the screen with their hands. Everyone waited for the final moments of the showdown. About a minute later, the data is in. The host held the list in his hand and said with a serious face, I would like to announce that the winner of the singer's third installment is. He stretched his voice, his outstretched right hand swaying back and forth over Han Hong and Adam. The hearts of the audience swayed. The ultimate winner, by just 1 vote, is We Will Rock You from Adam. The entire network instantly fell silent at the host's loud chants. MS, Han Hong is the runner-up. As a member of the national team, Mr. Han Hong, who represented the highest strength of the Chinese music scene, was the runner-up. Wait a minute. Runner-up? MS. Han Hong is the runner-up? This. How can this be possible? How can MS, Han Hong be the runner-up? 1 vote difference just 1 vote. The country's gate is guarded The frustration of the netizens is overflowing. The gates of the country are lost. Now they were beyond desperate. But more desperate things were to come. This time, the program team has invited MS, Han Hong to help out. So who can we invite for the next installment? And who can be better than MS, Han Hong? We can't keep letting our national team's top artists compete with foreign singers, can we? Is it useful to talk so much now? Mr. Han Hong lost. Not one. A worry pop-up instantly brought everyone's mood down again. Artists and singers are inherently 2 very different concepts. The former is significantly larger than the latter. Overseas viewers are bound to be unconvinced by relying on members of the national team to compete with singers from other countries on a regular basis. At this time of military unrest, the singer's big screen suddenly lit up with a video call. Singer number 4, here I come. A short sentence instantly cooled the hearts of the domestic audience. Because the person who uttered those words was the one who shocked the world with his dolphin voice and was known as the Great Demon King. Vitus, yoo-hoo. The person who came to kick off the tournament is actually the Demon King. Friends from China, how are you guys going to win this time? When the dolphin voice comes out, who can compete? Adam, your regrets. Demon will win them back for you. Overseas social media programs are full of taunts. This time, not to mention Naeung and the rest of them, even MS, Han Hong, was a bit fidgety. If she is the song artist, then Demon Vitus is the artist of artists. Can anyone win against such an opponent? It's over. It's really over. Naeung collapsed on her but on the couch. Can someone tell me what we're going to do this time? Chapter 32, I, Lin E, have volunteered to fight for my country. Twinkle, twinkle, shiny. During the singer's third installment, Lin E remained with the children at the orphanage. It was a life he enjoyed. It just seemed that God didn't want him to indulge in comfort. Early the next morning, he was awakened by a sharp ringing of his cell phone. Hey, Director Liu, what can I do for you? A sleepy Lin Yi yawned. Lin Yi, where are you? The leader of the State Ministry of Culture and Propaganda wants to see you. This statement was made. Lin Yi sat up with a whoosh. After exchanging a few brief words with Lui Min, he got up with a serious face and washed himself. 2 o'clock that afternoon, Minister Zhao, with his personal assistant in tow, arrived at the orphanage where Lin Yi was. As promised, after exchanging pleasantries, Deputy Director Zhao of the Information Bureau of the State Ministry of Culture and Propaganda chose to get straight to the point. Lin Yi, have you heard of the program singer lately? In the face of Deputy Director Zhao's questioning, Lin Yi didn't dare to hide anything. He knew the singer, but didn't know much about it. It was only clear that Mayang in the first installment was overwhelmed by 2 foreign singers, something that had caused a furor online. Now that the singer has finished competing in the 3rd installment, you can find out what's going on your phone and then we'll talk. Deputy Director Zhao stared. To get this reaction from the upper echelons, things must be extraordinary for the singer. Lin Yi, who realized the seriousness of the situation, opened Weibo at the first opportunity. His comments and private messages have long since surpassed 99+. Click on a random one. The country is in danger. Come back and save the country. Similar content is all over the place. Lin Yi clicked on the hot list again. Hashtag the archdemon Vitus is coming. Hashtag this time the gates are really going down. Hashtag who can save Waxha. Hashtag. The headlines are endless. The more he clicked in and looked through, the more grave Lin Yi's face became. He didn't expect it. It's amazing how far things have come. Although there is no shame in a singer participating in a competition losing to virtuoso, this incident will make Huaxia lose face internationally. A great country with a population of 1.4 billion people. Is it possible that this is all it can do? I know you're a smart man and can easily guess what we've come to see you about. Deputy Director Zhao personally handed over a cigarette. I understand, but I'm curious as to why the state came to me. Both in terms of seniority and status, it seems like I'm a little underqualified, right? Lin Yi, who had taken the cigarette, asked. He's a big hit right now, but definitely not as big as the big boys on the nationals. No matter which way you look at it, getting him in the tournament and going head-to-head with Demon Virtus doesn't seem like the best choice. Ah, Lin Yi, you're good at everything. It's all because your character is a bit too modest. Do you realize that being overly modest is the same thing as being presumptuous? After saying these 2 sentences, Deputy Director Zhao changed his tone and said, whether it's your previous Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, or your later Jingzhong Huagua, as well as the junior Huaxia saying at the May 4th party, you have received all-round recognition from the country. From this perspective, you are an uncompromisingly great talent with a deep knowledge and understanding of our Chinese culture. I ask you now, what do you think a man like you should do when your country needs you? Lin Yi, who heard these words, fell silent. There is one and only one correct answer to the question thrown out by Deputy Zhao. That's stepping up to the plate and saving the country from danger. But then again, Vitus can be called by the world as the great devil of the music world. The strength is definitely not blown by bragging. It's not easy to win against him. Even if Lin Yi had complete confidence in himself, he still needed plenty of preparation time. Otherwise, panicking on the field will surely end in a defeat. Had to come up with a foolproof way to do it. He didn't know that. His contemplation at the moment, in the eyes of Deputy Director Zhao and the others, was a hesitation that he didn't know how to refuse. You shouldn't be under so much pressure. Although a heavenly pride like you should logically be fighting for the country and shouldn't be stuck in a comfortable environment. But everyone has the right to make their own choices. Whatever you end up choosing, we'll respect your judgment. Deputy Director Zhao wore a smile. Underneath the smile is a concern that goes hand in hand with anticipation. He was afraid that Lin Yi would really choose to reject it. I don't know. He had somewhat underestimated that patriotic heart of Lin Yi's. In Lin Yi's opinion, the honor of his country would always be greater than anything he could do for himself. For the sake of his country, he was willing to pour out all of himself. Director Cho. Lin Yi slowly raised his head, supreme firmness bursting from his eyes. Although I can't be like our Chinese sages, who set their hearts for heaven and earth, and opened peace for the ages, I can assure you that I will definitely participate in the singer's 4th installment, and I will definitely not teach the Huema to go over the Yinshan. The words fell. Deputy Director Zhao's eyes instantly had an infinite amount of refined light in them. In this moment, he instantly understood the feelings of Wei Wu Emperor Cao Cao, when he first met Sun Quan. A son should be born like Sun Zhengmo. Fistful of patriotism should be like Lin Yi. What a great line. But make the Dragon City flying generals. Don't teach the Huema to go to Yinshan. Deputy Director Zhao excitedly held Lin Yi's hands. I believe in you, and I'll be steadfastly waiting to see the 3 armies blossom after your flagrant victory. Seemingly feeling that his words were a bit perfunctory, Minister Zhao added as an afterthought, I can promise you right now that as long as you participate in the competition, but regardless of the outcome, I will submit an application with the state to hire you as the cultural ambassador of China. Same time, God Zhang has no schedule, and Mr. Joe Sliding Sword is recuperating. Has God really given up on us in Huaxia? Damn it, why is Mr. Gong Lin the teacher in the mountainous area at this time of the year for a charity performance and can't come back in time? My family, Ran Gu Man, is also making up for a movie. This issue has no time to come back to save the day. What the hell are we supposed to do in the Chinese music scene? The netizens were more anxious than one. Naeun, who knew the terror of Demon King Vita's strength, was so anxious that she began to lash out at the director in front of the contestants. You said you couldn't invite anyone, so why did you invite Veritas? Are the ratings really that important? More important than the coming face of our Chinese singing scene? The director listened to Naeun's complaints, but he didn't dare to retort in the slightest. Riding the tiger, he regretted more than anyone else the decision he had made in the heat of the moment when his head was in the clouds. Sister Na, director, you know my strength, or I should just withdraw. Wang Shulong asked weakly. He's been poorly received online, but any hit that has anything to do with him is destined to be followed by comments like hard to hear and the lad needs more practice. Some people even started calling him Wang Lung straight away, knowing that he was bound to be eliminated in the fourth installment. No, Naeun flatly rejected Wang Shulong's proposal. The latter would lose face at best if they lost, but if they just withdrew, they would surely be ridiculed by the overseas audience, saying something about Chinese singers being wimps. But I really don't have the courage to go on stage right now. Wang Shulong took out his cell phone. Sister Na, look I'm about to be scolded as a pig dog not. Halfway through his sentence, his voice came to an abrupt halt. Holding the phone up and frozen for a long moment, he turned it to the crowd as if he were waking up from a big dream. With trembling hands, it was a tweet. Lin Yi, volunteer to be a singer. @singer. Chapter 33, an arrogant and ignorant singer. What? Lin Yi volunteered to be a singer? The belated host, Mr. He, stood in the doorway and froze, then asked in a million different surprises. Woof woof, is that the Lin Yi who sang Junior Huaxia Speaks at the CCTV gala? This statement was made. Everyone's eyes gathered on Wang Shulong's face. He didn't say anything, just nodded dumbly in place. Same time, netizens who saw the tweet also boiled over in an instant. I know there's a tiger on the mountain, but I'm going to the tiger's mountain. Linda is mighty. Ha 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 ha. Linda is competing on his own. I'll see who dares to say that all our Chinese singers are cowards. It's really great. With Linda out of the way, the fourth installment must be a sure thing. The comments on Lin Yi's entry tweet quickly surpassed 10,000. Many people were even more completely put down. They were all viewers of the CCTV May 4th gala and had witnessed Lin Yi's unprecedented top strength. Most importantly, Lin Yi is not only a great singer, but also an absolute powerhouse in songwriting. Once he is allowed to win the fourth phase of the Singers' Championship, the overseas mockery of the Chinese music scene that only knows how to remix will surely not be broken. At that point, the Chinese music scene will be considered to have truly established itself in the world of music. You guys are right about all this, but haven't you forgotten one very important thing? The overseas singer in the fourth installment of the Kickoff Singers is known as the Great Demon King of the world's singing world. Veritas. That's right, once the Demon King's dolphin voice comes out, what's Lin Yi going to win with? By kneeling to the judges? Advise the big guys in advance that it's best not to have too much hope for Lin Yi, because the greater the hope, the greater the subsequent disappointment. There are no absolutes. Netizens felt the same way about Lin Yi's autonomous entry. There is good and then there is bad. What's more, some of them directly launched derogatory insults at Lin Yi. A lucky singer who just exploded in popularity wants to take the initiative to challenge the Demon King. A weak question. Are his eyes growing on the top of his head? I ask you all to forgive my lack of imagination. I really can't think of how a tiny Lin Yi is qualified to compete on the same stage as the Great Demon King. He's competing on his own? I think he's autonomous who wants to disgrace our Huaxia, isn't he? The number of bad reviews is increasing. No matter how much those netizens who supported Lin Yi countered, they couldn't argue with Little Blackie, who was known for his eccentricity. Those brainwashed fans of Sure Shuyun from earlier had directly transformed into jets at the moment and started smearing Lin Yi in all sorts of ways. What you guys are saying is undeniable, and I agree with it. But right now, besides Lin Yi, is there anyone else in our Chinese singing world who dares to come forward and compete? In all fairness, he deserves our respect for showing the courage to compete. Now that the Singer's fourth installment will soon begin, I hope the major netizens can be merciful with their mouths and give me face. A roadie fan stepped up to comment. The result is the next second. And give you face? You think you're the king of heaven? Face as big as the sky? Our mouths and hands are on us. We can say whatever we want. If you have the guts, come along the net and us. Lin Yi, I know this is your trumpet. Come on, stop pretending, okay? Hey. This brother, the truth we know in our hearts is good. You say it directly, not afraid to scare Lin Yi to the ground. Do not dare to participate in the singer? and respect. If he doesn't get a good ranking, let's see if I don't spray him so much that even his family won't recognize him. The countless comments shook the roadie's phone and made it snap. Some extreme little hacks even began to find the home address of this Roadrunners fan through various channels and mailed him souvenirs. 2 or 3 consecutive days of no peace and quiet. Completely the Road fan to scare the night cancelled the microblogging. Aren't you little black men going a little too far? That's right. If you think Linny can't do it, then go on by yourselves. You're always hacking at this and that. Are you carbon? Someone stood out and chose to defend Linny. But more than that, it was still humiliation and ridicule towards Linny. Okay, all stop. Have this effort. We go to the national team below. The message does not smell good? Fragrance is fragrance. But the singers of the national team don't seem to be on the same level as the Demon King, right? In that case, why don't we choose to trust Linny for once? A comment that believed in Linny instantly caused another internet scolding to go up in smoke again. Some people feel that Linny has a good song and lyrics, so he may not be out of the running for the title. Some people think Linny is an embroidered pillow, no real material at all, and those previous songs were just plagiarized. These two groups make up half of the internet population. The remaining small group, in the spirit of watching the show, remained neutral throughout. Singer backstage, with V authentication. It really is Linny's microblogging account. Wang Shulong waved his cell phone toward the crowd. Great, with Linny involved, the 4th installment will definitely be even more exciting. The director and the crowd clearly see things differently. Like the comment Naeun gave earlier, in the eyes of the director, ratings always come first. Whether Linny could defeat the great demon Lord Vitus or not, he didn't care at all. Right now, there was only one point he cared about, and that was how he should package the confrontation between Linny and Veritas to attract the eyes of people all over the world. The director is right, because Linny has strength. The 4th installment will definitely be more exciting. Teacher He, who noticed that the atmosphere in the office was a bit off, hurriedly opened his mouth to round off the conversation. Sister Na, am I right? Na-ing, who was already distracted, was suddenly asked this question, and immediately subconsciously grunted coldly. What kind of strength can Linny have? An arrogant and ignorant singing junior. Does he deserve to win the championship? No sooner had the words left her mouth than Naeun realized the mistake. She still didn't despise Linny in her heart, especially after the end of the CCTV May 4th party. She didn't feel half as good about Linny, because the better Linny got, the more he was proving to the national audience that her, Na-Yun's vision, just sucked. And if Linny gets lucky and squeaks out a title, the word Na-ing, it is estimated that this life will be nailed to the pillar of shame of the Yeha-Nara clan, completely equated with a clown. That's true to say, but Na-Young is ultimately an old-timer in the singing world. She could disparage Linny in her heart in all sorts of ways, but she could never say it herself, because once these words were uttered, it would in turn appear that she, as a person, was a dog's brain, without any semblance of pattern, much less understanding of the human condition. This review goes too far, doesn't it? Naeun, who had returned to her senses, rushed to find a replacement. Mr. Ho, what did you just say? Chapter 34, The Madman Linny. Mr. He is known in the circle for his high emotional intelligence. With his art of words, the matter was quickly turned over. Sister Na, then do you have any thoughts on the matter of Linny's participation? Huang Xian tried. I think so. This Linny person is indeed very powerful, but he's too underqualified and too young. He's going to be nervous about putting him in this level of competition. Singing nerves in turn inevitably lead to mistakes, resulting in performances that don't get high marks. So I think Linny is qualified to compete, but it shouldn't be for the 4th installment of Singers. Naeun had filled his words. If anyone dared to raise an opinion contrary to hers at this point in time, they would be clearly opposing her. The players who knew this well all chose to remain silent. The director was the only one who stood out. He didn't show the slightest bit of support for Linny, because he only has ratings in his eyes. But director, the probability of Linny winning the title is really too small. If we let him compete, our Chinese singing world will definitely be laughed at even more later. Na-ing was still trying to stop Linny from competing. Say it like you have a good chance of winning the title. Now that none of the singers on the national team have slots, we have no one reliable anymore except Linny. Do you understand? The director grunted coldly. But the director. It's settled. Looking at the director whose anger was written all over his face, Na-Young knew that he couldn't argue and had to silently choose to give up. Night. Naeun, back home, sits on the couch and sulks. The scene was just witnessed by Na-Sim, who arrived home later. What's the matter? Displeased with the program's arrangement to bring in Veritas? Na-Sim asked. It's none of my business who the showrunners hire. I've already proved my mettle in the first 3 installments. What pisses me off is that the director agreed to let Linny compete. Naeun told the story of what had happened before. One by one, Nazreen was equally unimpressed by the fact that Lin Yi had volunteered to compete. As a veteran agent, she knew all too well the gold content of the word veritas. The difficulty factor for newcomer Lin Yi to beat Vitas in the field of singing is no less than having a disabled person outrun Lu Xiang in his prime. There is absolutely no comparison between the two of them. My good sister, don't be angry. It would be a loss to be angry over a piece of trash. Nazim reached out and hugged Nayoung. If you think about it, shouldn't this be a good thing for us? Good thing? Nayoung frowned and looked at her sister Nazin in a rather puzzled manner. Now that you think about it, Lin Yi's chances of winning the title are slim, right? Nazim asked. Right. Nayoung nodded. If that's the case, then he's looking down on himself and being out of his depth. The more heat this incident gets right now, the more angles we'll have to find waterbenders to hack Lin Yi afterward. When the singer's fourth installment is over, I guarantee you that Lin Yi, who can't get the title, will be scolded until he voluntarily quits the entertainment industry. Looking at her sister's confident look, Nayoung slapped her thighs and laughed along with her. The other side, after doing voice care management, Shi Shuyun picked up his cell phone and strolled open the microblogging. Hashtag Lin Yi's appearance as a singer has been confirmed. Hashtag Lin Yi, the madman who floats up to the sky. Hashtag here comes the big devil. Hashtag. A hot search came into view, greatly stimulating Shi Shuyun's interest. She had been training with Nazim during this time and paid little attention to the internet. The singer's program was something she'd only heard glimpses of. Now, seeing that her trashy ex-boyfriend, who she had abandoned in the first place, suddenly had a chance to compete with the great demon Lord Vitas, she was instantly a little unbalanced. After lying in bed and giving Lin Yi a greeting, Shi Shuyun's heart, inexplicably, rose with a different emotion. That's the smell of jealousy. She knew better than anyone just how drastically Lin Yi had changed in the time since he had been dumped by himself. The song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale proves its strength. The song Teenage Wahine says establishes the singer-songwriter's status. These achievements are by no means for the ordinary. Even Shi Shuyun, who had a higher starting point, had not done so far. It was impossible to say that she wasn't jealous of Lin Yi. If I hadn't listened to Sister Xian's instructions and broken up with Lin Yi in the first place, would he have customized a few songs for me as well? This thought appeared uncontrollably in Shi Shuyun's mind, causing her to be a bit distracted. Is it regret? Or is it because of envy? She couldn't figure out why she thought that, but she was clear about one thing. That was that there was absolutely no possibility of her and Lin Yi going back to the past now. No matter how good Lin Yi was, he was just a singer. And a singer, at best, was a heavenly king. How can a heavenly king compare to those in politics? Xianqing Villa District. Song Qinghuan, who had washed off a tired body, was sitting on the sofa watching TV, a rerun of the singer's third installment. The moment the program ended and the Demon Lord appeared on the video, she instantly couldn't help but gulp. Even the Demon King is here. It looks like these players are going to be crushed. Song Qinghuan couldn't help but lament. Next, the sigh on her face instantly turned all the way to shock. The showrunners made a big official announcement at the end of the rerun. Title, Domestic Supernova Declares War on World's Greatest Demon. The accompanying picture in the back is none other than Lin Yi and Veritas. How did he get to the singer? Song Qinghuan murmured. The beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and incomprehension. This sentiment did not last long, because she made a big decision. Sign up to be a singer and find out just how far you are from the archdemon virtuoso. The idea finalized. She called her agent. What? You're going to join the fourth installment of Singers and challenge the Demon King? Tell me the truth. Have you been out of the country for so long that you've come back a bit underwater this time and burned your brain silly? That's the great Demon King Vitas, a super singer that can be ranked in the top 50 in the entire history of mankind. Where did you get the courage to challenge him? The agent was clearly shocked. After calming down a little, he, who had guessed Song Qinghuan's intentions, continued. I understand your feelings, but you'll definitely lose if you go, and it won't be good for your future development. Listen to me. Wash up early. Don't be like that Lin Yi and take the initiative to make a joke of the country. The agent's words made Song Qinghuan a little angry. How is Lin Yi a joke now? He's willing to come forward at this time, and for that courage alone, he's outshone many singers in the country. He is a worthy role model for me. The agent who heard Song Qinghuan's words also got angry. The two argued for a long time. It wasn't until the agent finally moved the contract that Song Qinghuan was completely dissuaded from competing. That's right. The broker's mouth was tinged with a smile. Just wait and see. When Lin Yi loses and everyone laughs at him, you'll realize how wise I was to talk you out of it today. Chapter 35, Demon Lord Vitas. With the singer's program's deliberate publicity, and the addition of a succession of curses from netizens, Lin Yi's name became even more familiar. As they say, black and red is also red. At this moment, Lin Yi was no less than any other first-tier star in the country from a traffic perspective alone. Even Cheng Suat Yao and Lian Lai, two of the four heavenly kings, made a special effort to come to the comments section to cheer him up. Lin E, go for it. I'm looking out for you. Lin E, just relax your mind. Friendship first, competition second. Don't ever get stressed. Seeing the friendly comments from the two singing seniors, Lin E waved his hand and gave his first reply. Waflo is the most. This reply quickly caused a furor. Linda is so bold. Why is Lin E so mad? Two diametrically opposed groups are once again engaged in a war of words. In response, Lin E did not intercede, because he had been received at the door of the singers program. The director, who had been waiting for a long time, was the first to welcome him. Lin E, it's been a hard journey. I've prepared some good tea for you. Come in and try some. This attitude stunned the staff. They rarely see directors like this. At least when Naeung and the others came, the director definitely didn't offer to make tea to greet them. Actually, when you think about it, the director's attitude makes sense. Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales and Junior Wahini say they have given the nation too much of a shock. Add to that the online traffic and it's not too much to say he's now the hottest big star of the moment. Mr. He rubbed his chin and said, but come on, it's just black and red. What's the big deal? And to have the director greet him personally, I think he's really mad as hell. Huang Xian disdainfully said, he remembers it all now. He himself had traveled thousands of miles to get to the show in the first place, not to mention being greeted by the director. No one even reimbursed him for his fare. What makes a Lin E who just burst into flames have a better deal than him? He's not convinced. Fight the heart. It's not a unique situation. But honestly, knowing that the contestant kicking off this installment is Archdemon Vitus, Lin E had the audacity to take the initiative to sign up. He's really quite brave. Alternate Zhang Baikan said heartily. That's right. Such a young scion is rare enough. We must go and get acquainted with him. The entire group of the traveling cover band, together, went over to greet Lin E. Take me one. Take me one. Wang Shulong followed suit. Naeung, who took it all in, sat alone on the couch and couldn't stop sneering. This issue was about the face of the country, and she wouldn't be stupid enough to take the initiative to provoke Lin E. But that didn't mean that her opinion of Lin E had changed. On the contrary, she wanted to see Lin E enjoy all sorts of special treatment more than anyone else, because that was the only way that Lin E could be blackballed even more after losing to the Demon King. Take advantage of the fact that the game hasn't started yet, and just be smug about it. When you lose, those little hacks are going to have your ass. After a cold grunt, Naeung stopped vocalizing. On the other side of the line cover band and Wang Shulong, they also smoothly fought with Lin E. Lin E, was what you just said true? Wang Shulong was thrilled. Do you know that it's been a long time since anyone has complimented me? After every singer airs, the unranked Wang Shulong will always be the one whose strength is most questioned. Many people were expecting him to be eliminated. Scary but managed to make it to the fourth installment of the show by relying on his unimpressive ranking. Why would I lie to you when your efforts are obvious to all and good is good enough to listen to? Lin E said sincerely. This made Wang Shulong even more excited, and even the tension and fear in his heart lessened in a moment. He took Lin E's arm and talked to him about the deficiencies he needed to improve. The line cover band that accompanied the two men also humbly asked Lin E for a lot of knowledge on lyric writing. The three parties get along very harmoniously, until the sudden arrival of an unexpected guest. Demon Virtus. He walked into the restroom without a word. Just for a moment, everyone kept their mouths shut. They felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. It was like the shock when Tarzan collapsed, like the rigidity of the waves. The oppression can't be stopped. For a time the crowd could hardly breathe. Wang Shulong, who already had some inferiority complex, at this moment even more so did not even have the courage to raise his eyes to look at Vitas. Even Shantimo and Vanchia, who were also overseas players, didn't have the slightest bit of courage to go up and talk to Veritas. The atmosphere is too heavy right now. It was so heavy that the smile on Mr. His face instantly froze just as he walked into the lounge. That what? After slightly mediating his mood, teacher, he forced out a smile. I'm sure you've all heard of Mr. Vita's great name a long time ago, so I won't go into too much detail about his deeds. After saying that, teacher, he came to Shantimo and Vancha, and introduced them to Vitas. Mr. Vitas, these two ladies, just like you, are from outside our Chinese borders. This lady is Shantimo and this lady is Vancha. Words. Vitas flashed a smile and nodded towards Shantimo and Vancha. He looked like he was obviously friendly, but for some reason, Shantimo didn't dare to meet his eyes. The younger Vancha, even more so, was like a student who had seen his teacher, whooshing to his feet and bowing in salute towards Veritas. We're all singers, no need to be so polite. Vitas nodded again and gestured for Vancha to sit down. Mr. Ho continued up the introduction. In order of seating, the next person to be accepted was Huang Xian. But before Mr. Ho could say anything, hello Mr. Vitas, my name is Huang Xian. I grew up listening to your songs and I've always been your idol. Oh no, you've always been my idol. Huang Xian's entire body was tense to the naked eye. The palms of those hands that clutched the corners of his coat had long since been drenched in sweat and eye consumption. Vitas was facetious enough to say hello in Mandarin. The next few players are mostly a flow. Greetings plus a handshake. It was also when Naeun introduced herself that Veritas showed his first proper gaze. Not a lot. One could even say it's minimal. Even so, the gaze was enough for Naeun to show off to her peers later. After all, Veritas is a demon-level being. The world's number one, which everyone tries to win, is nothing more than a handful for him. He possessed the capital of absolute condescension. More than that, it has the power to defy any singer in the world. And no one would think that he was unselfish and arrogant because of it, because to all appearances, the word Vitas is synonymous with song. I'm Lin Yi. Lin Yi was the last person to introduce himself. Veritas. This time, Vitas nodded his head gently in greeting, then shook Lin Yi's hand. He was only maintaining superficial politeness. As for what other people thought, he didn't care. Chapter 36, Disappointed. From the Demon King's evaluation. Mr. Vitas, Lin Yi is our most popular patriotic singer in China at the moment. Whether it's in lyrics or songwriting, he has the strength to be no less than any of the top singers. Once again, Mr. Ho stepped forward to round out the conversation. He originally thought this special introduction of his own would change Vitas's opinion of Lin Yi, but the unthinkable. Upon hearing the phrase not weaker than any of the top singers, Vitas actually just nodded lightly, his eyes not even glancing in Lin Yi's direction. This attitude has caused much resentment among singers in the country, but the one and only archdemon of the world's singing scene does have the credentials to defy any up-and-coming singer. Such things can only exist in the mind. Mocking Lin Yi's virtuoso in front of so many people was more like questioning the strength of the Chinese music scene. Even Naeun, at the moment, felt that Veritas was going a little too far. Lin Yi, don't misunderstand. Mr. Vitas should have just been making a gesture of goodwill to you, and didn't mean to look down on you. Teacher he, who was afraid that Lin Yi's mood would be affected by this incident, hurriedly looked for a remedy and said, now that the program has begun, let's all go and get ready. Good. The crowd dispersed in twos and threes. Soon, the fourth installment of the singer's show has begun. Ms. Han Hong, as a flying guest, only participated in one episode. In this installment, the main eventers are at the front of the line, followed by the kicker, Veritas. Zhang Baikan and Lin Yi, who were the alternates, were two down. Perhaps it was because of the arrival of Veritas. All the contestants, including Shantimo and Vanxia, were more or less nervous while singing. Among them, Wang Shulong, who was the youngest in generation and happened to be the first to appear, was the most important. It was good that he remembered Lin Yi's compliments to him at the crucial moment and adjusted his mindset in time, which didn't lead to the scene of a car crash. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wang Shulong's singing this time is not as good as last time. Is he here to be funny? Even though he sings love songs, this performance is too bad, isn't it? I'm begging the program. Let Wang Shulong get out of here early. The pop-ups on the live feed were abusive. Wang Shulong, who had long guessed that this would be the end, sat in his seat with his head bowed without a word, like a small child who had made a huge mistake. Don't take such small things to heart. Those little hacks are made for messy hacks. There's no need to bother with them. Mu stepped forward to appease them. After all, they were in the last episode. But they even flushed Ms. Han Hong. Hearing these words, Wang Shulong raised his eyes just in time to meet Lin Yi's gaze. The latter nodded his head with a great deal of approval. Brother Mu, you have to do your best too. Definitely. Mu, who was the second to appear on the stage, performed an original song of his own. He's played consistently, but he's still being called out by the little hacks on the internet. The same goes for the line cover band and Naeun, who followed them on stage. Those little hacks, even Shantimo and Vanxia, who won the title, were not spared. Disappointing. This is the first time Vitas has issued a comment. He was disappointed with the performance of all the contestants in this issue, especially the older Shantimo and Naeun. In his opinion, the two had absolutely no singing prowess for their age. It's not because of his condescension, but based on his own strength. Honestly, because of this, none of the players in the lounge dared to retort. Even less could be found who dared to lock eyes with Veritas. They all silently returned to their seats and flipped through their cell phones without a word. Whether it was viewers at home or overseas, they were all frantically sending out pop-ups at this time. The Chinese singers are too weak. I don't even think we need the Demon King to make a move. A rerun of Adam's last performance would have been enough to win the title. Who says it isn't? I really don't know what they are asking the great Demon King to kick for. In order to make China lose face in front of the whole world? Demon King, come on stage. I can't wait to see the mortified faces of those Chinese singers. Foreign reviews mocked numerous. Domestic pop-ups are equally unpromising. Let's get to the point. What's the difference between the others and cannon fodder except for Naeung? Do they really know what it means to sing? Look at your words. Isn't Naeung cannon fodder? Senior cannon fodder is still cannon fodder. In front of the Demon King, even Naeung can only be cannon fodder. That what's his name Lin Yi. Where on earth did he get the guts to dare to take the initiative to sign up for a match with the Demon King? Maybe it's called being a newborn calf. I don't know who mentioned Lin Yi. Domestic netizens immediately unleashed all sorts of mockery on Lin Yi. Some of those who didn't mind the trouble even posted Lin Yi's career as a singer directly on the extranet. Look at the introduction with only a few strokes. Overseas netizens laughed. No, this is the supernova of China. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. How can you be on the same stage with the king? I bet that Lin Yi's performance can't even compare to the tail end of the Demon King's. Why are you raising him up so much? After listening to the Demon King singing, he still has the face. If he still has the guts to go on stage, I respect him as a man. Foreign audiences have always believed in strength, but they couldn't really find any word on Lin Yi's career introduction that could be called strength in the eyes of the great Demon King. The two are simply not on the same level. No, to be precise, the two should not be in the same dimension. Not much else to say. I just hope that Lin Yi won't be able to pee his pants after listening to the great Demon King singing. Lin Yi, take my advice. Find a reason to run away. That's the great Demon King Vitus. There's no shame in you running away. Don't push your luck. The Devil King is coming out. The moment the pop-up appeared, whether at home or abroad, all netizens put down their keyboards in unison. That's the influence of the demon. He doesn't have to do anything. Simply standing on the stage with a microphone in hand made everyone drop what they were doing and all eyes turned to him. It's not opera 2 or stars. It's Mama, the classic demon track Mama. I didn't expect the great Demon King to choose this song. How much does he look down on our domestic singers? Hey, what can be done about it? Who made them the world's most recognized Demon King? There is not a single person on the entire internet who feels that Veritas made a mistake with his song choice. After all, the strength of domestic singers is right there. Being able to come up with the song Mum, from an objective point of view, he had already given Na Young and the others a lot of face. I can't put into words what I feel inside at this point. Veritas spoke up. The monologue at the beginning alone sent a wave of inexplicable sadness through the entire audience. It lingers and grows stronger. The latter chorus needs no introduction. Red eyes of the viewer and tears of the listener. Until the end of the show, the audience, all over the world, did not get over that sadness. It's awesome. It's just awesome. Is this the strength of the Demon King's world number 1? Tears. Not because I'm thinking of my mom, but because I think the gap between Naeung and the others and the Demon King is too big. Lin Yi, wash up early. You can't win. The domestic audience is in utter despair. The foreign audience, however, is one that laughs more than one cocky. See, this is the level of the Demon King, the world's number 1 dolphin voice. Who the hell is Lin Yi? He's not even worthy of the Demon King's shoes. Onion, in front of the Demon King, can Lin Yi really be considered a scallion? All kinds of pop-ups flooded the World Wide Web. Different languages, different races. At this very moment, all of them tell 2 things. Demon, bull, Lin Yi, ha, don't mention it. Chapter 37, it's too late. The country's gate will be lost. Singer program stage. Observe the singing of Veritas. Even Mr. He, who was the most jovial, had his lips pursed and his mouth shut at this moment. He leaned against the wall and kept rubbing his temples, trying to use this as a way to ease the headache of not knowing how to win the title. The backstage contestants aren't much better. All of them fell silent in unison. The atmosphere was horribly silent. The sound of each person's breath was so clearly visible. Vitas is too strong. Strong like a mountain that rises straight up into the sky. Anyone who sees this mountain will be overwhelmed. Even Shantimo and Vanshia, who are recognized as the top 2 in terms of hard power among the players. Now also his legs were trembling, and his whole body looked so hexed. Sister Na, can you speak to the director for me and cross out my entry? Zhang Baikan, one of the backup selectors, had a shaky voice. She is regarded as one of the top female pop singers in the country. The strength was once unanimously recognized at home and abroad. But, to challenge the position of the great Demon King of Vitas was something that simply could not be achieved. I can understand your feelings, but if you withdraw from the competition now, what about the face of our Chinese singing world? Naeung couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She understands it better than anyone. The song, Mama, is just the tip of the Vitas iceberg. There are more and more awesome tracks from Demon. It's all self-created. The difficulty factor is unprecedented. With the strength of the few of them, they were no match for Veritas at all. But I'm really scared now. Zhang Baikan was so anxious that he was on the verge of crying. There is no shame in losing to the demon. But she was already so scared that she even started shivering when she spoke. Going on stage in this state is a complete disgrace. Don't be afraid. Relax. There are others more afraid than you. Naeun glanced at Lin Yi, who was sitting alone in the corner and hadn't said a word the entire time. She wasn't the only one who had that thought, but so did any viewer who saw the backstage footage. How can Lin Yi be so good at pretending? Look at his calm face. He couldn't have been scared silly by the Demon King, could he? They are all scared to the corner alone. What are you waiting for if you don't run away with the bucket and wait to be humiliated on the stage? The program team agreed to Lin Yi's participation. This brain, it really pulled down the average of human IQ. Lin Yi, go ahead and cry. It's not a sin for a man to cry and cry. The little hacks are in full spewing mode. Anyone who could have anything to do with the matter of Lin Yi's participation in the competition was sprayed by them. What do you little hacks know about this? Lin Das called the mountain crumbles in front of you without changing his face. That's it. That's the kind of mentality a singer should have. Go Linda, you're the best. Old Lin Yi fans have come forward, and Tarzan crumbles in front of him without changing his face. He's about to be crumbled to death. What's the point of changing his face? Lin Yi, go home. Put the ornamental pendant in the corner. I have another candidate. The little hack's spewing nonsense continues. The relatively more sensible Roadrunner fans were each wearing a sad face. Naeun and the others, who had already finished their performance, were no match for Vitas. Right now the hope of holding on to the country's door existed only in Zhang Baikan and Lin Yi. If even the two of them couldn't get a good ranking, then this installment of singers would definitely become a disgrace for the Chinese music scene. What? Zhang Baikan is already on his way to the hospital because he's too tight and his old problem has gotten the best of him? Mister. He suddenly received a message from the director. He was dumbfounded. 2 alternate singers are now down to 1. The pressure that Lin Yi needed to carry was 1,000 times more than that of the CCTV party, to say the least. Can he really perform under such pressure? There is not so much time for Mr. He to consider this at the moment, because Veritas singing is over. A song with such a high difficulty coefficient, and after singing it, my face didn't turn red, my heart didn't jump, and I didn't even have any breathing disorder. Is this the strength of the world's number one? It's too strong, isn't it? Netizens were stunned as they watched the calm and collected virtuoso walk off the stage. Zhang Baikan and Lin Yi take the head to win. Even if the two of them overachieve, I'm afraid they won't be able to match the Demon King by half, right? It's too late. We're losing the country. Amidst the non-stop scrolling pop-ups, Mr. He walked onto the stage with a bitter smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, we are interrupting with an urgent message. Our alternate, Zhang Baikan, needs to go to the hospital for treatment due to non-negligible medical reasons. The next contestant to appear is our other alternate singer and the final contestant of this program, Lin Yi. Let's welcome Lin Yi to the stage with the warmest applause. Mr. He has tried his best to mobilize the live audience, but the expected applause did not appear for a long time. The little hacks on the internet, more than anything else, have been sniffing around. Look at how smart Zhang Baikan is. Lin Yi, why are you so stupid? Please don't embarrass yourself on stage, okay? Why did you let such a stupid person enter the competition? The pop-ups quickly swiped the screen. Lin Yi was also notified by the staff to come on at this time. Wang Shulong, Amu and the row cover band got up to cheer him on. Lin Yi, go for it. Shantimo and Vanthia also stood up. The two of them had been observing Lin Yi for a long time, and had long since recognized Lin Yi's character. Thanks. Lin Yi turned back towards the trio and smiled, before striding out backstage. Naeun, who was taking it all in, was sitting on the couch and sneering. Follow the staff a few meters down the corridor. Lin Yi saw the oncoming Vitas. The latter also noticed the former. Mr. Vitas, the lounge is just up ahead. The staff member stepped forward. Veritas didn't reply, just nodded faintly. His gaze only lightly fell on Lin Yi's face for a second before he looked straight ahead. The eyes, which were not mixed with any semblance of emotion, looked like they were telling a story. He is both the king and doesn't give a damn about any of the players. Lin Yi also sensed Vita's attitude and naturally didn't bother to greet him. Just the moment the two brushed shoulders, Vitas assumed that a little singer of no reputation like Lin Yi would have greeted him politely. However, Lin Yi completely ignored him and walked forward as if he were nothing. This couldn't help but make Veritas a little curious about him. A little singer who just came out of the gate, and actually took him so lightly? Is it simply not knowing who he is? Or, is it really powerful? No. Veritas immediately ruled out the second possibility. Chapter 38, Lin Yi on stage, Wanjiang. The past years, a number of talented singers have emerged from around the world. They were at the top of their game right out of the gate, and each was hailed as a legend of talent and splendor. Many of them have even left enough classics in the world of music to be passed down. This is the source of their confidence. More than that, they dared to challenge Veritas for capital. However, challenge after challenge for the newly talented singer, Vita's dolphin voice remains unrivaled in the world. God, if you allowed the birth of Vitas, why did you give me the supreme gift of music? I'm not willing. This was the sentiment of a talented singer after his defeat 10 years ago. There are no excuses or reasons for his failure, purely hanged by strength. As more and more people like him grew, Veritas was logically honored by the people of the world as the archdemon. Lin Yi, on the other hand, naturally knew how terrifying Veritas was. It's also known that Vitas didn't show his full strength tonight. Just right. It could give him a chance to play perfectly. No, where's Lin Yi? Why isn't he on yet? He's not going to buy diapers, is he? Family members who understand. I can't believe I have to witness a coward. To our Chinese shame, Lin Yi really gets off his head. Hurry up and go to the leash. The net is still full of curses. Only a very few of Lin Yi's old fans were sending out anticipation pop-ups. There is absolutely no comparison between the two in terms of numbers. What the hell is Lin Yi doing? Why hasn't he come up yet? Mister. He was also a bit anxious. He was about to run out of words. If Lin Yi didn't make it to the stage again, it was expected that his career would be in jeopardy. Just as Mr. Ho was about to turn off the microphone and contact the backstage crew. Mr. I'm sorry, something delayed me for a few minutes. Lin Yi appeared on the stage. Without waiting for Mr. He to speak, the audience had already started all kinds of abuse, slandering Lin Yi that this was a deliberate attempt to play big. Lin Yi, don't take it to heart, just sing properly later. Mr. Ho was the first to appease. Aha! Lin Yi nodded and hesitated for a moment before suddenly opening his mouth and asking, Mr. Can I change my song? Mr. He who heard this was obviously shocked. It's a good thing that the alternate singer's repertoire was not announced to the public. It's totally too late to replace it. Which song do you want to change? I'll go backstage and say so for you. Wanjian. Wanjian? Teacher, he was shocked by Lin Yi's words. What's the song Wanjian? Why have you never heard of it? It's a new song I wrote while I was on vacation. Lin Yi explained. And pursued. Can you give me a piano? I'm the only one who knows the melody of this song at the moment. Although he felt that Lin Yi's decision wasn't quite right, out of respect, Mr. He contacted the director as fast as he could after explaining the situation to the audience. Even if you change the song temporarily, and even play and sing by yourself, Lin Yi has not put the great Demon King in his eyes too much, right? You guys don't get it, do you? Lin Yi is planning to crank up the difficulty factor to the maximum, so that if he loses, he can make excuses afterwards. Brother, you're so smart. Are you planning to get into Tsinghua University? Amidst the taunts of the netizens, the show's crew quickly brought the piano onto the stage, simply testing the sound. Lin Yi adjusted the microphone position and smiled as he opened his mouth. The song I'm about to sing is my new composition, 10,000 Borders. The song content. Speaking of this, Lin Yi paused for a moment before continuing. The subject of the song is, likewise, my mother. The words fell. What? Is the theme also about mothers? Also original? Also singing mother? Lin Yi is completely not putting the great Demon King in his eyes. This grifter is also too crazy. He doesn't think that, at his age, he's still a young and wild teenager. Does he? Ha 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 ha, really got laughed at. I guess Lin Yi is going to have a monologue at the beginning too. What a poor imitation. The pop-ups were clear of mockery. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of haze. Lin Yi opened his voice, and the moment his voice appeared, it instantly shook everyone. Female voice? Lin Yi with a female voice? Holy, oh my god, is Lin Yi's female voice this good too? If I wasn't watching the live stream, I would have thought it was some pretty young lady singing. Did I hear correctly? The line he just sang, was the Junior Wahini saying? No, 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 not to mention Little Blackie. Even Lin Yi's old fans couldn't believe their ears a bit. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Could it be that Lin Yi had really run out of talent? But there were also Lin Yi's fans who stood up to defend Lin Yi. Put your ing down. It's only just begun. And it's a completely different melody than what Teenage Wahoo said. As soon as Lin Yi opened his voice, my ears got pregnant. It's so good. Wait for it. When Lin Yi strikes, he definitely won't disappoint. Just about everyone is starting to question it online. The follow-up word came out. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms and to have a lineage of blood flowing through me. We share the difficulties and the blessings, and we stand up our spine. My country's 10,000 borders with benevolence and 1,000 years of undying faith. Plus the first word, Lin Yi used all-female falsetto. This went unnoticed by the audience, for it was only at this moment that he realized something from the lyrics as an afterthought. It was also Lin Yi's quote from the beginning. This song, Wanjian, sings about my mother. Yes, yes, yes. This new song of Lin Da's is about his mother, but also about the mother of all of us Chinese, because he sings about the motherland. I finally figured out why the first lines of the two songs by Linda are so similar. Isn't the mother of all teenage boys our motherland? Huaxia? Linda is awesome. Linda is awesome. My mom asked me why I was on my knees looking at my phone. It was so good. The enlightened roadies were sending out pop-ups like crazy. The little black men were even more of a frozen in front of their computers. They couldn't find any angle to hack Lin Yi's new work, 10,000 Borders, because they remembered something. They were all Yanhuang descendants with the same bloodline as Lin Yi. Huaxia is the common mother of all Yanhuang children. There is even less quackery under the sun about children smearing their mothers. Huaxia, my motherland mother, I love you. May you prosper. For all generations to come. A little black man with trembling hands sent out a pop-up. There's a 2. If there are 2, there are 3. One time. I love Huaxia. I love motherland. Long live Huaxia. These two kinds of pop-ups take up the entire screen. Chapter 39, Only Huaxia, Chopping the Frontiers. The Road in Bloom. Is this song really Lin Yi's new song? Backstage of the singer. Mu was shocked. He is also a songwriter and understands the difficulty of memorizing words and songs, especially when the song is relatively ornate in its lyrics. Memorization can be a singer's nightmare. That's why he's song-heavy and not lyric-heavy. And most of his songs have lyrics in the vernacular, because the lyrics are so hard to memorize. It's amazing that Ringo was able to remember the words to the new song in its entirety while playing it himself despite all that pressure. If it were me, I'd probably have started hustling for treasure long ago. Wang Shulong smiled a little embarrassed. At this moment, he realized the gap between himself and Lin Yi, not just in terms of creative talent. Rather, in every aspect, he was extremely distant from Lin Yi. Che, to put it bluntly, isn't it still selling sentiment to pull in votes? Huang Xian grunted in displeasure and looked at Naing. Sister Na, am I right? Naeun didn't answer him, but was lost in her own brainstorming. One sings about the youth and one sings about the motherland. The two echo each other lyrically, not to mention complement each other in terms of mood. What's more, Lin Yi had only sung a few lines so far. Is there no ceiling to his creative ability and creative talent? Is it hard to believe that I really underestimated him in the first place? Naeun began to have self-doubt. At the same time, she was still hating God's injustice. Why didn't you give her such a good brain, but gave it to Lin Yi instead? I'm envious and jealous. At this point in the broadcast pop-up, still not mentioning the motherland in every word, but every sentence is singing the praises of the motherland. This style is only one person in the whole of China. Lin Day. I'll see who still dares to say that he plagiarized. Brother, speaking at such a high level, are you planning to go to graduate school? I finally understand what it means to hate the book when it's time to use it. Everyone is a fan of Linda. How come I couldn't come up with such an excellent pop-up from you? The old Lin Yi fans were treated to a big bash. They wrote their praises for Lin Yi to their heart's content on the live broadcast. There's not a little bit of stinting, not to mention a little bit of hesitation. Some of them just hate that they don't read enough to write pop-ups with the same level of sophistication as Lin Yi's lyrics. Deputy Director Zhao, how was it? Lin Yi didn't let you down, did he? Lu Yimin looked at Deputy Director Zhao with a smile. Deputy Director Zhao was full of relief and nodded his head heavily, smiling even more happily. Vita's mom sings about the little family. Lin Yi's Wan Jiang sings about the big family. From the pattern alone, Lin Yi has already won. In the same type of song, leaving aside the personal level of the singer, the brunt of the comparison is the substance. Melody-only piano is obviously not Linda's style. I can't wait. Lin Day, after the singer is finished, please also release the full version of 10,000 Borders quickly. One pop-up led to countless swipes. Everyone is starting to look forward to the full version of Wanjian. Mr. Ho is no exception. Sitting next to the stage, he couldn't wait to rush up to the stage right now to pause the match so Lin Yi could go home and publish it first. Sky King Lai, why don't we both just delete our comments? On the movie production set, Zhang Gushan smiled helplessly. I just deleted it. Sky King Lai skimmed his lips. The reason why both of them are deleting comments, it was because they both realized something after hearing about Wan Jiang. With Lin Yi's strength, there was no such thing as friendship first, competition second. If this song Wanjian can't win the title, that's what I call a shady show. Brother Li, what do you think of Lin Yi's new song this time? Backstage of another program, Joseon asked to Jian Li. Of course I'm on my knees. Lin Yi's words are so well written that they highlight our Chinese cultural heritage everywhere. He's more of a poet than I am, Li Jian said with incomparable sincerity. His insides itched even more. Finally, I met someone who shares the same quest in songwriting as myself. Right now, he couldn't wait to appear in front of Lin Yi the next second. Taking Lin Yi's hand, he talked about Chinese classics. Lin Yi's singing continues. Write the heavens only a corner of the sun and the moon lone. Painting the earth only a corner of the mountains and the river is unharmed. The world has been a place of admiration for 5,000 years. Only Yan Huang, with an open heart, all to the four directions. what a beautiful word. Still, when Lin Deshang was in the Tang dynasty, were there more than 300 Tang poems? Lin Day, please continue. Let those self-proclaimed internet singers have a good look at what is meant by words that Chinese people should listen to. Who understands? This song makes me tremble all over. Every time I listen to Lin Yi's song, I can't help but feel my blood boiling. Excited hearts, trembling hands. Domestic netizens were doubly energized by Lin Yi's lyrics. The sun and the moon are long. The sky. The mountains and rivers are unharmed for the earth. When you look up and down the ages, there is only one place where the sky and the earth have been for 5,000 years. Its name is Yan Huang. This is the greatest pride of every descendant of the Yellow Emperor, holding up the flow of light of brick and tile soaked red walls, sighing at the blight and glory of a flower, a tree, sadness and joy through the vicissitudes of life, the hometown and the heart of the 8 wild places and the 9 states of the world. Only Wa Xia, chopping the front, the road in bloom. Another verse is sung. I just realized that all the rhymes in these 2 passages of Linda are the same. Not only do they rhyme the same, but the formatting and everything is exactly the same. Bold and pushy. Linny is really bold and pushy, a line of bold and forced, amusing the majority of the internet. Brother, where did you learn this? To be able to say bold like that in such a literal way? I don't know. I heard Lin Yi's lyrics and unconsciously said them. Maybe infected by Lin Yi's song? What? Lin Da's song has this effect? The netizens flirted and joked with each other in a joyful manner. This is too rare. Nasim, who bought a water army at the drop of a hat, even wondered if there was something wrong with her eyes. It's amazing that the internet, the land of right and wrong, has come out in such a light. What kind of magic is in Linny? Why is it that every time he sings, he manages to clean up the internet? If you're so capable, why don't you go and purify and unload Lu Xiaoxia in 306 as well? Nasim grunted and simply turned off the TV. Anyway, Nayoung finished her performance a long time ago. This farcical program is not to be watched live. The other side. Song Qinghuan, who was also watching the singer, had eyes full of admiration. The strength Lin Yi had displayed far exceeded her expectations, whether it's a lyricist or a composer, or maybe it's piano technique and singing skills. What Lin Yi had shown was enough to outshine nearly 90% of the singers in China. It felt as if Lin Yi, as a person, was simply born for songs. Chapter 40 10,000 Borders. The regretful Vitus. The pop-ups on the big screen were scrolling like crazy. All of them were netizens praising Lin Yi's song 10,000 Borders. Veritas, who had taken it all in, frowned for the first time and showed a look of concentration. He's not very good at Mandarin. Many of the pop-ups are even more difficult to even read. But music knows no boundaries. Vitas, who couldn't understand the lyrics, could understand the musical melody of 10,000 Borders. Tenderness without pride. There was a certain emotion running through the pride. It was a sense of national pride. A sense of national pride so strong that it would infect anyone. Is this a patriotic song? Veritas whispered to himself. He was a little surprised and amazed at his reaction. Never in a million years. It's amazing to see a song with such strong emotional connotations on this mediocre stage. Strong enough to empathize with on first listen. This Chinese friend. Veritas snapped out. Mr. Veritas, what can I do for you? Wang Shulong, who had been pointed out, still didn't dare to make any eye contact with Vitas. Vitas didn't look at Wang Shulong. His gaze remained fixed on the top of the screen, on the side of Lin Yi's face. As the saying goes, there is no place like the high ground. Too much invincibility means life can be too lonely. There have been countless late nights. Vitas all pray to God religiously, expecting God to create an opponent that he feels threatened by to help ease his boring and invincible life. At first, he thought that person would be Adam, who was in his generation, but Adam let him down. Later, he thought that person would be the up-and-coming Bieber of the new generation, but Bieber let him down just the same. Disappointment after disappointment numbed Veritas' insides. He was no longer hopeful about it. Even started treating all singers around the world with extreme contempt. He wanted to provoke all the singers to anger in this way, so that they can use their anger as a motivator to keep on stimulating their potential. The new work will challenge the reputation of the Demon King once again. Vitas was successful, but the world singers let him down. He was completely disheartened. This time, I came to participate in the singers program, but I was just following orders, not subjective will. Negotiations were reached between the leaders of Huaxia and the leaders of the Maoist state. The former hoped that the latter would send out virtuoso to deal a heavy blow to the Chinese music scene, thereby rectifying its increasingly corrupt culture. Therefore, during the performance of Mama, Vitas dazzled the whole time without any singer's emotions mixed in. Even so, his performance still leaves Na Young and the others in the dust. From a mission standpoint, he accomplished it successfully. However, in his heart at the moment, the Demon King was regretting it. He regrets that he didn't give a 100% performance, regretting that I wasn't on the singer's stage to bring back the dolphin sound. All this emotion. All because he heard Lin Yi's 10,000 borders. This Chinese newcomer, who he had never looked at squarely, used his actions to give him a great Chinese shock. He recognized Lin Yi's talent and his strength. An opponent of such a level both gave him a feeling of sympathy and an urge to fight with all his might. Chinese friend, do you know English? Can you translate his words for me? There was a long silence before Veritas spoke. Translate his words? Wang Shulong said in disbelief. Well, his song is perfect, so I need to delve into his lyrics. I want to verify that he and I are one and the same. Vitatas didn't hide what he was really thinking. I don't know. What a shock those two sentences gave the backstage players, especially Nayoung. How she hadn't thought of it. For the first time, the foreign player who expressed his approval of Lin Yi would be Virtus, who was known as the Great Demon King. Mr. Vitas, do you mean to say that you think this song of his is good enough to rival your mama? Nayoung pointed at Lin Yi on the screen in disbelief. No, you're wrong on that one. Vitas stared at the screen similarly. Unlike Nayoung, his eyebrows were filled with admiration. It's not that his song can be comparable to one of my songs, but that he, as a person, has the potential to be on par with me in the future. This statement was made. The entire backstage crew was in full shock. There is so much gold in that comment, so high that no one wanted to believe that it came from Vitas. You guys probably don't understand me very well. Seeing the crowd's hesitation, Vitas spoke once more. I haven't felt this kind of emotion for a long time. I yearn to fight Lin Yi with all my might. I yearn to defeat him completely. I yearn to make everyone realize that the Great Demon King is still me, and can only be me. So, can you translate his words for me now? What Wang Shulong's reaction was to hearing those two sentences. Nayoung wasn't at all sure. All she knew was that she was in a terrible panic. At what point do people crave a second fight? When he himself had fought in a battle, he hadn't brought out his full strength due to sleight of hand and other reasons, causing him to lose to an opponent whose strength wasn't that far off from his own. How is it possible that Veritas doesn't think he can win the title? What exactly is Lin Yi based on? Nayoung simply couldn't keep her cool inside. It's like the netizens who are watching the live stream. They were equally in a million moods. Lin Yi's female voice has reached its peak. May I ask who in the country can fight? Don't insult us at Linda, okay? Raise the challenge to the whole world. Strength is what you call it. Whether it's personal skill, or the connotation of the song, or the profound Chinese culture in the lyrics, Lin Yi's performance this time is good enough to be called unprecedentedly perfect. The netizens see in him the possibility of winning a title, seeing the possibility of defeating the demon. More than that, they saw the possibility of the rise of the Chinese music scene. Station manager, it's so late and you're calling me. Is there something big going on? Late at night at home, Wu Ziyang asked. Have you watched the fourth installment of The Singer yet? Director Li asked. I've been so busy writing a script lately, I haven't had a chance to read it yet. What's the matter? Station manager, is the demon doing a dolphin sound? Wu Ziyang searched for the remote control. No, the person singing now is Lin Yi. Director Li didn't give Wu Ziyang a chance to ask. Lin Yi's vacation should already be over. When the singer finishes, I don't care what you use. You have to invite Lin Yi to the station for an interview. After saying that, Director Li directly hung up the phone. A confused Wu Ziyang also turned on the TV at this moment. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms and to carry a lineage of blood. Chapter 41, The Undefeated Veritas. Defeated? Lin Yi's singing continues. But a few sentences. Wu Ziyang's entire body directly froze in place. Perfect to the core vocals. Gorgeous to the point of exploding with words. And the rich patriotism that fills the pages. Impeccable. This song is simply impeccable. Wu Ziyang, who had returned to his senses, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He was more shocked than any of them, because he knows it well. The song 10,000 Borders is definitely a product of Lin Yi's time on vacation. In a little over half a month, it was possible to write a top-notch song that was flawless in every way, and it also combines the themes of patriotism and motherhood. Is there no upper limit to this kid Lin Yi's creative talent? Wu Ziyang marveled again. Someone else who said the same review was Rao Guohuang from the military. He made his first-time call to the national leader. The content is only one sentence. This song, 10,000 Borders, must be collected into the treasury. Singer backstage. The Chinese culture is profound and profound. Wang Shulong, who was afraid that his translation would be inaccurate, asked the program to get a couple of full-time translators. Upon hearing that the matter was a request initiated by Veritas, even the director was startled enough to rush backstage and personally supervise a few translators. Mr. Vitas, they say the words that follow are the same. Do I need to keep translating for you? Wang Shulong asked tentatively. Veritas didn't answer him. Instead, he sat alone in his chair in silence. He was breathing heavily, obviously because deep down, that pressed excitement. Granted, Some of the lyrics don't translate very accurately due to the gap between national languages, but that didn't stop Vitas from feeling the emotions Lin was putting in his lyrics. His contempt for Lin grew less and less, and his appreciation for Lin grew more and more. The moment, Lin was no longer considered a challenger in his eyes. Instead, it's an equal opponent who's his equal, worthy of offering up his signature dolphin sound and going toe-to-toe. Wasia's friend, please do one more thing and say thank you to the program for me. Veritas suddenly stood up and left the lounge alone. He came into an unoccupied room. Leader, it's me, Veritas. I wish you would permit me to be capricious for once. After this episode, I want to move on to the next one. The leader of the Maoist country on the other end of the phone, as if he had already expected this ending, directly nodded his head in agreement. Their desire to win and curiosity is also aroused. Whether Veritas would be able to continue carrying the reputation of the great Demon King, or whether Lin could break the myth of Veritas' undefeatability. All in the next issue of The Singer. Stage. Lin Yi's singing is nearing the end. Our nation's borders are characterized by benevolence and love, a faith that has remained unchanged for 1,000 years. The lyrics end with a long, continuous riff. The melody remains gentle, like the soft call of a mother in childhood. It's heartwarming and spiritually restful. Not enough listening, simply being not enough listening. Rinda Rinda, hurry up and release the full version. The 9-note groups of the piano cannot spell out the talent of Linda, just as 30 lines of lyrics cannot express the greatness of Motherland. A flood of compliments filled the screen. Domestic audiences are confident at the moment. It was determined that Lin was bound to win the championship. The foreign audience also had a different view of Lin at this moment. This Chinese singer called Lin does have power. I underestimated him before. I'm willing to apologize to him. The Chinese music scene is really full of talent. Nice song, nice guy. Some people praise it, others denigrate it. Some high-minded overseas viewers still look down on Lin, or to put it more accurately, they still felt that Lin didn't have the sharpness to compete with Vitas. Chinese, what are you so proud of? The Demon King's dolphin sound hasn't even come out yet. That's right, the great Demon King has already forced Lin to pull out all the stops with just one song. How can you Chinese have the nerve to say he's better than the great Demon King? And a new song. Lin looks like he's prepared. This must be a shady move by the program. The skepticism instantly resounded. The show's team, who received the news, announced a change in the way the contest was judged this time in order to prove the fairness of the competition. In addition to the votes of the jury, the audience at home and abroad can participate in the voting. That's more like it. I'm voting for the Demon King. What's your hurry? Can't you see that Linda is still sitting on the stage? The words woke up the crowd. If Lin had stopped playing, why was he still sitting on the stage? I think he's just trying to help the show stall so that the show can prepare for the false vote count. Overseas viewers sent taunts, didn't give the domestic audience any time to fight back. Lin picked up the microphone and sang the last line of 10,000 Borders. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of haze. Same familiar female voice as the beginning, the same familiar tenderness. The difference is, for the last 3 words, full haze, Lin added transcription. It is this transposition that gives this exact same word a different twist. It's an expectation. It's a wish. I feel it. It's Lamu's wish for the motherland and its future. A good line is full of haze. The light of the 5-star red flag is destined to shine all over the world. Domestic netizens are intoxicated. Foreign netizens shut up. Vitatas, back in the lounge, was the first to applaud. Lin is a singer who deserves to be honored. He didn't let me down. Here's the official review from Demon. Listening to Naeun with a gloomy face, Huang Xian was filled with envy. Wang Shulong and the others, on the other hand, laughed one by one and applauded one by one with more energy than the other. Ha 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 ha. Steady. This time it's really steady. Not only did Lin not let Vitas down, he didn't let me down either. The director heading for the stage simply couldn't contain his inner ecstasy. Lin Yi's performance drastically exceeded his expectations. With Lin Yi around, the country's gates can certainly be defended. A song of 10,000 Borders, singing the greatness of the motherland and the heart of our Yanhuang children. Just as Lin Yi wrote in his lyrics, our China, in the future, will surely shine brightly all over the world. Teacher, he took the stage and told the final summary. Let's all give a round of applause for Lin Yi, and for all the contestants for the wonderful performances they've given us. The words fell. There was thunderous applause and cheering. The entire audience was chanting Lin Yi's name. The backstage contestants all walked out onto the stage at this point as well. Vitas didn't say anything, just nodded across the room towards Lin Yi. Contempt is not in the eye, only appreciation endures. Lin Yi, who had noticed this, likewise didn't open his mouth and also nodded towards Vitas. The moment, both understood what the other meant. From now on, they are considered rivals in the truest sense of the word. Next time the singers, both will have to give it their all and split the difference. Chapter 42, The National Gate. It's finally guarded. Lin Yi is number 1. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of haze. Lin Yi, who had gotten up and left his seat, sang the last words of 10,000 Borders, summarizes the song while echoing the beginning. The audience was now instantly abuzz. The livestream was also full of pop-ups. Even the members of the jury burst into thunderous applause at this moment. They were once again shocked by Lin Yi's talent. Thank you Lin Yi for the wonderful performance. Let's give a round of applause for Lin Yi. Mr. He walked onto the stage and gave a final summary. The contestants from the backstage lounge also appeared on stage at this time. After the concluding remarks, the most important part of the voting process will follow. Dear viewers, the voting pattern in this episode is different from the first 3. For specific rules, please look to the big screen. After that, Mr. Ho pushed it aside, revealing the big screen. This poll, the program team boldly used a referendum, both at home and overseas. It also doesn't matter if it's live or online. Simply log on to the URL on the big screen and vote anonymously for your favorite contestant. Voting period. The contestants have returned backstage for a break. Due to the success of 10,000 Borders, the way all the players viewed Lin Yi's gaze had changed qualitatively. Brother Lin, you're too good. Wang Shulong was transformed into a little fanboy and was close to serving tea. Only today do I finally realize what it means to be fearful of the latter. The members of the line cover band also walked over. Shantimo and Fanxia, who were not good at Chinese, cast glances full of praise towards Lin Yi. Sister Na, I have to say, Lin Yi is quite powerful. At least I'm not in the same league as him at all. Huang Xian, who had previously looked down on Lin Yi, had now completely changed his opinion. Well, he's really okay. Nayoung responded coldly. Her eyes stayed focused on Veritas' face. The latter was looking at Lin Yi at the moment. Contempt swung away. There was just an extremely strong appreciation. This upset Nayoung to the core. She thought she sang flawlessly this time. But by what right? Vitas only had Lin Yi in his eyes, and couldn't find half a shadow of anything to do with her. Disobedience. Really unconvincing. Unlike the backstage room where each had their own ideas. Mr. Ho, who reappeared on stage, was holding an unopened dossier. Inside is exactly the voting data for this episode. Audience. Mr. He opened the seal in public. Next, I will announce the exact rankings of all the contestants. So please be prepared. The words fell. All eyes were on Mr. He. The audience held their breath. The contestants were more than a heartbeat away. Each one is waiting to know the player name, because it means elimination and advancement. More than anything else, it means the loss of the gates of China or not. The first name to appear before me is Mu, and the number of votes received for his performance in this installment is 180,000. Everyone was stunned as Mr. Ho shouted, 180,000 votes. This number even surpasses the total of all the votes from the previous 3 installments. With such a high number of votes, does that mean Mu is the winner? What? The one who defeated the Demon King was the one we've been ignoring. Mu, shady, proper shady. The audience was nonplussed. A screen full of pop-ups hated the show. What they don't know is this. This is exactly the effect the director wanted. Seeing that the time was ripe, Mr. He continued to speak at the director's gesture. 180,000 votes is a very high number of votes, but I have to regretfully tell you all to tell contestant Mu that he has been eliminated. Due to Zhang Baiken's sudden run, the only alternate in this installment was Lin Yi. In other words, the contestant with the lowest number of votes will face elimination. There was no time for Mu and the audience to react as Mr. He announced the follow-up terms one after another. Inverted 2 Wang Shulong. Inverted San Huang Xian. Inverted 4 Shantimo. What? Shantimo, who once won the title, didn't even break into the top 3? Once again, the audience was nonplussed. I know people are going to have questions about this ranking, but it is what it is. Mr. Ho turned his head to the big screen. Above are the votes for Shantimo et al. Also the number of votes for Nayoung and Vanxia. The difference isn't even that big. Dramatically, Nayoung and Vanxia, surprisingly, both came in a tie for third place with 180,000 votes. Next, light flashed on the big screen. The cover of Supernova Challenge Demon appears. That's right. As you can see, contestants Vitas and Lin Yi are none other than the top 2 in this episode. Mr. Ho finished. Below the photos of the 2 men, numbers began to scroll. That's the number of votes they both got. I go. This number is going up too fast. Only a few seconds have passed and both of them have already surpassed the 200,000 mark. Talking late buddy. They've got 300,000 votes as you type. The brothers upstairs are also late. It's now 350,000. The audience was more surprised than won. Any pop-up announcing the vote count will be one step behind the numbers on the big screen. It was only about 10 seconds before and after. The number of votes received by Lin Yi and Vitas had surprisingly both surpassed 500,000. And that number is still rising. How many votes did those two get? Marvel. Netizens can't even blink. Until the rate of increase in the number of votes received on the big screen starts to slow down. One moment Lin Yi is ahead. The next moment Vitas is ahead. The moment. The hearts of all the spectators were in their throats. Everyone began to become apprehensive. Finally, the scrolling numbers stopped after 10 seconds or so. My friends in the audience, here's my announcement. Teacher, he tugged on his voice and raised his hand to point to the left side of the big screen. The winner of this program is Lin Yi from our China, who has reached the top against the wind. The results are in. There was no semblance of sound at the show. The pop-ups on the internet came to a halt as well. The entire audience froze. But soon, realizing the reality of the situation, they were again, in an instant, completely seething. Lin Yi has won the title. The winner of this issue is Lin Yi, who represents our Chinese music scene. For installments, for whole programs, and the gates of the country have finally been secured. Ha 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 ha. Linda is mighty. While the entire internet celebrates at the top of their lungs, the more emotional netizens can't help but weep. 4 programs for 4 weeks, 28 full days, for almost a month. I don't know how much mockery and ridicule the Chinese music scene has endured from overseas. There are domestic netizens who want to fight back, but the facts of the first 3 installments are right there, and they're pressing for a reason or angle to fight back. The extremely depressing atmosphere reminded many people of the phrase "the sick man of East Asia" once. As history always does, it will go back and forth in a continuous cycle. The person who made our Yan Huang children raise their heads once again today is Lin Yi, who took the initiative to sign up for the competition under immense pressure. I'm so proud of him. The musical poet Li Jian couldn't help but speak. Zhou Sen, who was beside him, was even looking at the TV with a face full of admiration. With such a rising star, I'll see who can still stop the rise of our Chinese music scene. Halfway through filming, he overheard the final ranking of Zhang Gushun and Li Tianwang, and immediately burst out laughing. There are many more people with this reaction. Lu Yimin, Wu Zhiyong, Mr. Jin Yong Sr., and so on. And Song Qinghuan in front of the television revealed a radiant and incomparable smile when she saw this. She hastily picked up her cell phone and called her agent again. Why would the champion be Lin Yi? What gives him the right? Nazim kind of doubted her eyes. Sure, Shuyun was even letting his teeth gnash in anger under the covers. Nayoung is the only one. She wasn't happy that Lin Yi had won the title, nor was she angry that Lin Yi had won the title. Now she had nothing but surprise and disbelief on her face, because she saw with her own eyes that the defeated demon Lord Vitus actually stood up at this moment and took the initiative to walk towards Lin Yi. Chapter 43, Shady. Absolutely shady. Brother Lin, guide me sometime. Little fanboy Wang Shulong frowned and said, I can't sing but can't leave every time, so for the next program, I want to. Halfway through his sentence, his voice came to an abrupt halt. An uncountable amount of awe instantly crept onto his face. He lowered his head directly, as if he had seen something that made him shudder. Noticing that something was wrong, Lin Yi turned his head. Veritas was standing at his side. Even in defeat, the Demon King was always the Demon King. The aura remains the same. The pressure was too great for all the players to look up. What happened to Mr. Veritas? A little displeased with losing? Vansha asked in a small voice. I'm not sure, but I don't suppose Mr. Veritas would be so petty? Shantimo's mouth said so, but his heart was not in the right place. There is a downside to the referendum that cannot be ignored. That's the number of Chinese viewers, which is significantly larger than the number of overseas viewers. This gap will most likely affect the final number of votes a contestant receives. After all, people are selfish and it's perfectly normal to vote for local singers. It would be completely human if Veritas took offense to that. Lin Yi similarly understood this, so faced with Veritas, who had come to him of his own accord, he chose to take the initiative and speak. What can I do for you? Veritas nodded. Next, all the players were wide-eyed, laughing. Veritas actually laughed. It was the first time Vitatas had shown a smile since coming to the singer. He stretched out his right hand towards Lin Yi, his voice somewhat apologetic, and said in English, Lin Yi, I'm sorry, I underestimated you too much before. The strength you've displayed deserves respect from me. One thing leads to another. The players who had not yet recovered from Veritas' smile were once again in deep shock at his words. The demon actually took it upon himself to show approval to someone. This is the first time ever. Even Lin Yi, who was also one of the parties involved, couldn't help but freeze in place over it. Thanks. Quickly reacting, Lin Yi similarly extended his right hand. After shaking hands, Vitas instantly became serious and asked Lin Yi in a serious manner. There's a question. You must be honest with me. The song 10,000 Borders that you just sang, was it your improvisation or not? Improvisation? These 4 words were like millions of tons of dynamite, detonating directly in the minds of the crowd. It's really shocking. The track that Lin Yi used to win the title and win over Big Magic turned out to be an improvisation he made on stage. How is this possible? Both the song and the lyrics of 10,000 Borders are not of the usual caliber. If Lin Yi is really improvising, just how talented does he have to be? Nayoung asked herself over and over in her mind. She didn't want to believe it. The lyrical double bill, 10,000 Borders, would be an improvisation by Lin Yi. Thus, she stared at Lin Yi dead in the face, eagerly waiting for Lin Yi to give an answer to her question. 10,000 Borders is my new song, Lin Yi faintly explained. No wonder you only used the piano accompaniment. Vitus drifted off, but in the next second, again, he realized an extremely serious problem. 10,000 Borders is premature. That is to say, Lin Yi didn't put out 100% of his strength for this performance. Vitus couldn't help but feel a little happy at the thought. Singing Mama, he similarly didn't pull out all the stops. Since Lin Yi was able to take this edition of the championship from him under the same circumstances, that meant that under the premise of the two of them putting out their full strength, Lin Yi had the same possibility of winning. Opponent. It's a flagging rivalry. Still an absolute must-see opponent. The hot blood that had been missing for so long washed over Veritas' entire body once again. He could visibly feel the longing overflowing in his cells, and the ecstasy of meeting an opponent. Lin Yi, I need to apologize to you again. This time, Vitus lowered his head towards Lin Yi. The crowd was stunned. I didn't expect the great Demon King, Vitus, to have the initiative to bow down and admit his mistake. Nope. Admit what? What's wrong with the demon? The players looked up with confused brows. I had thought before that coming to the show this time didn't require me to give it my all. I didn't realize that within Huaxia, there is still such a genius like you. Vitus slowly raised his head and looked down at Lin Yi. No hint of contempt between his brows, but only the condescension of being the world's number one. You're more than that, so from now on, I'll be looking at you as a real opponent. I'll still be on the next show and I'll bring my full strength, and I hope you can give it your all too, and fight me with pure singers, and decide the winner that belongs between you and me. This statement was made, whether it was the contestants or the staff of the program, all of them had their mouths wide open. They stared incredulously at the figures sitting and standing in front of them, their brains completely going into a state of downtime. Although Vitas didn't say it explicitly, his words about the date were clearly telling everyone that he had lost this time. To be able to make even the great Demon King voluntarily admit defeat. Just how strong was Lin Yi's true strength? No one is sure of that answer, because they don't dare to make wild guesses about it. After all, Veritas had just made it very clear. Lin Yi in this episode didn't bring out his full strength. Mr. Vitas. Lin Yi stood up. It was the first time he had ever addressed Veritas voluntarily. Nothing else. This willingness to gamble was enough to earn respect from him. I'm willing to accept your appointment. And I'm also curious to know just how terrifying the Demon King who has taken out 100% of his strength will be. Lin Yi extended his right hand. Veritas smiled brightly and followed up with a firm handshake. The two men's gazes were filled with anticipation. Vitas, who was a flying guest, was willing to volunteer to stay for the next episode. The singer-director, who received the news, smiled extraordinarily. He saw full ratings. Quick, go make posters and a promotional video. The next installment has to be for the whole world to see. The director gave an emergency order. Virtus has a big international presence. Lin Yi, who had won him, was destined to be influential as well. An engagement where two people are willing to put forth 100% strength to collide would be even more impactful than ever before. This thing just needs a little publicity. The singers program could easily be famous all over the world. As for winning or losing in the end, the director didn't take the matter seriously at all. Lin Yi won against Veritas. That would naturally be the best possible ending. For the singers program, for all of China, if Lin Yi had lost to Vitas, the latter is a loud, world-renouncing demon, and the loss makes complete sense. Since you don't have to care about winning or losing, there's only one last thing left for the show to do. Extreme promotion of the next artist at any cost. Chapter 44. The singer's fourth installment ends. Hashtag Lin Yi wins. The gates of the country are held. Hashtag 10,000 people on their knees begging for the full version of Wan Jiang. Hashtag the great Demon King has a date with Lin Yi. Hashtag the top 10 hot searches were all related to Lin Yi. The compliments under the comments are countless. Lin Yi wins the championship, raising our country's prestige. Wu Sushin won. Lin Yi. My great China has completely risen. Yanala is a thing of the past, and it's up to Linda to guard the country's gates. The netizens were thrilled to the core. Even the hand that typed it was shaking. Soon, the major media outlets were also rattled. Human Min Daily V, shoulder to shoulder with great pressure, but still take the initiative to ask for a job. Wazinsha V, walking with a heavy load, still winning the championship with courage. Huaxia Music Association V, a song of 10,000 borders sings the long 5,000 years of Huaxia, the common faith of the Chinese nation. and even more so the common wish of our generation of Yanhuang children for the motherland. CCTV Lin Yi, may you be able to be like your lyrics. In the next singers program, show sharpness, full of haze, the road is blooming. CCTV, in particular, directly expressed its recognition and encouragement of Lin Yi with a microblog that was sent and then topped. This tweet also made Lin Yi's fans incredibly proud. Again, all singers. Some people are still in the entertainment industry, but some have become the face of a nation. This one is called The Gap. Kyoto TV. Director Wu. Is it really okay for us to do this? The staff member sitting in front of the computer in the office couldn't help but ask. It's the station manager's order. We just have to follow it. We don't have to think about it that much. Wu Ziyong smirked. Director Li nodded bitterly as well. An hour ago, Wu Ziyong approached Director Li. He only said one thing. Tonight would be the perfect time to improve the station's relationship with Lin Yi. At first the Li DT was a bit unsure. After hearing Wu Ziyong's proposal, he was even the first to express his opposition. However, before waiting for Wu Ziyong to walk out of the office, the major media will be issued one after another. This variable instantly changed Director Li's mind. He knew that if he didn't do something now, Kyoto TV would have nothing to do with Lin Yi in the future. An official tweet appeared. Kyoto TV Lin Yi braves the singer to win honor for his country. Good job, Lin Yi. Netizens immediately left comments. Yo, isn't this the Kyoto TV station that replaced Lin Yi with Shuyun? Now you know to come out and praise Lin Yi? That's right. It was because of you guys that Lin Yi was cyberbombed in the first place. And now you still have the face to show up? If I were you, I wouldn't dare come out now. The internet has a memory. The netizens were already quite vocal about Lin Yi being replaced in the first place. It was just that at that time, the number of people who supported Lin Yi was still relatively small. Now that Lin Yi was fighting for his country, Lin Yi's supporters naturally grew. In the meantime, the Chinese literary community, more than a dozen ancient and rare literary figures gathered together. There were even more Mandarin professors present. They each held a copy of the lyrics. At times, he shook his head, and at other times, his face was full of intoxication. It's good. It's really good. This lyric is so gold. A literary titan stood up and said, Lin Yi's song 10,000 Borders is definitely worthy of being selected for inclusion in a university language textbook. The proposal won instant approval from the crowd. Not the same as the viewers in front of the TV. Everyone here has a deep understanding and knowledge of the Chinese language. One could also see the details of Lin Yi's wording. Not only is the counterpoint everywhere neat, but it also ensures that the rhyme scheme is the same throughout the song. More importantly, between the lines of Wang Jian's lyrics, every single word highlights the vastness and depth of Chinese culture. It can't be considered lyrics anymore. It's totally a stunning work of art that deserves to be immortalized for generations to come. Another titan stood up. One could never write words with such deep meaning without several years of dedication. That Lin Yi looks so young, but I didn't expect him to have such profound literary skills. I wonder if he's a senior disciple of any of you. The questioner was a college professor, but what he didn't expect was this. He himself had waited for 5 whole minutes, and there was not a single reply from anyone present. That says something horrible. Lin Yi is self-taught. Talent of this caliber should never be buried. Quick, get someone to contact Lin Yi. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Looking at the online clamor, Shuyun was tempted to hire a water army to discredit Lin Yi on all fronts. Naiyang is the same. Na Naihan had given them both dead orders. After winning the championship, Lin Yi was praised to the heavens, was considered a popular choice. At this juncture, whoever dared to smear Lin Yi with a single word would inevitably end up miserable. Sister Na, is it hard for us to just watch? Shushuan couldn't hold it in. It's fine if you don't want to hang out in the country anymore, but please leave me alone. Naiyang grunted coldly. The unintentional conversation between the two, in turn, reminded Nazim, who was on the sidelines. Lin Yi winning the title is a great thing for China, but if you put it in a foreign country, the wind is blowing in a different direction in this matter, and it did turn out as she expected. Overseas at this time, the singer's show has been on fire for as long as it's been on fire. It got almost worldwide attention. Pretty country, that Lin Yi won solely because of what the program organizers did with the referendum, which is naked cheating, shady on the stage. West 8. We've had this song in West 8 for a long time. That Lin Yi copied us. He doesn't deserve to be the champion. Little Day State, whoever could write this crap song must also be trash. And whoever won the title on this song must also be relying on cheating and shady practices. Pretty country, that's right. Sai Hachikuni, ACI Hachi, who are you calling trash? Before the domestic netizens could arrive at the battlefield, the country of the small days was spraying with the West 8. The two countries are getting more and more quarrelsome. Eventually, with the intervention of the pretty country, they turned the tables on China and the Maoist state. The lyrics of this song are purely a figment of the imagination of a bewildered person. so I don't think anyone is really proud of them. Chinese netizens, am I right? West 8. It is said that Mao Zi is the big brother of China, when the big brother of the little brother to give water. It seems to be reasonable. Vitas, this play is good. The remarks of the two countries quickly angered netizens in China and the Maoist countries. Did you read the news not too long ago? The roots of our China may still be 8,000 years old. 8,000 years. Do you know what that means? If you have time to bark on the internet, why don't you look up your history, so you don't end up calling us your ancestors? This brother, you're wrong. Linny's such a talent. Is definitely one of our yellow children. Those stick and foot basin chicken, well, forget it, they're not the sons and daughters of the yellow emperor. The Wahini netizens shot back, letting out a fart of water. You have the ability to come and scream in front of me. The Demon King's loss means Linny is strong, but don't forget, the next installment will be the full-bodied Demon King. Oola, I'm going to blitz those sticks tonight. The Maoist country's netizens are each hostile. Chapter 45. Good words, good song, good song. Kyoto. Rao Guohuang is watching a rerun of The Singer's fourth installment. He's no better than a professional, but he can more or less tell how good the players are. Naeung is a bit too nervous. Winning the title is probably hopeless. Wang Shulong and Mu are ultimately songwriters, and their live prowess is still a step behind. What? There's even Vitas in this episode? Rao Guohuang was shocked. Having heard Veritas sing, he was even more amazed. Worthy of being the great demon king of the world's music scene, this strength simply crushed 99% of the domestic singers. Rao Guohuang, who saw this, had lost the desire to continue reading. Vitatas is too strong enough to despair, unless it's a singer of the caliber of Song God Zhang or the Nationals competing. Otherwise, Naeung alone is not qualified to win the title. Just as he was about to close the video, his phrase "welcome Linny to the stage" once again caught his attention. I didn't expect the alternate singer for this installment to be Linny. Come on, let's see what kind of surprise you can give me this time. The song 10,000 Borders was quickly sung. Rao Guohuang was stunned and froze in his chair. He felt the emotions Linny was putting into the song. Exclusively Yanhuang children's unique pride and pride. The heartache and difficulty of the long 5,000 years of China. And the patriotism that is unwavering and sees China as a religion. The deeper he tasted Lin Yi's lyrics, the more shocked Rao Guohuang felt in his heart. Unconsciously, goosebumps are coming out. The blood boiled in his chest, especially when you hear that last lyric. Rao Guohuang couldn't help but praise it even more. Only Huaxia, displaying its sharpness. Its avenue is full of sunshine. Great words, great song, great song. You sure have brought me a big surprise. After slamming his thigh, he made a decision. Whatever it takes, even if you let yourself go around begging, be sure to include this song 10,000 Borders in your treasury as well. Say it and do it. He opened the file and wrote up the report. Every sentence in the content is filled with his endorsement and praise for the 10,000 Frontiers. Soon, a long, almost 10,000 word essay was written. He sent the report up for submission, just as he was about to take out his cell phone and tell Linny the news. Toodaloo. Someone called him first. Sir Rao, we received the report you wrote. The leadership is also very receptive to your proposal. But barring that, it's not that we're not willing to approve this, but someone has already gone ahead of you. Rao Guohuang, who heard these words, froze. Surprisingly, someone had gone ahead of him and filed a report to collect the 10,000 Frontiers. Who the hell is that guy? It's Deputy Director Zhao from the Propaganda Department. He sent his report first thing last night when the singer's fourth installment ended. In addition to this matter, he also applied for Mr. Lin Yi's position as a Chinese cultural ambassador. The staff member on the other end of the line said truthfully, "So it's old Zhao. Okay, I got it. You go ahead." Rao Guohuang hung up the phone. He was not displeased or angered by the incident, because he understood one thing. Linny is a talent. No, to be precise, Linny was a once-in-a-century talent. Such a talented man is really in demand everywhere. Rao Guohuang was overwhelmed with emotion. Between thoughts, he called the military leadership again. Same thing he just said. Talent is in demand everywhere. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't let Linny off easily. "Chief, it's me, Rao. Do you remember Linny?" "Yes, yes, yes, yes. He wrote that last song. Jingzhong Huigua. Do you think you could personally step in for a moment and build a bridge between Linny and our military? People come in all shapes and sizes. It's the same in any era." Immediately after the passions generated by 10,000 Frontiers receded, professional critics stepped forward. "I think the overseas netizens are right. Linny won the title this time by selling patriotic feelings. It doesn't have much to do with strength. He's not even close to the great Demon King." Was the country's door held by him this time? No, it was held by the huge number of viewers in the country. The competition doesn't rely on strength. It relies on selling sentiments to the people of the country. This behavior of Lin Yi is really shameful. The topic was thrown around and instantly won numerous approvals. The little hacks are also showing their hand again. It's okay to be patriotic, but reliably winning with patriotism is completely crooked and is discrediting our Chinese music scene. That's right, if Lin Yi still sells sentimentality in the next program, our Chinese music scene will surely be reduced to the laughingstock of the world. And then where will the country's face go? Hey, originally we Chinese were not accepted by foreign art circles, and now that Lin Yi has done this to us, I see that in the next life, Chinese will have nothing to do with the word art. A flood of criticism resounded through the country's software, large and small. More and more netizens agreed with this statement and ran to leave comments under Lin Yi's account. Those who didn't mind the comments even sent them to the extranet. Not even an hour. The audiences of Pretty Country, West 8, Little Day Country, and so on, all jumped out at once, making all sorts of mockery and disparaging remarks about Lin Yi. This incident had undoubtedly angered Lin Yi fans. What's wrong with being patriotic? There's nothing wrong with it. People who don't love their country are all scum. Okay? Please open your eyes and look carefully. Even if you don't sell your feelings, Lin Da's lyrics and music are of superb standard. If you can win the championship by being patriotic, then please have the singers from your country sign up for the contest and see if you can win the Demon King by being patriotic. Strongly urge Virtus to sing a patriotic song next installment as well, to prove Lambda's strength. Domestic name-calling quickly turned into international name-calling. Lin Yi became a street rat. The singers program is of fame and fortune. Looking at the insanely growing number of fans, the director couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Ratings? It's all about ratings. Lin Yi is really a great blessing for our program. The story reached Nassim's ears as well. The netizens are really giving it a go this session. I was worried that there was no way to mess with Lin Yi. She called the head of the entertainment industry's water army, Lao Jiang, at the first opportunity. The two met at a cafe. Straight to the point. What are your plans? Lao Jiang opened the door and said, as long as the money is in place, I can tell you anything white is black. Nassim, who heard this, was satisfied. She rubbed her chin and began to think. Lin Yi is a talent. There is no doubt about that. If Lin Yi couldn't be brought down once and for all, with his talent, he would soon rise again. Let me think about it. Nassim's fingers kept tapping on the tabletop. A few minutes later, there, she hooked a finger toward Ginger. Ginger leaned in with his side ear. You first have your men pretend to be Lin Yi fans and go around the world praising Lin Yi as much as they can, preferably praising him to the heavens, and incidentally belittling Vitas a few more times. And then what? And then I'll send you something and you get someone to put that online. The corners of Nazreen's mouth couldn't stop rising. After all of this is done, I'll tell you the next move. As long as you do as I say, Lin Yi will surely lose his reputation. And when that time comes, you'll be paid for it. Chapter 46, Genius Girl enrolls in singing. Nassim and Ginger discuss their plans at the same time. Lin Yi, who had just finished his shower, received a call from Wu Zhiyong. Director Wu, can the interview wait until I'm done with the singer? No, it's not about that. Look online. Online? Lin Yi hung up the phone in uncertainty. That's when he noticed. Owners have the 99 plus icon in the top right corner of their icons on all major social media software. Click in at random. The screen is full of criticism from domestic netizens, and private messages from all over the world, in all languages. All new numbers that just registered? What the hell happened while I was in the shower? Lin Yi scratched his head and silently opened the Weibo hotlist. Hashtag the face of China is gone. Hashtag Lin Yi doesn't deserve to fight for China. Hashtag the struggling Chinese music scene. After holding the cell phone for a good while, Lin Yi was able to figure out the cause of the incident. Domestic hacks or not. So much for foreign viewers. They all thought that Lin Yi had not won this time. If it were not for this premise of the huge population base in China, he, who would only be selling sentiments, would not have the qualifications to snatch the title from the hands of the great Demon King. Some even threatened that Lin Yi wasn't even a singer. All of those previous smash hit songs were the product of Lin Yi copying, cutting, and sewing all over the place. Musical Tailor. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. He didn't take it to heart, much less angry about any of this, because he has absolute confidence in himself. Even with all the skepticism from all over the world, he will come up with something better that will make everyone shut up and sit in front of the screen applauding with complete conviction. His confidence is definitely not empty. The exact reason is understood only by him. The other side. Song Qinghuan was lying on the sofa playing with her cell phone. 5th floor. Your name is very good. She sent an unsolicited chat message. The name of his teammate on the 5th floor was called Lin Yi will win the championship next period. But forget it. A loser who's been called a loser by the whole world has the nerve to talk about winning the championship? Oh, I see. You want to laugh the other side to death and just win the game, right? Brother, I advise you to change your name, so that you don't have to put the game to be flirted with. 3 other teammates spoke up. The guy on the 5th floor was also a grump, turned on the microphone and went straight into cursing mode. The amount of cascading nationalism was even more refreshing to Song Ching-won's perception. Weakly, what happened to Lin Yi? She spoke again. Maisie, you don't know such a big thing? Go to Twitter and see for yourself. You can't say it all in 3 or 2 sentences. Absent-mindedly, he finished the game. Song Ching-won logged onto Weibo for the first time. The homepage recommendations were still the major official compliments on Lin Yi's song 10,000 Borders. A light smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she casually clicked into a comment section. It didn't take more than a few flips. The smile on her face froze. Competing on the same stage as the Great Demon King and relying on these tricks to win the championship. Lin Yi is too shameless, isn't he? I'm going to lose face abroad. Lin Yi is really disgusting. Song Ching-won was a professional in the field of singing. Regardless of whether it was the song or the lyrics of 10,000 Borders, she thought that Lin Yi had come up with a level that was good enough to be called an industry model. Not to mention, the lyrics of 10,000 Borders have also been recognized by several literary figures in the country, and she had also received news that the vice chairman of the Huaxia Music Association, Elder Fu Lin, had personally proposed that he wanted to record 10,000 Borders into the university language program. Lin Yi's 10,000 Borders has been recognized like this. How can anyone still think he can't do it? Talk about winning the title by crooked means. I think you little hacks are the ones who did it. Song Ching-won coldly snorted. She was tempted to comment on the rebuttal. Now she is a signed artist. She is not at liberty to make any statements without the company's permission. Just in time, Ching-won, Agent Ray walked in. She walked over to the couch and sat down, smiling and asking, "Do you want to hear some good news?" "Good news?" Song Ching-won frowned with a willow brow. "The company side just informed me that they want you to sign up for the next installment of the Singer program," Ray said, shaking her cell phone. And she had spoken to the Singer director before coming to Song Ching-won. The latter was enthusiastic about the matter. An invincible Vitus. A public opinion countless Lin Yi. If we could add Song Ching-won, who was known as a genius girl. The next installment of The Singer is so hot that it may even break the world record. All you need to do is send out an unsolicited tweet about signing up for the competition at the end of the night, and I've got you covered for everything else. Lee patted her chest. Really, Ray? Song Ching-won's beautiful eyes lit up. That's for sure. The company has said that you're just too insightful for proposing to join the Singer thing. It just so happens that with the Singer's show, it will also help you maximize your visibility. Sister Lee didn't hide anything from Song Ching-won. The company's plan was indeed intended to allow Song Ching-won to capitalize on Lin Yi's and Vita's fame to achieve a hit and become the newest popular singer in the entertainment industry. Sister Lee, don't worry, I'll be good. After the assurance, Song Ching-won smiled playfully. There's one more thing. Sister Lee, can you discuss this with the company and let me tweet myself tonight? This incident is not a big deal. Lee immediately agreed. And so, 8 o'clock sharp that night, Song Ching-won, a Chinese singer, has volunteered to participate. At Singer Official, the program was also quick to offer a response. Only 2 words. Agreed. Half an hour later. Hashtag Girl Geniuses sign up singers hashtag. The topic shot to the top of the Hot 100. The eyes of all the netizens gathered. It's that genius girl Song Ching-won. It's been years since I've seen her on the big screen. Someone asked. It's her. This time Song Ching-won participates and will surely give us a top-notch performance. Song Ching-won's fans were one more excited than the other. Can you brainwashed fans shut up? Song Ching-won was still studying at Berkeley before. This time she suddenly came back to sign up for the competition. It's obvious that she wants to rub it in. Okay, but if she makes it to the next level, I'll write my name upside down from now on. A singer you've never even heard of has the nerve to compare herself to the Great Demon King? I don't think her curiosity is even comparable to Lin Yi's. The voices of skepticism and disparagement were significantly higher than the expectations. There are even fewer comments related to compliments. But Song Ching-won didn't care about that, because she would sign up for the competition, not for the so-called heat at all. She has her own ideas. For one thing, he intends to see the exact gap between himself and Demon Vitus. The second was that he wanted to give Lin Yi a surprise. After all, back at the airport, Lin Yi had once promised her in person. The next time the two of them met, Lin Yi would definitely treat her to dinner to show his appreciation. Chapter 47, Upgrade. The Battle of the Century. Lin Yi can write and sing and is still young. So what can Vitus compare him to? Brothers of the Maoist Kingdom. Please tell Vitus for me that he's getting old and it's time for him to relinquish the title of Demon King. Tonight's Singers program, Vitas will have a second consecutive loss. And yes, the man with the second consecutive win is Lin Yi. The day of the Singer's 5th installment, the internet was suddenly flooded with thousands and thousands of posts. All of them were touting Lin Yi and belittling Veritas. No one originally cared about these posts, until a hot search came up. Hashtag Lin Yi is suspected of buying water. Now not to mention the little hacks. Even the roadies can't stand to watch. The program hasn't started yet. Netizens from all over the world then frantically flooded into the live broadcast room, launching all sorts of verbal attacks on Lin Yi. What did you say? The show hasn't even started and the viewer count is already at 10 million? The singer-director, who was editing his tweets, was shocked by this data. To know, most programs live, even at their peak, don't always reach an audience of 10 million. But the singer has already done it before the show even started. It was hard to imagine how hot the livestream would get when Lin Yi and Vitas took the stage. It looks like this tweet is not going to be posted. The director immediately made up his mind to strike while the iron was hot. Soon, a brand new hot search has appeared on Twitter. Hashtag singer skyrocketed equipment hashtag. A bewildered passerby netizen clicked in. Due to the special nature of this program, we have specially upgraded the field equipment in all directions without dead angles. Here's the official release from the singer. The name of the upgraded device is illustrated below. World-class servers, Ultra HD Blu-ray camera and more camera positions, and the lighting and other arrangements. Even the live broadcasting equipment and systems were replaced by the program team with the highest level of the current world. My goodness, the show is too ruthless this time. The market price of that new stereo replacement alone is as much as 2 small goals. What do you mean? $200 million for the stereo? How much does it really cost to upgrade this set of equipment? Not much else to say, even if it's just for this device. The 5th installment of The Singer must be watched. The number of viewers who flocked to the singer's live broadcast grew as industry professionals exclaimed. By the time the foreign netizens arrived, they were all shocked by the numbers at the top of the screen and their mouths grew wide. 23 million. It's the number of people, not the flow. It's a good thing we upgraded the server in advance, or else the referendum would have paralyzed the system with so many viewers. Director, you are so wise. The staff has given a thumbs up. Lay low, lay low. The director symbolically squeezed his palm. In fact, he was a million times more shocked in his heart. Tonight is the second fight between Lin Yi and Veritas. It's also the fight of the century according to the Outer Limits network. It's destined to have a lot of people watching for the show to start. But the figure of $23 million is really far beyond the director's expectations. This is a Guinness World Record that has to be claimed. In the meantime, the contestants are in the lounge making their final preparations before taking the stage. Last issue it was Brother Mu who left. So it should be my turn this issue. Wang Shulong, who couldn't sing and couldn't walk, was the one of all the contestants who was most looking forward to the start of the competition. However, when he said the words out loud, there was more than a little hardness in his heart. You've made a lot of progress this week. You must believe in yourself. Lin Yi walked over and patted Wang Shulong on the shoulder. The latter simply nodded and then sat down without a word. At this point, Lin Yi, someone called out to Lin Yi. Broken Mandarin. I knew it was Veritas the moment I heard it. He still had the same condescending demeanor as before. Only a few more smiles appeared on his face as he walked up to Lin Yi. Mr. Veritas, what can I do for you? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Just wanted to talk to you casually. Vita smoothly sat down next to Lin Yi. You know, all the contestants are fully prepared tonight, and I'm looking forward to seeing them sing. But compared to them, you're the one I care about the most. Any well-prepared singer should not be underestimated. But in Vita's opinion, out of all the contestants, Lin Yi was the only one who could be treated as an opponent by him. He can't wait to get on stage somewhat. Tonight, too, was destined to be the most memorable night of his life. Well, me too, Lin Yi nodded. He's equally looking forward to splitting with Veritas. The two made small talk afterward. Have you guys noticed that the aura on Lin Yi's body has leveled with Vita's? The members of the row cover band exchanged whispers. Che, if we don't sell patriotic feelings this time, I'll see how he can still win. Na Ying snorted coldly, then turned to Huang Xian beside her and asked, do you think I'm right? Hearing this, Huang Xian just sat there giggling. He's cheeky on a regular basis, but that doesn't make him a cutie. Even though he had somewhat despised Lin Yi before, but as he privately got to know Lin Yi this week, he was considered to be completely convinced by Lin Yi's talent. Right now, instead of agreeing with Na Young, he thought that Lin Yi really did possess the hard power to compete with Vita's. It's just that his curiosity can't be compared to Na Young's, and it's not good to sing against her in public in front of so many people. It's a waste of time talking to you when you're so stupid all day. Seeing Huang Xian's delayed reply, Na Young directly averted her head. Her gaze fell on Song Qinghuan in the corner position. From appearance alone, Song Qinghuan is in no way inferior to the flower girls of the movie and television industry, especially with her natural elegance. It's more of a natural star body, just a vase that rubs off on people. Still really thinks she's something. So many seniors are sitting here and they won't even greet each other. They really don't know the rules. Na Young grunted inwardly. She didn't notice. From the moment she walked into the lounge, Song Qinghuan's gaze was fixed on Lin Yi alone. She had been waiting for a chance to talk to Lin Yi. Nah, Lin Yi was too well liked. First there was Wang Shulong, then the row caps, and now there's Virtuoso. She pressed for a moment to interject. There is no way around it. She just had to sit there and be transparent. Young Smack, are you ready for the show to start? Mr. Ho said as he walked to the lounge. Okay. Nayoung stood up and walked towards Mr. Ho. Tonight's order of appearances was a little less different than previous episodes. Several of the original singers were at the top of the line. Then there's alternate Song Qinghwan. The heavyweights, Lin Yi and Vitas, were scheduled for last. Today's players are also powerful. Even Wang Shulong, I think he has the potential to win the championship. Bye you guys. I can't even imagine how explosive the scene will be when Lin Yi and Vitas sing. The show's native contestants sang, and the pop-ups cleared the air in amazement. Mr. Ho also came on stage at this time. Dear audience, let's welcome the next singer who will appear on stage with the warmest applause. She is the only alternate contestant of this program, Song Qinghwan, who is known as a genius girl. Chapter 48, Meeting Again. Song Qinghwan? Is that the idol trainee who went abroad for further study shortly after her debut? She's not an idol trainee. She's a serious singer. Mentioning idol practitioner suddenly reminded me of a deceased person. I'm the same. Midriff basketball backpack pants. My name is Koen Koen, you remember. The pop-ups were instantly active. It was quickly taken off course again. All the spectators were reminiscing to their heart's content about that deceased person. As for Song Qinghwan, sorry, really don't know her well. This kind of newcomer just skips right over. She can't bring anything exciting to the program anyway. This is a live broadcast. Man, what are you doing here as a rerun? Why aren't Demon King and Lin Yi on the stage yet? Song Qinghwan was still being ignored by the netizens, even with Mr. He's subsequent grand explanation. No way. Tonight is destined to be the home of Vitas and Lin Yi. Friends of the audience, please move your little hands and let contestant Song Qinghwan see the enthusiasm of everyone. Mr. Ho did his best, but the audience remained unmoved. They couldn't raise half an interest in Song Qinghwan. Let's just hope the talented young woman can finish her performance quickly. Lin Yi, who had taken all this in, took the initiative to nod towards Song Qinghwan. The other side is still fighting on behalf of Huaxia no matter what. Since they were on the same side, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't treat them differently because of the other party's status as a newcomer. Soon, an elegant silhouette appeared on the singer's stage. Brother Meng, I apologize for my ignorance. Song Qinghwan's performance is still worth watching. Wow, look at this. There's a big colorful guy here. What's the use of being good looking? After all, she's still a vase. It's not comparable to my pigeons. Many netizens were surprised by Song Qinghwan's appearance. Many more questioned her strength. The entertainment industry is a mixed bag these days. Debut is no longer based on strength, but on outstanding appearance. This has led to a subliminal endorsement of a statement by domestic netizens. The more impressive the appearance, the worse the personal ability. Acting on camera is hot. Acting on stage wastes your ears. The main attraction is a tortured audience. Qinghwan, start your performance and show the gang what you're made of. Mr. He finished and walked straight off the stage. The accompaniment also plays at this time. Song Qinghwan brings the track, a classic American song. It's called Dance of the Goddesses. There is not a single lyric that spans more than 4 octaves. The difficulty factor is pulled right up to full capacity with the flying transitions between real and fake sounds, and the coherent leaps that need to be made in a split second. Is that even the song? The contestants backstage are stunned. Lin Yi and Vitas, on the other hand, frown slightly. None of them had expected Song Qinghwan to be so bold, daring to challenge even this world-famous song. Is this newcomer planning to be laid off right after his debut? I can't save my ears. Slipping away. I'll be back in a few minutes. The number of people in the live room was hundreds of thousands less in an instant. None of the audience favored Song Qinghwan. Even the manager, Sister Lee, questioned her choice of song at this moment. Is this song, Dance of the Goddesses, a little too difficult to work as a debut song? Her skepticism existed for only a few seconds, because Song Qinghwan on the stage opened her mouth. The expected scene of the crash did not occur. On the contrary, Song Qinghwan's clean voice that was fresh without losing its power stunned the entire audience in an instant. No one was expecting it. This young girl, who they thought was just a trophy, turned out to really be a no-nonsense music genius, decent in 8 conditions, and with enough effort in the afterlife. She does have potential in the future. Demon Virtus himself commented. After speaking, he turned his head towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what do you think? Lin Yi didn't reply. Instead, he frowned while rubbing his chin, keeping his eyes locked on the screen. Song Qinghwan is too low-key. Walked into the lounge and sat right in the corner. This caused Lin Yi to largely ignore her. Nowadays, Song Qinghwan, who was standing on the stage singing, instantly reminded Lin Yi of someone. Is she? In Lin Yi's mind, the girl he met at the airport that day appeared. The two are so much alike in temperament, appearance, and voice. Lin Yi? Vita's patted Lin Yi's arm. You know her? Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head. One side of the story doesn't count as recognition. What do you think of her? Vitas asked again. Vocally and skill-wise it was great, but the song wasn't a great fit for her. Lin Yi hit the nail on the head. He shared Veritas' opinion. Song Qinghwan did manage the super high level of Dance of the Goddesses, but her voice is so clean and spacey that it's more or less unsuitable for these relatively atmospheric and heavy songs. The live rendition would definitely be more explosive if her song selection was a bit more on the lighter side. Lin Yi and Vitas are professionals, but the audience isn't. They couldn't see Song Qinghwan's characteristics and talents. Just know that Song Qinghwan's singing is really good. A song, as expected of a talented girl, her strength doesn't disappoint. Brother Ao Tian, I remember you. Didn't you just slip away? When did I say I'm going to slip away? What I clearly said was that I, Long Ao Tian, will guard Qinghwan to the death. Netizens were bowled over by Song Qinghwan's strength. They have been transformed into 10-year-old fans and started all kinds of bragging pop-ups. Of course, little black men don't do that. The singing is SOSO. It's not even close to the original. It's not as good as my homing pigeon. Go back and practice for another 2.5 years. With this much strength, how dare you come to guard the country's gates? The two types of pop-ups went head-to-head on the air. Those who like Song Qinghwan believe that she has a bright future and will definitely be the queen of Chinese songs in the future. Those who don't like her are taking the original song and making all sorts of blows and disparaging remarks about her. TSK, 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 if she didn't have a great voice, I think I'd be better on than she is. It's just a vase. And you dare to say that signing up as a singer isn't just to rub it in? Not to mention a Demon King at full strength. Even the last issue's Demon King could make her unable to even see the taillights of her car. Obviously, the little black men didn't feel that Song Qinghwan had the qualifications to call out Veritas. In their opinion, Song Qinghwan was completely rewarded by the heavens, and his personal strength was not even as good as Kuan Koan's, and he was completely unable to make a comparison with the hexagons pulling full Vitas. These pop-ups Song Qinghwan did not know. At the moment she returned to the backstage lounge. As soon as he entered, he clashed with Lin Yi's gaze. Hello again. Lin Yi smiled. You. Song Qinghwan's deer-like eyes showed shock, while the whole person was completely different from the way she looked just now on the stage. On stage, she is like a blooming flower, confidently blossoming with thousands of lights. It's a great song, worthy of the word genius. Lin Yi smiled. Thanks, thanks. Song Qinghwan slightly lowered her head. Her tone could not hide her nervousness, and her entire body was uncontrollably tense. In the bright eyes that were mixed with a little panic, there was even a trace of shyness. Next, Lin Yi unexpectedly took another step closer. Chapter 49, The Demon King's Terrifying EB6 Scale. Song Qinghwan seemed to be startled by him acting like this, her feet stepping back uncontrollably. The eyes became more evasive. Too close. This was the closest she had gotten to Lin Yi. That time at the airport, she was still able to hide her emotions through her mask. But now, with no cover, she could only back away helplessly, even though she wanted to be close to him so badly that she went out of her way to come back from abroad and come to the show The Singer. Lin Yi also noticed Song Qinghwan's strange appearance, now an quail-like appearance, and when he was at the airport, he was a different person. Go back first. Lin Yi lowered his voice. Song Qinghwan nodded. That pretty face became redder. Just before the camera was given to the lounge, Lin Yi returned to his seat. There were too many criticisms and taunts of Song Qinghwan on the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room. Lin Yi was very clear. Being in the center of a larger public opinion, he absolutely could not have too much contact with Song Qinghwan. Otherwise, the little hacks might be able to smear the two. Mr. Veritas, you're next. The staff member carrying the camera warned. Lin Yi, I won't stay back this time. Before Vitas left, he turned back towards Lin Yi and smiled. Lin Yi responded with a similar smile. The two had become friends over the past week, but they are even more rivals. The only way to honor each other is to go all out. The Demon King has finally taken the stage. It's a piano, and Demon is planning to play and sing by himself in this episode too. My god, dedication. The Archdemon intends to sing Dedication. The pop-ups blew up, but anyone who knows anything about Vitas knows that it was the song Devotion that made him famous for the dolphin sound he relied on. The fact that even this song was brought out is a good indication of how serious Vitas is about the match. It's over. Even the dedication has been taken out. I'm afraid Lin Yi doesn't have a chance to win. What are you afraid of? If Lin Yi can't do it, I'll still have my pigeon. Even if your pigeons practice for 2.5 more years, they won't be able to match Lin Yi and Vitas. The audience engaged in a heated exchange during the stage preparation, even though all sorts of statements have been made. But most of these statements mean one thing. In front of the Demon King's devotion, in front of the dolphin sound that represented the highest level in the world, Lin Yi simply didn't have what it took to win the title. No, It should be all the singers in the country who are not qualified to be compared with the dolphin sound. Where are those brainwashed fans who blew Linny before? Why don't they come out to stomp on the Demon King now? The Demon King is ready to sing dolphin sounds, so how can those brain-damaged fans still have the courage to praise Linny? Also both play the piano. How come the Demon King plays so professionally? Vitas just tried his voice and the pop-ups started all kinds of licking. Some people even gave Song Chinghuan a round of verbal humiliation while mocking Linny, because Devotion is likewise a song with no lyrics. In their opinion, Song Chinghuan was completely humiliating herself by choosing the same type of song to sing. It's finally time to start. The Demon King will win. As this pop-up appeared, Veritas began his song. There was no hint of showmanship on his part this time. Up comes the bass chant. Not a single person sent a pop-up during that time. All the audience savored the unique voice of Veritas. Is this the difference between me and the world number one? Wang Shulong muttered. Didn't even need to wait for the dolphin sounds to appear. He already realized the huge gap between himself and Veritas. It was a moat. A rift he couldn't move past in his entire life. Too strong. The great Demon King is just too strong. The line cover band's teammates couldn't help but exclaim as well. They didn't dare ask Linny for his opinion. He was afraid that his casual words had put Linny under immense pressure. I don't know. Linny's mood at the moment had long been excited to the limit. Full power to Veritas. That's what he'd like to see the most. It seemed to have sensed the attention from Linny. Vitas smiled suddenly towards the camera. Next, his voice began to rise little by little. The anticipation in the eyes of the audience also became more and more intense. Anyone who wants to hear the world-famous dolphin sound in person, don't care if your ears can stand it. If you hear it, you've earned it. Finally, after a pause for breath, Veritas' trademark dolphin sound emerged. The opening is a horrible D5 level. Already the audience can't take it anymore. But Veritas' high notes continue to rise. E5, F5, G5, A5, B5, E6. In a matter of seconds, he crossed several scales to the E6 level, which is enough to take the breath away from every music major. The room instantly boiled over. The pop-ups on the live stream were even higher. However, Virtuoso's soprano rise isn't over yet, witnessed by countless eyes. He reached a high note of E6, but on his face, there was still no sign of fatigue. That said, his tenor could be higher. Horrible as it is. I can only say horrible as it is. Is there no limit to the Demon King's soprano voice? Still rising. Demon's treble is still rising. The viewers in the live room were so shocked that they began to tremble. The live audience even had the urge to cover their ears one by one. Hasn't Veritas shown his full strength yet? Nayeon gulped. She couldn't believe her ears a little bit already. Is this really what humans are capable of? Click. Halfway through her thoughts, Nayeon was awakened by the sound of a glass breaking. She subconsciously looked toward the big screen. It's pitch black up there. There's no picture. And all you can hear is Veritas' world-beating dolphin voice. Mr. Veritas. Stop it. Mr. His voice suddenly rang out. If you go back in there, the program won't be able to air. The stage's lighting equipment has been shattered by your dolphin sound. Two simple sentences directly shocked all the viewers and players. But Veritas still had no intention of stopping. His tenor is still rising. Click. There was another sound of breaking glass. This time, not only was the picture gone from the screen, but even the sound was gone. Ringo, do you know what's going on here? Wang Shulong asked. Linny didn't give any reply, just staring with a frown on the screen that was gradually turning into a snowflake screen. If he hadn't guessed wrong, Vita's high notes should have shattered all the shots in the scene. And the second before the shot blew up, Linny heard it clearly. The dolphin sounds of that time definitely reached the appalling EB6 level. It's a higher note than the E6. After about 10 minutes, the screen returned to normal. Mr. Ho was the first to explain the reason for this to everyone. One moment, all the audience froze. Unmistakably shocking. Shocked beyond belief. Shocked to the point of wondering if I was dreaming. EB6. Is this really a scale accessible to humans? Nayoung's body was shaking. The same goes for the other players. The Demon King's dolphin voice is at this level. What else can Linny take to win? This is no longer the loss of the country's gates. This is the fall of the entire country. Domestic audiences were disheartened. The foreign viewers who came back to their senses, but they were all excited. Ha 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 ha. See, this is the strength of the Demon King. Dare to let the great Demon King go all out with his song. Now you know what will happen to you? You Chinese singers, what makes you able to win against the Demon King? Chapter 50, The Ultimate Battle. The little river flows. Pop-ups in various languages rolled wildly across the broadcast. The audience was exhilarated and shocked. All rose to the top. Vaguely, it was as if they were hearing the dolphin sounds of the virtuosi once again. Oh-ah-ah-ah. The indistinguishable voice is ethereal to the core. The high notes, which span a full 5 octaves, are even more head-turning and heart-stopping. It's wonderful. It's so smooth. There's so much impact. Is this really a sound that humans can make? Even glass on the level of lighting and camera equipment can shatter. How high is the dolphin sound of the Great Demon King? It's so strong that you just can't find a way to win. Domestic netizens have absolutely no idea how to express their feelings at this moment. As a Chinese, they didn't want to see Lin Yi lose, nor do we want to see the gates of our country lost again. But Vita's dolphin sound is too strong to the point of infallibility. It's so strong that it's impossible to find any way to defeat it. Maoist Nation netizen, Ola, when the Demon King's dolphin voice comes out, no one in the world is a match for him. And this edition of Demon King will be the cliffhanger winner. Pretty Nation Netflix, Harry is crap in any field, but not Veritas dolphin sound. He is the limit of the world's strongest level of soprano. 2 pop-ups from overseas were too conspicuous. It also made the despair in the hearts of domestic netizens grow stronger. Even the pretty country, which has always been hostile to the Maoist countries, is willing to recognize Virtuoso as the world's #1 in this field of treble. So will there really be anyone on this planet who can stand up to Veritas? No one knows what the answer to that question is, but that didn't stop them from knowing one other thing. That is, the next Lin Yi to make his debut will definitely not be able to continue to replicate the last issue. Use a similar song to defeat the fiery archdemon Virtus, soaring high notes for so long and still not blushing. Is this the real strength of the Demon King? This timbre, this soprano, even if Mr. Gong was invited to sing Disturbed, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to win over the Great Demon King, right? Why don't we just admit defeat? There's no shame in losing to the world's #1 dolphin voice. I think you two have analyzed it very well. The hearts of domestic netizens are as dead as they can be. In their opinion, Vitas is a formidable opponent that even Mr. Gong of the national team can't beat. Lin Yi, who was but a newly minted singer, had been defeated at the feet of the Great Demon King for a long time. It's a good thing that this time Vitata's moved out of his crushing stunt dolphin voice. It's perfectly reasonable for the underqualified Lin Yi to lose the match. Little Daily Nation, we also recognize that Veritas is the world's #1, but China has a population of more than 1 billion people, so it's not like we can't find a rival that can compete with the Great Demon King among so many people, right? This statement was made. Domestic netizens were instantly unable to sit still. Knowing the strength of the virtuosi, they chose to go head-to-head with the netizens of the smaller days nation. Chinese netizen, that's easy for you to say. If you have the ability to find someone from your country to call the shots with the Demon King, ha! Little Daily News, we don't have enough population for 1 billion or so. Whack, if you can't find a candidate, don't bark here, okay? Little Daily News, we don't have enough population for 1 billion or so. Let the domestic netizens post whatever they want. The netizens of the land of small days have only this one response. Pretty country netizen, to give you a general knowledge, the population of China is 1.4 billion, and the population of the Maoist country is 144 million. This move definitely did not come from a good place. Rather, it's the one who's the boss, who's backing up his little brother, almost 10 times the population base, and as a result, you can't even find someone who can match Vita's, Wasia's oldest brothers. You're really making a bit of a point here. The netizens of the Maoist countries are torn. Hand on heart. Again, it seems that the Brotherhood of Wachovia on the back of the hand is no match for the Veritas held in the heart of the hand. Hairy old boys, needless to say, the strong ones in this field of treble are indeed you. Domestic netizens don't even have the energy to argue about it. With nowhere to vent their pent-up frustration, they had no choice but to aim their spearheads at Lin Yi once again. Lin Yi, Lin Yi, you said that it's not good for you to date anyone. Why did you date the Great Demon King? Are you planning to disgrace and discredit our Huaxia? Our greatest shame in China in this century is all because of you. Lin Yi, 10,000 people write in blood, requesting the state to completely block Lin Yi. 1 vote now. Look at the pop-ups cascading across the screen. Nayoung's face was cloudy, but in her heart she was happy. She wanted to see Lin Yi fall on his face more than anyone else. It was best to take a heel and plant Lin Yi for good. Lin Yi, Song Qingwan's worry was written on her face. She was tempted to go up to Lin Yi and calm him down, but now she couldn't find a chance, because Lin Yi had been taken away by the staff. It's the same hallway that leads to the stage. Lin Yi and Veritas met again. The two men stopped in their tracks in unison, their 4 eyes colliding. It's different from last time. This time, there was no trace of contempt in Veritas' gaze. He took 3 or 2 steps to Lin Yi's side. Cheer up. I expect your full strength. Vitas gently patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Look around the world at the moment. He was definitely the one who trusted Lin Yi's strength the most. Truthfulness at a glance. Definitely not half adulterated. I will. Lin Yi smiled towards Vitas, his gaze incomparably determined. I'll win. Hearing this, Veritas froze. After a few seconds, he responded, okay, I'll wait. After saying that, he extended his right fist. This is meant to be a punching bag. Or maybe it was Vita's way of cheering up Lin Yi in a different way. Thanks. Linny similarly extended his right fist. The two men's fists and bones clashed. It's all in the words. Stage. The equipment has been repaired. Audience members, Mr. Vitas has shown us the limits of human soprano. What kind of shocking singing will the contestant Linny, who is regarded as his rival, bring to us? Teacher, he waved his hand and pointed to the contestant entrance channel. Let's welcome the last powerhouse vocalist of this episode, Linny, to the stage with the most intense enthusiasm. Swish swish swish. Several lights shone on the exit of the passage, but there was no applause on the floor. The thoughts in the minds of the audience remained unchanged. Dolphin tone is unbeatable. The track I'm bringing this time, again, is an original song called A River Runs Through It. Linny slowly spoke. He hasn't started singing yet. The pop-ups just blew up again. The river runs through it. How can I say this? The name is already weak to the Demon Lord's devotion ahead. It seems that even Linny himself knows that he can't win against the Demon King's dolphin sound. For those of you abroad, I'm really sorry, but the next program is actually called Disgraceful. Chapter 51, Breaking Through the E6. A treble that surpasses the limits of mankind. His own people couldn't see Linny well. This is naturally even more true of foreign netizens. The international black powderhead led by the small day country, relying on the backing of the beautiful country, directly opened a full range of deathless mockery mode. Linny was sprayed all over the place. Among them, those who have the intention to take advantage of this opportunity, began to openly point out that no one in China, unworthy of the name of a great country. It's so true that Wasia is nothing but a bunch of shameless thieves. The 8 Western countries also came forward. They listed a series of trumped-up incriminating evidence in public, for the sake of telling the world everything Wasia has was stolen from them. This includes the Chinese script that has been passed down for over 5,000 years. You're all descendants of Qin Hui, aren't you? Someone in the country countered. It's just a shame. Overseas netizens don't know who Qin Hui is, but none of that matters, because Linny spoke at this time. Just one word. The entire domestic audience all blacked out. Never in a million years. Linny had the audacity to go with the same soprano track after hearing the Demon King's dolphin sound. It's a clear-cut case of making a fool out of yourself. Isn't it good to continue to be patriotic and sell your feelings? Why do you have to fight the Demon King to the death? Linny, get off the stage. Not to mention the pop-ups. Even the live audience had begun to hurl insults at Linny. Sound after sound rolled off the stage. Directly, overseas netizens had an orgasm. Beautiful country's netizen, I don't understand Chinese, but I heard someone woof woof woofing on the stage. Little Daily Nation, who is it? Who is it that learns to bark on stage? West 8 countries netizens, this song learned dog barking has nothing to do with us. They really did not steal this time. Look at all the satire from abroad. Domestic netizens became increasingly dissatisfied with Linny. What? Let's learn to bark and woof together? With this level of lyrics, Linny's fans, are you sure he didn't copy his previous songs? All eyes toward me. I have an announcement to make. Please follow me and stick out your middle finger toward Linny together. Then a slow motion replay with your left hand and right hand. Linny, stop. You're surrounded by IKUN. The outside of the program is full of IKUN. To figure out what domestic pop-ups mean, surprisingly, foreign netizens have chosen to place orders for Chinese dictionaries. This story was quickly blown up by one of the merchants. Backstage lounge. I have to say, Linny's singing was a success this time. Winning or losing aside, at least he's done something to make the world learn the Chinese language. Nayoung teased. Ha ha ha, Nasan is so funny. Everyone is superficially obsequious to Nayoung. Song Qinghuan and Vitas were the only ones who didn't take the human condition to heart. The former's face was filled with worry. The latter's face was filled with anticipation. The scale of Linny's opening wasn't exactly high. It was even half a degree lower than when Veritas opened his mouth. In that case, Linny would need to cross more octaves if he wanted to reach EB6 on par with Veritas. The difficulty factor has undoubtedly risen dramatically. Song Qinghuan was worried that Linny was so eager to win that he had set too low a starting point for himself, which would ultimately lead to an accident on the way to the concert. Losing the title, not to mention the probability of burying your career because of it. Her fears were well-founded, but she obviously didn't know Linny any better than Vitas did. That I will win. It showed Vitas that Linny was fully prepared before the fight. So he understands. Linny opened his mouth even lower. Definitely not because he was eager to win, but because he was planning to give everyone an unprecedentedly huge shock. Linny, I'm ready. Show me your limits in the treble realm. Veritas' legs shook involuntarily, because he's so hyper. Even more so because Linny on stage had already sung the few lyrics and entered the high notes, not unlike Veritas' dolphin sound. Ha! Linny didn't take the approach of opening his mouth after changing his chi. Peking. He used a falsetto. Su rising falsetto, ethereal and ethereal, like a dream. In a split second, The whole room froze. The audience was staring blankly. It was as if their thoughts were pulled back to their teenage years. In front of me was the stream that was slowly flowing away. Clarity of the lake, serenity of the air, and the soft and tender first love beside you, filled with infinite goodness. Everything was so wonderfully memorable. But when they turned back to Linny, who was singing for one person on the stage, somehow, the heart was violently flooded with loneliness, and a touch of melancholy appeared. It's an emotion that can't be contained. It's highly infectious. Even those foreign viewers who couldn't understand the lyrics could really feel the emotional changes in their hearts. Love but not love, or regret missing out, or maybe it's just endless thoughts. Under Lin Yi's song, different people had different feelings. At this very moment, the only thing they have in common, there is and only one. Because of the extremely rapid change in emotion, it caused them to overlook the height of Lin Yi's tone scale. It's not pharyngeal, it's not resonant, it's a whole new way of singing that has never existed before. Song Qinghwan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The backstage contestants were also awakened by her words. And what exactly was the way Ringo used it? Wang Shulong was the first to ask. The row cover band fell silent. Naeun Huanghyun was also silent. Everyone's eyes, quite literally, went to the face of Veritas, who was savoring it with his eyes closed. However, Vitas did not answer the question. He put a finger against his lips. Shu, keep quiet for now. The main event is about to begin. When he finished, he looked at the screen with a smile on his lips. Stage. The sound of Lin Yi's breath change still didn't appear. He lifted his head. The high chamber blooms completely in an instant. How is it possible? Why do I have the feeling that I'm hearing a chorus of men and women? How in the world did Lin Yi manage to produce both male and female voices at the same time while soaring at a high pitch? No, don't you guys think you're focusing on the wrong point? Lin Yi's current treble seems to be almost at the E6 level, right? A pop-up. Everyone stopped typing in shock. They stared incredulously at the screen in front of them, staring at Lin Yi, who still looked like he had some strength left on the screen. One moment, goosebumps crawled over every one of them. They saw a chilling, yet all too familiar scene. The center of their own screen. A tiny crack appeared without warning. Not on their screens. Instead, it's in the screen. The camera lens of the show's crew, showing tiny cracks. It's here. The sign for arrival at the E6 treble has appeared. Linny can go as fast as E6. It's incredible. The country is in shock. Before an audience even held their heads in their hands, their eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 52, E7? Linny can go higher. OMG. He even sang cracking the camera too. Fake. It must be fake. The Chinese can't be so powerful. I seriously doubt that this is the show's crew calling up the footage from the Demon King's performance just now. The pretty country's netizens were indeed shocked by Lin Yi's strength, but they are still reluctant to endorse anything related to Wasia in public, especially something that even they don't have. Video? Definitely video. Our friends in the 8 Western countries have said that the Chinese love to steal from others. The first of the small day country netizens chimed in. They do like to steal and use other people's stuff. So this must be the video that Vitas just made. The netizens of the 8 Western countries will not let go of any opportunity to smear Huaxia. They're nonsense. Not to mention the domestic netizens. Even the Maoist buddies can't stand to watch. This is a live broadcast. Where are we gonna get a video? Do you really think that Huaxia is like your pretty country, which was able to land a video on the moon a few decades ago, only to regress to the point where it can't go up at all now? To give the guys some common sense. In a vacuum, the flag of any country can't fly. The Maoist brother is half-hearted and pokes the pretty country right in the spine. The two countries, which already have poor international relations, immediately got into a live-streaming argument, just when the program director didn't know what to do. The sound of Lin Yi's breath change finally appeared. Hiss. He took a big deep breath. Next, once again, everyone's screens went to snowflake screens. B6. Lin Yi's soprano has also reached B6. The line cover band and Wang Shulong and Huang Xian marveled at the same time. Naeun, who was sitting on the sofa, was even more wide-eyed at the moment, as if she had lost her soul. Lin Yi, you really didn't disappoint me. The smile at the corner of Veritas' mouth grew. Song Qinghwan, on the other hand, silently breathed a sigh of relief. Same time, Shishuan and Nassim were also watching the singer live. The look on the two men's faces was worse than eating. Is this still the punk Lin Yi I know? What makes him able to do what even I can't do? Sure, Shu Yun, who only came back to his senses after a long time, gritted his teeth and said. Envy and jealousy were written all over her face. She really couldn't figure it out. Why did that piece of trash she dumped have enough strength to fight Veritas head on? Hey Ginger. It's me. Change of plans. Nazsim called Ginger. Her earlier plan was perfect. I'd even say it's seamless. Once he succeeded in casting it, Lin Yi would surely be the one to lose his reputation. It turned out that 1,000 plans hadn't worked out. Lin Yi actually did sing a B6 level super difficult high note. The hard power is there. No one can hack him halfway. 10 minutes later, the live program is back to normal. This time the camera perspective has changed drastically from before. The place Lin Yi was in was no longer a stage. Instead, it's a makeshift sound booth. My fellow viewers, I'm really sorry, but this time we were not prepared enough. The director followed Mr. Ho into the camera and apologized on behalf of the show. In order to give the audience the best immersive experience, he has spared no expense and purchased a whole set of equipment worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The idea is absolutely right. Nay, the treble strength of Vita's and Lin Yi was too terrifying. The result was that the program had no extra replaceable equipment and had to bring the previous equipment back up. We are all average people and can't see or hear the difference. It's okay, director. If the equipment is changed so that Lin Yi can sing B6 high notes, that's when it's time to hit the little hacks in the face. And those foreign dogs that like to bark. How badly the domestic audience thought of Lin Yi before, and how favorably they thought of him now. They couldn't wait to find out where Lin Yi's tenor was. Wanted Lin Yi to be able to defend the country again or not. And apologizing. Your apologies are half sincere. Don't accept them. That is, in the same situation, why only give special treatment to Lin Yi? Just because you're all Chinese? Let the Demon King sing again too. Brother, you're so calculating. I can hear you in my house. This was a portion of the overseas netizens who had recognized Lin Yi's strength. The numbers don't count for much, because under the triple guidance of Pretty Country, Little Life Country, and West 8 Country, most overseas viewers still feel that the program is full of shady practices everywhere. In response, the director simply didn't know how to explain and backhandedly handed the microphone back to Mr. He, who hadn't thought of a good response for a while, could only talk to the audience and try to change the subject. Beautiful country netizens, not daring to respond positively, you Chinese are really all hypocrites. The Little Daylight Nation, 4 billion little people. Nishi Bakoku netizen, shameless stealers. This time, Mazakuni didn't come forward. After all, Veritas was the player representing their country. If the program had treated them differently, they would have been the first to disagree. It's just a matter of broadcasting for a little while longer. So don't tarnish our international image of China because of such a trivial matter. Domestic netizens share this view. If you want to win, you have to win in a dignified manner. I will communicate with Mr. Veritas on this matter. The director gave a reply. With some heat from Mr. Ho, Lin Yi continued to get up and sing. The show is fully prepared this time, so he won't have any more worries then. The B6 is already the ceiling for human soprano. Is Ringo, who has picked up the mic once again, planning to keep hitting higher notes? Wang Shulong could hardly believe his eyes. Before the other players could answer him, Lin Yi's high cadence sounded first. The opening is E6. A few seconds later came B6. Just when everyone thought this was Lin Yi's limit. A million people are watching. Lin Yi had actually accomplished a further feat. Raise your treble to E7. In an instant, the audience's minds were shaken and their scalps tingled. The backstage players, on the other hand, were all sweating and unable to believe it. They were all dumbfounded. It's so shocking. It's really shocking. It's not even a matter of such a high scale. But Lin Yi even managed to keep the tune consistently intact and the beauty of the song itself. Is this all he's got? Vitas thought darkly in his mind. B6 is not his limit, but was the limit of his younger self in the soprano realm. Under the same age, Lin Yi had completely surpassed him. It seems to hear from the heart of the opponent. Lin Yi on the stage closed his eyes and entered the final sprint. What? Lin Yi can go even higher? Don't even say Netflix. Even Veritas, who was backstage. His face became grave at this moment. Chapter 53, Humanity's Highest Tone, Pushing the Limits of E8. In the field of singing, in terms of difficulty alone, bass and treble, who's really the hardest? This has always been a controversial question of the century. Bass is about thick and low sound. It requires the singer to have better breath control and laryngeal control while fully relaxing the throat and vocal cords, mainly sharp and bright treble. On the other hand, it is necessary for the singer to open his or her voice beforehand and to have an innate vocal condition and breathing support. Both have their own difficulties. With centuries of continuous debate, the final answer was never announced. Until the last century. Demon Vitas crossover. With a handful of dolphin sounds that everyone marveled at, he told the world about his strength. It is the soprano voice, which requires innate support. That is the highest level of difficulty in the field of singing. The B6 scale, and because of his youth, has been called the limit of the human soprano. Lin Yi's E7 has already broken the Demon King's record. He doesn't need to prove anything anymore. He's the undisputed strongest tenor in this century. The whole country is abuzz. Everyone is excited to the max. Lin Yi, whose treble had reached the E7 level, had completely surpassed Vitas in their opinion. It is well known that young people have a great advantage. both in breath and voice, in your Chinese words? Is this not called winning? Pretty Nation's netizens were the first to jump in with a rebuttal. Letting them see the world's #1 title fall to China was going to be worse than killing them. Young people don't speak of martial virtues. I advise Lin eat a rat for juice. The netizens of the land of small days sniffed and licked. To tell you the truth, Linny is actually one of us from the 8 Western nations, the despicable and shameless Chinese, who stole him away as a baby. The West Baja netizens have their eyes wide open. No doubt about it. It is definitely the nonsense of the West 8 that has angered the domestic netizens the most. The two sides engaged in a frenzied exchange of insults in front of tens of millions of viewers. Beautiful country netizens, Huaxia can't say it. West 8 can't say it. You two are worthy of being neighboring countries. Little Day State, the boss is right. The two countries that are watching are not in the least bit concerned. In 3 words, they directed the blame back to the mousy state. And the great demon king Vitus sang soprano all his life. But in the end, even a Chinese newcomer can't beat him. Is it a disgrace? Is it a shame? That's right. If I were Veritas, I'd have found a crack in the ground from the moment Lin Yi's tenor reached B6. Drill's good. Before the match, he said he'd give it his all. The world's no. One demon king. But in the end, that's all he's got? All you big fathers have good eyes. Pretty Country and Little Life Country webmasters sing in unison. It instantly angered the entire Maoist nation. What do you know? Do you know that 3 years ago, the great demon king once participated in a challenge program and reached a high note of E7 easily? The incident caused quite a stir at the time. Vitas, who sang Devotion, had the most initial intention of using the E7 soprano to show Lin Yi what he could do. Now the singer's program was not prepared enough. He can only stop when the dolphin sound reaches the B6 scale. What can one time mean? Didn't Lin Yi reach E7 this time? Take my advice. Obediently give up the position of big brother in your circle to Huaxia. The Pretty Country's netizens are determined to sow discord between Huaxia and the Maoist country. No reply has been forthcoming from the netizens of the Maoist state. Lin Yi, who was on the stage, went ahead and shut everyone up. He opened his eyes at some point. The pair of pitch-black eyes that represented the children of Yin Huang burst out with a firmness and strength that was hard to ignore. It was also at this point that his voice stopped. Slow and rhythmic breathing began to ring through the broadcast. Everyone was waiting for his next move. Vitas in the backstage lounge is full of excitement. As the #1 ranked soprano singer in the world today, he could hear that Lin Yi was making his final preparations before hitting higher scales. Lin Yi, you must believe in yourself. You have more potential than that. What I can't do, you can certainly do for me. Vitas clenched his fists tightly and kept cheering Lin Yi up in his mind. The two are rivals in this episode, but they were destined to be best friends. That expectation that belonged solely to a dear friend crossed the distance of reality and descended into Lin Yi's heart. He lifted his head and nodded in the direction of the camera. Next, the cold and ethereal female falsetto, mixed with the majestic and grandiose male falsetto, suddenly resounded in the ears of all the audience. Beautiful, complimentary and heavenly. It's still the E7 scale though, but all of them were inexplicably born with a thought. This time, Lin Yi would succeed in breaking the limits and bringing the world a whole new level in the field of treble. It's almost AE7 and he still has plenty of breath. How is this possible? Nayeon was so shocked and scared that she couldn't stop trembling. She subconsciously looked at Vitas, wanted to see what the reaction would be from the #1 demon in the treble world. She wasn't the only one with that thought. The eyes of all the players in the lounge fell on Veritas, who had long since risen to his feet. Yes, that's it. Go on. Veritas stared dead at the screen, muttering under his breath. He wanted to win more than anyone else. He hoped that he would be able to see Lin Yi break the treble record that he had created. Even the Demon King is looking forward to it. Who has the nerve to hack Lin Yi? Domestic netizens who saw the program's footage suddenly felt a different kind of emotion. In the past, when the great powers invaded China, but China rose through generations of hard work and finally stood at the forefront of the world's unimpeded emotions. Lin Yi, go for it. Domestic netizens constructed a pop-up iron network with extreme tacit understanding. Lin Yi also exploded to his full potential amidst the most sincere pep talk from his compatriots. Beyond the limits treble, breaking record high notes, cleanse the treble that people all over the world perceive. E8. Lin Yi's A Little River Runs Through It reaches the unprecedented E8 scale. In an instant, whether it's on air or live, or backstage lounges and around the world, everyone's scalp tingled and their hair stood up in sweat for a long time. It's really shocking. It worked. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi made it. Veritas was the first to laugh. He's too excited. The players who were awakened by the laughter were taken to a higher level of colossal shock by this laughter. The Demon King, who was always known for his elegance, would lose his temper so much in front of people, and the culprit that caused the demon to abandon grace. It's none other than Lin Yi, the E8 soprano on stage. Chapter 54? Hualu is the most gripping. Lin Yi's tenor didn't end there. Because he understands. He sings a full song, not just showing off his songwriting skills on stage. Gradual. Lin Yi's tone scale began to lower. Ah brother ah. Falling lyrics appear. Once again, the long-lost tenderness filled the hearts of the audience, like a mother's loving words, or a lover's soft call. It soothed the shock in the hearts of the audience and at the same time made them remember the tenderness of the song A River Runs Through It forever. One song down. Lin Yi's face flushed slightly. A tiredness that couldn't be hidden ran across his brow. However, the corners of his mouth were tinged with the slightest hint of a smile. Not because he broke the treble record, but because he made good on a promise. An all-out commitment. I'm done singing, thank you all. Lin Yi bowed deeply towards the camera, then walked towards the backstage. In the meantime, the audience gave no response. They were still immersed in that unforgettable tenderness. Until after a long time, Mr. He, who had returned to God from his shocked bewilderment, came quickly to the stage. He softly awakened all the audience. Shasta. The room applauded. The hoots and hollers were endless. It's so good. Lin Yi sings so well. E8 soprano. Is this a sound a human can make? I really have to kneel down for Lin Yi. Pigeon sorry, you're already great, but Lin Yi is even better. From now on, I'm not IKUN anymore, but IYI. Programmers wake up. The national gate is defended and the world treble record is broken. Domestic viewers went crazy sending pop-ups. The international blacks abroad, led by the pretty country, the little life country, and the West 8 country, were all with their lips tightly closed and their faces so hard that they couldn't look at them directly. How is it possible that the Demon King lost in the soprano realm? I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. There's no way the great Demon King would lose to anyone on the high notes. The world is so crazy. I have to be alone. The netizens of the Maoist countries obviously can't accept the truth. Bottle after bottle of birdie vodka was dazzled into their stomachs in big gulps. The wine is strong enough. Reality is harsh enough. All the contestants have finished their singing. Now it's time to vote. Mr. He pointed to the QR code on the big screen. Scan the code to vote. Quick, get the word down and get all our citizens to swipe votes for Shantimo. The winner of this installment must be our beautiful country. The propaganda leader of Pretty Country gave the order. The small day countries and the 8 Western countries that received wind of the event also began to dance the masses. They have been very successful in doing so. Just a few minutes. Shantimo is a distant second in votes. There was a cliff gap with the rest of the field. It's just a shame. Shantimo was always in third place. The person who came before her was Veritas. The same cliff lead. The number of votes in tens of millions is enough to qualify as the pinnacle of any competition program. The netizens of the Maoist country who saw the scene were anything but happy. This was because Lin Yi, who was ranked in front of the great Demon King at the moment, had already surpassed 10 million votes, coming to the terrifying number of 100 million. Votes in billions. I'm asking now, who else? Netizens of the Pretty Country, why don't you guys come out and popularize the knowledge points this time? Netizens of the land of small days, why don't you guys bark and lick your pretty big daddies? 2. Netizens of the 8 Western countries, your country doesn't even have enough people for 100 million, so we can't say we stole from you again this time, right? Looking at the rapidly scrolling pop-ups in the live broadcast, the singer-director couldn't help but frown and give Mr. He a wink. There are some things that can be said, but not too many. My fellow viewers, I know you're all feeling very emotional right now, but please calm down for a moment. Teacher, he briefly controlled the scene, then turned around and pointed to the contestant channel. Please ask the staff to bring our champion contestant of this period, Lin Yi, to the stage to give his acceptance speech. The crowd instantly cheered. Lin Yi, who hadn't returned to the lounge yet, was also brought onto the stage by the staff once again. Lin Yi, do you have anything to say about this championship win? Mr. Ho handed over the microphone. Since ancient times, we Chinese have always emphasized friendship first, competition first. Forget about it. Let's not talk about all this nonsense. Lin Yi cleared his throat. I just want to say one thing right now. Don't let the foreign currents get too arrogant. We Chinese currents are the most. The words were not yet spoken. The live audience grabbed Lin Yi's next words. Hualu is the most gripping. It's Hallyu who's the grisliest. The crowd went wild with chants again and again. The pop-ups on the live stream were even more overwhelming. The arrogance buried in the bones of the yellow children was completely ignited. The domestic atmosphere overflowed to the heights. I bet Lin Yi will be all over the hot search list tomorrow. Who are you looking down on? Not tomorrow. Now. Hallyu is the most gripping. Hashtag E8 breaks the world record hashtag. Hashtag Lin Yi is twice as strong to guard the country's gates hashtag. Hashtag a little river flows unbeatable hashtag. There are countless hot searches related to Lin Yi, but there's only one at the top of the charts. Hashtag Wallflow is the doppelganger of them all hashtag. Singer backstage. Brother Lin, I declare that you'll be my idol from now on. Wang Shulong was excited like a child. I'm sorry Lin Yi, I underestimated you before. You're a true light of Chinese. Huang Xian took the initiative to apologize. Elder brother Lin Yi, your line Hualu is the most gripping is so well said. The line cover band also came around. Song Qinghuan, who saw this scene, silently sat back in the corner again. As for Naong, from the moment Lin Yi first stepped off the stage, she slipped away on the pretext of going to the restroom. Thank you all. Lin Yi smiled towards the crowd, then looked towards the oncoming Vitus. The two men looked at each other. This time it was Lin Yi who took the initiative to extend his right fist. Lin Yi, congratulations. Vitus raised his hand and touched his fist as he continued. You're the first person to ever completely defeat me, and you have an E8 that I've never been able to achieve in my life. Lin Yi responded with a smile. Overpraise Mr. Vitas, and you're too modest. E7 is definitely not your limit. I believe it won't be long before we start a triple battle in private. Hearing this, Vitus froze, and then laughed up at the sky in spite of himself. After laughing for quite a while, he once again extended a fist. Don't worry Lin Yi, I won't make you wait too long. The next winner will definitely be me. Lin Yi similarly smiled and said, any time. With that, he raised his fist to meet him. The final touch of the two men's fists just happened to be caught on camera. No arrogance for those who won. No remorse for those who lost. Lin Yi and Demon King, they deserve to be the real top singers. I'm pink. 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 Netizens at home and in the Maoist countries were thrilled. They couldn't wait to appear beside Lin Yi and Veritas right now to catch a glimpse of their idols. I don't know. Lin Yi and Veritas were too red tonight. Even Song Qinghuan, who was only a few meters apart from the two, couldn't find any opportunity to strike up a conversation. One could only watch Lin Yi and Vitas leave after the show ended. Chapter 55, Chinese netizens' tongue war with the state of China. Late that night, countless nationals are unable to sleep at night. Their spirits are too high. It's not just because Lin Yi won the championship and broke the record. There's another thing that adds up. Demon Vitas, surprisingly, took the initiative to sign up for a Twitter account when he got back to his hotel. He sent the first tweet of his life. Lin Yi is better than me, but I'll always try to get better too. And to borrow a phrase he said to me here, next time, I'll win. Lin Yi was the first to comment. It's still 4 words. I'm gonna win. This tweet is fantastic. It drew countless comments from netizens. I was 43 years old. I was sitting backstage like a minion. And next time I'll win. Looking forward to the demon after 2.5 years of hard work. I can't stop my hands from shaking with excitement at the thought of having 2 E8 level players in the future. Domestic netizens have been kind to Lin Yi and Vitas. The same goes for the Maoist state. But they can't speak for everyone. At this point on the extranet, Pretty Nation netizen, Lin Yi is just standing on the shoulders of a giant. Without Vitas paving the way when he was young, who is he to win? Little Daily Nation, yes. Lin Yi wins because he's young. He wins because he has more experience of those who have gone before him. And he wins because he's not considered honorable. West 8 countries netizens, Lin Yi won the game lost character. That Hua Lu is the most grizzled, more exposed his garbage-like cultural level. China's 9-year compulsory education on this? The story quickly drew backlash from the country's netizens. Speaking as if your country's singers aren't standing on the shoulders of giants. Can you stop messing around with your sense of existence? If you can't hack it, you'll hack it hard and lose your character. I think you're the ones with no character. I found a bunch of 9 leaky fish. Don't talk nonsense. They don't even have 9 years of compulsory education. Obviously they are all leaky fish. I think you're all a bunch of sandpipers. Yen #%yuan. Percent and asterisk. Cursing upstairs. Huaxia is a state of etiquette. Netizens are more or less aware of what they say and do internationally, but not the hot-tempered Maoist buddies. If you have the ability, don't push your buttons on the internet. Argue with me in real life and let me see how good you guys are. A win is a win. And now Hallyu is the gripper. Ola, Mao Z brother in the even more. Directly on the internet video of his own bare hands killed black bears, with the caption that he himself is always waiting for someone to approach him for a debate. Once this video was released, the Little Day country and the West 8 were instantly silenced. They don't have the great national power of the pretty countries and are much closer to the Maoist countries. If they dared to say one more word, I guess with Brother Mao's character, they really dared to come to the door that day. The competition relies on strength, not fists. What's the point of being able to fight? Besides, does this matter have anything to do with you guys? Just stay where it's cool, okay? The pretty country's netizens still haven't given up. After reprimanding the Maoist brother, they turned the tables on Huaxia again. The number of people watching the live broadcast is just over 100 million, and as a result, Lin Yi got 100 million votes. This is completely your program's self-directed shady act, okay? Doing shady things in front of people all over the world. Aren't you Chinese a bit too arrogant? And what referendum? I think it's because you Huaxia are afraid of losing, so you came up with this solution. What can be done about it? They have a large population base. This comment from the pretty country's netizens immediately caused a lot of buzz around the world. It wasn't true that Lin Yi had strength, but the number of votes he got was just too high. The highs are a little unreal. Is it really shady? Netizens from many countries have spoken out. Seeing that his boss had once again gained the upper hand, without a moment's hesitation, the Little Daylight Kingdom and the West 8 Kingdom jumped out at once. It must be shady. How can it be true with 100 million votes, which is almost as many as the population of a country? Isn't it normal for a bunch of despicable thieves to engage in shady behavior? Domestic netizens who saw the reply hated it. So this is called a dog's mouth spitting out ivory. Wow. Foreign netizens actually taught me a Chinese proverb. What else do you do but hide behind a screen and talk nonsense? The real-time audience of the live broadcast has always remained at a figure of more than 100 million. And besides, there are billions of people in the country. So do we need to engage in shady practices? A win is a win. And the Demon King has personally acknowledged Lin Yi. So how do you people have the face to smear Lin Yi internationally? The netizens of the country of small days, please stop licking. The beautiful country has been licked bald skin. West 8 netizens, a country of yours is not as big as a province of ours. What can we steal from you? Kimchi or instant noodles? Hey, what are you talking about? When did we in China fall to the point where all we have is kimchi and instant noodles? The backlash from domestic netizens was wild, but they were more or less put off by the country's image and language issues. Not so for the old Maoist state brother who was implicated. A word of umlaut. Straight away you start spamming the group of countries. The god of the pretty country should never have been crucified in the first place. They should have been crucified, all of them. Also Wasia is a stealer. Netizens of the 8 Western countries. Do you remember that on your country's own program? Some people regarded the book of slavery that Wasia gave to the promulgation in ancient times as a family heirloom. The raw materials you use to make kimchi are all given by Wasia, and when Wasia's leaders shake their heads, you probably won't even be able to eat kimchi. And Little Day Nation, let me apologize in advance. The map of China is so big that it looks like you're too small. I just forgot about you. Are you guys obsessed with making small movies? If your own country is not strong enough, you think no one is good enough? If it weren't for the current preoccupation with world peace, do you think you still have descendants who can still sit in front of a computer and smear the image of China? Those little black guys over there, don't go either. Get your ass over here and get scolded. This thing is getting worse. Countless countries are involved. Just when things were about to get out of hand, the Singers program arrived. Friends everywhere, I'm really sorry. We can't publish the evidence in a short time due to too much data in the background. Below the accompanying text is a bunch of real-time voting data. The number of votes received by each contestant is genuine and does not contain any semblance of water. Even more ludicrous, of Lin Yi's 100 million votes, the number of viewer votes from the pretty country, the Little Days country, and the West 8 country was surprisingly as high as 1.5 million. That's half of Shantimo's votes. Ironclad evidence. Justice is in the eye of the beholder. The Singer showrunners sent out a final summary. Domestic netizens have been waiting for this moment. Where's pretty country and those 2 lapdogs of yours? Get your asses out here and take on the line. The evidence you asked for is here. Why is the man gone? Whose character is not working? A flood of comments filled the major social media platforms on the extranet. Unsuspecting hairy brother. Every comment you see from a Chinese netizen will be followed by one below. The Chinese stream is the best. The foreign stream is trash. One time. Fear of being scolded for all the countries that misunderstood the blackout. Its netizens sent their first apologies. As for the 3 countries led by pretty country, long gone without a trace. The night passed quickly. Jingle bells. The incoming ringtone woke up the sleeping Lin Yi. It was Wu Zhiyong who called. Director Wu, the interview will wait. I need to rest for a few days. Lin Yi didn't mean to drag it out. Rather, he was just too tired from last night. No, not about the interview. Understanding this, Wu Zhiyong rushed to explain. Original. It was Kyoto TV's director Lee whose uneasiness was growing in his heart after seeing Lin Yi win the title again. For Lin Yi to be on the CCTV stage meant that his background must not be simple. After just a little bit of investigation for a few hours, Director Lee realized with a jolt that Lin Yi was actually just an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, and didn't have any connections or background at all. Even though the evidence was overwhelming, he still felt that something wasn't quite right, so he approached Wu Zhiyong. Wu Zhiyong and Lu Yiming have a good personal relationship. Know a lot of truth about Lin Yi's rise to the CCTV stage. When Director Lee heard from Wu Zhiyong that Lin Yi had a close friendship with both the military and the propaganda department, Director Lee immediately made a decision. Lin Yi had to be invited to dinner to ease the relationship between the station and Lin Yi. Dinner? Lin Yi frowned slightly. After a little thought, he gave an affirmative answer. Not looking at Kyoto TV's influence, much less for the sake of a greater expansion of their fame, Lin Yi would make this decision solely to repay Wu Zhiyong's kindness. After all, without Wu Ziyang approaching him to shoot a documentary on Zijing City, his heaven and earth dragon scale wouldn't have burst into flames, and everything that follows is even less likely to happen. Okay, I'll follow up with you on the exact time and place. Wu Ziyang hung up the phone. He could guess what was going through Lin Yi's mind, and know that this is the best that can be done at the moment. That's great, Wu. You've done the station a great service this time. I'll apply for a raise for you. Director Li slapped his thighs in delight, but Wu Ziyang was unable to laugh. Chapter 56, The Military and Propaganda Department's Contests. Hotel. Lin Yi, who hung up the phone, didn't rush to wash up, because he was pressed for time. Brother Lin Yi, awesome. I heard you won against the great Demon King again? Your kid is really no ordinary person. Congratulations, Brother Lin Yi. Grandma took us to see your performance. You were amazing. It was a congratulatory call from the children at the orphanage. After replying one by one, before Lin Yi could get up, his cell phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar number. Which one? Lin Yi asked as he brushed his teeth. Hello, Mr. Lin Yi. I'm the editor of Sanjing Daily. The caller responded. Hello, what can I do for you? It's like this. We'd like to do an interview with you, and we were wondering if you have the time? Not yet. I'll call back first thing when I can. Thanks. Okay. You rest first. The two hung up. It wasn't that Lin Yi didn't want to be interviewed. Rather, he, who had ridden up to treble E8 last night, was really putting his best foot forward. He's too tired now. Press doesn't have the energy to participate in any talk shows in the near future. Or maybe just turn it off. Looking at the cell phone that rang once again, Lin Yi couldn't help but be filled with a bitter smile. After sighing, he picked up his cell phone and asked, Hello, who is it? Familiar words soon came from the other end of the line. Hello, Mr. Lin Yi. I'm a reporter from the Heaven and Earth Daily and would like to set up an interview with you. Sorry, not available at the moment. Just hung up. Jingle bells. Hello, Mr. Lin Yi. I'm a staff member of the East Media newspaper. I'd like to briefly interview you. Would you mind? Not available. Hello, Mr. Lin Yi. This is ET on News. Do you have a moment? Not available. Hello, Mr. Lin Yi. This is. Stop for a second. How did you get my number? Lin Yi was speechless. All morning, his phone hadn't stopped ringing. Newspapers, large and small, in the country wanted to be the first to interview him. It's human nature. It's more out-of-state propaganda. 0 hour last night. Human Min Daily V. The mountain is high enough to climb to the top. Not forgetting the original heart. Faith like a rock. A lineage. Congratulations to Lin Yi for successfully winning the 5th installment of the Singers Championship. Hua Xinhua V. A song that breaks through the limits of the little river runs through the water, creating a brand new world record, promoting my Huaxia's national prestige, and writing the name of my Huaxia's music scene. Lin Yi, good job. Zhongqing Net V. For the country's glory belongs to Lin Yi, our generation of young people's role model. Officials from all major media outlets had issued articles praising Lin Yi in every way. It was just a pity that Lin Yi was too tired last night. Early to bed he pressed the matter. Not to mention, I had no idea that my phone would be ringing off the hook this morning. Ministry of National Communication. Did you see the singer last night? Lin Yi directly broke the world record. Of course I watched it. I even voted for Lin Yi. Ha ha ha, me too. At lunchtime, a group of employees sat around, excitedly discussing. They had honor written all over their faces. Lin Yi is the cultural ambassador of China, representing the image of China. As early as the moment Mr. Ho announced the rankings last night, Deputy Director Zhao then personally ordered the staff to prepare a publicity text on the theme of Lin Yi's twofold guarding of the country's gates. As for the man himself, it was already downstairs at the hotel where Lin Yi was. He was holding a hiring document. It was the leader himself who wrote the document hiring the cultural ambassadors. The top paid a lot of attention to Lin Yi, especially explaining that Deputy Director Zhao must bring back a photo of Lin Yi signing the document as the latest tweet on the official microblog. What's Lin Yi doing up there? Why can't he get through on the phone for half a day? Deputy Zhao rubbed his chin and said, during the gap between waiting for the elevator, he called Lin Yi a total of 6 times. The first 3 users are busy. The last 3 were unavailable. Just as he was about to make his 7th call, old Cho, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Looking back, the visitor is Rao Guowang from the military. He was likewise holding a document in his hand. On the outermost cover, the word hire is similarly written. This old kid isn't planning to steal someone from me, is he? Deputy Director Zhao frowned slightly. Rao Guowang, who had come to his side, did the same. Both men saw the title of the document in the other's hand. Naturally, he also understood the purpose of the other party's visit in the first place. Old Zhao, you're being a bit unkind. Soldiers are straight. Rao Guowang is more of a straight shooter. The last time he applied for the state to integrate Wanjiang, he was preempted by Deputy Zhao Donglai. They're good personal friends. This matter was not on Rao Guowang's mind, but not today. He was representing the Chinese military and had come to invite Lin Yi to attend a military event. If this matter was also snatched by Zhao Donlai, then he could take the initiative to mention his resignation to his own boss. Old Rao, what do you mean by that? Why am I a little confused? Zhao Donlai, who guessed Rao Guowang's intentions, directly started playing dumb mode. Still here pretending? The hiring documents you're holding, and the tweets your publicity department sent out earlier. I'm reading them one by one. After saying that, Rao Guowang graciously flashed the documents he brought with him. Although we're not in the same department, we both belong to Huaxia, so I think the two of us should compete fairly. Whoever has the ability to get Lin Yi to sign first, Lin Yi will be owned by that side. How's that for reasonable? The words had already been said to this point, so naturally Zhao Donlai was not in a good position to ask for anything else. What he represents is the State Ministry of Culture and Propaganda, and Rao Guowang represents the military. Both are from China, but still different. Besides, it's performance. Whoever could sign Lin Yi would be an absolute credit to the ministry. No way. We can't let Rao Guowang get the jump on us. Zhao Donlai had some contemplation, until he saw the walkway not far away. Old Rao, there's something I must tell you, Zhao Donlai said in a serious manner. The elevator seems to be broken, so if we want to find Lin Yi, we'll probably have to climb the stairs, but his room is on the 22nd floor. If I may say so, why don't you and I come back later? Hearing this, Rao Guowang didn't hesitate for a second and walked straight towards the walkway. Watching him walk up a floor with his own eyes, Zhao Donlai rushed back to the elevator and pressed the up button that he kept forgetting to press. Soon, he preceded him to the door of the room. Lin Yi, it's me. Open the door. Deputy Zhou? Lin Yi, who opened the door, was a bit surprised. What brings you here? Zhao Donlai didn't have a word of nonsense. While pulling Lin Yi towards the table, he shook the document in his hand and said, "This is the hiring document for our propaganda department, handwritten by the head of the Directorate General himself, so take a look and sign it." A somewhat bewildered Lin Yi took the document. What's in there is generally pretty official, but between the lines, there was an abundance of recognition and affirmation from the chief station manager. The leaders hired me as a national cultural ambassador, and even without those benefits, I would have accepted the offer without hesitation. Lin Yi said firmly. Good point, here's your pen. Zhao Donlai pulled out a signing pen from somewhere, just as Lin Yi was about to sign. Wait, the sound comes before the person arrives. Old Zhao, you're really unkind. Where is the elevator broken? Breathing heavily, Rao Guowang appeared in the doorway of the room. Chief Rao, why are you here too? Lin Yi asked, scratching his head. Forget all that for now. Just sign this and I'll tell you what happened afterward. Rao Guowang spread the papers in his hand on the table. The military is about to celebrate its annual school day. The leaders invited Lin Yi to attend the show. There is only one requirement. Songs can't be see you. As long as Lin Yi was willing to sign the paperwork, then after the show, he would be paid up to $1 million for the performance. Ha, old Rao, you're not here to collect Lin Yi on behalf of the military? Zhao Donlai said unexpectedly. Chapter 57, Invitation to the Military Academy Celebration. Nonsense. If our military wanted to integrate Lin Yi, how could I be the only one to come? Rao Guowang was telling the truth. But again, it doesn't say at all. The advice he had given his boss back then had indeed been to integrate Lin Yi into the military, but this was not approved by the military brass. The reason is simple. Although Lin Yi was the hottest patriotic singer of the moment, he hadn't made any outstanding contributions to the military except for a song called Jingzhong Zigua. If the military had taken him in just on the basis of his talent, the military would have been displeased. So, the military brass came up with an idea. Take advantage of the school festival to give Lin Yi another chance to perform. As long as Lin Yi performed enough and well enough to gain the unanimous approval of the military, then the matter of accepting him into the team would naturally be simple. You should have said so. If you had, I wouldn't have let you climb the stairs. Zhao Donglai sighed in relief. There is no conflict between being a cultural ambassador and attending a military school day. And the more perfect Lin Yi's performance at the military school festival was, the more Shangqing would lose face. Don't talk so much nonsense. Let's get Lin Yi to sign. Rao Guowang waved his hand, then turned to Lin Yi and asked, Lin Yi, do you have any objections to the $1 million reward? $1 million for the average person is all the savings they will ever get in exchange for a lifetime. This is certainly a godsend. But in the military's opinion, Lin Yi, who had won the Vedas twice and held the country's gates, was definitely worth more than just this price. Chief Rao, let me tell you the truth directly. Lin Yi closed the military contract and handed it back to Rao Guowang. I can't sign this contract. After saying that, Lin Yi turned around and quickly signed the contract for the propaganda department. Rao Guowang was in a hurry. Before he could say anything, Lin Yi then took the first step and continued. It's fine if you want me to attend the school performance, but this $1 million, I don't want it. Rao Guowang and Zhao Donglai who heard this froze. The two of them were a bit confused about what Lin Yi meant. Could it be that it was Lin Yi who felt that $1 million was not worthy of his current worth? Lin Yi, think it over. Lao Rao represents the entire military of our Chinese nation. Zhao Donglai whispered a reminder. From the second he signed, Lin Yi officially became the cultural ambassador of Xiangcheng. His every word and action touches everything in Xiangcheng. If he offended the military today, then Xiangcheng was bound to suffer as well. Deputy Zhao, I understand everything you said. It's precisely because Chief Rao represents our Chinese military that this 1 million to me won't work. Lin Yi stood up, his gaze like a torch. Soldiers are the most sacred profession, and military schools are even more of a place for recruits to grow up. And the fact that the military leaders are willing to give me a chance to perform at the school festival is entirely due to the fact that they look up to me. Lin Yi, the face has been given. So where do I get the face to receive this $1 million? This statement was made. Rao Guowang's eyebrows instantly erupted with an astonishment that could not be concealed. He hadn't realized that Lin Yi was planning to attend the show without compensation. It's the only one of all the stars he's ever hired. Ha ha ha, Lin Yi, I really wasn't wrong about you. Zhao Donglai, who was the first to come back to his senses, smiled broadly and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Don't worry, when I go back, I'll definitely report this matter, and if you're not willing to collect the military's 1 million, our department will make it up to you. Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head. He chose to perform without pay. It's neither for show nor to create a persona. Rather, it comes from the heart. It was the honor of his life to perform for the future military men and women who would keep our country safe. No, you can't not want to be paid. Rao Guohuang once again spread the contract on the table. Our military is most concerned about 4 words: reward and punishment. Since you agreed to attend the military academy school celebration, then you have to keep this 1 million. Seeing Rao Guohuang's tough attitude, Lin Yi had to take a back seat and said, Chief Rao, attending the school festival would have been a great thing for me. I really can't take this $1 million. Why don't you look at it this way? After my performance is over, if the military leaders are satisfied, you can put in a good word for me, so that I can establish a cooperative relationship with our military. How about it? Even the most popular singers can't easily hook up with the military. This request made by Lin Yi, in a sense, could indeed be equated with $1 million in remuneration. Of course, he didn't say that to evening himself out to the military. It's just a temporary excuse. That's fine. Rao Guowang nodded and patted his chest. And I can also assure you in front of Lao Zhao that as long as the effect of your performance is good enough, not to mention establishing a partnership, even if it's to reach a deep cooperation, I can help you talk it through. Then I'll thank you in advance. Officer Rao. Lin Yi smiled archly. After sending the two away, lying alone on his bed, Lin Yi began to think about his repertoire for the show. New recruits are in the prime of their lives. At this age, both men and women fantasize about the future. At the same time, it can be confusing to grow up. Fantasy and confusion. There it is. A song popped into Lin Yi's head. Waxu, principal's office. Aha, Rao, you did a great job this time. A middle-aged man hung up the phone and came to the two old men in front of the tea table. He leaned down, whispered a few words in the ear of one of the old men in military uniform, a little gray at the temples. Not bad, not bad. You youngsters are great. The old man smiled, then looked up at the old man sitting across from him. The latter was none other than Principal Wang of the military school. Old squad leader, there's good news for you. The uniformed old man took out his cell phone and opened his microblog and said, this singer called Lin Yi, have you heard of him? Principal Wang, who was still sipping tea with his eyes closed 1 second, slowly opened his eyes the next. I know, this group of new recruits under my hand have not been mentioning him much lately. Most of the time in military school is spent training, but the recruits are also young men. In their free time, they also brush up on Twitter and follow the recent news realities. So if I told you right now that Lin Yi would be performing at the school festival, how would you feel? The uniformed old man asked again. Definitely happy. Those little brats under my hand kinda like that Lin you're talking about. What do you mean? Lin Yi is going to attend our school festival? Principal Wang's eyes widened violently. Well, about half an hour ago, he agreed to this. The uniformed old man continued. But what songs he'll bring, I don't know. After saying that, he waved towards the middle-aged soldier beside him. The latter immediately stepped forward and wrote down a string of phone numbers on a piece of paper. Lin Yi's private number. Chapter 58, Huaxia National University of Science and Technology Grand Finale. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye it had come to 3 days later. Waxu, the cadets are going through a grueling physical training program on the playground. To be precise, it should be a physical ordeal. 3 laps and then 3 laps. When the hell is it going to end? It's a school day. That's why we didn't go to the mountains to run a weighted 10 kilometers. Be contented you will. If you don't say it I've forgotten. Today is the day of our school celebration. Guess who the school will invite over today? The topic changed and the cadets immediately came to power, regardless of gender. All of them were training and discussing the school party in the evening. I've heard the dove is coming to dance for 2.5 years, and I don't know if that's true or not. You must have misheard me. It's obviously Dewansha who came to do the comedy. Not right. I just watched the hot search last night. Mr. You apologized for eating his homemade chow and put himself in the hospital. The probability is that Dewan society won't be able to come. What's the point of comedy? Don't you guys know that Uncle Long will be here tonight? At the mention of Uncle Long, the faces of the male soldiers were filled with longing. Most of them grew up watching Uncle Long's movies and most of them are big fans of Uncle Long. Sisters, when I was helping the principal clean up yesterday, I saw the set list for tonight's performance, and it looks like it has Station and Herbwa on it. Ha! Why would the school invite him both? That's just it. What's there to see in two little white boys? The female soldiers sighed one by one. About half an hour later, the cadets, who had finished their training, pestered the passing teacher. They wanted to inquire about the set list for the party. Nah, the teachers are more tight-lipped than one another. Alright, don't even ask. Hurry up and go eat. The teacher waved his hand. All I can tell you is still just that. Tonight, the grand finale is a biggie that you all love. Big shot? The cadets look at me and I look at you. Once again, there was a heated discussion in the cafeteria. Soon came the evening. The cadets, who were seated in the gallery, still didn't stop talking about the big man. I think it should be Dang Seed Chess. She recently released a new album and every song is on fire. The grand finale of the party must be her. No, you're not grasping the teacher's point. The big man is definitely talking about a superstar at the level of a heavenly king. Guessing it's either the 4 heavenly kings, Uncle Lung or Master Star. A star is a star and a big shot is a big shot. These are two concepts, okay? If you ask me, that big shot must be a certain leader of our military who has made great achievements, at least at the level of a first-class chief. Besides them, who else can make us all like them? This military cadets most agree with. However, there are still a small number of people who feel that the military leaders are too busy to attend such a small party as the school celebration. The big guy, definitely someone else. It's not important to talk about that anymore. Look, the first program is about to start. Swish swish swish. All the students' eyes were on the stage. A figure fond of festive red clothes and a big smile strides onto the stage. As he walked, he also yelled, "Lovely students, I've missed you all." Behind him, there was a tall figure. The man held a microphone in his hand and sang as he walked. Walking down Changban Slope alone, the moonlight is too gentle. The students instantly light up. It's Mr. Vangan and JJ. My goodness, what kind of dreamy divine combination is this? Comic everyone versus the king of pop. This collision brought a great surprise to the crowd. But soon, you fake fan. That's not JJ, that's Mr. Wadong Lingua with a wig. A voice rang through the pile of students. Mr. Fong Gong, who was on stage, also took off Mr. Was wig in a smooth manner. Good evening everyone. I'm Vangan. Good evening everyone. I'm not JJ. I'm GG. The students instantly burst into laughter as they watched the two's pretentious and serious self-introductions. The opening skit was a success. It was a great show. The cadets were amused, and most of the exertion from the day's training disappeared at that moment. All the guests who came are heavyweights, and I'm getting more and more excited to see the real face of the big guy at the end. No need to think twice. It must be my homing pigeons. Where are the icons? A few you're too beautiful baby. The atmosphere was jubilant. Guests who took the stage afterward performed more vigorously. Unconsciously, the evening came to a quiet close. Principal Wang, who was holding a microphone, even took the stage himself at this moment. Rabbits, let me introduce you to the last guest in attendance today. All the military cadets immediately stared. Being able to let Principal Wang personally introduce him meant that the other party was not small. The last guest, in fact, is familiar to all of you. He had sung in the Forbidden City about the magnificence of China's 5,000 years, and again before the whole nation about what it means to be a spirited young man. He gave his motherland the blessing of all life with his own hands, and he also held fast to the dangerous national gate of our China as a son of Yanhuang. It was he who proved to the people of the world the strength of Hallyu. He is also the one who was evaluated by Renmin Daily as the patriotic model of our generation, and was even praised by the CCTV review for a full 15 minutes. That's right, our final guest. His name is. It wasn't that Principal Wang didn't want to say anything, but the crazy students didn't give him a chance to continue. It's Linny. It's the Linny who sang and won over Demon Lord Vitus. Oh my god, the last guest is actually Linny. I didn't expect the principal to invite Linny. The cadets were abuzz. The teacher was also infected by the students' excitement. At this very moment, everyone was chanting Lin Yi's name and his classic quote, "It's Hallyu that's the grippiest." Here and there, the shouts rose and fell. Lin Yi, who was carrying a guitar on his back, strutted towards the center of the stage. "Good evening, everyone." Lin Yi stretched out his arms and greeted everyone. "Aha, so handsome. Lin Yi is so handsome, even more handsome in person than on TV. Linda, let's see you win the Dolphins soprano E8 by doing the Little River Runs Through It again." Little River Runs Through It, soprano E8, the whole room chanted, over and over again. Enduring. The military cadet sitting in the front row even took out his cell phone and sent out a microblog of himself and Lin Yi in a misplaced photo. Then, hashtag Lin Yi in the Military Academy School Festival hashtag singer ex-soldier hashtag Lin Yi is suspected to have a new song. Chapter 59, I Wanna Live in Fury. Twitter suddenly popped up with a couple of hot searches. The contents are all group photos sent out by the cadets. What kind of international joke is this? Even if Lin Yi is hot, he's just a singer. How could he be asked to perform by someone from the military? But none of these photos have any traces of photoshopping, and the person on stage who greeted him was really Lin Yi. And what's with this hot search for a new song? The full versions of 10,000 Borders and A Little River Runs Through It being sent out by Lin Yi? Netizens ran to the Lin Yi account. It's empty up there. Nonetheless, there was no publicity about a partnership with the military, nor was there any news about a new song. It seems that this matter is false. After all, it's impossible for Lin Yi to have not publicized such a big deal in advance. Shut up you. Our Linda is the most patriotic, giving performances to the soldiers. How could he take it out and show it off on purpose? Then it's not like there's no news at all, right? Wouldn't it be clearer to ask the person in question? At the suggestion of one of the users, the group went to the comments section posted under the tweets of the cadets. They're moving fast. The number of comments surpassed 10,000 in a matter of minutes. Unfortunately, this time Lin Yi was about to start singing. The cadets had no time to look at their cell phones. Each of us is faced with a myriad of choices in life, especially in our youthful years. This song is some of my shallow perceptions about life and a gift to everyone here. I hope you'll enjoy it. As he finished speaking, Lin Yi adjusted his microphone position. The song opens with a melodic, rhythmic guitar solo. The main body favors rock. It was extremely different from Lin Yi's previous style. It was a fresh attempt on his part. Soldiers are human beings, not iron. Cadets have youth, too. In the early to mid-20s, an age full of good things. Students enduring tough training need to rock even more to get them motivated. Let them feel the vigor that belongs to the youthful years alone. This singer on stage, Lin Yi, put a lot of effort into writing his songs and didn't choose to deal with it. From that standpoint alone, he's pretty good. Mr. Feng Gong and Mr. Guodonglin were the first to give their comments, one by one. It's true that singer-songwriters with heart like his are so rare nowadays that you could almost say there are none. Showbiz as a place, in the way of the times, more and more singers and actors, deviating from the original ideal of pleasing the audience, have one by one fallen into the eye of the money. They are willing to do anything if they are given enough money, but even if the money is given, they don't always put their heart and soul into the task. Someone like Lin Yi who didn't even ignore the prelude. Too little too little. I've heard of Lin Yi. His best thing seems to be lyric writing. I wonder what kind of lyrics he'll write this time around. A comment from one of the leaders of the cultural organization turned the crowd's attention back to the stage. They were all expecting Lin Yi to speak. The same goes for the cadets. About 10 seconds after the intro, how many times have I fallen on the road? How many times have I broken my wings? Now that I'm no longer in a state of limbo, I want to go beyond this mundane extravagance. There's no imaginative stacking of fancy words, nor were there the usual vocabulary full of all sorts of deep meaning. Lin Yi began with these 4 words. Instead of singing, he's narrating. He used the most colloquial terms, tells all the audience about the frustrations and confusion that he himself, or for that matter, all people, must have encountered when they were young. No more feeling wandering, beyond the extravagance of the ordinary. Principal Wang narrowed his eyes slightly, savoring the meaning of the lyrics. He was a veteran of numerous battles large and small. He was young at that time. It is impossible to see how the forefathers could have defied the fear that death brings, much less do they understand the fundamentals of the perseverance of their forefathers. Countless late nights he spent wandering alone. He knew he was scared. I'm afraid I won't be able to return home, and I'm afraid I'll die on the battlefield. Until that time when a veteran who was about to die, slipped an address into his hand. Veterans have parents and children. He didn't expect Principal Wang to help him take care of his family. He only hoped that Principal Wang could bring a message to his family for him. Little Wang, I'm an ordinary to ordinary person, incapable of bringing happiness to my family. But I want you to tell my family for me that I haven't backed down once since I walked onto the front lines. I'm not the coward the villagers talk about. I'm an honorable, fallen soldier on the road to nation building. These words brought great feelings to Principal Wang. It made him understand the faith of his forefathers and broke the fear and uncertainty in his own heart. He was a soldier who was served to protect his family, friends and countrymen behind him and to build a great nation. Old platoon leader, does your heavenly body see this? Our country is rich and strong, and our people are happy. Your expectations are realized. Without realizing it, Principal Wang was already weeping. This is the life he experienced. Except for him, the fledgling military academy students simply couldn't understand. The latters only know. The current self was like what was written in Lin Yi's lyrics. They are both in the first period of uncertainty in their lives. The mind is filled with the luxury of going beyond the ordinary. Lin Yi came at the right time. Looking at the entire room of students who had instantly fallen into silence, the teachers standing in various corners cast a look of recognition towards Lin Yi. They spend the most time with students. We all understand the students' confusion about their future. People have their own aspirations. They don't know how to give students advice. But Lin Yi's song can, because they heard the lyrics to the follow-up. As does the sudden rise in the tempo of the piece at the end of the first 4 verses. Lin Yi also raised his volume at this time. He did not choose to reproduce the high E8 in falsetto. He used his original voice, almost hissing in a riveting way. I want to live in anger. It's like flying through a vast sky. It's like traveling through a boundless wilderness. Have the power to break free from everything. Still in the great white. But this time the cadets reacted. Lu Fan? Who's that? What did he do to Lin Yi? And why did Lin Yi want him dead? A student was surprised. God TM Lu Fan. Can you stop being funny? Lin Yi just sang life in fury. Fury, do you hear me clearly? Someone explained. The cadets were instantly delighted. You talk and laugh. None of them noticed. In front of their flanks, the faces of the several teachers who were responsible for teaching them the cultural curriculum were so gloomy. Did you all hear Lin Yi's words clearly? The director in charge turned around and asked. Listen carefully. The teachers responded in unison. Is there anything you want to say that isn't there? The director asked again. Or maybe a critique of Lin Yi's lyrics. Chapter 60 Rock and Roll? Lin Yi's new attempt. Director, to be honest, Lin Yi's words this time are very ordinary. So ordinary that anyone who listens to them would think it's okay for them to be on. The first teacher said in a hushed voice, but I can't write it. He's not the only one who thinks this way. The same goes for other teachers. That's right. Lin Yi's lyrics this time may seem simple, but they have an indescribable atmosphere and maturity. The director nodded and began to savor it. Lin Yi sang a total of 8 lines. The first 4 sentences, singing about reality. Life has always been unforgiving. It will plant a person again and again. It will break a teenager's wings. Under the endless uncertainty, confusion is a certainty. Transcending the ordinary has become a luxury. The last 4 sentences, singing is ideal. Singing is a spirit. Everyone has their own exclusive life with their own unique experiences. Everyone wants to break free from life. Soar like a bird in the sky. Gallop like a horse in the sand. To be righteous for the sake of ideals and to possess the courage to break free from all desires. Perhaps this is what Lin Yi wanted to express. After saying that, the director raised his head and looked at the group of ignorant, young students. The same goes for other teachers. The more common and obvious the truth, the harder it is for the teenager to understand. I wondered how much of Lin Yi's good intentions they would be able to listen to. It's a very important thing, because those who have been there understand. Youth is the most glorious time of your life. It is also the best time to go beyond the ordinary. If the young man doesn't work hard, the old man will be sad. The director and teachers have voiced their feelings. In the meantime, the military cadets were also discussing Lin Yi's lyrics and vocals. Lin Yi's song changed styles this time? It seems to have changed to rock, even rock and roll. Linda is well-rounded too. A portion of the students were excited, mostly rhythmically oriented. Rock was once touted as the music of the young. The students who understood this had sensed how serious Lin Yi was about participating in the school festival, as well as how much Lin Yi valued them as young people. It's an experience that military cadets have never had. I don't know why, but I always feel like there's something hidden in Lin Yi's lyrics, but I can't quite figure it out. So did I. No guess at all as to what he was trying to say. Keep listening down. Maybe if we hear the whole song, we'll understand. A portion of the students were confused. Whatever. It's more comfortable to listen to songs here than to train at night. That's it. Night training is my nightmare. Remember the last time I was woken up in the middle of the night to train for a whole 5 kilometers? Do you guys know how I managed to run that 5 kilometers? The rest of the students looked unconcerned. The patrolling teacher, who had taken it all in, couldn't help but let out a sad sigh. The authorities are confused. The students, who were in their youth, obviously couldn't understand the feelings Lin Yi was trying to convey. There is no way around it. The teachers had to pin their hopes on Lin Yi's follow-up lyrics. How many times have I lost my way? How many times have dreams been dashed? Now that I no longer feel lost, I want my life liberated. 4 more words. Before the cadets could give a reaction, Principal Wang, Mr. Feng Gong, the teachers, and the others, were surprised first. They realized that they had still underestimated Lin Yi. If anything, the first 4 sentences at the beginning are a summary of life. Then 4 sentences this time, totally sings about everyone's youth. I seem to have somewhat understood the meaning of Lin Yi's lyrics, a student suddenly said. No one answered him, because most of the students are looking down and contemplating. The college entrance exam is the first turning point in life. It's also the first time a young person will be overwhelmed. Will you be able to get the score you desire and get into the college of your dreams? All students have thought about this, but it's obvious. They are all high school winners, honoring patriotism and the love and affection between soldiers. A big fan of the green uniform. Just, when they arrived, the daily training gradually wore down their enthusiasm. Being confused doesn't change reality. They couldn't do what Lin Yi wrote in his lyrics. Now I am no longer confused. Where to go after graduation is even more important for them to know how to liberate their lives. The only thing they can do now, just keep listening to the song. I want to live in anger, like standing on top of a rainbow. It's like traveling through a river of bright stars, possessing powers beyond the ordinary. Lin Yi sang 4 more lines. The students listening were puzzled. Whether it's standing on top of a rainbow or traveling through a river of sparkling stars, all things that are impossible to achieve. What exactly does Lin Yi mean? Why can't I figure it out? How? Brains. My brain. Some people are trying to figure out the deeper meaning in the lyrics. There were also people explaining their understanding of Lin Yi's lyrics. That's all. A magical scene appeared. Lin Yi sings on stage. Principal Wang, the teachers, and the yellow teachers eyed them with admiration. The students in the stands, on the other hand, were all frowning. No doubt about it. It's an inspirational song. But was what Lin Yi was trying to convey really as simple as inspirational? Increasingly curious, students begin to bring themselves to the lyrics. They remembered the ideals of their early childhood. Think of all the hard work you've put into it. I also remembered the frustrations and ups and downs I had experienced during those 20 years. These memories are both good and bad. The deeper you think about it, the more they long for the fury of life, longing for a glimpse of the top of the rainbow, longing to experience the wonders of a sparkling river of stars. Unconsciously, a different kind of emotion appeared uncontrollably in their hearts. The moment Lin Yi sang the last word, dare to measure the sun and moon again. I am the only young man today. Dare to ask heaven and earth to test the edge. And who can stand in the way of the thorns? In the corners of the 4 corners. I don't know which student soldier suddenly sang a line of Junior Huaxia said. This scene was not to mention Principal Wang and the others. Even Lin Yi on the stage didn't expect it. Didn't give a few people a moment to contemplate. If the young are wise, the country is wise. If the young are rich, the country is rich. If the young are strong, the country is strong. If the young are free, the country is free. More students sang along. They're soldiers, but they are even more of the teenage boys in the song. Since the ideals of the past can no longer be realized, why can't we get angry and become a pillar of strength now? It's not too late to be in your early 20s. It's not late at all. It's not too late to build new ideals. It's not too late to rise to the occasion. It's not too late to live up to your youth. I see. Lin Yi isn't just being inspirational. He's also trying to tell us that it's never too late to change. And that attitude is the most important factor in realizing an ideal. The fury and liberation of life lies in our attitude in the present moment. We are military cadets, future soldiers, and guardians of our country. Chapter 61, Lin Yi deserves to be read forever. The words of a certain student have touched the hearts of all military students. They are in their youth. As a future soldier guarding our country, we must make this matter our unwavering ideal and belief. Sensei, it's still early in the day. We still have time for night training. It has to be a weighted 10 kilometers. The amount of training wasted during the day today must be made up for at night. One student after another stood up. They understand the meaning of life. As a soldier, he stays at his post and guards his country and its people. Prosperity of the motherland. That is, the most beautiful light at the top of the rainbow. The future of that face overflowing with happiness. It was even constructed into 10,000 miles of starry sky. The one star that was so bright that it was extremely bright. Children, your teacher can understand your feelings, but training needs to be a combination of work and rest. Later you guys will go back and rest first. For tomorrow's training, teacher wants you to bring out your fullest spirit. Patrol teachers spoke out to calm the students. One of them was immensely relieved. The gaze that looked at Lin Yi was filled with gratitude. Is that so unexpected? I didn't even think it was that connected last night. Lin Yi stroked his chin and smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. His purpose in the beginning was really the same as the cadets had said. Hopefully, they can clarify their attitude towards life. But with a chorus of military cadets, with the 2 songs linked together, he seems to have achieved his aim more than perfectly. Lin Yi, thank you, Principal Wang, who had appeared on the stage at some point, whispered to Lin Yi, "There's really no need to thank me. These are changes that the students have volunteered to make and I've played a minimal role in them." Lin Yi was not modest. That's really what he's thinking. "You're too modest. The kids would never have faced their future squarely if it weren't for your guidance. Old Nia is right. You are a talent worthy of the military's attention." Principal Wang patted Lin Yi on the shoulder in a very solemn manner. "In the meantime, military boss, how's it going? You regret now that you didn't take Lin Yi in first, right?" Rao Guohuang said triumphantly. The person he was talking to was the old man in military uniform. "How do you kid talk to Elder Nye? Next time you don't have a big mouth. Do you believe I'll make you run with weights until your legs break?" The middle-aged man following Nye Lao glared fiercely at Rao Guohuang. "Don't mention it, company commander. I'll pay attention in the future. I'll listen to you." Rao Guohuang gave a serious assurance. All right, Yoshi, Xiao Rao is just like this. You've brought him up for so many years. It's not like you don't know." After speaking, Nye Lao's words changed. "What's the reaction down there?" The school festival was a test for Lin Yi by the military hierarchy. All the programs of the evening were watched by the military. The feedback below is very good, all recognizing Lin Yi's performance. Company Commander Yoshi reported truthfully. "Okay, you two go down." Elder Nye waved his hand. The eve of the end of the evening, Uncle Long and the others left the military school first because of their schedules. Lin Yi, who had been left alone, was surrounded by the military cadets on the spot. "Linda, can you give me an autograph?" "Linda, can I take a picture with you?" "Linda, I just recorded your song. Can I post it online?" Faced with the requests made by the military cadets, Lin Yi agreed to them one by one. By the time he got back to the hotel, the time was already early in the morning. Finally, a good night's sleep. Lin Yi, who had simply washed up, lay down on the bed. "Haven't closed my eyes yet." His cell phone suddenly rang. It's Lui Min's phone. "Lin Yi, what's the name of this new song of yours? A river runs through it. Didn't I say that on the show?" No, the one you sang at military school." "Ha!" Lin Yi sat up in a flash. Lui Min also began his explanation at this point. A military cadet posted Lin Yi's new song on Douyin. The pixels are fuzzy. The sound quality is even worse to hear. But even so, the video has gotten millions of views in just over an hour. Now let's not even talk about Doujinshi. Twitter is falling. The hot search is all about your song. After saying that, Lui Min once again asked, "What's the name of this new song of yours?" The CCTV station said they want to help you publicize it. Hearing this, Lin Yi turned surprised again. "Principal Wang just finished calling our leader. For a whole hour. He complimented you and your new song for a whole hour. Although he didn't say it explicitly, we leaders understand that his old man just wants us to help you spread the word." Lui Min briefly explained the cause. "Raging life," Lin Yi replied. "Good, get some rest and I'll take care of the rest." Lui Min hung up the phone. Same time, netizens who didn't know the title of the song started a discussion online. That Lu Fong is probably going to be on fire. Being able to get Lin Di to write a song specifically to praise him shows that he is definitely not an ordinary person. You're absolutely right, but why do I always feel something strange? What do you care? Just make it sound good. The inspirational song has been recognized by netizens, especially the social animals who are in their middle age. They both bring themselves into the Lufonian perspective of the song, picking up hope for life again. But it's one night. Weibo's big and small hot searches then all turned into titles of Lin Yi's new songs. This song is so good too. Does anyone know the name? Inspirational. Just so inspirational. I want to get up and do 10 push-ups in a row just listening to it. Being able to compose the meaning of life in the most simple vernacular. Lin Yi deserves to be read for the rest of his life. I'll see who dares to question Linda's strength in the future, saying that he only hangs on to patriotism to sell his feelings. The Twitter comments section is clear of positive reviews. Everyone was playing the song on a loop over and over again and again. I feel the inspiring power of the lyrics. The views have long been riding high on the original video of the fight sound. And even more so, without realizing it, it has spread to the Maoist country. Hakusha comes in first. This song must come in second. Ola, I hope Mr. Vitas will collaborate with Lin Yi to cover a version in our language. Brothers, charge. I feel like I could fight 7 bears right now. The hairy dude similarly recognized Lin Yi. They have run to Veritas social media accounts and started a frantic message mode. Lin Yi himself didn't know these things, because he's still sleeping at the hotel, somewhere in a military area. An elderly man with a kind smile is playing with his young granddaughter. Almost at the same time, a muffled song came from outside the yard. I want life, the top of the rainbow, beyond the ordinary. The old man was instantly captivated. He played with his granddaughter while listening sideways to the singing outside his yard. The more I hear, the more I'm amazed and shocked. Whose song is this anyway? The old man couldn't help but marvel. Grandpa, what's wrong? the granddaughter looked up and asked, Nui, play by yourself for a while Grandpa goes out to take a look. After saying that, the old man got up and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. Chapter 62? A shock for the chief. Outside the courtyard, a few lesbians in military uniforms were holding their cell phones and chatting away. The girls were watching short videos posted by the cadets. Worthy of Lin Yi, the new song is really good. Handsome and talented. Oh my god, how could there be such a perfect singer in the world? It's just a shame that the full version of the song isn't out yet. Not just this new song. There's also A River Runs Through It from last time and 10,000 Borders from last time. Everyone was waiting for Lin Yi to release the full version. The netizens' urges are never ending. Below the Do Sound comments section. Who knows Linda's Douyin account? I want to press for more. Linda doesn't seem to have opened a Douyo account yet. Only a Weibo account at the moment. Then we'll go to Twitter to press for a change. Not a moment too soon. Rinda, wake up. It's time to record the full version of the new song. If there's time, can Data Lin send out the name of the new song this time first? I can't believe that even Brother Mao Z has come to urge for more work. Looking at the comments sections of the major software, several lesbians couldn't help but send private messages to Linny as well. The content is not unique. All of them are hyped up for the word shift. What are you doing? A voice suddenly rang out, hyperventilating. Linda's new song at the school festival this time is so good, the lesbians said without looking up. They're too mesmerized. The only thing on my mind and heart is to push for more. Which Lin E? What new song? The voice asked again. Grandpa, how come you don't even know Linny? He's even the great demon King Vitus. A lesbian looked up, but her voice came to a screeching halt. Unsure. A few others looked up. Next. Hello, Chief Joe. Several lesbians hastened to rise and salute. It's break time. No need to be so formal. Sit down all of you. Old Chief Joe patted the stone chair and continued to ask, that Lin E you're talking about, is he a singer from our China? The lesbians nodded quickly. And what's his relationship to the Vitas of the Mauve country? Also, that song you guys just played, some kind of raging mediocrity, is that his new song? Old Chow frowned. He is extremely high up in the domestic military, arguably at the very top of the pyramid. When a big shot of this caliber asked personally, the lesbians naturally didn't dare to hide anything. Soon, from the dragon scales of heaven and earth, all the way to the end of the new song at the Military Academy School Festival, all of Lin Yi's feats were told by the lesbians. This young man is more capable than I thought. Good for him. He deserves your star. After that, old Chow patted his ass and walked away. He found his guardsmen. Have the latter play him the video of Lin Yi's new song. A few minutes later, no wonder he was able to beat Vitas in the singing competition. Whether it's the lyrics or the song, he's good. Very good. Old Chow commented without moving. The guard, standing beside him, was stunned into place. He's been following old Chow for more than 10 years, knowing full well that Lao Zhou is a big man who demands the very best from everyone and himself. Someone who can make him comment nice. Very nice. The guards thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there hadn't been enough people to make 5 in the last 10 years or so. Go get my cell phone and phone book. After sitting there in silence for a long time, old Zhou suddenly spoke. His cell phone is a small, age-inspired phone. The phone book is even older. Hello, is this Comrade Rao from the conscription office? Hello, who is this? I'm Chief Zhou's guard. His old man has something to ask you. Hearing the 3 words Chief Zhou, Rao Guohuang stood up with a whoosh. After a few brief pleasantries, Rao, do you know that singer Lin Yi who's been so hot lately? Old Zhou asked smilingly. No. He's been flaming out of the country lately. Chief Zhou, I don't know why you're suddenly asking about him, Rao Guohuang said respectfully. I just listened to his new song, the one from the Military Academy celebration. Old Zhou hummed a few lyrics and continued. This young man is very talented and has a deep knowledge of the word life, as well as knowing what contemporary teenagers like. Try to get him to write a draft propaganda song if you can. Don't worry about old Nya, I'll talk to him later. Rao Guohuang, who heard these words, was shocked. The surprise was more than a little emotional. The talent thing. Sure enough, it's a steal wherever you go. Chief Zhou, you are usually in charge of everything day to day. You don't know much about the situation of our recruitment division. Let me briefly report to you. Rao Guohuang, who had returned to his senses, didn't half hide it, telling the truth about all the things that had happened between him and Lin Yi. You mean Lin Yi wrote you guys a draft propaganda song a long time ago? Yes, Chief Zhou. I'll send you the Jingzhong Huiguo written by Lin Yi right now. The phone hung up. Old Zhou, who was sitting in his chair, was frowning. The 4 words Jingzhong repay the country can make any Chinese person. At the first moment, think of the allusion to Mother Yu's engraved words. Yu Fei is a patriotic general at the forefront of China's 5,000-year history. The naming of the recruitment service's promotional song after something that happened to him is certainly a key piece of the finishing touch. I just don't know if Lin Yi's song can have a mood that matches the title. Chief, Comrade Rao sent the song over. Play it for me. It starts with a swashbuckling intro. Then there was Lin Yi's bloodthirsty voice. The smoke of wolves rises, the rivers and mountains look north. The dragon rolls its flag, the horse neighs, and the sword's breath is like frost. Just one lyric. Old Chief Joe's eyes showed a huge shock, and he violently turned back towards the computer. The guard was even more shaken and froze directly in place. The two didn't know how to describe their feelings at the moment, only to know that as the song played, the two of them unexpectedly appeared in front of their eyes, a vast scene of soldiers and wolves. It was a sight that would make any soldier exuberant to watch. It's more of a sight that will make any patriotic Chinese teenager's blood boil when they watch it. Use this song as a draft promotion song. The results are bound to be too good to be true. Chief, that Lin Yi really is a great talent. Even if we can't integrate him, our military must establish a good relationship with him, the guard offered sharply. Well, the recruiting service has picked up a real gem this time. Old Joe nodded and smiled as he stared at the phone book. Now even I'd like to meet that Lin Yi with my own eyes if I had the chance. The words startled the guard once more. It could move his head of the family to meet in person. It was enough to see what degree of shock Lin Yi's song Jing Zhongguiqua had brought to Old Joe. Chief, I'll go ahead and just look into Lin Yi's schedule. I'll arrange this as soon as possible if I can. Go on. Work hard. Chapter 63, a fine product is a fine product when it comes from Lindy. Twitter malfunctioned. Official statement released. Due to the influx of new users from abroad in a short period of time, the server experienced data disruption and required a short repair. A large number of displaced netizens have come to Douyin at this time. Coincidentally, CCTV also released a short video at this time. The content is a high-definition version of Lin Yi's performance at the Military Academy School Festival, with Lin Yi's inspirational new song, Raging Life. Oh, so it's Nui Fong, not Lu Fong. The name seems mediocre, and only those who have heard the song can understand the gold content of those 5 words. I really don't know what Linda is doing. Why haven't they released the full version yet? Netizens kept leaving comments under the short video. One of them was a teacher of a class at a college. Director, I have an idea. Say, here's the deal. Not a moment too soon. The teacher came to the classroom. Right now the college entrance exam is just around the corner and students are burying their heads in the sand. A few bald heads can be seen among them. These students did not violate school rules. Instead, after listening to Lin Yi's Junior Huaxia Speaks at the May 4th party, one by one, they chose to reform, cutting off my non-mainstream hairstyle and getting back into the classroom. Class, stop for a moment while your teacher plays a song for you to listen to. This statement quickly drew the ire of the students. As a young man with a backbone like the mountains and rivers, they can't wait to make every effort to become strong as a pillar. Listen to the song at this juncture. A complete waste of their time to serve their country. Learning also needs a combination of work and rest. A stifling hard work, exhausted body. How to do? The teacher said as she operated the computer. But we're not tired. 3 minutes minimum for a song. That's enough time for me to do a math problem. That's right. How nice to spend the time listening to the song studying. The bald students in the last row were the first to speak out. They fall behind on too many courses. The last few weeks, they've hated learning without sleep. Wasting their time listening to a song is not half as bad as plotting to kill them. Teacher, why don't we stop listening to the song? We've already wasted 2 minutes since you came in, and we're short on time right now. The class president with the highest grades stood up. He pointed toward the lower left corner of the board. There's a row of words written there. The last XX days are left for the college entrance exam. Teacher understands your feelings. There are still more than 20 days to go before the college entrance exam. You must be very anxious. But then, this is a song you must listen to. The teacher laughed and continued before the students could retort. Because this is a song you're going to love. It's Lin Yi's new song. Lin Yi, new song. The students instantly shut their mouths as soon as those 2 words were uttered. New songs by other artists can be left out. But Lin Yi's new song has to be heard. It's only 3 minutes. We're young. We've got plenty. The bald student in the last row was again the first to speak up. The rest of the students nodded their heads in approval, and kept making noises urging the teacher to release it quickly. Lin Yi hasn't released a full version of this song yet, and for the time being, there's only a live video released by CCTV. Just a moment everyone, the video will load shortly. The teacher was still operating the computer. The students on stage, on the other hand, were all full of anticipation. They whispered about Lin Yi's new song. Some speculate it's study-related. There is also speculation that it has to do with the high school entrance exam. While speculating, the students unanimously took out paper and pens. The lyrics have to be copied on. Linda's lyrics can totally be included in a college entrance exam essay. That's right. Lend me the lyrics you copied last time for Heaven and Earth's Dragon Scales and 10,000 Borders as well. Okay, just give me these questions later. The students were thrilled. The teacher also turned on the video at this time. How many times have I fallen on the road? How many times have I broken my wings? Now that I'm no longer in a state of limbo, I want to go beyond this mundane extravagance. Lin Yi's singing voice spread in every corner of the classroom. It also echoed in the hallway outside. Teachers from the other classes in the senior year also received orders from the head of the grade at this time. All classes collectively play the new Lin Yi song. Soon, the entire school building resounded with Lin Yi's voice. Freshmen and sophomores who are studying at night. As soon as what he heard was Lin Yi's voice, he hurriedly opened the window. It wasn't very clear, but you could hear the general idea. When Lin Di produces, it's really a fine product. The new song is really as good as ever. Then what are you waiting for? Copy the words. How do you spell radiant? Can't you write and add phonics? Each of the lower grades had a pen and paper in hand, but none of the seniors are moving their pens. They stared silently at the screen. Above are comments from the internet. Children, if you hear this song, make sure you realize that learning is your greatest outlet. Life is so hard, but we should never give up. Even though life has abused me 1,000 times, I still love life as if it were my first love. The most eye-catching of the endless pop-ups was a heartfelt comment from a netizen. The teacher clicked on the long comment. That online friend is a disabled person who has had numerous lighthearted thoughts. However, after he heard this new song of Lin Yi's, his mindset abruptly shifted. God took away his legs, but not his ideals. Nor did it take away his love of literature. And he can keep writing. Rage your life amongst the pen and paper. What Linda sang was so right, so inspiring. Even that disabled older brother is working hard. So what reason do we, the students, have not to double our efforts? Where are the papers? Come on every subject. I want 10 copies from one person. The seniors, who were already full of fighting spirit, were even more spirited at this moment. The teachers on the podium are even more relieved at this moment. They did not take a stand in front of the students, but in his heart, he was thanking Linny over and over again. First, there was the song Junior Wawa said, and I don't know how many delinquent teenagers were lost. And now a new song that greatly encourages students to learn. It's positive singers like that make it worthwhile for students to follow their stars. When Linny comes out with the full version of his new song, you guys remember to notify me first. After 2 solemn explanations, the principal left the office and went to his car. He's going to make a trip to the school board. Report everything that's going on in the school right now, one by one. Not to take credit for myself. Instead, they wanted to use the influence of the Education Bureau to help Linny publicize a wave of free publicity, counting it as the school's thanks to Linny. At the same time, he also wants the song to be played in more schools. Inspire more students. Chapter 64, the Backup Association is formed. I want to rage for life. Song Chinghuan, who was resting in the hotel, was likewise contributing to the CCTV's video airplay. In the depths of her emotions, she even sang along with the video. Earlier in the singers program, she gave the audience a rendition of Dance of the Goddesses, played well throughout. Can't pick any faults. But in front of Veritas Dolphin Sound and Lin Yi's E8 treble, her perfect performance wasn't even worth mentioning. Insufficient strength to rub the heat. Self-deception to show off the technology. There have been a lot of people online who have criticized her mercilessly, which has made her extraordinarily depressed lately. Even Agent Ray didn't know what to do in this situation. Well, at this time, CCTV released a live video of Life and Fury. Just listening to it once, Song Chinghuan then stepped out of her loss and returned to her old confidence. Lin Yi's song is so right. If there's a chance, it's best to let him write a song for Chinghuan. It'll be a hit, Ray said as she called her boss. Song Chinghuan, who was sitting on the sofa, thanked Linny and sent his sincerest wishes for him. She hoped that Linny would be like the lyrics. Rage your life and stand at the top of the rainbow. There are many people who have been inspired by raging life. In addition to domestic, many foreigners are also the same. Unconsciously, Lin Yi's fanbase came to a terrifying number. That Linny fanbase that had been under the radar. The number of people also expanded from a few dozen in the beginning to a maximum of 2,000 in a short period of time. This group from today, officially renamed as Linny Fans, a group of fans, did not add the group chat fans, but also please join the second group. The group number is XXXX. Please tell each other. The group owner made the first announcement, but what he didn't expect was this. The second group was just created not more than 5 minutes ago. It was full at once. There is no way around it. The group owner had to go on to create groups 3, 4 and 5. It's been a busy morning. The group leader, who was planning to brush up on short videos for a while, had just opened Douyin and saw 99 plus private messages. Master, the group is full. Do you have a second group? Quickly build the Douyin 2 group. I can't grab those people on Twitter QAQ. Every day they talk about Lin Yi's fans as a family, but when it comes to adding a group, one of them flips out. Ruthless enough, the group leader who had no choice but to keep busy in the afternoon. The time came quickly to evening. The group leader, who had built an unknown number of thousand people groups, looked up the messages in a group. Handsome to be chopped, the morning announcement was not still add 2 groups. Now how to start to add 26 groups? 24K titanium alloy dog eyes, there are 18 other groups on Douyin. The monkeys on the mountain are my buttocks red. Han Xin uses his army more often than not. And so do Linda's fans. The group chatted feverishly. A seasoned veteran fan soon stepped forward. Linda's 10-year-old fan, I've roughly estimated that there are already more than 80,000 fans who have added to the group. Should we set up an official backing club now? Lin Yi's little fans. Lin Yi Little Fangirl was the nickname of the group leader. Xiangchang Li Yunlong, you're right, but how can the official support group not have Linda himself? Without Linda's support group, we're too embarrassed to say it's official, right? At Lin Yi's little fan, Little Ula from Maoist country. A meal that doesn't make sense in Maoist, at Lin Yi Little Fangirl. Deeply emotional male high, six-pack abs version. I can't believe there's a hairy brother. Hello hello hello. The cordial greeting was accompanied by a heated discussion that began among the fans. Everyone wanted to invite Lin Yi into the group, but the question is, none of them had Lin Yi's contact information. White tea, since we're all on the same page, I'm going to think of something, an official backup group, and Linda has to be in the group. At all, the group leader made a statement, and the group members naturally supported it unconditionally. That night, Lin Yi returned home to Xiangcheng. After briefly cleaning up, he was going to go tweet about the title of his new song. System down. Under repair? What's the situation? Looking at the prompting sign, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. Right on cue, his WeChat alert tone sounded. A stranger with no notes sent a friend request. Hiss. Lin Yi dubiously inhaled. This WeChat is his private account. The tied cell phone number has never been changed, but very few people know about it. Even Wu Ziyang and Lui Nin didn't know. Acquaintance? Filled with curiosity, Lin Yi clicked on the pass application. The other party quickly sent a message. White tea, hi Linda. I'm a big fan of yours, and I've created a fan group belonging to you. Blah 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 a whole lot. Roughly speaking, it meant that the fans wanted to set up an official backing club, hoping to get authorization from Lin Yi himself. I even have a support group? Lin Yi replied to the message. White tea, yeah, and the fans that have added to the group now, there's over 80,000 of them. Lin Yi, 80,000 plus people? This number really shocked Lin Yi. He guessed early on that he was sure to have a huge fan base in the near future, but he didn't think about it in any way. It's only been a few days the group has over 80,000 fans. TSK. The country is still awesome. Lin Yi couldn't help but lament. Under the screenshot of the group owner, Joy, he saw the tweets he missed and the video CCTV posted on Dujang. White tea, Lin Di. Can you agree to this small request? Lin Yi, of course. It is a basic rule for every celebrity not to chill their own fans. White tea, great. Linda, I'll pull you into the group now. Lin Yi, wait a minute. This is my private account. Pull my other number. White tea, yes. Lin Yi recommended a friend in the past. Not a moment too soon. The major fan bases. Lin Yi has joined the group chat. He's not your friend yet. Looking at the prompts in the group, not a few Lin Yi fans frowned. Who is this guy? Even if they were fans, they couldn't use Lin Yi's big name as their screen name, could they? Just as the group was about to with that new groupie, the group leader spoke. White tea, welcome Linda to the group. At all, Lin Yi, hello everyone. Happy spinning. JPG, watch the 2 messages pop up on the chat program. Fans first froze in place, then with trembling hands and giggles, they started a message in the group. Handsome to the point of being chopped, welcome to Linda. Thinking of Li Yunlong, welcome to Linda. Little Ula from the Maoist country, greetings and welcome in Maori. Message after message kept scrolling across Lin Yi's screen. The fans were thrilled. Not much work. The messages in the major groups just topped 999 plus. Chapter 65, Major entertainment companies go crazy for Lin Yi. Welcome. Fans erupted like never before. Thanks for all the love. I'll definitely work harder to write new songs. Lin Yi responded group by group. The results were not expected. The groupies who saw the words new song couldn't sit still. Full of mountain monkeys belong to my but read, Lindy. Wait a minute. The new song cannot rush to write. You first send out the full version of the 10,000 borders. The river runs through the water. Angry life 24K pure gold dog eyes. Yeah. We're all waiting for it. You can't delay it any longer. Linda. White tea, if it drags on any longer, I'm guessing Douyin will have to make emergency repairs. 2. Lin Yi who saw this froze for a moment. It was soon followed by a bitter laugh. I didn't realize that the culprit for Twitter's server crash was him. Don't worry guys. I'll work overtime to get the full versions of these 3 songs out as soon as possible. The fans who received the letter back were overjoyed. One by one, the group recounted the process of powdering Lin Yi. There are quite a few people who are road warriors. There's even black to pink. Handsome to be cut. I told you how your screen name looked so familiar. Don't you remember when we were still spraying each other in the posting bar? Marrying a rich white woman. Ha, we're all family now. Let's not talk about the past. The group suddenly started a recognition meeting. It also begs the question. Lin Yi's fame was growing. Aside from the fact that the number of fans will grow dramatically, the number of little hacks will surely double in a row. This is an issue that cannot be ignored. After all, those little hacks will say anything. It was easy to influence passers-by's opinion and judgment of Lin Yi. Deep Love Male High, Six-Pack Abs version isn't a lawyer's letter warning the most popular nowadays. Why don't you use this method to straighten out the little black guy? 2. Linda? Quin Chicken, I second the motion. Marrying a rich white woman. Luckily, I gave up early. The group started talking again. Even the hairy brother gave a thought to it. Lin Yi's little fangirl, brother Mao Zi. As fans of Lin Di, we must speak of quality. We can't go and beat up people in private. It's against the law. Little Ula from the mouse. Okay. Lin Yi's 10-year-old fan, Lini. What do you think should be done with those little hacks? At Lin Yi had also thought about this question for a long time. Little black people are hateful, but they are also fellow Chinese. Never take things too far. Lin Yi, I think so. Those little hacks don't have to hitch a ride at all. Lin Yi, they can hack it if they want to. Being upright is not afraid of shadows. And justice is also in the hearts of the people. With the effort of hitching a ride with them, I can totally go and write a few more new songs. Lin Yi, also, I hope you can keep your sanity too. Don't go to the line with those little hacks. Listen to the songs well. Live well. Those are enough. The internet is not an out-of-bounds place. The last thing Lin Yi wanted to see. It's their own fans who do things in private that endanger themselves or violate the law because of verbal altercations with little hacks. It's a little too much to gain. He writes the songs, the fans listen to them, and that's enough. There's no need to bother with little hacks on the internet. Xiancheng Li Yunlong, Linda said too right. This broad-mindedness, this style, the little black people know not to be moved to cry? Lin Yi's little fangirl, I unconditionally support Linda's proposal. Handsome being cut, I'm the same. Marrying a rich white woman, stop it, I'm already crying. Calling, how the little hacks reacted to seeing that comment. The fans don't really know. All they know is, even in terms of character, Lin Yi is worth chasing after. He or she has really powdered the right people this time. Lin Yi's little petite wife, now that little Blackie's business is settled, let's discuss the rules of the backup club. At all, Lin Yi wasn't a big fan of this matter. He won't object to fans as long as it's reasonable. That's all. The backup club was soon officially announced. The atmosphere in the group was great. Looking at such a lively fan base, Lin Yi naturally thought of something else. He currently does not have an agency. For a while before it was okay, anything he could keep himself busy with. But when there are more and more songs later on, it's inevitable that he won't be able to take too much into account. Do need to find a professional team. Just put the phone down. Jingle bells. His cell phone rang. Mr. Lin Yi, I'm the manager of Eason Entertainment. You haven't signed up for a company yet. I wonder what you think of our company's conditions. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to sign with us, we're willing to sign the contract at 39 cents and the royalties for all the songs belong to you. Didn't wait for Lin Yi to hang up. 2 more friend requests instantly appeared on his work number. Hello Mr. Lin Yi, I'm the head of Joshing Media Company. Can I talk to you? Hello Mr. Lin Yi, as long as you're willing to sign with us at Ing Huang Entertainment, all the first-hand resources will be given to you. There was no time to even go through the application. Lin Yi, who had just hung up, received a call from the Chinese brothers first. Mr. Lin Yi, our chairman has sent word to distribute the attendance fee with you on the basis of 8 for you and 2 for us. 9 for you and 1 for us is fine. In addition, as long as you sign up with our company, our chairman will also give you a villa in the center of Xiangcheng. Lin Yi didn't rush to agree, and hung up after returning a sentence about considering it. Then someone from Tangren Pictures also called. The salary they offered couldn't compare to the Chinese brothers, but they promised to fully support Lin Yi's move to the movie industry and to the international avenue. As for the luxury cars and villas, as long as Lin Yi asked, it would be fine all over the country. I'll think about it and call you back later. Lin Yi hung up the phone once again. His cell phone also rang once again. In the meantime, inside Star Ocean Entertainment, did you guys hear? The leading boss of our industry, the Chinese-American brothers, has spoken. Lin Yi and the others are set. Whoever snatches it from them won't want to be in the circle in the future. A staff member said, just now my brother called me and said that they, Tianyu Media, are ready to go to war with the Chinese brothers, and that no matter what it takes, they're going to sign Lin Yi. Another staff member followed closely. Hey, you guys, if it wasn't for that incident back then, wouldn't Lin Yi have been taken down by our Star Ocean Entertainment long ago? Maybe it's fate. As the third staff member finished speaking, Several of their gazes were directed towards Nassim's office. Lin Yi's debut was discovered by a talent scout from Star Ocean Entertainment. Lin Yi was fired, and it was also their company's Nassim who stepped in. At this very moment, the staff were curious about Nassim's thoughts. Does she quietly regret it in her office? Or maybe she still couldn't see Lin Yi? Chapter 66, He's broken the world record. What am I going to win? I'm sure Sin has no regrets. We all know that person of hers, even if she really regrets it, in the end, she can only be a dead duck. No, 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 no. Sister Xian's decisions are definitely not wrong. Staff members were split. Those in favor of Nassim are in the majority. This phenomenon occurs, definitely not because of the recognition of those working heads for Nassim's worship. Rather, it was because they were all more or less related to Nassim. Some are distant cousins of Nassim. Others are Nassim neighbors or close friends. Does it matter if it's wrong now? Lin Yi is on fire. And it's the kind of fire that enjoys international fame. Sister Xin should never have cancelled his contract in the first place. A staff member stepped forward. His words also resonated with quite a few people from Star Ocean Entertainment. With Lin Yi's current influence, how much revenue would he have actually brought to the company if Nassim hadn't terminated his contract in the first place? No one knows the exact answer to this question. All the staff knew was that the unit of the final answer was, inevitably, $1 billion. Hey, what was Sister Xin thinking? Lin Yi is an original singer, and Sher Shuyun is worthy of being compared to him? Why did she keep Sher Shuyun and not Lin Yi? A staff member sighed. Although Lin Yi hadn't been with the company for very long, his talent was there for all to see. This is even more evident after leaving the company. And then look at Sher Shuyun. Let's not talk about her writing her own songs. She doesn't even bother to look much at the people who write her songs. It would be a hell of a thing for someone like that to sing a nationally influential masterpiece. Actually, you guys shouldn't belittle Shuyun so much. At the very least she's just like Lin Yi and can be considered to keep up with current events. Some people began to defend Sher Shuyun. While maintaining it, he kept giving his colleagues a wink. There's something really wrong with your eyes right now. Take the time to go to the hospital. Lin Yi's keeping up with current events, with national events. What about Sher Shuyun? She's following the internet. Remember her last little fire out of the circle of learning to meow? I don't think Lin Yi could write this song in his entire life. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is not that Lin Yi can't write, but that he doesn't have the face to write such vulgar and nutrient-less spit songs. A staff member grunted softly while slapping his face. The person who defended Sher Shuyun earlier saw this. Akira wanted to say something, but in the end, he shut his mouth and turned around to come back to his workstation. Look, even you know I'm right and don't dare to argue with me. Why is it that Sher Shuyun just can't figure this out? The staff member spread his hands, full of helplessness, just as he was about to return to his workstation as well. A turn. What caught his eye was Sher Shuyun standing not far behind him. The latter had a grim old face and was staring at him intently. Those eyes, they wanted to eat him alive. Sister Shuyun, I just wasn't. Ha! Sher Shuyun didn't bother to listen to the staff's explanation, and after a sneer, he directly walked towards Nazreen's office. Looking at the thoroughly closed door of the office, the staff member who was all nervous one second flipped out the next. He'd seen too many people just like Sher Shuyun, not strong and low-eyed, they only glare at their subordinates. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have compared you to Lin Yi. You don't deserve it. The staff member rolled his eyes again toward the office. The other side. Shushan is complaining to Nassim. Sister Xin. Look at those people. I'm still here and they dare to hold up Lin Yi and step on me in front of me. Is this looking down on me? The one they look down on is you who chose to leave me behind. There's even a few people out there, outright saying something about how you must be hiding in your office quietly regretting wiping your tears, thinking about how you can please Lin Yi. These people are really too much. She didn't say anything back, though. Instead, he was silently doing the math with a calculator. Xin-san. Sher Shuyun came to Nazreen's side. Didn't you say last time that you'd buy a water army to blacken Lin Yi so that he'd never be able to turn over a new leaf? Where are those sailors? Why don't I see any of them? It's not like Ginger took the money and didn't do my job, is it? Nazsim, who heard these words, stopped her hand movements with a jerk. She raised her head without haste, staring viciously at Sher Shuyun. This look directly startled Sher Shuyun. Sister Xin, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Don't look at Sher Shuyun's mouth. But she didn't even know where she was wrong. Not to mention the fact that he had just, inadvertently, mentioned the last word Nazim wanted to hear. Sailor and Ginger. Actually, whether it's Ginger or his handful of sailors, all of them followed the plan laid out by Nazim and performed a series of operations on Lin Yi. Unfortunately, Lin Yi surprisingly sang an E8 high note. Even the world record had been broken, so any attempt to discredit Lin Yi would only be to no avail. In other words, all of Nassim's money went down the drain. Don't dare what? You've disgraced me like this and you have the nerve to come to me and complain? Nassim stood up and grabbed Sher Shuyun's collar. Sher Shuyun, I'm telling you. I'm keeping you here because I want to rely on you to make money and expand my network. I'm not letting you come here to be a vase for me to disgrace. If you dare to lose to Lin Yi one more time, do you believe I'll make it impossible for you to mix in the whole of China? After saying that, Nazrian slapped Sher Shuyun hard. The slap was powerful. Slapping Sher Shuyun, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Get lost, and don't let me see another glimpse of you for the last few days. Nazim yelled, pointing at the office door. Sher Shuyun didn't dare to talk. After putting on her mask, she left the office in a grayish state and returned home. Let me win against Lin Yi. He's broken the world record. How can I win? The more Sher Shuyun thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. She regretted it now. She even began to fantasize about what she would be like today if she hadn't dumped Lin Yi that day. If she and Lin Yi were still together, then all these songs today would be hers. After all, Lin Yi was actually a talented man before, but for his own sake, he preferred to hide himself in the background and give her all the highlights. Think before. She had a really blissful time and didn't need to do anything but familiarize herself with the songs ahead of time and proceed to sing on stage. Anyway, the song was written by Lin Yi and the rhythm was brought by Lin Yi. Suddenly, she remembered Lin Yi's words. Are you sure you can still shine as brightly as you do now without me? I wrote the lyrics. Even the rhythm when you sing, I grasp it. How far can you go without me? For a moment, she thought the statement was just a joke. But now, it seems to be coming true. She was always in the same place, even in danger of regressing, and had to look at other people's faces. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was surrounded by a halo of stars. It also became the singer who guarded the country's gates. Then is it really wrong? Sher Shuyun was deep in thought. Chapter 67, Lu Wan's invitation to join his company? I'll think about it and call you back then. Lin Yi was still politely refusing. This is the 15th entertainment company. They are offering generous terms, but Lin Yi would never be blinded by money. Which company should I really choose? Lin Yi flooded with difficulty. He is now famous in a different way. The songs he has sung have been a hit on the internet. The contracting company has to be chosen carefully, because this matter concerns his future as well as his stardom. Of course, Star Ocean Entertainment absolutely not. How about the Chinese brothers? Lin Yi stroked his chin. As a leading name in the entertainment industry, there is no doubt about the professionalism of the Wahini brothers. Choosing them to sign up will probably be a very good decision. Just as Lin Yi was pondering whether or not to call back, his cell phone rang first. Lin Yi, have you been busy lately? MS. Lo Huan, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Hearing the familiar voice that ran through his childhood on the phone, Lin Yi sat up in a flash. The other person is a national-level veteran artist. More than that, he was one of the boogeymen who made him a breakout singer. Totally deserves his respect. Mr. Riowan, may I ask what's up? It just so happens that I'm in Shangqing during this period of time. See if you have time. If so, let's meet and talk. Okay, just set the location. Soon, cafe. Lu Huan, who had arrived early, wasn't displeased with Lin Yi, who had just walked through the store's doors, because of his status as a senior and the favor he had done to him for promoting him in the first place. Quite the opposite. Seeing Lin Yi again after not seeing him for some time, he instantly saw the changes in Lin Yi. Less of the frivolity of youth, more of the steadiness of those who have been there. It's no wonder you've been able to write Raging Life. I haven't seen you in a few days. You've matured a lot more than before. Lu Huan took the initiative to get up and greet them. The two of them go way back. He knew Lin Yi back when he first participated in the Chinese good song. You're too kind, teacher. I'm just getting older. Lin Yi smiled and went forward to shake hands. The two men took their seats. Lu Huan didn't directly state his purpose for asking Lin Yi to meet him, but instead chatted about Lin Yi's brand new singing style when he sang the high notes of E8. In simple terms, it's all about the resonance and harmonization of the various parts of the body. I don't have a naturally good voice like you, teacher, so I had to find some side ways to make you laugh. Lin Yi said as he pointed to his own body parts and demonstrated them to Lu Huan. No attempts were made in person though, but after just a few mental simulations, Lu Huan recognized Lin Yi's soprano singing. Lin Yi, you're not looking for sideways paths, because you really are a genius. Lu Huan smiled and continued. It's just a pity that there are too few powerful backwaters like you. Otherwise, we old farts who can't keep up with the times would surely be willing to be patted to death on the beach by anyone. What appeared to be words of jest were actually the words of Lu Huan's heart. With the advent of the fast food era, the songs of them, the older generation of artists, are no longer held dear by the market. This was supposed to be a godsend. However, the expected diversification did not occur. Instead, it's been replaced with one mouthful of song after another that has no merit whatsoever. We old-timers are watching and anxious, who want to change the landscape of the domestic music scene, but we're old now, and our influence isn't what it used to be. and the only thing we can do is pin our hopes on juniors like you. Ryuwon spoke sincerely. Lin Yi even nodded his head repeatedly, because the domestic music scene is really in dire need of a massive overhaul. Lin Yi, you're a smart man, and I think you should also understand the truth of one's power is ultimately limited. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lu Huan stated the purpose of his trip. Have you ever considered finding a reliable entertainment company to sign with? After all, the power of a team is definitely far greater than an individual. That's right. Lu Huan took the initiative to ask Lin Yi to meet him, again wanting to sign him. A new entertainment company was recently formed in the country. An entertainment company that has entered into partnerships with several sectors of the country. One of the shareholders was none other than Lu Huan. Although our company can't give you a sky-high salary, I can assure you that I will favor you with all the official resources within the company as a shareholder. You shouldn't be under too much pressure. Just write original songs that match your own strengths, just like you do now. Lu Huan didn't choose to force the issue. The sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. A talent like Lin Yi, he knew very well that he couldn't force it by force. It had to be all nods from both sides for the signing to work. Mr. Lu Huan, I'm happy in my heart that you think so highly of me, but then again, I have my own plans. Lin Yi politely declined. Oh, our great genius has plans of his own? Can you tell me about it? Lu Huan was genuinely asking the question. Long before he met with Lin Yi, he had done his homework, knowing that Lin Yi had pushed through a number of signing invitations from large entertainment companies over the phone. It's not that I can't trust domestic entertainment companies, but I want to find my own people and build a relatively reliable team. Lin Yi spoke his thoughts. But do you understand that the difficulty involved in setting up a team or a company is not simple? Ryuwon asked. I understand, and I believe that you, Mr. Lu Huan, are also aware that only by working together with people of your own mind can you do twice as much with half the effort. Lin Yi did not make any examples in any respect, because it's not necessary. It was impossible for an artist of Lu Huan's caliber not to understand this, and it did turn out as he expected. That's a good idea you have, and I think highly of you. Liu Huan nodded. But then, it's easy to build a team. It's just 1,000 times harder to keep it going. It wasn't that Lin Yi hadn't considered this question. He also understands the pros and cons, but even so, he wanted to try. Lin Yi, don't misunderstand me. People have their own aspirations. I won't blame you one bit if you don't want to sign with our company. I just wanted to let you know that it's not easy to maintain a team, and you can always call me in the future if you run into a problem you can't solve on your own. Whether it's me or one of your other seniors, we'd be happy to help you. After saying that, Lu Huan shook his cell phone. The meaning is obvious, trying to tell Lin Yi, no matter what kind of trouble was encountered, as long as Lin Yi couldn't cope, he could always contact him. Ms. Lu Huan, thank you. Lin Yi got up and tried to bow, but was pulled back by Lu Huan. Thank you or no thank you is a small thing. Tell me properly first, what's up with that new singing style of yours again? I kind of forgot about it. A smirk appeared on Lu Huan's face. You must teach me today, so that I can go back to find Han Hong to avenge my accidental loss last time I soared in treble. Hearing this, Lin Yi laughed, then launched into a delicate explanation. Chapter 68, 5 million. As long as you're willing to go on stage. After sending off Lu Huan, Lin Yi returned home. One thing struck him as odd. That is, he surprisingly hasn't received another call from an entertainment company inviting him to sign in the last few hours. It's good that there isn't. It's quieter. Lin Yi didn't take this matter to heart. He casually opened up a group of fans. Linda's old family. I just got word that the Chinese brothers have let it be known that they are determined to sign Linda, and no one is allowed to take it from them. The monkeys in the mountains are my but red, really? Chinese Brothers is the #1 ranked entertainment company in our country. If Lindy agrees to sign, wouldn't that make him completely invincible? Handsome being chopped, worthy of being Linda. It's just awesome. Fans kept responding to the thread. Lin Yi, who just happened to see it, plans to tell his fans about his plan. The best of the best. It's impossible to say that one's 80,000 followers happen to have a few lyrical experts hidden in them. It hadn't even gotten to the point where Lin Yi had typed, "White tea at Linda 10 years old fan, your news is too backward. I heard from my friends in the circle that Lu Huan has sent a message to all entertainment companies to sell him face and not to disturb Linda's creation in the recent period. 24K pure gold dog eyes, even Mr. Lu Huan has been shocked. Linda is awesome. Welcome White tea, wait, don't disturb Linda's creation. Group leader, do you mean to say that Linda is planning to release a new song? At White tea. Once the message is sent, all the fanbase roared to life. Tens of thousands of it. Lin Yi, frantically refreshing the screen, shaking Lin Yi's cell phone. Lin Yi, I haven't had any plans to write new songs lately. Lin Yi forwarded the message while setting the group lock. No way. The fans were so enthusiastic. He could recruit, but his cell phone couldn't. Deep Love Mail Hi, learning Linda's new song version. I told you. Lin Dalian's new song's name hasn't even been announced, and he still owes a lot of songs in full. How can he possibly have the heart to put out a new song? Xiangqing Li Yunlong, didn't the CCTV short video say that Linda's new song is called Angry Life? Worthy Tender Butterfly, that's what CCTV said, not Lin D himself. Poet of the Post, that's right. Lini, come out and tell us the name of the new song. At Lin E. Another frenzy of it from all the major fan bases. Linny, it was after I performed the program that CCTV personally called and asked, and I took it myself. Lin E himself had spoken, and the fans immediately began to publicize it. Not a moment too soon. A dark horse has appeared on the Twitter Hot 100. Hashtag Lin Yi's new song Raging Life hashtag. The position came in second. The first is the official announcement of the singer's show. The 6th installment is about to begin. After inviting the Demon King and then the Broken Eyebrow, the program group is not giving domestic singers a chance to live. I can already imagine Wang Shulong's pearly face, afraid of a hammer. Anyway, we have Lin E. We can win with anyone who comes. First Lin Zexu, now Lin E. So it's the old Lin family's destiny to guard the country's gates. A certain 50-year-old woman from the Yahanara clan thinks you're right. It's different than before. This time the netizens have no worries, only flirtations. More people, still discussing what kind of new songs Lin E will bring to this episode. Since Angry Life is a rock genre, that means Lin E is trying out a new style. I bet $100 he'll be singing rap this episode. If you're a rapper, do you have to wear a center parting and play basketball with your pants on? Calling, pigeon. You're confused. The singer's Twitter feed is getting hotter and hotter. But the in-house staff couldn't be happier, because Lin E couldn't make it to the 6th installment. Ha, you're kidding, right? If Lin E doesn't come to guard the country's gates, is it really possible for us to count on smack? Would you let a 50-year-old woman guard the gates of the country? Who in their right mind would do that? I wouldn't. Netizens initially proceeded to tease. That is, until they saw the official announcement from the singer's program. Asterisk. Only signing a contract with Lin E for 2 programs? Director, did you get your head caught in a door? Lin E has already won 2 installments. Why isn't he participating? I guess it must have been the program's unwillingness to raise the price. Everyone turned on the show. All kinds of insults and speculation abound. No one on the singer's side countered. They didn't have time to refute it. It was because the chief director was leading a group of people at the moment, negotiating at Lin Yi's home. Lin E, why don't you want to continue participating as a singer? The director was worried and anxious. After 2 episodes, Lin E had become the biggest guarantee of ratings. If Lin E didn't continue to participate, the show's popularity would surely be greatly diminished. It's not a question of money or not. It's that we were only contracted for 2 episodes before. Lin E spread his hands. It's just a contract. The director beckoned. The staff in the back brought the new contract immediately. There's nothing fancy on it. There's just one sentence. As long as Lin E is willing to sign, regardless of his roster spot on the follow-up show. It also doesn't matter if he continues to compete with original songs or not, but whenever he is willing to appear on stage. For 1 episode, the singer's official is willing to give a $3 million appearance fee. For Lin Yi's level, $3 million was already a huge sum of money. It's not about money. Lin E sighed. I was willing to take the initiative to sign up before, in order to prove to the foreign contestants the strength of our Chinese music scene. Now that I've proved it to the world, there's no point in continuing with the show. This was Lin Yi's true thought. The gates of the country are guarded. Strength of character proves it. The status of the Chinese singing scene has also been redefined. That being the case, there is no need or reason for him to continue to spend time on the singer's program. Oh, I see what you mean. You don't think there's enough money, right? The chief director misinterpreted Lin Yi's words. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to sign, money isn't a problem. I can add another $500,000 to your appearance fee. After saying that, the general director directly ordered the staff to go and print brand new contracts. Wait, come back first. Lin E persuaded the staff member and continued. This matter really has nothing to do with money. Even if you offer a higher sky-high price, I won't change my mind. Once again, his meaning was misunderstood by the general director. Since $3.5 million, $4 million? No sign. What about $4.5 million? $4.5 million and no sign? No sign. $5 million. That's more than enough, isn't it? Don't just stand there. Someone persuade your director. Lin E turned his gaze to the staff. Director, $5 million. It's indeed too high, and if word of this gets out, other singers will surely have to raise their prices as well. At that point, let alone making money, we can't say we'll have to ride into it. The assistant director stepped forward and whispered. The others, one by one, said that they could see Lin Yi's determination not to continue competing. You guys, hey, the general director, who had been pointing back and forth for half a day, finally chose to give up with a long sigh and left Lin Yi's house with the others. Chapter 69, Call for Exam Motivation Videos. The matter of Lin Yi's refusal to participate in the singer's sixth installment caused a furor online. It's a good thing that the singer's crew didn't intentionally discredit him and chose to tell the truth about Lin Yi's reasons for not wanting to participate. That's what makes the little hacks useless. In the meantime, National Conference Room. The presidents and vice presidents of the major school boards were gathered together. Right now there are still the last 20 days or so left before the college entrance exam. As per the old rules, the nation wants to hold a pledge meeting at this time. The theme of this campaign is still focused on motivating high school students. The state is planning to use video this year. Does anyone have any ideas? The Director General of the National Directorate of Education asked. Kids nowadays are into celebrities, singers, electric players and such, so I think we can go along with that and work on that. The Secretary for Education in Sanjin was quick to give his proposal. That's a good idea. It just so happens that every year these people release videos to motivate the students. All we need to do is find a few good ones and edit the videos together. It saves time and effort. The Yuletide Superintendent of Schools was the first to give his approval. No, how can we muddle through something as important as the entrance exam? The director of the Kyoto Education Bureau stepped forward. Besides, those stars send out videos every year at this time. Not to mention the kids. Even I'm a bit aesthetically fatigued. Why don't we find another way? That statement directly silenced the room. The college entrance exam is a top priority for any country. For ordinary people, it is more of a way to change their destiny, the first turning point in their lives. If the Department of Education does choose to just screw around, not to mention whether the leaders at the top will agree, it is expected that even the parents at large will join hands to report the case. No need for celebrities or anything like that, so we'll just have to get students for the promotional video. A shooting job of this caliber will take at least 10 days, so how could any student want to waste time with us? The Secretary for Education of Sanjin spoke again. His words silenced the room once again. Stars don't work. The students can't use it either. Is it hard to get them to do it themselves? It's not impossible for us to go on. We should serve the people. Nonsense. We're definitely on it. Now the question is, what else is the video going to be about other than us? How about getting students who aren't high school seniors to shoot? This proposal caught the attention of the leaders. Students of all ages, except seniors, are not required to take the advanced placement exam. Finding them seems to be okay. Don't even consider it below middle school. Kids are too ill-disciplined and physically incapable of intense work. Neither can the juniors. They have to prepare for the midterm. The only people we can choose from right now are first and second year students, and students who are in college. The Shanghai Education Secretary analyzed. You are indeed right. But what if the students will have too little influence to be too motivating? And college students can't afford to hold off on their classes for too long. And first and second year students are just about to be introduced to two of the more abstract subjects, physics and chemistry. Getting them to shoot a video, what if it affects their grades? The conference room fell silent for the third time. There's not much to count on in finding students. Finding stars and such is too perfunctory for video editing again. The difficulty of the state's chosen method of video outreach this year seems a bit too great. It can't be any more difficult than that. The Pledge of Allegiance is held every year, so we can't afford not to have it this year. Can we? If you ask me, it's better to go to the group of stars. It's just a matter of getting a few more curry heads who are full of positive energy. Deputy Director Rudy had just finished speaking when Director Kyoto stood up. Yeah, people full of positive energy are the key. They motivate the best. It just so happens that I saw a blogger named Weird Pigeon on the internet a while back, and honestly, his line about Ali giving it is so full of positive energy. Get an online blogger to make a video. There might be a surprise. A Netflix blogger opens the door to the minds of leaders. The most popular thing nowadays is the internet. Netflix bloggers are no less hot and influential than celebrities. Plus, most of them are ordinary people who basically don't appear to be brushing off big names in the face of the state's invitation to shoot. That's true, but the internet is a mixed bag. So I guess by the time we're done screening suitable candidates, we'll have the entrance exams in less than 2 days. So where will we find the time to film? Besides, wouldn't it be a little inappropriate to ask a weblogger to come to something as important as the Pledge of Allegiance? The reason for the inappropriateness isn't because the Netflix bloggers aren't curated enough. Rather, it is because their presence may lead to a negative situation. After watching the promotional video, odds are that there will be a percentage of students that feel that being a netizen is the best choice for them, thus making the move of abandoning studies and spending the whole day on the internet playing tricks. That's a valid concern you have. But if we can't even get an online blogger, who else can we get? The parents of the students, or the leaders above? The conference room fell silent for the fourth time. The students' parents certainly can't. Not many people have time to participate in a shoot when they go to work every day to raise a family. Not to mention the leaders above. The day-to-day management of the world is pressing them for time. Hold on. I've got an idea. Instead of us being in trouble here, why don't we just start the auditions then? A web-wide video collection on the theme of college entrance exams. In that case, we just need to screen the right videos, and it will also give everyone a chance to work on the promotional videos. Motivation from the whole country is always more effective than a single circle, isn't it? The proposal instantly won everyone's approval. Soon, the Department of Education has issued a call for papers. Weibo, as well as Douyin and other high-traffic platforms, have set this document as the top hot search. But 2 or 3 hours, the news then went all over the internet. Hashtag the high school entrance exams are coming. Hashtag cheer for the high school students. Hashtag bless the high school students. Similar hot searches and hotspots are flooding the major platforms. Netflix bloggers big and small went ahead and made their move. Video after video of fancy wishes appeared on their homepage. These videos have served as great publicity. Parents of the students joined in and cheered the high school students in their own way. Deep love male high, soon to be high school edition families. I'm going to start studying in seclusion, so I hope you can cheer me up more. White tea at all. Handsome being hacked, little brother cheer up. Tsinghua University beckons to you. 24K gold dog eyes, I wish you to win your bets and get full marks in all subjects. We happen to be in the same city. I'll treat you to a big meal after you finish your exams. Chapter 70? The college entrance exam is approaching. The entire network focuses on Lin E. Power V. I wish this year's college entrance exam students a bright future and a golden success. Dear Cold V. May everyone's efforts be rewarded and their dreams come true. Yellow Duck of the Week V. I wish the scholars to be brilliant in their writing and win the laurels. Chung Shu Shu V. The kingdom of heaven and earth has not yet been decided. You and I are both dark horses. One by one, celebrity wishes and videos appeared on the internet. Mostly official terms, one shorter than the other. Big Sheep Little Sheep V. Brothers, not much else to say. When you finish the exams, we live handstand hair washing to cheer. Lee plus 7 V. Family, high school welfare sale. The original price of 109 eyebrow pencil, now only 79. Buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it. Shoo Shoo Baby V. Anchor has little talent, shattering the weapons to cheer on the students. Swift Bug V. Dance to cheer the high school students. Netflix anchors also arrived on the scene. Go kids, you're the best. And soon plain videos from parents. Netflix is a great place to watch, but inside the Education Bureau are all ugly faces. It's been a full day and we still haven't found a decent video of the blessing? Li Guo, the director of the General Administration of Education, frowned. Really can't find it leader. Those celebrities are more perfunctory than one another, and netizen bloggers are pretty much rubbing off on the high school entrance exams. The clerk at the computer laughed hard. I thought there were videos taken by parents, too. Lee Gage asked again. The staff member who heard this didn't say anything and then clicked on a submission from a student's parent. Not to mention the screen wobbles the whole time and the picture quality is like a landline. This kind of video would never have made it to the National Pledge of Allegiance. The guys work harder and harder. Work overtime to find more. I'll treat the guys to dinner tonight. Lee Gage sighed and turned back to his office. He is similarly sifting. A similar situation to the staff was encountered. The stars are mostly on a mission. Just say a random benediction or two. Show your face and be done with it. Parents are attentive though. Nah, the equipment and technology is just too poor. Not to mention those online bloggers. It's all a small matter of rubbing it in. But there are quite a few people who have the audacity to openly bandwagon. Even more over the top. Others wear school uniforms and shoot scrub videos. Li Guo's hands trembled with anger. Called on the spot and had the platform block dozens of webcams. After watching half a day, only the video of Strange Pigeon and Officer Tan is okay. What can we do about this? Lee Gage was in a bit of a hurry. A truly motivational video is simply too important for upcoming high school students, especially since the official video was released by the Ministry of Education itself. It can both tell the students how much the country values them and inspire that hustle within them. It's hard to put together a 2 or 3 in these last 20 days, but 6, 7, 8 points is a big possibility. The high school entrance exam separates 1,000 people. A difference of 6 or 7 points is enough to change a person's fate. With that in mind, Lee Gage reinvigorated himself and sifted through the videos once again. Still haven't found the right video. A parent's recorded blessing of a middle school student was more than enough to make him sigh. Nowadays, all the children are missing a spirit. It's as if they're not studying for themselves, just to pass all the exams successfully. Such education has lost the original meaning of education. It was because of this deep understanding that Li Guo was so anxious. This year the present must be changed as much as possible. Otherwise, the future flowers of our country will not grow up to be pillars, but will only turn into nerds one after another. Gee, I hope the older stars who haven't submitted yet will not disappoint me. Lee Gage sighed and continued to start working. The other side. Lin E, who had finished working out, returned home. White tea at Lin E. Handsome to the point of being cut at Lin E. 10-year-old fan of Linda at Lin E. All the major fan groups were at Lin E. Lin E, what's going on? Why is everyone at me? Xiangchang Li Yunlong, Linda. There are a lot of younger siblings in our group who are about to take the college entrance exams, and everyone wants you to send them your blessings. Lin E, who had seen the message, wasn't half as sloppy. On the hoof, I posted heartfelt wishes of 100 words or more to all the major groups. Fans who received the wishes were happy. Lin E, on the other hand, opened up Weibo. He couldn't just wish his fans well for something as important as a college entrance exam. All school children have to be taken care of. The Board of Education is soliciting videos? Just as soon as he opened his microblog, Lin E saw the #1 hot search. A few random flips. These people are going too far, aren't they? How can someone recruit directly underneath the official for something as important as a college entrance exam? Lin E was surprised by a job posting. The one above requires 18 years of age or older. Obviously it was deliberately written for the students. This made Lin E, who had planned to send out a Weibo tweet, instantly change his mind. He's also going to record a video submission to cheer on the high school students. Isn't it a little too monotonous to just say a few blessings? Lin E stroked his chin. He has a lot of influence now. To be precise, it would be his songs that are influential. If he could record a new song related to the entrance exam, it would certainly have a great motivational effect on the students. Songs related to high school should be about perseverance, inspiration, and hard work, in addition to motivation. Lin E closed his eyes and began to create something in his mind. Not much longer. He's already figured out what song to use. Quickly, he pulled out his video camera and began filming. In the meantime, the education department is still clueless on its side. Instead of sifting through videos, we're cleaning up the internet. These people are so out of touch with high school for money. There's no sense of empathy at all. What's the point of watching these nutrient-less videos? They don't think they can just say a word or two and make the scholars golden, do they? The staff's sputtering grew louder. Settle down everyone. It's the first day and I'm sure a lot of people who really care about the GAA haven't finished filming yet. Lee Gage stepped out to calm the situation. But leader, what we lack most right now is time. The staff responded. I can understand how the big guys feel, but there's an old saying that goes, slow and steady wins the race. I'm sure the right video will show up tomorrow. After saying that, as if he suddenly remembered something, Li Gue turned to a staff member and asked, Little Li, what did you say the other day? That the principals of many schools had applied for us to publicize Lin Yi's song? The staff member who heard this slammed his thighs. Right. They said that Lin Yi's new song had given the students a great deal of motivation, and they wanted us to help Lin Yi publicize a wave of publicity for free. Shasta. It was as if Li Gue had seen hope. Does Lin Yi have a video for the pitch yet? He asked. Chapter 71, New Song? Lin Yi is coming out with a new song again? Li Gue mentioned Lin Yi. Instant hope came to the faces of the school board employees. Whether it's Teenage Wahine Talk or Raging Life, all of you here have heard it before. The two songs tell the world what it means to be a teenage boy and how a teenage boy should face his life from different perspectives. These two songs are very educational. It also mostly fits the theme of the high school pledge. If Lin Yi could personally record a cheering video for the students with these two songs as the background, the effect would be too good to be true. Leader, hold on a second. Let's go look for it. Several young staff members volunteered to help. They move in groups. One went to Lin Yi's official microblog, and the rest started searching through their mailboxes. 5 minutes later, the faces of several people could not hide their loss. There were no submissions from Lin Yi in the Board of Education's mailbox. Unsure of what to say, Lee Gage finally just let out a long sigh. Leader, can't say Lin Yi is recording a video? You just said, slow work makes perfect work. Staffer Lee soothed. Well, let's wait a little longer then. Lee Gage let out another long sigh. Since the Board of Education has issued a web-wide solicitation, they can't go to a particular individual privately, because it's not fair. Right now there is one and only one thing they can do. That's waiting. 2 days later, Lin Yi's microblog remained untouched. Instead, the singer's showrunner posted about the set list for the 6th installment of the show. It has broken eyebrows on it, but there was no Lin Yi. Linda, is this KAM God and Devil? Although he has already proved the strength of our Chinese music scene, it's not so bad to prove it one more time. Is it? What's there to see without Nday's singers? Is it hard for us to go and watch Nayoung and the others get crushed the whole time? Didn't you guys say you went to talk to Lin Yi and got this? Netflix lost it. Not being able to see Lin Yi win the championship on behalf of Huaxia made them feel incredibly sorry deep down. And seeing Nayoung and the others lose the title to broken eyebrows would be doubly torturous. Literally worse than killing them. The 6th installment of Lin Yi's absence is not to be watched. You're right. If you have this time to waste, you might as well record a blessing video and try your luck at submitting it. I'm already recording. This class of internet users has a lot of integrity. The sixth installment of The Singer said not to watch it. Originally, the Singer director didn't think the incident would have much impact. After all, he invited Broken Eyebrows and made a deal with Broken Eyebrows to make sure he sang "See You Again." Sentimentality is sold at this level. There's definitely a lot of viewers at home and abroad who will come and buy it. And it is true. The Singer's live broadcast that night never had less than a few 100,000 online viewers. That's a pretty good score. The people on the program, however, were all saddened. Director, the ratings are not too bad, are they? Before, when Lin Yi was around, the number of people online was counted in the tens or hundreds of millions, and even the system's backend was crashed 3 or 4 times by pop-ups. Now that Lin Yi isn't here, we can't even muster up enough real-time viewers for 1 million in our live room. Staff members have complained. What can I do? It's Lin Yi who doesn't want to sign a new contract. It's not me who doesn't want him to come. The director was a bit angry. If you guys have time to spout off here, why don't you go and think more about who we're going to hire in the next installment to save the ratings? The staff members who were admonished did not dare to say another word. They didn't notice one other thing in the slightest. The same goes for all the directors. Since the Singer's show aired, the basic heat has stayed in the hundreds of thousands. It was also during the second battle between Lin Yi and Vitas that the number of real-time viewers surpassed the 100 million mark, successfully taking the Guinness record for the number of viewers in the world. That is to say, even without Lin Yi's participation in this episode, the program's airing heat remained the same. It's just that the Singer's programmers are used to the kind of hot airplay that happens when Lin Yi is around. Thus, between the subtle and the subtle, it becomes eye-opening. Lin Yi, Lin Yi, you said how good it would have been if you had come. In the unoccupied corner of the backstage of the program, the directors couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. The other side. What is Na Young performing? How dare she show off her skills? That's it. Even Wang Shulong in this issue is 10 times better than her. How can you call yourself a diva with that? The gates of the country that Lin Yi has worked so hard to guard seem to be lost once again to a 50-year-old woman. It was Yehenera's life to resist the foreigners, and it was Yehenera's unchanging end to let the gates of the country fall. The pop-ups were manic. Viewers united in launching a verbal tirade against Na Young, and even more, running to all the major platforms. He sent out pictures of Na Young smoking and playing mahjong, and with the text, "Private bad training. All day only know how to play." Na Young does not deserve to be the queen of the song. The heat on these posts is rising fast. The worse Na Young is scolded, the more netizens miss Lin Yi. "See You Again" by Broken Eyebrows is number 1. If we had Lin Day around, Broken Eyebrows would only be second in selling feelings. What's the use of talking about this now? The rankings are out. Even if Lin Yi announces his participation in the next edition of The Singer, it won't change the fact that this edition is a disgrace. Most of the netizens' dissatisfaction stems from the rankings of the 6th installment. Broken Eyebrows, Vansha, and Shantimo take the top 3. Wang Shulong, who had been unheralded, earned himself a break and managed to take 4th. As for Na Young, she's in the bottom 2. Still only a dozen votes short of the bottom 2 with the bottom 1. Huang Xian. The Singer won't participate in the 6th installment, and the video to bless the students won't be recorded. So what do you think Lin Yi is doing? He's not running off on a vacation somewhere, is he? A post popped up out of nowhere. This is Nassim's handiwork for not wanting Na Young to continue to be scolded. It worked. The netizens' attention was instantly drawn to it. Lin Yi would never refuse to join a singer for no reason. Do you guys think he'll be recording the full version of those new songs? I remembered when you said that. According to Lin Yi's style, it seems like it's recently the day for him to release a new song again. New song? Lin Yi is coming out with a new song? Everyone ran to Lin Yi's Weibo at the first opportunity, and then disappointment again at the first opportunity. Twitter didn't move half as much. Where the hell has Lin Yi gone? Seriously, if not for Lin Yi's participation, I really wasn't watching the Singer's program. Lin Yi wouldn't really be out on vacation, would he? It shouldn't be. He goes on vacation. He's bound to meet fans, but we didn't see any group photos. Then what the hell was he doing there? The netizens are talking about it. I don't know. The current Lin Yi was both headstrong and headache-ridden. Chapter 72. Where is the world full of flowers? Yes. There's a descending tone there. Shaw. We should use Shaw here. Not ocarina. It's the guitar. The main theme of the song is rock. Inside the recording studio, Lin Yi was frantically directing. To make the pitch video perfect, he spent over $5,000 to get a team of professionals in the ring. It turned out to be a loss of $5,000 spent. The recording session was a large-scale science teaching. The whole time it was Lin Yi giving various explanations about the lyrics of the song instruments. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. Lin Yi, who had been busy for 2 whole days and had finally returned home, couldn't help but spit out his words. He was secretly determined. It is essential to find a few reliable people as soon as possible to form a team of professionals who are as personal and truly reliable. Sending is complete, so I can finally get a good night's sleep. Lin Yi, who had turned off his computer, directly lay down under the covers. It was now 11:30 at night. Lee Gage is treating the staff who just finished working overtime. It's been a hard few days for all of you guys, so feel free to order whatever you want to eat or drink. After saying that, Lee Gue shook his cell phone and signaled the staff to order takeout. Leader, who among us is in the mood to eat now? The clerk, Lee, was full of raw emotion. 3 days, 72 hours, 38 people in 4 offices, and each of us has looked at a few thousand submissions, to say the least, and as a result, there are now only 6 videos that barely work. If I didn't know what we were doing, I'd think we were cleaning up the internet environment. With a head start, the rest of the staff couldn't help themselves. The college entrance examination is such a serious matter. Those bloggers perfunctorily, even if it's not enough, but even dare to openly play with the children's terrain, blocked their accounts also deserved. And those actresses who learn to rub off on Netflix are simply corrupting the social atmosphere and giving bad guidance to the youth. I think the ones selling goods should be blocked too. For 3 days, the videos they've seen add up to almost 20 or 30,000. At least 7,000 of them were sealed. Even some celebrities have not escaped sanction. Lee Gage, who had taken it all in, did nothing but nod his head, just as he was about to call it a day and send the staff home for the rest of the day. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Leader, you come here, Lee suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's eyes instantly gathered on him. Sent the video. Linny sent us a video. Lee stood straight up, excitement written all over his face. Is it really Linny? Lee Gage froze slightly, then walked towards Lee's workstation with a small grunt. The news is spreading fast. Not a very large office, but in a few minutes it was packed with a full 38 people. I just asked the CCTV side, and the number left on it is really Linny's private number. The deputy director, who had arrived late, made everyone smile with just one sentence. Then what are you waiting for? Lee, click on the video. Okay leader. 1 minute. Video downloading. Lee's lips trembled with excitement. Not a moment too soon. Video download complete. It opens with a monologue from Lin Yi. Unlike the perfunctory attitude of other stars, Lin Yi's blessing for the college entrance exam students was obviously a big effort. There are both historical allusions and comparisons between the present and the past, so it's not worth the 3 whole days we've waited. Lee Gage laughed. For the first time since the meeting that day, I smiled from the bottom of my heart. The video is also on track at this time. The intro is still the rock and roll style that is so popular with the younger crowd. Not very long, but extremely catchy. It takes just a few seconds to get the listener in the zone. Where in the world is a world full of flowers? If it does exist, then I will definitely go. I want to stand on that highest mountain. Don't care if it's a cliffhanger. Unlike the previous song, Raging Life, Linny didn't take the traditional rock open your mouth and explode vocals. He also has a different voice than before. Singing Raging Life before was just vicissitude. The song, on the other hand, is hysterically hoarse. It's like singing with the last of your strength after a long hard run. Perhaps such a singing style would have been breathless, but in Lin Yi's case, it had instead become an advantage. The same as the song's title. A heartfelt message after doing everything possible on the road to chasing your dreams. For sentences are not very long, but it's just the right portrayal of a character who ignores the greatness of the years and keeps fighting forward for his ideals. Add to that the slightly raspy voice and the melody of the piece that fills the air of mediocrity. It's easy to remind the average person of themselves. Substitute yourself into the mood of the lyric. No wonder old Zhang and old Gong spoke so highly of Lin Yi. He really is more powerful than I thought. Li Gue couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The old Zhang and Gong he spoke of were the presidents of the country's highest institutions, Tsinghua and Peking University. As soon as he thought of the two's initial comments, Li Gue was reminded again of the junior Huaxia speaks that Lin Yi had made the two of them fight over for half a day. The opening quote is classic, a perfect illustration of the connection between teenagers and the state. Juveniles are the foundation of the nation. The country is the future of teenagers. The only way to understand the meaning of reading is to understand this. No wonder for both Raging Life and this song, Lin Yi chose to write the lyrics in the vernacular. So that's what he meant. In a trance, Li Gue understood Lin Yi's good intentions. Most of the words used by previous generations are obscure and tricky, far from being easily understood by children. But the Great White Way is different. Anyone can understand the Great White. Lin Yi's lyrics for these two songs are not perfunctory, but rather, he is thinking about the children, because he knows the children are still young. Lin Yi is really putting his heart and soul into it, really working for the sake of the scholars. The deputy director let out a gasp. The staff was more than full of emotion. On the basis of being able to think of this alone, Lin Yi had already outperformed the vast majority of stars and singers in China. Only such a talent deserves to be on the Pledge of Allegiance video. Lee Gage gives the most heartfelt critique. Lin Yi's video continues to play as well. Live hard, love hard, even with your life on the line. I'm not looking for anyone's satisfaction, just my own. I never chose to give up on my ideals, even on a gray day. Struggle for ideals. Gray heads don't give up. This is not done for the recognition of others, but just to be worthy of the effort you have put in. The raspy singing voice instantly brought back memories for everyone in the room. They weren't born sitting in an office, nor are they born with positions that are high in the eyes of the common man. When they were young, countless hours of sweat have gone into this, endured countless rumors and gossip for this. Now they've succeeded, found the world full of flowers. It stands even higher on the highest peaks. That's what it's like to come through. Kids who didn't take the GCSE are bound to not understand. They're still at it today, still facing terror and fright from the cliffs of the future. Seems to understand that. Linny continued to sing. Maybe I don't have the talent, but I have dreams of naivety. I'm gonna go prove it with my whole life. Maybe I'm a bit clumsy with my hands, but I'm willing to keep searching. Give all your youth without regret. Chapter 73, Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart. Wishing the college entrance exam students success in chasing their dreams. The slightly bitter and helpless song echoed through the office. Heartache is not easy to write on the faces of the people. These two lyrics, singing about exactly who they once were. Why didn't I hear this song when I was in high school? Lee didn't hold back. This was also true in the minds of the people present. The nights on the eve of the college entrance exams are destined to be harder than the nights. Farmers have been parents for most of their lives and are unable to counsel their schoolchildren in any way. They understand the importance of high school and learning, but they don't realize how difficult it is for the children. There is no innate talent for excellence, nor do they have an enviable strong physique. All they have is to give all their youth and work beyond the ordinary. But does hard work always pay off? This question couldn't help but appear in Li Gui's mind. He has more life experience than the staff. Seen a lot of failure that goes hand in hand with effort. Since effort can't be 100% successful, why was Linny singing so much? Simply to resonate with the listener? No, there's no way Linny would do that. He's not this kind of person. It didn't even give Lee Gage time to think. Lin Yi's song, which was filled with determination and strength, rang out first. Run forward, in the face of cold stares and jeers. How can you see the vastness of life without going through trials and tribulations? Fate can't bring us to our knees and beg for mercy, even if blood is spilled all over the embrace. High notes all the way through, and in a real voice. Linny even appeared to break his voice when he was in the depths of his emotions. This is every singer's worst fear of a situation. It is also a cheap mistake that no listener can tolerate. But, everyone in the office, all felt that Linny was right to break his voice. The lyrics should just break. It is because of the broken sound that the lyrics can show the blood, explode the power in the lyrics, and bring the listener a direct touch to the soul, especially the run forward line. Lee Gage saw the answer in those three words. It's true that effort doesn't succeed 100% of the time, but only by running forward will you have a chance to realize your vision. It is only then that all the efforts you have put in can be successfully uplifted as much as possible. We will not turn back until we hit the south wall, but only those who have hit the south wall will know that sooner or later. That high wall that rises straight up to the sky will be pushed down by our fists. The deputy director waved his fist in excitement. Everyone's ideals are different. The quagmires and high walls to be faced will not be the same. What to do in this situation? The answer has long been given by our forefathers. They did not shrink from disunity, nor did they fall on their knees to the obscenity of the powers on all sides. For the sake of New China, they are willing to keep moving forward, even if it costs them their lives. Just like Linny sang, run forward, even if blood is spilled all over the embrace. Keep running, with the pride of a redoubtable son. How can you see the sparkle of life if you don't stay the course? Instead of living, let's burn. One day it will sprout again. No more high notes. Linny directly used roar. Never give up and move forward. This is the answer given by our forefathers. What other qualifications do young people living in the New China have to lie down and give up? The high school exams are just the beginning. The children's lives need to burn. The heart of a child is its greatest strength. Fall down on the way forward, then get up and keep running. Yes, great singing. Lee Gage slammed into the tabletop. He looked back. Fever was written all over the faces of the crowd. It wasn't tears that overflowed the red eyes. Rather, it's pride. That's what the scholars need. Not a simple perfunctory sentence or two. The deputy director laughed. Everyone laughed along with them. Linny didn't let them down, and it didn't disappoint the students. He has this song that has to be on the Pledge of Allegiance promo video. You guys keep listening. I'm going to go ahead and write my report. Lee Gage stepped out of the crowd. He changed his initial opinion. This song should be on more than just the school board's promotional video. All the more reason to show up in the treasury. Just the moment he walked out of the office. The future is always calling to me in all its fascinating splendor. Even if it's only pain that accompanies you, you must go forward. I want to set sail in the bluest of seas there. Never care if you can return it. Lin Yi's song sounded again. It's peaceful, firm again. Listening to it, Lee Gage couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Depression after failure. That's the sign of a coward. As long as there's a breath left in your body, please clench your fists. Before the day breaks, we need to be braver. Waiting for the brightest moment at sunrise, Lee Gage froze. The lyrics were read out by Lin Yi. It's like following a lesson, telling the audience that failure is not scary. If you persevere, you are bound to bask in the glow of success. Great words, really great words. Lee Gage's goosebumps rose. He stood quietly in the doorway. Plan to listen to the whole song before you leave. Run forward, keep running, for the good of the heart. No compromise until you get old. The extremely penetrating singing voice pierced everyone's eardrums. Shocking, moving and hot. One emotion after another grew wildly in the minds of the staff, especially when they saw the song title at the end of the video. Pursuing dreams with a bare heart. Bullseye. That's all I can say is bullseye. Lin Yi's song is, without a doubt, the MVP out of all the submissions. It's not just this pitch. Even if you add up all the previous promotions, it's Lin Yi's song that hits home more. I'm sure the students will understand the true meaning of the entrance exam after hearing this song. It was difficult to calm the excitement of the staff. They can't wait to release the song now. Now the rules are there. Lin Yi, you really never disappoint. Lee Gage in the office doorway smiled. The phrase "no compromise until you get old" brought him the most emotion. He understands. These words were not just words that Lin Yi sang to the scholars. It was more the words that Lin Yi sang to all the Chinese people. Life is long. The people who need to work hard to persevere for their ideals are definitely not the only ones who are about to take the entrance exams. Scholars who are still continuing their education, college students who have graduated and gone to work, and parents who are raising families. All people, at any stage of their lives, have the opportunity to continue working for their ideals. That was what Lin Yi was trying to say. Day 2. It's just dawning. The streets were then filled with one student figure after another. They had books in their hands and kept crunching away. Even when they met their classmates, they just smiled slightly and walked in silent companionship. It's 5:30 in the morning. Even the janitorial master hadn't gotten up yet. Looking at the closed doors of the school, the students were not disgruntled, but simply found a place to sit. Someone pulled out a test paper and talked. Others have started memorizing ancient texts and words. Specialty students are the ones who start practicing in place. Chapter 74, Small Town Doing Question Home? It's the dream catcher. 6 o'clock in the morning. I want to rage for life. The alarm bell woke up the sleeping janitor. He got dressed and came to the door with his brushing cup. The toothbrush hadn't been drummed a few times before he stopped all movement. What came into view were the crowds of seniors. There are hundreds of them to say the least. It's not even 7 o'clock yet. The doorman rubbed his eyes. He suspected he was looking at it wrong. The school opens at 6:30 a.m. Every morning. Most of the seniors arrive at school around 7 o'clock sharp. The overcrowded scene in front of him was the first he had seen in his decades-long career. Boys, come on, get in here. It's hot out there. Returning to his senses, the doorman rushed to his feet and opened the door. Not a moment too soon. The students went to their classrooms. It was about another half hour. Teachers are just coming into the campus one after another. Mr. Zhang, how was it? That trick I taught you last time worked well, didn't it? Mr. Zhao of the senior class asked triumphantly. More than good. Ever since the students in my class listened to Lin Yi's song, each one of them is simply as crazy, except for eating and going to the restroom. They spend all their time studying. Teacher Zhang responded smilingly, I've taught for my entire life, and this is the first time I've seen this. Put in the past at this time. Seniors are roughly divided into 3 cohorts. The first cohort excelled from an early age and each had a guaranteed spot. The number of people in this category is extremely small, and the amount of time spent trying to learn is even smaller. The second cohort is the average student. They are not born with outstanding talent, but they have a mature heart, knowing that hard work makes up for hard work. These are the people who study the hardest and basically don't let go of any study time. As for the third group, mostly punks are the worst students in the class. They know they are falling behind in their classes too much, solely began to swing for the fences, living a life of self-loathing or muddling through every day. All 3 cohorts have been a source of worry for the teachers, but not this year. Augmented by Lin Yi's Junior Huaxia Speaks and Raging Life, the punks are back on campus. The poor students began to ask for advice. Even those geniuses with outstanding talent had silently set higher goals for themselves. Current seniors, everyone is desperately trying to learn. If I may say so, all of this should be attributed to Lin Yi, who made the students understand the meaning of hard work. I really hope we can have a few more stars like Lin Yi and Huaxia, instead of the kind of netizens who rub their noses in it and bring in the goods. Mr. Zhao couldn't help but sigh. If only Linny had been born 10 years earlier. Mr. Zhang also lamented. The two men looked at each other and couldn't help but let out another long sigh. This high school is in the middle of nowhere, not the corner of the county. Instead, it's located in a town that's backward in every way. The families of most of the students, moreover, may not even be able to satisfy their needs. This situation has resulted in a serious polarization of students. Those who know how to study desperately. People who don't know how to learn don't even bother coming to school for a bit. It's a good thing Linny made it onto CCTV's May 4th party. Impress the self-abandoning kids with your sincerity. That would have been a good thing. The children who came to their senses knew to learn. However, some people on the internet have taken the opportunity to nickname them small-town do-it-yourselfers. Experts born in a backward town who can do nothing but do problems. It's so insulting. I'm afraid the kids are all becoming inferior because of the nickname. Teacher Zhang said indignantly. Studying is the only way out for the children. Only by brushing up hard will they have a chance to get out of the town and change their destiny. They have no other choice since they were born. Mr. Zhao lit a cigarette. Mr. Zhang also asked for one. In the meantime, two voices fill every classroom in senior year. One is the sound of reciting aloud, from the punks and the underclassmen. One is the sound of swishing and writing on a roll of paper, from schoolboys and regular students. The two sets of people don't bother each other. All of them, in their own way, are doing the final sprint before the entrance exam. Sheesh, no more papers to write, then relax appropriately. Study, labor and leisure of the best effect. Two schoolgirls chatting idly in the corner of a classroom. There are still the last 10 days left for the college entrance exam. Where is the time to relax? And we don't have a guaranteed place. Lily Yen bristled. If I told you that the way to relax is to listen to Lin Yi's new song, would you still be willing? Li Yu laughed mysteriously. Lin Yi has a new song? When did this happen and why don't I know? Yen Lily's eyes widened. The new roll of paper I had just borrowed from a classmate instantly stopped smelling good. It was just released today, and I heard it from someone else this morning. Li Yu patted his pockets. It had her cell phone in it. It's an original version of a smartphone that has long since fallen out of step with the times, but that was all her parents, who worked outside the home, could give her. Then what are you waiting for? Play it and listen to it. I'm a longtime fan of Linda. Eagerness was written all over Yen Lily's eyes. Her family situation is not even close to Li Yu's. So far, I don't have a smartphone of my own. Don't be in such a hurry. The teacher is still on patrol now. Wait until after class to listen. Li Yu glanced toward the classroom door. What a coincidence. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Zhao just happened to be passing by. Okay. Yen Lily reluctantly agreed and spread the borrowed test papers between the two. It was now 10 minutes before the end of class. Pretty much the time it takes to make a brand new big math problem. It's just a shame. Neither of them had their minds on the test papers. Those 10 short minutes were so torturous for both of them. Finally, jingle bells. As the bell rings for the end of class, some students got up and went to the restroom. Most students choose to remain in the classroom and read. Li Yu, who could no longer hold it in, also took out her cell phone at this time. Lily, keep an eye out for me while I look for the headset. Yes, the two women are clearly divided. 5 minutes later. No way. I didn't take my headphones this morning? Li Yu dug through all her pockets and rummaged through her desk and book bag. What then? You can't play it out without headphones, can you? Yen Lily was also a bit anxious. Every school has explicit rules. Students are prohibited from bringing cell phones into the classroom for any reason. If they both really listen to the song externally, then the next time that awaits them both must be a school-wide criticism. Why don't we listen to it tomorrow? Li Yu asked tentatively. Today's business is today, and how can you listen to a new song that comes out today? Tomorrow? Yen Lily frowned. You go to Linda Weibo to download the song first. I'll think of something. When she finished, she rubbed her chin with a sad face. The second morning study session was about to begin. Once the bell rings, the teachers patrol the hallways again. When morning study is all over, it's time for class. Topping off is clearly out of the question. It seems like there's nothing else for the two of us to do other than go out into the world. Lily Yen sighed. There wasn't much time left for the two of them. A choice has to be made soon. Outside in is outside in. Big deal. It's a little less loud. Li Yu waved towards Yen Lily. The two women quickly leaned down and pressed their ears to the location of the cell phone's sound release hole. The new song released by Linny is none other than Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart. The opening guitar rock alone got Lily Yen and Li Yu excited. I didn't realize that Lindy could rock. I really adore him even more. Lily Yen bobbed her head. Can you turn it up a little louder? I can't quite hear you. Li Yu looked up toward the door to make sure no teachers were passing by before carefully saying, turn up the volume at most one more time. You'll be able to hear it if you don't keep shaking. Lily Yen hurriedly nodded her head in agreement and offered the idea of listening again from the beginning. Li Yu agreed straight away. Turn your cell phone to 2 levels of volume. Where in the world is a world full of flowers? If it does exist, then I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. Don't care if it's a cliffhanger. Just one word. Yen Lily and Li Yu were instantly shocked. It wasn't just because of Lin Yi's singing skills, more so because of Lin Yi's lyrics. It simply sings to the hearts of both men. Chapter 75. Listening to Lin Yi's songs is a pleasure. Yen Lily and Li Yu were just two ordinary students with average grades and even more average family backgrounds. Most of the parents are farmers who work outside the home. Grew up with my grandparents since childhood. This is also the case for most students at the school. But even so, they still look forward to getting into the college of their choice. No matter how much effort is put into the process, there is no fear. Because they know, it's the only thing they can do. It's just like in the lyrics of Lin Yi's song. If there really is a world full of flowers, then these kids will definitely go. Standing on the highest part of the mountain peaks, not fearing any cliffs, Lin Day is worthy of being a passerby. He really understands us seniors so well. Li Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Yen Lily's eyes were also full of emotion. The two continued to listen to the song. When hearing the line, "Maybe I don't have the talent," they were both more than ready to burst into tears. No outstanding talent. There was no favorable family environment either, much less the advanced educational conditions of city children. They have. It's just an unchanging heart in pursuit of an ideal. The song, the words, totally customized for both of them. Unconsciously, Li Yu didn't have control of her fingers. The cell phone volume was raised another notch. The students at the front table, who had vaguely heard the song, also turned their heads at this time. "What are you two doing? Why do you look like nymphomaniacs? They're both clearly intoxicated." "Okay?" The students in the front and back of the neighborhood leaned in. Li Yu, who had returned to her senses, hurriedly shoved her cell phone into her desk. It turned out to be a mistake. The volume of the phone was turned up another notch. "Maybe I'm a bit clumsy with my hands, but I'd like to keep exploring." Lin Yi's voice reached the ears of a group of students. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's Rinda's voice. "Are you two listening to Linda?" A gasp caught the attention of the class. Everyone stopped moving their hands. The classroom was instantly and horribly quiet. There were only a few, if any, faint vocals that came from the desks every now and then. "It's really Rinda's voice." The last two rows of students gathered around at once. Louder and louder. "I'm a 10-year-old fan of Linda." "But come on, did Linda debut 10 years ago?" "Never mind the details. Li Yu, turn it up." The students kept urging. Linny might not be the idol of those schoolboys, but it must be the object of worship for these punks and underclassmen. "Okay, but let's agree up front that we can only hear the class." Li Yu held out her finger. "Whatever you say, just hurry up. Class is in 3 minutes. I'll cover for you. You just play the song. Don't squeeze, don't squeeze. It's loud enough to be heard." Looking at the impatient students in front of her, Li Yu finally took her cell phone out of her desk. The sound is still not very loud, but just enough to be heard by the students who had gathered around. Soon, Lin Yi's line about running forward stunned all the students listening to the song, especially the punks. Each of them had red eyes and pursed lips. The reasoning is obvious to anyone. All day long, I've been wasting my youth, being a self-loathing loser in the eyes of others. Such a life was never a choice they wanted to make. They also want to be recognized by everyone, but no one has ever told them what to do, until Lin Yi showed up. It was Lin Yi who changed them with his songs, guiding them to the right path. Without Lin Yi, there wouldn't be them sitting in the classroom right now. "Li Yu, can you speak louder?" a student asked softly. "It can only be a little bit bigger or there will be too many people." Li Yu turned up the volume on her cell phone once again. This time, even the other students in the class couldn't sit still. They seemed to be listening to Lin Yi. "It must be. I heard Lin Yi released a new song today." "Then what are you waiting for? Go over and listen together." More and more people gathered around. The voices screaming to increase the volume were also increasing. Li Yu, who had long been immersed in the song, subconsciously increased the volume. In the meantime, Teacher Zhang, who was patrolling past the class entrance, couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Second period study hall has started. What are they doing? He stood in the doorway, completely deaf to any sound. The students in the class didn't notice his presence either. What's all the huddle about? Teacher Zhang shouted sternly. The outermost students were immediately startled and rushed back to their seats. Are you guys not hearing this? Mr. Zhang shouted again. The last two rows of students who were awakened were the first to return to their seats. The group listening to the song. In a flash, only Yen Lily and Li Yu remained. The two of them were completely mesmerized by Lin Yi's song. There was a complete lack of awareness of Mr. Zhang's proximity. That is, until the cell phone, sitting on the desk, was picked up by a large hand. Zhang Zhang Zhang, Mr. Zhang, Yen Lily and Li Yu, who had returned to their senses, were startled and stood up with a whoosh. They were both terrified, not daring to make the slightest eye contact with Teacher Zhang. I'm sorry Mr. Zhang, I shouldn't have brought my cell phone to school. Teacher Zhang, I know it's wrong too, and I won't dare to do it again. The two kept apologizing. On the eve of the high school entrance exams at the knuckleheads, they were afraid of being written up, and even more afraid of being suspended, because it would break the hearts of their parents and elders. However, in the face of the two men's admission of fault and apology, Mr. Zhang did not make the slightest statement, just took the cell phone to the podium, turn on the computer and connect the Bluetooth in one go. Li Yu, where's your music player coming from? Ha! Li Yu and Yan Lily froze. Teacher asked you which program is your player, the one you just played a song on. After saying that, a smile appeared on Mr. Zhang's face. Now that it's almost time for the college entrance exams, you must be under a lot of pressure, so listen to the songs in your spare time, and your teacher definitely won't blame you. After all, studying is something that requires a combination of work and rest. Ms. Zhang's sudden kindness stunned all the students in the class. It seemed as if he had anticipated this scene. Teacher Zhang continued, what you guys just listened to was Lin Yi's new song, right? To tell you the truth, it's not just you guys. Teacher is also a fan of Lin Yi. What? Mr. Zhang is also a fan of Lin Yi? Once again, the students were amazed. Lin Yi's songs have a lot of positive energy and each song has a deep meaning. Listening to more of his songs will be a guide for you and a treat for your teachers. Speaking of this, Teacher Zhang once again looked at Li Yu. So, Li Yu, can you tell teacher now, which player did you just use? Penguin. Li Yu replied carefully. Good. Mr. Zhang nodded. A few taps at the phone screen. Next, keep running. With the pride of a redoubtable son, how can you see life sparkle unless you see it through to the end? Instead of living, let's burn. One day it will sprout again. Mr. Zhang turned up the volume to the maximum. Lin Yi's singing voice also traveled down the wide-open classroom door and into the corridor at this time. It spread to the other senior classrooms. Chapter 76. This song doesn't cost anything, as long as it inspires everyone. Lin Yi's voice? Where did it come from? In another classroom, the student sitting in the doorway jerked his head up. It's indeed Lin Yi's voice, but how come I haven't heard this song before? Is it hard to believe it's Lin Yi's new song? His tablemate asked. Shall we go out and have a look? Go. The bell hasn't rung yet anyway. The two walked out of the classroom first. The rest of the class followed. Soon, the entrance to Li Yu's class was crowded with students of the same grade. Everyone was quietly listening to Lin Yi's song. No one spoke up, until after the dream played through. Hey, don't stop. I haven't had the pleasure yet. Mr. Zhang, can you play it for us again? Please, we promise to listen and go back to studying. Not to mention the students in the class. Even those blocking the hallway started yelling. Since everyone wants to hear it again, the teacher will play it again for you. Mr. Zhang agreed straight away. In the meantime, EDBV, here's Mr. Lin Yi's gift to all the high school students. Below the accompanying text is a video of Chasing Dreams recorded by Lin Yi. The tweet quickly shot to the top of the Hot 100. Fans of Lin Yi, who caught wind of the situation, came running to punch the clock. Run forward, keep running. These two lines from Rinda are so right. This song is not only suitable for high school students, but also for each and every one of us. Rinda, you're great. Fans went into a frenzy, watching the video on a loop over and over again. Before, I thought Lin Yi wrote those patriotic songs purely and simply to sell his feelings and gain eyeballs to rub off on the traffic. But now it seems I misunderstood him. This song is definitely the best blessing I've seen in days. Who says it isn't? I have to road trip and become a Lin Yi fan. Passers-by also rushed to the scene, faced with a call for papers issued by the State Board of Education itself. The stars are perfunctory. Netflix bloggers are rubbing it in. Only a few are genuinely wishing the high school students well. Like Lin Yi, there are even fewer people who have written a new song specifically to record a blessing video. At this very moment, they had all changed their opinions of Lin Yi from the inside out. Lin Yi didn't dabble in traffic. He is truly patriotic. People like this are worth learning from all of us, and even more so from our children. One user's comment drew a number of responses from teachers. I agree with what you're saying, but the kids are in a situation that the big guys are probably scared to hear about. Yes. Even I've never seen the sun at 4 o'clock or 5 a.m. The students in my class have been seeing it every day lately. Not only the sun at 4 or 5 a.m., but the moon at 11 or 12 p.m. The students in my class see it every day, too. I've also gotten a lot of feedback from parents that their kids are still studying at 1 or 2 o'clock when they get home. A comment from a teacher brought endless shock to the internet. We've all been there. Know the flow of senior morning and evening study halls all too well. Early morning study to catch up on sleep. Truancy at night study hall. Such people abound. Who would have thought? It's amazing what this year's seniors will look like. Getting up at 4 or 5 to go to school. Coming home at 11 or 12 at night. And then learning until 1 or 2. Do children not know what it means to be tired? Children, learning is important, but the body is more important. The body is the capital of the revolution. Kneel down and ask the kids to calm down. The netizens keep replying down. A brand new hot search has appeared on Twitter. Hashtag please don't let the kids learn. Parents who came home from work and saw the heat immediately started talking to their children. The process was smooth. The results are unsatisfactory. The high school students who promised they would get a good night's rest still kept up their early morning and late night routine. The only thing that's different now is this. When they study at home at night, they wait until after their parents are asleep. Try to avoid worrying your parents. A few days later, Hunan City. Linny was looking through the chat logs of the fanbase. All compliments and approval from fans. Just as he was about to interact a bit, a phone call was the first to come in. Which one? Hello Lin E. I'm Li Guo, the director in charge of the National Education Bureau's publicity department. Hello Director Li. Is this about my submission? Lin E asked. He's basically never dealt with anyone from the Department of Education. The other party would never seek him out for no reason. The odds are that the call had something to do with the video that was pitched. Ha ha ha, you guessed right. Li Guo smiled and said, your song Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart has been selected by us, and on behalf of all the members of the Education Bureau, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to you now. In addition, your song has given a great degree of encouragement to the college entrance examination students, and the effect is far beyond our imagination. Here, on behalf of the majority of students, I would like to express my gratitude to you for the second time. There's also the fact that this new song of yours has also served as an inspiration to all of us up and down the bureau, and I'd like to thank you now for the third time in my own name. 3 thanks in a row. Not but Lee Gage's own personal attitude. It's more the attitude of the State Board of Education, especially the leaders above. The first time they heard Follow Your Dreams, they were simply amazed. Without a moment's hesitation, they ordered on the spot that the video Lin E had recorded must be played at the most important part of the pledge meeting. I'm flattered, Director Lee. The change in the kids comes from them, and my new songs play a minimal role. The change in your staff is also because they just have this idea, and it has very little to do with me. Lin Yi's humble attitude instantly won Li Guo's favor. The leaders even gave an order to acquire the rights after hearing Chasing Dreams in the first place. The prerequisite was that Lin Yi's character had to be excellent. Now Lin Yi had passed the test. Lin Yi, the price given above is $500,000. Look, the words were not yet spoken. Lin Yi spoke. Director Lee, your bureau can give me a platform to send my blessings to the high school students. It's an honor and it's something that I should be doing as a singer. Follow your dreams, you can use it for anything that has to do with education. Don't need to give me a dime. After saying that, Lin Yi directly hung up the phone. As for Lee Gage, he was now looking at the leaders in front of him with a helpless face. It's not that he didn't negotiate. Rather, Lin Yi had simply intended to give it away for nothing. As a singer who doesn't rub off on the heat or earn traffic, and who has a proper attitude while still being able to treat money like dirt, Lin Yi is far better than I ever imagined. The deputy director was the first to speak, then turned his head to the director and asked, Director, such a talent is worthy of free publicity, and even more worthy of us entering into a long-term and deep partnership with him. Chapter 77, Official Posting of the Education Bureau, the Star of China. Well, you're right. Lin Yi is indeed a patriotic singer worthy of our education department's cooperation. But before that, we need to give him a little something in return. The director stood up from his position, looked at Li Guo with a smile and said, Little Li, you've always been in charge of things related to publicity in our unit, so there should be no need for me to say more about how to repay Lin Yi this time, right? Hearing this, Li Guo immediately stood upright and solemnly nodded his head. Day 2. The National Directorate of Education has released an article. Over 5,000 words throughout. Every word was full of praise for Lin Yi, especially the line in the title about the wasp. It made Lin Yi fans excited to the core on the spot. Handsome being chopped, everyone go to the official state education website to see Llama was praised by the Board of Education to the sky. Lin D 10-year-old fan, don't bother. I'll put the link here. And trouble the group owner to set up a group announcement so the big guys can see it first. At White T, copied, posted, and topped. At all of Lin Yi's major fan groups had been set up with group announcements by the group leader. White T, fans were instantly abuzz. There was a lot of talk about it in the group. The same goes for the netizens. Star of China, patriotic paragon, model of our generation, role model of the people. The Education Bureau's official evaluation by Lin Yi is so high that it's higher than a 30 or 40-story building. What's wrong with higher? Anyone who's heard Chasing Dreams certainly doesn't think these ratings are high. It's so right. Just Lin Yi's upright attitude in blessing the students is enough for the stars in China to learn 100 times over. Everyone commented under the article posted by the school board. Clearly favorable reviews. Clearly a nod of approval. In just 2 hours, though, the article surpassed 1 million reprints. In the meantime, Lee Gage, who was primed to fulfill the leader's orders, was not idle. In his capacity as a representative of the Ministry of Education, he personally approached Wagwa Chow, Weibo's veteran president. No one knows what the two said, only know that afternoon, the top 10 of the Twitter Hot 100 changed. The first remains a high school topic, but from the second onwards, all the hot searches carried Lin Yi's name. Hashtag national role model Lin Yi hashtag Lin Yi, the future star of China hashtag Lin Yi's new song has once again been expropriated by the state hashtag. Countless hot searches filled the corners of Twitter. However, the number of likes for any words related to Lin Yi would also break through over 10,000 within half an hour. Weak question. All you old Linda fans, are there any fan bases that aren't full of people now? The sudden appearance of a post caused Twitter to blow up once again. It was also at this point that the netizens finally reacted. Excellent singers like Lin Yi who are often recognized and praised by the state. What are you waiting for if you don't click follow? That's all. One day at a time. The number of followers on Lin Yi's Weibo account skyrocketed to the 10 million level. His fan base, moreover, doubled and expanded to over 80. The time came quickly to June 7th. Lin Yi's Weibo was updated on time. Just one sentence. I wish all the students of the college entrance examination, the rock rises with the wind one day, and rises 90,000 miles upwards, as the tweet was posted an hour before the exam. That's about 8 in the morning, so most candidates missed it. It wasn't until they finished the morning's one course and returned home for a midday break that they were told about it by their parents. Linda herself posted, "Mom and Dad, and I had to go comment on it. Different families, same words." The parents had no objections. After all, this tweet from Lin Yi, early on, it got the nod from the Education Department, the Military Recruitment Service, CCTV, and other state officials. Linda, thank you. We will definitely keep trying. No wonder I always feel like I've been blessed by my writing in the morning exams. So it's Linda who is blessing us. Brothers, cheer together. The comments instantly topped 1 million, mostly from students taking the entrance exam. I don't know what started it. They already thought of Lin Yi as the most powerful and worthy star in their hearts. To be able to be blessed exclusively by one's idol in the first and most important moment of one's life. For the nation's schoolchildren, this is certainly the greatest encouragement. Lin Day, don't worry, we won't let you down. We're determined to win this year's college entrance exam. Rinda, you're my god. The examiners, who only found out about it in the evening, came running to comment on it. Lin Yi was even more prompt in giving a reply. Once again, the kids were cheered on. The night passed in a flash. Xiangcheng, Jinwan prison? Lin Yi, who received the call, was confused. He couldn't figure out why the prison people were calling him. More than that, I don't understand why the caller would still be in Jinyuan prison. Because this prison is one of the 6 largest in the country. Inside were groups of felons who were so vicious that they carried human lives on their backs. Right, Mr. Lin Yi, it's us. There was an affirmative voice on the other end of the line. No, you guys made a mistake typing that, right? Lin Yi frowned. His name has a high repetition rate. It is entirely possible that a momentary lapse of judgment on the part of a staff member could occur. No, we're positive that you're the one we're looking for. Ha, Lin Yi was even more confused. In recent times, he's basically been holed up in his house, pressed up against the possibility of committing a crime. If hard to say, then it could only be one thing. 2 days ago while cleaning the house, he's ruthless in the way he goes about it. Ruthlessly took out Xiao Chang's whole family in one pot. A whole 17 strong lives. Mr. Lin Yi, you've misunderstood us. We're contacting you this time, not because of anything else, but we intend to invite you to perform at our prison. And what's more, we're hoping you'll bring a brand new piece. The Jinyuan prison staff rushed to explain. In a few days it will be the day when the prison hosts a gala. Coincidentally, this year was also in time for the centennial anniversary of the establishment of the prison. The warden decided on the spot. There has to be a big gala to celebrate. It's been on the CCTV stage. It's treated like a treasure by the bigwigs in the military. Lin Yi, who had been strongly praised by the Education Bureau again. Undoubtedly it becomes the best choice. I certainly couldn't say no to such an important day. Lin Yi smiled on the surface, but in reality, there were countless question marks in his heart, and so much breathlessness. He wrote songs for CCTV, the military, and the Department of Education, all with an audience of good citizens of the country. By writing songs for prisons, the audience becomes felons. Can those criminals really sit in their chairs and listen to a good song? Even if they could do that, do they really feel something after listening to the song? Is it any wonder that inmates listen to songs so they can honestly submit to rehabilitation and stomp on their sewing machines until they smoke? Isn't this a little bit outrageous? Lin Yi couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. Mr. Lin Yi, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your songs really do have this kind of magic. Chapter 78, Old Chief inquiring. Lin Yi is writing a new song again? Since the inmates in our prison listened to your song, one by one, they all started to work hard to rehabilitate themselves, and not only did a lot of them get remission of their terms, but some of them even gained a lot of weight again. Staff at Jinyuan prison said. So, the food in prison is good? Lin Yi asked with a smile. That's for sure. Prisoners are human beings too. They must be treated equally. Ha ha ha, not bad for a unit on staff. Simply joking. Lin Yi continued to ask, by the way, may I ask where you guys found my private number? The staff member who heard this did not hide it. When the singer's show first aired, the banner was guarding the country. The topic attracted the warden at first. After the inmates had watched a few episodes of the show, the contestant with the highest calling was none other than Lin Yi. Plus the warden and Rao Guohuang used to be classmates. The two of them made a random call, and the Jinyuan prison side got Lin Yi's private number. There are quite a few inmates in our prisons right now who are fans of yours, and they all performed far better than usual under your influence. If you can really come to our prison to participate in the show, I believe it will have an unexpectedly good effect on the rehabilitation of these prisoners, the prison officer said truthfully. Okay, I get it. Lin Yi nodded and agreed to the matter. He didn't think he'd have fans in prison. Since those inmates were his fans, he had to treat them all the same and not differently. Mr. Lin Yi, we thank you here in advance. After saying that, the prison officer turned his words around and said, there are still a few days left before the fellowship, so you can consider the issue of payment while creating a new song. And our warden said that you will never be allowed to perform without compensation. This is the attitude of Jinwon prison. As long as Lin Yi was willing to come, they would try to fulfill whatever price they needed to pay for the performance. Let's talk about this later. I'm going to think of a new song first. Lin Yi's attitude was also obvious. Participating in the rehabilitation of inmates is a way of contributing to the country. There is absolutely no profit to be made from this kind of thing. To do otherwise would be to violate his principles as a human being. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. We'll send someone from our side to pick you up specially when the time comes. Good. Both parties hung up. Lin Yi sat on the couch and began to conceptualize the direction of his new song. A song for felons. There must be a reflection on what is right and wrong, on the meaning of life. This time it mustn't take the same rock and roll tone as the last two songs. Lin Yi stood in front of the window, looking out into the distance and thought. About 10 minutes had passed. Inspiration snapped in his mind. Same time. I told you he'd say yes. Rao Guohuang from the conscription office, holding the phone between his shoulders. Alright. July and August is the time for conscription. I'm busy here. Let's talk about it later. The person on the other end of the phone was none other than the warden of Jinyuan prison. The two had just hung up shortly after. Knock knock. There was a knock on Rao Guohuang's office door. Boss, someone is looking for you. Tell them to wait for me outside. I'm busy now. Why don't we let the two honored guests wait in your office? Your guest? Rao Guohuang raised his head in a rather puzzled manner. Next, only to see him whoosh to his feet. Flying to the door, he said with a smile on his face, Chief Zhou, I'm really sorry. I really didn't know that the person who came was you. Behind old Chief Zhou, there was also President Wang of the National University of Science and Technology of China. About 2 or 3 days ago, when he heard Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart, he was more shocked than when he heard Raging Life. He had the guards contact Principal Wang, wanting to pry all the news about Lin Yi from the latter. I'm not really sure about the specifics, but Xiao Rao from the conscription office is on good terms with Lin Yi, so I should be able to meet Lin Yi if I look for him. This is Principal Wang's reply. It was also the reason why the two showed up at Rao Guohuang's office. Chief Zhou, it's true that Lin Yi and I have a good personal relationship, but you've come to the wrong place if you come to Jingdu. Rao Guohuang laughed a little awkwardly. Rao, what do you mean by that? Principal Wang asked first. Lin Yi was in Kyoto before, but he's back in Xiangqing now. Why don't I call and ask him? Rao Guohuang took out his cell phone. That's fine. After all, we're the ones who took the initiative to seek him out, and if we want to meet, we have to get his permission beforehand. With old Chief Zhou's affirmation, Rao Guohuang immediately called Lin Yi. Soon, Chief Rao, what is it? That incident at Jinyuan prison? Lin Yi asked. Without waiting for Rao Guohuang to speak, the faces of old Chief Zhou and Principal Wang were the first to flash with a hint of incomprehension. The two of them just couldn't figure it out. How could Lin Yi, who is the breakout patriotic singer of the moment, have anything to do with prison? And it's also one of the 6 major prisons in China. Jinyuan prison. Not much to do with this. It's our military. At this point, Rao Guohuang paused. He saw the booing action of the old weekly chief then. Lin Yi, are you writing a new song? Well, Chief Rao, wait a moment while I finish this melody. Taking advantage of Lin Yi's break from writing songs, Rao Guohuang covered his cell phone and told about the Jinyuan prison gala. Xiao Rao, Do you mean to say that Lin Yi will perform live in Jin Yuan prison? After saying that, Principal Wang turned his head to look at old head Zhou. Rao Guohuang was a bit confused as to what the two meant, and did not dare to talk for a while, only daring to stand there and nod his head. Live show? Old Chief Zhou narrowed his eyes. On the way to Kyoto, he spent the entire time scrolling through posts related to Lin Yi. One of the lines stuck with him. Lin Yi's songs must be heard live. To ask why, that user's response was simple. The Lin Yi on the big screen, and the Lin Yi in the scene, were not on the same level at all. Compared to the former, the latter is so good that it explodes all over the place, both in terms of atmosphere and effect. Chief Zhou, what do you mean? Rao Guohuang asked tentatively. He was momentarily unsure of what Chief Zhou meant, whether he alone just wanted to meet Lin Yi, or do you want to hear Lin Yi sing live? Like head Zhou, this level of Big Brother. Want to listen to the song? Now the big red singers are not tend to rush. What Chief Zhou means is that he intends to go to Jin Yuan prison and see Lin Yi's performance live. Principal Wang said directly. So that's it. Rao Guohuang slapped his head and laughed alone. Chief Zhou, to be honest, I haven't seen Lin Yi's scene either. Or, forget it, I'm too busy over here. It's better to talk about it next time I have the chance. After saying that, Rao Guohuang sighed. Just say so if you want to go. Old Chief Chow took out his phone. Don't worry, I'll go talk for you on Laonia's side. The recruitment task is urgent, but it's still possible to spare a day for you to rest. Hearing this, Rao Guohuang immediately stood at attention and saluted. Thank you, Chief Zhou. Chapter 79, Lin Yi has fans in prison too? June 10th. Today is the day of the Jin Yuan prison gala. Warden, Lin Yi and the rest of the performers have been received and they are in the restroom. A prison guard reported. And what about the military vehicles at the gate? The warden stood in front of the window. Military vehicles? The warden leaned over. Under the watchful eyes of the two men, Rao Guohuang stepped out of the driver's seat. What does old Rao mean by this? Didn't he say he was busy and didn't have time to come? The warden scratched up his chin. Next, his and the warders' faces became all serious. The two didn't say anything. All of them ran towards the stairs while organizing their lines. Soon, Chief Zhou, Principal Wang, what brings you two here? The warden stepped forward and greeted him. Never in a million years. It was surprising that two military superstars would come to their prison in person today. Think about it. He couldn't help but look towards Rao Guohuang. There was more or less blame in his eyes. Two big names from the military are here. I can't believe this one didn't have any advance notice. How can you call yourself a classmate? Old he, you really can't blame me for this. Rao Guohuang instantly read Warden He's mind. Not knowing how to explain, he could only turn back to old Chief Zhou and Principal Wang. I can't blame Rao for this. It was the two of us who suddenly wanted to come. That's why he didn't inform you. After saying that, old Chief Zhou looked towards the front yard of the prison. I heard from Xiao Rao that Lin Yi is also coming today, right? How come I didn't see him in the yard? Warden he who heard this was shocked. Originally he thought, the two big shots from the military came to the prison with the intention of raiding and inspecting it. The results were not expected. The two of them were surprisingly targeting Lin Yi. Old he, what are you doing? Chief Zhou is asking you words you. Rao Guohuang pushed Warden He's arm. Oh, Chief Zhou, it's like this. Lin Yi and the civilian troop and the other stars, they're all getting ready in the temporary lounge. Shall I take you there now? Warden he tried a wink toward the prison guard beside him. Principal Wang is okay. He and Lin Yi had met before, but not so with old Chief Chow. This is one of several bigwigs at the highest level of the Chinese military. In order to keep Lin Yi from making a mistake, he had to be informed of this matter in advance, just as the wardens were about to head for the restroom. No need. Old Chief Zhou waved his hand. Xiao he, just find us a seat so we can see the show. There's no need to bother Lin Yi as they prepare. Principal Wang chimed in. Right. If they knew that Chief Zhou was there would definitely be pressure in their hearts, and it wouldn't be easy to end the show if it went badly. After all, today is your prison's 100th anniversary. Hearing this, Warden he nodded and invited the three to his office. An hour later, the gala has begun. The audience began to enter, escorted by dozens of prison guards. All sit in your areas. No mingling. A warning sounded on the radio. The guards also drew their batons from their belts at this time. Most of the first inmates to enter the performance hall were usually well behaved. But even so, the prison guards didn't dare let their guard down. After all, the prison terms for what these people have committed start at less than 10 years. Wait for the first prisoners to be seated. It was then the turn of the second group of prisoners. All indefinite. The standard bald prison uniform, with no place to hide anything to be found on the body. The prison guards escorting them also began to show up with guns on their belts. As soon as we find out that someone dares to make trouble, what awaits them will definitely be a cold gun. You too, keep your men in line, especially the ones with the signs. the prison guard warned the two ringleaders. "Don't worry, officer. We'll never cause any trouble." After receiving assurances, the prison guard who spoke took out his walkie-talkie and said something. Not a moment too soon, the sound of chains dragging on the floor began to emerge from the entrance to the performance hall. "The last of the prisoners are here. 36 of them, all on death row. Even the people escorting them had been changed from prison guards to SWAT officers. All be quiet." The radio sounded again. The death row inmates all looked menacing. Upon his appearance, he caused panic among the other inmates. It's a good thing the SWAT guys were so helpful. One looks more reliable than the other. Otherwise, the life sentence inmates sitting in the center area would probably be hiding somewhere. The lounge at this time. A similar situation has arisen. Only the crowd was the opposite of the inmates. Seeing Lin Yi, who had just walked through the door, the members of the cultural troupe instantly surrounded them, followed closely by other young people attending the show. "Lin Yi, I finally met you today. Can you give me an autograph?" The crowd was talking about the excitement. Lin Yi came to the rescue. It took a full 10 minutes just to sign the autographs. When he sat down, Qin Shaoxian and Zhang Yunbei, who had finished going to the restroom, just happened to walk in. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Eldest brother. "Look, it's Lin Yi." Qin Shaoxian was instantly excited. "Can you stop acting like you've never seen the world before? Don't forget, the two of us are representing the entire Deyun society this time." Zhang Yunbei had just finished speaking, and before he could take a few steps forward, his face suddenly changed abruptly. "What did you just say? You saw Lin Yi? Where is he?" Without waiting for Qin Shaoxian to speak, Zhang Yunwei saw Lin Yi sitting on a chair. Lin Yi. His voice quivered. "So what? I'm a fan. Can you give me an autograph?" Looking at his own eldest brother's look of not wanting money, Qin Shaoxian couldn't help himself. Where's the promised market? Where's the promised representative of the Diwan society? And that's it? Could be. Lin Yi smiled and took the pen and paper. "Ha, that's okay?" Qin Shaoxian couldn't stand still. "Elder brother, quick, give me the pen. I want an autograph too." One of the two is worth less than the other. After signing their names, the two of them got acquainted with Lin Yi as well, especially Qin Shaoxian. "Lin Yi, are you afraid? We've got an audience of convicts this time, and there are quite a few murderers among them." Qin Shaoxian asked somewhat timidly, although Zhang Yunbei on the side was nothing on the surface. He was also nervous in his heart. There's really no need to be so scared. Lin Yi waved his hand. "Prisoners are people too, even if they went the wrong way before." After saying that, Lin Yi stood up and looked at the group photo of the prison guards hanging on the wall and continued. "Besides, with so many guards watching, there's even less for us to be afraid of, so we can just sing with all our heart." Lin Yi's words soothed the hearts of many of the performers. At the same time, they all silently gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. Being able to treat inmates the same and not look at them through colored glasses, that alone made Lin Yi far stronger than them. Chapter 80, Gifts for Prisoners. 8 o'clock at night. The Jinyuan prison gala began on time. The first to make an appearance was the venturers. Thanks to Lin Yi's words, the fear of the criminals was gone from their hearts. Participated in the program Paper Cut Girl, but also won the unanimous recognition of the prison. This program is well arranged. Next to the window of the second floor pantry, Principal Wang smiled and complimented. "It seems like you really put your heart into it to choose to open with this program." Old Chief Joe nodded gratefully. "Life in prison is the same year after year. Dullness abounds everywhere. On that premise, criminals are bound to feel suffocated and bored. And the Cultural Affairs Group's Paper Cut Girl happens to be a dance that focuses on the upbeat, the young and beautiful girl on the stage. What's more, it was a great shock to the nerves of the criminals, infusing them with excitement and vigor that had not been seen for a long time. My lords, in fact, the program set by the civilian troupe at the beginning was not Paper Cut Girl." Warden he hesitated for a few seconds before finally choosing to tell the truth. A few days ago it was Lin Yi who brought up the idea of having the cultural troupe change their program. Old Head Zhou and Principal Wang who heard these words turned their heads in unison. Old He, expand on that in detail. Rao Guowang was very upfront and took the initiative to ask. The original program developed for participation by the civilian corps was originally a poetry reading. As it turned out, during the rehearsal, Lin Yi felt that the recitation was not quite suitable for the inmates, so he suggested a different chorus or dance. Now it looks like he's succeeding with this offer. Warden Ho said truthfully. Why did Lin Yi come up with this idea? It was clear to all four people present. Poetry recitation is a relatively classical and literary program, ideal for appearing on a stage where the audience is literate. For criminals without much education, there is no difference between listening to a recitation and a sleep aid. If the first show makes everyone start to get sleepy, then there's no point in continuing on stage for subsequent programs. This proposal of Lin Yi's is indeed successful. If the cultural and industrial organization really came to recite poems, the participants at the back probably wouldn't even be able to mobilize the atmosphere. Instead of wasting time by letting criminals doze off, they should go back to bed earlier. Halfway through Rao Guowan's sentence, burst after burst of laughter suddenly came from outside the window. He probed with a face full of confusion. Stage. Qin Shaoxian and Zhang Yunbei are shaking their baggage like crazy. Many of the jokes are old classics from a decade or more ago. It's not that they're both jaded. Rather, they were both taking care of the criminals as best they could. As one of the 6 major prisons in China, Jinyuan Prison held inmates with less than a 10-year sentence. What's popular on the internet at the moment, they can say they don't know anything about. Only the despised 10-year-old stalwarts will grow on their laugh track. These 2 young men are doing well. 2. You prisons can work with them more in the future if you get the chance. Old Chief Zhou and Principal Wan laughed heartily as well. They were both in their 50s, about the same age as most criminals in prison. The 10-year-old storyline is equally long on both of their laughs. I wonder what program Lin Yi has prepared. Rao Guowan looked at Warden He with a bad smile. Old He, a little dramatization? These words instantly caught the attention of Old Head Zhou and Principal Wang. Neho Warden has a tight mouth. He just told the trio that Lin Yi had brought a new song this time, and nothing else. Okay, don't want drama, forget it. We'll just wait. Rao Guowan looked at the electronic watch on the wall as he spoke. It's 9:30 p.m. It was the last half hour until it was time for the inmates to turn out the lights and go to bed. That is to say, Lin Yi was either next on the stage or the next on the stage. Don't worry, the new song Lin Yi brought this time will definitely blow everyone away. Warden He smiled mysteriously. The curiosity of Rao Guowan's trio also became more intense. Soon, under the collective anticipation of the entire prison, Lin Yi, who was holding the microphone, took the stage in stride. The inmates became agitated at once. They want to get up and cheer, but the prison guard's icy, unmistakable gaze came first. They had to keep Lin Yi safe, even if today is the biggest day ever at Jinwan Prison. The inmates are also never allowed to make any extra movements. Seems to have guessed that. All the inmates in the performance hall chose to fall silent. Some of them, moreover, had their hands in their pockets. Warden He, who noticed this, didn't hesitate for a second and immediately gave the highest command. All comrade guards, listen up, but if any prisoner is found to have taken out a dangerous tool, he will be executed on the spot immediately. His voice echoed throughout the performance hall. It made the atmosphere, which was easily enlivened, fall violently into an ice valley. The guards, batons in hand, were dead set on the prisoner in front of them. For their part, the inmates scowled, and more of them put their hands in their pockets. The participants in the backstage lounge were whispering to persuade Lin Yi to come back first and wait for the situation to stabilize a bit before going out. The entire performance hall was instantly chillingly stark. Even the SWAT team was alerted. One by one, they felt for their waist-mounted guns. Lin Yi, continue your performance, we'll keep you safe. Warden Ho's voice came over the radio again. Lin Yi nodded his head in greeting. Subsequently, he picked up the microphone. Just the moment he was about to open his mouth, the prisoners moved. They're fast. All of them pulled something out of their pockets and then quickly unfolded it and raised it above their heads. Next, Rao Guowan was the first to let out a disbelieving exclamation. He saw it clearly. The inmates took out something that was pressurized with the word dangerous. It was a humble piece of cardboard made of homemade paste. Square, diamond and heart shapes are available. What is written on it varies. Some are Chinese characters, some are a few letters. There is also a mix of both. It's twisted and turned, like a child's drawing. Mu-mui, Lin Yi, is that phonetic? Principal One was the first to react. This is a fan poster made by the inmates themselves? By him. Old Chief Zhou and the 3 of them also came back to their senses. Offenders are prohibited from exchanging words of any kind during the performance. They couldn't express their love for Lin Yi by shouting at the top of their lungs like normal fans, but that doesn't mean there's nothing else they can do. Homemade cardboard, that's what they came up with. I didn't realize that there were even Lin Yi's fans in prison. This kid is too hot to handle. Rao Guowan scratched his head. He had always known that Lin Yi was hot, but he didn't expect it. It was surprising that Lin Yi would be on fire to this extent. Chapter 81, Tears from the Iron Window, which made all the prisoners sob. It seems everything is a misunderstanding. Tell your men to stand down. To a certain extent, inmates also have the right to follow their stars. Old Chief Chow spoke up, but Warden Ho did not make any statement. He gave good reasons. There was a continued need for any vigilance until Lin Yi was ensured to walk off the stage safely. After all, the audience sitting on the stage at the moment are all vicious criminals. Okay, then, let's continue as you said. Old Chief Zhou nodded and once again returned his gaze to the stage. At this moment, Lin Yi had just come out of his slight shock. He likewise didn't realize that all these criminals were actually his fans. What's more, I didn't expect that criminals would make a move to make homemade posters to show their love for him. Before I sing, I'd like to say thank you to my fellow citizens. Lin Yi bowed towards the criminals. The audience on stage all froze at once. Compatriots. Words that are too familiar to the eyes of regular people. But it's such a word. To the criminals, it was so foreign. From the moment I walked into the prison, they are then forcibly stripped of everything a Chinese citizen should have. This is especially true for those prisoners who have been sentenced to life imprisonment and above. Scum, scum, assholes. All the words associated with them are insults from the crowd. No one will treat them as fellow human beings, much less will anyone bow toward them and thank them. The reason is simple, because they don't deserve it. They don't have the qualifications. Until Lin Yi's appearance today, Lin Yi used the phrase compatriot, gave them the respect they had been about to forget. Lin Yi with a bow picked up their dignity that had been discarded years ago. Lin Yi used a thank you. It awakens their determination to continue to be rehabilitated and to work towards a new life. So Lin Yi wasn't trying to placate us at the time. What he said was true. Criminals are really just people who have been in the wrong before in his eyes. The civilian troupe, Qin Shaoxian, Zhang Yunji, and the rest of the participants in the show let out gasps of awe and emotion. None of them said it explicitly, but then again, they all know each other. In the two areas of character and pattern, they had ultimately underestimated Lin Yi. Now I kind of understand why Lin Yi never said he loved his country, yet everyone says he does. Old Chief Chow smiled. Principal Wang nodded along. People who talk about patriotism all day long are not necessarily true patriots, but like Lin Yi, it must be true patriotism to be able to still treat prisoners as fellow citizens and be willing to recognize that they will start over. In the midst of the thoughts of all parties, a serene harp takes the lead, mixed with the faint sound of a blowjob, and the sound of a flute filled with the flavor of tranquility. At this time, Lin Yi had his eyes tightly closed. Ming's face was expressionless, but it always gives an inexplicable sense of sadness, heartache and remorse. The inmates became quieter all of a sudden. They gazed at Lin Yi. It was as if he saw a few glimpses of himself in the popular singer. Life's greatest tragedy. There is nothing like losing your freedom. The greatest pain in life. There is nothing like the loss of loved ones and friends. I don't have a loud voice, and no singing voice, but I have a sincere heart. Lin Yi's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone frowned at this moment. What does Lin Yi mean by this? Wasn't he planning to sing? Why did he suddenly start reciting? Lin Yi could see the crowd's disbelief and confusion, but he did not offer any explanation. Sad music, too, played at this time. It's an arrow. I have stood at the barred window. The stars shine from afar. That sparkling starlight is like mom's eyes. Let me bow my head in remorse. Instead of Lin Yi singing, rather, he was whispering his own story from the stage. No, it's not his story. Rather, it was the stories of the inmates present, at this very moment. All prisoners' ears. It was as if the childhood song of my mother putting herself to bed was ringing out. It's so gentle. It's so loving. It's so lingering. The thought of the old mother at home, now gray hair, but all day long in tears, no one to take care of the appearance. Many of the inmates couldn't hold back their tears. Regret? Regret. But it's too late for regrets. They are not able to be with their mothers and serve them in their old age, because they're prisoners. It is a prisoner who has violated the law of the land and has been sentenced. The tragedy happened to them and they purely deserved it. When will I return to my home? When will you return to my home? These two words of Lin Yi's were exactly the same, but they brought a very different feeling. The first sentence seems like a question to myself. That's what all the inmates are saying. They all want to go home. Want to go back and spend time with your family, see your best friends, visit your neighbors, but they couldn't do it. Of the first inmates to enter, a prisoner sentenced to 10 years sobbed. He was born into a single-parent family where his father left early and was raised by his mother. His mother had taught him since childhood, bear with the wind and the waves, take a step back and the sky is the limit. But he took it in stride, and spent his days getting into trouble with his gang of punk friends, living on borrowed money and not paying it back. As the famine knows more and more, he has no way to escape. He moved to become a thief of crooked ideas, especially after the first time, not yet caught by the police. He is even more lawless up, even with a few accomplices. With a knife rushed into the bank to rob money. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison for being the mastermind. He felt no regret, only that it was all because he hadn't planned well enough at the time. During the period of rehabilitation, he's making brand new plans every second of every day. Until today when he received a diagnostic letter from the hospital. He's in jail, but he still has to pay what he owes. In order to clear up all his troubles after his release from prison, his mother worked as hard as she could 2 days at a time to pay back the money. With long hours of labor, his mother went blind from exhaustion. One can only imagine what kind of life a blind old man of almost 60 years of age is going to face. This inmate would love to get out and take care of his mother, but he has a full 6 years left on his sentence. Mom, It's me as a son who was ungrateful and shouldn't have failed to listen to you." The more he cried, the more angry he became, the harder he cried, and finally he began to slap himself furiously. The guards couldn't even stop them if they wanted to. The only option was to use force to knock him out and take him away. Hey, if I had known it would come to this, why would I have done it in the first place? After hearing what Warden he had told him, Rao Guowang couldn't help but sigh. Everyone pays for the arrogance of their youth, but the young man will never know. The people who really pay for their arrogance are actually their parents. Xiao He, you have to continue the work of popularizing the law among young people, and you can't afford to slow down for a moment, Old Chief Zhou solemnly said. Roger that. Warden Ho responded with a salute. Rao, when this draft is over, you have to help he when you can. Understand? Roger that. Rao Guowang responded with the same salute. The window at this time. Principal Wang turned his back to the three. He also remembered his mother, who had died many years ago, because of Lin Yi's song. A child wants to be raised without his parents. It was the biggest regret of his life. Chapter 82, Death Row inmates are crying? Lin Yi's second sentence, when will you return to my home? Like a kind of mockery of himself. Each one is returning. Can count on my fingers. The sentence is still long. So long that there is no end in sight. Trying to fulfill a small wish to go home in my lifetime has long seemed impossible. Just as the inmates were sighing, as if a motherly murmur suddenly came. It's the sound of a lute. The moon bends over my heart. A child misses his mother in prison. I regret not listening to my mother. And now I am a man in prison. Linny just happened to sing about it. The sparse clash of chains. The sound of wind blowing through barred windows. It sounds so real. He didn't know the young prisoner's story, but most of the other inmates had heard of it. Not to say that they had the same experience, but they more or less empathized with it, and ultimately did not hold back their tears. My son is in prison. Thinking about it. Don't just regret and hate. Wash your hands of the world and start over. Lin Yi's singing continues. A redo. I wonder how many inmates' hearts were touched. In the area of death row. No chance. Really no chance. A prisoner in his 30s cried and laughed. He had a happy family. His parents are alive. His children are well behaved. And his wife is even more virtuous. Nah, he's a suspicious person. Because he suspected that his wife was having an affair with a doctor at the hospital. He was so furious that he strangled his wife and children, who were trying to explain, with his own hands. After his parents died of anger, he hacked that doctor to death. As a result, in court, the judge took a letter from his wife's life and told him the brutal truth. That's the wife's will. Accidentally discovering that her cancer was terminal, she finally decided to give up her treatment for the sake of her family, after several confirmations with her doctor. But before she could tell her family the secret, she died at the hands of her husband, along with her children, in a fit of despair. The mere suspicion caused a great tragedy for two families. The prisoner was eager to do something to make up for the wrong he had done, but the judge and the people were not willing to give him that chance. He has to pay for his bad behavior. If tomorrow comes, if I can get a friend to understand, I'll swing for the fences of life. Throw yourself into the arms of motherland. Linny sang the last line. The inmates were all crying their eyes out, and in the pantry, Warden he, however, let out a soft eep. What's the matter, old ho? Rao Guowang asked. Linny seems to have temporarily changed the lyrics. Warden he narrowed his eyes slightly as he recalled in detail. He remembered the rehearsal. The last line of this new song by Linny. It should be into the arms of the mother river, the Yangtze. As it turned out, what Linny had just sung was into the arms of the motherland. It's so normal for singers to look like this in the pursuit of perfection. I don't think there's anything to be fussed about, let alone an impromptu lyric change, or even an impromptu song change. Don't forget, Linny is an original singer. Rao Guowang had always spoken highly of Linny, and it's high all around, especially when it comes to talent. He felt that a genius like Linny, a sudden burst of inspiration halfway through a song and a temporary change to a better tune or lyric is completely normal to the point of being too normal. No, I don't think he changed the lyrics this time just to make the song perfect. Warden Ho spelled out the original words. One is our mother river and the other is our motherland. Pretty much the same meaning. Nothing more than Linny finding 4 words a bit more palatable than 5. Rao Guowang took out his cell phone as he said, after all, there is a popular online stunt now called 5 words that don't work. His words were not shared by Warden Ho. Xiao Rao, even though Linny and I only met once at the school festival, I think he's definitely not as boring as you say. Changing his original word because of an internet terrier. Principal Wang stroked his chin and began to speculate on Linny's true intentions. So did the old head of the week next to him. Old Rao, let me ask you, if you were Linny, standing on the stage of our prison, for what reason would you make an impromptu lyric change? Warden he asked with a frown. Inside the 4 people present, Rao Guowang and Linny had the closest relationship. Compared to the other 3, he also knew Linny better. By allowing him to substitute into Lin Yi's perspective, he might be able to find the right answer faster. Do I even have to ask? Rao Guohuang spread his hands and said confidently. It must be because he's afraid that the original lyrics will give the inmates some sort of misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? The word instantly woke up the three he wardens. So that's what he meant. Principal Wang came to a realization. To be able to think of this aspect on the way to the show shows that Lin Yi wasn't just pretending before, and that his attitude towards the prisoners is all real. Old Chief Zhou nodded. Well, you're right, Chief Zhou. Lin Yi is definitely thinking this. Warden Ho concurred. What idea? What have you guys figured out? Rao Guohuang was still confused. Old Rao, think about these two words. Remember the perspective of misunderstanding. Warden Yi's words made Rao Guohuang become even more incomprehensible. He finally felt that his mother river, the Yangtze, was not so different from his motherland. Since both mean the same thing, isn't it an intention to throw yourself into the arms of both? Think about it. Rao Guohuang's two eyes snapped open. He finally got it. Huaxia is the mother of every Yanhuang child. Throw yourself into the arms of motherland. It signifies that when the inmates are released from prison, they can be Yanhuang ZZ, and be a new man again. But it's not the same when you're in the arms of your mother river, the Yangtze. Most of the prisoners are poorly educated and understand things only literally. And that phrase just happens to have a dangerous interpretation if you take it literally. Jumping off the Yangtze River. No wonder Lin Yi suddenly changed the words. The original version was indeed likely to mislead people, especially prison inmates. Rao Guohuang slammed his thigh. In the meantime, the back of the performance hall. It doesn't matter if it's a prison guard or a SWAT team. All were stunned by the sight before them. Convicts with prison sentences are crying. Life-sentenced criminals are crying too. Death row inmates are still crying. This was the first time all of them had ever seen such a situation. It's really worthy of Lin Yi. From now on he'll be a well-deserved number one in the list of singers in my mind. Even prisoners can be sung to tears. I don't even dare to think how many of us in China will weep when this song is released. Do you guys think the warden has any ideas about buying the rights to the song? The wardens and SWAT officers discussed in low voices. All of them had never doubted Lin Yi's singing prowess. I just didn't expect it. It's amazing how easily Lin Yi can even sing about death row inmates crying. If we could get the rights to this song and use it as a theme song for legal education, the effect would definitely be a great one. I think the warden will definitely take a shot. After all, this song is awesome. Nonsense. Is there any song by Lin Yi that isn't awesome? Chapter 83? Lin Yi, please sing us another song. Inmates who can be sent to Jinyuan prison. All have committed heinous crimes. Some of these pricks. He remained unrepentant while serving his sentence, giving Warden Ho a headache. There is such a person in the seating area. Offender number 9527. I'm not mistaken, am I? 9527 actually cried? The guards were stunned. This 9527 is a high IQ criminal, once led a near-perfect gold heist. If it wasn't for Warden Ho, who had returned from a business trip and happened to meet him at the harbor, he would probably be one of the top billionaires in the pretty country by now. His original sentence was 18 years. As a result of the two failed escapes, Warden Ho replaced his sentence application with a life sentence. But even then, he still didn't undergo rehabilitation. 3 times, he joined his cellmates in a prison break. Hell knows if he's really crying or if he's just pretending. And don't you forget, our informant said the other day that he was planning to break out of prison today. The guards explained the situation to each other and then placed 9527 under heavy surveillance. What they don't know is this. The only reason 9527 escaped from prison repeatedly was to go home to his late parents' graves. He's a criminal all right, but he was also a great filial son according to the villagers. Nowadays, after hearing Lin Yi's tears from the iron window, 9527 made a decision. No jailbreaking from now on. Get a good prison rehabilitation and work towards a reduced sentence. Visit your parents' gravesites as often as you can during your lifetime, with a reformed and good identity. An identity that can be forgiven by parents. Lin Yi, thank you. 9527 wiped away his tears and looked up to mutter to himself in Lin Yi's direction. The same goes for other criminals. Lin Yi's song, Tears from the Iron Window, gave them something to look forward to as they persevered until they were released from prison. Parents, wife, children, best friends, self. Every offender has a different family situation and a different mindset, but these differences don't matter, because they all had a common goal at the moment. Get out of Jinyuan prison as soon and as early as possible by virtue of your good behavior in prison. It only takes a few minutes to sing a song, but the prisoner's mixed feelings are not easily recovered in a few minutes, especially the moment Lin Yi finished singing and was ready to get off the stage. Lin Yi, don't rush off yet. Can you sing us one more song? Just one song will do, even if it means singing the song again. Please Lin Yi. The criminals in the front row began to hold back. The criminals in the rows behind them were more than eager to rush the stage right now. hugging Lin Yi while expressing his gratitude. He cried a good big, painful cry. All settle down and sit in your seats honestly. The guards, who noticed the anomaly, were the first to warn the inmates. It's still the same. They had to ensure the personal safety of all the participants. Want to sing another one? Lin Yi, who had stopped walking, looked at the time on the wall and made a mistake. The order of performance of the gala program is scheduled in advance, and it had to be performed by 10 p.m. Before the prison lights went out. His song was the finale. There's a big Axel program in the back. It was now only the last half hour before 10 o'clock. If he had continued to sing, it would have had an impact on the grand finale program. Should I leave or should I go on? Lin Yi couldn't decide what to do for a moment, so he just waited on the stage for the radio to speak. In the meantime, pantry. To make the inmates cry like this with just one song, worthy of Lin Yi, Warden, he couldn't help but lament. A lot of the inmates in the prison are knife-edge tough guys. Even in the face of torture, they have not shed a single tear. The results came to Lin Yi. The criminals cried one after the other. There was no trace of what a humongous bandit should look like. There's an old saying that a man's tears are just before his heartbreak. The fact that Lin Yi was able to impress all the inmates with one song shows that his song resonated with the inmates to a large extent. Old Chief Joe was full of admiration. Whether it's the earlier Jing Zhong Huaguo that Lin Yi wrote to the conscription office, or Follow Your Dreams, which was written the other day for high school seniors, or maybe Tears from the Iron Window, now written for criminals. Lin Yi has always been able to use his lyrics and music to cause infinite resonance in the heart of different people. Can do that, no doubt about it. He was an extremely successful singer. Chief Joe, what you said is really right. After Rao Guo Wang echoed, he followed up with a sigh. It's just a pity that in our China right now, there are too few up-and-coming singers like Lin Yi, or else the entertainment industry wouldn't have become so pandemonium. The three old Zhou chiefs who heard these words similarly sighed long and hard. Celebrities in the entertainment industry can greatly influence the perception of the nation as well as the next generation. The better they are, the children who idolize them also learn their virtues by osmosis. But if one of them misbehaves, the odds are that the next generation that is affected is also finished. This will have an incalculable negative impact on the future of our country. Many leaders have seen through this. Old Chief Chow was one of them. He wants to step in and correct the twisted developments in the current entertainment industry. He couldn't find the right reason. In the end, you can only join the other leaders in silently waiting for the egregious stars who have no sight of the law to bubble up to the surface. Chief Joe, today is such a happy day. Let's not mention those unhappy things. I'm sure Lin Yi's big hit will make the stars of the entertainment industry reflect on themselves. Warden, he had just finished speaking when there was a knock on the door of the pantry room. The visitor was his close prison guard. Warden, Mr. Lin Yi asked me to ask you what he should do now. The warden briefly explained the situation. It was then that Warden the four of them, noticed the shouts coming from outside. They got up and walked over to the window. Lin Yi, please don't go. Please sing us another song. We want to hear all your songs. The inmates in the front row were still doing their best to retain Lin Yi. The inmates in the back were holding up homemade cardboard in their hands. It was filled with love for Lin Yi. Rao, can you see? On that prisoner's sign, was it written in English? Old Chief Joe narrowed his eyes. Principal Wang, who was on the sidelines, did the same. They are both getting older and their eyesight is obviously not as good as it used to be. The cardboard says encore, which means sing it again. And in this country it's usually shouted encore. As Rao Guohuang explained, his eyes couldn't help but be drawn to the number on the back of the prisoner. Surprisingly, 9,527? Warden, he also leaned over, his eyes full of disbelief and surprise. Lin Yi even impressed him? Chapter 84? Wait for me for 2.5 years. I'll definitely go to your concert. Old what do you mean by that? That 9527 is not like a regular prisoner? Rao Guohuang asked in disbelief. He's the escaped convict I mentioned to you last time. After saying that, Warden, he turned to look at Old Chief Joe and Principal Wang again. He was the one who led the completion of the gold robbery that stirred up the whole country 10 years ago. Old Chief Joe and Principal Wang were stunned on the spot. They both had heard of 9527's great name, knowing that this is a talent that has gone down the wrong path. If Lin Yi could really get 9527 to change his ways with a song, then it would definitely be a great achievement. After the gala, you remember to try 9527. If he truly has the heart to repent, with his talent, he can certainly move your Jin Yuan prison up the rankings. Old Chief Joe and Principal Wang spoke at the same time. Warden, he also understood what they both meant. As long as 9527 was willing to enter into a partnership with Jin Yuan prison, then Jin Yuan prison's escape prevention system would undoubtedly become the #1 among the 6 major prisons in China. But this matter is now an afterthought. The most important thing at the moment, still, was Lin Yi. Prison rules can't just be changed. Inmates have to go to bed with the lights out at 10. You go now and tell Lin Yi that when we have the next opportunity, we'll invite him to come to the prison for a special concert. Warden Ho said to his close prison guard. Not a moment too soon. Quiet, please. Lin Yi on stage picked up the microphone. Thank you for all the love. But this time I really can't delay the follow-up show, and I'm sure the big final reel will make it even more enjoyable. Prisoners can understand Lin Yi, but they also really wanted to hear Lin Yi sing another song. With no choice but to speak again, Lin Yi said, how about this? I won't sing today. If you all want to hear my songs, you can wait and go to my concert later, as long as people let me know in advance, whether it's by writing to me or sending a private message on social media platforms. I'll be the first to arrange it for you when I read it, and I guarantee it's the top spot. These words gave the inmates, who had no relatives, the hope of getting out of prison. It also agitates all the inmates. They're all looking forward to when they get out of jail. You can bring your loved ones and friends, or your beloved ones, to appear at Lin Yi's concert. Together, they listened to Lin Yi sing and cheered for him. Feel the goodness from normal life together. Lin Yi, don't worry. I still have the last 2.5 years of my sentence left. When I get out, I'll definitely come to your concert. The person who spoke was an inch-haired man sitting in the front row. To be able to sit in this position, his place in the criminal hierarchy no longer needs to be mentioned. Well, I'll be waiting for you, and I'll be sure to let you hear all about it then. Lin Yi was the first to respond. Aha, just remember, my name is David Zhao, and I'll definitely be at your concert. The inch-haired man danced frantically with the homemade cardboard in his hand, the little brothers sitting behind him. On the other hand, were all looking at their boss with a million surprised eyes. David Zhao is the second in command of the society outside. Favorite thing is singing. In his youth, he also had a dream of being a star on stage. Nay, his family was poor and he had no choice but to join the Black Sharks in order to survive. He's a daredevil. Soon he was firmly established in the community and had the capital to take care of his family. At this point in time he had planned to go gold. The club side agreed, but Hader wasn't going to give him the life he wanted. A mission in progress. He was ratted out by an undercover agent arranged by his enemies. The man who arrested him was none other than Warden Ho, who was a fledgling at the time. This is the 17th year he has spent in Jinyuan prison. Every day you go around picking fights and being a jerk. There was absolutely no semblance of wanting to get out. But he's different now. Lin Yi's tears behind bars have given him the desire to work his way out of prison. It's not about getting revenge on your enemies. Rather, it was to take care of my parents in their final years and to fulfill my duty as a husband and father. It's good to be young and have a chance to get out. Not far from Zhao Dawei, an old man with white hair sighed. His experience was similar to that of David Chiu. The difference is this. He was a full 25 years older than Zhao Dawei. At his age, even if he had 3 years left on his sentence, he didn't know if he'd live to see it. Definitely. Lin Yi noticed the old man. He walked off the stage, put his watch on the old man's lap. Old man, please make sure you don't give up and try to hold on to the remodeling. I look forward to you returning the watch to me someday, preferably at one of my concerts with your loved ones or close friends. Lin Yi smiled sincerely, but that old criminal was in a trance in place. Prisoners like him are disliked everywhere they go, being avoided as much as possible, because no one can guarantee that he or she is too close to the criminals and will not be in unforeseen danger. But Lin Yi didn't do that. He did not discriminate against any of the inmates because of their status as criminals. On the contrary, tonight he is. It's always been a message to everyone, in their own way. Criminals are people too. If you work hard to be rehabilitated, you can definitely get out of prison and live a normal life. Thanks. Returning to his senses, the old man clutched his watch tightly in his hand. You're welcome. See you later. Lin Yi smiled faintly and turned towards the stage. Passing through the area of the lifers, a young man suddenly rushed out and took him by the arm in a deadly grip. This unexpected situation alarmed all the prison guards and SWAT officers. They had taken out their batons and matching guns, wanting to ensure Lin Yi's safety, but it is not expected. Before they could take a few steps forward, they were the first to see Lin Yi's gesture to stop them. No, he's carrying 2 lives on his back. He can't have any physical contact with you. Captain Kong still rushed up, but when he was about to forcefully pull the young man away, the right hand that was stretched out was violently stopped in midair. He saw the young man's face, already crying. Halfway through crying, she even flung herself onto her knees in front of Lin Yi. Is there anything I can do to help you? Lin Yi asked as gently as possible. I haven't been in school for a couple years, so I wanted to ask you, do I have a chance of getting out? The young man sobbed. He came to Jinyuan prison a few months ago, for accidental death. Like Lin Yi, he was an orphan with no one to care for him. Same opening. The two men have had very different life trajectories. He has been hanging around the streets since he was a child. Although he did not join the Black Sharks, if a thing can get him out of the limelight, he'll do it. coupled with the non-stop bragging rights of his friends, he is getting more and more comfortable doing bad things. Eventually, he was sentenced by a judge to life in prison for a drunken robbery in which he accidentally killed 2 people. Chapter 85, a song that shakes up high-tech talent. You shouldn't ask me about this, but ask them. Linny raised his head and looked around at the prison guards. Yes, you still have a chance to get out, but only if you behave well and are honestly rehabilitated, Captain Kong said at the first opportunity. Really? Do I really have a chance of getting out? The young man quickly wiped away his tears and stared at Linny sincerely with a look that desperately needed an answer. It's sure to come. I believe in you, and I believe in all my compatriots here. Linny patted the young man on the shoulder, then turned his head to look at all the criminals. I'll be waiting for you all at the concert to sing all my songs. It's different from last time. A cry of compatriot this time, to the awe of countless inmates. They all rose from their seats, with the same bowing motion as Linny's opening. He thanked Linny. Linny didn't say much about it. Silently, he turned around and went backstage. Linny, you're just too good. Qin Shaoxian was the first to gather around. Making people laugh is easy. It's not that hard to do it with the right collection of laughs in mind. It can make you cry, reflect, and resolve to do it all over again. Except for Linny. The two of them hadn't seen each other for over 20 years. That's right. If someone like you can appear in our Duryan society, I'll willingly give up my position as the eldest senior brother to you. Zhang Yunbei also walked over. Earlier he was just a fan of Linny's songs. The liking for the song was greater than the liking for Linny as a person, because what he appreciated was Linny's talent. Not after today. He appreciated Linny's character more than his talent. That full of positive energy is what they, as public figures, have to learn from. I should have known to let Linny be the big shaft. The program we have prepared is a far cry from his tears at the iron window. The last group of participants laughed bitterly with the clerical staff. All of them recognized everything about Linny. It was also tempting to stay in the lounge and chat with Linny. Just like Qin Shaoxian and Zhang Yunbei, it's just a shame they don't have the energy. 10 o'clock is almost here. They must hurry up and get on stage to finish the show. It's fine. When you guys come back, you can talk to Linny just the same. The clerical man soothed. Well, I'll be waiting for you guys to come back. Linny nodded back. Soon, the grand finale took the stage. Without waiting for Linny and the others to probe out and watch, a few silhouettes were the first to break into view. It's Warden Ho and a few of them. Linny, and everyone else, let me introduce you. This is Warden He of Jin Yuan Prison. This is President Wang of the Military Academy of the National University of Science and Technology of China. As for Chief Shou, it's not quite convenient to state his identity explicitly, so it's fine if everyone understands. Rao Guohuang introduced them one by one. The participants quickly rose to greet each other. Then he silently took a few steps back, leaving Lin Yi alone and empty. The 4 men in front of us, all of them are big shots from the military. You don't even get to see it on a regular basis. They had suddenly come to the lounge now, and they knew with their toes that they were here to find Linny. And it is true. A few brief words of sympathy to the participants. Old Head Zhou and Principal Wang turned their gazes to Linny. There was admiration all over his eyes. Hello Chief Shou. Hello Principal Wang. Linny greeted them one by one. We're all on our own. There's no need to be so polite. Principal Wang waved his big hand and continued. Linny, you've made 2 great achievements this time. 2 big credits? Not to mention the cast members. Even Linny, who was the person in question, was confused at the moment. He didn't just sing a song. Why did he suddenly get credit for it? And 2 big credits? Let me explain it to you. Warden Ho glanced toward the corner of the performance hall. There were 2 people there talking. One is Warden Ho's close prison guard. One is prisoner number 9527. The 2 of them would be gesticulating and pointing to various parts of the prison. I don't know what kind of stuff is being said. That inmate listened to your song, and instead of intending to be properly rehabilitated, he offered to help us with our rehabilitation efforts at Jinyuan Prison. By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, he's had 2 successful prison breaks before. Warden Ho's words stunned all the participants. Jailbreak? Linny frowned slightly. For any prison breaks are the worst and most intolerable provocations. Facing someone like that, how can a prison even accept their advice on rehabilitation? He's not just any guy, but a genius with an IQ of 140, and he's also extremely knowledgeable in the field of networking and technology. The only reason the 2 previous jailbreaks worked was because he used some kind of high-tech equipment to get him to clean up his act. That's the first big feather in your cap. Warden, he held out a finger. As for the second great merit, I believe you'll understand when you look at the state of the inmates. There's no need for me to explain anything more. The second great feat really doesn't need any explanation. It can change the mindset of all the inmates, determined to make a fresh start. From the prison's as well as the state's point of view, this definitely counts as a great achievement. Ha ha ha, Warden Ho, According to you, does the prison still have to give me a little red flower to wear here? Lin Yi patted his chest. He's kidding. Everyone could see it. At the same time, this was the attitude Lin Yi wanted to show. He doesn't need any substantial rewards. One little red flower is enough. No. Without waiting for Warden He to open his mouth, old Chief Zhou said seriously, transgressions are transgressions and merits are merits. You've made 2 great achievements this time. You must be rewarded accordingly. Rewards from the military. Even if you don't know exactly what the content is, the participants couldn't help but be envious. Chief Zhou is so right. Principal Wang, who was well aware of Lin Yi's character, was the first to pick up the conversation. And the song Raging Life that you sang at our military school last time, you must be rewarded for that as well. After he finished speaking, he turned around and gave Rao Guohuang a wink behind Lin Yi's back. Xiao Rao, what did you pay Lin Yi when he wrote Jingzhongjin Baogua for your recruitment office before? Old Chief Zhou followed closely. Be truthful. Never hide anything. The 2 greats have made it so obvious. Rao Guohuang naturally had no choice but to push back. $500,000 Chinese dollars. He held out 5 fingers. Yes. Old Chief Zhou nodded and handed Warden He a look. Don't worry Chief Zhou. I understand what to do. Warden He had a serious look on his face. This had left Lin Yi speechless. I was one of the participants in the chat. How come I couldn't find a chance to interrupt once in half a day? And he himself didn't come to sing in prison this time. But he didn't come for the money. Stop. Don't say anything. Now let's change the subject and get on with it. Seeing that Lin Yi was about to open his mouth, Rao Guohuang hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. Chief Zhou, a few days ago, the Education Bureau released a song called Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart. It's also Lin Yi's new song. Have you heard it yet? One thought on pursuing dreams with a red heart. The entire lounge came alive instantly. The college entrance exam is one of the top events in China every year. People from all groups will be concerned. This year, Lin Yi's song Chasing Dreams of the Red Heart. What's more, the heat of the college entrance exam has reached an unprecedented peak. Chapter 86? Big Red Lin Yi. You have to queue up to eat with him. Heard that. Old Chief Zhou nodded slightly. He had high praise for the song Chasing Dreams. So did Principal Wang next to him. Old Rao, when did this song come out from Lin Yi? Wasn't his last new song out? A river runs through it? Warden He asked with a frown. There's a lot of day-to-day stuff going on in prison. Every now and then, we have to deal with emergencies of inmates. Even if Warden Ho is in a high position, there's not a lot of web surfing time either. Hence his knowledge of Lin Yi. It basically comes from the singers program. If I didn't know you had a special job, I'd be tempted to call you a dirt dog. Rao Guohuang took out his cell phone as he spoke. Warden Ho came along for the ride. The 2 didn't play songs, just a brief look at the lyrics. But even so, Warden Ho was stunned beyond words. This song is just perfect for the current inmates. Lin Yi, let's discuss something. Warden He shook Lin Yi's hands in a million different ways. See this scene. Qin Shaoxian and Zhang Yunbei sighed at the same time. The 2 of them had planned to ask Lin Yi out for a midnight snack. The 3 sat together, talk about plans for the future. But where Lin Yi has half a good feeling about Duansha, then the 2 of them would inevitably try to do everything they could to drag Lin Yi to the Derwent Society. Now it looks like it's a date. Qin Shaoxian let out another sigh. Hey, who would have thought there would be so many bigwigs, also attached to Lin Yi? Zhang Yunwei patted Qin Shaoxian on the shoulder. The 2 didn't continue to talk much. Silently, he packed up his things and prepared to go back. The other side. Star Ocean Entertainment. Sister Xin. I'm glad I listened to you this time. Sure Shuyun gulped. Earlier she was trying to make a nice turnaround. A special original song of encouragement for high school seniors. The whole song is on the child-oriented side. It doesn't compare at all to Follow Your Dreams. If she did release it, then what awaits her now? There will definitely be an outpouring of abuse from the netizens. In the future, remember to weigh your own caliber before doing anything. With just you alone, you're still trying to get tough with Lin Yi. You are simply delusional. Na Sim grunted. Sure Shuyun didn't dare to answer back and only dared to sit there with a smile. The office quickly fell into dead silence, until a couple of the company's paparazzi rushed in. Do you guys not want to do this? Sure Shuyun immediately shouted angrily. Na Sim is one of the most senior leaders of the company. The doggies are nothing more than grassroots. The 2 are not in the same league at all. Sister Xin, I'm really sorry. We know it's wrong, but this time it's really something big. The doggies ignored Sure Shuyun's obstruction, spread the photo in his hand on the table. It looks like you guys really don't want to keep doing this. Sure Shuyun smiled coldly, just as she was about to call personnel. Shuyun, wait a moment. Na Sim spoke up. She stared at the photo on the table for a moment first, then looked up. Turning to the paparazzi, he asked, where did these pictures come from? Take a break from the paparazzi to explain the source of the photo. Sure Shuyun got up and came to the desk. Just a quick look. Her whole body just froze in place. There are 17 photos in all. taken from the airport exit all the way to the prison gate. One of the main characters. It was Linny. This was sent to me by my friend over in Sanjin. He saw Linny being taken to his car by a couple of cops at the airport. After following him all the way, I finally realized that Linny had been taken to prison. Exuberance was written all over Doggy's face. The popular singer went to jail. This is definitely a dang heavy news item. As long as Nazim agrees to post these photos, then the paparazzi can definitely get a nice payday. Why was he taken to jail? Nazim asked, frowning. I'm sure it's because I've committed a crime. Sister Xin. This is a great opportunity to mess with Linny. We mustn't let it go. Sure Shuyun held back the excitement in his heart and said, no one wanted to see Linny finished more than her. Sister Shuyun, there's something I have to tell you. Doggy took out 3 photos and handed them to Sure Shuyun. Those are photos with Linny in them. One shows a prison guard shaking his hand. One shows a few people talking and laughing as they get into the car. One was at the entrance to the prison, where the guard personally opened the door for Linny. Why is that? Why are these cops doing this to him when he's clearly committed a crime? Sure Shuyun was messed up. I think the odds are that Linny didn't commit a crime. Nazim rubbed his chin. General escort process. Should have gone to the police station first to take a statement. Then it's decided whether to go to court or to jail. Linny didn't pass by the police station the entire time. That is to say, he's definitely not in jail this time for a crime. Sure Shuyun, who heard this, was instantly deflated, standing there dumbfounded. Half the time there was no response. Shuyun, how many times have I told you? Brains are for thinking, not for being stupid and getting in the water. Nazim was a little speechless, even questioned his choice of Sure Shuyun in the first place. Is it correct or not? But Sister Xin, if Linny hasn't committed any crimes, what's the point of us asking for these photos? Sure Shuyun asked with pursed lips. Now Nazim was even more speechless. Even the doggies on the sidelines, all of them looked towards Sure Shuyun with astonished eyes. Shuyun ah. Nazim sighed, full of hate. Think with your head. We'd be concerned that Linny might not have committed a crime. But would the little hacks on the internet? If we put those pictures on the internet, how will the little black men react? Need I tell you about it? Nazim didn't want to explain, but he was afraid that Sure Shuyun's pig brain would do something rotten. Sister Sin, I see what you mean. Sure Shuyun nodded in realization. That's good. Nazim turned to the doggy. You go post the pictures online, and remember, only the pictures. The photos themselves are extremely misleading. That's too much to say. Instead, you run the risk of being sued for rumor mongering. Instead of getting yourself in trouble, might as well leave it all to the small group of fearless hacks on the internet. They did it to hack Linny anyway. Anything goes. Hi, Sister Xin. This is a really high move. The dogs were the first to pat themselves on the back. Nazim didn't reply, just sat there and smiled faintly. After so many years in the entertainment industry, how to make a hit, or how to screw over a popular star, it was a business she was all too familiar with. All it takes is one small chance. It's like the present moment. Photos of Linny being taken to prison. Sister Xin, so do we need to hire a water army this time? Sure Shuyun suddenly asked. No need. Linny is all the rage right now. All the people who follow him will be our water boys. Nazim narrowed her eyes. Chapter 87. The whole network is urging Linny to work harder. The Jinyuan Prison Gala is June 10th, the first few days after the high school exams. This is the time of year when seniors go wild. One by one, they reached for their cell phones. On Twitter, below Lin Yi's account, frantically leaving messages. Thank you so much, Linda. I don't know how I would have carried on through this time without this song. Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart. When Linda releases his album, I'll definitely buy 10 copies. One student left a comment. His words resonated with many. Lini, you are a role model for me to follow for the rest of my life. At Lini, song Good Man Handsome. Wish Lini a prosperous career in the future. At Lin E, not much else to say. Lini is awesome. And Chasing Dreams is awesome. Lin E. The students who came afterward were thanking Lin E. Finished their high school exams. Finally had time to let loose and listen to Lin Yi's songs. I think I'm the one who should thank Lambda the most. One student posted a long comment. It tells how he went from being a punk that everyone reviled, return to campus and start studying hard. Among them, most eye-opening quote. It still has to be that high school essay. The theme is a total of 5 words. The meaning of life. The overall difficulty of this type of essay is not too high. You can try to write a high score out of it. That's the big, hard thing to do. Fortunately, before the entrance exam, Linny, with a series of new songs, told the candidates, they are in the teenage stage, exactly what meaning of life should be practiced. This is something that candidates must know. It is also the greatest way to achieve a high score on your essay. Even the college entrance exam essay can be bet on. Is Linny that good? I didn't realize that listening to Linny's songs would have such an effect. I'll make sure my son listens to them every day in the future. Even if the song is good, it's still so meaningful. Linny really wants to make me cry. Netizens rushed to the scene. At this point, I think that candidate is right. It's time for Linny to release an album. A netizen's comment instantly mobilized everyone. Dragon scales of heaven and earth. Young China speaks. 10,000 borders. A little river runs through it. And life in anger. Plus this song. Follow your dreams. Linny has 6 whole songs out. One song is more awesome than the other, not to mention 3 more of these songs were officially requisitioned and collected by the state. Even better, these 6 songs were released at the same time. It's amazing that it doesn't even add up to 2 months. He's surpassed so many others in his accomplishments that I'm a little afraid to believe it when I say he's an up-and-coming singer. Every song is a hit. Every song is a classic. That's what we have at Lambda. It's a bit of a shame that the Wanjian ones aren't available in their entirety yet. One comment. It makes all netizens anxious. It's just a simple backing track with clean vocals. Those Wanjian songs are good enough to hear. What the full version will look like, the nationals can't even imagine it. No, we have to rush Linny to release an album. That's so true. Where are we going to hear the full version if he doesn't put out an album? Since we're all thinking the same way, why are we still putting aside our comments here? Go send Linny a private message. For those of you who have joined the fan group, you need to get your act together. 5 short minutes later, whether it's Linny's Weibo account, or in the fan bases of various platforms, there were big hypes for Linny everywhere. The netizens went wild. Fans went wild with that. Deep love mail high, end of Gaoxue version actually. It doesn't matter if the album comes out early or late. The important thing is if Lindy can have a concert. Handsome to the point of being chopped. Yes. It's best to open it while it's summer vacation. It's crowded and lively. A mountain of monkeys in my butt is read at Linny. The whole internet is hyping up Linny. The story quickly shot up the Hot 100 list, took over the first position of the high school topic. However, Linny himself didn't know anything about it, because now he is being in the restroom at Jinwan prison. Autographs for Qin Shaoxian and others. The singer's 6th installment ended. Song Qinghuan, who was full of fatigue. One gets on the bus home. She's on the roster. It can only be described as average, but that wasn't what made her sad at the moment. What really made her lose her mind was this. No more Linny appearances in this episode. Why didn't the singer's crew sign a contract with Linny for a few more installments at that time? Song Qinghuan, who had returned home, couldn't hold back any longer. She wanted to spit on the show's lack of vision. But think about it carefully. Linny wasn't very famous at that time. There is not much traffic that can be driven. The show only contracted him for 2 installments. There is absolutely no excuse for this. For a show, after all, it's the ratings that count. There's such a thing as a newcomer. It has nothing to do with them. Forget it. Don't think about all this unhappiness. Song Qinghuan rubbed her head. In fact, she knew about it early on, but she still wanted to believe. It's possible that Linny will renew his contract with the show. Only the truth is too harsh. She still wasn't happy. Might as well play with my phone for a while to distract myself. Song Qinghuan had wanted to play a few games to relax. As a result, the first inning has just begun. In the chat box, the team then began a lively discussion related to Linny. The later ones are even more direct voice on. Linny is on the hot search again? Song Qinghuan couldn't help but ask curiously. The game's almost over too. No time to go into details. Check it out yourself on Twitter. The team responded. Song Qinghuan rushed to Weibo in the first place. Reflections. All of them are hyped up from the internet. Do you want Linny to make an album? Song Qinghuan smiled wanly. This thing works. And it's too feasible. Next, she joins the ranks of the hyped up Shift Army. As I watched, an hour passed. Linny still didn't give any reply. Song Qinghuan made a decision. She's going to use her big microblog to leave a message for Linny. I believe I saw myself as a fellow up-and-coming singer. Linny will definitely make a reply. Song Qinghuan v. Linny Dede, when are you going to release an album? Starry eyes. JPG, a tweet went out. The same agent who was browsing Twitter. Ray, the first time I saw it, she nodded her approval. There was no semblance of blocking. He even helped Song Qinghuan at Linny in the comment section. For newcomers to the entertainment industry, dabbling is definitely the easiest and most effective way to increase exposure. Before, Song Qinghuan was unwilling to do so, because she feels that singers rely on their own strength, instead of rubbing it in everywhere. That's still what she thinks now. 2. The tweet didn't half rub it in. She just really wanted Linny to give a reply to the general public. It's just a shame. Ray couldn't guess what she was thinking. This girl Qinghuan is finally growing up and understanding, knowing to rub Linny's nose in it. It's not easy. It's really not easy. Ray couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 88, Black and Red is also red. Lee was on Twitter all night. To her dismay, Song Qinghuan didn't seem to cause too much of a splash. This tweet from her. From the heat alone. It wasn't even as long as that student's long speech. How about hiring some marketing numbers? Lee sat up with a sharp jerk and a long hiss. As long as it can raise Song Chingwon's popularity in a short period of time. It doesn't matter if you ask the marketing numbers and the sailors to take a shot. After all, black and red is still red. Plus, Song Chingwon's own strength was too strong. Set her up with several opportunities to show her strength afterward. Changing the internet's windfall. It's simply not too easy. Just as Lee was about to quit Twitter, when rummaging for the phone number of the marketing number studio, a hot search popped up without warning. Hashtag shame on you for rubbing it in hashtag. How dare someone move faster than me? Lee clicked in. It's clear of criticism and invective. All from the Justice Network. Now Lin E. It can be completely equated with traffic, but anything to do with him, even if it's just a message without any nutrition. It also gets countless likes and comments. A lot of people see through this, especially the little webcams that aren't very famous, and a minor star in the 18th parallel, hyperventilating tweets from their account, both earlier and more than Song Chingwon posted. Of course, a heavy-handed onslaught from the righteous netizens. It didn't spare Song Chingwon. She's already rubbed it in once before on a singer's program, and now she's coming back. Is she that shameless? They are all singers. They don't learn how to write songs from Lindy. All day long they think about rubbing the heat and getting famous. How can some people have such thick skin? Song Chingwon can't even compare to a hair on Lin Yi's head. Netizens criticize Song Chingwon. The heat was even higher than the tweets she sent. The more Lee looked at it, the happier she became. Every critical comment was given a nod of approval. At the same time she was worried. Song Chingwon is still young, definitely cares what the internet thinks of her. It mustn't be something like this that affects her mindset. After all, she has a singer's show to do. Think about it. Sister Lee called Song Chingwon to comfort her. It's okay Ali sis. They can hack it if they want to, and they can curse it if they want to. Song Chingwon's reaction surprised Sister Lee, even more unexpected. She was surprised to hear Song Chingwon laughing. Chingwon, why don't we go to the hospital? Ray asked tentatively. Sister Lee, I'm really fine. Why should I be upset when these marketing numbers can put me and Lin E together? Happy as can be. And didn't you say that black and red is still red? The more Song Chingwon was like this, the more uneasy Sister Lee became. Continued to try a few things. After making sure that Song Chingwon was really okay, only then did she hang up in relief. The other side. Lin E fans a bunch. Marrying a rich white woman, the guys are right. A concert at Linda's is the right thing to do. Xiangcheng Li Yunlon, I hope the concert will be in Xiangcheng. Don't get me wrong. It's definitely not because I'm in Xiangcheng, but because Linda is from Xiangcheng. Linda 10-year-old fan, but pull back. I can hear your little counting sound in Shanghai. The discussion in the group was heated. The atmosphere was also amicable. Soon, the conversation was then led in another direction. Sinking fish and wild goose song de Bao. Are you guys overlooking something very important? Linda is still a person now. Lin Yi's petite wife. Look at my screen name. Shrimp without blinking, even though I'm a guy, as long as Linda doesn't mind. It's not like I can't. Sinking fish and wild goose song de Bao. All get lost, that's not what I'm talking about. Lin Yi is indeed single now. But then the fans mean it. It's saying that Lin Yi hasn't signed with a company yet, nor do they have a professional team of their own, relying on one man's singularity. Whether it's an album or a concert, it all takes a tremendous amount of effort and time. Handsomes being cut, this issue is really important. It's about the happiness of us fans. It has to be taken seriously. Old Alter Cedar, so what are you waiting for? Join together at Linda Ah. The other party is in the middle of typing. Wait, 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 wait. This fan was very considerate of Lin Yi. To be precise, it's mentioning Lin Yi's cell phone. There are so many fan bases now. The total number of people added up to less than 100,000. If everyone was in the group at Lin Yi, guess it won't take long. Lin Yi's cell phone will be able to announce his retirement. A mountain full of monkeys in my butt is red. How about letting the group leader speak alone? Marrying a rich white woman, I think it's okay. After all, the group owner can pull Lindy into the group. She must know Lindy. Deep love mail high, looking forward to the Lambda concert version at White T. Ben, the group's leader, White T, was looking at his cell phone. Someone in the group at her. Naturally, she was the first to show up. White T, family, what can I do for you? It wasn't that White T didn't want to go through the chat logs. Rather, there's too much chatter. Wait until she finds out why the group is at her. Guess the group will change the topic again. Sinking fish and wild goose song de Bao, Lord Group Leader. It's like this. After some explanation, White T understood what the fans were saying. She was of the same mind. One can write great original songs in a short period of time. It would also take a little more time to put together an album, but a concert, trying to do it all by myself. I don't know how long it will take. To save time, this proposal must be told to Linny as soon as possible. White tea, don't worry, everyone, I'll relay everyone's meaning to Linny greatly. Finish sending the message. White tea opened WeChat. Linny's private and work accounts were her top ones. I'm afraid Linny is too busy to see it. She made a point of leaving messages for both tweets. Then there is the silent waiting. Half an hour, 2 hours, 3 whole hours passed. The time also came to 9:30 p.m. But Linny still didn't say a word back. Linny certainly couldn't be blamed for this, because now he is. It's standing in front of the inmates at Jinyuan prison. Buy a young inmate, hug your thighs and cry. Wait for this prisoner to finish crying. It was hard to get back to him in the lounge. Haven't even got my cell phone out yet. And then I saw old Chief Chow and the others again. Worked on it until after 10. Lin Yi, who had finally returned to his hotel room, had long been exhausted. Simply washed up, he fell back to sleep. The time came to 8 o'clock the next morning. Lin Yi, who had slept until he woke up naturally, subconsciously reached for his cell phone. White tea messaged me last night? Linny clicked on the chat box. Look at that, not too long and not too short a paragraph. He couldn't help but frown. The concert must be on. But he hasn't had similar thoughts lately. The album must come out as well. But he's too busy with his business at the moment to more or less spare the time. Think about it. He replied to White Tea's message. Okay Linny, greatly. Free time for you to rest more first. Take care of your health. Thank you. Chapter 89? What? Lin Yi's been taken in? After replying to Lin Yi, White Tea posted the chat between the two in the group, and entered everyone. Soon, handsome being cut. No way sir. The concert is gone. How come the album is gone too? Linda's 10-year-old fan. Linda doesn't plan to release an album. How can I live with this? Hands full of monkeys belonging to my buttocks red. What on earth is Linda busy with these days? Why don't he even have time to release an album? The fans were all sighing. Come into the fan base if you can. It showed that they were all diehard fans of Lin Yi. Look up and down the country. The people who are most looking forward to Lin Yi's albums, or concerts. It's definitely only going to be them. Xiangqing Li Yunlong, Linda says he has a lot of business. But why is it that I'm in Xiangqing and froze without hearing anything related to Linda? Lin Yi's fan and hometown friend stepped forward. His quote. It instantly got fans in a frenzy. Deeper Men's High, Summer Edition. I think Lambda should be on the Board of Education. Old Alter Cedar, that's right. With Chasing Dreams being so successful, there's absolutely no way that there's no indication from the Education Bureau side. Marrying a rich white woman. It's also possible that Linda is on vacation. He's been releasing new songs a bit too often lately. Shrimp not blinking. No. I think Linda should be negotiating a contract with the Singers program. Various speculations appeared in the chat box. The group's owner, White Tea, was unconcerned about this. There was only one thing she cared about. That's why Lin Yi has been doing so much business lately. Will it be exhausting to go through the day? Lin Yi's little petite wife. It's true that it's still the group master. From now on, you'll be the first house and I'll be the second house. Not eating cilantro, Lord Group Leader. Why don't you go talk to Lyndon and tell him not to be so tired lately and pay more attention to his health? Not to lose 10 pounds and not to change his name. It's so right. We must let Linda know that the body is the capital of the revolution. Female fans have jumped on the bandwagon. One was concerned about Lin Yi's physical condition. The group leader, White Tea, also sent their concern to Lin Yi at the first opportunity. It's just a shame. Lin Yi at this time became a missing person again. White Tea, Lin Yi greatly did not reply to the message. Should be busy. Please be patient. At all. Finish sending the message. And she went about her business. The group chat continues. Welcome to the rich white beauty. It's almost noon. Linda is certainly not awake. So what exactly is he busy with? Peace for all seasons. He's not in the studio recording a new song. Is he? Handsome being cut. Hey, sister, you don't say. It's really possible. Quin chicken. What? Linda is going to release a new song? 24K solid gold dog eyes. I just went to breakfast. What did I miss all this time? The more the group spread, the more evil it became. From the beginning, Lin Yi himself said that he was busy, but half a day. It just became a hot topic on Twitter. Hashtag Lin Yi's new song. Hashtag Lin Yi is going to release another new song? Together with this one, he's written a total of 7 songs in 2 months. He's too prolific, isn't he? With high production and quality at the same time. Just ask anyone else in the entertainment industry. Come on out. I can't wait. It's not just Lin Yi's fans. The general public also hoofed it. Everyone is looking forward to this new song. Especially those kids who just finished their high school exams. They had to check Lin Yi's Twitter every half hour. Fear of missing the debut of a new song. Let's all guess together. What style will Lin Yi's new song be this time? It's definitely rock and roll. Recently, Linda has been too partial to rock and roll. No, 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 Linny has already proved himself in the rock sound. I guess his new song this time will be in some other style. The styles of mainstream songs fall into 7 broad categories. The categories are pop, rock, jazz, classical, hip-hop, reggae, and world music. Other than that, there are also divisions for country, electronic, metal, folk, and so on. There is a large variety of sizes. It also means that Linny has a lot of options for new songs. Based on my observation of Linny, most of the new songs he puts out keep up with current events. So I'm guessing that Linny's new song this time around must be a national style music. The Dragon Boat Festival is just a few days after the high school exams. This is one of the festivals that have been passed down through the generations in China. It's best suited for country-style songs. In case Linda intends to be innovative this time, I think jazz and Dragon Boat Festival go well together. World music is fine too. It just shows our great nation style of China. The netizens are guessing feverishly. Many people ran to Linny's Weibo to send private messages. Give Linny his own opinion. The vibe is so good it's explosive. Until a few comments came across. New song? How dare anyone think Linny will release a new song? What's he going to do with a new song? A sewing machine? When he's been taken to jail by the police? The netizens were instantly confused. What's going on? Why was Linny taken to jail? Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. Yesterday, Lindy even replied to our group leader's message. Linny fans lit up screenshots of White Tea's chat with Linny. The time shown on it is 8 in the morning. Yo 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 yo. How can it be such a coincidence that it just happens to be 8 o'clock? It's not because 8 a.m. happens to be breakfast time at Jinwon prison, is it? You guys say it's a rumor, so let me ask you, how come Linny doesn't reply to messages back there? The guys from earlier commented and threw out a direct link. Netizens and fans were the first to click through. The first photo shows a man in a police car as the police look on. The second photo, the side of a man's face, was half blocked by the car window glass. The third photo, a man's back in front of the gates of Jinwon prison. All other photos are process followers of these three. Even though there's no front face, that guy in the photo really looks like Linny. When you say it like that, I feel a bit like it too. What the hell? This can't be real, can it? The onlooking passers-by gradually began to become skeptical of Linny. Please open your eyes wider. This photo looks like a photoshopped picture. That's just it. Linda was performing at the military school not long ago. How can he be sent into jail by the police now? Fake. All these photos are absolutely fake. Linny fans replied to the comments one by one. They would never believe to death that Linny would be equated with a criminal. Wait a minute. I got it. Linda was invited to a prison gig. A fan suddenly finds a breakthrough. But come on. Who's a good star who's going to perform in a prison? Arrested is arrested. As long as he can be properly rehabilitated. I'm willing to give him a chance to make a comeback when he gets out of prison. Are you sure he has a chance to get out? The little darkies appeared at the smell. Chapter 90, Photographs of Iron Evidence. Impossible, right? Linny's Chasing Dreams in Red Heart has just been requisitioned by the Education Bureau. And at this juncture, even if he's stupid, it's impossible for him to commit a crime. It's still you, old brother, who's sensible. And I also feel that Linny wouldn't be the one to violate disorder. He's so patriotic. How could he commit a crime? Some netizens are more rational, but such people are ultimately in the minority, completely unable to resist the army of little black men. Let me ask you, does being patriotic have anything to do with breaking the law? Lu Bu has been a great general of the Han dynasty all his life. Whoever rebels he stabs, and in the end, isn't he still a slave of the 3 surnames? If you haven't read The 3 Kingdoms, you can always memorize it. And what did its author do after he became an official? Little Blackie moved out of the historical figures. Lu Bu doesn't need to be told. The focus is on Li Shun, the author of Compassionate Farming. His official career. It's a bit similar to Lin Yi's rise to fame. The ones that start out are obscure. One could even say it's not half as accomplished. Wait for the moment of opportunity. Lin Yi burst into flames and became a big, hot star in China today. Li Shun became the Lord Chancellor, the head of the civil officials of the dynasty. From there, he began to live an extravagant life, boasting of his accomplishments all day long. Even the great figures in history are like this. Who can guarantee that Lin Yi won't change once he has fame? I guess he must have been caught cheating on his taxes. The more the little hacks talked, the more energized they became. Most internet passers-by have given up arguing. Only Lin Yi fans remain, still struggling to hold on. Don't put it there to protect your master, okay? You're not the dogs he has. What? Put in a good word for Lin Yi. He's making money for you guys? There's such a good thing? Come on, count me in. The little hacks are at it again with the reverse smear. In a conspiratorial tone, a series of messy compliments to Lin Yi. The heat on this story is growing. It quickly shot to the top of the Weibo Hot 100. Many parents and students have heard about it. Isn't Lin Yi a positive singer? And this kind of star would fall down and be arrested? One parent commented. Big brother, you're so right. Linny is the one who needs to go to the prison to probate those inmates because he has too much positive energy. He's a living god on earth. If he's not in jail, who is? Jinwon prison really needs positive talents like him too much. Floor after floor of replies from the little hacks. Turned around and broke 99 plus. But didn't his fans say that he even chatted with the group leader this morning? Another parent commented. I'm an ordinary person who hasn't broken any laws, so I can return messages anytime except when I'm sleeping. Can Linny please? Though he can't return messages all the time. It's almost dinner time now, so he should be able to return a few more. Are you Dor? How is it possible for a prison to send a cell phone as soon as it's time for a meal? Look at the responses from the little hacks. That parent silently turned off his cell phone, turning his head to his child who was listening to Lin Yi's song. Turn the song off. From now on you can't listen to Lin Yi's songs without my permission. Why dad? Lin Yi put. Turn the song off. Looking at his father with an angry look on his face, that student had to turn off the song and come to Twitter for answers. You little hacks are practically alarmists. If Linda can be asked to perform at a military school, can't she be asked to perform at a prison? The Post student. It quickly drew the approval of Lin Yi's fans. It also attracted tons of little hacks. Child, you're still young and don't know any better. We don't blame you. The car Lin Yi got into wasn't just a police car. You guys look closely. It was a prison car. I can testify to this matter. I just went to check the license plate number, and that police car is indeed the exclusive prison car of Jin Yuan prison. A little black man puts out evidence. There's also that screenshot of the chat with the group leader. Hell if it's from today. I can't say it's all Linny directing himself and looking for someone to cover for him. These days, it's the stars who collapse their houses that are the norm. So why do you think you guys keep defending him? The little black man sent out a soulful question. More and more netizens are choosing to believe them. You fart. Lin Yi fans were collectively furious. This quote from Little Blackie. It directly left Lin Yi fans speechless. They were convinced that Lin Yi wouldn't break the law for any reason, taken to jail by the police. But again, they really can't come up with reasonable evidence right now. There is no evidence for this premise. No one will believe it if they say more. Lin Day, come out and say something back. Only you can prove your own innocence now. Xianqing family members, does anyone know the address of Linda? Can we go and see what Linda is doing? Where's the official account of Jinwon prison? Hurry up and come out and make a statement. Lin Yi's fans kept on at ing Lin Yi. As for why there is no a Jinwon prison official, because the latter doesn't have a Twitter account yet. On a more objective note, I think this whole thing is a complete rumor. I just showed a screenshot of that chat to a professional, and they said there was no sign of any photoshopping. Plus the content in the screenshot matches the records in Lin Yi's fanbase. This picture is absolutely true. The previously rational netizens are back, and it brought evidence. The photo was apparently taken yesterday. As long as Lin Yi can still return messages on his cell phone today, that means he wasn't caught. Did you see that? Who says we have no proof? Still want Lindy to go to jail, believe it or not. Lindy a green corpse Han. All of you little black people have to go in? What's the point of talking so much nonsense with them? If a dog bites you, do you have to bite it back? Lin Yi fans stand up. The netizens followed suit and began to believe in Lin Yi's character. Just when everyone thought this would be the end of the matter. If I take out these pictures, how will Lin Yi and his fans cope? A thread appeared. It's Doggy Post. In the photo, that back that looked exactly like Lin Yi's, surrounded and guarded by police officers, taken to Jinyuan prison. The exclusive prison van then followed. I told you that Lin Yi was able to reply to the message in the morning because he sent his cell phone during his break. All units note that Lin Yi was escorted in, not invited in by a palanquin. This is all ironclad evidence. Are there any dead ducks left in Lin Yi's fan base? The little hacks sent the post to the top of the heat. Let more and more people see the photos. Folks, look carefully. The guy in this photo was really Lin Yi. Chapter 91, Fan Group Dissolution. Fan Group disbanded? A netizen turned over the recorded screen of the live broadcast of the original netizen. Yang Daffin, Lin Yi who appeared inside. Whether it's body type, temperament or clothes, both look exactly like the back of that escort photo. Behave yourself. Keep jumping out and be tough. They were all hard just now. Why are they wilting now? Lin Yi is going to prison to continue selling his feelings. So give him a round of applause. One taunt after another from the little black man. Lin Yi's fans were furious. The crowd of watchers and eaters even had the intention of dispersing. Those pictures are live pictures of the red fruit cell phone. Counterfeiting is absolutely impossible. The ironclad evidence is all over the place. There's no point in reading any further on this matter. Lin Yi's previous songs were all very positive, and a couple of them were expropriated by the state. I thought he was a good singer with all the talent and character. As a result, I didn't expect that he would be this kind of person. Scattered at the same time. The eaters couldn't help but sigh. seeing that the time is right. All sorts of little webcams and marketing numbers have come out of the woodwork to rub it in. Earthbound commentary, Linny was taken to prison by the police. Behind this is the distortion of human nature. Or is it a moral degradation? Inside Fish Secrets I Know, the downfall of famous singer Linny, who is rumored to have raised a bunch of tough-talking ducks. War correspondent Dashobar, only 99. Linny's prison photos are awesome. Various posts and short videos are popping up. Thoroughly pushed the matter into the limelight. More and more people are starting to pay attention to this topic. What did the pros say that Linny was caught up in going for? He's so famous and rich now. He shouldn't be so confused that he knows the law, right? This is the most heated discussion. I think it's tax evasion. It's normal for celebrities to do that. Can't say it's PC. After all, he hasn't even had a scandal since he broke up with Shu Yun. Men know what they're talking about. The probability is that he doesn't intend to pay out the liquidated damages. Right, and no one can say anything about what happened between him and Star Ocean Entertainment's side up to now. Everyone has their own guess. The most replied to entry. Only 2 words. Plagiarism. It must be because of the copyright issue. 7 hits in 2 months. That's what people can do? Can't tell if it's the same original author that put him in jail? This statement is shared by many. Linny's fans were also going crazy with all sorts of explanations. Either way, it's a statement. They can all find loopholes out, but the crowd pressed them. The reason is simple. Linny fans' greatest reliance and evidence, but it's a screenshot of a chat, not even remotely comparable to those Red Fruit cell phone live photos. Do you guys believe in Linny's fans? Or do you believe I'm the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang? Of course you believe in you. This is my collection code. Transfer $300 now. I'll make you a terracotta warrior general. My Nima. Guided by the little black man, the netizens began to amuse themselves, completely hung Linny fans out to dry. Even so, Linny fans didn't give up either. You can call Linda tax evasion or anything else, but never plagiarism. His talent is there for all to see. There's no need to copy someone else's song. Elder Fu Lin, the vice chairman of the Chinese Music Association, recognized Lin Da's song in the first place, so his old man can't fail to see the plagiarism. Can he? Please don't make up any more rumors. Facing backlash from Linny's fans, not to mention the netizens. Even the little black guy didn't bother to look at it more than once. About a couple hours later, a portion of the fans who never received a reply from Linny, and all of them are dead. It's almost dark and Linda hasn't replied yet. Looks like he's really gone in. If he replies at night, that would be the scariest thing of all. And don't you forget, today just happens to be the day that cell phones are issued in Jinwan prison. Hey, why did I fan the wrong person again? The fans in the Fighting Voices group were all sighing as well. Li Hua, don't write a letter. Back off, back off. Linny has gone in. What's the point of staying in this group? A little fruit, add me one. I'll quit the group too. Eunuch Zhang Yida, I'm the same. The 3 of them were the first to exit the group, followed closely by other group members exiting the group chat. Just half an hour. More than 3 dozen doujinshi clusters. Already, the bulk of them are less than 500. Linda, you poor pluck Lu Jishan. Where is the group master? Come out to explain. That chat screenshot. In the end, what is it for? Those who still remain in the group. Non-stop at the group leader. White Tea. They were suspicious of both Linny and White Tea. Consider this picture. It's the 2 who prepare it beforehand. Used to deal with fans. Fake proof used for PR. Professional mage Lu Haiju it so long without coming out. I seriously doubt that the group leader White Tea is Linny's trumpet. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. This message came out of nowhere. Once again, the netizens have refreshed the direction of the discussion. If anything, White Tea is really Linny Jr. So Linny goes in now. White Tea is dead set on not answering messages. The 2 things are right on the money. It turns out that all this is Linny's self-direction. He's so capable. Why doesn't he go to be a director and come to be a singer? What do you know? He's making a name for himself. What's the use of talking about this now? Leave the group early. Another portion of the group exited the group chat. The current Douyin fanbase. It has become a poser. The story was deliberately blown out of proportion. The marketing numbers are at it again. Showbiz undercover, heavy news. Half of Linny's fanbase has been disbanded. The big cat loves to say, even the fans are running away en masse. It looks like Linny's imprisonment is a real thing. Commentary by Sankey, falsehoods. All falsehoods. On the contemporary hypocrite Linny's bad life. The entire internet had begun targeting Linny. This time, let the old fans talk the talk. Can't keep the fans in the group either. Watching the number of fans who quit the group grow. Once again, they had D-up Linny and group leader White Tea. Still haven't gotten any response. It seems that what the doujinshi said was right. Linny and the group leader White Tea are really one and the same. Brothers retreat, or it'll be too late. What the hell was I thinking in the first place? Why would I want to think about becoming a Linny fan? A station's fan base has also fallen. Large numbers of people are dropping out of the group. Other platforms are in much the same boat. Now, in addition to the initial version of the fanbase, a group still maintains a 2000 number. Other groups are better. There are only 8 or 900 left. 2. Handsome being chopped, Lousy's ing luns are going to be blown up. This is clearly a rumor. How can so many people believe it? 24K gold dog eyes, I'm in the photography business. And if I want to fake the red fruit map, I can do it in a minute. Little Ula from Maoist land, Lula, Ula, Ola, old altar cedar, hey? How come there's still someone in the group? Who is it? At Ziyang Chengshui Unfei. Xiancheng Chu Yunfei, it's me, Li Yunlong. My big number, let those hackers report the blocked number. Chapter 92, Disappearance of the Group Leader? Blackpink Climax. See the word seal. The fans in the group instantly grimaced. They all started looking for Xiancheng Li Yunlong's account in the group list. Half the time. Xiancheng Chuyunfei, guys, don't look for it. My big number was forced to cancel. All the groups also let forced to retreat. Photo. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a big breath of cold air. There's only one sentence on that picture. Also, the account has been permanently blocked and cancelled for offending remarks. Old altar cedar, even if you make rumors, and report us fans who want to explain, these little hacks are too much. Handsome being cut, how many people must have reported it to a permanent suspension? 24K pure gold dog eyes, the official is too unreasonable. One by one, the group was giving Xiancheng Li Yunlong a hard time. Xiancheng Chuyunfei, forget it, I've only lost one account. The most important question now, is what should Linda do? The words woke up the crowd, a fan in a group. All of them were early loyalists of Lin Yi. They were also the ones who trusted Lin Yi's character the most in the entire network. Marrying a rich white woman, I'd rather believe I'd commit a crime than that LAM would commit a crime. Deep male high, about to be pissed off version who says it isn't. But what can we do about it now? Little Ula from Maoist land, Lula, Ula, Ola. The big guy had absolutely no idea how to help Lin Yi. They wanted to contact Lin Yi, but except for the group leader, White T, none of the fans in the group had Lin Yi's contact information. Favor this time, the group's owner, White T, could not be reached either. Shrimp without blinking, the group owner must have been busy with something. That's why she didn't see the message. She definitely wouldn't be Linda's trumpet. 10-year-old fan of Lambda at White T at White T at White T. Lin Yi's little petite wife, Lord Groupmaster. Come out and say something back. At White T, everyone is in the group at White T. Even fans who used to like to dive in. Step up and take a bubble this time too. Soon, the day passed. Wait until 10 p.m. For the old fans. Still didn't wait for a half-hearted response from the group's owner. White T. Gradual. Some people can't sit still. Peace for all seasons, it's already this late. Why hasn't the group leader replied? The other party is in the process of typing, abnormal. Too abnormal. If it was in the past, shouldn't the group leader lead us to think of a solution? Give me a cigarette. Does it mean that the group leader is really Linda's trumpet? A portion of the older fans became skeptical. You can't blame them. Lin Yi was summoned to Jin Yuan prison, so he didn't return the message. The group's owner, White T, is rumored to be Lin Yi Jr., so she didn't return the message either. Everything is really coincidental. It's hard not to be suspicious of the coincidence. Handsome being hacked. Alright, don't be misled by the little black guy. Didn't the dog-eyed brother say that both of those chat records are true? 24-karat gold dog eyes, I can vouch for my career. Linda 10 years old fan, the group owner sent the chat records, respectively, Linda's 2 accounts. I think Linda Kenfair will not be bored to register a third cell phone number. Old altar cedar, I have a close friend in private chat with the group owner. She is definitely a woman. It can't be Linda's trumpet. Marrying a rich white woman, wait a little longer. The group leader likes Linda more than any of us. Can't tell if it's her account that's been blocked as well? Xianqing Chuyunfei, I think it's quite possible. A few of them are the most senior fans in the group, and the sanest fans. With them giving the word, the old fans were stabilized for the time being, have opted to wait another night to see what happens. After all, they had all heard from White T. White T is a special job. There are times when you do go 2 or 3 days at a time without being able to find anyone. Day 2, there was still no reply from White T inside the group of fans. There was also no statement from Lin Yi. Only the old fans were discussing Lin Yi's place. Intend to have Xiancheng Chu Yunfei to poke around. At this point on Twitter, the little black men who saw Lin Yi's delayed appearance. It's becoming more and more lawless. Yesterday was the day Jin Yuan prison sent out cell phones, but Lin Yi still hasn't come forward to reply. Is there any point in continuing to talk about this matter? There's no shame in going to jail. Shame on some dogs who like to bark and some dead ducks whose mouths are too hard. I told you long ago that Lin Yi wasn't a good person. Why is it that no one is willing to believe me? The more public opinion spreads, the bigger it gets. The number of passers-by who believed that Lin Yi had gone to prison was also increasing, especially the parents who'd hailed Lin Yi to the heavens. How much they enjoyed letting their children listen to Lin Yi before. Just how much I hate seeing anything related to Lin Yi in the house right now. Those posters of yours, and the lyrics book, I'm throwing them away for you. Don't ever let me see that again. One parent reprimanded his child who had just finished his high school exams. Mom, this thing is definitely fake. Lin Yi won. To be able to do it. The kid didn't even finish explaining. A slap interrupted him first. Go back to your bedroom and reflect. I really don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup Lin Yi has given you that could make you so obsessed with him. If you dare mention Lin Yi to me one more time, you won't get a bite of rice today. After forcibly dragging the child into the bedroom, the parent was sitting on the couch, unable to help but lament. What kind of goods are these stars nowadays? There is no comparison at all with the idols we chased when we were young. A couple of spitballs. Still feeling unsettled she was, backhandedly posted this. Quite a few of the older generation came over to give their compliments. Leave a comment. All of them are critical of Lin Yi as well as contemporary stars. It's okay for you guys to scold Lin Yi. What's the point of bringing my Flora? He's not in jail. My idol is not very famous, but he relies on his strength, not selling patriotic feelings. Please don't equate him with Lin Yi. If you guys dare to talk nonsense again, beware of the Green Corpse Han warning. Fans of other celebrities went wild with rebuttals underneath the post. Some of the brainiacs, even more so, he began to spray Lin Yi in a big way, thinking that their own fans are being blackballed. All of it was Lin Yi's pot alone. Wang Shulong v. Mr. Lin Yi and I are good friends. He is definitely not the kind of person who commits adultery. Please wait patiently for the results and don't speculate wildly. Can't watch Wang Shulong. Ignoring the discouragement from the agent, Deacon tweeted. Then he was flushed. The number of fans is even down 70,000 to 80,000 in half an hour. As things get bigger and bigger, the pressure on Lin Yi's fans was growing. Once again, the heart of the group's army was destabilized. Buffalo Sweetheart, the group owner isn't running away, is he? Duckling, I can't convince myself anymore that Lincoln will actually go to jail? Handsome's being cut, don't believe rumors. Don't spread rumors. Xiangqing Chu Yunfei, I'm trying to figure out how to ask for Linda's address, so please give me some more time. The oldest of the old fans, still calming fans in the group, but actually, they're the ones who are most afraid. Twitter post. None of them dared to open it and look at it. I'm afraid I've seen an official release from Jinyuan prison. Chapter 93, Prisoners clarify for Lin Yi. Extra. Lin Yi went to jail. It's all over the internet. The message was horribly wide-reaching. Don't even talk about the tweet fight sound. Even some of the older generation who don't surf the web very often, all can be on the way to walking after a meal. Heard passers-by talking about it. Jinyuan prison. Today was the day a prisoner was released from prison. Warden Ho's close confidant, Xiao Zhang, personally to see him off. Old Li, come on, let me light you a cigarette. Xiao Zhang handed over the cigarette case. From now on you're free. You can come back to see your friends inside if you want to, but I want you to come with honor. The prisoner named Old Li nodded, but he was afraid to take the cigarette. He's not one of those vicious criminals, just an honest guy with a family. He was at that time, runs a small restaurant that he set up himself. Later on, because of a dabbling in gambling, it has led to a desperate bankruptcy dilemma. Just that time, his daughter is going to middle school, couldn't get the money for him. One can only risk stealing something, and then it showed up at the prison. Old Li, you've reformed. You're a good citizen now. Take the cigarettes. Xiao Zhang once again handed cigarettes. Officer Zhang, you're older than me. You're my elder. Just call me Xiao Zhang. But hey, Old Li took the cigarette though. That Xiao Zhang is how to not be able to call out. Do you think that the way you are now is what Lin Yi wants to see? You are his compatriot and mine. We're both more your compatriots. Come on, call me Xiao Zhang. Show me your determination to be a new man. Warden Chang's attitude is tough, because he knows the criminals all too well. If you can't say Xiao Zhang, Old Li will feel inferior in everything he does from now on. This state of mind. No one can live a normal life. Police Officer Zhang. No, Chang, can I borrow a light? After hesitating for half a day, Old Li cautiously tried. Old brotherly, that's what I've been waiting for. Chang smiled. He personally lit a cigarette for Old Li. Old Li laughed along. The two made small talk as they walked toward the door. The moment he saw his wife and daughter, the moment the warm sunlight from outside shines on the body, Old Li couldn't hold back any longer. 2 hot tears were shed. After many years, he finally felt the beauty of freedom once more. Chang, when I settle down for a while, I'll definitely come back to see the gang. I'll have to wait then. You're a great chef. Don't forget to show us your skills then. Definitely. After that, the two hugged. Sort of an official goodbye. Back in the car, Lao Li recounted his experience to his wife and daughter. If Lin Yi has a concert in the future, our family must go. That's what we promised him. Old Lee laughed heartily. Dad, the Lin Yi you're talking about, is he the Lin Yi who participated in the singers? His daughter Liu asked. Yeah, that's him. He's a very good man. You must learn more from him. Old Lee was sentenced to 8 years in the first place, because of the correct attitude towards remodeling. He had his sentence reduced by 2 years. This year happens to be the year his daughter Liu takes the college entrance exam. That's not right, Old Lee. Now the internet says that Lin Yi didn't commit a crime and go to jail? The wife asked suspiciously. Daughter Liu is also full of curiosity. What? Lin Yi went to jail? Old Lee stood up in a flash of excitement. The head hit the roof of the car hard. He couldn't care less about the pain. Incredibly serious. He asked. Which prison? How could Lin Yi possibly go to prison? This is complete nonsense. Liu calmed Old Lee while he did so. One side of the story tells the ins and outs. Lin Yi was obviously invited to give us a performance. What kind of offense went to jail? What the hell kind of dog is it that's making up JBs on the internet? Old Lee's reaction startled his wife and daughter. The two of them had never seen the Old Lee in this condition. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, I think this life would already be over. He's the one who gave me hope to live again. Old Lee's breathing was messed up with anger. Good daughter, show daddy your cell phone. Liu took out her cell phone at the first opportunity. She opened Twitter in front of Old Lee, looking at comment after comment that smeared Lin Yi. Old Lee's hands were shaking with anger. He grabbed his daughter's cell phone. It was frozen when he held it in his hand. Good girl. Where's the stylus for this touch phone of yours? Quickly tell Dad. Dad is going to post to prove it to Lin Yi. The wife and daughter who heard this did not laugh. Wachovia is growing fast. 6 years is plenty of time for an update. Good girl. Come on. You're going to make a post for Daddy. Old Lee, who froze for quite a while, still didn't understand how to use the new version of the smartphone. Dad, what's the hair? Liu asked. She is one of the high school students. Seeing Lin Yi being hacked, she was definitely one of those batches of people who wanted to help Lin Yi prove it the most. Let's just say Lin Yi is going to our prison to perform and... Old Lee was at a loss for words. He's just a decent, honest guy. Wouldn't say anything like that. Why don't you two record a video? It just so happens that Officer Chang gave you his lighter. I see that it has the Jean 1 prison logo on it, so it's best when it's evidence. The wife, who was driving, offered. That's a good idea. Old Lee slapped his thigh. Back home, he took out his ID and a lighter. Hello fellow citizens, I am Lao Li, a recently released prisoner from Jean Yuan prison. This time, in response to all the talk about Mr. Lin Yi online, I have something to say. I guarantee on my person that Mr. Lin Yi has absolutely not violated a single provision of our criminal law. The reason he came to our prison is that he received an invitation from our prison. Come specially to put on a show for us. He's a very talented and good man. Definitely not the prison inmates your fellow citizens are talking about. Old Lee talked a lot, although the words were pre-written by Liu, but these words were all from his heart, even emotional moments. He just straight up doesn't care about words. Started giving those little hacks a bad name. It's full of nationalism. The wife and daughter were a little hard of hearing, trying to get him to re-record it. Old Lee was dead set against it. Just send it. One video is blocked, so I'll post it a second time. Even daring to make up rumors about Mr. Lin Yi. These people just owe a scolding. Old Lee was too determined. Wives and daughters are simply yo but. There is no way around it. Liu just had to post the original video online. The posting has to be sent to. And whatever hand heel tone you were watching in the car. Old Lee pointed to Chopstick's hands and Douyin. Good girl. Daddy watched you send it just in time to learn how to operate it. He had made up his mind. It doesn't matter if the video is blocked. He just got out of prison. There's plenty of time to post all the time. Chapter 94, Little Blackie shut up. This is the truth. Old Lee is just an ordinary guy. I don't know what internet bloggers to go to, much less know how to hire a sailor. His video didn't make too many waves. Didn't take it seriously when I saw people. Think it's just Old Lee trying to rub it in. It's just a means to give yourself away as the new Netflix. The little hacks are a different story. Most of them are not psychologically normal. Love to see people who are better than you, being screwed over by myself. It's the greatest thrill of their lives. Report. This video is simply fake. Halfway through the video, this blogger is starting to ing curse. What are the censors doing? I would have been in a bad mood, watching a video but also to be scolded. Has called the police to deal with it, the blogger to see for themselves. Little Blackie's comment, invisibly increasing the heat on Old Lee's video. It was soon seen by an old Lin Yi fan. Fans a bunch. Xianqing Qianfai, I'm sorry everyone. I still haven't found Linda's address. I've let you down. Old Alter Cedar, it's okay. We believe in you. Marrying a rich white woman, bro. I just arrived in Xiangcheng. I'll send me a location. I'll find you. Then we'll ask together. Handsome being cut, you two just meet and go for a drink. No need to look for it. The news has raised the hackles of old fans. Everybody's trying. How can you give up in the middle? Handsome being chopped, brother shrimp. Don't spray me first. I'm using the flow. The video is still being sent. Wait a while first. Linda 10-year-old fan, what video? Fans are getting a bad feeling. It's hard not to see the video of Lin Yi's prison rehabilitation. Someone already posted it online? Handsome being cut. When did I say it was this kind? Handsome being chopped, all wait well, at most 5 minutes. I promise to make you all refreshed. Out of trust in him, fans chose to wait. 5 minutes later, Old Lee's video appeared in the group. Another 10 minutes or so later, the group watched the video. Deeply emotional male high, finally laughing version. Old brother bull, 24K pure gold dog eyes, finally. We've waited for the evidence. Family, start fighting back. Marrying a rich white woman. I've retweeted the Twitter video. The fans got into the act. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. The Old Lee video got hotter. It went straight to the top of the hit list. Hashtag prison iron device. Is this hot search for a recent new drama? I don't know. It feels quite interesting. Click in to see what's going on. I'm just in the middle of a drama drought lately. Unsuspecting passersby clicked in. Not a moment too soon. I'm going. This is hard evidence of Lin Yi's innocence. An exclaimed comment from a netizen. It instantly woke up all the netizens in a daze. I'm from San Jean. That lighter was really made in Jean 1 prison. I didn't realize there were old folks in the comments section. So I'll say one thing about this blogger. I know about him. He's really an inmate of Jean 1 prison. I'm Old Lee's neighbor. I can testify for both of them. Sanjam locals were the first to comment. Their words. It turned the tide of this thing upside down in an instant. So Lin Yi was invited to perform in the show. I knew he wasn't the type to commit adultery. That's it. How can a singer that patriotic commit a crime? No wonder Lin Yi didn't bother to reply. The wallflower who followed the trend of hacking Lin Yi before. It's back to following the wind and praising Lin Yi. No, why would Lin Yi be invited to sing in prison? Jinyuan prison is one of the 6 major prisons in China. And the prisoners inside are all felons. So why would the prison give them a whole show and invite Lin Yi? Most of those people have been stripped of their political rights. What good songs can they listen to? Doubts were raised. Prisoners are human beings too. What's wrong with listening to a song? And, what do you mean? What good songs can I listen to? Lin Yi wrote a song. Can't one song work? The person who answered was a passerby internet user. Some people were doing it out of a sense of indebtedness to Lin Yi. Some people were recognizing Lin Yi's talent from start to finish. No matter what song, all of them are fine when produced by Linda. Lin Yi fans also rushed over. Che, it's just a video. Who knows if it's real or not? This doesn't prove anything. A word from Little Blackie. The internet has begun a battle of the century. The cursing was intense. The heat of Old Lee's videos followed suit. The convicts have been seen by their families. A few days ago, that is, the day after the gala, Warden Ho looked at the criminals who were behaving one by one better than the other. Couldn't help but make a decision. He gave the inmates permission to write a letter to their families. The letter is nothing but thoughts. The rest were all thanks and compliments to Lin Yi. It just so happens that today is the day the families received their letters. Will you little hacks shut the up? Have you seen this? It's a letter from our big brother. If you guys dare to push your luck on the internet again, do you believe that I will bring someone to play with you for a few days? A young man from the club made a post. He's David Chiu's beloved little brother, also one of Lin Yi's fans. Mr. Lin Yi is indeed innocent. Everyone has wronged him. This is a newly registered account. The IP address shows overseas. On the letter he sent, all in English. Many places are also coded. The only place most of the internet can read, just those 4 numbers. 9527. That's right. This man is 9527's hairdresser. Overseas renowned PH. It was to say goodbye to 9527 at the harbor in the first place. It was only by chance that Warden Ho came across it. My brother is in Jinyuan prison. I just made a special trip to visit him, and he told me that Lin Yi was really invited to sing. Another person posted his conversation with his brother. It was overheard by the guards and posted in the workgroup. Not a moment too soon. Various accounts have appeared online. Half are anonymous. Half are new registrations. My identity is rather special and not suitable for public disclosure. But I can assure you that I was the one who went to invite Mr. Lin Yi that day, who sent out all these photos. And why don't you send them all? If we didn't work in a place that was so closed off, you little hacks, would you have a chance to shelve this nonsense? This netizen, your big brother asked me to give you a message. You can help Lin Yi prove it, but you can't carry out any violating activities. Dr. Pete, you don't have to worry. Your best friend is now our technical advisor. These accounts are not explicitly stated, but anyone can see that. They're prison guards from Jinyuan prison. I'm just a sweeper in Jinyuan prison. I don't have that much to worry about. I can guarantee that Linny really just came to sing that day. Coincidentally, it was the driver who picked up Mr. Lin E that day, and this is the actual photo from that time. Picture. It's not a bad thing to help people prove their innocence. Why hide it? I'm the kitchen staff at Jinwon Prison. This group has posted. There are photos and videos in there. It's all about the day of the gala. Yeah, why are we hiding our identities? Helping Linny prove his innocence won't cause any disgrace or bad publicity. Warden, I think you should give an order for the guys to post again on their own accounts. Chang offered. You go talk to the guys. I have something to do. Warden Ho waved his hand. Wait until after Chang leaves. He frowned, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself. Why is the official certification of this thing so troublesome? Chapter 95? No more pretending. New song, The Wind is Picking Up, Sam the Graduates. No more pretending. I'm showing my cards. I'm a prison guard at Jinwon Prison. A clear line appeared on Twitter. Although their identities are not officially recognized, but they have their own way of proving it. Run to the prison gate. Take a picture of Jinwon Prison inside. Even the prison staff came out to act as witnesses for Lin E. The netizens are even more stupid. Now also understand right and wrong. More and more people began to praise Lin E. For their part, the little hackers logged off their accounts one by one. I'm afraid I'll be called a dog by private message. There's something I can't figure out. Why has Lin E never gone out and clarified himself? Instead of letting public opinion fester? What the hell is he up to? Anyway, one user comment asked. Reply below. All of them are netizens at Lin E. That's a question they can't figure out either. Because the clear are clear and the turbid are turbid. I've shown you all the chat logs, and Linda said he's busy with something. Recording a new song. How can he have time to look at his cell phone? Rinda's songs are all gems, not mouthfuls. He needs to take time to conceptualize and compose them. Lin E fans replied. All from a bunch of old fans. They were definitely the happiest people of the day. New song? Lin E is coming out with a new song? So that previous hot search was all true. What is Lin Yi's new song this time? Recording studio. Mr. Lin E, you're just too good. Honestly, you shouldn't have hired me. I totally couldn't find a place to fix your voice later. Thank you Mr. Lin E, for teaching me so much about the piano. Looking at Lin E who walked out of the sound booth. The staff was the first to gather around. Ha ha ha, everyone is too flattering. Without everyone's help, this new song wouldn't have been finished so quickly. Lin E smiled. Everyone rest first at night. I'll treat everyone to dinner tomorrow. Treat everyone. The staff cheered. Lin E who found a chair to sit down and rest, smoothly opened Twitter. What's the situation? So much for private messages and at S. Why have the fans gone up so much? Lin E was astonished. He's been recording new songs for the past few days. Even eating and sleeping didn't leave the studio. Completely unaware of what's happening online. Prison irony? Another new show? Seeing the hot search, Lin E clicked in. It's not just old Lee's videos in there now. There are also various certificates for prison personnel. A brief look at the general idea. Lin E smiled. The smile was helpless. I didn't realize I had a benefit performance. I can't believe this is such a big mess. No, I'm Mr. Lin E. A staff member came over. How did those paparazzi have the nerve to slander you? The hottest singer in the country right now. Definitely Lin E. And he's not normally bursting with fire. It's a fire that is recognized by the state. A singer who can get multiple departments of the state to issue letters of praise. Even if you lend the dogs 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to smear and rumor monger indiscriminately. Hey yeah, this whole thing is fake anyway. Just think of it as them sending me heat. Lin E smiled generously. The staff gave an immediate thumbs up. What he doesn't know is this. Lin E had thought of this early on. Ordinary paparazzi don't have the guts to start rumors about him. Unless there's someone behind the scenes telling them to do it. Don't even think about it. This must be the handiwork of the old owner. Star Ocean Entertainment. Don't you get bored with all this nonsense all day long? Lin E smacked his lips. He didn't bother with his old boss. And wouldn't care about the gimmicks Nazim pulls. Sit upright in your own walk. No rumor or public opinion will have any effect on him. Or even the opposite. This kind of thing will only raise the heat on him. It would not be too much to say that the old proprietor had sent him a splash of riches. Mr. Lin E, do you have any other requests? Another staff member approached and asked. Not for a while. Lin E laughed. Aha, then you go home and rest first. When we have adjusted it on our side, we will definitely send you the song first time. Yes. Lin E got up and left the recording studio. He found a random place, planned to eat something. It's just after 9 o'clock at night, but the online debate continues. National style type of Dragon Boat Festival song? I have a hunch that Lin E will try a niche style this time. Ballad? Who knows? Netizens were discussing Lin Yi's new song. Fans were deliberating on another big event in the group. Xiancheng Li Yunlong, ha 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 ha, Li Yunlong, am back again. Sugar plums, salute, salute, Welcome to the rich white beauty. This kid can really drink. Drink. I almost see the guests at the table behind is Linda. Linda decade-old powder. Alright. You two also drink less. There is a serious matter that I have to talk to you two about. Handsome being cut. In the future, we must strictly scrutinize the fans who join the group. We can't be as casual as before. These old fans are administrators of other groups. After this, it showed them that some people powder Lin, but it's just following the trend. It wasn't genuine. That's why they made the rule. Xiangchen Li Yunlong. I forcefully withdrew from the group before. The administrator was down. Marrying a rich white beauty. Find time to find the group master. Scared without blinking. We'll talk about this in a bit. For now, let's discuss the vetting requirements. Fans deliberating at the same time. Lin had returned home. After washing up, the staff sent him a dome of new songs. Mr. Lin, we think the initial version of the demo is just fine. If you think there's anything else that needs to be changed, feel free to let us know. Back to the good. Lin listened briefly, satisfied in every way. Just as he was getting ready for bed, Twitter rang. It's the netizens who are hyperventilating at. Then let's release the new song today. Lin changed his mind. Soon, his account was updated. I've been too busy lately to come out and respond in a timely manner, so I apologize in advance. This is The Wind Rises is my new song, and a gift from me to all the graduates. As soon as the tweet came out, the likes and comments instantly surpassed over 10,000. I told you why I couldn't sleep tonight. So it's because Linda is releasing a new song. The early bird gets the worm, and the child who goes to bed late gets a song. I'm a college student. Let me hear it first. The first comments were all from longtime fans of the group. The high school students are sniffing around. It was only 5 minutes before and after. Lin Yi's new song Weibo hit the Hot 100. Lin Yi was really writing a new song the other day. Family, don't go to sleep. Get up and listen to the song. Saying I'm sorry is all a sham. Giving Lin Yi a few more airplay is the real thing. Charge. Ali gives. Passerby netizens frantically flocked to Lin Yi's microblog. Chapter 96? I'm willing to go through fire and water to go through it again. Lin Yi has released a new song. Not just his response to the prison public opinion incident. It was also a gift from his graduates. Everyone is looking forward to it. Everyone was wondering. Everyone at the same time. Hit the play button. The ethereal sound of the zither lingered. It's not very loud. Kind of sweet and gentle. There's also an indefinable inexplicable heartache. The melody loops twice. Netflix's mind. Suddenly an emotion of disenchantment rose. They don't know why they are like this. It seemed to have sensed something that Lin Yi was trying to express. But you can't catch it. Are you guys like me? A little. Comments hit halfway through. Netflix stops the action. With the thumping of the guitar. The third time the melody loops. The whole intro starts to get suddenly high-pitched. It's very ear-catching. It mobilized the audience instantly. They still didn't understand what Lin Yi was trying to say. But the face of his youth came to mind uncontrollably. With innocent childishness. Get rid of the smile that is full of fatigue. Not a single person has commented at this time. Because everyone now, both just want to keep listening. Find an answer that will unlock the questions in your mind. The prelude peters out. It's been a long walk. Follow the traces of a young man's drift. The moment you step out of the station. I'm a little hesitant. Lin Yi's voice came out. Netflix also found that answer. It's a teenage memory. It's that memory of a life that is uniquely yours. Fondest memories. I want to study hard and become a scientist in the future to serve the motherland for the benefit of the common people. I plan to follow my father to study medicine. And in the future I will give the people heartfelt medical care. Good. Then I'll go into business and make money to invest in you too. Ha 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 ha. I'll be the old man for this one. Some remembered the booze and bravado of the time. It's so much more carefree. No worries. But with the end of the high school exams, teenage girls, after making a promise to be together forever, started going their separate ways for school. A few years passed. They are all full of tired eyes from life. The scientist endeavored to become a social animal. Studying medicine became a complaint. The businessman runs around escorting people. When the people are at home every day, they are worried. Everyone is struggling to make ends meet. The ideal is completely reduced to a laughingstock. The only constant. It seems only to drift along its own way. Thoughts of returning home. Looking at the gradually opening train doors. Hesitation is inevitable. Is it time to be happy as a relief? Or is it the shame of not getting ahead? Or maybe, is it the determination to go back to fighting and struggling again? The feelings at that time were only understood by myself at that time. Netflix now. There is only one thing that can be done. Light a cigarette if you have one. There's wine pouring. Every face. Both appeared with a helpless, bitter smile. They don't know why they are like this. Until Lin Yi's voice rang out once more. I can't help but laugh at the fear of being close to home. Inevitable. And the sky in Nagano. It's still warm. The wind is blowing up the old days. Lin Yi gave everyone the answer. people who are out in the world. Most didn't have the courage to walk out of the station. Fear of hearing about their childhood ideals. And I'm afraid to see the lost eyes of my family. More than anything else, I was afraid to see this land that I knew best. It's starting to get strange. Emotional cowardice is natural, but there was no turning back for them. It can only be hard. Step off the train and out of the station. The hometown sun was unexpectedly warm. It's like being a kid. Nothing ever seems to change. Trance. A few familiar shouts suddenly came from the edge of his ears. It could be a loved one, could be a friend, or it could be a lover. It doesn't matter who it is anymore, because of that one waving figure. A face whose smile was hard to hide. It has been enough to heal all. Too good to be true. Rinda's new song is so good this time. Rinda's words are also superbly written. I could never write them in my life. Gosh, what a treasure singer. The first batch of high school students commented. Kids don't have a lot of life experience, nor could they understand the emotions Linny was putting in this song. They can only hear how good the song is. See the cleverness of the lyrics. At best, they are art students studying music, deeply shocked by Lin Yi's lyricism, especially when they heard these latter sentences. Once upon a time when I first knew the world, have a great deal of time on one's hands. Look at the sky as if it's right in front of you. I'd be willing to go through fire and water to do it again. Lin Yi sang the heart of the high school students. Them now, just at the perfect age. Saying anything big will not be denied. That's their ideal. It's their ambition. Because they're young, the future has nearly limitless possibilities. I see what Rinda means. He is trying to get us to never give up on our ideals. Fight hard. Fight hard. The high school students got excited. Some people want to change their destiny by studying, breaking up what was originally a family home, become rich. Some people want to get to the big city, see more things you haven't seen before, expand your eyesight. Others are bent on building up their hometowns, trying to lean on what I've learned in the future. Let your hometown grow by leaps and bounds. Each child has his or her own view of the future. They wrote these ideals in the comments section, mutually inspiring and recognizing each other. Can you all tell me a little bit about whether I should enter the factory? A former punk commented. Even if you've already gotten all the points you can, he still can't get into college either. Even the better college score lines are not enough. Most of these students are early entrants into the community. Become a young worker. Put a stop to your life that you can see the head of at a glance. Why don't you go back to school? One user replied. I've fallen behind in so many courses that even if I study for another year, the most I can get is a regular junior college. The punk smiled helplessly and bitterly. Repeat for their type of students. It's not the same as repeating for regular students. They are learning from scratch, so to speak. 1 year. It's simply not possible to learn all the courses. If you can get into a junior college in 1 year of study, then you can study for 2 more years, 3 more years, and I'm sure you'll be able to get into the college of your choice. Netflix replied quickly, but the punk was sitting at his computer laughing bitterly. He was able to convince himself to study for a few more years. But what if you haven't gotten in by then? 1 more year of school? Wait until your peers have graduated and are looking for jobs. He's just starting his college career? I can understand how you feel because I'm in the same category as you. The same time that the previous poster replied, and flashed a bunch of pictures. It's a record he repeated for 3 years. And acceptance letters from top undergraduate universities. The arrival time shown above. It's this year. What I can do, you can certainly do. So don't ever give up. As Linny sings, one must go through fire to walk it through. Let's work hard and cheer together, and struggle together to realize our ideals. The punk froze. After a few seconds, he sent a thank you back, then picked up the phone. Dad, Mom, I'd like to repeat the year. Is that okay? Chapter 97? Tearful. That's our youth. Lin Yi's The Wind Rises continues to play. Now walk through this world. Have a great deal of time on one's hands, turning over the years on different sides, caught off guard by your smile. A word about your smile. It made the hearts of countless netizens stutter. A familiar face came to their minds. Loved ones who cared for them growing up. A companion to accompany their playfulness. And when the love affair first started, that most perfect and innocent smile. Today I am here to promise everyone that in 3 years, I will give XXX a home. A college student commented. He's a specialist. The girlfriend, however, is an undergraduate at a top university. It was even rewarded by the school with a guaranteed spot in graduate school, because of the difference in education. For 6 whole years. Family too. So are friends. The two never got anyone's blessing for their relationship. Everyone thinks, this college kid is holding up his girlfriend. He's had it many times too. Broke up because of those words. But his girlfriend hadn't disliked him one bit. Instead, he was regularly cheered up with all kinds of encouragement. Soothed the pressure in his mind. Now he's graduated ahead of his girlfriend. Then he has to prove it with his actions. The girlfriend didn't look away. He's a good man with ability. It's worth it for his girlfriend to marry him willingly. Go old man, you're going to make it. All of us are looking out for you. The high school students have rushed to send their blessings. Recent college graduate. Instead, one of them was lost in thought with his cell phone. Some remembered the first love they had ever had. Some people start thinking about their future with their girlfriends. But more people. Memories of crushes are popping up in front of their eyes. Probably in the classroom. Probably in the library. Or maybe it's on the playground. Obviously someone who looks so ordinary right now. But it was in the first glimpse, leaving behind a stunning sight that will never be forgotten in this lifetime. It was one of the best moments of youth. And one of the few best romances of youth. You, how have you been? One comment across the board. It instantly gained countless likes. That you. It could be anyone. Or it could be me in my current mold. Like Linny sings in the chorus. I was overwhelmed by the size of the world. And also indulged in dreaming. Not know whether to be true or false. Make no effort. Bad joke. I once turned my youth into her. I've played summer with my fingertips. Let's just go with the flow. Walk against the light and let the wind and rain beat you. The netizens collectively froze in the moment. Linny in his own way, tells a story about his youthful days. This is a story shared by all. Ridiculous and fantastic youth. It doesn't need to be true or false. No need to struggle. Much less fearful of the youthful past of onlooker jokes. What I will never forget is the bits and pieces that happened when I was young. Because it's proof that I had youth. It's more between you and me. The beginning and the end of the story. Netizens have a sense of humor. Remembering that encounter in the height of summer. Remembering the later parting in the height of summer. It's like a dream. Even though it's green and beautiful again. There will be a day when you wake up. 2. Go out with karma. Commit to reality. Even walking against the light. Even if the road ahead is full of wild storms. As long as youth remains. Everything just makes sense. A short walk down the road. And a few moments away. 2. I don't know if I'm stroking a story or a bit of a mood. It's been a long time since I've felt like this. Thank you, Lambda, for making us young again. A middle-aged man commented. As a young man he chose to work outside the home. The whole thing is vibrant. Full of energy. Every morning. He who sits in the bus. Both vowed to the world. Prove yourself strong to everyone. But when the day's toil is over. When you get on the bus again in the evening. Instead, he was tired and fell asleep against the window. The world didn't get ed over by him. Instead, he let the world clean up its act. Stories like this. It's not exclusive to a particular internet user. Most people have similar experiences. From being full of complaints at first, it was all hopelessness by the end of the day. There is no finding the preciousness that belongs to life. Only got a mess all over the place. What is the meaning of life anyway? Linny used the status of a person who had been there. The answer to this question is given. Perhaps to expect nothing more than to be an enemy of time. See you again. In the cool morning light. You have a sweet smile. That was Lin Yi's answer. Returning to my hometown after many years. Upon seeing your smiling face again. That sweetness is the meaning. But who is that you? The evening wind blows the gray hairs from your temples. Smoothing out the scars left by memories. Your eyes are a mixture of light and dark. And your smile is a blossom. Twilight covers your hobbling steps. Walking into a painting tucked away in the bed. The painting shows you talking with your head down. Once again, Linny gave his answer. This time the answer is vague. Some people think of their mothers. Think of the picture on the bed. He himself is still a swaddled baby. The mother held herself and rocked gently. Bow your head and sing a lullaby. Linny sings so rightly. This is literally my story. One user commented. He was in the beginning. After 7 or 8 years out on my own. Ultimately, I chose to return to my hometown. He who has accomplished nothing. No face to see family and friends again. Countless late nights were also sleepless nights. Until that day the aged mother. Once again the song was sung at his bedside. Looking at the growing gray hairs on my mother's temples, his eyes grew moist. That moment, he finally realized what the most important thing he should do was, as a child, stay with your mother for the rest of her life. Linny really understands us laborers too well. The motivation that supports us to work outside the country. It's never about more money or less money. Rather, it's the smiling faces of his wife and children when he returns home. One comment caught fire and hit the hot seat. Speaks to the true heart of countless fathers. To support a family, they are between youthful ideals and getting out there. Silently chose the latter. Maybe sometimes they regret it. When you see something you loved as a teenager, it also stays there in dark disbelief. But, when they return to the dormitory, when I saw the photo of the family on the bed, when they get home, seeing his wife's happy smile, the moment you hear that hard work dad from your son or daughter, all regrets are gone. There's just sweetness and happiness. If life could be done over again, they will still make the same choices, laboring for the sake of the family at all costs, for the smiling faces of his wife and children. Give up your youthful ideals once more. Only this time, they will feel no more regret, because they understand. They are the husbands of one wife. More than that, he is the father of his children. In the meantime, a garbled comment suddenly appeared in the comments section. Chapter 98, In the Name of Love, Are You Still Willing? Plus more. In an ordinary family, there was an old father with gray hair, was staring blankly at the old photograph in his arms. He originally had a beautiful family. Just like in the photo, the woman grabbed the little boy by the ear. It seemed to be a reprimand for something. The men, on the other hand, stood and laughed. The family is happy. It's very happy. However, because of an accident, he was the only one left in the family. To keep from witnessing, he kept the picture tucked away in the very back of his nightstand. More than 30 years have passed. Today was the first time he voluntarily took the picture out, because he overheard Lin Yi's song. That garbled comment. It's what he wanted to write to the internet. Cherish the people in front of you. Nay, tears blurred his eyes. I still marvel at the size of the world. I'm also addicted to the words of my childhood. Not distinguishing real from imitation. Make no effort. Play a joke on SB. I finally gave her back her youth. With the summer popping out of your fingertips, what the heart desires goes with the wind. Lin Yi's voice was gentle and firm. It infects the emotions of every listener. From the fact that I had a hard time pulling myself away, to the point where I still sigh. The size of the world has not changed. The original intent never changed. To the end of life, most prized possession. It's always been a childhood love story. Only this time of year itself, there is no longer any truth left. The utter pointlessness of all the jokes. No more need to prove yourself just to prove yourself. Go for those struggles. Nor do you need to let everything go as it comes. Just blow away with the wind. Blow off to where you are. It's like what that old dad was trying to tell the internet. Valuing the people in front of you is the most important thing. In the name of love, are you still willing? Lin Yi sang the last line. A rhetorical question to all. For love, still willing to stand firm on your current choices? Willingness. High school students are still the first to respond. They don't give up on their ideals, even knowing that the chances of realizing the ideal are slim. And they don't take it lightly. To fulfill the ideal, they're willing to put in a lifetime of work. I'm willing too. Recent college graduates. It was the second group to respond. Having completed their studies, they are about to enter society. Start fighting for your ideals, whether it's for a loved one, or for a friend, or maybe it's the other half. They all fight as hard as they can. Both groups are willing to move forward for love. As for the rest of the audience, they gave somewhat different answers. Not willingly, rather, no regrets. No regrets that I've returned home. No regrets about the sacrifices I made for my family. Much less regret it. Himself when trying to make a loved one smile. All efforts made. A song passes quickly. Netizens, however, remain immersed and unable to get out of it. Someone is playing it on a loop. Others are beginning to re-examine their lives. Until a fresh breeze brushed my face. It took them a moment to come back to their senses. The wind is picking up. The name of this song should be Pick Up the Wind. Thank you Lin Yi for giving us this song. In the name of love, I do. The comments and likes keep posting. The heat of Lin Yi's tweet skyrocketed like crazy. Support is growing. Lin Yi's songs give me a deep sense of time, and his lyrics are like telling the story of a person's life. It's definitely an undeniably good song. I hope this new song of his will be seen and heard by more people. Mr. Lu Wan retweeted Lin Yi's tweet at the first opportunity. Lin Yi sings of the heaviness of Song Jiwen's feeling of nearness to the countryside is even more timid, not daring to ask the visitor. It also sings of the romance of Xin Shiji's looking back. The man is beyond the lights. He has a deep understanding and knowledge of our Chinese culture, and he is an excellent singer worthy of all pursuits. The WACM posted a message. It's possible to put youth, ideals, growth, love, and hope all in the same song, especially the last line. In the name of love, will you still? Lin Yi's strength doesn't need any proof anymore. He's the best singer among our Chinese new generation. CCTV officials are here too. Everyone was expressing their recognition and appreciation of Lin Yi. The song, The Wind Rises, the airplay was even in just half a day. Successfully crossed the 100 million mark. Lin Yi, this new song of yours is great. Demon Vitas also retweeted Lin Yi's tweet. Although he couldn't understand Chinese, but music knows no boundaries. Just from Lin Yi's compositional melody, he then felt deeply the beauty of that unique youth. It's an absolutely great song. He'll get the rights to as many covers as he can. Take this song back to the land of the hairy. What? Vitas actually wanted to cover Lin Yi's The Wind Rises? That's the great Demon King. Lin Yi is too much of a disgrace to our Huaxia this time. Netflix is shocked. Follow closely. Someone took a screenshot of Adam and Demon's tweets. Both of them were sorry for being on the singer's program himself, but he didn't get the chance to compete on the same stage as Lin Yi. After expressing the emotions in your heart, they both spoke highly of Lin Yi again. Adam v. Mr. Lin Yi's song The Wind Rises is, in my opinion, On the same level as our band's Bohemian Rhapsody. Broken eyebrow v. If Mr. Linny hadn't been born late, I guess my See You Again wouldn't have become a classic. 3 consecutive big names in the world of music post, getting the wind up in front of people all over the world. The Twitter hotspot was quickly updated. Hashtag Linny is great. Hashtag Lin E. The wind is blowing. Hashtag happy graduation from Lin E. Hashtag. The heat exploded instantly. Netflix bloggers have been posting videos. Fighting sound. Big sheep little sheep v. Mr. Lin Yi's new song is so good. Brothers. Shinzavi. Okay family. I'm a big fan of Linda. High water v. I'm not going to challenge the variable speed for this one, because I'm going to try a new song from Rinda. Chopstick hands. Xin bar v. No more cargo. I'll take you to listen to a song today. Mr. Lin Yi's new song. Scatterbrain v. Today's video is a little bit special. It's a song. The Wind Rises. Prodigal Son Wu DV. In the Name of Love. Are you still willing? Top streaming bloggers for each platform. All of them were helping Lin Yi with free publicity from the bottom of their hearts. The marketing numbers, even more so, were going crazy for Lin Yi by posting tweets about him without any limits. Inside Fish War correspondent v. Lin Yi's new song The Wind Rises, awakening the deep memories of countless people, who have heard nothing but weeping. The wind is blowing. Our youth is back. Lin Yi is great. Big Dog tells the truth v. Strongly recommend the state to integrate Lin Yi. Lin Yi is the first person from our Chinese music industry to go overseas. Showbiz Encyclopedia v. The only one who can defeat Lin Yi is Lin Yi himself. Help! Every time I listen to Lin Yi's songs, my ears get pregnant. Lin Yi is the deserved purple star of the music industry. Chapter 99, The Wind is Picking Up. Lin Yi is back. The wind-up is making waves in this country. The nation went completely berserk, because both those who are experiencing their youth and those who are remembering it will be touched by this song. Except for one. Song Qinghwan. She has been sad at home for many days now, because of the news of Lin Yi's imprisonment. Those pictures she didn't believe were real. The little hacks on the internet made all sorts of remarks to discredit Lin Yi. Even more so, the more she looked at it, the angrier she got. She was tempted to post in Lin Yi's defense. Now the repercussions of this are just too great. Before she could think of a countertext, just had my cell phone withheld by the company, to prevent her from fooling around with the trumpet. The company even sent Sisterly to keep an eye on her 24 hours a day. Now Song Qinghwan, living an almost isolated life at home. There is no access to any network-related devices. You can't even just watch TV. Sisterly, can you show me your cell phone? I promise not to tweet. Song Qinghwan tried again. She was eager to get an update on the incident of Lin Yi's imprisonment. Qinghwan, why don't you just understand? You're a public figure. Ray kind of hated it. She brought up the previous example of Wang Shulong. Because of his personal friendship with Lin Yi, Wang Shulong stood up for Lin Yi. As a result, he was sprayed all over the place by the hacks. No matter how big or small. Accounts for all platforms. All were temporarily taken over by the company for management. Even the singer's program. All because of this incident. The delay in releasing the promotional poster for the latest installment. Sisterly, I know everything you said, but I just wanted to see it. Song Qinghwan lowered her eyebrows and pursed her lips tightly. That won't work either. Li's attitude is tough. But when she saw Song Qinghwan's aggrieved look, couldn't help but go soft again. Qinghwan, don't feel bad. The company and I are doing this for your own good. Ray sighed. Although Song Qinghwan didn't stir up too much water on the singer's program, but she's in the hearts of the nation. Already labeled as a powerhouse up-and-coming female vocalist. That's a good place to start. As soon as the right opportunity arises subsequently, Song Qinghwan was bound to be able to make a flying start. But if it's at this juncture, she gave Lin Yi any words of defense, then her stardom is over. Qinghwan, do you know why? Apart from Wang Shulong, no star has been willing to speak up for Lin Yi so far? Sisterly switched gears. Because Wang Shulong is still young like you and doesn't know how deep the waters of the entertainment industry are. Whether it's a celebrity singer or actor, the most taboo thing, always stand in line early, especially when public opinion is in the ascendant. Let's take the case of Lin Yi's imprisonment as an example. If Song Qinghwan is like Wang Shulong, taking the side of defending Lin Yi, then there would only be two endings awaiting her. The first, Lin Yi proved his innocence. The matter is closed. No one will, because of the integrity of Wang Shulong and Song Qinghwan, say one nice thing about them both, or even a similar incident in the future. The two of them did not come forward to continue the words of justice. Instead, they will be deliberately made difficult by people who are interested. As for the second ending, Lin Yi really did commit a crime and went to jail. Both Wang Shulong and Song Qinghwan, who had stood up in advance, would be suspected by everyone, even if they both have proof of their innocence. A hill of beans comment. It would also be a stain on both of their stars. It makes it hard for both of them to make it big. You understand now, don't you? Your support for Linny will only become his drag on you. Lee was still trying to persuade, but I don't care. Song Qinghwan's eyes were firm. Linny is definitely not that kind of. Enough! Lee let out an angry cry, directly interrupting Song Qinghwan. This thing has to be done the way I say it has to be done. You'll never get your cell phone back until the company says so. Ray chattered a reprimand. Song Qinghwan didn't have the heart to listen, because in the middle of Lee's sentence, her cell phone dinged. Sister Lee, I know you and the company are doing this for my own good. Don't worry, I'll be good. In this case, halfway through the sentence, Song Qinghwan suddenly reached out. One took the cell phone that was sitting on the table. Qinghwan, what are you doing? Watching the run to the restroom. Song Qinghwan, who had also unlocked the door to her room. Sister Lee was anxious. Calm down. Compared to your future, Linyi's innocence isn't important at all. Song Qinghwan didn't bother with Sister Lee. She unlocked her cell phone screen for herself. Tweets dynamic alerts. The account you follow, Lin E, has posted a new tweet. Go check it out. Great. Lin E has finally appeared. Song Qinghwan was surprised and delighted. Tapped in on the fly. Qinghwan, don't mess around. Be a good boy and open the door. Lee was so anxious that she tapped on the door. Song Qinghwan was still ignoring. She directly clicked on the new song that Lin E had released. It's been a long walk. Follow the trail of a teenager drifting. Lin Yi's song rang out. Song Qinghwan was instantly stunned. Unconsciously, she was transported into the mood of the song. Both eyes became teary. Outside the restroom, Ben was knocking on the door of Ray's sister. And also because of the song, emotions gradually calmed down. She closed her eyes. God. Start with a professional perspective. Enjoy this new song that you've never heard before. A few minutes later, Qinghwan, what song did you just play? Ray asked seriously. She'd just been so mesmerized by what she'd heard. The entire group was taken back to the memories of their youth by the song. The singer's voice was completely ignored. The wind is picking up. Song Qinghwan responded. Wind up? Ray frowned slightly. The words the wind is picking up were repeated over and over again. Not a moment too soon. Fit. It's just perfect. Using wind up as the name of the song. That singer is so classy. The more Lee tasted, the more surprised she became. An uncountable amount of appreciation rose in the mind. She couldn't wait to find out the singer's name. As long as the other person is not signed by an entertainment company, then she will definitely report this to her own company. Qinghwan, tell me quickly, who was that singer just now? Once again, Ray was so anxious that she clapped up the guys, but Song Qinghwan didn't respond, because now she is. Just want to get a quick update on Lin Yi's incarceration. Something else that has nothing to do with this. She pressed on, not wanting to hitch a ride a bit. Soon, Song Qinghwan clicked into the comments section of Lin Yi's microblog. Ken Levy, this song, The Wind Rises, is not about family and friendship, nor is it about love. It's about what we all used to be when we were 17 or 18 years old. Zhang Xinjiavi, this is not a love song. It's a letter we wrote to our youth. Runmin Daily V, whether no one asks for it or it's not as good as you are, your hometown will always be there, along with the people who miss you. Chapter 100, The Troubles of a Top Upsetter. Below Lin Yi's tweet, clearly all positive reviews. There are official recognitions and nods of approval from the state. There were also compliments from other stars. There are even a wide range of netizens recounting their youthful past. Song Qinghwan, who saw these, can't help but cry. Crying and weeping, she smiled again with relief. Lin Yi's song, The Wind Rises. The lyrics are impeccable. It deserves to be appreciated by all. But, what Song Qinghwan saw was something else. Rumors about Lin Yi's imprisonment, because the song came out of nowhere. Lin Yi, I knew you must not be that kind of person. Song Qinghwan clicked the play button once again. Someone like her. Too many to even count. The young kids were immersed in Lin Yi's song. Soon-to-be college graduates. Finding the motivation to fight in Lin Yi's songs. Those older internet users. Instead, one face was wistful. Each reminisced about the youthful years that were exclusively theirs alone. In the meantime, a dormitory at one of the top universities. A student is fuming and sighing. He's a college student about to graduate. It's also one of the most top streaming up masters on a site. He wanted to make a video with his heart, to say an official goodbye to your 4-year college career. The material has been recorded. The biggest issue at hand. It's just that he can't find a proper BGM. Tomato, all the other bloggers have already updated their graduation videos. When are you going to post it? Although I know you're a bit of a sociopath, you can't be afraid of our 10 million fans. That's it. Hurry up and update the video now. Looking at the private message on the computer screen urging a shift, the college student couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. His account name is Old Tomato. He was the first uploader to break 10 million followers on a website. Don't worry, it's still early. The roommate spoke up and comforted. Why don't we walk you out? Maybe you'll get a thought after walking around for a while. The Old Tomato nodded. The two soon appeared in the schoolyard, walked round and round. songs related to youth at home and abroad, told off by the roommate, but still haven't found a BGM that fits the old tomato idea. If you ask me, you can just find any song to deal with. BGM is just a secondary effect. The content of the video is the hardcore. The roommate had gotten a little impatient. Just in time, they both saw the very center of the playground. There was a large group of freshmen sitting around. There were about a dozen of them, from all over the world. 3 of the Chinese men were holding cell phones. It seemed to be sharing something with friends. Go, 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 take a video for me. The old tomato came up with a new material. I can't stand you. Just help this once. The roommate sighed. The 2 quickly leaned over. Also heard the freshman talking. I'm so jealous of you guys. You can hear this song anytime you want. Release it. I can't wait. Let's hope Demon really does get the rights to a cover of this song. The old tomato and his roommate looked at each other. Both read each other. The song this group of freshmen talked about. The odds are that it's by some Chinese singer. A song that even Demon Virtuoso wants to cover. I think this is a song we both need to hear. The roommate offered. The old tomato nodded. The 2 found a place to sit where no one was looking. The freshman also just happened to start playing songs. Just a prelude. Passing college students stopped in their tracks. Surprised looks were thrown toward the freshmen. They were all captivated by the melody of the song. Wanted to stay on the playground. Listen carefully to this wah-wah song. Quickly translate the lyrics for me. The roommate kept patting the old tomato on the arm. I don't know why, but this song reminds me of my first love. Facing the urging of your roommate, the old tomato was unmoved. He is an authentic Chinese, can understand the lyrics of the song. That's exactly why. The level of shock in his mind. It's the one that will be the biggest and deepest in the whole playground. Especially when he heard the line, there shall be no truth, no struggle, no fear of jokes. It was instantly amazing. 12 short words. Just the right amount of youthful singing. Not one more word. Not a word less. The song. Simply for his graduation video. Tailored BGM. The mind is on this idea though. But the old tomato wasn't the first to ask for the title of the song. He wanted to hear the whole song. The results were not expected. As the song continues to play, he was surprised that an emotion appeared uncontrollably. This song is so perfect. Perfect enough to make him think violently. Own graduation video. It doesn't seem to deserve to be on the same page as this song. Until the last word comes in. In the name of love, are you still willing? A rhetorical question. Gave him the biggest bang for his buck. He loved all that he had in his youth. With this love, he could have used the song as BGM. Hello class, please. The old tomato got up to ask for the title of the song. Yes, I do. I'm so willing. One by one, the fellow Chinese on the playground responded. Interrupted his question. Even the foreign students who couldn't understand the lyrics. There was also a silent nod of approval at this moment. A perfect illustration of what it means to have music without borders. Old tomatoes. Senpai. Are you old tomato? The up master on the little broken station? A Chinese student who played the song exclaimed. Aha. The old tomato nodded and asked with a smile. Can you tell me the name of the song? Schoolboy? The students on the playground all gathered around. Everyone wants to know what the name of the song is. The wind is picking up. Lin Yi's got the wind up. Hoki shouted out the title of the song in English. Lin Yi? Is that the Lin Yi who won the Great Demon King? Someone asked. It's him. The people who responded were other freshmen. Immediately, an expression of just how it should be appeared on everyone's face, especially those who are music majors. The song, The Wind Rises, in their opinion, impeccable inside and out. The man who could write this song, only Lin Yi. Thanks. The old tomato smiled slightly towards his schoolmate. Remember Lin Yi and The Wind Rises? He pulled his roommate towards the dorms. The other students formed a larger circle in the playground, listening to Lin Yi's The Wind Rises over and over again. Some people listened and cried. Some people listened and laughed. They both recalled bits and pieces of their youth. That time, everything is so beautiful. Everything was so memorable. The song, The Wind Rises, will always be in their songbook. Chapter 101, Up Master Graduation Video. Forwarded by Lin Yi's fans. Now walk through this world. Have a great deal of time on one's hands. Turning over the years on different sides. Caught off guard by breaking into your smile. Lin Yi's The Wind Rises was playing on a loop in the old tomato dorm room. He sat alone in front of his computer in silence and fumed. I don't know what I'm thinking. The roommate on the other side of the room reached for his cell phone, opened the translation software, translated all the lyrics into his country's language. He didn't say anything either, just pulling out a photo of my own collection. There are 2 of them up there, one with a big smile, the female classmate who compares yay to the camera, a red face. His eyes were always on his female classmates. The 2 were childhood sweethearts, maybe a secret love for each other early on, but it's because of life. One came to study at the Easter Egg University. One chose to stay home to take care of his family. Old tomatoes. The roommate spoke up. What do you think is more important, the future or love? Faced this unexpected question, the old tomato became a little hesitant for a moment. In his opinion, for a man, the future is definitely the most important thing, because men have a future. It is only then that you can take on the responsibilities of a husband and a father. Take care of that home where you belong. I think it should be the former. Halfway through the sentence, the old tomato closed his mouth. He saw the picture his roommate was holding, thinking of a story his roommate once told him. In that story, the hero was trying to realize his vision. For the time being, I gave up that innocent love that was my own. A few years later, when the hero was a little more successful in his studies, back home, what I saw instead was holding my months-old child, the heroine walking with her husband in the mall shopping. The three men met without saying much. A brief hello. The hero then fled back to school in a state of disarray. Old tomatoes know. The hero in the story is his roommate. I don't know. I really don't know. The old tomato sighed. Aha. The roommate nodded. There was no subsequent communication between the two. One person was doing videos all night. A man looks at a picture and smokes a cigarette. The only thing that's the same. It's just that both of them have red eyes. Lin Yi's song The Wind Rises tickled the memory that was foremost in both of their hearts. Full of regrets. But there is nothing to be done. Maybe that's what youth is all about. Old Tomato added this line at the end of the video. He didn't rush to release the video. Instead, he got in touch with Lin Yi on Weibo. Mr. Lin Yi, may I use this song as the BGM for my graduation video? Old Tomato asked in a private message. Lin Yi, of course you can. It was supposed to be a gift for all of you graduates. Thank you. The old tomato was happy. The first video was released, but there was no half smile on his face. Same with the roommate. He was still immersed in the memories of his past. Little broken station. Updated. Old tomato finally updated. Let's see how different the college career of a senior at Fudan University is from ours. Family members rush. Fans of Old Tomatoes clicked into the video. The first phrase that comes to mind. In the name of love, are you still willing? Not the sound of an old tomato. Instead, it was Lin Yi's voice. This is Lin Yi's support for the old tomato. It's just a shame fans didn't hear it the first time. They watched the video intently. Watching Old Tomatoes in college. Feeling the disenchantment in his heart. This video was a success. It sunk in for everyone. Unconsciously, fans were reminded of their own experiences while reading. The eve of the high school entrance exam. One man's a lone wolf. Ordinary days. Flirting and playing with brothers and girlfriends. And on the way out of school, a conversation with a crush. I didn't mean to give you a ride home, just simply passing by. Pull back. Your house is over there and mine is over here. How can it be on the way? Don't worry about it. If I say it's on the way, it's on the way. Them now. There is no longer the innocence that was there. Every time I recall this conversation, all that was in my heart was a little regret. If only I had been braver at that time. If she hadn't deliberately pretended to be reserved at that time. Maybe the light between the two. No longer will it be what it is now. Lost all contact. I remember a boy who used to run up to me and ask me questions as soon as class was over. Even why Silent Night Thoughts was not written by Manhwa, he had to ask 3 times. He's very good at school and I'm average. That's why I've always felt that he was deliberately mocking me. Looking back now, I finally understand what he meant in the first place. One user told his story. Her hindsight makes everyone feel sorry for themselves. If I ask again now why Manhwa didn't write Silent Night Thoughts, will you still give me the same scolding as you did at that time? A reply suddenly appeared. The boy is coming. I should say he has been. Won't, because I'm not going to scold you anymore, and I'm going to find out with you. Find out why Manhwa didn't write Silent Night Thoughts. The girl in front of the cell phone had red eyes, a tale of 2 of them. It was sent to the hot seat of the little broken station by the netizens. Users rushed to send their best wishes. This girl is lucky. Found the boy from back in the day. But the only story with a happy ending is this one. See most of the fans of the Old Tomato video. All you can do is laugh and cry. Regretting my lack of understanding at that point in time. The high school entrance exam intentionally blanked out a big question. I'm asking who of you would dare. Fans in a group. Handsome being chopped speaks to the word. Welcoming a rich white woman, and then what? Did you two go to the same college? Handsome being cut. No. Xiancheng Li Yunlong, huh? Handsome gets cut. She played well and went to the college we agreed on. I didn't. The fans in the group froze at first. Words of reassurance followed. White tea, there are many things in life that are not as good as they should be. As long as you don't regret your previous choices. Handsome being cut. Thank you group leader. So many years have passed. This matter I have long since not put in mind. Linda 10-year-old fan, said it just right. We men should. Wait. Group leader? The fans came back instantly. White tea. The group leader who disappeared for so many days. Surprisingly, it returned at this time. Old Alter Cedar, lord of the group. What did you do before? Why did you not reply when I sent you a message on WeChat? This is what most people in the group are wondering. The group owner was the manager of the fan group, and was even more of a hardcore fan of Lin Yi. How come it disappeared just as Lin Yi was being hacked? White tea, there was a small situation at home some time ago, which has now been resolved. Thank you for your recent concern. A brief description of the situation. White tea steered the conversation back to the old tomato graduation video. White tea, haven't you noticed that the BGM for this video is Lin Da's The Wind Rises? The words of the group's owner. White tea, wake up the fans in the group. There was a lot of talk and discussion for half a day. The final decision was to go with a forwarded video to show his support for Lin Yi. Chapter 102, Conscription begins. The military's trust. A group of members, mostly admins of other fan bases. They're all very giving. Only 3 words were used. Just managed to appeal to all the fans. Soon, Weibo, Douyin, chopsticks hands, stickers, little broken stations, even some niche platforms, all appear to be Lin Yi fans. They retweeted Old Tomato's graduation video. The source of the video is also indicated. A couple of hours later. Thanks to Mr. Lin Yi for the free BGM. This song, The Wind Rises, was his gift to our graduates. It's more of a gift from him to all of us for our youthful memories. The number of fans skyrocketed for the Old Tomatoes, the first to post a new video. A heartfelt thank you to Lin Yi. That's when the fans finally reacted. The quote at the very beginning of the video. It's Lin Yi's original voice. The other side. The recruiting office was busy up and down the line. The annual military draft is about to begin. Rao Guohuang, who is the chief director. More than that, he didn't break the phone in his hand. I'll report back to the leader on the progress in a bit. A little while later, we'll give our men jobs of all sizes. Old Rao, busy? Comrade Auspicious from the military propaganda department walked in. He and Rao Guohuang and Warden Ho were comrades in the same class. The 3 are very close. Definitely busy. Rao Guohuang didn't even lift his head. You're here just in time. Quick, go and help me publicize the recruitment song. Auspicious, who heard this, smiled. He pulled out his cell phone. Come and sit down in front of Rao Guohuang. There's no rush on the publicity. You should read this first. What? What an update on Lin Yi's imprisonment. What? Rao Guohuang jerked his head up. A look of disbelief. When did Lin Yi go to jail? How come I haven't heard about this? As he spoke, he picked up Auspicious' cell phone, flipped through it for a few minutes. Rao Guohuang was laughed at on the spot. The nerve of these little hacks nowadays is so great that they even dare to rumorize about such things. Speaking of the topic of Lin Yi's imprisonment, Rao Guohuang, who appeared at the Jinyuan Prison Fellowship, definitely one of the people who has all the say. What? You got an inside track here? Ji Xian was instantly interested. That's for sure. How could Lin Yi commit a crime and go to jail? He received an invitation from Old He to perform at Jinyuan prison that day. Rao Guohuang briefly told what happened, not forgetting to count out the current monstrous online environment during this time. Due to the rapid development and large-scale popularization of the internet, the nationals are confronted with the unexpected. There was no time to find out the truth. One can only listen to the wind based on those so-called evidence photos on the internet, exploited by people with an axe to grind, become a tool to discredit others. Then we have to help Lin Yi prove his innocence. After all, he sang this year's draft propaganda song for our draft office. Gigi offered. That's what I thought. Rao Guohuang nodded. 2 or 3 more days. It's the day the draft propaganda begins. Instead of helping Lin Yi prove it in other ways, it would be better to combine the 2 things directly. Lao Ji, how about this? We start the recruitment campaign today. Put out Lin Yi's Jingzhong Huagua. I just don't believe that even our recruiting office has taken a stand. And those little hacks still dare to talk nonsense on the internet. Rao Guohuang said. It just so happened that Auspicious was thinking the same thing. The 2 hit it off. One calls the leader and explains what happened. One calls his subordinates to schedule tasks in advance. The bigwigs above the military all thought highly of Lin Yi. Plus everything Rao Guohuang said was true. The matter was quickly agreed upon by all the big boys. Chief, that's a good idea on your part. But this matter seems to be out of the hands of our recruiting office. Listen to the subordinate's response. Ji Xiang couldn't help but frown. Could it be that old Ho has already struck early? You can say that, but you can't say that either. The subordinate hummed for a moment and continued. Chief, why don't you go to Twitter now and take another look? And look at Twitter? Now even Rao Guohuang became confused. He had just finished reading the tweets. Okay, I know. It's getting late. Go get some rest. Thank you, Chief, for your concern. After hanging up, Ji Xiang and Rao Guohuang browsed Twitter. Hashtag Lin Yi has released a new song again. Hashtag the wind is blowing. Hashtag in the name of love. Will you still? One hot search after another. Watching the 2 of them cloud up. Rao, what's going on? I don't know. Go to Lin Yi's Weibo? Yes. The 2 clicked into Lin Yi's microblog. New song below, densely packed with all the good touches. It seems like it should be Lin Yi who has proven himself innocent, turning the heat up auspiciously, roughly figured out what was going on. As for Rao Guohuang, he had pressed play. It's been a long walk. Follow the traces of a young man's drift. The moment you step out of the station, I'm a little hesitant. The song has just begun. Rao Guohuang and Ji Xiang were then surprised. The two of them are not like ordinary people. Again, all step out of the station. The two of them did not appear to be close to home. Some of it is just nostalgia for old comrades, especially when I heard the line turning over the years on different sides. Old Rao, do you remember? That time you looked into the Suli thing with Lao He? Ji Xiang asked with a sudden laugh. Definitely remember that. Rao Guohuang rubbed his cheeks, his eyes full of memories. That kid didn't do anything light or heavy at that time. He almost knocked my old teeth out. The two men smiled at each other, called Warden Ho. No, old Rao, you have the nerve to talk about me? I've tapped the ground and admitted defeat. And you're not still sitting on me and not getting up? Besides, didn't the human Suli end up not looking at our brother and sister? The three of them let out a loud laugh in unison. Like that afternoon, Rao Guohuang and Warden Ho, after being rejected one after another, they were sitting by the pond at the military academy. It's exactly the same when you say the line, "Why be single-minded?" That would be Lin Yi. His songs are the only ones that can't help but remind us of the old days. After laughing for a while, Warden he suddenly lamented. Ha 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 ha, who says otherwise? Rao Guohuang looked at the Weibo interface on his computer. A look of admiration filled his face. Old Rao, why don't we do what we just discussed? Anyway, Boss Nya has already agreed. Gigi offered. Okay, Rao Guohuang nodded. Although they are now releasing the draft propaganda song, the effect on what Lin Yi could do to help was minimal. But Auspicious does have a point. Taking advantage of Lin Yi's current popularity, send out his Seinfeld. The draft will be too good to be true. It seems like you, the recruitment office, are going to owe Lin Yi another favor. Chapter 103, The Sincerity of the Soldier. A Soldier's Heart of Guts. At Rao Guohuang's command, the Administrative Office of Military Recruiting made the first announcement. Red, 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 red. Be a soldier for your country. Serve your country well. Strengthen our national defense. For the country and for the border. The draft has officially begun. The official account of the Publicity Department of the Military Recruiting Service also updated MVs on small and large platforms. Inside is a record of when the soldiers were training. There are also awards displays for the major medals of honor, BGM and MV with the same name. It's all in 4 big words. Jingzhongsing, the northern war zone of China. Old Nia and the others didn't mess up this time. The promotional video even sends pop-ups. I'll see who dares to say that our military can't keep up with the trend in the future. Commander Song smiled broadly and ordered a retweet. The same goes for the commanders of the East, West and South Central theaters. The 5 war zones were the first to take a stand. Local governments, officials at all levels, major media, all are also responding positively to the recruiting office. Almost instantly, the Seinfeld MV went viral. The word spread through the streets. Parents, the draft is coming up this year and I hope you can tell your kids about it. Parent group at the high school. The teachers are following the principal's request, promoting the draft video. The children soon received the news from their parents. Most people are interested though, but there is no actual idea of being a soldier. Only a very few. Hold the curiosity. Tap into the promotional video posted by the Military Recruiting Office. A heavy bugle call. Be the first to break into the children's ears. It was followed by a rousing and unmistakable chorus of baritone bravado. It's like the oath that ancient generals took before going into battle. Mighty and majestic, swallowing mountains and rivers. The innate heroism of the great and good man is evident everywhere. The children were instantly serious. It wasn't just the sound coming out of my ears, more so because of the beginning of the video they saw. An ancient lyric that appeared. Full river red. It's you phase man Jiang Hong, right wistfulness. No wonder the name of the MV is called Jingzhong Baogua. The intro at the beginning is just too good with man Jiang Hong. Someone sent the first pop-up. A few seconds later. Anger, hair, on the railings, the rain breaks. Lift up your eyes and look up to the sky with a long, strong cry. 30 miles of dust and dirt, 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. Don't wait for your time. You'll be sad when you've wasted your youth. The words of Yufei appear on the video. Watching MVs for kids. Webmasters who inadvertently glanced at the draft office documents. It all started on the pop-up. One by one, I sent out a full river of red. The shame of Jinkong has not yet been averted. When will the hatred of my subjects be extinguished? Driving a long car, stepping through the lack of Helan Mountain, hungry for the flesh of the captives, thirsty for the blood of the Huns. From the beginning, I'll clean up the old mountains and rivers, and head for the sky. The entire song Man Jung Hong appeared on the screen. Nationals who know the story of Yufei, unable to help but straighten his back, sacrificed. The prelude is not over. The sound of a drumbeat boomed. Both show a country majestic atmosphere style. Again, the neighing of warhorses on the sands was sketched before the eyes of the listeners. Goosebumps. It was followed by a magnificent overriding ambition that spread in the heart. Wolf smoke rises from the river and the mountains look north. The dragon flag rolls up and the horse neighs, and the sword's breath is like frost. My heart is like the yellow river. Who can stand between 20 years of vertical and horizontal? The video has since turned into a body of military men and women. With $1 million, it made everyone's heart tighten. I have seen the military's uncomplaining defense of the country and their hard work day and night. Good word. These words are so well written. Someone commented instantly. Through this short line of lyrics, he felt the resilient strength of the Chinese generals of the past generations. See a picture of a woeful war. The ground was full of ghastly white bones. Uncountable enemy forces are coming. Even though the enemy will be outnumbered, the generals are still killing the enemy valiantly. Never thought about taking a half step back. Remembering the past, the great years. Someone thought of Chairman Mao's poem, 5,000 years of Chinese history, countless dynasties, countless pomp and circumstance. Everyone is able to live and work in peace, except for the benevolent rule of kings. More because the generals are fearless on the front lines. One man against 1,000 armies. I have to fight to the death with all my heart. Magnificent. It's just too grandiose. I can't wait to travel back in time and follow General Yufei to recover the frontier. Some were struck by the bravado of the song. Excitedly, he rose from his chair. There are few such people, because every Chinese son and daughter, the word patriotism is always in their hearts. To guard Xia, guard your loved ones and friends. They are willing to take on the role of a soldier. Follow the footprints left by our forefathers. The town is on the border of the motherland. I will go through fire and water, and I will die. Just like the follow-up lyrics sing, where the long sword of the hated madness goes, how many loyal souls have been buried in their homeland? I'd rather die than serve my country. Endure sighs more breathless tears of blood. Modern people grow up under the red flag, dress up and eat well. It was all because of the red-filled figure that had once been there, taking their place against the storms and hardships of far more than an age. Even if you die in a foreign land, you still have no regrets. I won't flinch even if my body is not left standing. Honestly, the BGM is sung with a lot of bravado, but for some reason, I always feel heartbroken and sad. A pop-up suddenly appeared. The moment. Everyone was in tears. It was the forefathers who used their own flesh and blood, took on the brutality of history, being the latter we are. And what reason is there to be greedy? Not to donate your best years for your country? MD, why hasn't the wind gone away? It's blowing sand in my eyes. Crying is crying. But we have to make our departed forefathers understand that we are in hot tears, not feeling sorry for them again. Well said. And I'm sure the spirits of our forefathers in heaven must think the same way. The pop-ups are growing. The number of people shedding hot tears is also increasing. An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood, a handful of hot soil, a wisp of soul. It was the forefathers who forged the present-day prosperity of China with their own hands. The will they pass down with their lives. Someone has to step up and inherit. Whether that person will be me or not, I don't know, but I will definitely go to the conscription office to enroll, and carry on the legacy of the sages in my own way. All under heaven is the king's land and our favorite country. When brothers sign up, remember to bring me one. How can we allow others to snore on our couch? Anyone who commits crimes against China will be punished even if they're far away. A heartfelt message appeared on the screen. Indescribable emotions flowed through the hearts of all the listeners. The iron blood is still there today, but the mountains and rivers are no longer safe. Heroes will never die. We should be strong, to guard what Xia has, to make the spirits of our forefathers in heaven laugh. My generation of Chinese hot-blooded men must enroll in the military, standing on the borders of the country laid down by our forefathers. Protect the family and defend the country, and carry on the spirit of loyalty forever. Chapter 104, the first of the recruitment songs of all ages. The Eastern War Zone of China. General after general had a firm gaze. Commander Lin, who was at the head of the group, was even clenching his fists. The body erupted with 1,000 feelings of bravado. He is among the commanders of the 5 major military regions of China, the most meticulous one, in his opinion, but anything to do with the country, all must be dealt with strictly. There is no room for sloppiness. So, after he learned of this year's propaganda song for the draft office, it's from an up-and-coming singer Wen. The first call was made to Nie Lao to express his opposition. Take those military kids and listen first. This is the response given by Nie Lao. Obeying orders is the iron discipline that runs through the bones of soldiers. Even if Commander Lin was disgruntled in his heart, he still chose to follow Nie Lao's orders. leading the soldiers under his command. It sounds like Lin Yi's Jingshangxiang. It's me who underestimated Lin Yi. The song he wrote is definitely the number one in all generations of military recruitment propaganda songs. Only listen to the first few sentences. Commander Lin was then in front of all the officers, admitted his mistake. At first he was thinking that Lin Yi, who was only in his 20s, was still too young, not equipped to sing about soldiers. Until now, he realized he was completely and utterly wrong. Lin Yi sings with a bravado that is exclusive to Huaxia. Sing of the resilience of our forefathers through the ages. More than anything else, it sings the great spirit of the Chinese nation that has been passed down from generation to generation, for the sake of the peace of the motherland, for the sake of our fellow man, for the well-being of future generations. One can contribute all including one's own life. This national spirit, it's something those Western countries don't have. It is the blood and tears of the Chinese sages, a magnificent epic woven together. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, and the king dies for the gods. Commander Lin had his men send a pop-up. No one knew it was an endorsement from the Eastern War Zone of China, and no one will care about it, because of all the listeners at this moment, all immersed in that long 5,000 years of history. Horses' hooves go south and people look north. The grass is green and yellow and the dust is flying. I would like to defend the land and open the border. China will make the 4 directions. Liga. The powerful song resounded in everyone's ears, straight to their souls. It shook them to their core, especially when I heard that Liga. Hot blood filled his chest. National pride thumped out. I see the determination of if the enemy can go, I can also go. I see the firmness of even if I lose my country and destroy my race, I vow not to stand with the thieves. I also see the grandeur of wherever the sun and the moon shine and the rivers reach. All is Han land. The internet is abuzz. Classics memorized as a child. All in this moment of deep understanding. I'm not very educated and can't talk about these things, but I promise I'll respond positively whenever the country needs me. We in Greater China have come this far on the backs of one great life after another, and it is incumbent upon us to protect our country. We must let the 4 directions come to congratulate us. Huaxia. Once upon a time, China was a colony of the great powers. China is now a permanent member of the Big Five. It's been possible to get this far, being watched by countries and people all over the world. Huaxia relies not on the vastness of its land and people. Rather, it is the common faith and perseverance of 56 nations. Hey, old Rao, this song Jingzhong Weigua, why didn't you give me a listen to it earlier? If you had given it to me earlier, why would I have invited Lin Yi to perform in the prison and let him get caught up in all that publicity? Warden Ho called. What if I told you right now that this song was also sung by Lin Yi? Rao Guohuang smiled helplessly. He was one of the first to hear the song. He was at that time. Just thought it was a great song to write. Perfect for military recruitment. Never thought about it. The song and the MV when combined. It's amazing how infectious it can explode. That is the pride that belongs only to the sons of Yan Huang. A national pride that even criminals can empathize with. Did Lin Yi sing this song too? Warden, he didn't sound as surprised as he thought he would. It's like he knew about it from the beginning. But again, he really just knew. The song Jingzhong Huigua is also by Lin Yi. Old he, I understand your feelings all too well. Ji Xiang took the phone. It's because Lin Yi wrote and sang this song that we're not surprised. These words instantly brought Warden He to his senses. People who had had personal contact with Lin Yi, all could understand how patriotic Lin Yi really was. It is because of this clarity. Warden He, after realizing that it was a song sung by Lin Yi, that's why it's not so surprising. Because of this song, Jingshangxiang, only sung by a singer with a true patriotic heart. It is only by singing that national spirit that has been passed down in China for 5,000 years that we can sing. Okay, enough with you two. I'm going to go play a song for the inmates. Warden Ho hung up. Same time, an animation of the mother-in-law stabbing appeared on the MV. It also occurs when you join the army and leave home. Tearful eyes of parents and relatives. This is Nia's proposal. With decades of military service under his belt, understand hot-blooded kids all too well. What will be the mood in hearing this song? He didn't want his kids to sign up for the military out of a moment of hot-headedness. After all, people have different body types. Not just anyone can carry off the grueling training of the military men and women. He wants the kids to be able to wake up and see the draft as a thing, according to their own reality. Make the best judgment possible. There's no shame in not going into the military, but it's going to be because of the training that hurts the kids. That would be the country's greatest loss. This little tidbit was very effective, although the kids don't understand, but their parents can understand. Son, you were born weak and sickly and are not well suited for the military. Daddy's not denying you. Rather, Dad wishes you could shine in a different direction. As long as you use your own abilities and contribute to your country, then there is no difference between you and the military people. A father's counsel. It was posted on the pop-up by his kids. Your father is right. Leave the front line to us. You are responsible for working on the rear. With you as our backing, we can better defend our country. Netflix response. It has shown many of the weaker children the way forward, scrambling on the front lines, and working on the back end. Essentially there is no difference. It's all about contributing to the country. It's all a glorious life. I'll work hard in the back. Let's cheer together. Well, let's work together for the future of our country. Soaring pop-ups. It covers the entire screen. Elder Nye, who had taken it all in, took it all in stride. The smile was gratifying. Kids can understand this. It shows that the recruiting office has been successful in its outreach. Also stated, the national spirit that has been passed down from generation to generation by our forefathers. Truly a successor. Chapter 105? Too combustible. The draft MV's heat explosion. The smoke of wolves rises and the mountains look north. The dragon rolls the flag. The horse neighs, and the sword's breath is like frost. Lit. The heart is like the yellow river flowing endlessly. Who will resist between 20 years of vertical and horizontal? After a short pause, the song rang out once more. Those who are just interested in high school students, also at the mercy of friends and classmates, click to open the MV. Hate wants to go wild where the long sword goes. How many loyal souls have been buried in other countries? Why not spare 100 deaths to serve one's country? Endure sighs more breathless blood tears. A past event resurfaces, as if it were a jug of old wine. The more you taste it, the more flavorful it becomes. It's the bravado. It's pride. It's more of a national belief. Horses' hooves go south and people look north. The grass is green and yellow and the dust is flying. I would like to defend the land and open the border. China will make the 4 directions. Liga. The impassioned song became more and more impassioned. It has ignited the hot blood in the hearts of countless teenage girls. Until the end of the MV playback, the kids didn't come back from it either. This song brings out the excellent spirit of our Chinese nation inherited through the generations. It is so shocking. Not to mention the children. My 80-something-year-old grandfather felt his blood boiling when he heard it. Not only is my blood boiling, but I want to give my cows a break and plow the field in my place. I have no regrets for joining China in this life, and I will be a Chinese in the next life. Netizens were frantically sending pop-ups. The draft propaganda videos are getting hotter and hotter. Whether it's the first people to listen, or people who came over later to listen, everyone gave this song, Jing's Hongsen, the highest praise. The person who could write this song, and the singer who sings it, must be national players. Who says it's not? This lyric, this singing, normal singers can't handle it at all. So the question is, who exactly are the author and the original singer, respectively? A soul question suddenly appeared. Everyone froze. Yeah, the song is finished. The video is watched. How is it that you don't even know who the original is now? I read it again. Who is the original who is not written at the beginning and end of the MV? I'll read it again. 2. It really doesn't say who it is. It can't be. Such a good person. Is it hard to be buried? The netizens are anxious. One by one, they joined the frame-staring brigade, until a comment came in. Didn't you all read the paperwork from the recruiter's office? It's at the bottom. Sorry, just listening to the song. Let's see who's so powerful. Netflix unfolded the entire text released by the draft office. Fruity, in the bottom few lines, wrote a few words. Lyrics by @Lin E. Arranged by @Lin E. Original song @Lin E. A song from start to finish. Everything is @Lin E. So it's Lin E. Ah, I told you. In addition to him, who else can sing? Is Lin E? One netizen was shocked. By him. More people were shocked. 1,000 thoughts. No one was expecting it. A propaganda song for the military recruitment service. Surprisingly, it was also from Lin E. And it was still Lin E who had done it all alone. Could it be a rename? Lin E just released a new song. Where did he find the time to write this one? I just clicked in to see that the recruiter's office @Lin E is Lin E's own account. What? It's really Lin E? Netizens watching the MV were stunned beyond words. Soon, they tweeted about it. Hashtag Lin E's new song, hashtag this hot search. How did it become 2? Is it hard to believe that Linda has released another new song? Family members, hurry up and go listen to Linda's new song. Lin E fans were the first to arrive. They wouldn't care if Lin E actually came out with a new song. As long as it's a topic related to Lin E, they'll just be sure to click in and read it. The general public is different. Owner, the new song you're talking about, is it Lin Yi's The Wind Rises? Someone asked. No, it's a newer song. Owner's reply. It instantly aroused the curiosity of netizens. Everyone was asking what new song Lin E had posted. Responded to a couple of comments from the owner. Found myself unable to reply at all. Solely retweeted the promotional tweet sent out by the military recruiting service. You can see for yourself. It's this MV. What does the conscription office have to do with Lin E? Could it be that there's also a singer named Lin E in the civilian corps? More and more netizens are curious about this. The homepage of the official military recruiting service Twitter account. More and more visitor records are also appearing. Just in time, Rao Guohuang was trying to return Lin Yi's favor. Have someone set the MV to top, publicize the draft at the same time. It was also considered a free publicity for Lin Yi. After all, it's now the #1 topic on the Twitter Hot 100. It's a recruiting ad from the military. It's really Rinda. This song is really a new song by Rinda. Lin Yi fans came to the earliest. The comments are also the earliest. Lin Yi even has cooperation with the conscription office. Is there any official department in our China that he hasn't dabbled in? This song Jingzhang Baogua is so burning. The sentences are powerful. Completely hot-blooded model. After watching the MV, I only have one request. Can the draft age be expanded to 40? The number of commenters is growing. The number of people who arrived with follow-up inquiries was even greater. Lin Yi plus recruitment office plus Jingzhong Huigua. What kind of divine combination is this? I hope all those lovebirds in the inner fish listen well to what a real man should sing. Lin Yi's song is so culturally rich. I can't tell you how many ancient classics I've learned on the pop-ups. Recruitment office is awesome. Soldiers are awesome. Lin Yi is awesome. It was only half an hour before and after. Likes and comments at the bottom of the military recruiting service tweet. The number then surpassed 1 million. The heat of this MV has completely exploded. Twitter hot list. It's more of a brand new hot search at #2. Hashtag Lin Yi. The loyalist hashtag. Why didn't this hot search go to #1? Because of the platoon's first draft ad. Early on, it was officially set as the only top by Twitter. This morning I was still considering whether or not to sign up for the military. But now that I've heard Lin Yi's Jingzhong Zhaigua, I've decided that I have to sign up. Who says it isn't? But any hot-blooded young man of our Chinese nation who listens to Lin Yi's song would want to sign up at the conscription office. MD, if I wasn't super old, I definitely want to be with you guys. I'm going to renew my contract for another couple of years next year. The whole internet is hyperactive. I can't wait to get into a military routine now. There are only a very few who are calmer. The crux of the problem was discovered. It's good for the guys to have this heart, but there's something I have to say. Hasn't anyone realized that the draft registration channel has not yet been developed? This statement was made. The netizens immediately shifted the battlefield. Came to the bottom of the official tweet from the military recruiting service. The sun is out. The rooster is crowing. It's time to come out and go to work. Open early or open late. The enrollment channel can be developed today. Paratrooper 1 Lu Benwei is ready. Chapter 106. When Ma Yun. When Bill Gates. The comments section of the draft office's official Twitter account. The number of people urging the early opening of the draft registration channel is increasing. Hot list. It has also turned into a clear-cut CU for the younger people. Look at the heat in front of you like you've never seen it before. Rao Guohuang was overjoyed. Old Rao. It's only been half a day and there's already so much traffic. I can't even begin to think about this year's recruiting numbers. Ji Shan was laughing even more. In past years when the draft was underway, mostly only the few who want to join the military will pay attention to this. Other young people wouldn't focus on the word enrollment at all. But it's come to this year. Not to mention the students who have finished their high school exams. Even many academically successful college students also moved to join the military. These people are highly qualified people with high diplomas. For any country, it's possible to get these people to initiate the idea of joining the military. All great beauties that you would never dream of on a regular basis. Ha 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 ha. This time our military must thank Lin Yi. Warden he called. If it weren't for this song of his, Jingzhong Huagua, I guess our group would have retired and wouldn't have seen the current figures. Having said that, he asked the most crucial question. Draft registration channel. Whether or not it will actually open early. Don't say it's just me. I guess our boss, Elder Nye, is anxious to start enrollment early now, but I can't give any reply now. Rao Guohuang lit up a cigarette. Why? Warden Ho asked in disbelief. Because of the big problem of desertion. Gigi sighed. This whole joining the army thing is so serious. Because the military is a symbol of a nation's ability to defend itself. If there are any deserters showing up this year as well, it's too big a blow to the recruiting process. So I want to give the nationals a little time to think about this. I'm sure the boss is thinking the same thing. Rao Guohuang stated his intentions. Just as he thought. Elder Nye did indeed have the same idea. Also otherwise, he's definitely not in a promotional MV. Have the recruiting office staff specifically include clips of parents tearfully sending their children off. Well, you're right, old Rao. I was a little overexcited before. Warden Ho calmed down. Also realized the seriousness of the problem. Even he would be for listening to Lin Yi's Jingzhong Huigua. The whole thing became hyperactive. Not to mention the kids who still have little life experience. To avoid desertion, following the regulations is undoubtedly the right thing to do. Westside County. It's a small, ordinary county. Wages are not high, spending is average. Even more young people, all because of the economic backwardness of the old country, chose to run away to the big city for a career. In the county now, there are basically only a few unusual people left. Tonight, a couple of uneducated punks in their day are gathered at the barbecue stand, drinking and bragging to pass the time. I'm getting annoyed with my old man. He's been trying to get me into the military. I don't know what's so great about that Thai soldier. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Hua couldn't help but spit. Brother Hua is so right. My parents are also urging me to join the army every day. No wonder our brothers can play together. So we all have the same parents. What's the point of mentioning those troublesome things? Come on, keep drinking. If I don't drink you all down today, I'll take your last name from now on. The punks are back to drinking heavily. Totally ignored the words of his parents. Drink until you're on a roll. Li Hua even started to break into a rant. MD, whoever wants to be this Thai soldier should be. Anyway, I won't sign up even if I die. Looking at Li Hua's open-mouthed appearance as he cursed the heavens and the earth, the punks couldn't help but sigh up one by one. They've been playing together since they were kids. Mutual knowledge of each other's families, especially since Li Hua is a loudmouth. But whenever something happens in his family, don't even bother asking. He himself would have told it all the next day. Brother Hua, you're right. Being a soldier is too meaningless. Only simpletons who can't think straight will voluntarily sign up to suffer. The punks raised their glasses. Who says otherwise? My old man was a soldier for 8 years. Don't you end up coming out as a farmer who farms? Li Hua blew a bottle of wine right off the bat. And my 70 or 80-year-old boss. This is new. The punks pricked up their ears at once. I used to be embarrassed to tell my brothers about it. Afraid of being laughed at by my brothers. It's a rare day when we drink so happily. So let me tell you all a good story about this disgraceful secret. Li Hua picked up his cigarettes and lighter. His dad joined the army. It's not that you can't get a job when you're young. Instead, he was forced to enroll by his grandfather, because his grandfather was a veteran. Kind of spent most of my life in the barracks. We all know about the liberation counterattack in the West Side, right? My oldest was a deputy platoon leader at the time, and it took a second and a third. And in the end, he went so far as to say something about his patriotism that he didn't want anything and came back as a farmer. And my no-good dad too. If you love your country, you love your country. Can't you talk about it? The state doesn't even want to pay for it. It's the same as a cutie. What's the difference? Li Hua was about to be pissed off. He felt he couldn't live the life of a rich man, purely because his own grandfather and father were brainwashed. After all that, the two of them even encouraged me to sign up for the military. What? Is it because you're afraid I won't farm the family acres? The more he talks, the more he gets on top of Li Hua, directly in front of everyone. Yell out your own conclusions about being a soldier. Only 3 words. No luck. Yes, 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 yes. It's too unprofitable to be a soldier as a peasant. If you ask me, it's better to be a soldier than to work abroad. There are so many opportunities in the big city. Maybe I'm the next Ma Yun? A punk chimed in. His words could be said to have spoken to Li Hua's heart. Even though none of us finished high school, we all didn't because our families were poor. If you really want to talk about it, who among us isn't a good-looking guy? In the future, not to mention being Ma Yun, being Bill Gates is also a piece of cake for our brothers. Li Hua stood up excitedly. The other punks saw it. All stood up with their glasses as well. That's just it. What's so great about being a Maru? Let's be Bill Gates, the richest man in the world. From now on, all the money in the world is ours to decide. The alcohol is getting to my head. The punks were also getting more and more exuberant. The glass of wine no longer satisfied their mood. It has to be a wine bottle to work. Brothers, after blowing this bottle of wine, we'll all be the richest people in the world. Shofu shofu. Cheers cheers. Chapter 107, I'm going to join the army. Sudden program 4 punks startled the guests in the other seats. But the punks didn't care. They all believe in one truth. We're all human beings. Bill Gates can drop out of school and become the richest man in the world. They can just as well. Just as several people were about to clink glasses and drink. Look, what are you doing? Come on, come on, come on. Get a bottle of wine up. Don't sweep the brothers off their feet. Li Hua noticed Josu, who was still sitting on the chair. The other punks cast expectant glances. Josu is the oldest. Fame is also the biggest in the gangster circles, because he has a ringing nickname. Pengju Zhou, Westside First Middle School. Brother Su, you have a good brain and good hands. It's too condescending for a man like you to be nestled in the West Side. Come blow this bottle with the brothers, and then the brothers will get you the money to go out there and continue to be the boss. One punk just pulled out all the money in his pocket. Scattered. The largest denomination is not even a 50. Brother Su, a talent like you can make a good living wherever you go. It's just that I hope that when you get rich in the future, you won't forget our group of brothers who shared the same fate. The other punk finished and turned his head to Li Hua. Hua, What's that word from? Ghoulie? That made everyone laugh. Lousy goo-umri. That word is shareholder. Li Hua laughed and cursed. He then looked back at Zhou Su. Brother Su, the brothers all want to be your shareholders and do great things with you, so get up and lead the brothers to continue eating and drinking. Having said that, Li Hua took out all the money he had on him. Same with the other punks. 7 or 8 young men in their early 20s came up with almost $500 or so. The barbecue owner standing in front of the store. Instantly, he frowned. Boss, I have money. Don't be afraid. Zhou Su held his wallet and shook it. Look at the few red bills inside. The barbecue restaurant owner was relieved. At this point, Zhou Su looked up at his brothers. I'll take the money back. The punks were in a hurry. They knew Zhou Su's character too well. No money. It just means he's not going to take his brethren to the big city to make a go of it. Brother Su, don't. You are chilling the hearts of the brothers. Li Hua was at a loss for words. They're a group. Everything works together. Zhou Su was even the backbone of the team. Without Zhou Su to take the lead, even if a few of them go to the big city, and I don't know what to do. I'm actually more interested in signing up for the military than going to work outside. Zhou Su poured a glass of wine alone. One drink in front of the punk. The gesture seemed to tell them. The idea of signing up for the military. Definitely not on a whim. Nor was it an excuse that Zhou Su had found on the spot. Rather, it is a carefully considered intention. One time, the punks were wide-eyed. All of them had a look of disbelief. Only Li Hua. Only he slammed the table. Defiantly, he roared. Zhou Su, at the expense of me always treating you as my own brother. What do you mean by this? A few people inside. The first one to complain about not wanting to be in the military. It's Li Hua. The first person who thought there was nothing to be gained by being in the military. Also Li Hua. Not to mention the fact that he's already put words in that mouth today. Zhou Su also wants to go into the army. That's not giving him half the face he deserves. Doesn't see him as a brother. Xiao Hua. You sit down with the brothers first. I don't mean to look down on the guys. Zhou Su personally poured a glass of wine for several people. For the love of the matter, Li Hua and the others forced their anger to sit down. I actually just made that decision today. Zhou Su explained what had happened. This morning, he was inexplicably up early. The brothers are all still lying under the covers asleep. Nothing to do with him. Came to the internet cafe to surf the net. It was about almost noon. The Jing's Hongsing MV played on the big screen in the center of the internet cafe. Zhou Su, who went out to buy cigarettes, just caught a glimpse of the mother-in-law tattoo. Heard the line enduring sighs, more breathless blood and tears. He froze in that moment. Standing there dumbfounded. Silently watched the entire MV. The song touched me a lot and made me feel that it was time for me to take on the responsibilities of a man. Zhou Su exhaled a large mouthful of smoke. He used to study well. Otherwise it wouldn't have been a student at Westside 1. The nickname Zhou Pingju. He started it himself. Because Pingju is Yu Fei's character. And Yu Fei is his idol. You all know about me. I got kicked out of school because I put the bullies in the hospital. My parents are farmers and have no power or influence. And they don't know how to enlighten me. So they had to let me degrade myself. Zhou Su renewed his cigarette. I also thought that this was it for me in my life. But God let me today hear that song. Loyalty to the country is synonymous with Yu Fei. It was also Zhou Su's childhood ideal. Used to be him. Can't wait to study 24 hours a day. Just for future academic success. Contribute to the motherland. But the bullies didn't give him a chance. Just when Zhou Su felt that he could only be a punk for the rest of his life, the Seinfeld MV appeared. And it's all too coincidental. Coincidence made him think. Today he gets to hear the song. All because God was giving him guidance. Trying to tell him what kind of life he should have been living. I thought about it at home for a long time this afternoon before I made the decision to sign up for the army. That's why I asked you guys to come out for a drink together. I don't want to take you guys to a big city and into a factory. I want to take you all with me to be soldiers. Be a soldier who contributes to the country and to the people. Zhou Su's every word was powerful. The punks were stunned. The barbecue restaurant owner was shocked. The guests at the other tables were stunned. No one was expecting it. Zhou Su, one of the few biggest gangster leaders in the county. It's amazing that you can say such a thing. Asahi. Li Hua was rarely serious. He stubbed out the half-burned cigarette in his hand. Praggishly, he asked, can you tell me what song it was that could have moved you to join the army? Zhou Su and Li Hua are 2 years apart. Since they are neighbors, the two of them had the best relationship of any of the punks. So Li Hua was clear. When the bully was injured in self-defense, Zhou Su, who was awarded tens of thousands of dollars in damages. How much hate there is for the police stream. The song that could make Zhou Su change that opinion. It must not be unusual. Even if you don't ask, I'll give you all an earful. This song helps me pick up the fight in my life again. And I'm sure it does the same for you guys when you hear it. Zhou Su took out his cell phone. He didn't mind the stares of the bystanders. Directly outside up, wolf smoke rises from the river and the mountains look north. the dragon rolls the flag, the horse neighs, and the sword's breath is like frost. My heart is like the yellow river. Who can resist between 20 years of vertical and horizontal? Chapter 108, Mother-in-law's Tattoo. Serve the motherland. Lin Yi's voice spread throughout the stall. It's not just the punks, workers in the store, next to the diners. All of them cast their gazes towards Josu. Horses' hooves go south and people look north. The grass is green and yellow and the dust is flying. I would like to defend the land and open the border. China will make the 4 directions. Liga. In a grand male chorus of voices, the whole song played. Josu didn't make any statement, but the punks were all silent. The guests around them also looked thoughtful. A night market that should be bustling with activity. It was just instantly quiet, until a voice rings out. Wah! What does this video mean? Why don't I see what Wook is trying to say? And what's with the mom who offered to tattoo her kid? Not that those with tattoos are not good. Ouch! Who the hell hit me? Liang Long, the youngest, rubbed his head and cursed. It's me! Li Hua grimaced with an old face. Wah! Why are you hitting me for a good reason? No tattoos allowed. Clearly Brother Su made the rules. Liang Long was aggrieved. Who the told you to get a tattoo? That guy on the video is General Yu Fei. Are you a pig? Haven't you read the story of the mother-in-law's stabbing in a book? Li Hua gave Liang Long another shot. Liang Long was even more aggrieved. Okay, you can't blame Xiao Long for this. Zhou Su waved his hand. Liang Long also explained. Coming from the countryside, he only made it to the first half of the 3rd grade, because his parents died tragically in a flood. To take care of his grandfather who was also paralyzed by the flood, he had to drop out of school voluntarily. Started farming with the village people. He had never really heard the story of the mother-in-law's stabbing. The punks who heard this froze. I didn't realize that Liang Lung's childhood was like this. Bruce, I'm sorry. Returning to his senses, Li Hua hurriedly apologized. It's okay Hua, just tell me the story of General Yu Fei. Liang Lung laughed foolishly. It's also very innocent. Okay. Li Hua briefly summarized the story of the mother-in-law's stabbing. The results were not expected. Liang Long's blood boiled as he listened. One boasts about this story not to mention. Also among the announcements. In the future, Yu Fei will be his idol. I want to be a great hero like Yu Fei myself. To be able to idolize General Yu Fei. You're very good. Xiao Long, Zhou Su said with relief. It has to be. Such a great hero deserves to learn from him. And this song you put on, Asahi, simply wonderful singing. Listening to this makes me want to sign up for. Right now. Saying this, Liang Long suddenly stopped. He really wanted to go and sign up for the army to serve his country, but the paralyzed grandfather at home can't be left unattended. He couldn't help but let out a big, long sigh. This made a few punks who were already silent. It became more silent. It's okay little dragon, you're only 18 now, and there's still a chance to be a soldier later. Don't worry, Brother Su will be waiting for you in the barracks. Zhou Su patted Liang Long on the shoulder. Really Asahi? Liang Long instantly had both eyes glowing. He didn't read. The family is poor. For draft enrollment requirements, you can say that you don't know what you're asking, but he trusted Zhou Su. Since Zhou Su said he would have a chance later, then he must have a chance. Well, let me start by telling you about the terms of the draft and how to sign up. Zhou Su pulled Liang Long and began to tell the story. The punks remained silent, especially Li Hua. His grandfather and father were farmers. He has been poor for 20 whole years. Swear you never want to live in misery again, much less go into the military, because he always felt that being in the military is what caused the family's poverty. If only his grandfather and father hadn't chosen to become soldiers. Instead, they are honestly working for a living. Then to his generation, the family situation could not be more modest. It definitely won't be just the subsistence level it is now. Can't blame him for having that thought. After all, he hadn't been in school for a few years growing up. It will always be naive to think you're bound to get rich if you work a part-time job. But, after watching the Seinfeld MV today, I don't know what's going on. He was surprisingly just like Zhou Su Liang Long. There was an eagerness to go and sign up for the army, even if you retire and come back as a farmer, and he won't regret it. What's wrong with me? Why would you have such a ridiculous idea? Li Hua asked himself mentally. Right on cue. Brother Su, I don't have much education, much less seen those big worlds, but I know that I've grown up so much on state subsidies. We wouldn't be the country we are now if we didn't have soldiers. Without my country, I wouldn't be where I am now. So I decided that I'll definitely look for you in the army later. Liang Long's voice rang out. It was in his heart. From the heart. Every word is genuine. It is also the words. It allowed Lin Hua to find the answer that had puzzled him for half a day. The reason he wanted to join the army. It's not because he thinks being a soldier is so great. Rather, it's that national blood that runs in his bones. The deepest part of this 5,000-year-old legacy. There is and is only one faith. A mere 2 words of faith. Huaxia. Being a descendant of Yan Huang, patriotism is something carved in the genes, the Chinese spirit that will never be smoothed out. Asahi. Li Hua raised his head fiercely and said in a condensed voice, "The enrollment channel blah 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 opens. I'll go with you to enroll." This statement stunned all the punks. They were slow to speak out. It's the fear of signing up for the military that is the intention. It will break Li Hua's heart. Now, even Li Hua had an idea for this. Then they have no more worries. Brother Hua, the brothers are waiting for your words. When the enrollment channel opens, let's go enroll together. We can't let Brother Su alone be honorable. The punks took a stand. Then I'll be there to see the big guy off. Liang Long was happy. Except for Grandpa. These punks are his family. Now the family is planning to go into an honorable military career. He was happier than anyone. Yes. Zhou Su stretched out his right hand. Bull asterisk 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 richest man in the world. We're all 7-footers. We should go into the military to defend our country. The punks held out their right hands. It was placed in Zhou Su's hand. Cheer together. Work together. And together let the 4 directions come to congratulate us. Huaxia, Li Hua said firmly. The punks were chanting even more. At this point, the owner of the barbecue restaurant served a plate of freshly baked skewers. For you, you have to be fit to be a soldier. Stinking brats, eat them all. You hear me? Without waiting for Zhou Su and the others to reply, other returning guests. Speak up first. Good job on a couple of brats. Son, Dad takes back what he said before. These big brothers are worthy of you. A couple of recruits eat openly. I'll pay for you today. Come on, let's raise our glasses together and celebrate the fact that our country has gained a few more outstanding recruits. In front of the barbecue restaurant. Instant applause. Chapter 109, Linny, the one who sings and shatters glass? Around 1 in the morning, a drunken Zhou Su returned home. A bowl of sobering soup, already cold, sat on the table. The old mother sat in a chair. One hand held his forehead. Breathing is neither rapid nor slow. Apparently had been asleep for a while. Looking at the growing gray hairs at the beginning of my mother's temples, Zhou Su couldn't help but have a sour nose. He tried to wake up his mother. Tell your mother to go to her room and go to sleep. But I'm afraid that I look like this now. It would break my mother's heart to see it. There is no way around it. He was going to go to his room and get a blanket to cover his mother. Just as he passed his mother. Look, you're back? Why are you drinking so much today? Is something bothering you? Mom doesn't understand your young people stuff. But Mom is willing to listen to you complain for as long as it takes. After saying that, the mother suddenly blamed herself a little. I'm sorry Xiao Su. Mom didn't expect you to come back so late. You wait a little bit before going to sleep. Mom will go and heat up the soup for you. Watching my mother hurry into the kitchen, Zhou Su's vision was a little blurry. Ta-da! The sound of a lighter came suddenly. It was the father sitting on the couch. Come over here and have a smoke with me? Good. Zhou Su walked over. His father, who smelled him full of alcohol, frowned, but nothing was said. Just pulling a cigarette out of the box, signaled Zhou Su to light it. Soon, there were 3 extra blasts of heat in the living room. 2 cigarettes, a bowl of sober soup. Old man, you say or I say? After a great while of silence, my mother couldn't help but ask. I'll do it. Father took out 2 more cigarettes. One was handed to Zhou Su. One lights itself. Look, I went to ask for you today. There's a junior college technical school that would like you to go to their school. I heard them say that there's no age limit on the entrance exams, so you'll be able to take them next year. My father took a big deep drag on his cigarette. You have a good brain. Repeat for a year or 2. Getting into a good university shouldn't be a problem. Think about it? Zhou Su didn't answer. Eyes always fixed on his father's hands. It's got calluses all over it. There were also a couple of new scars that had scabbed over shortly afterward. What was even more unexpected to Zhou Su was, the watch on my father's wrist was missing. That watch isn't anything valuable, but it was the only thing left of his grandfather. Snapped. Zhou Su thought of something, rushing towards his mother. The necklace is gone. The bracelet is gone too. Even the wedding ring is gone. I'm not going, Zhou Su yelled. He was well aware of his situation. There could be a school willing to take him. Must have been a lot of connections the parents visited. The things that disappeared into thin air, all during the visit. Give out the gift. Xiao Sua, you don't have to worry about the money. Mom asked the principal during the day and he said there are scholarships and grants available at the school. As long as you study hard, this money can be used against tuition. The mother, who had misunderstood Zhou Su's meaning, hurriedly opened her mouth. If I say no, I mean no. Zhou Su whooshed and stood up. Dad, Mom, who did you all give gifts to? Tell me, I'll go and ask for them back now. The mother who heard this wanted to say something, sitting there secretly wiping away tears. You're 22 years old. Do you realize that? Father slammed the table very hard. Look at the face full of rage. The eyes were but a reddish Zhou Su. He sighed. Another cigarette was handed over and said, It's all worthless trinkets, just give them away. Dad, but that's what's left of Grandpa and the you and my mom got married to. Told you it wasn't worth it. The father let out another angry cry. This time, Jo-soo didn't have any rebuttal. Just take the cigarette. Sat down and smoked in silence. Wait for a cigarette to pass. Take this money and find a class in the city. My father took out the only $1,000 or so he had on him. I've got a deal on the school side, all the way through next year. You can report whenever you want. Mother also produced a small pile of money from the inside pocket of her dress. There's about 2,000 or 3,000. It's the last of their family's savings. I don't want it. Jo-soo's attitude remained strong. Xiao-su, listen to your mom. Take the money and go to the city to find a job you like. Mother gently persuaded. The father, on the other hand, smokes alone and in silence. Mom, you and my dad take the money back. I'm not going to work for the city, because I'm going to sign up for the army. Jo-soo didn't want a bull asterisk anymore. Sign up for the army? That's good. Joining the army is a job. Xiao-su, in the future, mom and dad are not around. You alone have to take good care of. The mother lurched. The cigarette in my father's hand also fell to the ground. The two men looked at each other. Neither could believe what they had just heard. Mom and Dad, I want to join the army and be an honorable soldier. As for school, I've already inquired about it, and I can get into military school later. Hearing Jo-soo's words, the parents froze first. This was followed by a fleshy, happy upturn. My father bragged about how good it was to be a soldier. Mother smiled and wiped her tears, something that really made them both happy. It's not that Jo-soo knows what he's doing. Instead, it was his own baby boy. Finally out of the haze of that bullying thing. The other side. Li-hwa just entered. Thanks for knowing to come back. Li-hwa, I'm putting words in your mouth today. If you don't go to the army, our oldly family won't have you in the future. My father chopped his head off and scolded me. If it had been in the past, Li-hwa slammed the door and left a long time ago. Not today. In the face of his father's reprimand, Li-hwa nodded. Okay, Dad. When the conscription registration channel is developed in a few days, I'll be the first to sign up. The words fell. The whole house was quiet. Everyone stared at Li-hwa with a surprised look. Grandpa even reached out and touched Li-hwa's forehead. This eldest grandson of mine doesn't have a fever either. Why the sudden change of heart? Jang-wo, is it true that you beat my eldest grandson silly last time? The father who heard this cried out that he had been wronged. He was the one who was most shocked. Last time he asked Li-hwa to join the army. Li-hwa was reluctant. Breaking 3 chicken dusters won't even do it. Why did this kid suddenly volunteer to join the army today? Is it possible that he's trying to get money again? Dad, is that how you see your son? Li-hwa was a bit speechless. Can't your son be decent for once? Let alone the father, even mother and grandfather, all laughing a little awkwardly now. Let them believe that Li-hwa can be decent for once. It's harder than convincing them that Li-hwa can get into Tsinghua University. Ouch. That's how it works. Li-hwa told the story of the night. And take out your cell phone. Played the Saiken MV. Grandfather and father were both in the military. The moment he heard Lin-yi sing, the two men stood in awe. It also believed in Li-hwa's sincerity. Good big grandson. Tell Grandpa what the song is called and who sings it. Grandpa asked with a grin. Lin-yi sings Jingzhong Huigua. Li-hwa is a little proud, because he had already idolized Lin-yi. Lin-yi? That Lin-yi from the singers program? Mother asked. Li-hwa nodded. Which Lin-yi? Why haven't I heard of him? The father remained confused. Do you remember the last time you slept? The glass in our house shattered and scared you awake? That song was sung by Lin-yi. Mother said. No wonder he can sing this song so well. That Lin-yi is awesome. Father gave a thumbs up. The family is happy. Chapter 110, the channel opens. The number of enrollment is paralyzing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Rao Guowang received a call from Nia Lao. Said the leader above just sent word. Moved up the draft registration date to today. It's only a day early in the math. It doesn't make a difference. You ask the boss if there's anything else. I'll go to the military service information office first. Auspicious, who happened to be passing by the office, volunteered. Soon, the internet blew up. It's open. It's open. The draft registration channel is finally open. What are you waiting for? Sign up. I'm already filling out my ID. Large numbers of nationals poured in. It's not too much to say it's 100 a second. That number is horrible. Terrifying to the point that online registration just opened 10 minutes ago. It went into complete paralysis. Netflix is in a hurry. Rao Guowang was even more anxious. He rushed to call the information office. What's going on? Why did the online registration channel suddenly close? Jixing also called. Chiefs, it wasn't our department that closed the enrollment lanes. It's the system jamming. The military men and women of the information service were helpless. Registration is destined to be hot this year. The draft office has responded to this situation. The latest equipment and instruments were purchased exclusively, and Nialau also applied for a few special technicians from the state. All aspects of the online registration system have been upgraded. Even so, tens of thousands of enrollments, still holding up the system servers. What then? With so many people signing up, we can't all take an offline model, can we? Gigi asked with a frown. Offline registration doesn't run the risk of getting stuck though, but registering one by one is too much trouble and too slow. When everyone has signed up, guess next year's draft can all start. Leave everything else alone now. Mobilize all personnel first and get the system issues taken care of. Rao Guohuang ordered. Follow closely. He got someone else to call in Lucky again. Tell their publicity department to hurry up and tweet about the situation. Not a moment too soon. Conscription Propaganda Department V, due to equipment problems, the online enrollment channel is temporarily closed. But please rest assured that the technicians are urgently repairing the problem. It happened so suddenly. The official Twitter feed had to explain the situation in broad strokes. Netizens who saw the news, it quickly sent the tweet into the hot seat, so that enrollees can see the notifications in a timely manner. TSK, 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 even the system is paralyzed by the, how many people are signing up for the army this year? Someone made a post. The responses were numerous. Last I looked at the numbers, 10 minutes, 270,000 enrolled, not including the people who are entering their information. 10 minutes and 270,000 people signed up. Are there that many people this year? Don't forget there are other enrollment channels, and the number of enrollments in these 10 minutes adds up to an estimated 3 to 400,000. The more the topic is discussed, the more shocked the netizens became in their minds. They have thought about the large number of people who have signed up this year, but I didn't expect it to be as much as it was. No wonder the system crashed. The number of people who signed up in these 10 minutes is almost half the population of my hometown. Who says it isn't? 270,000 people in 10 minutes, with an average of over 400 people signing up every second. Why are so many people enrolling this year? Someone asked online. He's a returnee. Just got back from a few days abroad. Not very knowledgeable about recent events in the country. Brother, just go watch the recruiting office's promotional video. Thank you. That seafarer clicked into the military recruiting office homepage. Then he was dumbfounded. This page is temporarily unavailable due to network problems. How? Ergo, you know what? He looked over at his second brother who had just returned from grocery shopping. Do you even have to ask? The enrollment system crashed. Surely they all have to go under the official account and ask. Weibo's servers are screwed up normal. Ergo explained. So why are so many people signing up for the military this year? Because of Lin Yi's Jingzhonghuagua. Lin Yi? Jingzhonghui? The seafarer had one head and two heads. He had heard of Lin Yi, knowing that Lin Yi is the hottest new generation singer in China today. But a singer. And how does it relate to being loyal to your country? It's his song that was requisitioned by the draft office for this year's promotional video. Ergo handed over his cell phone. Only listened to it once. Haiku instantly understood all. The reason why the conscription office server crashed. It turned out that Lin Yi was the one who was really to blame. Same time. Online. I'm a fan of Linde. If something goes wrong with the equipment at the recruiting office, I'm willing to help Linda pay for it. Add me one. I'm a big fan of Lin too. I'm still here. If it wasn't for Twitter giving it a go, timely fixes for network fluctuations, gives the draft office a chance to reply to Lin Yi fans. These people are really going to start a fundraising campaign. Conscription Propaganda Department V, please calm down. Mr. Lin Yi only gets credit for this year's conscription. He doesn't need to bear any equipment problems. Even the conscription office has issued a letter. The netizens naturally recognized this. We were able to get so many people to sign up this year. It was all Lin Yi's doing. That's for sure. This song Jingzhong Reward the Country is so strong that I, a musician, can't even pick half a fault when analyzing it from a professional point of view. This song, even if it's really flawed, is still the #1 draft propaganda song in my mind. It can't be helped. Who made this song original to Lin Yi? All over the internet and beyond, Lin Yi and the essence of the world were highly recognized. Some people are even talking about their own personal experiences around them. I was at a barbecue stand the other day and witnessed a couple of punks who were going to voluntarily sign up because they heard this song. Not to mention them, even my 3-year-old daughter wants to join the army when she hears Jingzhonghuagua. My son has already pestered me to buy him a uniform, and said he wants to take advantage of the summer vacation to sign up for that army simulation camp or whatever it is. My classmates and I are waiting for the enrollment system to be fixed. I'm filling out the information at the offline registration desk. The likes for each comment went up fast. For those who have signed up, netizens are all kinds of complimentary. For those of you still waiting to sign up, the netizens also quipped. This internet atmosphere without the presence of little black men. It's even starting to make the internet feel a little less comfortable. It looks like Lin Yi's song Jingzhong Zigua has brought even better results than I thought. Ji Xiang looked at his cell phone and walked into the office. Old Rao, good news. The information office side fixed the equipment. This time it definitely won't be paralyzed again. Rao Guohuang was waiting for that. There was no half-hearted hesitation. He ordered that the online registration channel be opened again. This time the number of enrollments per second was even higher than last time. In the words of one user, "I can't help it. I'm afraid the channel is closed again. I have to report it quickly." Half an hour later, the number one Twitter hit has changed. Hashtag conscription. Chapter 111. KPIs accomplished just after the recruitment has begun. 2 days. Rao Guohuang, who was still asleep, woken up by a phone call. It's Warden Ho. Old Rao. What time is it? And you're still sleeping? Hurry up and get up and go to your recruiting office's official website. Something great. Rao Guohuang was confused by a few words. About yesterday afternoon, he and Lucky and the other senior military chiefs in the recruiting service, all were called to headquarters. The leaders above them were giving them a lot of praise, waiting for the booze to come back home. It was already about 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. What's happening online? He can say he doesn't know anything. Old he, when will you change this problem of you liking to sell your words? Rao Guohuang laughed and cursed. I wanted to surprise you. Warden, he laughed and continued. Alright, don't fall asleep. Hurry up and go to your official website. I still have things to do. I don't have time to talk much. The phone was hung up. Yawning Rao Guohuang. Sleepily, I came to the computer, skillfully opened the official website, reflecting the enrollment lane. Next, holy, Rao Guohuang woke up, thoroughly awake, because of the published data on the webpage. As of now, includes time for technicians to repair equipment midway through the program. It's about 20 hours in all, in what was almost a full day. Number of people enrolled in the military. It came to a terrifying 2 million, and that number is skyrocketing. Lao Rao, did Lao he call you? Go look at the data on our official website. The number of enrollments has already exceeded 2,200,000. Jixing called out of the blue. The voice was agitated. There was even some trembling. Watching. Rao Guohuang responded calmly. Can't feel half the emotional ripples, but that doesn't mean. He was like that deep down inside. 2 million enrollments in one day. That number is just horrible. Why? Because for the past decade or so, final data from the annual fall enlistment process, it's mostly stayed around 3 million. Work tasks that used to take a quarter to achieve, put in this year. Surprisingly, it took just one short day. It's 2/3 done. No, not 2/3. It should be almost 5/6. Ji Xiang corrected Rao Guohuang. The two had just been on the phone for 10 minutes or so. Close to 200,000 more nationals signed up for the military. At this rate, it's probably not even lunchtime yet. We're about to fulfill our KPIs for the recruitment service this year. Ji Xiang was excited to the core. However, Rao Guohuang gave no response. The voice that can be heard on the phone. It's the lighter that's lighting the cigarette. Someone then took a long drag. Rao Guohuang is utilizing cigarettes. Calm yourself in your excitement. Old Rao, say later. A leader has come to see me. Jixing didn't hang up. Rao Guohuang didn't make half a sound either. The leader saw the scene. Nonetheless, there is no blame. Instead, they were also in front of Rao Guohuang and Ji Xiang. There were all sorts of praises for Lin Yi. It says that so many people can sign up for the military this year. Credit goes to Lin Yi and his Seinfeld. Such great work. The recruiting service has to find a way to properly repay the favor. Leader, why don't we step up our efforts to give Lin Yi continued publicity? It's not just Seinfeld, it's his other songs. Gigi offered. That's a good idea. The leader nodded and continued. Rao, what do you think? Rao Guohuang was silent for a few minutes. Then he opened his mouth and said, why don't we let Comrade Auspicious and their propaganda department specialize in opening a live broadcast to interview Lin Yi? The live feed? The leader and Auspicious froze. Don't even mention the draft office. This live interview format. It hasn't come up a couple times in the entire military. It wasn't that they didn't think Lin Yi was worthy. Rather, they were overwhelmed by the fact that they didn't know how to conduct an on-air interview. Just a simple live Q&A session. Similar to the ones online. It's just that it's our guys who are doing the interviews instead. Leader, I think Comrade Auspicious is quite suitable for this job. Having heard Rao Guohuang's words, Ji Xiang hurriedly waved his hand in refusal, feeling incompetent. But the leader is the one who recognizes this. Rao, this broadcast is considered the debut of the recruiting service, and it has to be taken seriously. You're in charge with Yoshi. It's decided. You two meet today to discuss it and then remember to tweet about it. Having said that, the leader hangs up the phone and heads off. 2 or 3 hours later, the Military Recruiting Services Communications Department updated a tweet. Tonight at 8 p.m. sharp, the draft office Q&A booth opens for the first time. The theme of this program, Psycheo. Once the tweet was sent out, it instantly caused an uproar online. Now the CU. Except for Yufei. It's also bound to a name. Lin Yi. So sign up for the military or not. Everyone was looking forward to seeing Lin Yi on the military broadcast. It didn't even take a call from the group's leader, White Tea. The fans in the group, early in the second after work, just stormed into the live feed. Yoo-hoo! There's actually someone who came earlier than us. Ha 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 ha. It's Lin Yi who made us understand why we should join the army. We definitely have to come and thank him. It's the nationals who signed up for the military. The two sets of people were friendly, interacting non-stop on the air. By the time the beautiful military host arranged by Rao Guo and Lucky appeared on the screen, she was instantly stunned. It's only just opened. As a result, the popularity of the live broadcast was already 5 to 6 million. Lin Yi's influence was too great. Luckily, I was in time. I missed the 8 o'clock sharp by a second. Anchor, may I ask what programs are included in the draft checkup? Can I sign up for the military if I just had my eyes lasered? Is the training place for new recruits arranged nearby? Or is it subject to transfer management? All sorts of questions popped up. The beautiful military anchors answer all the questions. Where's Lin Yi? Why haven't I seen Lin Yi? Anchor, can I send Lin Yi by signing up for the army? Autographed photo is fine. A mention of Lin Yi. The audience in the live room got even more enthusiastic. The Heat popularity is also on a higher level. Came in at over 10 million. But the beautiful military anchor was a bit tense. The army sent Lin Yi an autographed photo. There are at least a few million of them. Lin Yi must be exhausted. Seeing that the anchor didn't reply for half a day, Lin Yi fans asked, Anchor, is that Lin going to come? When will he come? If Linda comes, will she sing on the air? For the sake of us old fans, can Lindo sing a few songs? Now don't say Anchor. Even Lucky and Rao Guo backstage couldn't hold it together. Old G, keep an eye on it. I'll go call Lin Yi and ask. Yes, Rao Guo returned to his office, called Lin Yi. The draft office's live room was going to be a telephone Q&A format. Nah, the nationals were too excited to see Lin Yi. They had to extend an invitation to Lin Yi to appear in the movie. I won't say anything else about our relationship as brothers. As long as you can come, no matter what happens in the future, we at the recruitment office will be your strongest backing. Rao Guo knew Lin Yi too well, knowing that once you bring up money and stuff, Lin Yi would definitely reject it at the first opportunity. There are only insubstantial verbiage like solid backing. It was only possible for Lin Yi to accept the invitation. And it is true. Okay, I'll be there tomorrow. Lin Yi nodded. Chapter 112, Lin Yi attends the recruitment live broadcast. Xiao Qin, Chief Rao has asked. Lin Yi will be here tomorrow. Gigi told the beautiful military anchor the news. The anchor relayed it to all the live viewers in the first place. Moment. The entire broadcast was a buzz. All the viewers were sending pop-ups. Hail the draft office. This broadcast ended successfully. Later that night, Tomoyo, heavy news. Tomorrow night, at 8 p.m. sharp, Lin Yi will be attending the draft office live broadcast. Note that it's a personal appearance, not a phone Q&A. Here's a tweet from a Lin Yi fan, an ordinary office worker, but it's still a few minutes. The tweet then surpassed 10,000 retweets. That fan's follower count. It's also rubbing off. Most are fans of Lin Yi and nationals who signed up for the military. Soon, a brand new hot search has appeared on the hot list. Hashtag Lin Yi is alive again. Hashtag. What's the meaning of this hot search? What does this hot search mean? Hasn't Lin Yi been alive and well all this time? Any Lin Yi fans come out to explain the situation? Netizens are puzzled. Lin Yi fans who realized the misunderstanding, rushing out to explain. Lin Yi has been alive and well. It's just been a long time since the big guy has seen a living Lin Yi on camera. It's true if you say so. The last time I saw Lin Yi on camera was when he was a singer. Yeah, it's been weeks. Rinda, do you know how I've carried myself these past few weeks? The whole internet is abuzz. Everyone set their alarms in unison. Looking forward to the live stream opening tomorrow night at 8 p.m. sharp. Day 2. Lin Yi just got off the plane. It was then taken to the recruiting office police car. The soldiers in charge of transportation were all overwhelmed with excitement, all thinking about how they could strike up a conversation with Lin Yi. Unfortunately, the draft office is not far from the airport. Lin Yi all got off. They hadn't thought of a reason to strike up a conversation either. Coming. Lin Yi is here. Comrades charge. Just get out of the car. Lin Yi was then startled by a shout. Didn't wait for him to react. The military men from the recruiting office then surrounded him. Men, women and children. Lin Yi, I'm your fan. Can I get an autograph for my oldest grandson? Even though he's only 3. I wanted to. And I added your fan group. The male soldiers shouted as they laughed. The female soldiers, on the other hand, all bowed their heads and blushed. Lin Yi is much more handsome in person than on camera. Talented not to mention. The point is that he's also very patriotic. Such a star. Totally Prince Charming for the female soldiers. Mr. Lin Yi, may I ask, do you have a girlfriend? A female soldier asked suddenly. Linny didn't reply, because he wouldn't even be able to get back to his senses. There are too many people in front of us. 3 laps inside and 3 laps outside. There are hundreds of them to say the least. Let's not think about someone as good as Linda. Let's just listen to more of Linda's songs when we have time. The other female soldier said. I didn't mean it like that. It's me who prepared a gift for Rinda. If he doesn't have a girlfriend, then that's the only one I'll send. The female soldier from before pulled out a small clay doll. Lin Yi's look-alike. She made it herself last night. I forgot about the gift if you didn't mention it, and I have it prepared. Linda, do you see how you like it? More and more female soldiers came up with gifts. Have yourself painted by Lin Yi. There are also books filled with blessings. Lin Yi, our male soldiers are all brown men, not as meticulous as the female soldiers. This is the watch the division gave me for my first place in my last training. If you like it, I'll give it to you. A male soldier started. Other male soldiers followed suit and brought out gifts, mostly small objects on them. It's not worth it, but represent them with honor in the division. It was Lin Yi's turn to have a hard time. Neither is gift receiving. It's not a good idea not to take it, just when he didn't know what to do. Ahem. I asked you to guard the door because I was afraid that people would come in today to enroll offline. It's not for you to follow the stars here. Rao Guohuang's reprimand sounded. The entrance to the conscription office was quiet for a moment. The soldiers looked at Lin Yi fondly for one last time. They then returned to their posts. Lin Yi, let me introduce you. This is Comrade Auspicious, the head of our draft propaganda department. Rao Guohuang introduced. Good day, Chief Cat. Lin Yi smiled and said hello. Go, 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 go. Jishan pulled on Lin Yi's arm. The three of them walked through the doors of the recruiting office with a smile on their faces. The soldiers outside. All you can do is eyeball it the whole time. Secretly regretting it in my heart. Why don't you think we both just took the pens on the table? I told you how Lin Yi wouldn't give us an autograph. 8 o'clock at night. The live stream opens on time. Anchor Xiaoqin was needy and happy. The whole thing is I don't know how many times better than yesterday. By the looks of this, Lindy should be getting ready backstage. Can the anchor rush Lindy so he can hurry up and appear in the movie? Rinda, come on out. I can't wait. The audience kept sending pop-ups. All of them were looking forward to Lin Yi's appearance. Please don't be in a hurry. Mr. Lin Yi is getting his makeup done in the back. He'll be ready for the camera soon. Xiaoqin calmed the audience. Makeup? You need makeup to grow up like Rinda? If I had that face, I'd go out every day without a face. Someone sent in a pop-up. Too right, if the time hadn't already closed, I would have signed up Linda for the world's top 100 handsome men. If Lamu doesn't make it into the top 50, I think there's something shady going on. Top 50? It should be top 10. The pop-ups are growing. Knowing that the audience can't wait, with Lin Yi's consent, he had Lin Yi, who had just changed his clothes, go straight to the camera. Soon. Hello viewers, hello Anchor Xiaoqin. I'm Lin Yi. Lin Yi appeared on the camera of the live broadcast. Just a simple sentence. It instantly sent the crowd into a frenzy. The pop-ups kept coming. The numbers keep going up. But 2 or 3 minutes. Total number of people in the draft office's live room. It crossed 50 million. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chief Cat. 52 million viewers now. No, it's 53 million now. Military personnel in the propaganda department have been correcting the data reporting. They don't want that either. But the number of viewers on the live stream was just going up too fast. Old Rao, it's true that you still have foresight. Gigi handed over a cigarette and lamented. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? That man is Lin Yi, the hottest, up-and-coming singer of the moment with the largest number of fans across the internet. Rao Guohuang lit a cigarette. If you don't give the equipment no upgrades in advance, it's only a ghost if the live broadcast doesn't crash. Chapter 113, Singing in the Live Broadcast Room. The number of people exceeded 20 million. For Rao Guohuang's words, Auspicious expressed a high degree of recognition. After all, the singer's programmer's previous experience is there. Lin Yi's influence. It's definitely only going to be bigger than they thought. You keep an eye on the live feed. I'll keep an eye on the equipment. Call if you need anything. After smoking, Rao Guohuang left the office. In the meantime, netizens and fans who saw Lin Yi, all happy. Rinda, I've waited so long for you that I've blossomed. I've waited to become a mother of 3. You too 666. Fans were the first to send pop-ups. People who chose to enroll in the military because of Lin Yi started sending up pop-ups as well. Rinda, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my life would be over. If I hadn't listened to Seinfeld, I guess my first meeting with the military would have been during an arrest. Speaking as if who isn't. Why do I get the feeling that you're a little proud? A clear thank you. This includes more than just young people, and a lot of parents' generation. Lin Yi, you've changed my mind about stars, and showed me that there really are positive stars in the world. My son, who is no good, is planning to enroll in the army after listening to your song. Thank you. It can show the right direction to the confused children. Mr. Lin Yi, I wish you all the best in your future starry journey. All blessings from the heart. Just watch the hilarious audience get infected. There was a flurry of pop-ups about, among other things, the journey of transformation of the hearts and minds of those close to them. Mr. Lin Yi, it seems that everyone loves you and Jing Zhongweikwa. Xiao Qin smiled sweetly. Ha ha ha, it shows that everyone is more patriotic than me. There's just one thing that I wish people would pay attention to. Lin Yi became serious all of a sudden. Xiao Qin was a little uncertain. The audience was even more filled with confusion. What is it? What do I need to be aware of? Numerous gazes that begged for understanding. Lin Yi moved. He tapped at the tablet in his and Xiao Qin's midst. A pop-up was zoomed in, appeared before the eyes of all the viewers. It's 8:15 already, and Linda's not here yet. This is nakedly late. Mr. Lin Yi, what are you? Xiao Qin tried. No one likes criticism, even if that criticism isn't true. Just kidding, and no one will like it. So, Xiao Qin is just like the audience. They all thought Lin Yi was angry because of this pop-up. Rinda, I didn't mean it like that. That viewer sent a pop-up explaining. You have no more chance to explain. Lin Yi remained serious. He took his cell phone out of his pocket, lighting up a photo inside. That's the lounge table. The word morning was written large in the upper right corner. Because I'm a singer with professionalism, and I followed the example of old Mr. Zhou Shuren and carved the word morning on the table. None of you will ever see me late again, unless I'm really sleeping around. Lin Yi spoke in a serious manner, but Xiao Qin and the audience couldn't help but laugh, pretending to be so half-assed. It turned out that Lin Yi was playing a stunt. If Linda is late next time, we'll take away Linda's little red flower. All the other kids have it, but not Rinda. Let's see if he'll hide in the corner and cry when the time comes. If Linda really cries, then I'll videotape him so the other kids can laugh at him. Ha 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 ha. Old Mr. Lu Sun, this is slander. This is libel. I only engraved the morning. I didn't say anything about the back. The audience played along. Even Xiao Qin is the same. She zoomed in on the Mr. Lucian pop-up. Turning to Lin Yi, he asked, Yuan Fong, what do you think? Lin Yi, who heard this, rubbed his chin. Pretend to ponder for a few minutes. Fong spoke, out of 10. I can only give this pop-up a score of 8.5 because I have 5 words. Breathless? Why are you speechless? Beware of Mr. Lu Sun's dreams in the middle of the night. The netizens are still flirting. Xiao Qin asked the question in passing. Because I studied old Mr. Zhou Shuren. What does old Mr. Zhou Shuren have to do with Mr. Lu Sun? Lin Yi's words. It made Chin and the audience laugh. Especially the line he followed it up with on an impromptu basis. If you want to spit on me, you have to be Zhou Sun at the very least, right? It's well known. Zhou Shuren is Mr. Lu Sun's real name. No one thought that Lin Yi would be unaware of this point of knowledge, because everyone knew Lin Yi was playing a stunt. Only this terrier, invisibly adding to Lin Yi's popularity. It turns out that celebrities can be so terse too. Come on, Lin Day, let's see how many stocks you can have for the so-called. Please take it. If you can't catch it, we, i.e., will lose face. The live feed was filled with laughter. The other side, Lin Yi's fanbase was also full of laughter. Handsome being cut, Linda back to my doing whatever I want. Old altar seater, it's also Lindy. Besides him, I really can't think of anyone who can do whatever you want with you for 5 whole minutes. Xiancheng Li Yunlong, Lindy at this level. Secretly practiced for 2.5 years behind his back, to say the least. Linda's 10-year-old fan, someone come, fork this little black fan out. Xiancheng Chuyanfai, not afraid, I still have a trumpet. The group is all watching live. This time, live streaming also came to the forefront. Lin Yi is going to sing. Linda, can you sing Teenage Wahine Sing? It's the song that got me into college. I think Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is better. The atmosphere is classy. Then why don't you sing The Wind Rises? I heard it's a hit abroad. All listen to me. Let Linda sing A River Runs Through It and show off the E8 soprano again. Good boy. You're really not afraid that the recruiting office will come after you to pay for the glass. Netizens are ordering the songs they want to hear. Xiao Qin took the background data to Lin Yi. Turnout for Seinfeld. It's an absolute first. Tell you what, in addition to Jing Zhonghuagua, I'll sing another song, Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart. Lin Yi gave a reply. This is the official live feed from the military recruiting service. Songs performed. It has to be a song that can be tied to the draft. Seinfeld needs no introduction. When it was first sung to military cadets, Follow Your Dreams was sung. Undoubtedly the best option as well. There was no opposition from the netizens. For them, It was enough just to hear Linny sing. It doesn't matter at all what you sing. That's all. Linny started singing on the live stream. Office. Old Rao, is the equipment okay? Ji Xiang called Rao Wang. What? The number of people in the live room is already 60 million? It's not that I'm bragging. Even if it's another $8 million, our equipment will hold up. Rao Wang smiled smugly. How should I explain this to you? Ji Xiang stroked his chin. If I tell you right now that instead of another $8 million, there's $28 million coming, will our equipment still be able to withstand it? Chapter 114? 80 million people. The equipment can't even top that. How much? Old G? How many more did you just say the numbers were coming in? Rao Wang exclaimed. Just now it was 28 million. Now it's 30 million. The total number of people in our live room. It's up to over 80 million. Gigi said truthfully. Hiss. Rao Wang sucked in a big breath of cold air. Over 80 million viewers. That number is so shocking. Even if the live stream is the official live stream of the draft office, representing the military in a sense. But the figure of $80 million, still beyond everyone's expectations. Old Rao, tell me first if the equipment is topsy-turvy. Judging by the look of this, it's estimated that by the time Linny finishes singing Jing Zhong Baogua, the number of people will most likely reach 90 million. Jishan was a little anxious. The live feed crashed because of the sheer number of people. For the nationals, this whole thing is completely understandable. But for the pretty country, the little days country, and the Western 8 countries, which don't have a very good relationship with China, this whole thing is a big joke. The hallowed Chinese military. It's amazing that you can't even get top-of-the-line professional equipment. How can you call yourself one of the P5 with that? I just asked the producer. They said that the equipment provided to us this time is more advanced than the equipment provided to the singers program at that time. Let's just feel free to go live and not worry about anything else because they're watching it live too. Rao Wang gave auspicious a piece of his mind. Same time, Netflix has noticed this as well. Top left corner of the live feed. With a long string of numbers. A whole 8 figures. 87 million. Asterisk. Since when are there so many people? Lambda is not going to break the world record for the number of spectators again this time, is it? Even if the record is broken, it's still rare, because the only person who can beat Rinda is never himself. The audience was both surprised and emotional. Hashtag Linny Live hashtag. This hot search is hot. It's even gone straight up to second on the Hot 100. Second only to the hashtag military conscription hot search. Sure enough, it's still Linny. Hiring him is so much more useful than hiring any other star. Warden Ho called. That's for sure. I don't want to see who discovered Linny as a singer. Rao Wang has a smelly face. No more problems with the equipment. He then returned to the office. Can you stop putting a face on it? Linny relies on strength, not your wise eyes. Besides, didn't the leader come up with this idea? What's it to you? Gigi gave a flirtation. Good old G. Tearing me down in front of old he. Ha! Rao Wang grinned. Don't forget, I'm your superior. Auspicious. Who heard this? Blushed. What are you doing? Rao, I'm going to do what? I'm going to order you to clean up the live room all by yourself. You're taking personal revenge. Old he you take care of. Jishan hadn't even finished his sentence. Warden he over there hung up the phone directly. The draft office's own business. They'll just watch the fun at Jinwan prison. Definitely didn't mean to do it on purpose. An hour passed quickly. The live feed arrived at the allotted time to go off the air. Xiao Qin didn't say anything, because the netizens pressed her to announce that she was off the air. Yesterday's debut of an hour was fine, but how can it still be an hour today? Normal live broadcasts are an hour long, and when you have a guest appearance, how can you not add another half hour? Rinda, don't rush off. It's not raining outside. You don't need to go back to collect your clothes. Netflix didn't want the broadcast to end so soon. They also wanted to continue to battle and play Terpsichorean with Linny. Would like to hear Linny sing a few more songs. Xiao Qin anchor, you talk him down. I'll give you a gift. A fan's offer. It resonated with everyone. Everyone started looking for gift signs. Forgot this was the official live feed from the draft office. There is no such thing as a gift swipe. Now the netizens are in a hurry. Anchor Xiao Qin. It shouldn't matter if we broadcast for an extra 10 minutes or so, right? Lin Yi, who had taken everything in, asked. Aha, it's okay. The two chiefs just told me it was okay. Xiao Qin responded. I hear there's about 10 minutes to go. Viewers are afraid to waste time by playing stunt. Once again, the song ordering frenzy began. I'll sing for you all when I get another chance. It's already late today, so everyone rest early and don't delay tomorrow. Linny smiled. Netflix is a bit lost. This time, Linny fans stepped up. Rinda, last time you said you've been busy lately and didn't have time to release an album or have a concert. You should be okay now, right? A pop-up caught everyone's attention. They'd all seen the screenshots of Lin Yi's chat with White Tea. Now the Wind Rises is released. The draft is also officially open. No matter which way you look at it, the odds are that Lin Yi won't even have anything to be busy with. Mr. Lin Yi, I'm curious about these two questions as well. Xiao Qin took the initiative to ask. She had always been a fan of Lin Yi, and in a group, that shrimp without blinking is her. It really hasn't been busy lately. Something about an album and a concert. I actually started preparing for it 2 days ago. I'll be the first to let everyone know when there's news. Lin Yi answered truthfully. The audience in the live room exploded at once. There was speculation that Lin Yi would have new songs on his album. There were also people who recommended their hometowns to Lin Yi, wanted Lin Yi to have a concert close to him. For these, Lin Yi didn't explain anything more, chatting with the audience for 10 minutes or so. He then left the broadcast. TSK, Lin Yi just left and the audience is almost a million short. Looks like the big guys are all here for Lin Yi. Gigi smacked his lips. It can't be helped. Who made the person who came here Lin Yi? Rao Guohuang lit a cigarette. The two lamented the occasion. Lin Yi pushed open the office room door. Lin Yi, you've come just in time. Rao Guohuang patted the chair next to him. When Lin Yi sat down, he continued. The leader just called me and asked us both to thank you properly. Thank you for the courtesy. Rao Guohuang didn't bother to say that much. He directly took this year's and previous year's enlistment data to Lin Yi. We exceeded our KPIs for the recruiting office this year in just 2 days because of you. Though we both know you don't like to hear that kind of talk. But we both still want to thank you on behalf of the military. On behalf of the recruiting service. Rao Guohuang and Ji Xiang stood up. Just as they were both about to bow, Lin Yi pulled the two of them together. Two chiefs, don't be like this. This matter actually has little to do with me. Mainly because everyone has a patriotic upwardly mobile heart. Otherwise, people wouldn't sign up for it if I sang as much as I did. The two chiefs say right? Lin Yi smiled sincerely. He was not modest. Patriotism is the national spirit that flows in the blood of the sons of Yan Huang. His role, but it's just awakening and guidance. Switch to the older positive singers. The result will be the same. That's true, but you're the only one in the new generation of singers who can do it. Seeing that Lin Yi was about to open his mouth again, Rao Guohuang directly pulled his arm, dragged him to the doorway corridor. Only then did Rao Guohuang continue. Go, treat you to dinner. You pick the place. The two men left talking and laughing, eat and drink. After being sent back to the hotel, it was then that Lin Yi realized something. Chief Rao, why didn't Chief Ji come to dinner? Because he's got something to do. Rao Guohuang smiled a bit cheaply. In the meantime, enlisted services live. Jixing is cleaning up on the side, while greeting Rao Guohuang. Chapter 115, Walking a dog without a leash is like walking a dog. The draft office live stream exploded overnight. Netflix's homemade recording appeared on platforms large and small in the country. Most out of the loop clip. In addition to Lin Yi's singing of Jingzhong Huagua and Pursuing Dreams and Red Heart, it's the various ways he plays with the internet. Lin Yi is really too interesting. He deserves to be on fire. This heavenly fortune. The conscription office must take it. And Zhou Sun. Now everyone knows that you're the only one who's qualified to say Lin Yi is late. Seeing the heat in the live room, Rao Guohuang ordered immediately. Let Kichi take the name of the recruitment office. Video editing work was performed. Soon, there's a whole new buzzword phrase on Twitter. Hashtag Lin Yi, the king of the terriers. Old Rao, good news, heavenly good news. Ji Xiang pushed open the office door as soon as he could. The number of people who signed up for the army today is higher than the previous 2 days. Rao Guohuang, who heard this, was first stunned, then rushed to open the official website for data within the recruitment service. As of this second, total number of people currently enrolled in the military. The data shows 5 million. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. With Lin Yi around, there's really a surprise. Rao Guohuang couldn't help but laugh. Long before Lin Yi appeared on the air, the recruitment service has then fulfilled its quota for the year. The results were not expected. Just because of a live broadcast, total number of people enrolled in the military this year. Surprisingly, another new high was broken. The draft has only just begun and it's already like this. I can't even think about what's going on back there. Ji Xiang was thrilled, because he saw the data change on the computer, just the time the two were talking. Surprisingly, more than 30,000 people signed up again. Boss, that was so right. Lin Yi is truly a great blessing to our military. Old Ji, quickly order down and have old he and the others lend us men. Rao Guohuang struggled to control his emotions. According to the current momentum, we definitely don't have enough manpower. Next, Warden Ho received a call from Lucky. That night, Fule Haiching neighborhood. A few security guards had ugly faces. The homeowner standing across from them, dog leash in hand. A large domesticated dog followed at his feet. Ms. Chai, please calm down first and hear us out, okay? The head of security begged bitterly. What else is there to say? I bought a house in your neighborhood, so you should treat me like a grandpa. The dog walking thing is as good as I want it to be. Who are you stinking security guards to yell at me? The female landlord surnamed Chai had a dark old face. The words have just been spoken. She has a pet dog, Great White, suddenly screaming towards the passing pedestrians. Ooh, mommy, I'm scared. A small child of 5 or 6 years old was frightened and cried. What's all the crying about? Never heard a dog bark in all your life? MS. Chai stared. A few admonitions toward the kid. The kid cried harder. The Great White screamed more furiously as well. Can you talk? It's okay for you to walk your dog without a leash. What's the point of getting mad at a little kid? It was your dog that barked first. Okay. A passerby couldn't look away. Stand up for justice. Great White. Bite him. Mommy's got the money to pay for it. An exasperated MS. Chai ordered towards the Great White. Woof woof woof. Great White rushed out at once. It's fast. Fast forward to the passerby who froze in place on the spot. Luckily the head of security is ex-military. With a far superior response. That's what led to a tragedy. MS. Chai. Your dog has endangered the safety of the residents. Please take the leash you are holding and put it around your dog's neck right now. The head of security turned around and angrily rebuked the dog as he pressed on his head. I didn't wait for MS. Chai to reply. The passers-by then dispersed. They're afraid they'll be caught in the crossfire. More than anything, I was afraid that I had inadvertently provoked the madman that was MS. Chai. Security brothers, hold on a little longer. I'll go find the property manager to come over and comment now. The passerby who did justice earlier. Run towards the property as fast as you can. Get your stinking hands off me. If any of you dare to hurt my Great White, believe it or not, I'll smash your rice bowls. Even after hearing that the property manager is coming. MS. Chai still didn't look half scared. Instead, it's gotten worse. Various insults and threats were directed at several security guards. You're the one who's wrong today. Not a few of us. I'd like to see what makes you able to smash our rice bowls today. The head of security pressed his hand harder and harder on the dog's head. Listen to the Great White whimper in pain. MS. Chai rushed up. Straight up. He flipped off the head of security. The scene. It happened to be seen by the property manager who arrived. See, I told you. This woman is a brutal, unreasonable lunatic. For the safety of all of us homeowners, your property must be managed. The passerby's face went white. Okay, you go back first. I'll handle this. The property manager offered passersby a cigarette. Wait until the passerby walks into the cell block. It was only then that he slowed to the scene of the crime. Hello Manager Wang. This is the new manager who just arrived at the property. The head of security snorted and introduced himself to his men. Hello Manager Wang. A couple of security guards finished their greetings. The review of MS. Chai's vicious incident began. Halfway through the speech, they snapped their mouths shut. All of them looked incredulously in front of them. MS. Chai who hugged Manager Wang's arm and pouted. Honey, it's not like I don't have a leash. Look how over the top they are with these people. Especially him. MS. Chai pointed toward the head of security. What happened afterward needs no introduction. Verbal warnings from other security guards. The head of security was nonetheless penalized for working the night shift tonight, and had half a month's pay docked. Can you be unreasonable just because you have power and money? Back to the head of security, Zhang Jianguo, who was in the duty room, exasperated. He threw his hat on the table. He just couldn't figure it out. Why can people be so bad nowadays? In a fit of pique, he had the idea of quitting his job. However, just as he pulled out a pen and paper, getting ready to write my resignation letter, didn't hold back another big, long sigh. Fortune City is an upscale neighborhood. The security guards are all paid more than in other neighborhoods as well. Chang doesn't have much of a diploma. To be able to make it to the head of security, by his efforts for a full year and a half, really want to quit, get out later. He certainly can't find a job that pays the same. Hey, the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved Zhang Jianguo became. Didn't hold back another sigh. Now he was in desperate need of someone to complain to and vent to. Favoritism in this city. He doesn't have many close friends. There is no way around it. His parents became his only option. Just as he pulled out his cell phone, getting ready to call my parents, a message was sent from the war group. It's a live clip from the draft office last night. Chapter 116, isn't it just a resignation? Go, second enlistment. The quality of this year's draft propaganda song is really high. That Linny is too funny. I've turned into a fan. His Jingzhongzhengguat and Pursuing Dreams with Red Heart make me want to enlist again. The group was buzzing with war veterans chatting. Zhang Jianguo, however, was confused. He scrolled up the record, saw a clip of Lin Yi playing Terpsichorean. Put. Zhang Jianguo laughed. He didn't expect it. In the new generation of stars known as the beatniks, it's amazing that there's such a pro-treasure singer hidden away. Brothers, what are the songs you just talked about? Jingzhong Weiguo and Pursuing Dreams with Red Heart. And why haven't I heard of them? Zhang sent the message. Comrades quickly sent a link. The official website of the military recruiting service. There are video clips in there besides. And the live video from that night. Zhang watched the whole thing with a smile on his face. Until Lini sang Jing Zhonghuigua. The phrase, "I would like to defend the land and reopen the border," sang to Zhang Jiangmo's heart. It put him in a momentary trance. 5 years ago, signing up for the army, he was a passionate man, willing to contribute his all for the sake of his country. Then came the pressure to get married. He was forced to opt out of the military. At first, he felt that by virtue of being a veteran, wherever you go, even without authoritarian facilitation, it should also be respected. Didn't realize, the diploma is only junior high school for him. Even getting enough to eat is a big problem. It was hard to get a job as a security guard, and end up having to be bullied by the powerful asshole homeowners in the neighborhood. The more I think about it, the more I feel stifled. The more I think about it, the sadder I feel. But he couldn't help it, because of his discharge from the military. Just a regular guy with no diploma. Press is not in a position to pull the wool over the owner's eyes. It's still good to be in the army before. Zhang Jianguo couldn't help but lament. Into the army. Everyone's status became military. No need to look at diplomas, not to mention the need to spell family. There is just equal coexistence. Together, we'll figure out how to solve the problem. How about I go back for a second enlistment like my comrades? Zhang Jianguo inadvertently saw the ID card on the table. He's still old enough. It's not hard at all to find a second enlistment for your old squad leader. Hesitation. A few of my security colleagues who heard about the incident today find it together. They are also veterans. It's not much different from Zhang's situation. Zhang Wo, take my advice. Tomorrow you'll still be the head of security at Foley Hall. The pay is better than any of us. A coworker reassured. Right, we have no diploma and no connections. There's not much to take away from it, other than being a little more physically fit than average. It wasn't easy for you to become the head of security. Don't ever think of quitting. Another coworker saw the resignation letter on the desk, hastily snatched it up and slipped it into his pocket. It's just a slap in the face. Just bear with it. You don't know what kind of crap I got from one of the homeowners on patrol this morning. And me, I just smoked a cigarette and I ended up like you. Also fined half a month's salary. Coworkers have moved on to their recent grievances, trying to get Zhang to think outside the box. Don't think it's a momentary lapse of judgment, the loss of a good job that was so easy. I understand what everyone is saying, but I'm just not going to keep doing it. Zhang's attitude was resolute, even reached out, asked for his resignation letter with that coworker. Zhang Wo, think 3, think 6, think 9. What are you going to do when you get out of here now that you've quit your job? Into a factory job? Or maybe go work as a regular security guard in another neighborhood and get paid $1,800 a month? The coworkers were still persuading Zhang Jianguo, although they were not in the same group of comrades, but they are all former soldiers. Anyone who wants the other to have a good time. None of that needs to be said. I've already made up my mind. I'm resigning. I want a second enlistment. Zhang Jianguo's words stunned everyone in the room. They don't understand. Obviously, Zhang Jianguo was among the few of them, the one with the best little life. Why would he suddenly get the idea of a second enlistment? It's hard not to accept that slap tonight. Has he suffered other indignities? Zhang Wo, you can tell us anything. Men, be generous. The oldest coworker soothed once again. It's not a matter of being generous. It's a matter of me wanting to. Zhang stopped in mid-sentence. He regretted that he hadn't studied properly before. At this juncture, surprisingly, I didn't know what words to use to describe what was going on in my heart all of a sudden. I'm not going to say it with my stupid mouth. So just look at this and you'll understand. Zhang opened the live replay, dragged the progress bar directly to the part where Lini sings. Wolf smoke rises from the river and the mountains look north. I'm not afraid to die to protect my country. Tang Xia wants to make the 4 directions. Liga. A song called Jing Zhonghuagua was sung. The live room went silent. Looking at a thoughtful coworker, Zhang turned up the volume of his cell phone. Maybe I don't have the talent, but I have dreams of naivety. Run forward. In the face of cold stares and jeers. Keep running. With the pride of a redoubtable son. No compromise until you get old. Follow your dreams is sung. The frowns of his co-workers, however, grew tighter and tighter. Vaguely, they seemed to have some understanding. Zhang intends to enlist for a second time with his thoughts and determination. But, really if they say so, and they don't know how to express it. I can guess what everyone is feeling right now because I was just like everyone else when I first heard both songs. Zhang Jianguo opened his mouth without half a sign. Everyone looked up at him. Has everyone forgotten already? We were once a soldier who defended our country. Is staying here for comfort really what a soldier should do? Zhang Jianguo asked seriously. There was no response from my co-workers. Yes, we don't have diplomas or skills, much less a good family, but do you know what it means to say, A great man is born in heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Are you really willing to be security guards for the rest of your lives, smiling all day and being yelled at? Seeing that his co-workers still didn't reply, Zhang Jianguo understood what it meant to hate the iron. What's the use of high wages if the country is gone? Do you expect these rich people to pay you when the time comes? Wake up, they don't even treat us like human beings now, and even less so when the country is falling apart. In that case, why don't we straighten our backs and go back to being soldiers that everyone will respect? What's wrong with training harder? Is the country not paying for it? Don't forget that the physique we have as security guards was born by our parents, and even more so by our country. At this point, Zhang played Chasing Dreams with Red Heart again. Keep running, with the pride of a redoubtable son. How can you see the sparkle of life if you don't stay the course? Instead of living, let's burn. For the good of the heart. No compromise until you get old. One song finished. In the duty room, someone was biting their lip in death. Someone clenched their fists. Some even shed tears. The state gave them bodies to be security guards. It also gives them pension money to retire for their parents. But they do it for a paycheck. Giving up the same passion I had when I joined the military. Zhang Wo, we were wrong. You were right. Being a security guard shouldn't be our life. Because we are a hard-blooded soldier defending our country. It's not just a resignation. Come on, we'll go with you and then we'll go to the second enlistment together. Watching one by one, my co-workers stand up. Zhang Jianguo laughed, laughing a lot. Chapter 117, The Chief's Questioning, More. Day 2. Old G, I'll leave the branch to you. A simple command was given. Rao Guohuang got into the car in a hurry. He received a phone call just now. Nye told him to get to the headquarters as fast as he could. Report on the practicalities of conscription. Boss, here's the real-time data as of this morning. Rao Guohuang respectfully placed a document on the table. Nye Lao nodded, gesturing for him to find a seat. Boss, take a look at this, and if there's anything you're not sure about, feel free to ask me. Yes, Elder Nye is the highest military leader in the region where the recruitment office is located. For conscription over the years, he only knows the results, don't know the details of the process. This is Rao Guohuang's biggest worry. This year because of Lin Yi, the draft data can only be described in one sentence. A little too much of a good thing. Anyone who doesn't know the inside story, see the data at first glance, definitely suspect that the recruiting office is fudging. And it is true. Rao, do you think I'm getting old and starting to get senile? Nye Lao closed the document. Ming had a smile on his face, but it always gave people a shaky feeling. You can't blame Nye Lao for that. The military is fundamental to the defense force. It is the most important and central foundation for the defense of the country. Anyone, even if it's Nye Lao's own son, but anyone who dares to fudge on this, then Nye Lao will definitely put that person in jail himself. Let him spend the rest of his life in penance. Boss, I knew you would. Rao Guohuang just opened his mouth. Boss, is there something you're in a hurry to find me? Warden Ho appeared at the office door. He and Rao Guohuang exchanged glances. All of them were a bit confused. By the book, the military recruiting office and the prison have nothing to do with each other. It's not often that the two are in the HQ office at the same time. Ho, you're just in time. Come on over here and check out Rao's KPI numbers from their recruiting office today. Elder Nye was still smiling. There's no need to look. Old Rap is definitely good at what he does. Although Warden he said so on his lips. But he didn't dare to disobey Elder Nye's orders. Still, he honestly took the papers on the table. 2 minutes later. Asterisk. Old Rao, you guys are awesome this year. It's only been a few days since the conscription began. And the number of applicants is already 7 million. Warden he didn't hold back his exclamation of surprise. Rao Guohuang smiled and didn't dare to talk. Elder Nye, however, frowned. He knew Warden he and Rao Guohuang too well. Don't look at the two of them, one surprised and the other worried, but on both of them. And yet, he couldn't feel any semblance of surprise or weakness. It's as if that whopping 7 million enlistment enrollment figure. It's like there really isn't any water. Rao, what the hell is going on? Elder Nye snapped in a deep voice. Boss, it's like this. Rao Guohuang spoke in detail about the whole process, from the national sensation caused by the Psyche OMV, and then to the huge impact Lin Yi made in the live broadcast. Both things make the draft the hottest topic of the day. Young people who have been awakened to the fervor of their breasts and the spirit of their nation, all chose to enroll in the military. Even a lot of military personnel who have been discharged. All have also submitted applications for secondary enlistment. Boss, you've heard Lin Yi's Jingzhong Weigua and know how well he wrote that song, so you must believe me. I'm telling the truth. Rao Guohuang finished and gave Warden he a wink. Boss, what old Rao said is true. It's all thanks to Lin Yi that this year's conscription figures are so good, and even the inmates in our prison. After listening to Lin Yi's song, each and every one of them has cleaned up their act and intends to be a new man. Warden he also brought out old Chief Joe and Principal Wang. So it is. Rao. Ho. You both did a great job. Nia Lao resumed his smile. No longer unnerving. Rather, it's down to earth. By the way boss, why did you suddenly call us both here? I can't figure it out a little bit either. Rao Guohuang and Warden he asked in unison. Because of Lin Yi. Nia Lao smiled. Because of Lin Yi? Rao Guohuang and Warden he looked at each other. The two of them couldn't figure it out at all. What the hell is going on? It could be connected to both of them and all of Lin Yi. I saw a post the other day. It says that Lin Yi committed a crime and was sent to Jin Yuan prison where you're at in Shaohe. Is this thing true? Elder Nye asked seriously. I thought it was something big. Rao Guohuang sighed in relief. Boss, this is complete nonsense. I was there when Lin Yi went to Lao Yi's place that day. Elder Nye, who heard this, frowned slightly. Turning his head, he looked at Warden Ho. Boss, that day was our prison's centennial celebration, and I invited Lin Yi over to sing a song for the inmates. It just so happens that it's also the day that the two adults, Headmaster Zhou and Principal Wang, are coming. Warden he took out his cell phone as he spoke. The surveillance from the time of the gala was played for Nia Lao to see. And yet, I don't want to. Nia Lao who has seen the video. Surprisingly, he blacked out all of a sudden. What were you two thinking? Since this whole thing is a deliberate rumor mongering by someone, then why haven't either of you gone out in person now to prove Lin Yi's innocence? In the face of these sudden rebukes from Nia Lao, Rao Guohuang and Warden he cried out that they were wrongly accused. The two of them had long discussed the matter on the phone, and it was discussed all night. Finally, a conclusion was reached. This matter concerned Lin Yi's reputation. There must be no rush. Even if Lin Yi had already proven himself innocent, they both had to prove it for Lin Yi again as well. Boss, this kind of thing has to be done with a single blow and uprooted. Otherwise, those people who are spreading rumors behind their backs might start new rumors about Lin Yi in the future. So we both decided to take advantage of the draft to find as much evidence as we could, so as to facilitate subsequent arrests. Warden Ho voiced the two men's plan. Boss, there's another reason why we're both late for the door. If we take up the matter at the outset, it is bound to create a degree of backlash among the nation, thus affecting Lin Yi's image in the minds of the nation. Lin Yi's image has been tarnished, and no matter how well Jing Zhong Huigua is written, the nation won't buy it. This incident is bound to lead to a huge impact on conscription. After saying that, Rao Guohuang took a sip of water and continued, and now that the nation has seen it, this year's conscription figures will be so good, mostly because of Lin Yi. How can a singer who can get our recruitment office to offer to help publicize his work be sent to Old Ho and the others? The rumors have gone out the window by this point, and it doesn't really matter if we both show up or not. Chapter 118, Doggy arrested. Marketing number blocked. There's quite a bit of evidence in Old Cat's hands now. That said, we haven't determined who the masterminds are, but we can catch the doggies. I believe that with Old He's means, following the trail is not considered a difficult task. Rao Guohuang is confident. The same goes for Warden Ho. Well, you both have a great series of approaches to this matter. Nia Lao nodded in satisfaction. But then, you two must act quickly now. Understand? This year's draft, Lin Yi played too big a role in this. For the sake of this credit, this has to be taken seriously on the military side. It's best if we can find the mastermind. Even if you can't find it, bring in the paparazzi who maliciously spread the photos. It was also a kind of explanation to Lin Yi. Okay boss, we'll both go back and organize the evidence and arrest those paparazzi first. Rao Guohuang nodded. Go ahead and call me anytime you have any trouble. Nia Lao waved his hand. Soon, the recruiting service went into action. Ji led the draft propaganda department, continuing to do free publicity for Lin Yi. Rao Guohuang, on the other hand, started online under the name of the Military Recruitment Service, expressing his most sincere gratitude to Lin Yi. As for Warden Ho, he contacted police departments all over the place. Nonetheless, a few marketing numbers that deliberately smeared Lin Yi were found to be cross-examined. It also blocked a number of big V accounts. All of these people were published. Those first few doggies that sparked an outcry online. Even more so, he was invited to the station for tea. Yeah. Try to keep this one under wraps for now. Otherwise, those masterminds behind the scenes would surely be on the defensive. Let's wait for Old Ho's side to ask pretty much everything, and then we'll move further in the recruitment office. Rao Guohuang is calling Lucky. Okay, I know. I'll inform down. Jixing hung up the phone. The military recruitment service and the police acted covertly, mostly under the guise of cleaning up the online environment, until a hot search came out of nowhere. Hashtag Team Winstar has been caught. Hashtag uninformed netizens. A series of discussions were held on this. Winstar? What's this team for? How come I've never heard of it? I heard that Winstar seems to be the team where Zhuo Wei used to stay, right? That's right. Winstar is the biggest collection of paparazzi in our China. A staff member with Inside Fish explains in a trumpet. Why were they arrested? I don't know. On their official account, they haven't broken the news lately either. Is it hard to believe that someone is messing with them on purpose? A netizen's comment. It instantly aroused the curiosity of all netizens. Paparazzi is one of the most hated professions by celebrities. After all, no one likes to have their private life put online, especially the big names. Each of them has a huge impact. There is also countless money to be made, but this is all based on the premise that they are clean bodies. Once the previous or current blackmail is out, even the most top-rated stars in all of China, it can also lose everything overnight. It was blocked all over the internet. Seriously, you can even be convicted by the state. Do you guys think this thing could be a fan out of the blue? She used to be so hot, and she was a couple with Big Black Bull, but it was the paparazzi's revelation of her tax evasion that caused her to lose everything. Some netizens have voiced their guesses. The skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and although Fan has been blocked, her connections and contacts are still there. It shouldn't be considered that hard for her to bring down the Winstar team. Quite a few people agreed with this statement. It shouldn't be Van. With her character, she would have struck long ago if she wanted to mess with Team Winstar. Wouldn't even wait until now. Not to mention the fact that her own brother is still in the entertainment industry, so she shouldn't be moving stones to stone herself. This webmaster's analysis makes a lot of sense. It has drawn a lot of recognition. Do you think it's possible that my pigeons are the ones who did this? An IKUN jumped out. If your pigeons were so capable, they wouldn't have been blocked so badly. The netizens immediately retorted. Others have simply produced notices issued by the police. Illegal internet rumor mongering and destroying the reputation of others. Look carefully. That's why the police uncle arrested them. How can it be a rumor when it's been solidly proven about your family pigeon? This webmaster's explanation, putting the entire internet audience in the spotlight. It all converged on a notice issued by the police. The time written on it is recent. That is, those paparazzi were arrested because they had recently rumored about a public figure. Do the guys remember anyone who's been rumored in recent times? As soon as this comment was made, it instantly mobilized the curiosity in everyone's mind. Some people think of their own loved ones. Others think of Netflix bloggers. Some even thought of the country's rich and famous, but not before a few words. They then dismissed their ideas. Even the police were alerted. It shows that the identity of the person who was rumored must not be simple, and odds are, it's a positive representation. Wait for me to think about it. Full of positive energy and a big guy who has been recently rumored. That person wouldn't be Lin Yi, would it? A speculative post appeared. You don't say, Mr. Owner. If you bring Lin Yi into it, this matter will really make sense at once. Positive energy, rumored, big shot. Although the police didn't name names, but isn't it clear that this is talking about Linda? Too right. Lin Yi has cooperated with so many official departments of the state. He's been rumored. The police must step in and investigate clearly. Countless netizens ran to the bottom of the post to comment. It quickly sent this post into the hot seat. More and more people know about it. Opposition voices also rang out at this time. All of your speculations make sense, but Linda has always been kind to people. I don't think he would take the initiative to call the police, right? Yes. Being upright is not afraid of the shadow slanting. Since Linda dares to release a new song at this juncture, it means that those rumors have nothing to do with him. Didn't the staff of Jin Yuan prison, before, help clarify the matter for Lindy? This matter has already passed. Surely Linda won't speculate. Lin Yi fans were the first to arrive. Maybe he's trying to hype up the heat and make himself even hotter? I think it's reasonable. After all, this matter is only good and not bad for Lin Yi. All stars eat like this, so just get used to it. Where there are fans, there are hacks. Though several waves of people have their own claims, but they all mean the same thing. This undercover police operation to secretly arrest the paparazzi. It must have something to do with the fact that Lin Yi was sent to jail for rumors. Chapter 119, Statement by the General Administration of Radio, Film and Television and the China Network Office. You little hacks can be a lot of fun. Isn't it boring to hack around on the internet all day? If you really have nothing to do, I'll introduce you to a factory. It's at least $5,000 or $6,000 a month. How is it better than you guys doing this kind of thing on the internet? Lin Yi fans have always treated Little Blackie badly. No, a fan of every star. I should say, any attitude towards the little black man would only be bad. What? Defending Lin Yi so much? Is he the one who pays your wages? And talk about introducing us to the factory. I think the people who are most short of money are you braindead fans. The little black man responded. The two sets of people started a name-calling war under the post. There was a lot of noise. It invariably makes the post hotter. Alright. Even though we all think that the main character in this case is Lin Yi, none of us have any proof. Maybe in the end, this matter ended up having nothing to do with Lin Yi at all? The passerby netizens who came afterward were more sensible. thinks everything has to be about evidence. Since neither group could prove that this matter was related to Lin Yi, then there's no point in continuing to argue, unless someone can come up with a solid hammer. Coincidentally, passerby netizens have just persuaded two groups of people. A small internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of followers came to the comments section. Before that he was trying to rub it in. More than a dozen videos related to Lin Yi's imprisonment were released in a row, though the matter had nothing to do with him. But the police still invited him to the station for a cup of tea. Ask him what he really means. How much is known about the people behind the rumors? I can testify that this police action is really related to Lin Yi. Little netizens rubbing off on the thieves. Backhand posted a new video. He showed his call logs. There's a special number in there. It's the official landline number of the local police department. As you can see, it was the police uncle who reached out to me. And it really wasn't me who was faking the pic. This thing will get so big. It's really because of Lin Yi. If I'm cheating, then I'll go out and let the bike create a death on the highway. Poisonous oaths were taken. Whether it's the eating public, it's still Lin Yi fans and little black people. All of them agreed with the little netizen. This solid video is hot. It spiked up in a flash. The webcam anchors on other platforms saw this, have chosen to follow the example of the little netizens, lighting up the call logs of the tea he was called for. Although our police uncle here didn't explicitly say it was Lin Yi, can a certain male singer with the surname Lin? Could it be anyone else but Lin Yi? I sneaked a peek as I was coming out of the station. The name written on the document is Lin Yi. I think the probability of a same name event should be less than 1%, right? The latest video of my police uncle telling me to delete the homepage. The content of that video was me commenting on Lin Yi's imprisonment at the time. For heat and traffic. Netflix bloggers who post videos are coming more and more. They all have the call logs from the police department as evidence. The netizens can't even believe it. Just when Lin Yi fans and Little Blackie were about to start a second battle. Don't argue yet. I'll tell you something. Rumor mongering and debunking happens every year, especially in the entertainment industry. How many times have you seen a situation like this one, where even the police have been alerted? Aren't the guys curious as to what Lin Yi really is? There's a little webcam that takes a different approach. Sucked all the heat out of it. Listening to the blogger's analysis, it seems to be true. Lin Yi had been out for so long before, but he had never been hot. Even if the Forbidden City documentary was his luck. How do you explain the big Shaft appearance at the CCTV gala later on? No one would think that a small 18th line singer with no background could really be this lucky, right? One user's comment. It sent the entire network into silence. Lin Yi's overnight explosion, while relying on his talent in the field of music. But there are so many talented musicians out there. Why did the guy who burst into flames have to be him? Thoughtfulness, 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 thoughtfulness. Lin Yi wouldn't be the illegitimate son of some big leader, would he? Why else would all these internet bloggers be called for tea? The little black men stepped forward again. Rumor mongering is already against the law. What does it have to do with Linda's background? Will you little hacks shut up? Lin Yi fans cursed angrily, then ask you brainiacs to explain. Why is it that even netizens whose videos have only 500 or 600 retweets have been called by the police to the station for tea? Little Blackie's words. It left Lin Yi fans speechless for a moment. Couldn't find a counterattack angle. Good thing there's a real cop in the eating crowd. A timely dose of common sense law for netizens. Videos or posts with over 500 retweets. It's already considered a violation of the law. Being called to the police station for tea is purely a formal process. It had nothing to do with Lin Yi's background. Chief, do you need me to popularize something more? The policeman asked. No need for that. Just leave the rest to me. Warden Ho walked into the office. Call Ra Guo Wang first. Then a few more phone calls. Soon, an official statement has appeared online. From a joint release by the WACN office and the BA. Hello, nationals. In recent years, internet rumors have become too prevalent within our Chinese territory, and have seriously affected the national order. To this point, the country's leaders have decided to increase the means and efforts to deal with incidents of rumor mongering, returning a healthy internet environment to everyone. In the content of the subsequent statement, WACNO and BA, a detailed account of the state's newly released statute penalizing rumor mongering, and specifically labeled out. This matter had nothing to do with Lin Yi himself. Only two things happened to collide. It's the police who are planning to borrow the rumor that Lin Yi is in jail, to popularize the latest regulations to the general public. Other than that, the statement goes on to say, the police arrest of the Winstar team. There have been hints of this from very early on. There is not enough evidence in hand. The police were slow to start any action. This incident of Lin Yi's imprisonment. Those doggies just happened to be Team Winstar. The evidence is in. It took the police to get the paparazzi arrested. It wasn't because Lin Yi had some appalling heavenly background or connections. Cleaning up the online environment requires the concerted efforts of all. I hope that the general public can look at anything in life and on the internet with an objective perspective. Don't be misled by people with an ulterior motive. And don't guide the direction of public opinion indiscriminately. Everything must be proved. Hereby declared. The Broadcasting Authority and the Wano. Chapter 120, Jin Yuan Prison speaks out for Lin Yi, +1. Official statement released. Just in time for the full internet storm. Netizens ran to like the comments. Within minutes, the statement was sent to the top of the Hot 100. Those webloggers who rub it in. Once again, the blogging videos and posts are published. True or false? Shocking coincidence? When is a bad time to issue a statement? Why would you do it at this time? Lin Yi, stop pretending. You've already revealed your kunfu. All videos and posts, all saying the same thing. Because rumors of Lin Yi's imprisonment emerged. So Team Winstar's doggies got caught. Because some people on the internet were suspicious of Lin Yi's background. So the State Department issued an official statement. Publication of the latest regulations at the same time. It was specifically pointed out that this matter had nothing to do with Lin Yi. It's too much of a coincidence. It's too much of a coincidence. Even if this statement is sent out tomorrow, I'd better convince myself. Why did you send it now? Once again, the netizens are misguidedly guided. All felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. The connections hidden behind Lin Yi. It must be bigger than the average person can imagine. No, the statement has just been sent out so that people don't steer public opinion in a wild direction. You little netizens, are you really not afraid of being called for tea again? And the state officials have said it's a coincidence. Is it possible that I don't trust the country to trust you netizens who only know how to rub it in? Some users slammed it. His comment was unanimously recognized by Lin Yi's fans. It also woke up a lot of netizens. Why don't I believe the statement issued by the state? In the future, without evidence. Can you stop talking nonsense? It's all because of you people that the children's 3 views are being led astray. Purely knowing the law must be reported one by one. These types of people are ultimately only a minority. The majority of internet users in the country, still recognizing the little netizens' unwavering opinion. Lin Yi must not be an ordinary singer. Instead, it's the illegitimate son of a big shot with a deep background. Don't even guess. There's all sorts of information about Lin Yi written on a certain degree and section. He's really just an orphan abandoned by his parents. Besides, then again, if Lin Yi really had such a big background, how dare the paparazzi make rumors about him? And on the side of Star Ocean Entertainment, in the place of the guys, would the guys really be willing to fire a big brother's illegitimate son? And in that highly humiliating way? A post from a user, disliking all the netizens is dumbfounding, because who knows what that person said about all of this is true. It was impossible for Lin Yi to possess an exceedingly deep background. He made it this far. It's all about your strength and talent, and a drop of insignificant luck. This matter does have something to do with Lin Yi, but it's not very relevant. It's just a coincidence. The videos posted by those internet celebrities are just trying to rub off on this thing. Hey, looks like we really overthought things. Almost 80% of the internet users, realizing that he had misjudged Lin Yi, but it's still 20% of the internet, thinks the world can't be that coincidental. The public opinion of Lin Yi's imprisonment, it wouldn't be as simple as it is now. Conscription service. Hey, ho, it's about time. Rao Guohuang called Warden Ho. See, I've signed up for the official Twitter account. My people are writing copy. Warden Ho replied. The two didn't end their plans that way. Lin Yi's imprisonment. Substantial evidence has yet to emerge. This time, a letter from Jin Yuan prison is required. Tell the nation at large what happened on the day of the gala. Because only official releases are made. It was only then that Lin Yi's innocence could be truly proven. Warden, the paperwork is done. Warden Chang walked into the office with the draft. Hard work. Warden Ho took the draft. Take a closer look. After making sure there wasn't a single word that might trigger public opinion, just let Warden Chang send out the paperwork. Not a moment too soon. Warmly celebrating the arrival of Jin Yuan Prison, one of our 6 major prisons in China. On Weibo, at Jin Yuan Prison official, Twitter officials were the first to post. Jin Yuan Prison? As I recall, wasn't it their staff that was clarifying for Lin Yi before? Is it hard to believe that there's going to be an official release this time? The netizens were left with their doubts. Tap into the official account of Jin Yuan Prison. The homepage only has one tweet that was just posted. First, there was a brief history of Jin Yuan Prison. Then the point was made about the Centennial Gala. A heartfelt thank you was expressed to the participants. Lin Yi's name was in the middle of it, the last paragraph of the text. Instead, it's the Jin Yuan Prison's response to the state's latest regulations. Don't believe the rumors. Don't spread them. Anyone who violates Chinese regulations will be brought to justice. I hope the general public can respect and obey the law, so that our Jin Yuan Prison will be empty and free of criminals. Read the entire text. Netizens subconsciously clicked into the comments section. Still only one comment. Top comment from Warden Ho's own account. Any star who is willing to come to our prison to participate is good and deserves to be honored by everyone. For those who have the intention of maliciously destroying the reputation of the participants, we in the prison will definitely regard them as the first to be dealt with. So please don't worry, Mr. Lin E. Our prison will do right by you. Because the state will always be the biggest backstage for all law-abiding citizens. At Lin E., the entire network froze in the moment. Jin Yuan prison tweets, and Warden Ho's comments, all in disguise. They are endorsing the speculations of the netizens. Lin E has backstage, and a tough as nails backstage. That backstage name. Only 2 words. Huaxia. Or maybe it's the state. Where are those little hacks who said that Linda is a bastard? Please open your eyes and take a good look. Linda is not a bastard. He's a child of motherland. Like all of us. Lin E fans were the first to come back to their senses. The motherland is our biggest backstage. Ask the rumor mongers to look closely. The laws and regulations enacted by the state will always be the biggest backstage for our countrymen. The netizens also reacted. Crazy to give the official account of Jinwon prison a one-click trifecta. Even the internet bloggers who are full of ideas to rub it in. It was also a moment to understand the importance of state regulations. Family members, don't believe the rumors. Don't spread them. Strive to be a law-abiding good citizen of China. Someone retweeted the tweet from Jinyuan prison. Mr. Lin E., it was my fault before. Now I apologize and hope I can get your understanding. At Lin E., others have hastily deleted videos that have been updated in the last few hours, and he expressed his most heartfelt apologies to Lin E. One time, there's a red hurricane on Twitter. Everyone sends tweets. The content is all one sentence. National laws and regulations are the biggest backstage for all of us. Chapter 121, Disciplining Rumor Mongers. Nazsim is invited to tea. Xiangcheng, a grim-faced Nazsim, walked alone from the police station. I hope you think it over when you get back. Confession is lenient. Resistance is strict, the policeman said in passing. But it is not expected. What awaited him was actually Nassim's almost murderous gaze. Okay, go back to work. This woman is no ordinary person. The fellow cop whispered. What happened to not being average? Can you do whatever you want with power and money and intimidate us cops with your eyes? She's provoking trouble. The police got angrier and angrier as they talked. If it wasn't for the co-workers around him pulling him, guess Nazim hasn't gotten more than a few steps out. Would be forced to return to the police station. Just calm down and listen to me. She's Nazin. Star Ocean Entertainment's Nazin. Nayan's sister Nazin. If you really offend her, you'll never think of turning in your life. Eyes on Nazim getting into the car. It took a previous co-worker to dare say Nazim's name. Ha! She's the one who fired Linny, the founder of Star Ocean Entertainment. Nassim? The policeman's eyes widened. How did she get called to our station for tea? This kind of thing is not usually disclosed to the public, because the police need to protect everyone's privacy. All I can tell you is that this matter has something to do with Linny and the Windstar team. What my co-worker said is obvious enough. Linny represents the recent rumor mongering. Windstar, on the other hand, is synonymous with doggy, plus Nazreen just had that look of apathetic displeasure on her face. Even if you think with your toes, both could have guessed that she was called in for cross-examination and interrogation. Same time, police station interrogation room. Obviously the doggy of the Windstar team gave a full account of the cause and effect of this incident. But Nazim looked at the confession and still denied it to death. She's too hard-mouthed. The interrogator is spitting on his co-workers. After all the hammering of the Windstar doggies yesterday, the police managed to get the truth out of them. The photos that sparked the public opinion of Lin Yi's imprisonment. It did come from their team. But the people who are spreading these photos haphazardly on the internet. But it's a couple of paparazzi working under the name of Star Ocean Entertainment. That is to say, the odds are that the person behind this will be Nazim. That's why the police called her over for tea. Anyone else who talks tough is just stalling for time waiting for their lawyer. As it turned out, Nazim was good, and by saying that she didn't know, she simply dismissed all the confessions. Folks, did she discuss this with those paparazzi long before she came to our police station? The interrogator looked over at Doggy, who was handcuffed in the corner of the room. These people are all from Star Ocean Entertainment. Response to the police. It's also all exactly the same as the retort given by Nazim. They refused to admit that they had done any stalking of Lin Yi's surreptitious behavior, and he also produced evidence that he stayed in Xiangqing the whole time. Dump all the pots on Team Windstar. That's true, but the pictures were indeed sent by a couple of them. I just checked with their IDs. The technician walked in with several graphs of the police back office data. So what if we send it? Please look closer. Other than sending pictures, did we say half a word about Linny? What? The police can still restrict the freedom of us commoners to post photos? A doggy grunted. The person in the picture isn't Linny at all. It's just my idol, Kuan Koan. I posted the photo online to try to clear my homing pigeon's name. As a result, Who would have thought that those marketing numbers would dare to talk nonsense on the internet? Uncle Policeman, I've been wrongly accused. The other doggy's eyes were full of pleading. It's obviously those marketing numbers and net bloggers who are leading the charge. What are you cops calling us for? What? Afraid of the fans of those marketing numbers and internet bloggers? Cursing your police on the internet? The other doggies have a word for you. Between 3 words and 2 sentences. Surprisingly, the incident was described as a case of police incompetence. Nazim taught you all those words ahead of time, didn't she? The interrogating police officer smiled coldly. I hope you won't blame me for not telling you clearly in advance. Having said that, the interrogating cop turned his head to his colleague. Intentionally, seemingly unintentionally, he asked, as I recall, for an invasion of privacy offense of this magnitude, a few days in jail is all that's needed at most. And what was the sentence for defaming and calling out the police? Yeah. A couple of them are still suspected of rumor mongering about our police. Within the new state statute, have there been any changes made in this area? The comments startled the doggies, but they still didn't choose to tell the truth. It's like before coming to the police station. Nazim had gotten someone specifically to admonish them for the same thing. Just follow the words taught by Nazim throughout. At most, the police can fine them some money and lock them up for a few days. Definitely nothing over the top. And it is true, since all the evidence fails to prove the true intent of the paparazzi when they uploaded the photos. Christina City Police had to follow the latest regulations. They were fined $14,000 each, and a half-month incarceration treatment. As for Nazim, after the police have dealt with the paparazzi, she got a call from the police. A notice of punishment for those paparazzi has been sent to your private email. Next, I want you to think it over. Give us the police all the details you know. All of them. And in the name of the entire Star Ocean Entertainment Company, a public apology to Mr. Lin E. Didn't wait for Nazim to give a reply. The police department side hung up directly. Want me to apologize to Lin E? No way. Nazim slammed the table in anger. She originally thought, get someone to secretly report Team Windstar for backstabbing, then get the doggies under the company's name to harmonize. Do it this way. She, Nazim, would be able to rest on her laurels, completely clear all ties with this. But what I didn't expect. She's done all that. It's amazing that the police aren't going to spare her so easily. Director Zhang, I'm really sorry for disturbing your rest. It's me, Nazim from Star Ocean Entertainment. So what? There's something I want to talk to you. Director Zhang? Nasimrian hadn't even finished the purpose of the call. Across the street, the famous big director Zhang Mozi just used the lame excuse that there's no signal on the set, hanging up immediately. Hiu Ming, I'm your sister Xin. Didn't you say last time that there was a rich businessman's dinner party at the end of the month with a lot of bigwigs? Do you think it's convenient for me to go? Nazim called the Yellow Godfather again. Sister Xin, if you want to come to the dinner party, that's definitely more than fine. It just so happens that I met Linny at the military school show. Take this opportunity and I'm sure I can put you two on ice. As sect leader Huang spoke, he planned to call Linny. No, I suddenly remembered that I have an emergency at the end of the month, so I guess I won't be able to go. Nazim hung up. She certainly understood what instructor Huang meant, as long as she dares to seek help from the Yellow Godfather. Then sect leader Huang dared to invite Linny over. Confront Nazim face to face. After all, this time the muddy waters have even rattled the state. Any star with a bit of eye candy, both would never let themselves get involved in the muddy waters. Chapter 122. Sure Shuyun, am I wrong? Brother Quan, is it really not possible? Xiang boss, what do you mean you've retired? Ha, King of Gamblers Ho is sick and hospitalized? Hit by a car. Do you believe your own words? Half an hour. Nason made less than 50 phone calls. The opponents are all top bigwigs from all walks of life. Each one has a huge impact. But, face Nasim's low voice. So far none of the big boys have been willing to reach out to her. There is no way around it. Nasim had to bring out her last card. Call the elders of the family. Think of this incident as a test for you from the family. As long as you can handle it properly, then the Teiyukai will promise you that now, the next head of the family will definitely be you. Nasim didn't say anything back. All there was a sneer hanging at the corners of his mouth. The family gave up on her. Again, because of Star Ocean Entertainment. Didn't all give up on her. If you don't dare to take care of it, you don't dare to take care of it. And you're talking about the test you gave me. Why don't you old undead dogs hurry up and get on the leash? After hanging up the phone, Nasim was getting more and more agitated. The anger in his heart was also burning hotter and hotter. Clearly everything was going according to her original plan. The Windward team took the fall. The doggies under her took it all for her too. Why did the police still want her to give Linny a public apology? Bang! She threw her cell phone out, smashed the cloak mirror across the room. Relief. But again, not a great relief. Usually one says it better than the other. When things really go wrong, there's not even anyone to speak up for my mom. They're all wolves. Nazim is acting like a madman, frantically smashing everything in the office. Just in time, Shuyun came to the company. Nazim's office is soundproofed, but the smashing was louder. What's wrong with Sister Sin? Shuyun got a little apprehensive. She didn't dare touch Nazim's mold carelessly, but she was anxious to know what Nazim had said to the police. Tangled in place for a moment, Shuyun still chose to knock on the door of the room. Get out! Get the outta here! Listening to Nazim's rant. Once again, Shuyun hesitated. But will it come back? Just as Shuyun was about to go back. Shuyun, right? Come in. You're the only one who can come in. Nazim suddenly spoke up. Okay, Sister Sin. Shuyun didn't dare to disobey Nazreen's order. But when she walked into the office, another moment of regret. A mess all over the place. Everything that could be smashed was smashed by Nazim. Even the desk was overturned on the floor. Sister Sin, what's going on? Shuyun cautiously tried. What's wrong? Is it true you don't know what's wrong that you could come to me of your own accord today? Nazim didn't have the heart to say anything back. Shuyun didn't dare to reply, only dared to stand in the doorway with a smile. Come on, don't be a hypocrite. You're Lin Yi's ex-girlfriend, the one who knows him best. With the effort of coming to me and asking me this and that, can't you think about how you can deal with Lin Yi? The more she spoke, the angrier Nazim became. Straight away the ragging began. Put all the blame on Shuyun's head. Soon, Shuyun was scolded and cried, after dropping the line that she was really just concerned about Nazim, trotting away from the office. Bring me the door. Nazim still had that cold attitude. She sat on the couch rubbing her forehead, thought about how he should respond to the police request. She was the one who insisted on firing Lin Yi in the first place, and he humiliated Lin Yi in every way possible. If she really apologized to Lin Yi publicly, this whole thing is the equivalent of her slapping herself in public. Not only is it a disgrace, it also draws collective ridicule from the internet. More importantly, Star Ocean is Lin Yi's old boss. It will also be because of the apology statement. There was a boycott from all over the internet. By that time, the company's stars, definitely thinking of ways to get out of the contract with the company. Those who are qualified vegetarians, all would also be more inclined to sign with other entertainment companies. Didn't even bother to look at Star Ocean Entertainment more than once. No, this tweet can't be sent. Nazim finalized the idea. Until the perfect response is thought of, apology statements can be delayed. In the meantime, that person who just ran past, is that Shuyun? Didn't she just get here? Why is she crying again? Is it hard to believe that she was fired by Sister Sin? The employees of Star Ocean Entertainment were talking. This made Shuyun cry even more. Run all the way home. Lie on your bed and cry uncontrollably. She was a little confused. Obviously he listened to Nazim so much, but Vanessa said to go west. She would never have looked more than a glance in the other three directions. You've already done this yourself. Why do you still need to be scolded by Nazim? Because of Lin Yi? One thought about the loser ex-boyfriend he remembers. Shuyun understood even less. It was clear that Lin Yi was a complete loser. No money or power, much less any background. A living synonym for beggar. But why? After he was fired from Star Ocean Entertainment, it's going to fly off the charts. Fire into this now? That punk Lin Yi? On what grounds? Shuyun couldn't help but curse. 1,000 grievances came to mind. Next, she suddenly regretted it again. If she hadn't broken up with Lin Yi at that time, then with the connections Lin Yi has now, does Nazim have to beg her for everything? The results are certainly positive, because people like Nazim are the most skilled at being agreeable. The more Shuyun thought about it, the more he regretted it. Silently opened Twitter. She has done nothing to discredit Nazim or the company. Just clicked into the hot search related to Lin Yi. One by one, I read the comments. The netizens were clear and favorable, from talent to competence, and then from competence to character. They praised Lin Yi from start to finish. Is this really the Lin Yi I used to know? Shuyun was in a trance, subconsciously clicked into Lin Yi's homepage. The first thing that comes to mind, it's upwards of 100 million followers. Look further down. First, there were the official departmental accounts of the major countries, for Lin Yi's high recognition. Then there are the old, respected stars of the entertainment industry, for Lin Yi's various praises. There is also the Huaxia Music Association, the Huaxia Original Lyric Association, the Huaxia Literature Association, and so on. Any top association in the country that can be tied to music, all came to Lin Yi's comments section. Various reviews of Lin Yi's songs, not a single negative. There's just an endless stream of blow by blow without repetition. If I was still with Lin Yi right now, my comments section, will it look like this? Shuyun spoke without any semblance of courage, because she dumped Lin Yi. It has been known for a long time. Even though I dumped him, he never said a bad word about me. And it's been so long and he still hasn't gotten a new girlfriend. Will he still have me in his heart? Shu Yun, who thought of this violently, tapping on the address book. Lin Yi's name lay silently in the blacklist. At first, after the termination of the contract, she was afraid that Lin Yi would pester her, so she pulled the plug on him. Today, Chapter 123, you're the one who's flying solo. Why are you crying when I'm the top stream? Tick-tock. Lin Yi's cell phone rang and he picked it up. The caller ID reads, Shu Yun. The note on the phone he hadn't gotten around to changing. What was Shu Yun doing calling him at this hour? Phone call connected. It's me. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. It is indeed Shu Yun. Something? Lin Yi asked with a frown. Actually, the two have been broken up since. There has been no contact. Something that can barely be considered relevant. It's also only Shishuan and Nazreen who are targeting him in various ways. Nowadays, Shu Yun called suddenly at this juncture. Wasn't it at Nassim's behest? Lin Yi didn't know. There was only one thing he knew. That is, Shu Yun definitely didn't have any good intentions. Think about it. Lin Yi silently opened the phone recording. Just tell me what's up. I'm too busy to make small talk with you. Hearing Lin Yi's cold tone, Shu Yun on the other end of the phone was more or less angry. The two used to get along. It was clear that Lin Yi was obeying her in every way. Anything would be viewed with her at the forefront of her mind. Nothing really, just wanted to see you, Shishuan said as gently as he could. She understands. Today's self and Lin Yi, whether in achievement or status, or maybe it's something else, all have huge gaps, even if only for the sake of those gaps. She couldn't lose her temper with Lin Yi either. It can only be negotiated in a nice way. Did the sun come out of the west? You actually want to see me? Lin Yi lightly laughed and teased. I just wanted to give you something really important. Nothing more. Shu Yun's tone remained gentle. No need. There's nothing important between you and me. Lin Yi was telling the big truth. Since the two have broken up, and it was still a nasty breakup, then there is no reason for the two to meet in private. Even though what came out of Shu Yun's mouth was really important, Lin Yi wouldn't have the slightest heartbeat. Like he just said, meet with Shu Yun. A complete waste of his time. Lin Yi, I'm asking you, is it true that you don't want to see me now? Not even once? Shu Yun had gotten a little angry. Really don't want to. If there's nothing else, you can hang up. Having to talk to you on the phone has been enough for me to write a new song. Hearing the words new song from Lin Yi's mouth, Shu Yun's anger was instantly swept away. Now Lin Yi, totally traffic representative. Don't say he wrote the song himself, but where there is a song, the creative process has something to do with him. Then the song is all going to explode and explode all over the internet. Lin Yi, the new song you're writing this time, will it have anything to do with our past? Shu Yun asked in a ghostly voice. Nuts. Why would I write a song specifically about you and me? If you're really okay, will you hang up the phone? Lin Yi couldn't take it anymore. Do you remember? Then, the promise you made to me before? You said then that you would always be with me. Write me songs for the rest of my life. Every song is about us. Also, you promised me that you would. Shu Yun spoke to himself. I don't know. Lin Yi had hung up long ago. He didn't bother to listen to Shu Yun pushing and pulling. After all, the two broke up. The entire responsibility lies with Shu Yun. Lin Yi, you know, every song you've written lately, I've loved. Especially the song The Wind Rises. It's almost like a story of how we used to be. Shu Yun is still reminiscing about the past. Talked for almost half an hour. Suddenly, she realized that Lin Yi had been slow to reply. Took the phone and looked at it. Hanging up 40 minutes ago? Shu Yun couldn't believe his eyes. The former lickspittle Lin Yi. How dare you hang up on her? Lin Yi, annoyed Shu Yun, cursed, smashed the phone straight out. What a coincidence. Assistant Lu Yi came in at this time, looking at the floor full of cell phone parts. Lu Yi walked up and asked worriedly, Sister Yun, what's wrong? Why did you get so angry? Lu Yi was Lin Yi and Shu Yun's previous co-assistant, a girl who was not too old. Ever since Lin Yi was fired by Nazreen, she then became Shu Yun's life assistant alone. None of your business. Shu Yun snorted coldly. She looked at Yui Lu. Lin Yi's figure would appear uncontrollably in his mind. The obedient lickspittle of the past. And Lin Yi who now dared to hang up on her. Why don't you tell me what's going on? Maybe I can help you? Lu Yi gently patted Shu Yun on the back. Don't touch me. You're just an assistant. How can you help me? The words have just been spoken. Shushan suddenly changed his mind. She remembered something. Lu Yi and Lin Yi were on good terms. Since Lin Yi wasn't willing to get back together with her, then she'll borrow Yui Lu's hand. Destroy Lin Yi completely. The other side. Lin Yi was washing up in the bathroom. He was a little speechless. The person who said break up in the first place was Shu Yun. The results are up to now. Shu Yun suddenly turned into a look of eagerness to make peace. She won't be flying solo later. Feeling sorry for yourself? This thought only appeared in Lin Yi's mind for a split second, because he couldn't care less what Shi Shuyun thought. Soon, a packed Lin Yi walked out of the house, came to the cafe. Inside sat a familiar face. Director Wu, what do you want to see me about? Lin Yi pulled out a chair and sat down. Congratulations for sure. Wu Ziyong smiled. I heard about the conscription, and the military side gave you credit for it. This is what Nye Lao meant. One was to express his gratitude to Lin Yi. Secondly, he wanted to back up Lin Yi with the attitude of the military. Ha ha ha, it's all what I'm supposed to do. Lin Yi humbled himself. The two then chatted about the previous public outcry. Though now that you've proven your innocence, brand new regulations have been enacted on the state side. But then, there's a saying that people are red. Maybe certain people will set you up again later. Wu Ziyang did not say so explicitly, but both he and Lin Yi understood. That certain person, referring to none other than Nazim. Then how about you, Director Wu? Give me advice and tell me how to avoid this situation? Lin Yi asked. It's actually quite simple. Wu Ziyang took a sip of coffee and continued. The most important thing for you to do right now is to set up a team or sign up with a reliable big company. One man's power is always limited, but if you do what I say, it's also good to have someone who will be the first to help you with PR if a similar situation arises in the future. You're right. Chapter 124, Gold Medalist Broker. Ha ha ha, what Director Wu said. Lin Yi nodded. He had the idea a long time ago. It's just not free to be in other entertainment companies. Start your own team then. It's not like he couldn't find the right person. Plus, there was no time to deal with this a while back. Fair enough, the members of your team have to be people who are just as capable as you are. Beyond that, it's a big question of whether it's reliable or not. Wu Ziyang said, stroking his chin. Depend on it or not. To put it bluntly, it was whether or not this person was worthy of Lin Yi's trust. This issue is important. An untrustworthy team member. The probability will be due to certain conditions. Make a move to betray Lin Yi. So Wu Ziyang suggested. About the team members, it's best for Lin Yi to find a few good friends who know what they're doing. With a background that would be perfect. Because the entertainment industry is just too mixed up. A singer with no background, even with more strength, getting recognized by the state anymore. It can also be deliberately made difficult by bigots who have connections all over the place. Seriously, the star is straight up gone. Even working afterwards can be a problem. That's where I have the biggest headache. Lin Yi smiled and said, used to be in Star Ocean Entertainment. He spends all day with his head in the sand writing songs. Let's not talk about friends, even the company's employees. He didn't even know many people. The only one who counts as a know-it-all, or backstabbed his Shishuan. Really talk about a reliable friend. Lin Yi thought about it. It seems that only Rao Guohuang and the others, but these people are the core of the state sector. Get them to form a team. Obviously a thing that is simply not possible. Those people aside, a friend that Lin Yi could still think of. There are three in all. One was Wu Ziyang sitting in front of him. One is Louis Min of CCTV TV. These two are both directors. Appreciating songs is okay. Writing songs is straight up a no-brainer. As for the third friend, Lin Yi wasn't sure if she counted, because that person is the owner of the fan group, White Tea. Well, I understand all that. Wu Ziyang nodded. After seeing Lin Yi's Heaven and Earth dragon scales at first, amazing as he is, there was a strong interest in Lin Yi. Feeling like such a talent, it shouldn't be unknown. And so, he got someone to snoop up all the news about Lin Yi. From the time Lin Yi was signed by Star Ocean Entertainment, to the fact that Lin Yi was ostracized and targeted everywhere within the company, and then Nayoung's humiliation of him later, and Nasim's strong dismissal, it's safe to say, the years that Lin Yi stayed at Star Ocean Entertainment, living an inhuman life. On that premise, Lin Yi was able to have a close friend in his old boss's house. That would be weird. Why don't we do this? How about I recommend someone? Wu Ziyang suddenly thought of a friend. It's a gold broker. Before that, because of some conflict with the company, she was forced to leave her job. She's good at the PR side of things, and you two had a similar encounter. It should be chatty if we get along. Wu Ziyang's words, it aroused Lin Yi's keen interest. The 5 words gold broker. It was already enough to show the strength of Wu Ziyang's friend. People like that, whatever entertainment company it went to, all of them are sought after meat and potatoes. You can still get fired with that kind of treatment. There are no 2 reasons. If it wasn't for the questionable style of that gold medal agent, or maybe he messed with a big shot in the biz that he shouldn't have. Judging from Wu Ziyang's attitude when he mentioned this friend, the latter's reason for resigning in the first place, the odds are it will be the latter. Director Wu, why don't you just let us two meet? Lin Yi looked up and asked. I do need an agent right now. He thought it through. Agents are so important to artists. A gold agent who specializes in public relations is even more rare. Plus the other party was the person recommended by Wu Ziyang. You must be trustworthy in terms of character. Meeting these is trivial. I can arrange it tomorrow if you have the time. Wu Zhiyong's eyes were glowing. He had always wanted to find a chance to repay Lin Yi, introducing his best friend to Lin Yi as an agent. It was a plan he had thought long and hard about. So long before meeting with Lin Yi today, he'd then already called with his best friend. TSK, 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 it's been a long time coming, Lin Yi flirted. Indeed, mostly because I think, in some ways, you two are quite alike. Wu Zhiyong's words, it made Lin Yi on the opposite side of the room faintly stare. Lin Yi revealed a few moments of doubt, all very capable and all with integrity inside. Wu Zhiyong replied seriously, that said, I kind of couldn't resist meeting today. Lin Yi snorted, then suddenly said seriously, Director Wu, seriously, thank you for this. If Lin Yi is a 1,000-mile horse, then Wu Zhiyong is that bull. This favor would always be on Lin Yi's mind. Lin Yi, seriously, the one who needs to say thank you the most between us. It should be me. Wu Zhiyong remembered a lot of things from the past. The professionalism is outstanding in him, always an assistant director at the station. And it's still the kind of task that has to be done even better. And there will be no chance of a promotion for the assistant director. You know what? It's your dragon scale of heaven and earth. It gave me the opportunity to prove my abilities to a national audience. It's your junior Wahini talk. Let me. Looking at Wu Zhiyong, he was about to make himself cry. Lin Yi hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt. Director Wu, why don't we discuss about my meeting with your friend first? Wu Zhiyong, who heard this, realized he was out of line. Wu He nodded and continued. See when you're free tomorrow. I'll arrange for the two of you to meet. The location is still this cafe, okay? Lin Yi asked again about the meeting time. Tomorrow morning around 10? Yes. After determining all matters, the two walked out of the cafe side by side. A drive home. One was on the phone in the car. Hey, Lu Qing, it's me, old Wu. Do you see if you're free tomorrow morning at 10? Yes, yes, yes. Arrange for you to meet with Lin Yi. Chapter 125, Singers as a Bridge Between the Arts and the People. Day 2. Lin Yi arrived at the cafe. Yesterday's location. Except for Wu Zhiyong, there was also a woman in workplace attire. 30-ish years old. It gives a feeling of elegance and atmosphere when you raise your hands and feet. Especially those eyes. It exudes a flavor of confidence at all times. As if for her, nothing counts as a problem. Lin Yi, let me introduce you. This is my friend Lu Qing, the gold agent I mentioned to you yesterday. Lu Qing, I don't think I need to say more about Lin Yi, right? Wu Zhiyong introduced with a smile. Hello MS. Lu Qing, I'm Lin Yi. Hello Mr. Lin Yi. Greeted each other. The three men sat down and talked. The agent is about the future of the artist. Lin Yi had prepared a lot of questions for this. All angles tricky. Dealing with one is trickier than the other. Mr. Lin Yi, this problem you've raised has about 3 solutions in my opinion. Faced with the dilemma given by Lin Yi, Lu Qing didn't have panic. Head-to-head analyzes it from every angle. Every answer was near perfect. This satisfied Lin Yi, but he had one last question. It was also the most important issue on his mind. MS. Willow Green, may I ask what kind of person you think can be called a singer? Lin Yi's words had just fallen. Wu Zhiyong, who was on the side, instantly frowned. The question may seem unusual, but behind the scenes it's full of traps. What's a singer? Lin Yi is the singer. If Lu Qing purposely described the singer in a lofty direction, that would be ass-kissing. But if Lu Qing had called the singer worthless, again, it was equivalent to belittling Lin Yi in disguise. Vague and ambiguous wobbly reviews need even less to be said. This answer would 100% not be recognized by Lin Yi. Lu Qing, you must think carefully before you open your mouth. Wu Zhiyong gestured with a frantic look. He was afraid that Lu Qing wouldn't realize the importance of this issue, causing Lin Yi to pass on Lu Qing. But it is not expected. Lu Qing, who had seen through everything long ago, pressed was not the least bit prepared to compromise. She barely paused for a moment. Speaking directly, he said, Mr. Lin Yi, may I first hear your thoughts on the singer? Hearing this sudden rhetorical question, Wu Zhiyong's heart instantly cooled. This meeting today, to put it bluntly, it was Lin Yi who was interviewing Lu Qing. As it is, Lu Qing asked the interviewer rhetorically, is it not inverting the Big Dipper? Lin Yi, Lu Qing didn't mean that. She was trying to. Wu Zhiyong just wanted to explain. He was then interrupted by Lin Yi raising his hand. Director Wu, this is between the two of us. Lin Yi turned his head to Lu Qing. MS. Lu Qing, you would ask me a rhetorical question. I'm sure you've always had a definition of a singer in your mind, right? Having said that, he signaled the waiter to bring paper and pen. MS. Lu Qing, how about this? You and I both put down on paper the definition of a singer in our minds. If it's the same, we'll move on to the next conversation. Lin Yi smiled. The team wants to last. All members on the same thing. Must have the same view. Especially when it comes to the definition of a singer. This was what Lin Yi valued most, more important than the skill level of the team members. Okay, Lu Qing nodded without hesitation. The two men began to write their ideas on a piece of paper. Wu Xiong looked at this one moment and that one moment. The heart that hangs in the air never falls. Soon, Lin Yi and Lu Qing finished writing their thoughts on the singer. The two men handed each other the paper they had in front of them. A few seconds later. Not a bad way to look at it. Lin Yi was the first to speak. Mr. Lin Yi, you're very different from the artists I've seen before. Willow Green guffawed. What the hell did you two write? The curiosity in his heart made Wu Ziyang somewhat unable to sit still. He took the note handed to him by the two men. The handwriting on it is different, but the content is very different. Singers are a bridge. What do you mean? Wu Ziyang asked, scratching his head. From my perspective, singers are the bridge between the arts and the people. More than that, he is a purveyor of home truths and national spirit. This time it was Lu Qing who spoke first. Ms. Willow Green is right. A singer. The most important thing to do is to use his songs to tell the nation what it means to have the right three views. Lin Yi nodded in recognition. For the singer, he shared the same understanding as Lu Qing. The two are destined to be the best of the best in the music industry. That's good, that's good. Wu Ziyang sighed in relief. Since you two have already recognized each other, I won't stay much longer. It's almost 12. He had to pick up the kids from school. As for Lin Yi and Lu Qing, the two continued to stay at the cafe and chat. Ms. Lu Qing, I actually have another question for you. Now we're kind of primed for a partnership, so I hope you can be honest with me. Lin Yi opened the door and said, why did you leave your job of your own accord before? Lu Qing, who heard this question, the face became visibly angry. Sitting there regulating my emotions for most of the day, only then did she slowly speak. Because the water in the entertainment industry is too deep. There are too many people who want to climb up the ladder by taking shortcuts, and I couldn't stand to see this kind of trend, so I resigned. The former Willow Green, it's an agent for an entertainment company. The main responsibility is to manage the vegetarian stars who are just starting out. As a result of eating the dividends of the times, the company she works for is on fire. The IPO was completed in just a few short years. That's good news. The company can provide more opportunities for its artists. That's bad news. 2. Company owners who realize that their network needs to expand. Surprisingly, I got the wrong idea. Intends to use the company's female artists to curry favor with the bigwigs in the industry. I was dead set against it. And because of my background, my boss could only compromise for the time being. But what I didn't expect was on one of my long trips, my boss actually brought one of the artists I'm holding to the reception. The more Lu Qing spoke, the more excited she became. Mr. Lin Yi, did you know that artist is only 18 years old? Just 2 months into adulthood. The past speaks for itself. Lin Yi was already a little hard of hearing, but he didn't interrupt Lu Qing. Choose to keep listening to her. I rushed back first thing when I got the call from the artist. I protected my artist's innocence, but I also offended the boss and the bigwigs. I don't think I need to tell you more about what happened back there, do I? Lu Qing smiled a little bitterly. Lin Yi nodded without asking any more questions. He was also part of the circle, very aware of that monstrous set of rules. Lu Qing, who offended the boss and those bigwigs, career gets worn out everywhere. This situation, voluntary resignation is definitely the best option. There was just one thing Lin Yi would never expect. Willow Green, who couldn't rest assured about those young artists, with family connections, helped the artists settle their defaults, and personally sent them to other companies for development. Ms. Willow Green, I honestly admire you for doing this. Lin Yi's attitude towards Lu Qing changed. Society nowadays, a truth that most people uphold. To put it bluntly, it's all about the amount of money. People like Willow Green are willing to do it for the freedom and future of their name artists. Brokers who voluntarily pay out astronomical amounts for breach of contract. Rarely seen. It's too rare. At least Lin Yi had never seen it. Nor have I heard of it. Ms. Lu Qing, I'm very pleased with you. And if you're willing, I'll hire you as my agent. Lin Yi formally issued an invitation to cooperate. Salary or other requirements. You can tell me now. I'll try to fulfill them. In response, Lu Qing waved his hand. Show that you don't care about the amount of money. I only wish I could work with Lin Yi to instill in the nation the right three views. Right, Lin Yi? I wasn't kidding you about what I said before. The best thing you can do right now is release your debut album. Chapter 126, on the agenda, preparing for live songwriting. Release an album? Lin Yi smiled slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. This really spoke to Lin Yi's heart. He was planning to start a company and put out an album before, but they were all delayed by various things. It's just as well that we can use this incident to see what this gold medalist agent is capable of. He had to hear Willow Green's analysis. Right, because you're in great need of financial resources and a phase-out for yourself. Lu Qing spoke of his analysis. A qualified team. It has to be a steady income to make it work. Or else, the development of the team is bound to be hampered. Putting out an album is a great way to do that. Besides, Linny had already written so many songs. Netflix loved it, but it was slow to be released in HD, except for the songs that were requisitioned by the state. This will kill the passion of the netizens. Plus, getting an album out gets you new heat for once. In this case, release his debut solo album. Undoubtedly the most important thing at the moment, with the one from Jin Yuan Prison. You've released a total of 9 songs now, right? Lu Qing suddenly asked. Wait for me to count. Linny began to calculate in his head. Dragon scales of heaven and earth. Young China speaks. 10,000 borders. A little river runs through it. Life and anger. Pursuing dreams. Tears from the iron window. The wind rises. And Jingzhong Zigua, repaying the country with loyalty. No more. No less, just 9 songs. Tell me about the copyright ownership of your 9 songs. Lu Qing continued to ask. Good. Lin Yi nodded. Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is the BGM for the Forbidden City documentary. Jingle Bells is a promotional song for the recruiting service. Follow Your Dreams, on the other hand, was taken in by the Board of Education. The rights to these songs are not in his possession though, but the recruiting office, the school board, and so on have all made statements to him. Whenever he needs it, feel free to use the original identity. Use the copyrights of these songs. So what do you think? Lu Qing handed the paper with the song title to Linny. I'm not going to record it on the album except for 3 songs, Linny said after considering for a moment. All 3 songs have their own different meanings, not really good for releasing albums. From a commercial standpoint, the Iron Window Tear's audience demographic is prison inmates, so it's only good for a single, not for an album. What do you think? Lu Qing took the pen and stopped above Tears from the Iron Window. Well, the song does seem a bit out of place, with Linny nodding his head. Iron Window Tears is a little too abstract compared to the other songs. Willow Green crossed out Tears from the Iron Window. There are now 5 songs left on the paper. Distance to the release of the album. 5 songs to go. It wasn't difficult for Linny. Give him a night and a computer and he can work a miracle. On the contrary, Lu Qing didn't know Lin Yi's background, so she knew that the matter of the team's financial resources couldn't be delayed, because members need a paycheck. New songs also need to be financially supported. The debut album would have to be scheduled and completed soon to make it happen. How about I get an endorsement? Linny proposed. He is now famous and influential. All are unique among the new generation of singers. Just 2 or 3 endorsements. It will be possible to solve the financial challenges within the team. And it's true that he's been approached for a lot of endorsements. He's just never agreed to them. It's okay to pick up a few nowadays. However, what Linny didn't expect was this. Lu Qing directly rejected this offer of his. There was no hesitation. She knew that with Lin Yi's traffic, there must be a lot of endorsements looking for. Just, no. The most important thing you should be doing right now is writing the 5 new songs that follow as soon as possible. I'll talk about the endorsement. You don't have to worry about this small matter, lest it affect your creative thoughts. Linny agreed with Lu Qing's statement, not to talk about endorsements. Then write songs. Good. Write tonight. Write 7, 8 or 9 of them. It is also at this time. The public screen in the cafe. Suddenly, The Wind Rises was playing. It's the old Tomato graduation video. The MV is only about 5 minutes long. It gave Willow Green a flash of insight. She came up with a way to both give Linny time to write songs. Another great way to bring initial startup capital to the team. Short video? Linny asked with a raised eyebrow. No, it's on live. Lu Qing slightly lifted the corner of her mouth and emphasized. Not live singing, but live songwriting. Live songwriting? This is indeed a great way to go. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. I watched the live stream from the recruiting office 3 or 4 days in a row before. The issue you appeared in had the most heat, and it was off the cliff. That says something. The viewers are watching the broadcast solely because of you, not because of the attribution of the broadcast. There's also the element of live songwriting, which is a whole new track. You're the first person to write a song live. The heat will definitely be higher than we both thought. Lu Qing analyzed the stripes, because she had done too much homework on Linny. On the web today, the word Linny is traffic, and he's already passed the 100 million follower mark. The number of light-hyped private messages per day. The unit must be 10,000 less. With that in mind, what do you think the netizens are going to think when you open a live stream to write a song and give everyone a chance to rush you in person? Lu Qing asked with a smile. They can't wait to rush me 100 times a second. Linny burst into bitter laughter. He hadn't looked at Twitter in days. It's not because of laziness. Rather, it's because there are so many comments and private messages from fans clamoring for more. So what are we waiting for? You go back to tweeting now and I'll go get you ready for the live stream. Let's split up. Willow Green has found the passion she once had for her work. This enthusiasm also drove Linny. After the two left their contact information with each other, each returned home. 8 o'clock at night. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, all over the country. It doesn't matter if it's a big city or a small county. It also doesn't matter if it's an entertainment venue or on the street. Cell phone beeps everywhere. I've been working unpaid overtime for 2 hours, and I have to send a message in the work group, right? On the subway, a social animal spat. He pulled out his cell phone as he did so, while thinking about what to Ian and Young the boss. But, when he looked at the cell phone screen, when the content of the pop-up message, the whole man stood up with a jerk. The disgruntlement on his face earlier, it all turned to excitement in an instant. In the meantime, the other passengers in the carriage, others rose from their seats in excitement. They all saw an alert with the same message. From the Twitter app, the account you follow, Lin E, has just updated its microblog, go check it out. Nationals who saw the message alert, there was a flurry of clicking through. It's been a long time, everyone, I'm Lin E. I have a very important announcement to make with you today. Starting tomorrow, I'll be writing songs on the air. I hope you'll come to the show. Below the text, it was accompanied by a photo of Lin E fiddling with the camera. It was Willow Green's offer. For the sake of stretching the anticipation of this thing, Chapter 127, Lin E sends out a tweet. Live songwriting, in the fondue restaurant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Linda tweeted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Linda is going live. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Linda is also going to write a song live. Different seats. Several identical exclamations of surprise came out one after another. What does Rinda mean by this? Suddenly have a conscience that you've been dragging out your new song for too long? I didn't think I'd ever get the chance to rush Linda to her face in my life. A college student who just finished a late-night study session commented below Lin Yi's tweet. He's moving fast. Fast enough to post 3 comments in a row. The time in the upper left corner of the phone wasn't even 8:01. But even so, he didn't get the first review either. It didn't even squeeze in the first 1,000 comments. That's not right. Did Linda forget something? He only said he was going to broadcast live, but he didn't seem to tell us where he was planning to do it. Did he? At Lin E Linde. This mustn't come out to explain? The college student has posted a new comment with his fellow classmates. The comments instantly garnered tens of thousands of likes. It was pushed to the top of the comments section. Lin D is so irresponsible. I seriously doubt that he did it on purpose. Oh no, surely Rinda didn't do it on purpose. He was specialized. If we don't send a live feed, we're not leaving. This is the first wave of hot commenters. Rindai is so handsome. This photo is unbeatable. Had to save it for my new wallpaper. I've got someone to print the poster. This is the second wave of hot commenters. Live streaming songwriting? Linny has a good business mind. He's so hot. I can't even imagine how many people will be on the air. I bet 50 cents it's definitely a 10 million viewer. This is the third wave of hot commenters. Just half an hour. Linny's microblog was then sent to the hot search. Conscription Publicity Department v. All members of the conscription division. Looking forward to Mr. Linny's opening. Jean Yuan Prison v. Please announce the live broadcast time as soon as possible. Mr. Linny, Ni v. Kids, here's your chance to rush the shift. The major departments that received the news rushed to support the event. Initial thought. Stars such as Lu Wan, Li Jian, Wang Shulong and many others also retweeted the tweets, helping Linny publicize the live songwriting. At this time Linny fans a bunch. Shrimp without blinking. Linda's photo this time doesn't work. It's not half as handsome as he is in person. Old Alter Cedar, Wasia Music Association retweeted Linda's tweet. Xiancheng Li Yunlong, our Shangcheng Culture Department is talking about calling Linda and asking for the live broadcast time. Handsome being cut at Linny at Linny at Linny. The group is constantly in the news. All the fans were expecting a reply from Linny. Deep Boys High, kneeling live version. Does anyone know what style the new Linda song is not? Linda's 10-year-old fan. Does style matter? Just listen to it. Marrying a rich white woman, you little black fan. Is there a bad song by Linda? Bald Cowhorse, for a good soundtrack. The Wind Rises has to be number 1. Veteran Gu Erden, Jingzhong Baoguo expresses his displeasure. Blossoming Seasons, Raging Life is what should be number 1. Chatting away. Fans began a jokey scolding. For the best song in your mind. Linda's little stepford wife. Okay, stop it. Go to Weibo and check it out. Linda tweeted again. Bottom line. Redirecting fans to Twitter. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Lin Yi's new tweet. There's also the URL for the live stream below. Finally, I've waited. It's not in vain that I hold my cell phone all the time when I eat. A female college student finished her comment, casually clicked into the live stream. Then she was taken aback. It's now closer to the time Linny said it would start. A full 11 hours difference. The number of people online in real time displayed in the upper right corner of the available live stream. Surprisingly, it reached 120,000. Please be careful with your wording when sending pop-ups tomorrow. Avoid uncivilized language. This pop-up kept on swiping. All of them are fans of the fan base. They came on the air to organize order. since it's an autonomous idea. Also suggestions from the admins. After all, the opportunity to rush Linny in person was hard to come by. Excitement goes to the head of the internet. Hell, I don't know what kind of bull pop-ups will be sent to be because of these little problems. This led to a sudden violation of the blocking of the live stream. For Linny fans, totally heavenly loss. Time quickly came to the next day. Linny opened the live broadcast at 8 o'clock on time. A warm welcome to the opening of Lambda. Lambda is the most handsome. Linda is the best. A clear welcome pop-up. Lu Qing, who had just clicked into the live broadcast, was completely bewildered. What's the situation? Netflix orderliness. When did it get so strong? Linny was also confused. Even wondered if he was in the wrong live room. No mistake, it's my live room. Linny stroked his chin. Netizens were amused. What new song are you going to write this time? Linda, I think it's time for you to try the symphony. Already? Please call Linda Linzat. The pop-ups kept scrolling. The heat in the live room became more and more intense. Rinda, this is your live debut. Can you not sing a song first to warm up the scene? That's a good offer. Brother, I'm on to you. Kneel down and ask Linda to sing for us. The audience was looking forward to Linny's singing. Lu Qing also sent a message to Linny at this time. The live feed is now at 300,000 viewers. That number is already high. But Willow Green thinks it can get even higher, because the anchor of the live stream is no one else. It's Linny. Okay, which song does everyone want to hear? Hit it on the public screen. Linny smiled. 10,000 Borders or A River Runs Through It, both of which I haven't heard in their entirety yet. Forget A River Runs Through It. I'm afraid my cell phone is dead. Singing Lu Fang's Life. Ola, there's even a hairy brother on the air? Seeing the broken Chinese language of foreign friends, the netizens laughed even harder. They have recommended Linny to sing a song called Angry Life. Okay, everyone wait a minute. I'll tune the guitar. Linny cleared his throat. A few minutes later, listening to a song on the internet, started sending up the names of other songs again. Linny, our live broadcast is about writing songs, not singing. Willow Green sent a message. The number of viewers in the live stream had now surpassed 1 million. Gotta get back on topic soon. Does anyone have any suggestions for my new song? Linny put down his guitar and asked. Netflix waited for this moment. All sorts of whimsical ideas appeared on the screen. There were also people sending private messages to Linny. Hopefully, Linny will use the words they wrote themselves for the new song. Among them, the one that caught Linny's attention the most. It's a contribution from an online friend. He was born in the porcelain capital porcelain family. Grandpa is even one of the heirs to the contemporary art of Celadon porcelain. With the advent of machines, the craft of porcelain making has gone downhill. But this is our traditional Chinese craft. My grandfather doesn't want this skill to be lost. So Linda, can you use Celadon as a theme and help us publicize it? Any amount of payment will do, as long as we can keep the craft. Chapter 128, Writing Songs in Porcelain. Watching the Netflix cast, Linny had a lot of feelings in his heart. With a history of 5,000 years, China, many world-leading technologies have emerged. Even in today's modern world, some technologies are still able to lead the world. These techniques are the national treasure of China. It is more of a cultural heritage of China. The production process can be replaced by machines, but the technique should never be lost. Think about it. Linny had already decided. Everyone, I'm already inspired. This first song, it's going to be Celadon. Linda, isn't this decision a bit too hasty? Is it because I'm still awake? Why did I hear that Linda is planning to write a song in Celadon? Can this stuff really be written with deep meaning? The pop-ups were questionable. There are a lot of songs tied to China in the Chinese music scene. There are very few out of the ring. Even fewer can write with deeper meaning. Even the knowledgeable Lu Qing, neither could resist sending a message to Linny. I hope he can think this through. Don't make impulsive decisions that will ruin your reputation. Don't worry, Sister Chang, I have my measure. Trust me. After replying, Linny opened his computer and began to conceptualize. Celadon is one of the oldest inherited techniques in Chinese history. It contains a long culture of 5,000 years. The melody deserves to be heavy. That's what most people think. But actually, promoting culture doesn't have to be heavy to work. The relaxing tunes, on the contrary, are able to stir up the interest of modern netizens even more. So, he thought of Celadon, the song, which is a combination of classical Chinese style and modern music. Do you use both Eastern and Western instruments? Looking at Linny's choice of arrow and horsehead sheen in the software, Lu Qing could see what Linny was thinking. That's a good idea. The difficulty factor can also increase dramatically, whether it's an arrow or a horsehead fiddle. All very Chinese classical features. It's a bit out of place with modern mainstream instruments. If you try it hastily, the odds are that it will end in failure. Or forget it. Porcelain refining technology is our traditional craft in China. Isn't it a bit unsuitable for Western instruments? Willow Green asked in a message. She was afraid that the idea would waste too much of Lingy's time. It caused the audience to be upset. Sister Chang, don't worry, I've already figured out the basic melody, Linny replied confidently. It's been 15 minutes, why is Rinda still motionless? I know, Linda is playing 1, 2, 3 woodchucks here. Get lost, Rinda won't be that bored. Some of the audience is getting impatient. The most important thing about live streaming is the whole job. Like Lin E, he didn't make any moves the entire time, totally mixing up the hours. Why don't I go get some dinner before I come back? Seriously, the difficulty factor of Cymbidium is too high. Why don't we anchor in a different direction? I think the anchor can try the martial arts style. Passerby netizens started a discussion. The little group of hacks that hibernate on the air. And finally the opportunity. TSK, TSK, TSK. Linny wouldn't have run out of jungle talent, would he? It's been 20 minutes and my grandma can just hum the intro when she comes. How about the anchor recognizes his grandmother as his master? These malicious pop-ups. It caused great discontent among Lingy's fans. They were tempted to give the little hacks a banning package each. Nah, there's no admin in the live room for now. Just as the fans were about to private message Linny. Moving. Rinda has finally moved. One viewer sent a pop-up. Straight from the booth. Lingy's hands were flying over the keyboard. All the way through the line. Not a hint of indecision. A snippet of the backing track comes out from time to time. More than anything, the fans couldn't help but cheer. Did you hear that? Just half finished is so good. Who is the one who was barking at the dog to call Linda Jianglong's talent? If your grandma is really that great, I'll kneel down and sing conquests to her. Everyone stops for a moment. It seems that Lindy has finished writing the accompaniment. The screen at this point. Linny stopped all movement. Didn't wait for viewers to send pop-up queries. An inaudible drumbeat sounded softly. Follow closely. The gentle tapping of the clapper and the faint caress of the koto faded into the ear. Light and quick without being overpowering. Gentle with a touch of stubbornness. Not waiting for the audience to react. The melodious sound of the flute mixed with the sound of the shaw sounded together. The melody is long, as if telling a story. It's evocative. This prelude. Is Linda really writing about Celadon? Why do I hear a twist and turn story? There seems to be a sense of bitterness and sweetness. No, I think it's more like a sentiment of failure. Why do I hear the ethereal sound of dawn breaking after rain? The pop-up exploded. It's clearly the same intro, but different people hear it differently. There was no time left for audience discussion. The organ sounded. There's also the sound of electric guitars with a jazzy character. The two complement each other. Some sadness. Somewhat relieved again. Is this about Celadon? Why do I feel it's more like writing a love-hate relationship? Me too. This story seems kind of sad. Why am I suddenly crying? The audience is no longer exuberant. In its place was an unspoken sadness. It's like lovers who have been in love for a long time parting ways. It's also like the passing of a loved one who has been with you for a long time. There's also a sense of desolation. It's thick. I don't know how to describe it. I realized that Linda was telling us this with her music. How the historical forefathers felt when a traditional craft was lost. Is it so heavy? The audience was stunned. It's not just because of Lin Yi's intro. Even more so because of the emotions expressed by Lin Yi. Culture breaks down when it comes to inheritance. The older generation sees the dilemma but can't do anything about it. When tradition is replaced. The heartbreak of generations of forefathers whose efforts no longer exist. These are the emotions that music conveys, regardless of literacy level. Nor does it make a difference whether you have a lot of experience or not. Everyone who hears this accompaniment, it all rises up in the mind with that lingering emotion, uncontrolled immersion. And then it was hard to come back for a long time. Is Linny really only in his 20s? Willow Green in front of the live feed. A sudden sigh of relief escaped. She had a hard time believing it. This melody in the ear contains multiple emotions. It would be from a young man in his 20s. More disbelief. A young man in his 20s. The ability to grieve a history that has been passed down for thousands of years. So clearly expressed in music. It's so fake, but it's all true again. Linny used a musical instrument that had been passed down in China for 5,000 years, combined with modern Western instruments, successfully composing the emotions in the hearts of the old generation of craftsmen. Chapter 129, The Sky is Green and Waiting for Smoke and Rain, More. Porcelain. Grandfathers, will you listen? The little girl who pitched Linny took the cell phone to the family kiln. There were only about 20 old men with gray hair inside, not a half-dozen young men to be found, not even a middle-aged man in sight. Core, the grandpas aren't available right now. What's a little girl doing running to the furnace room all day? This isn't the place for you. Go out and play. Visit more of the big cities out there. Go go go. One by one. The old men firing the kiln urged on. Porcelain is huge. The population is much larger than the next town. Porcelain is small again. The youngsters didn't make it more than a few steps before they walked out. All these were seen by the kiln. Old men with traditional skills. They would love to keep their young offspring, pass on all your skills, but then they think it's the young people out there. One shouldn't be selfish enough to interfere with a young person's choices. The little girl named Kor. It's in the same age group. The only one willing to learn the art of porcelain making. This is both happy and sad news for old men. There are young people willing to carry on the traditional craft. It favors her and she's a girl. Physical innate disparity. It was destined that she would not be able to take over the full craft of firing celadon. The most you can do is paint cyanotypes. The boy, however, prefers to burn. As for the kids who are younger than Kor, they're all still at school age, much less wasting time learning the craft of porcelain firing. Grandpas, I'll go, but can you please listen first? Cory tried to smile, didn't want to expose the loss of his heart. Okay, but the grandpas can only listen for a little while. We'll have to fire the kiln later, and grandpas can't be distracted. Kor's own grandfather greeted the group and leaned in. Aha, a little while will be enough. Kor crossed his cell phone in front of the old men. Lin-Yi? One old man raised an eyebrow. His son is a soldier. Mentioned to him about Lin-Yi and the essence. Old show. You know this young man? Grandpa Kor asked, turning around. I heard my dog Egg say the other day that his name is Lin-Yi, and he's a great patriotic singer. Old show too finished and smiled towards Kor. That's all he knows. The rest will have to be explained by Kor. Grandpas, it's like this. Cory first briefly introduced Lin-Yi, then went over the whole thing again. When he heard that the song was actually related to the celadon he had fired, the old men have come to be interested. Next, they both shook their heads again and laughed bitterly. There are big popular stars willing to help promote celadon. They must be happy in their hearts. Now they haven't even been reading for a few years. Ever since I was a kid, I didn't know anything about music. Plus they were listening from the midway point. Press simply couldn't understand what Lin-Yi was trying to say. Kor, be good, be obedient, don't make a mess here, okay? Old Yang too said very gently. Grandpa Yang, I'm not messing around. This live broadcast of Lin-Yi's is really important. Please, and all the grandpas, will you watch it all with me? Kor said as he spoke. One recounts how he felt when he heard the intro. The old men didn't know what to say, only to look at Grandpa Kor in unison. It's not too late to fire the kiln, so accompany Kor to see it through. The factory owner spoke up. The other old men couldn't say much. Some of them sat on the ground. Some are leaning against the wall. Without a word, he stared at his cell phone. Make sure you don't yawn as much as possible. In the meantime, Lin-Yi who was writing a song. I was unintentionally reminded of an article I had read. Celestial cyan. It's the color after a sudden rain. It's unattainable. It's like traditional celadon. Only wait until this weather shows up. It's the only way to have a chance to refine it. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. And I'm waiting for you. Smoke rises up. 1,000,000 miles across the river. The sound of the strings of the horsehead fiddle. Lin-Yi subconsciously sang this. With this line from Rinda, combined with the previous song, it seems like he's really telling a story. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, is it a beautiful love story? No, that line, cooking smoke rises, millions of miles across the river, seems to be singing about the parting of life and death. Could it be that Linda is using people as metaphors? Using loved ones and relatives as substitutes for celadon? One moment, the audience can't sit still, no matter the emotion in the melody, or the story in the lyrics. Once you meet cyanide, it all gives a sense of fragmented sadness. It's hard to say, one can only keep remembering the grief of parting in the memories. Kiln factory, Shin. Has this young man named Lin-Yi studied celadon before? Old Yang Tu suddenly asked. Where did he learn to burn porcelain? Old Yang Tu followed up with a sentence. Kor, you must tell the truth. Cory's grandfather, the other old men spoke up as well. They all had serious expressions on their faces. It's the Kor that grows so big. A seriousness never seen before. Grandpas, I can guarantee that Lin-Yi has definitely never learned to burn porcelain before. Cory's words fell. Just saw the shock that filled the eyes of the old men behind him. They looked at each other, trying to say something, but I don't know where to start. There was a long silence like that. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain, and the smoke rising from the cooker. Aren't those the two keys to our glaze making and kiln firing? The person who spoke was the oldest, old Zhao Tu. He has devoted his life to firing celadon. Know the steps of refining porcelain like the back of your hand. The most difficult part of celadon porcelain is refining the celadon glaze. The key to this, it was these two words from Lin-Yi. Wait for the azure color to appear, as well as burned into the smoke of cooking that can be seen thousands of miles across the river. Kor, turn up the sound. Grandpas have backward ears. They need to hear it again. Cory's grandfather patted Cory on the shoulder. Good. Kor nodded. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, the smoke curls up. millions of miles across the river. A fan tweeted, "The heat is soaring fast. Young man, did you write this?" The account named Wang Meng commented, "No, these are lyrics from Linda." The fan replied, "Lambda? Which Linda? Is it our new generation of Chinese writers?" Wang Meng was the first to follow back. No, 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 I'm talking about Lin E. Just this number at Lin E. Fan comments finish. Unintentionally glanced at the Wang Meng account with V authentication. He frowned and clicked in. The entire group was instantly stunned. President of the Huaxia Cultural Association. Vice President of the Chinese Classical Writers Association. Senior Professor. Ministry of Education. Huaxia. 3 certification marks. One came bigger than the other. The status is one higher than the other. This old Mr. Wang Meng. It is the literary world of China today. A well-deserved titanic figure. Chapter 130, East meets West. Superb Chinese context. A variety show backstage. Samson, what did you just say? What happened to old Mr. Wang Meng? Ken Li, who had finished rehearsing, walked in and asked. He graduated from Tsinghua University, a great talent known far and wide. For elder Wang Meng, who had once personally instructed him, he was respected and admired from the bottom of his heart. Brother Li, a sentence or two won't do it justice. See for yourself. Chosen handed over his cell phone. Lin Yi went live? Li Jian couldn't help but be a bit confused. Does this have anything to do with old Mr. Wang Meng? Joseon didn't explain too much. On the side, Lu Huan heard Lin Yi's name, also got up and came over. At this time Lin Yi had already written the words. Initial singing attempts are being made. The plain embryo outlines the blue and white strokes of the brush, which are thicker and lighter. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. I know what's on my mind through the window. The writing on the rice paper is now halfway done. A gentle but elegant melody. It makes you feel like a spring breeze. It's like being in the mountains. This is coupled with the lyrics, which are as beautiful as the national style. An ink scroll full of classical flavor. Gradually, it appeared in front of the eyes of Lu Huan and Li Jian and the others. Vaguely, they saw a nearly perfect piece of porcelain. Reveals the beauty of ancient tranquility. Again, there is a flow of pure and elegant flavor. This is the limit of man-made art. It's also a ghostly carving of nature. That unique beauty, always circulating throughout the world, untainted by the changes of the years. More than that, it is not afraid of the change of history. Clapper, eru, guzheng, electric guitar, piano, and the horsehead fiddle and the drums. Piece by piece, Liu Huan counted the sounds of the instruments he heard. The singers in the lounge were stunned beyond words. How they didn't think about it. A short 10 seconds or so into the accompaniment. It's amazing how many instruments can appear. Mr. Liu Huan, you didn't hear me wrong, did you? Both Eastern and Western instruments? Joseon couldn't help but marvel. Well, and there are a couple I didn't catch. Lu Huan nodded solemnly. Then he closed his eyes and carefully recalled it. The more you review, the more shock surged wildly in his heart. Whether East or West, each instrument has its own proprietary tone. These tones are extremely characteristic. It's hard to do it into a melody, but Lin Yi had done it. And he also utilizes his absolute control over his musicality. Take instrumental timbres that wouldn't otherwise fit together at the same time. Perfectly sequential sorting away. Let them complement each other. A near-perfect musical accompaniment was composed. Lin Yi doesn't just have absolute sound sense. He has surpassed nearly 90% of the world's singers in his understanding of the tonal levels of their instruments. Liu Huan pointed a finger at himself. Including me. His words. It brought a great shock to the new generation of singers like Joseon. Didn't wait for them to come back to their senses. Is Lin Yi writing about porcelain? Or is he writing about his sweetheart? Li Jian suddenly frowned. Then the singer's attainment of melody. He prefers to savor the lyrics. But Lin Yi's words are just too hazy. The deeper you go into the tasting, the more you can feel that other flavor. Brother Li, even you can't tell what Lin Yi's words are about? Joseon really couldn't tense up. Today's Chinese music scene. On the lyrics alone, Li Jian is definitely at the top of the list of greats. Words that even he couldn't see clearly. What is hidden in it is definitely not simple. Let's listen further down. Maybe old Mr. Wang Meng will give us the answer later. Li Jian laughed bitterly. He didn't dare continue to deeply savor Lin Yi's words, because he understands. These lyrics may seem like word stacks. It is actually full of deep meaning. He was afraid that he had misinterpreted what Lin Yi was trying to say, thus misleading everyone in the lounge. More than anything, I'm afraid of my own shallow perceptions. Couldn't perfectly tell the mood of Lin Yi's lyrics. Waiting for Elder Wang Meng to parse it. Undoubtedly the right thing to do at the moment. The other side. Elder Wang Meng was frowning in thought. After a good while, he just looked up, asked to Elder Fu Lin, who was sitting across from him. How? Elder Fu Lin didn't say anything, just sat there and shook his head. Keep listening down? Yes, two titans of Chinese literature. All of them looked intently at the cell phone in front of them. Glazed rendering of the flavor of a lady's figure being privatized. And you smiled sweetly. Like a bud. A wisp of your beauty drifts away. Going where I can't go. Lyrics to the ears. Everyone was awestruck. Is Rinda really singing Cymbidium? Why do I get the feeling he's singing about a first love he once had? And it's still a yin and yang kind of thing? Someone sent in a pop-up. It resonated with the general public. And yet I don't know. It is because of these words of his. It woke up Wang Mang and Fu Lin, two literary greats, at once. So that's what Lin Yi meant. The two spoke together. The two of them finally understood Lin Yi's good intentions. The beauty of Celadon. It's like the first days of love. The object of love in the eyes of teenagers in general. Flawless. Couldn't find any flaws. Even after thousands of years. That beauty remains the same. It still makes the heart sing for those who see it. From the perspective of our Chinese history, the appearance of blue and white porcelain is like a glimpse of childhood. Once you've seen it, it's hard to forget it, and it will always be in your heart. Elder Florin spoke up. Well, that line, a wisp of your beauty drifts away to a place where I can't go, is even more of that unique noble beauty of Celadon. Elder Wang Mang's face suddenly became lost. This is not to say that the blue and white porcelain skills are gradually declining and lost. The two literary greats let out a long sigh at the same time. The same goes for Ken Lee and others in the Variety Lounge. Although they didn't witness the entirety of the live broadcast, but from these lyrics, they all heard what Lin Yi was trying to say. The emergence of Celadon. Undoubtedly in the 5,000 years of Chinese history, a beautifully restored stroke of color. Such traditional crafts should not be replaced by machines. Much less should it be lost. Porcelain capital kiln factory at this time. The old men who were watching the broadcast were all in tears, especially Kor's own grandfather. He couldn't taste the subtlety of Lin Yi's lyrics, but he could truly feel the thoughts Lin Yi was trying to convey. You can't lose traditional craftsmanship. Absolutely not. Old Q Tao, who was leaning against the corner, shouted. He clenched his fists. The cloudy eyes were full of powerlessness. Times have changed. There is nothing more they, the older generation, can do to change anything. The only thing to do at the moment, it was to place all of his hopes on Lin Yi. Grandpa Chiu, calm down, don't have a heart attack later. Corey, who was holding a cell phone, was concerned. How am I supposed to be cool when the art of firing Celadon is breaking off? Old Cho too sobbed. Shin, Grandpa Chiu really can't calm down. Chapter 131, 1,000-year-old treasure, passing on the fire. But, Kor, do you know why Grandpa named you that? Kor, who was still trying to persuade him a few more times, just opened his mouth. She was then interrupted by her grandfather's voice. I don't know, because the young people of your generation are the greatest hope in the hearts of grandfathers. Grandpa Corey lit a cigarette. Long before Kor was born, he then already had a name in mind for his precious grandson. The boy's name is Paycheck. The girl's name is Kor, taken from payroll. That would have been a good moral. But with the times, the town's young people are moving to the big city. It's only them old men, still holding on to the kiln factory. Efforts were made to preserve the technique of porcelain firing. Grandpa, no need to say it. Grandpa understands what you mean, but you're a girl child. You're not fit to stay in a kiln all day. The old men sighed one after another. Kor, who didn't know what to say back, just had to keep looking at the phone. Live stream. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. And I'm waiting for you. Smoke rises up, 10 million miles across the river. On the bottom of the bottle, it is written in Chinese clerical script to emulate the ethereal nature of the previous dynasty. I'll take that as an ambush for meeting you. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. And I'm waiting for you. The moon was salvaged and, swooning over the ending, like heirloom Celadon, beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. Lin Yi's song, it has the delicacy of Jiangnan smoky rain, took all the listeners to a clear lake. On the opposite bank stood a young girl of 17 or 18, wearing azure-colored attire, holding an oil paper umbrella, with a light smile at the corner of his mouth. Pavilion in the midst of a light drizzle. It's like the Celadon that stands in the 5,000 years of Chinese history, out of the mud. The Mondi is not a demon, blooming beautifully on its own, blending in with the mundane scene. Wait quietly until after the rain. The sky is about to take on the color of azure. I get it. Finally, Rinda is making a metaphor. First love is our white moonlight, and Celadon is also the white moonlight in our Chinese history. The internet is abuzz, a special kind of sentiment. Uncontrollably, it swept through everyone's mind. It's an awe-inspiring look at the beauty of blue and white porcelain. It is also their examination of themselves as well as their times. Development is inevitable. But can traditional crafts really be forgotten and abandoned? The answer is obviously no. Because of these processes, all of them are the crystallized wisdom of the Chinese sages. It is through the efforts of generations. It was only then that the pinnacle of skill was finally perfected. Machines and equipment that have been developed only a decade or so ago. What qualifies you to replace it? Those heartaches and hardships that lurk in the depths of the craft, passed down for a full 5,000 years. This is not easy. And what makes a machine capable of drawing it? I read in a book that azure glazes are very difficult to fire. It has to wait until a specific time, at a specific time to be done. Just like Lin Di sang, the sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. Someone was speaking from the bottom of his heart about science. The nice guy likes to pretend? No. Tens of millions of viewers in the live room. None of them are thinking that way. They are from this section of the cope. Saw how difficult it was for the kiln workers. It also saw the difficulties of the birth of the blue and white porcelain. Especially after the chorus ends. The moment when the melody of the piano plays. An indefinable sourness came over me. Appeared in the minds of all. Suddenly my nose is so sore. Mom, did you pour too much vinegar for dinner? Definitely. Smells like this. Must still be old vinegar. Netflix is pretending to be strong. Trying to control that strong emotion in his chest. At this point, Linny spoke once more. A koi carp of white color and blue flower, leaping to the bottom of the bowl, when copying the song style of writing. But I'm thinking of you. You're hidden in a kiln fire. The secret of the millennium. Extremely delicate as if it were an embroidery needle falling to the ground. The lyrics of this very national style. It's not considered very complicated. And yet it still amazes everyone. See the porcelain bowl. Think of lapidary. Copy the song. The heart remains celadone. That delicate emotion. It hasn't changed a bit in 1,000 years. As the kiln workers have never told outsiders their secret. It's not easy when you're making lapidary. It's not just a matter of waiting for the sky to be blue after a sudden rain. Painting on blue and white porcelain. There's also the ancient handwriting on the bottle. It all needs to be done in one go. There can be no room for error in the process. Otherwise, not just this piece of china, all the effort previously put in, it will all be ruined too. In order to present a perfect piece of celadone porcelain to the world, there is no telling how much sweat the kiln workers left behind. I don't know how much youth I've given, but they will never regret it, because they understand. The celadone porcelain that was made by them, what it represents is the entire heritage of Chinese history. More than that, it is the precipitation of 5,000 years of culture. For this honor, they are willing to put up with everything without complaint. Outside the curtain, the banana is causing a sudden rain. The door ring is green with brass, and I passed by that southern town and messed with you. In a splashy landscape painting, you are hidden from the depths of ink. Lin Yi's words remained cryptic, only this time, he is metaphorically not praising lapidary. Instead, it's a tribute to the kiln workers. Lin Yi's words were written with great care. He didn't just see that it wasn't easy to get celadone out of the kiln. More than anything else, I saw the hard work of the kiln workers. This is a great song that really deserves to be sung. The pop-ups came from two newbie users. It was Wang Mang and Fu Lin, two literary greats. Brothers, you two are so right. We should not forget the efforts of the kiln workers while admiring the celadone. Kudos to Linda. Unsuspecting netizens were sending pop-ups. In the meantime, once again, the old men of Porcelain Kiln Works were in tears. I didn't realize that the person who best understands the minds of us old-timers would be a young singer in his 20s. Grandpa Kor couldn't help but sigh. Kor, what's this young man's name again? He's not copping out. He's really putting his heart into helping us write songs. Singers like that, grandpas have to know their names. One by one the old men in the rear yelled, Grandpas, his name is Lin Yi, my idol Lin Yi. Kor laughed heartily. Even if the cheeks are full of tears, can't stop the unique youthful beauty of the girl. It's like celadone. No matter how fast times move, people are seeing celadone. Still marvel at the cultural colors that have lasted through the millennia. This is a unique high-tech treasure of China. It's any country. Neither can be reproduced by machines out of the national heritage. Xin, when the live broadcast is over, you must let the grandpas talk to Lin Yi. Grandpas want to thank him. Grandpa Kor spoke everyone's mind. Chapter 132, Celadone Porcelain. Write all the charms of celadone. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. And I'm waiting for you. Smoke from the kitchen curls up, 10 million miles across the river. On the bottom of the bottle, it is written in Chinese script to imitate the elegance of the previous dynasty. Let's just say I've been waiting to meet you. Azure blue and waiting for the misty rain, idiom, fig. Blue and white waiting for a rainy day. And I'm waiting for you. The moon is salvaged, swooning over the ending. Like heirloom celadone, it is beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. Lin Yi sang the entire song. The audience remained immersed in the melodic coda and couldn't get out of it. Especially people like Lu Huan Li Jian. They marveled at Lin Yi's fusion of dozens of Eastern and Western instruments. The perfect melody created. Also impressed by the picturesque lyrics. Linger on the charm of celadone. Memories of the flowery smile of the beloved Izzy. Elder brother Li, you are a man of culture. What do you think this song should be called? Lu Huan suddenly asked. Wait for me to think about it. Ken Li frowned in contemplation. He was in Lin Yi's song. Heard too many elements of too many cultures. There's the so-called iron, on the side of the water from the Book of Psalms. There is also But I Wish for a Long Time, 1,000 miles together from Su Shi's Song of Water. There are even countless historical references. A song that houses so much of Chinese culture. It's hard to do the naming. Huan, I can't. I am trying to think of what kind of name would be appropriate for the song. Thinking for a long time, Ken Li spread his hands. Even he couldn't think of one, not to mention the other singers in the lounge. What they don't realize is, the two old men, Wang Mang and Fu Lin, who were far away in another city, speculating on that one too. This song has so much meaning, it's a big challenge to get a title. I wonder what Linny would think. Elder Fu Lin held up his glasses. We'll find out later. Someone on the air has already asked. Wang raised his chin toward the phone. At this point in the broadcast, almost all of the pop-ups are asking this question. What is the name of the new song? Celadon. Linny smiled. Celadon? So plain, so simple? Linda, would you like to reconsider? Netizens felt that the name was a bit unworthy of the lyrics, but Linny insisted. Yeah, this song could just be called Celadon. Why didn't I just think of that? Ken Li in the backstage lounge slammed his head. The same was true for Wang Meng and Elder Fu Lin in the pantry. High-end names are certainly classy, but none of them are as real as the word Celadon. Those 3 words run through the entire song. Definitely the perfect touch to add the finishing touch. That's a good name. All 3 sent pop-ups at the same time. Unfortunately, Linny didn't notice, because Lu Qing sent him a message. The same netizen who asked him to write a song before sent a new private message. In addition to recognizing the song, he also said that his kiln worker grandfathers wanted to meet with Linny. Thank Linny properly in person. Sister Chang, meet even. The porcelain firing craft is our traditional culture in China. It's enough that I can use my songs to make more people know and understand Celadon. Linny refused. Xinhua porcelain represents the culture of China in the world. It can almost be said to be the calling card of Chinese history. Could use a song. Enrich the content on your business cards. Let more and more people see Celadon. For Linny, totally his share. No in-person thanks from anyone. Is that live linking okay? Willow Green asked in a message. Linda, I think this one will do. 2 right, just in time to show us the kiln workers. 2, please. Rinda, agree to the connection. The audience was so enthusiastic. It made Linny really unable to find a reason to refuse. Soon, the video picked up. Be the first to see the figure on the screen. It was a man with a thinning hair and beard, and all gray and old. That face full of stacked wrinkles looks. It's 80 years old, to say the least. Grandpa, the video is on. You can say whatever you want. Beside the old man, a sweet-looking little girl said. It's Xin and her own grandfather. Old Yao too. Old man, just say what you have to say slowly. There's no rush. Linny said gently. How old are you this year? Old Yao head who heard this froze. Instead, it was his granddaughter. Core, told Lin Yi the answer. 103 years old. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 103 years old. 4 of my ages combined is not enough. The first time I saw a centenarian, I didn't realize it was in Lambda's live room. At this age, you'd be an emperor in ancient times. The pop-up said everything, even more so. He nicknamed Old Yao to the porcelain burning immortal. The clothes the old man is wearing are kiln worker clothes, so old and still firing porcelain. It seems that the inheritance of this craft, the state must pay attention to it. Not only porcelain firing, but also other traditional crafts should not be forgotten. You're right. When the broadcast is over, let's go and write to the relevant authorities together. The netizens are not thinking of a peace. This time, Old Yao too opened his mouth. Lin Yi, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, the big guys wouldn't have noticed the Celadon, much less noticed the porcelain burning craft. Now on behalf of our collective 27 kiln workers at the porcelain factory, I would like to thank you. After saying that, Old Yao too stood up with Xin's assistance. A deep bow toward the camera. Old man, you don't have to be like this. It's my honor to add to the porcelain business. Linny hurriedly got up and returned his greeting. For half an hour afterward, Old Yao too was guided by Linny. A wave of publicity for porcelain culture on the air. The netizens were also enthusiastic. Little brother Linny, now it's time for the 2 of us to talk about business. Old Yao too twirled his mustache and continued. You helped our porcelain capital write this song Celadon. Then we have to give you money as payment. Linny who heard this, the first time a refusal was expressed. Old man, this song of mine is my new work. It wasn't written specifically for porcelain. If you like it, just help me publicize it in Porcelain City without paying me anything. After saying this, Linny added, besides, it was your granddaughter who gave me the aura for my new song. So in the final analysis, I should be the one paying your granddaughter. Don't pay even if you don't. And you're going to pay for it in return? Old Yao Tu froze for a moment, then said with a serious face, no, inspiration is inspiration, and payment is payment. The two things can't be put together. And for a singer of your type, how much can inspiration be worth? I've done it for my granddaughter. You don't have to pay her. Just collect what we pay you. Old Yao Tu became more and more agitated as he spoke. Lin Yi should be paid for writing songs no matter what. Old man, I'm still young. I have plenty of time to write songs. It's not that bad. You really don't have to give me the money for this one song. Lin Yi changed his persuasion. That won't work either. You have to pay for errands. It's a rule left over from the old days. If you don't take the money, you're not thinking of us kiln workers in the whole porcelain capital. After saying that, Old Yao Tu pulled his voice and shouted a dialect towards the door. 10 seconds later, a whole bunch of old men rushed in. The youngest are in their 60s and 70s. Little brother Lin Yi, you can look down on us all you want, but you have to take this money. Consider us old men begging you. Old Shou Tu and Old Yang Tu said in unison. Core, help Grandpa up. Grandpa has already figured out that little brother Lin Yi can do it without charging any money, but the grandpas will have to thank him properly for a change. Unknown to Core, he helped up Old Yao head. Follow closely. Old Yao Tu gave the other kiln workers a wink. They intended to kneel and kowtow to Lin Yi. Asterisk. Stop. Take it. I'll take it. Get up. Old people. Chapter 133, 100-year-old porcelain immortal. Leading the way to thank Lin Yi. Centenarians. Leading 24 seniors starting at 60. Take a knee on the air. This scene was not to mention Lin Yi and the viewers of the live broadcast. Even the two old men, Wang Mang and Fu Lin, who had lived most of their lives, both said they had never seen it before. It's still a long time to live. Agent Willow Green smiled a little helplessly. She could see it. Old Yao Tu and the others were genuinely planning to kneel down and thank them. If it hadn't been for Lin Yi's timely remark of collect and collect, guess he'll have to be really embarrassed to get off the stage now. Little brother Lin Yi, is everything you said true? Are you really willing to take our money? Old Yao Tu was still a bit unconvinced. Really willing. More real than real money. Lin Yi was a bit scared. That's good. The old kiln workers were all smiles. There was a bit of small talk afterward. Cory and Old Yao Tu hung up the phone with them. Cowardly. Lin De is really the embodiment of cowardly. If I hadn't seen this pop up, I wouldn't have come back to my senses right now. A group of old men whose ages add up to more than 1,000 years old kneeling en masse. Who can react to this? The audience in the live room remained a bit stunned. Just then, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. It's a text message from the bank arriving. How much did the old kiln workers pay you? If there's more, we can't take it. It's their hard-earned money. That's it. Big deal. We'll give you a gift. Lin Yi fans were the first to step forward. A brainstorm to paint a sports car on the air. Everyone just calmed down. Lin Yi he closed the gift-giving function as he did so. One side continued. It's good for people to watch the live stream rationally. And if you really have the money to give me gifts, why don't you buy something for your parents? As for the money the old kiln workers gave me, it amounted to $200,000. That's a lot of money to say the least. To say the least is not a bad thing. For an average family, it may be 2 or 3 years to save up the income. It must have been even harder to come by for those old kiln workers, old craftsmen, and old porcelain painters. It could be their life savings, no matter how. This was money that, for Lin Yi, he couldn't take no matter what. But seeing so many people begging him like that, he had to take it. But the use of this money is certainly something to think about. At least, not on yourself. Agent Lu Qing, who was watching the live broadcast, had the same idea. Well, that's the end of airtime for today. So if you have any questions, you can come back tomorrow. Lin Yi made an excuse intending to avoid the topic. Don't worry, Lin Day, we've only been on air for an hour and a half today. It's still early. There's still enough time for you to write another song. I just happen to have a good idea here. Wait for me to send it in a private message. Linda on the air for a while longer. The audience was more than willing to give up one by one, especially Lin Yi's fans. Before that they were immersed in Symboline. Forgot one very important thing. In your face hyping. These days, I'm going to be live every day, so you'll have plenty of time to catch up. Well, enough for now. See you tomorrow. Lin Yi closed the live stream, but the viewers remained stuck in the live stream discussing it. Some people are even posting the recording online. About Lin Yi's new song Celadon. It spreads by leaps and bounds. It quickly made it to the Twitter Hot 100. Hashtag 100-year-old porcelain immortals hashtag. Hashtag Lin Yi's new song hashtag. Hashtag Celadon hashtag. The top 3 hot searches are all about this. Those of you who missed the live stream also learned what happened from posts large and small. Having loved and willing to write songs about traditional culture. Singers like Linda are so cool. Writing songs and publicizing them doesn't cost any money. This kind of character, can you find the second one besides Lindy? I announce that from now on. I'm Lin Yi's fan. Many netizens were convinced by Lin Yi's character. There have been a number of choices for road trips. I hope Lambda can live at a different time in the future. Yes, 8 a.m. is too early, and we social animals have to go to work calling. It would be better to change the live time to 8 p.m. so any of us can see it. Many netizens who hadn't seen the live stream started at Lin Yi. In the meantime, Lu Qing, who was tidying up her room, received a call from Wu Zhiyong. Lu Qing, is Lin Yi there? How come no one answered when I called him? He said he went out for something. Alright, Wu Zhiyong sighed. After a series of recent events, the Kyoto leaders gave a death order. Whatever it takes, they all had to invite Lin Yi to the station for an exclusive interview. It's something you know. He promised me a long time ago. Wu Zhiyong pleaded. Tell you what, I'll talk to Lin Yi when he comes back and let you know then. Okay, you mustn't forget. Got it. Lu Qing hung up the phone. The other side, Lin Yi was also following up a call. Lu Yimin called, and Wu Zhiyong's purpose is the same. Thanks to the song Changhua Porcelain by Lin Yi, the nation's interest in handmade porcelain is growing. Only a few hours have passed. Various posts related to China have appeared on the internet. Take it all in on CCTV. Get Lu Yimin to step in. I hope I can bring Lin Yi to the station for an exclusive interview. Take the opportunity to promote a wave of positive energy. Director Lu, I've been a bit busy lately. Let's talk about this matter when we have time. Lin Yi hung up the phone. It's not that he doesn't want to do an exclusive interview. Rather, it's him now. There's a more important thing to do. Take the $200,000 in honorariums paid by the old kiln workers. Donate it all is. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Something big is happening on Twitter. The HWA Literary Association has joined forces with the HWA Music Association for a joint release. A bit of detail on Lin Yi's new song Celadon. From the song to the words, and then from words to deeper meaning. Every word was filled with high praise for Lin Yi. Comments section below. Wang Mengvi, the lyrics are poetic, and through the delicate depiction of love, the charm of Celadon is skillfully incorporated. Fu Lin Vi, this song uses a variety of classic instruments from the East and West at the same time and blends them into a mesmerizing and beautiful melody. Two titans have written lengthy essays, while adding to the official release. It also drew comments from various celebrities. Wang Shulong V, Mr. Lin Yi is a role model worthy of my lifelong study. Yanagi Huan V, the later generation is fearful and ashamed to be inferior. Ken Li V, Lin Yi's lyrics can only be described as perfect. He's the modern music poet. Even overseas stars rushed to the scene. Vitas V, thanks to Lin Yi for letting me know about the very Chinese cultural flavor of Celadon. Adam V, is there any way to buy Chinese Celadon? Chapter 134, Dayu Immortal Board. Lin Yi is also black? Song Qinghuan is also part of the star-studded team. She praised Lin Yi highly on all fronts. He also gave his own fans an encore of Lin Yi. The atmosphere across the network is one of joy, until a post popped up. Can Song Qinghuan stop rubbing it in? The little black man finally showed his hand. They falsely accused Song Qinghuan of rubbing it in. In reality, it was smearing Lin Yi, saying that you don't take money, but in reality you shouldn't be taking it, and you have the nerve to rub it in this kind of person's heat? It's obvious that you want to be as well as a brand. Rubbing off on this kind of scum. I feel ashamed for your fans, even thinking of rubbing off on this kind of person. It's really a cool world. More and more little hacks converged at the bottom of the post. The chatter is posting all sorts of smear comments. I'll be fair. This matter has little to do with Song Qinghuan. Rubbing in the heat, small stars will do so. The problem is that it's all Lin Yi's fault. A little black man pretending to be a rational netizen. In a few words, the battle was drawn to Lin Yi. Thanks to me, I still idolized Lin Yi, but now it seems that he's worthy? He even collects money from those old kiln workers, and he collects $200,000 at a time, and he has the face to continue the live broadcast? Seriously suspecting that this is Lin Yi's self-directed play. The little hacks continue to be a force to be reckoned with. Counter-Strike sent comments from Lin Yi fans. The black tide is getting stronger. Some uninformed netizens, even more so, the little hacks have been tricked into a smear campaign, started lashing out at Lin Yi like crazy. Live for half an hour, writing a glowingly praised cipher. Is this something that people can do? Saying that Lin Yi didn't make any advance preparations beforehand. Do you believe such nonsense? Someone made a post, quoting various celebrities and bigwigs posting, proving to everyone how difficult it is to write the lyrics to Celadon. In a nutshell, this song would never have been something that Lin Yi could have done in half an hour. Since the song was prepared in advance, it means that the subsequent series of events were also arranged in advance? Is Lin Yi so crazy for red that he can even do such a thing? Trouble your friends in Porcelain City to come out and say how much Lin Yi paid you for the show. Can you add me too? I'm the best at kneeling. The online buzz has taken a dramatic turn. Those road trippers from earlier, also chose to turn pink to black in this moment. All sorts of unfounded speculation. It was forced onto Lin Yi's head, even some of the little black ones, and also the one attached to Lin Yi's microblog. P became what he looks like when he counts his money. As I beg you, go ahead and publish the book. I don't even bother to look at it more than once without the real names of you little hacks. A Lin Yi fan retorted. He's from Porcelain, and just got off the phone with the family, knowing the truth of the matter. My grandfather was one of the old kiln workers in the kiln factory. He's already told me that you people are completely full of. I'm telling you, I've already collected screenshots and I'm ready to sue you for rumor mongering. That fan showed the evidence he had compiled. He had no intention of actually calling the police, just wanted to warn the little hacks. Tell them to stop circulating malicious comments online, but it is not expected. There were a couple of little black men who pressed on. Brother, you're so protective of Lin Yi. He must have given you a lot of money, right? Why don't we add a friend for a private chat? I can also be a porcelain man who defends Lin Yi. This comment has caused a lot of resentment among the young people of Porcelain. After ascertaining the situation with the family, they had chosen to come forward to give Lin Yi a proper name. How much is a good review? Little Blackie was the first to give a reply. The friends of Porcelain City have brought out the evidence. What are you little hacks still talking tough for? I've got the whole process here. Please open your eyes and see what Linda is charging you for. I was there at the live broadcast, and Lam Tai took the money purely because he didn't want to let the old kiln workers down. Lin Yi fans also rushed over. How much for an explanation? This is the response given by the little black man. Not a word about money. Money, 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 just mention money. With Lin Yi's current curiosity, asking him to write a song and giving him 200,000 is considered too much? Do you guys always talk with the facts aside? The Roadrunner couldn't look away. One by one, they took out their cell phones and began to rage against the evil deeds of the little black man. However, how much is a good review? Koriko still replied with the same phrase. I'll buy a ticket back now. Did Lin Yi reimburse you for the ticket money? I've called the police. Will Lin Yi pay your phone bill? The whole internet is pissed off. I can't wait to follow the netting to the little black guy's house, popping buckets over their heads. It doesn't matter if you beat me up. The problem is the money for the internet connection. Will Lin Yi reimburse you? I'm going to kill you. The netizens couldn't strain themselves. Qualities have been cast aside. Stage a national competition. This thing is getting bigger and bigger. It even reached the ears of Rao Guohuang and the others. Did you find out? Does this have anything to do with Nas Sim? Looking at Xiang Xiang who walked into the office, Rao Guohuang frowned and asked. It's nothing to do with her. She hasn't done anything lately since the last time she was taken to the police station for tea. Ji Xiang shook his head. That means these people are all Lin Yi's actual black fans. Rao Guohuang, who heard this, couldn't help but light a cigarette. The internet is not outside the law though, but there's a saying that the law is not a law. The number of little hacks smearing Lin Yi is too high. They couldn't easily intervene in this matter for a while. Have you talked to Lin Yi on the phone yet? What did he say? Gigi asked. Didn't answer. Don't know what he's doing. Rao Guohuang sighed. A brand new hot search has appeared on Twitter. Hashtag the great director Lin Yi hashtag. The topic is full of sarcasm inside. At this juncture, Rao Guohuang and Ji Xiang were in a hurry. But on the contrary, the two of them couldn't contact Lin Yi. So what do we do now? Contact the comrades over in Porcelain and ask them to come forward to clarify? Gigi asked again. Rao Guohuang didn't reply. Contacting police colleagues elsewhere takes time. It also takes time for them to gather evidence. Wait for the clarification communique to come out. Guess Lin Yi was all over the next day's broadcast. Self-incrimination is over. Let's wait and see. I guess he'll come out and explain when Lin Yi is done being busy. Rao Guohuang sighed. In the meantime, fans who ate it up online, there was a gathering of the group. Marrying a rich white woman, why is this session of little black men so difficult to deal with? Linda's 10-year-old fan, MD, I really want to mail them some souvenirs. Handsome gets chopped, Lin Yi, what's going on here? Lin Yi, Chapter 135, Fan Anti-Hacking Station established. The little black men are rampant. The smearing of Lin Yi intensified. Hashtag director Lin Yi hashtag. Hashtag spend money on actors hashtag. Hashtag Porcelain City hashtag. Various hot searches are popping up all over the place. It caused a large number of Lin Yi's fans to be extremely upset. Fan Group 7. Earn him a small goal first. Dare to ignore the newly enacted state statute. These little hacks are simply lawless. Banana no Nana, Rindu is already on fire as far as hiring actors to create heat? AAA by Home Find Me. So many departments of the state have recognized Lamu. How come they just can't plug the little black guy's broken mouth? Not just 7 groups. Fans in other groups are also spitting mad. They really can't figure out the brain circuits of the little black men. A positive and patriotic singer. A powerhouse singer who changed the world's perception of the Chinese music scene. A phenomenal singer who has sung and convinced so many foreign top streaming greats and has broken world records along the way. Lin Yi had too many honors on him, more than enough to make any one person marvel at him again and again. Innocent female big, why are those little black guys just not willing to let Linda go when he's already like this? Left hand, right hand, one slow motion, that's it, they're totally hacking away, without any semblance of purpose. I'm the one who put out the lights, who says they don't have an agenda. If they would hack Linda, it must be because they think Linda is too good for their pathetic egos to handle. Gremlins, that's right. These people are worse than sewer rats. There was also a lot of cursing in the Shakeology group, all kinds of nationalism without repetition. Fan group 1, handsome being cut, don't cry, Sujina-chan, deeply sentimental male hi, Kuroko rolls a Suguru-san, I'm going to go and scold you back for you. Little Ula from Maoist land, Lula, Ola. Everyone in the group was consoling the old altar cedar, because she's just been called a crybaby by a little hack on the internet. Welcome to marry a rich white beauty. These people are really, even if they scold people, how can they still be geographically black? Flowering seasons, don't worry Suguru, I've already sent what they said about you to our hometown group. Lin Yi's little petite wife, I'll start a thread to avenge you. Lao Tan Cedar is a young girl from Porcelain City who is attending college. Saw the smearing of Lin Yi by the little hacks on the internet. She contacted her family at the first opportunity, and put a recording of his phone call with his grandfather online. This is hard evidence from the parties involved, but the little hacks didn't bother to listen. The whole time there was a question for the old altar cedar. Will Lin Yi pay a few $100s more for the show when he has a 70 or 80-year-old grandpa on the stage? If I do, I think my grandpa back home could pass himself off as an old kiln worker in Porcelain City. No need to go to so much trouble. As long as Lin Yi transfers $300 to me, let me call you grandpa all I want. You brainiac. You need to call her grandma. The more Kuroko talked, the more energized he became. It ended up being a direct reference to everyone in Porcelain as an actor. And it's the kind that just pays. An actor who can do anything with a bad conscience. Xiancheng Li Yunlong, MD is too much. 2nd Battalion Commander. Where's my ING Italian artillery? Footsteps across the sable LV Fengxian, go and bring me my Fengtian painted halberd. And see if I'll finish the job by sharpening these little black men. Call me lay brother, all TM is playing round god play. The fans in the group were on the verge of losing their minds. Obviously Lin Yi is such a good person. Why is it that there are just people who want to make their presence felt by hacking Lin Yi? White tea, everyone just calm down and listen to me for a second. At all. The other party is typing, Lord Groupmaster. You're finally here. I'm not a scolding god, Lord Groupmaster. We've waited so hard for you. White tea in front of a cell phone. Look at the messages from the group. The face was helpless to the core. It wasn't that she didn't want to show up in the first place. Rather, she was exasperated to the point where she was only now stabilizing her mood. White tea, we said in the group that it wouldn't solve anything. White tea, going on the internet and taking on the little hacks is also a disgrace to Lambda. White tea, so I proposed that we set up a fan anti-hacking station. White tea, when all the evidence is sorted out, let's just call the police to solve the problem and send all those rumor-mongering little hacks to drink tea. The words of the group's owner, White tea. It was recognized by a group of fans. They used the administrator's identity, notified the rest of the fanbase of the offer. Soon, fans followed the arranged tasks. An evidence-gathering operation was launched across the network. In order not to affect Lin Yi's reputation, the fans are all bright and shiny. The little black man who heard the wind. Naturally, he was the first to step forward and block it. This thing is getting bigger and bigger. Big enough to have just cleaned up the live room for Willow Green. Picked up my phone and saw the hot search. Lin Yi, what the hell is going on? Lu Qing came to Lin Yi's house overnight. What? Lin Yi was confused. See for yourself. Lu Qing handed over his cell phone. A brief look at what happened. Lin Yi said, the thing is that I was hacked. It was the sort of thing he'd gotten used to a long time ago. Besides, what kind of celebrity is a celebrity that doesn't get blackballed? Showbiz nowadays. Someone hacking instead means there's traffic. And traffic means it's really hot. Lu Qing, who heard this, instantly became serious. She was now Lin Yi's agent. Even if they knew that Lin Yi had been wrongly accused, she also couldn't mainline her body as Lin Yi was not afraid of shadows. The PR side of things has to be done right. The only advance at the moment, it's that she needs to know where that $200,000 is. I went to donate it to charity this afternoon and didn't keep a penny. Lin Yi took out the certificate of honor. It's not his name on it. Instead, the words all the old kiln workers of the porcelain capital. Good job. Lu Chang nodded. The money really can't be asked for. But at that time, in that situation, it couldn't be unwanted. I didn't expect it. Lin Yi will donate this money directly. It's amazing that Lin Yi would donate a single cent to it. The donor wrote the words of an old kiln worker, and the matter is actually quite well handled. Willow Green sighed again, but the blacks are on a rampage right now. And a simple clarification like that won't be enough. After all, the little hacks, who are completely oblivious to logic, and completely impervious to defense. The PR side of things has to be taken care of quickly now to make it work. This has to be dealt with once and for all, or you'll get hacked like that next time. Lu Qing frowned. You don't have to worry about this matter. Wait for me to go back and think about what to do. On the way back, she had been thinking of response options. Donations are a great breakthrough, but this is not a matter for immediate publicity, because the little hacks have had a black orgasm. Even if Lin Yi had a certificate of honor from the charity in his hand, the little hacks won't believe the donations are real or fake either. What the hell is the best way to handle this? Lu Qing had a sleepless night. Chapter 136, Brother Yat is the best. July's golden ticket request. Weekend. An older boy wearing the uniform of Xiangqing Middle School appeared in front of the orphanage. His name is Qin Lang, same as Lin Yi. It's a kid who grew up in an orphanage. 14 years old this year, the oldest kid in the yard. Brother Qin Lang, can you show us your cell phone? A whole bunch of kids gathered around. I heard from Grandma that Brother Lin Yi has a new song. We want to hear Brother Lin Yi's new song. Is it good, Brother Qin Lang? The children in the yard are not related though, but they both treated each other like family. Faced with a request from a younger sibling, Qin Lang wouldn't have refused in any case. Just, when Qin Lang took out his cell phone, preparing to open Lin Yi's microblog. Instead, his face changed violently and abruptly. Everyone wait a minute while my brother goes to talk to Grandma about something. Qin Lang walked into the inner room with his cell phone. The children followed him quietly. Lie down in the doorway and watch. Ron, what's wrong? Grandma Yard asked as she put down her sewing. Grandma, do you know anything about Brother Yat? Qin Lang handed over his cell phone. The whole screen. All from posts made by little hacks. One didn't even bother to draft. The words to discredit Lin Yi were all at his fingertips. The post with the most heat. An all-encompassing smear campaign against Lin Yi. The BGM for the Forbidden City documentary. Lin Yi was chosen. All because he used money. I can't think of any other possibility for Lin Yi to be the grand finale on the CCTV stage, other than paying for a spot. There's also the recruitment office propaganda song, the Ministry of Education's college entrance exam video, and so on, all of which he must have spent money on as well. Once public opinion is created, a larger public opinion would follow. It's like the latest flaming post. Lin Yi's talented persona is all fake. Those songs of his that exploded in popularity were all written by someone he found behind his back. There's also the world record-breaking E8 soprano, which must have been deliberately arranged by the program. The latest gossip is that Lin Yi and Lu Huan have a good personal relationship, and all the stars in the circle are looking at Lu Huan's face before tweeting compliments to Lin Yi. Ryuan wasn't the only one who got dragged into this. There is also Master Wang Meng, who was a senior professor in the Ministry of Education, and Elder Fu Lin, who was sitting in the vice-chairman's seat of the Huaxia Music Association. Even Mr. Jin Yong, who had once given Lin Yi the 4 big words for the country and for the people. It was also forced into this mess. I got it. So many bigwigs are openly supporting Lin Yi. It must be the state's handiwork behind the scenes. The country intends to create a positive image representative of the entertainment industry. A conspiracy theory post went viral. People who agree with this statement. Too many to count. No wonder Lin Yi has so many good resources. So he's the lucky one chosen by the state. Grassroots singers explode overnight and go around fighting for their country. Is there anything more inspiring than that? TSK, 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 Lin Yi is so lucky. The more I looked through the posts that smeared Lin Yi, the more Qin Lang was exasperated. The more he trembled. So did Grandma Dean and the children at the orphanage. Yat grew up to be the smartest one, reading better than any of us. Nice people too. If it weren't for us, going to a junior college and going out to make money, he could have gone to a good college for sure. Qin Lang gritted his teeth. The kids at the door chimed in. They were definitely the group that knew Lin Yi the best. It was also the group of people who knew best where Lin Yi's money was going, whether it's before or after the explosion. All the money Lin Yi earned, it's basically spent on welfare, the clothes the children wear and the food they eat, equipment used to strengthen the body. There are also the various costs associated with studying. All of it was provided by Lin Yi alone without compensation. He did it for the future of his younger siblings. It's a heartbreaker, but those little hacks on the internet, and yet it still didn't spare him. Just catch a suitable opportunity. There were bound to be all sorts of smears against Lin Yi. Total disregard for the reality of what is true and what is false. Brother Lin Yi is such a good person. What gives them the right to talk about Brother Lin Yi like this? Ooh, they bullied Brother Lin Yi. They're all big bad guys. Brother Qin Lang, can you say something for Brother Lin Yi? The children talked and cried. Qin Lang looked at it with anxiety. He was eager to help Lin Yi say something online, but he's underage. Many apps can't register an account. Have no alternative. He had to look up at Granny Dean. Boys, Grandma can understand how you feel. Your brother Xiaoyi was watched by grandma as he grew up, and grandma knows better than anyone what he is. The things said on the internet, your little brother yet will definitely not do. Grandma Yard calmed the children as best she could. He was also coaxing one after the other. Wait to get all the kids cozied up. Let them go play in the yard after. Ron, you are all grandma's children, and Xiaoyi is your own brother. No matter what, we can't watch those people on the internet intentionally hurt Xiaoyi. Grandma Yard called Qin Lang with a face full of gravity. She was on crutches. As he spoke, he walked outside. Grandma, what are you going to do? Qin Lang rushed forward to assist him. Grandma's going to the newspaper to set the record straight for your brother Xiaoyi. Grandma Yard was adamant. Xiao Lang, don't follow. You stay in the yard and watch your siblings, okay? Qin Lang who heard this, there was no half-hearted hesitation to shake his head frantically. Xiao Lang, have you forgotten how your brother Xiaoyi treats you on a regular basis? He hasn't changed his own cell phone in 3 years, but when you started middle school, he immediately bought you the best cell phone he could find. And your clothes and pants. Do you have any idea how long it's been since your little brother yet bought himself one? Grandma Yard cried and reprimanded, even lifted the cane in his hand, intending to teach this heartless white wolf in front of him a lesson. Grandma, I remember all the good things you did for me, Qin Lang hurriedly explained. Then what did you just mean? Grandma, times are different now. Newspapers are outdated. Grandma Yard, who heard this, froze, pale face. Instant helplessness and powerlessness were written all over it. She was eager to help Lin Yi clarify, but times have changed. Those methods of hers were no longer useful. Grandma, sit down and listen to me. Qin Lang assisted Grandma Yard to sit down, then continued, if we want to help Brother Yi, we can't rely on the same old thing. We have to rely on this. He shook his cell phone. By cell phone? No, by the internet. Qin Lang voiced his thoughts. He plans to take the children in the home with him to make a video. Tell all about Lin Yi's unpaid donations to the orphanage over the years. To do right by Lin Yi in this way. Xiao Lang, you've grown up to be grandma's pride, just like your brother Xiaoyi. Grandma Yard's eyes blurred. Grandma, here's your cell phone. I'm going to lead my siblings in a video now. Yes. An old man and a young man walk out of the house with their arms around each other. Chapter 137, Inspiration, Knowing How to Help Lin Yi. After sending Grandma Dean back to the back room, Qin Lang led the children to sit in the yard. Think about what the video is capturing. Lin Yi was wrongly accused of rumors at the core, mostly because his explosion was so sudden, plus an overly perfect persona. It leads to a subconscious feeling that many people have. Lin Yi must have relied on crooked ways to get to where he is today. If Brother Yat were to appear in person, those people would definitely talk nonsense on the internet again. But if I don't get Yat to come here, how can I help prove his innocence? The more Qin Lang thought about it, the more his head felt big. The aggravated clamor of his younger siblings beside him. It was even harder for him to calm his mood. Xiao Lang, you're back just in time. Quick, come over here and help Uncle move it. These are all the goodies that your brother Yat spent a lot of money on. Uncle Cho, who's in charge of deliveries, is here, in the van behind him. It was full of cardboard boxes a man high. Uncle Zhao, what did Brother Yat buy us again? Qin Lang ran over and asked. Those boxes are fruits and vegetables, and those boxes are meat, eggs and milk, all big brands from Goa Baba, and these little boxes with the gifts he's hand-picked for you. Uncle Zhao spoke back as he unloaded the goods. During that time, he also praised Lin Yi one after another, called him one of the orphans in that batch, the only good kid who thinks about the orphanage as an adult. Uncle Zhao, where do you know these things from? Qin Lang subconsciously asked. I've watched you Yat grow up. How could I not know this? Uncle Joe's casual remark. It instantly gave Qin Lang the inspiration to shoot. Those people on the internet were smearing and denigrating Lin Yi in all sorts of ways. The battles were the little acts of kindness that Lin Yi had done in his day-to-day life. No direct evidence can be produced to prove truth or falsehood. If only we could organize the neighborhood to make a video right now. Plus Grandma Dean's hand. A list of Lin Yi's donations of supplies to the orphanage over the years. Then all the rumors. It will all go unchallenged in an instant. Uncle Zhao, these things will be moved later. Can you take a video for me first? Qin Lang forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart and said, make a video? What video? Your Uncle Zhao. I'm just a little old man with nothing to shoot. If you really have the energy, it's only proper for you to go and help your grandma with some chores and learn from your brother Yi when he was a kid. Uncle Zhao, who didn't know the reason, instinctively refused. Will do. I'm sure I'll help Grandma share. Hey, halfway through his words, Qin Lang suddenly sighed. This made Uncle Zhao realize something was wrong. Hurriedly, he stepped forward to show his concern. Uncle Zhao, you're an elder, so I won't hide some things from you. Qin Lang took out his cell phone. His face was filled with bitterness and helplessness. He began by briefly recounting what had happened, then spoke his mind again. Isn't that just plain bull asterisk 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 asterisk? I've watched your brothery grow up. What kind of person is he? Is it hard for me not to know? Xiao Lang. Go tell those people that your brothery usually cares all kinds of things about us neighbors. How could he possibly engage in all that nonsense? Uncle Zhao, who had learned that Lin Yi was being smeared all over the internet. The reaction was a million times more intense than the kids in the orphanage. Because the reality is just as he said. Lin Yi has never let his status rise with the amount of money he makes. Changed his opinion of the neighborhood. This job I have, your Uncle Zhao, was arranged by your brothery after he became a star. And you, Master Li, if it weren't for you, Brother Yat, how could he have a nursing home to live in if he had no children? 3 years ago, do you remember when your brother Yat went to help the workers find lawyers to fight the lawsuit against the contractor for their wages? Uncle Joe spoke in one breath. All of these are Lin Yi's contributions to the neighborhood. 100% true. Uncle Zhao, take a sip of water first to calm down. Qin Lang hurriedly handed over a glass of water. Waiting for Uncle Zhao's mood to recover a bit, he was the first to speak his brand new idea. Uncle Zhao, if you can, I want you to go to the neighbors to make a video to help Yat. I don't need you to tell me about this. Come on, unload. I'll be there as soon as I'm done. Uncle Zhao raised his hand on the spot to interrupt Qin Lang. Turn around and bury your head in the sand. Soon, a load was unloaded. Looking at Uncle Zhao's cursing departing figure, Qin Lang summoned his younger siblings, gesturing for everyone to go and take out all the gifts Lin Yi had bought. Be prepared to make a video. Where's Grandma? Doesn't Grandma shoot? Shoot. Brother's on his way to Grandma. Touching his sibling's head, Qin Lang walked into the house, saw Grandma Dean, who was flipping through her notebook in front of her bed. Grandma, isn't this Yat's previous lyrics book? Qin Lang asked in the past. The book is filled with rap lyrics, dense modification marks. It was enough to see Lin Yi's rigorous attitude of striving for excellence at that time. Hey, Xiaoyi has been working so hard. Why don't people just understand him? Grandma Dean sighed. This past year, she had seen it with her own eyes countless times. Lin Yi, who was still desperately revising his lyrics late at night. It can't be helped, Grandma. Rap is a foreign thing. Lin Yi wants to fuse rap with our Chinese culture. The difficulty factor of this matter is too high. Gently close the notebook. Qin Lang sat beside his grandmother, truthfully explains his plans for the video shoot. Ron, you've grown up. Look at this sentence in front of you. But the age of a teenage middle school boy. Grandma Dean was in a trance. Surprisingly, from Qin Lang's body, saw many shadows of what Lin Yi once was. Grandma, this is what my plan looks like. Let's get out there and make the video. Yes, Grandma nodded in relief. With Qin Lang's assistance, he came down to the courtyard. The younger siblings at the moment are well prepared, just waiting for Qin Lang to take out his cell phone. However, just as they were about to start filming, you old man, run slowly. Don't fall. Mom, we're here to help with the video, not to rob eggs at the market. Egu. Workers, first put down the things in your hands. Don't scare Dean Li and the children. The street outside the courtyard was noisy. Qin Lang probed. The visitors were all old neighbors led by Uncle Chiu. Xiao Lang, count Auntie in on this video. Auntie is even carrying the rice and noodles that your brother Yet sent. Dean Li, I'm really sorry. The guys were in such a hurry that the uniforms haven't even been returned. Who is scolding our eldest grandson? Xiao Feng, tell Big Brother where that person lives, and when Big Brother goes to teach him a lesson it will be over. The neighbors were more excited than one another. Old Li too, who lives in a nursing home, is at the head of the group. It was more of a fist-pumping and leaping look. It's seriously at odds with his geriatric exterior. Brother Li, calm down. Let's just shoot the video today. We won't fight with anyone. Granny Dean calmed old Li's head. Qin Lang, on the other hand, was holding his cell phone, went out first and recorded the sign for the Star Welfare Center, then rejoined the yard, aimed the camera at Grandma Dean in the forefront. Grandma, why don't you introduce yourself first? Hello everyone, my name is Li Hongfeng. I'm Lin Yi's grandmother. Chapter 138, the video from the orphanage. Writing Lin Yi's name. The kids are very active. The video shoot went well. He also posted the video online. Grandma, Brother Qin Lang, those big bad guys on the internet which watched the video, will they really not say bad things about Brother Lin Yi anymore? The children asked, one by one, with big, innocent eyes. Well, when the uncles and aunts on the internet see the video, they'll definitely put in a good word for Brother Yat. Qin Lang said as he stroked a little girl's head. The whole orphanage, everyone was expecting the video to be a hit. Unfortunately, the temporary account registered by Qin Lang didn't even have a single fan. The video was uploaded online. A whole day went by without any ripples. Ron, go to bed. There's bound to be a forward tomorrow. Granny Dean found Qin Lang sitting alone in the courtyard. Being of the older generation she is, always thought there were still more good people in the world. As long as Lin Yi sits upright, then justice will surely come. Got it, Grandma? Go ahead and go to bed. I'll be right back. Xin Lang sent the dean's grandmother back to her room. He himself continued to wait on the bed with his cell phone. The night passed quickly. Xin Lang, who woke up with a start, charge and turn on at the first opportunity, checked up on the retweets of the video. Why is it still zero? Not even a single comment. Xin Lang was a bit anxious. Now he was at a complete loss as to what to do, especially when the younger siblings wake up from their nap. One by one, they ran to ask him about the video results. Let's all be good and eat breakfast first, and then my brother will show you the results later. Okay? Yes. The children were obedient. Xin Lang took advantage of eating breakfast. Start uploading videos on other platforms. Weibo, Douyin, Post, Chopsticks Hands, just about any social software he could think of. All of them have an extra temporary registration account. He's tried so hard, but the videos' retweets and views still couldn't take off. Brother Xin Lang, those big bad guys on the internet, are they still bad-mouthing Brother Linny? Whether it's for morning activities, or before lunch and dinner, the kids always have someone come up to them and ask that question, so as not to disappoint my younger siblings. Xin Lang gives an affirmative answer every time. Well, no one says anything bad about Yat anymore. His pretense of strength, it can fool clueless children, but you can't hide it from Grandma Dean. Why don't Grandma just walk to the paper tomorrow? Wait until all the children are sleeping peacefully. Grandma Dean found Xin Lang, who was fretting alone in the yard. Grandma, hey. Xin Lang, who had been brewing his emotions for half a day, finally let out a big sigh. The video views brought him too much of a shock. If it wasn't for trying to hold it in, he had long ago hugged his pillow and cried. It's okay, Ron, the video will be watched by a lot of people tomorrow. Grandma gently stroked Xin Lang's back, like when I was a kid, gently coaxing Xin Lang to sleep. Day 2. Fan Group 1. Handsome being cut. 2 groups have collected 3 pieces of evidence so far. Xianqing Li Yunlong, 6 groups are sorting out the malicious pictures of Linda by the little hackers on the internet. Old Alter Cedar, screenshots of the posts collected by Group 17 have been uploaded to Group 1. Fans are reporting the results of their efforts throughout the day yesterday. A brief exchange took place. They are back on the major social media platforms. Other than calling the police and a warning letter from a lawyer. Are you guys out of new tricks? How much for one of our reviews? Ask Lin Yi for me. Can outsiders impersonate local kiln workers in Porcelain City? The little hacks are still rampant, leaving no stone unturned to smear Lin Yi. The evidence has been released for you. Those old kiln workers in the Porcelain City, they didn't receive a single penny from Linde. There's no such thing as a national star-making program that you're making up. Rinda never ordered us to do anything. Fans collecting evidence are getting angrier and angrier the more they watch. Can't help but start the lineup. Yes. Lin Yi didn't order it. It's his money that's ordering you. Go tell Lin Yi that I only want $10 for a favorable review. I'll settle for $5. Blackie's response was quick. Pissed off Lin Yi fans to the point where their scalps went numb. Shrimp without blinking. Family, I have a special job that doesn't lend itself to online comments, so I hope you'll step up to the plate. Lindy 10 years old fan, first come together to organize the language of counterattack. We cannot learn the little black people table swear words. Xianqing Chuyanfai, grass. I big number and was blocked again. The fan base exploded. Every fan hated the little black man by 1,000 cuts. Handsome being cut, brothers and sisters. I've already found a good water army. When I go to spray the little black people to even their mother do not know. White tea, calm down for a second and wait. Handsome to the point of being chopped. What are you still calm about? White tea, look at what I've uploaded before you say anything. At all. The group leader, White tea, spoke up. Fans have clicked on the group announcement. There's an extra link in there. Pure love female big. What's the video in the link? Mr. Group leader? White tea, look at you guys and you'll understand. Seasons of peace, roger that. Linny fans clicked in with a brainstorm. Video reflections. It's a bunch of kids full of childlike innocence. With that the camera panned out. A sign for the Star Welfare Center appeared. Hello everyone, I'm Li Hongfeng, the dean's grandmother who watched Linny grow up. Linny grew up as a good boy and knows what it means to be grateful. All the donations in our orphanage were freely donated by him alone. The camera follows Grandma Dean. Walked through every storage room in the orphanage. There are all sorts of things piled up inside. Brand new clothes, fresh food, books of all kinds. Other than that, Grandma Dean also showed several sets of photos in the video. It's the old look before the orphanage. After Linny became famous, the first thing he did was to renovate the orphanage and give the children a brand new home. Grandma Dean finished. Xin Lang appeared in front of the camera. He showed off all the things Linny had bought him. All of my tuition and expenses since kindergarten have been given to me by Brother Yat. Even if he hadn't been a big hit at that time, he was willing to give me a big chunk of his monthly paycheck. Xin Lang finished with the children of the orphanage. This is the doll Brother Linny bought me. This is the aubergine that brother Linny bought for me. This is the new toy brother Linny bought me. The kids don't know anything. It would only take out what Linny had bought them, to prove that Linny cared about them. End of video. Grandmother Superior led all the children of the orphanage. A deep bow toward the camera. I hope the general public can help clarify Linny. What on earth has Linda done behind our backs? I just estimated that renovating the orphanage plus the donations, Linda spent at least $1 million. Linda does good deeds every day without leaving his name. How can those little hacks bear to blacken Linda? Fans who watched the video had red eyes. At this point, the fan base dinged in unison. White tea, for the sake of Lambda, please join us in retweeting. At everyone, Chapter 139, 10 million retweets. Handsome being chopped, Weibo Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, Group 5 received. Chopstick hands 15. 16, 17, 18, marrying a rich white woman, Doing 7, 8, 9, 10 groups received. Linda's 10-year-old fans, small broken station groups 2, 3, 4, and 5 received. The group cleared to receive. Soon, the retweets of the orphanage video surpassed 100,000. Some well-intentioned fans also sent the video to the Little Hacks thread. Lin E is being rumored again? Old tomatoes that are strolling through the little broken station overheard this video. He didn't hesitate for a second, clicked forward directly. In the past, Grandpa Mao never forgot to dig a well. Now Mr. Linny never forgets the orphanage when he grows up. Here's his accompanying text. Not a moment too soon. Fans gathered in the comments section. Doubts have been raised. Linny? Is that the same Linny who sang The Wind Rises? What the hell is going on here? Old tomato fans flew to the Twitter scene. They just couldn't figure it out. A patriotic singer who can be recognized by several official departments of the country. What exactly is there to be hacked? Linny paid for actors? No way. Sir, how can anyone believe this rumor? A singer who's on the verge of worldwide fame needs to hire an actor to build up the heat? An old tomato fan commented. I'm really laughing. You people are treating the country like a little cutie. Look at it, and you talk about specializing in creating stars. I think you're really idle. Another old tomato fan sneered. Blah 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 replies, filling up the various threads posted by the Little Hacks. The assembled Linny fans just touched base with the old tomato fans. The two sets of people were unaware of each other. One statement criticized what the little black man had done. A close second. Videos of the orphanage were sent around. In their combined efforts, involved in questioning Lin Yi's tweets, posts, topics, and short videos below, calls to do right by Lin Yi were all beginning to appear, especially the uninformed netizens. After seeing Lin Yi's various gratuitous donations to the Star Welfare Center, they were all touched by Lin Yi's gratitude, have joined in the fight back against the little black man. I told you how Lin Yi could be so desperate to write songs, so it's all for the children in the orphanage. This kind of moral model. You guys have the nerve to hack him. Do you still want to be shameless? That black fan who made up the story about Lin Yi hiring an actor. Don't go. I just happened to be traveling in Porcelain City. More and more netizens began to bash the little black man. Welfare videos are getting hotter and hotter. Star Welfare? Is that the Star Orphanage in the outskirts of our Shenzhen? One user asked. Yes. I just went and searched for Linda's profile. He grew up in the Shenzhen Star Orphanage. This user posted a screenshot of the introduction of a certain degree and a certain section. Look at the photo of the old building above. Many Shenzhen locals all chose to stand up and speak out. This orphanage, I know, has been established for decades. Last time I went back home, I just happened to pass through the suburbs, and I assure you that all of these photos are true. Linny really refurbished the orphanage. The entire cost is around $600,000. Don't ask me how I know. Look at my avatar. The last user's avatar is a picture of him at work. It's clearly written on it. He is the supervisor of XX construction site in Shenzhen. To prove the truth of his claim, he also made a special trip to the resource room, spent the afternoon finding out the anonymous contract Linny signed with them at the time. You all saw it, didn't you? Linny paid for our construction site to refurbish the orphanage, and he didn't even want to leave his name. I'm just asking who else could do such a thing. With this supervisor's posts flaming out at light speed, other tradespeople in Christina's city, all have also sent out various anonymous contracts at the bottom of the thread. Everyone look carefully. This is the contract Mr. Linny signed with our fruit and vegetable company. These are Mr. Lin Yi's spending cards from our supermarket, and he asked us to send them to the Star Welfare Institution, and our food company. Mr. Linny specifically instructed us at the time that we must give the freshest food to the children, and that money was not a problem. The number of companies responding is growing. The assortment of contracts appeared before the eyes of the nation. The content is very different, but the note at the end is exactly the same. Party B's company shall undertake not to disclose any information about Party A to anyone in any way. The post heat exploded. not only because of the special markup language at the end of the contract, even more so because of the time of day the contract was signed. All before Lin Yi burst into flames. That is to say, started with a couple $1,000s a month in paychecks, Lin Yi was already anonymously making unpaid donations to the Star Welfare Center. It's never been broken in all these years. Asterisk 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 the whiter the skin. The whiter the skin? Is there really such a star in the world? I always thought Ms. Han Hong was the representative of celebrity charity, but I didn't realize that Mr. Lin Yi was the one. The country is so right about Lin Yi. He's a complete role model for our generation. Once again, online favorable reviews of Lin Yi prevailed. Those who are eating it up also chose to road trip in this moment. Wait, aren't we overlooking something? If all of these contracts were signed by Linda before she burst into flames, does that mean that when Linda used to work at Star Ocean Entertainment, he had to eat instant noodles every day? A Lin Yi fan commented. No, Lin Yi didn't eat instant noodles every day. The little convenience store employees started a thread. He wrote it clearly. It also came with a few photos of Lin Yi checking out at the supermarket. Buckets of instant noodles are expensive, and Lin Yi was buying bagged ones at the time, and they were the kind of instant noodles that were on the verge of expiration. I always thought Lin Yi was saving money at that time, but I didn't realize he was trying to donate money to the orphanage. The moment I saw this post, everyone was silent. No one was expecting it. Lin Yi for the sake of the children in the orphanage. It's amazing that you can delegate yourself to such a degree. The kindness of a drop of water must be repaid by a spring of water. So this saying is true. I now realize why Old Tomato puts Lin Yi and Grandpa Mao on the same level. Lin Yi is the embodiment of morality. The whole internet is abuzz. The nation was in tears. At this very moment, there was praise for Lin Yi everywhere. Day 2. Star Welfare Center. Waking up, Xin Lang was lying on the bed, hesitant to look at the phone. He's afraid he'll see 0 retweets and 0 comments again. It's half a big tangle. He finally worked up the courage to open Twitter, plugged the data below the video with his finger. It must not be 0. It must not be 0. Xin Lang slowly moved his fingers while crumbling. Fruity, the first number to break into his sight. It's a big 0. Hey, Xin Lang sighed. No more covering up data with your fingers. However, just the moment he lifted his finger, asterisk 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 asterisk, a subconscious exclamation of surprise, faster than his reflex nerves could come. Ron, what's wrong? Grandma Yard asked as she walked into the house. 10 million retweets. Grandma, the video we made has already gotten 10 million retweets. Chapter 140, when it's all over, go away and hide your body and name. Ron, how much did you just say? Grandma Dean gulped. 10 million retweets. Grandma, it's a whole 10 million retweets. Xin Lang's entire body was trembling. Just for one night, the video that no one asked for, the retweets alone reached 10 million. It was a light he couldn't even dream of. Ron, do you mean to say that everyone is starting to give Yet a voice? Grandma Yard whooshed to her feet. Yes, Grandma. Xin Lang walked over with his cell phone. The children who heard the commotion also gathered around. Dozens of gazes all converged on Xin Lang's cell phone. Everyone's mouths were full of smiles. Same time, the group owner, White Tea, is also reporting on the great success of the anti-black operation in the Fan 1 group. Handsome being cut, great. Linda is finally innocent. Xiancheng Chuyanfai, ha 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 ha, God has eyes. Old altar Sujinami, Linda is worthy of being my idol of worship. Fans were dancing with excitement. The military personnel at the recruiting office were even more relieved. Jingle Bells is their recruiting anthem, representing the image of Chinese soldiers. Lin Yi as the song's lyricist. The better the character, the more stable the persona, the more effective the draft will be. I really didn't expect that Lin Yi would even do this quietly behind everyone's back. In the office, Auspicious couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, who would have thought Lin Yi would have lived like this before? Rao Guohuang lit a cigarette. There was heartache between his eyes. Before the military he was from a poor peasant family. For that stifling life of eating bagged instant noodles at meals, know it better than anyone. This premise, most people will be self-centered. Wait until after the clothes are on the table. Only then would you consider doing some charity work. But Lin Yi was different. He never forgot the beginning. Even if you are living a life of eating and not eating, we will also do our best to keep the children in the orphanage fed and clothed as much as possible. Old Rao, there's something I want to talk to you about. Though the boss won't let us interfere too much in the matter. But I think, even if it's just for the sake of Lin Yi writing us Jingzhong Huigua, we brothers have to think of a way to help him. Ji Xiang said as he looked at the smear post on his phone. Why else does the boss keep saying that the three of us can wear the same pants? Rao Guohuang smiled, handed the cell phone to Auspicious. On it was a message that Warden Ho had just sent him, much the same as what Auspicious said. All three of them are in the leadership of the military. Ostensibly, the law must be left alone, but privately, he still had to answer to Lin Yi. Or else, It's just chilling Lin Yi's heart. Gee, hold your tongue while I make the call. Rao Guohuang took the cell phone, flipped out a friend who's a cop. The other side. Lu Qing once again came to Lin Yi's house. Sister Cheng, have you figured out how to handle this? Lin Yi, who had just woken up, asked. There's no need to think about it anymore. Someone has proven your innocence. Willow Green told the story of the orphanage video. It also showed Lin Yi evidence of contracts from all directions online. Now we don't have to deal with any PR at all. All that's required is for you to post online the certificate of honor that the charity has given you. Everything will be solved. For Lu Qing's proposal, Lin Yi immediately nodded in agreement. He wasn't in a hurry to establish a persona for himself. Rather, they want to go through with it. Get in touch with the old kiln workers in porcelain as soon as possible. After all, that $200,000 donation, it was donated by him in the name of the old kiln workers. This certificate of honor, it had to be delivered to the old kiln workers to make it work. Lin Yi, I suddenly realized that I was the one who misjudged you before. Lu Qing stared at the certificate of honor on the table and continued. Your character, it's even more perfect than I imagined. This sudden in-your-face compliment, it actually made Lin Yi blush a bit in a rare moment. He waved his hand, signaling to leave all the next matters to Lu Qing's full discretion. Myself, I'm off to find inspiration for a new song. In the way of public pressure, yesterday's Leonard was not on. Look at what happened today. Probably won't have time to start the show either. Pigeons for 2 days in a row. He had to make sure the quality of tomorrow's broadcast was right. Don't worry about finding out. I'll be sure to take care of this. After the assurance, Lu Qing left with the certificate of honor. After about an hour, Lin Yi Twitter update. The content is summarized in roughly 3 things. First piece, Lu Qing expressed his gratitude to the general public on behalf of Lin Yi. Thank you all for your love and interest in him, as well as all the ways in which he autonomously did right by Lin Yi in this matter. Second thing, Lu Qing explained Lin Yi's idea. He's an orphan. It's clear how this group feels, so he hopes, with your best efforts, to make every orphan around the world feel at home. As to why he hasn't exposed these things, it's because he doesn't want people to have a constant focus on him because of this. He would prefer that the nation pay more attention to the children. There are also vulnerable groups in society. Help those in need as much as you can. One last thing. Then there are screenshots of the process regarding the $200,000 donation, and the search for the old kiln workers. Oh my god. On so many transfer screenshots, there's really no name of Lindy, to cry for the family. Is this the legendary things are done? Deep in the body and the name? Don't worry, Lin Day, we'll definitely do our best to help you find the address of the old kiln workers. The whole network was moved. They came to comment below Lin Yi's microblog. Those young people from the porcelain city. Even more so, he expressed his gratitude to Lin Yi one after another. Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Lin Yi's agent, Lu Qing. In response to this incident of maliciously smearing Mr. Lin Yi's reputation on the internet, our team has already filed a police report. I will be all open and transparent in the follow-up process, and strictly abide by the new regulations on rumors issued by the state. Lu Qing also tweeted, she had intended to capitalize on this, to announce his relationship with Lin Yi, facilitating the promotion of the debut album. Didn't intend to actually go to the police, but I didn't expect it. The comments section couldn't sit still. That's right. The current internet environment has to be revamped. We can't let those little hacks run amok all day long anymore. I, Zhang Aihua, am willing to report Little Blackie in real name. This was the first comment on Willow's tweet, and also the general public. Little Blackie is too wild. In addition to the reputational impact it can have on positive artists, it also seriously interferes with the next generation's ability to establish the right 3 views. Such people must be dealt with seriously. I, Zhao Chunlei, am willing to report in real name. I, Chao Tin Yao, am willing to report in real name. I, Niu Ifan, am willing to report in real name. The comments are growing. It's also interspersed with information about Koriko's homepage, which is saved by the netizens themselves. Chapter 141, The Star Foundation. Mr. Lin Yi's outstanding contribution to charity deserves to be celebrated by all of us. What he donated was not money, but the enduring, unquenchable love for his country. At the same time, we, the entire staff of the Star Foundation, are willing to report in real names the recent rumor mongers who are maliciously smearing Mr. Lin Yi's image. The official account of the Stars Foundation has posted. The comments section is full of historical records turned up by in-house staff, clear screenshots of transfers, as small as a couple dozen hundred, as big as $700,000 to $800,000, all from the same IP address as an anonymous user in Xiangqing. I just checked according to the donation timeline, and it all matches up with Lin Yi's career, and the time of signing contracts of all sizes online. All this money was donated by Linda. One netizen was very excited to issue his conclusion. "Thank you, Mongoose. I didn't realize that all the money Linda donated privately added up to $1 million. The netizens were once again moved. Linny from bursting into flames. At best, it's only about 2 months, even if he made a lot of money in those 2 months. But it's definitely not more than 5 million. Add to that his expenses for renovating the orphanage, donating supplies to the children, and so on. The last money left in his hands. It's pretty much just in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and $1 million. It just about matches the total amount of donations, leaving aside the $100,000 or so that Linny donated before he burst into flames. He's pretty much given away his entire fortune right now. What is he planning to do? Aggravate himself to death?" One user's comment. All at once it caused a sudden realization to dawn on everyone. No wonder Linda hasn't bought a house and his car is rented. So he's donated all his money. I told you Linda is so hot now. How come he wears the same old clothes all the time? Ooh, my heart goes out to Rinda. Linny fans were in tears. The netizens also pursed their lips. Too many stars. All have lived a life of luxury since becoming famous. Of course, this life does not conflict with their love. Celebrities such as Han Hong, Godfather Wong and many more. Still, we will be organizing many large-scale charity events. Donations are made to disadvantaged people, but like Lin Yi, people who are willing to give away their entire fortune, except for Black Guy, who has been tanned to bronze skin, and Dawn, who has been honored several times as an international ambassador for peace. The entertainment industry couldn't find a fourth person. There was an increasing amount of recognition and appreciation for Lin Yi online. Even Project Hope officials were alarmed. They tweeted, "The Medal of Hope was specially awarded to Lin Yi." He pleaded with Lin Yi that he could send them his personal address for the medals to be mailed. Reminded by Willow Green's phone call, Lin Yi knew about it. His first reaction was to refuse. Nay, Rao Guohuang, Louis Min and others called first. These individuals represent multiple official departments of the state. It all means the same thing. There has to be a reward for doing good, because this Medal of Hope wasn't just the nation's recognition of Lin Yi. Even more so when the state subsequently embarks on a philanthropic endeavor. The publicity deeds that must be carried out. And so it was. Lin Yi V, thanks for the love. Tweets just sent. Immediately, it reached number 1 on the hot search list. One by one, netizens rushed to give credit where credit is due. Someone else started a science fiction. The difficulty of obtaining the Medal of Hope was explained to the nation. It's not something you can just get your hands on. In addition to the mandatory requirement of long-term adherence to philanthropy, donors are also scrutinized for their character, style, etc. Only someone like Lin Yi, who can't be picked out at all, will have a chance to win the Medal of Hope. Having said that, this netizen put out the official list of Project Hope, plus Lin Yi who had just been awarded the medal included. There are only 88 people on the list. I know these people. They are all the top 10 people who moved China in previous years. Right, because the Medal of Hope, issued by Project Hope, is one of the knockouts for participation in the selection. What? This thing is so powerful? Shouldn't it be that Rinda is so great? Everyone was stunned. They didn't think. It's amazing that the Medal of Hope does this. This medal is useful for a lot of things. So if you have a chance, you can look it up on the internet. Take advantage of the lulls in accessing resources on the web. Some of the little blacks have popped up again. There was all sorts of shouting at Lin Yi, especially a little black guy with the screen name Shanghai's First Deep Love. He simply ignored all the evidence, desperately trying to smear Lin Yi online in a big way. Let the alarm warnings be countless. His fingers didn't leave the keyboard for a second either. Fatty, stop it now. The poor money we both received at the aid station the other day might have been all money donated by Lin Yi, taking the money he donated for dinner and then hacking him online when he's full. Don't you think it's a bit much? Co-roommate Xiaolong said. What do you care? My hands are on me. I can post whatever I want. Fatty grunted. Come on, you're a bully. Go on. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Xiaolong packed his bags while continuing. I passed the interview. The company assigned a dormitory. I'll move out now, so I won't disturb your play. Hear this, Fatty. It looks like you're sitting in front of a computer and not moving. In fact, his face full of greasy fat was shaking with anger, until Xiaolong walked out of the shared house. It was only then that he dared to swear at the door of the room that had been slammed shut. You did. Is not just looking for a real estate sales it. God you asterisk a asterisk ah. Even if I starve to death here, I won't go begging as a salesman. Fatty's back teeth were chattering. He has no education or ability. Life is a mess not to mention. They also often use various reasons to ask for hard-earned money from their parents who work at home on the farm, used to satisfy their own so-called platitudes. Not enough money to spend. He then followed Xiaolong to the aid station to collect the money. Every time, they stand on their toes at the door and don't go in, forcing the little dragon who is disabled. Go into the station cheekily. One person receives two people's aid. Whenever the little dragon is disgruntled, he would always say something about being limber. It's the word of a man to raise a bar. It made the little dragon's lungs ache with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that you're missing an arm, do you think the real estate company would want you? They're looking at you for pity, not for your abilities. Cursed for 10 minutes. Finally feeling relieved, Fatty twisted his head and started threading against the internet. He felt that his life was not as good as he wanted it to be, living as a loser. All because Linny didn't donate the money to him personally. The more I think about it, the more he hacked Linny, the less he hacked, even started babbling. Put the most vicious words you can think of. A brainstorm was posted in the thread. Chapter 142, Porcelain City is on fire because of Linny. The whole network is begging for votes. Netflix wasn't going to bother with Fatty. Nah, Fatty's malice is outrageous. It's so outrageous that even the other little hacks are kind of looking at it. What's wrong with you? When did Linda cheat on her taxes? Linda and female fans late night. No, how can you say such a thing? Big brother. Grandma Yard made it very clear that Linda was only a few months old when she picked him up. How could he have been abandoned by his parents because of bullying others? The whole internet is speechless. Warden Hovu overlooked the post. Direct Linny to call. Let Linny send out a tweet. Prove exactly when you were adopted by the orphanage. There are also records of taxes paid, as well as being mentioned by Fatty in the same day. Linny's specific schedule. Never mind. I'll take the third one. The bastard made up any day but the day you came to our prison to perform. Is he trying to make fun of all of us at the prison? Warden, he was solidly pissed off and laughed. People just like him. And in the recruiting service office, while slapping his thighs and laughing maniacally. Rao Guo-Huang, who was telling Auspicious about this incident. On the other hand, soon, Linny updated his Weibo. Text, don't believe the rumors, don't spread the rumors. Below that is all sorts of evidence that disproves the fat boy smear. Fans as fast as they can. Posted a screenshot of Lin Yi's tweets in Fatty's thread. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's that rattling? Snapping so scary. Brother, you can't hear well. I can hear it clearly even after thousands of kilometers. It's the sound of someone being hit in the face. This face slapping is so rhythmic. Those who don't know would think that Linda has written a new song. The netizens laughed unmercifully. At this very moment, sitting in front of the computer, Fatty, so angry that he couldn't even breathe. He shook his right hand, lights himself a loose cigarette bought with change. Grandma Lee's. Let's see if I don't scold you all to death today. Fatty just put his hands on the keyboard. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sudden knock on the door of the room in the shared house. Knock hard. Exactly the same as when the landlord was calling for rent. Dog sons. People get out and don't even know to go and pay the rent. Fatty's face was red with anger, but he only dared to curse Xiaolong in his heart. The surface dared not make any noise, because he had money left on him for a pig's foot meal. However, what he didn't expect was this. A trick that has worked time and time again on weekdays. It's kind of not working today. The man at the door found knocking on the door fruitless. I can't believe I just started kicking the door down. Slap a few feet. Clunk. The door was kicked in. Isn't it just $500 rent? You really think I can't afford it? Now that you kicked the door down and invaded my privacy, you have to pay for it. Halfway through the sentence, Fatty's voice came to an abrupt halt. He looked like a fool. Stay in your chair. Dumbfounded. He looked at the large group of people who had rushed into the house. Mr. Policeman, that's him, and I really have nothing to do with this, the landlord said, pointing at Fatty. Aha. The policeman in charge nodded. The big stride came to Fatty. He flashed his police card. Mr. Wang Dachuan, we received a report from Mr. Lin Yi, and we are now placing you under arrest. The words weren't even finished. The policeman's uncle's brow suddenly furrowed. He smelled a pungent stench. Looked down. Fatty was pissed. Evening. Shanghai Police Station V. Wang Mochuan has been arrested by the police for maliciously smearing others on the internet, and will have a public trial on the internet tomorrow. First comment below by @Lini. Ha 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 ha. Cool. So cool. The little black guy finally got caught. All the other little hacks take a good look too. This is what happens when you make malicious online rumors. Police Uncle Dan. I want to report these little hacks. The comments section was enriched all of a sudden. All of them are at little black accounts. It was extraordinarily relieving to watch all the internet users. One straight up. In the meantime, don't bother to keep pursuing other little hacks of Lini fans. Started settling up online with Symboline. Many online bloggers have also appeared on the bandwagon. Deeply in love with you Child 789V, brothers. Lin Yi's song is so well written. People from the child sect should go listen to it. Saw this tweet. Netizens couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little Blackie is so powerful that even the ancestor master was scared by them and changed his name. Now I can't see a single one named Deep Love in my friends list. Ha 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 ha. Not to mention the Grandmaster, who can't be numb when this is put on the body. The whole network laughed a lot. Symboline is getting hotter and hotter. nationals who have heard the song. Even more so, I can't help but be interested in porcelain. When I didn't know before, I really didn't realize that it was so beautiful. Ordinary porcelain is pleasing enough to the eye, but now when I see blue and white porcelain, I want to kneel down with the old kiln workers. It's so beautiful. No wonder Adam wanted to buy one for his collection. There was an instant porcelain fever across the internet. Those young people from the porcelain city. More than that, he left no stone unturned in explaining to the nationals all about porcelain. The more in-depth you get, the more curious the nation became about porcelain. At this point, Linny suddenly appeared at the bottom of a post by a young man from Porcelain City. Linny V, I heard that there's a porcelain museum in Porcelain City that houses a blue and white porcelain from the Tang Dynasty. Can I go and see it? See comments from Linny himself. The young porcupine people froze. The warmest welcome was then hastened. Linda, I know you're busy. Let me know when you're free to go. I'll go scout for you. I'd like to go today. If you want to go to Porcelain City tonight, come to the bus station and meet up. I'll pay for the trip. A generous treat from a coal owner. It instantly mobilized the nation's hot and dry hearts. Celadon porcelain handed down from the Tang Dynasty. It would be a great loss not to see it with your own eyes. MD, you guys save me some tickets. What a pack of wolves exterminating. Even the bus tickets for the day after tomorrow are booked up. Netizens went crazy for tickets at the same time. Fan Group 1. Handsome being chopped. There is nothing to see in Cymbidium. Really, people have time to rest more at home. Welcome to marry a rich white beauty. That's it. Work is so tired. Wait for the holidays and then go to porcelain. Xiangqing Chuyanfai, don't believe these two bastards. I'm with them. They are secretly booking tickets. Old altar seater, weekdays the family people called the pro. Grab the ticket when not the right person, is it? Linda 10-year-old fan, no more talking. I'm going to catch the bus first. I'll take pictures of everyone. The other party is typing. I'll walk there even if I have to. Cymbeline is getting hotter and hotter. The popularity of the Porcelain City has come to an unprecedented height. This small city that normally goes unnoticed, only because of one comment from Linny. Overnight, it instantly topped the list of Chinese tourist cities. Chapter 143, 100 million real fans? Is this a singer? Netizens posting thread after thread. Some people have photographed the various types of porcelain they see in the porcelain capital. In return, it has been well received by the nation at large. Someone recorded themselves going to porcelain with all the sights on the way. It caused a lot of envy. As the number of posts grows, the heat is rising like crazy in Porcelain City. It took over all the top spots on all the major hot search lists in one fell swoop. In the meantime, Porcelain Street, a couple of little old men in their 40s and 50s, is gathered in a group to play chess. Strange, why are there suddenly so many people in town today? I'm not sure, and I've heard that there's a whole bunch more on the way that haven't arrived yet. What? It's 7 o'clock at night and there's someone on their way here? The old men frowned and squinted one by one, sizing up the out-of-town travelers walking past. The faces of those people were filled with anticipation. The way he held his cell phone was even more exciting. Watch and see. One of the little old men saw a familiar face in a crowd of backpackers. Sanjin, this, come over here. The second Grand Master asked you something. Old Zhao rushed to yell. Second Master, you don't come home for dinner. Aren't you afraid my grandmother will scold you? The young man, Sanguine, came forward with a smile. After a few pleasantries, the old men asked the unanswered questions in their minds. These out-of-towners with big bags. What the hell are you doing in Chateau? Traveling, looking at China. What else would I be doing here? Sanguine spread his hands, but it is not expected. His words made the old men become more and more confused. Travel to porcelain capital to see porcelain. The last time I heard such words, it seems to be more than 10 years ago. Did the sun come out of the west this day? Why are they all traveling to our porcelain city for good reason? It can't be some big star who plans to hold a concert in our porcelain city, right? The words just fell. Old Zhao touched his head, laughing a little awkwardly. That's a little hard to believe even for him to say. Not to mention the big stars. Even the small 18th line actors. Both rarely appear on the streets of Porcelain City. Second Master, you'll have to go home and ask Grandpa Yao about this. Sanguine said mysteriously. That's your Master Yao. Glaring at Sanjin, old Zhao continued. Don't sell yourself short. What exactly did your great master do? And what's your boy doing back here all of a sudden? Not going to keep working outside? Looking at one of the grandparents in front of him with a question mark written on his face, Sanguine took out his cell phone and handed it over. On the screen is a recommendation from the front page of Twitter. Vacation, don't know what to do? A 3-day trip to Porcelain City. The sky is green and waiting for the smoky rain. Porcelain City is waiting for you. Dojin, you're a stranger to me. This heavenly fortune. Porcelain City must catch it. What do you mean? We're not famous for our porcelain, but we're not strangers, are we? And what's that splash of riches? Is there a big shot planning to develop our Porcelain City? The old Zhao heads were discussing it with each other. Being the older generation they are, very little web surfing for the big events that have happened recently. Basically, I don't know anything about it. Second master, and grandfathers, here's exactly what happened. Sanjin flipped through his cell phone while explaining based on what he had flipped to. Soon, the old chowderheads listened. The reason why Porcelain City has suddenly become a tourist destination. The nation began to focus on porcelain overnight. All because Lin Yi wrote a song called Tsinghua Porcelain. Sanguine, the second eldest doesn't know how to access the internet. Why don't you play that song for the second oldest? That's what old Zhao said. It's also on the minds of old middle-aged men who are doing it. Xing Air Dodgy, wait a little. Sanjin tapped into Lin Yi's microblog. Not a moment too soon. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. And I'm waiting for you. Smoke from the kitchen curls up, 10 million miles across the river. On the bottom of the bottle, it is written in Chinese script to imitate the elegance of the previous dynasty. Let's just say I've been waiting to meet you. Lin Yi's song floated through the streets. The old Zhao heads who have been kiln workers for most of their lives. One listened with tears in his eyes. Sitting there motionless, they didn't think. In this era of rapid technological development, it is surprising that any young singer would notice the importance of the traditional craft of porcelain firing. There was also a song written specifically for Celadon. This song is great. Sanguine, tell the second lords nicely. Lin Yi, who wrote the song, is actually. Old Zhao suddenly lost his voice in the middle of his sentence. He was taken aback by the sight that appeared before him. I don't know when. Passing travelers stopped in their tracks, eyes closed and full of intoxication. Even the cabs that keep coming and going also pull over at this moment. The driver and passengers inside rolled down their windows. All of them were immersed in Lin Yi's song. Don't be surprised, second master. This small scene is completely worthless, because most of the travelers who come to our porcelain city are fans of Linda. See the strange sanguine. Once again, the cell phone was handed over. On the screen this time was Lin Yi's personal homepage. One by one, 100 million fans? It's not just old Joe. The other middle-aged old men were also stunned into incoherence. They never thought about it. A singer. It's amazing how many fans there are. All of us in Porcelain City combined don't have that much, do we? More than that, 10 porcelain are not enough. Is this Lin Yi the new era's diva? The old men couldn't help but marvel. Half of Big Sky hadn't recovered from the shock of 100 million fans, until Sanguine suddenly let out a, "What happened, little brother? Keep playing the song and don't stop. Did your cell phone run out of battery? I have a rechargeable one here." The travelers on the street were in a hurry. Not early and not late. Prefer to stop at the chorus. No, guys, check out the tweets. I'll follow up with a song later. Sanguine's smile couldn't be hidden at all, because he saw a flurry of hot postings from state officials. CCTV TVV, a blue and white porcelain, sings the cultural precipitation of the Chinese nation of 5,000 years, but also awakened the national concern for the traditions of successive generations. Huaxia Propaganda Department v. Mr. Lin Yi's song Tsinghua Porcelain not only presents the beautiful porcelain to the national eye, but also promotes the economic development of the porcelain capital. NCTBV, Celadon is the crystallization of the wisdom and efforts of the Chinese forefathers, and it is a well-deserved Chinese treasure. Multiple official card points were issued at the same time, while praising Lin Yi, and not forgetting a big shout-out for porcelain, pushing the Porcelain City tourism fever to a new peak. In the meantime, the lobby of the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Airplanes, King Bomb, 1 on 3, ha 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 ha, pay up pay up. A large group of workers were fighting the landlord passionately in groups of 3 or 5. Not the slightest notice. A figure appeared at the front door of the Civic and Tourism Bureau. From the director of the Provincial Department of Culture and Tourism. Feng Jiangwo. Chapter 144, This Wave of Traffic. We must eat it, seeking golden ticket. In the duty room of the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, a couple of security guards are playing a game. Captain, there seems to be a car at the door. What do you care? It's not like they won't go in on their own. But the license plate seems to be provincial and the number is still 00007. Do we really not need to care? This license plate number is exclusive to the director of the Provincial Culture and Tourism Bureau. How come you don't even know that? The security chief explained. Porcelain development has been sluggish. It's rare to get a visit from a provincial bigwig. These little security guards who haven't even read a few years. It's normal not to know. Later, the security chief, who was guarding his home, raised his head without warning. What did you just say? You saw the 00007. License plate? Where? The small security guards were taken aback by the captain's reaction. Hurriedly, he pointed toward the door. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really Director Feng's car. The security chief whooshed to his feet, ordered a few people to turn off the game quickly. Go out with him to meet it. Halfway down the road, he stopped abruptly again. looking toward the back of the Civic and Tourism Bureau lobby. Quickly, any of you, now go and inform the chief and the others. Let's just say Director Feng from the province is here. The scene, just in time to be heard by Feng Jiangwo, who stepped out of the car. He didn't make the slightest statement. Leading his assistant and driver, he stood in the doorway and waited quietly. The wait was almost 10 minutes. Zhang Guoliang, Deputy Director of the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, before leading a large group of people, hulked out. Director Feng, why didn't you inform me in advance that you were coming? You see, I have nothing prepared here. It's just so disrespectful. Zhang Guoliang was all smiles, but Feng Jiangwo and the others didn't say a word. Director Feng? Just when Zhang Guoliang was planning to find a new excuse for himself, Feng raised his hand to signal him to shut up. With a dark old face, he walked towards the conference room. Secretary sang, "What should we do? If you ask me, who the am I going to ask?" Whispering a rebuke to his men, Zhang Guoliang hurriedly followed. Not a moment too soon, a dozen figures filled the conference room. Director Feng, your sudden visit to our porcelain city. Is there some mission from above? Zhang Guoliang personally poured the tea and said, "Ha!" Feng Jiangwo sneered, hooked a hand toward an assistant off to the side. Under the astonished gazes of the leaders of the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, the assistant unpacked a pile of papers on the table, all screenshots from Twitter, and a tablet. "Chief, do we release it now?" "Aha!" Feng Jiangwo nodded towards his assistant. Next, the entirety of Ling Yi's live broadcast that day appeared on the tablet. Bad. Being an old man essence, Zhang Guoliang, a quick reaction to what was going on, but he didn't wait for him to open his mouth to explain. Feng Jiangwo split his head and cursed angrily. It's already ringing ahead. Do you eat public food and do public business? There are over 10 million viewers in Ling Yi's livestream. Do you know what they saw with their own eyes? The assistant was based on Feng Jiangwo's admonition. Fast forwarded the video to the part where the live stream connected to old Yao Tu. Open your holy eyes and give me a good look. More than 10 million viewers in the live broadcast. So many old kiln workers in the 70s and 80s in Porcelain City, paying Lin Yi to write songs to publicize the craft of Celadon porcelain. Is this what they're supposed to do? If it is, then what do I need you rice balls for? Feng Jiangwo became more and more angry, the back of his teeth clenched. Promotion of urban culture. It's the biggest task of the local Civic and Tourism Bureau, but the staff of the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau is not so. How dare you not know what happened in Ling Yi's livestream? Days nestled in the office playing cards and having fun, totally out of touch. Director Feng, we are all. Zhang Guoliang didn't know how to answer that question, stammering for half a day, had to give his men a wink. Director Feng, we really didn't take the task of publicizing the Porcelain City to heart, did you? Feng Jiangwo directly interrupted the crowd. It crackled with another stinker. Period. He also picked up the draft screenshot on his desk. Take the above comments from state officials and netizens. Read it word for word to all. Did you hear everything? Because of your inaction, even the State Department is starting to wipe your ass for you. If I let you rice buckets continue to stay in the bureau on duty, how will I have the face to go to Kyoto for meetings in the future? Feng Jiangwo snapped the table in anger. Had it not been for the persuasion of assistants and other provincial board officials, estimates are that it won't even take 10 minutes. Zhang Guoliang and others will become ordinary citizens. Chief, Porcelain City is in need of people right now. Even if they go overboard, we have to give them a chance to make it right. The assistant kept calming Feng Jiangwo down. Wait until the latter's breathing gradually stabilizes. Only then did he continue. Whether it's the State Department's issuance or Lin Yi's comments, they're all delaying us as long as possible. We've got to get this over with before the nationals have a chance to react. Having said that, the assistant gave Zhang Guoliang a wink. Bureau Feng, you should calm down first. We have been deeply aware of the mistake and understand the seriousness of the situation. Don't worry, we will definitely come up with a solution as soon as possible to handle this matter properly and give you a satisfactory answer. Looking at Zhang Guoliang's pained look, Feng Jiangwo let out another cold snort. He really looked at these people with displeasure. But there's no way to fire them now. They can only be given one more chance. Let them take advantage of the internet before it puts pressure on them. Take care of this as soon as possible. I'm only giving you one night today. If you can't come up with a solution, you, and you, all of you, get the hell out of here. Another stinker later. At the sound of Zhang Guoliang's sincere admission of fault, Feng Jiangwo led the people from the Provincial Culture and Tourism Bureau out of the office. He didn't choose to go back. Instead, I booked a hotel close by, not to watch Zhang Guoliang and the others take care of this with their own eyes. He's never slept well in his life. Director Feng, take your time. Remember to call me anytime if you have any needs. After standing at the front door of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and seeing Feng Jiangwo and his group walk away, it was only then that Zhang Guoliang re-entered the conference room. The staff at this point all responded as well. Realize those screenshots of tweets on the table. Each one represents Heavenly City heat. Whether it's to keep our jobs or to publicize Porcelain City, this is a wave of traffic we have to dink and dunk. So, tell us all about it. What do you have to say about this? Sang closed the door to his room. The intent is clear. If we can't come up with a solution tonight, no one is going home from work. Chapter 145, a large-scale publicity campaign. With a prize of $5 million. There are more and more foreign travelers on Porcelain Street. Various photos on the internet about China. There are also recorded videos of various humanistic landscapes in Porcelain City. It's more of an endless stream, but just a few hours. The original unchallenged porcelain capital. All of a sudden, it became the biggest hot-button issue for the nation. Even the kindergartners. The heart expects all from wanting to see the prosperous elegance of the north, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. It turned into wanting to catch a glimpse of the subtleties of lapidary. If you don't come to Porcelain City, you've wasted decades of your life. Family members, that blue and white porcelain in the museum. I don't know how many times better it looks when you look at it live compared to the photos. The old kiln workers are so enthusiastic that they will absolutely take us to experience porcelain firing unconditionally if we ask. Fellow porcelain compatriots are really too spoiled for us foreign travelers. With the increasing number of positive reviews from the internet, Zhang Guoliang, these staff members of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, the pressure is also starting to become unprecedented. What the hell are we going to do when the internet has developed like this? The staff was more anxious than one. Follow today's momentum. Even without their professional publicity, the words porcelain and celadon, it will also be forever burned into the minds of every national. It has become the pearl of China that everyone is attracted to, but propaganda doesn't work if you don't use it. It's not like they can think of any other remedial program. How about this Zhang bureaus? The head of security spoke with some hesitation. You condescend to speak to Lin Yi in person. As long as you can talk him into coming to Porcelain City, the next thing will be easier to deal with. The idea made the room light up, especially Zhang Guoliang. He knew all too well how important Lin Yi was in this matter. As long as they, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, could gain Lin Yi's support, all problems can be solved. As for his personal face, before keeping your job, is that a thing? Do any of you know Lin Yi's contact information? Zhang Guoliang asked excitedly. I think I saw on those screenshots that Lin Yi's Weibo page has his work number. The staff began rummaging through the table. About half an hour passed. Deputy Director of the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau? I'm not available. Sorry. Lin Yi hung up directly, leaving behind a dumbfounded crowd at the Civic and Tourism Bureau. Chief, why don't you go and find out for yourself? Where to look? Do you know Lin Yi's housing address? I have a friend who works at Project Hope headquarters. As soon as possible. Yes. Early the next morning, Zhang Guoliang appeared at Lin Yi's house. What the hell for? Lin Yi patiently sat on the sofa. Mr. Lin Yi, it's like this. Zhang Guoliang didn't directly state that he wanted Lin Yi's support. Instead, they were getting close to Lin Yi in various ways, and rehashed that comment from Lin Yi. Said that as long as Lin Yi was willing to come to Porcelain City, all consumption, they're all reimbursed by the Civic and Tourism Bureau. Thanks, I don't need it. Lin Yi responded coldly. From the moment Zhang Guoliang introduced himself inside the phone, he then had guessed what the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau was thinking. But he wasn't going to agree to this, because he understands, representing the porcelain degree of Chinese porcelain culture, there is also celadon porcelain, which is the treasure of 5,000 years of inheritance. The reason why it will be unruffled, all because of the inaction of people like Zhang Guoliang. They made it clear that they hadn't taken the matter seriously. Such a bad attitude. It had long since made Lin Yi dissatisfied with the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Now porcelain and celadon are on fire. Zhang Guoliang and the others wanted to take a share of the credit for nothing from it. Not even the door. I have nothing to say to you. If there's nothing else, please return. Lin Yi's attitude was still ice cold. He even took the initiative to open the door of the room for the people from the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. That kind of attitude. It made Zhang Guoliang laugh with both powerlessness and helplessness. Mr. Lin Yi, can you give me a few more minutes? There's a story I'd like to tell you. After sitting on the sofa in silence for half a day, Zhang Guoliang suddenly opened his mouth. He completely unloaded all his stature. Like talking to a friend. Use another perspective. Put the guilt in your heart for the Porcelain City. A brainwave was given to Lin Yi. I have a very close hairdresser who has aspired since he was a child to make Porcelain City a first-tier big city. And he did. Studying hard to get into a major university. His peers are choosing to work outside. He returned to the Porcelain City alone. Began to fight for the ideal. He's handed out flyers until 4 or 5 a.m. kind of thing. Also racked my brain to write all kinds of articles praising the Porcelain City. One a day. And thundered on for 5 years. In order to invite a small 18th line actor to come to Porcelain City to do publicity, he even hiked up the bride price money his parents had prepared for him. And what happened in the end? My hairdresser was exhausted at a young age because he stayed up all night handing out flyers, became the only big bald guy in the bureau and at home because of the daily bite, because he spent all his dowry money. His girlfriend ran away, not to mention he took on a lousy debt that he only paid off this time last year. Zhang Guoliang's voice appeared to cry. He really wants to make the Porcelain City famous, but the reality is that one after another big mouth to his face. Just like that, every slap is riveting. Speaking of which, Linny could no longer hear what Zhang Guoliang was saying, because he cried so hard. Slap yourself too hard too. Slapping sounds, choking sounds. It completely covered the sound of his speech. There's no need to say anything. Stop too. Linny sighed. From this story from Harry, he heard Zhang Guoliang's genuine repentance. It was also decided to agree to support the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Authority's publicity efforts. Really, Mr. Lin Yi, thank you so much. Zhang Guoliang subconsciously tried to say something polite, but he was directly interrupted by Lin Yi. This is not the time for nonsense. I hope that you, Director Sang, can tell me what your next move is. Hearing this, Zhang Guoliang didn't dare to hide it. A 50-50 account of their entire plan. Due to the frequent sudden rains in the summer, by this time of year, the production of blue and white porcelain will also increase, coupled with the fact that summer is the peak tourist season. It's the time of year when we have a big event in Cerrado. This year's event has been going on for a week now, and the theme focuses on promoting various types of China. There's no limit to the way entries can be made: poems and songs, video essays, speeches and readings. The prize money for the final champion is $5 million. Zhang Guoliang is still recounting the details of the event. Not the slightest notice. Linny was hearing about the $5 million bonus. What an excitement on his face. With this money, Grandma's wish to expand the orphanage can be easily realized. Linny secretly clenched his fists. Expansion of the size of the orphanage. It's not like a normal building, because the bigger the orphanage, the greater the number of children that can be accommodated. The greater the number of children that can be accommodated. This means huge overhead that spirals geometrically. It has to be solid financial support. Mr. Lin Yi, why don't you join this event as well? Let's go with your new song Celadon, Sang offered. Good. Lin Yi agreed dryly. Those professionals aside, most of the participants are ordinary people. The work can only be described as a minor hit, totally outclassed by Cymbeline. That is to say, Lin Yi has a great probability of winning the title. Okay, Mr. Lin Yi, you go ahead. I'll go back and continue the promotional campaign now. Zhang Guoliang excused himself and left. After returning to Porcelain, he boarded the official account that he hadn't touched in 2.5 full years. The fan loss was severe. Plus local young people from Porcelain City. It was only about $100,000. This level of account, even with the official determination of Twitter, the content that is sent out doesn't startle too much. Why don't we go and ask Bureau Phone for help? Just when Zhang Guoliang was wavering, Lin Yi stepped in. He sent out a tweet volunteering to sign up for the event, and it goes into a whole host of details about the tournament, the prize money, and so on. $$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$ If I win the championship, I'll be on my way to the pinnacle of life, ready to marry a rich woman. Don't think about the prize or not. Think about the quality of your work. The tweet was sent for 10 minutes. Enrollment instantly went crazy. Porcelain locals and travelers to porcelain. I started posting my work on all the major short video apps. Those of you who didn't grab a ticket, instead, they write songs and poems and articles at home, expressing his praise and recognition of the porcelain capital and Celadon. The entire internet was instantly abuzz. Chapter 146, Bending 180 Degrees. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau has made an effort. I love you, Celadon. Like a mouse loves rice, porcelain is my home. A place that suddenly feels strange to me. Heirloom Classic Celadon. Faith for Eternity. A large number of short videos and posts have appeared on the internet. The Porcelain Appreciation Contest is in full swing. Director Fong, what do you think of this article? Sang came to the inn with his notebook. The writing is great and the wording is clever, but it's a bit spacey. Fong Jiangwo frowned, as enrollment has suddenly gone crazy. The staff of the Provincial Council for Culture and Tourism are also involved in the audit. After a sleepless full 24 hours of review, they chose a total of 10 winning entries. Lin Yi's Celadon is in the middle of it. Bureau Fong, Bureau Zhang. Although these pieces are all very good, there's still a considerable gap between them and Lin Yi's blue and white porcelain. If I really had to say it, the winner would still have to be Lin Yi. The assistant and the driver said in unison. It's not just the personal opinion of the two of them, it's also the result of a vote by the general public. Of the top 10 entries, Cymbeline with a cliffhanger vote count, holding on to the title. since that's what everyone is thinking, let's give the title to Lin Yi. Director Feng, what do you think of the result? Zhang Guoliang asked with a smile. Yes, Feng Jiangwo nodded. Then he whispered a few words in Zhang Guoliang's ear. Soon, Lin Yi received an offer of congratulations for winning the championship. In addition to inviting you to be their guest in Porcelain City, they have also prepared a mysterious gift for you. Lu Qing stroked her chin. Lin Yi, do you think it's a go or no go? Lin Yi, who heard this, pondered for a moment. In the end, I couldn't hold back the anticipation of the Tang Dynasty Celadon in my heart. Together, the two set out on a train to Porcelain. In the meantime, Zhang Guoliang and others who received the order also came to the entrance of the kiln factory. Bureau Chief Zhang, why are we here again? Have you forgotten their attitude before? The casual security chief laughed bitterly. 5 years ago, there's no option yet to lay down and swing for the fences with Zhang Guoliang. Often, he would bring his men down to the kiln to visit the old kiln workers, holding out for the purpose of publicizing porcelain. In the beginning, the old kiln workers were very uptight about this, whether it's shooting a video, still recording various interviews related to porcelain. One by one, they were positively cooperative. But as successive years of publicity hit the internet, plus Zhang's subsequent swing for the fences attitude, it caused the old kiln workers to become disheartened. Choose not to receive any more people from the Civic and Tourism Bureau. Before was before, now is now. I'm sure the old kiln workers will understand us. Zhang Guoliang was confident, but the smack in the face came fast, facing him with all kinds of compensatory smiles. The old kiln workers maintained a silent attitude throughout, even the always gentle core. This time it was all full of the dislike attitude of urging to go quickly. Secretary sang, why don't we just forget about it? The campaign has been a huge success anyway. Are there any of them old men all one? The head of security just opened his mouth. Just by dozens of icy gazes staring at him, he closed his mouth. He was a little confused. Core and the old kiln workers were that look even. How is it that even your own director is? Is it because the kiln is hiding some secret? Didn't wait for the security chief to figure out the answer. Taking a big deep breath of Zhang Guoliang, without warning, he came striding up to the old kiln workers, saying, what do you want? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you dare to do anything drastic, in the future, there will be no more of you in the genealogy of the old Zhang family. After old Yao had finished speaking, he glanced towards old Shou head next to him. Not a moment too soon, old Shou too walked out with a sweaty old man. This old man's name is Sang. It is the oldest elder of the Sang family line in porcelain. He is also Zhang Guoliang's own grandfather. Little Liang, Grandpa made it very clear to you last time. Toss around the bureau all you want, and don't bother us with the kiln again. Old Zhangtu's parched cheeks kept shaking. He was really pissed off, for remembering the sudden visit of Zhang Guoliang 2 years ago. It's not to publicize lapidary. Rather, it was to introduce the old kiln workers to the latest foreign-developed porcelain firing machines. Uncle, go back. Don't be angry at Grandpa anymore. Do you know that what you said last time almost pissed Grandpa off? Core stepped forward and said coldly. The old kiln workers in the kiln factory, all of them are the only remaining heirs to the art of Celadon porcelain, and they're all older than one another. One person per old age. It would mean that the inheritance of the Celadon craft would be cut off by a share. Guoliang, just listen to Corelli. Big brother Zhang's health is not good. He can't take such stimulation from you. If you really have the idea of replacing us old codgers with machines, do whatever you want. We won't say a word about you. The other old kiln workers sighed. After Lin Yi's recent publicity, let them finally see the hope of passing on their craft. As long as the Celadon is still passed on, whether the porcelain capital will later be man-made porcelain firing or machine-made porcelain, they don't care anymore. For them, among the young men who went home, pick out a few suitable candidates for the legacy. It's the most important thing. Uncle, don't stand there. You're still. Core was just about to speak, just by the sudden scene in front of him. Give a shock beyond words. So did everyone else in the room. No one was expecting it. Zhang Guoliang, the deputy director of the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. It's actually going to be in front of all the old kiln workers. Bend over 180 degrees. Even the scalp was on the ground. Guoliang, what are you doing? Listening to the snapping sound coming from Zhang Guoliang's waist, old Zhengta still couldn't hold back his heartache. Don't help me, Grandpa. Zhang Guoliang didn't look up, just raised his hand. Chief, you stay back too. After calling off the head of security, Zhang Guoliang bowed again toward each of the old kiln workers, all 180 degrees. The look on his face was more and more grave at one time, bowed 24 times in succession. He who finally raised his head, the old back is already standing a little straighter. It was even trembling to the naked eye. Grandpa, the elders, and Core, his voice was full of repentance. I know it's wrong. I really know it's wrong. I shouldn't have been lazy before, much less set my sights on a foreign machine. The craft of porcelain firing is everything we have in Porcelain City. Celadon is even more the unchanging and supreme honor of our porcelain capital. I would love to push Celadon to the eyes of people all over the world. By the strength of our porcelain family, regardless of what you think of me, I'm going to persevere and fight as hard as ever for this ideal. So, can you all give me another chance? After saying that, Zhang Guoliang bent down once more, to the core, to the old kiln worker. Against this kiln firing plant, his back was already hurting like hell. Even if the teeth are clenched, his body was still wet with cold sweat. The old kiln workers couldn't help but be distressed. Heartbreaking. More still, it was moving and gratifying. Guoliang, get up, go to the hospital with Xiaohu first. We'll talk about the rest when we get back. Old Yao Tu and old Zhang Tu each held one of Zhang Guoliang's arms. Turning to the security chief Xiaohu, he continued, Xiaohu, don't just stand there. Quickly send Guoliang to the hospital. Yes. Why did Tiger come over? But it was rejected outright by Zhang Guoliang. Grandpa, Taiji, please hear me out first. I will never leave our kiln factory before I finish. Zhang Guoliang's attitude was resolute. The old ones in core were more than happy to be there. But they can't beat Zhang Guoliang. Xiaohu, bring over the publicity program we prepared. Yes, chief. Chapter 147, putting the city on top of the tourist list overnight. The head of security, Xiaohu, brought a pile of papers from the car. It details a brand new approach plan for various issues. The Civic and Tourism Bureau paid for the renovation of the old kiln factory. Out efforts to call on young people returning home to pass on the craft. Spend energy conceptualizing programs to host out-of-town travelers. Every word is the heartfelt work of Zhang Guoliang's handwriting from the night before. Up to hundreds of fixes and changes. More than that, it contains his reformed heart. Good job, Kokurio. You're good. Old Yao Tu's vision was confused. Are you boys done yet? When you're done, get to the hospital with Tiger. Old Zhengta sternly reprimanded. This time, Xiaohu didn't dare to be sloppy anymore, because he knew that Zhang Guoliang had a serious herniated disc. The injuries of the present are not to be delayed. It must be dealt with quickly. Guys, do it. I'll take care of it. Xiaohu defied Zhang Guoliang's resistance. Leading the security guards under his command, he forcibly dragged him to the car. Looking at the license plate that faded into view, old Zhengta suddenly straightened his back. There was a hard-to-hide smile on his face. To the old kiln workers in the kiln factory, he lit a cigarette and said, Did you see that? Guoliang, my old Zhang's great-grandson. Day 2. Lin Yi and Lu Qing arrived in Porcelain City. Looking at Zhang Guoliang with a bandaged waist, the two men couldn't help but look at each other. Ha. Mr. Lin Yi, Miss Lu Qing, don't care about these details. Go. I'll show you two around the kiln first. Zhang Guoliang smiled sincerely. He drove himself again, taking Lin Yi and Lu Qing to the kiln factory. Feng and his party are laughing with the old kiln workers. The corners of one's mouth couldn't help but rise. Grandfathers, leaders, my uncle is here. Kor was incredibly excited. Yesterday she stayed at Zhang Guoliang's hospital bedside. It was known in advance that Lin Yi would come. Guoliang, how dare you drive when you're hurt so badly? Where's Tiger Man? This kid wants to get scolded right. Looking at Zhang Guoliang who stepped out of the car, the smiles on the faces of the old kiln workers disappeared instantly. They recognized Zhang Guoliang. The same goes for Feng Jiangwo. I'll drive later and you'll be in the passenger seat. Don't pull any punches. You're injured. Listen to the condolences from the leaders. Sang nodded, then came to the back seat and opened the door. Mr. Lin Yi, Miss Lu Qing, we're at the place. Lin Yi? The old kiln worker who suddenly heard the name. One couldn't help but stand up. Porcelain can be transformed into a Chinese tourist mecca overnight. The unheralded Celadon can quickly catch fire all over the country, relying on all the publicity for Lin Yi's new song. Nowadays, Lin Yi himself is here. They were undoubtedly more excited than one another. Hello, elders and leaders. Lin Yi bowed his head slightly and saluted, then took out the certificate of honor in his arms. Didn't wait for him to speak. Lin Yi, I'm just a rough man who hasn't read any books and can't say anything nice, so I really thank you this time. Don't rush back yet if you're here. When it rains in a couple of days, I'll give you the Celadon porcelain I just burned. All the china laid out there is freshly fired. Take your pick. And so is this little girl beside you. The old kiln workers were vocal in their expressions of gratitude. Don't know what an agent is for them. Subconsciously, he thought of Lu Qing as being Lin Yi's sister, constantly shoving all sorts of small, beautifully crafted china into her hands. Lin Day, do you still remember me? I'm Yao Xinxin who was in the live broadcast room that day and pitched you a story. I don't know when I changed into a white dress for Kor. Squeezed in front of Lin Yi. She was holding a small porcelain figure that she couldn't say was pretty. On it were neatly written 8 large characters in clerical script. Step by step, your future is bright. Rinda, this is the gift I prepared for you. It's a little hard to see. I hope you don't mind my handiwork, Corey said sheepishly, because she's a daughter. The old kiln workers were reluctant to put her through the rigors of kiln firing. She has never been taught the technique of porcelain firing. Nah, Cor will steal the lesson. It's just a bit of a learning curve. Wow, what a pretty little porcelain figure. Is this little porcelain man me? Linny is not intentionally providing emotional value. He is an amateur in the art of kiln firing. Can't tell if the china is good or bad, only from the lingering warmth of the little porcelain figure in his palm. Feel that heart in the core. Ha 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 ha. This granddaughter of mine didn't properly learn how to burn porcelain. Mr. Lin-Yi, you should quickly stop praising her. Old Yao Tu walked over. That's not true, old man. The little porcelain figure that Cor gave me is really pretty. When we get back I'll be sure to keep it by my bedside. Don't even let anyone else touch it. Lin-Yi meant what he said. It was a pleasure to listen to Cor and the old kiln workers. Master Yao, there's actually something I think you should consider. Feng Jiangwo, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. Today was his first visit to the kiln. Never saw the big game though, but it shows Cor's obsession with the craft of porcelain firing. I can understand your feelings, but the traditional craft of porcelain firing shouldn't discriminate between men and women. Just like Lin-Yi said, Cor's talent is very good. If she is allowed to learn the craft of porcelain firing, I believe she will soon be able to fire heirloom blue and white porcelain. Feng Jiangwo had just finished speaking. On the side, Zhang Guoliang hurriedly took over the topic, giving his niece a good thumping. Old gentleman, I think the two leaders are right. After all, our oldest ancestor also said something. It's called a towel. Even Lin-Yi opened his mouth. The old kiln workers naturally began to scrutinize the problem, under Cor's worried gaze. Good. Old Yao Tu nodded solemnly. Great great great. Lin Dai, Director Feng, Sister Lu Qing, wait until I officially learn to fire the kiln. I'll be sure to send each of you a better little Chinaman. Looking at the Cor dancing in place, Lin-Yi nodded with a few smiles. A bit of small talk afterward. Feng Jiangwo and the others brought Lin-Yi and Lu Qing to the hotel. Mr. Lin-Yi, I'm talking to you. Hearing that you're coming to Porcelain City, phone bureaus purposely paid out of their own pockets and booked the best hotel for you. He's staying in a 50-a-day hotel by himself. At the dinner table, Zhang Guoliang kept pulling Lin-Yi to whisper. Good thing it's just a pick-me-up. The whispers of the two men were harmless. Wait until the wine is full. Feng Jiangwo and Zhang Guoliang brought Lin-Yi and Lu Qing to one of the only villa areas in Porcelain City again. Sang, come on. Sang made a phone call. The villa in front of several people was opened from the inside. The person who walked out was Tiger. In his hand was a set of keys and a contract. Mr. Lin-Yi, please sign. Tiger handed over a pen and paper. Signed? Sign what? Lin-Yi was uncertain. Sign this housing contract. Little Tiger finished. There was a sharp realization that something was wrong. He first looked at Feng Jiangwo and Zhang Guoliang. Only then did he scratch his head again and ask, did Feng and Zhang not tell you that this villa was ordered by the provincial department for our city to give a mysterious gift prepared in advance for you? Chapter 148, Mysterious Gift, Official Reward for Lin-Yi's Villa. Luxurious grand villa in the heart of the Porcelain City. A mystery gift prepared in advance. Those two sentences. It brought a great shock to Lu Qing. Porcelain has been on fire. Future housing prices are bound to follow suit. The large villa of several hundred square feet in front of us, even if the current one isn't very expensive, it's bound to be worth a lot of money when it's ready. Taking out something so valuable as a gift. The official department of the province has not taken this matter too seriously. Lin-Yi, don't reject it just yet. Zhang Guoliang forced the signing pen into Lin-Yi's hand. This villa is our big mystery gift for you. It's more the cost of our purchase of the rights to the Celadon song. Feng began the explanation. The source of the porcelain explosion was the song Celadon. After a meeting on the line between him and the provincial leaders, it was unanimously decided to use Tsinghua porcelain as a promotional song for the Porcelain City. The villa isn't expensive, and you shouldn't be too stressed. With your outstanding contribution to our Porcelain City, you fully deserve the future price of the villa, Zhang Guoliang urged. He knew that Lin-Yi had always been modest. The person is even more righteous. If this won't convince him to sign, guess it's going to be hard for a while. Xiao Zhang, don't rush Mr. Lin-Yi. Everyone has their own decorating style preferences. Why don't you and Little Tiger take Mr. Lin-Yi inside to take a look first? Feng Jiangwo said with a smile. Bureau Feng, don't bother. I got the picture. Tiger took out his cell phone. This is the photo he intends to use to show off to his friends. I didn't realize it would be useful in a pinch. Is it classic Oriental? Lin-Yi narrowed his eyes. He admitted that he was not a saint on the level of Confucius. There can also be desires and selfishness in all sorts of ways. Just fine. National style decor is his favorite style in the room. It's dignified and charming. Couldn't find any reason to say no at all. Then sign it. I'll take you around after the signing. We have a lot of fun in Porcelain City. Tiger volunteered. Yes, Linny immediately wrote down his name. A series of other jobs were handed over. Feng returned to the province to report on the situation. Sister Chang, are you really not going to follow along and hang out? No. You pigeonholed the live stream again. I'll have to go explain for you. Alright, hard work Sister Chang. It's all part of the job. Just remember to call me when you go to the museum. Oh 98k. Linny made a gesture, then followed Zhang Guoliang and Xiaohu to start the tour. When he returned to the villa after his stroll, it was already the wee hours of midnight. Mr. Linny, I'll pick you and Miss Lu Qing up tomorrow with little Tiger. Let's go to the museum and see that Tang Dynasty Celadon. Well, I won't disturb your rest. Didn't wait for Zhang Guoliang to hang up. Lin Yi's snoring had come out. Day 3. The Porcelain Cultural and Tourism Bureau sent out a tweet. Congratulations to our Porcelain City. We got a brand new cultural ambassador. At Lin Yi, there's a long list of follow-up copy. In addition to expressing all sorts of gratitude to Lin Yi, it also brings up Celadon as a promotional song for Porcelain City. Lin Yi himself was even first in the first evaluation. Lin Yi although I always feel that the copy is weird somewhere. That Tang Dynasty Celadon is genuinely good looking. He included a photo of himself with Lu Qing and Zhang Guoliang. The museum is in the background. Asterisk. Lin Day is actually in Porcelain City? Regretted. Why I rushed back all night last night GGG. I've just arrived at Porcelain City Station. Lin Yi fans were the first to arrive at the scene. Crazy comments at the same time. And don't forget to give a shout out to the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. What? Lin Yi is at the museum? I'm on my way. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau itself tweeted to congratulate itself. I can only say that the official will be a whole job. Must be concerned. Boss, pack it up. I'm going to squat in front of the museum to eat it. As Twitter views skyrocketed, the netizens also noticed the incident. The already small number of tickets. It snowed more and more at this point in time. Why is the ticketing app server crashing at our station? Old Sang, what have you done? The station manager called. Because of the private messages online. Everyone told him to go to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and raise hell. I didn't do anything. I just tweeted. Let's leave it at that for now. I'm visiting the museum with Mr. Lin Yi. We'll talk more about it later. Sang intended to hang up. Wait, who are you with? Lin Yi? The station chief scuffed up. Turn on location sharing. I'm on my way there now. Zhang Guoliang, who heard this, frowned. I advise you to fix the server first. It's not too late to see Mr. Lin Yi again tonight. Then I'll video call you. Got it. The staff at Porcupine Station is full of motivation. All thinking about getting rid of the server quickly. Follow the person in charge to meet Lin Yi at night. In the meantime, Porcelain Street. The store is temporarily closed for half a day. Hope to understand. Signs are plastered on the doors of stores of all sizes. Out-of-town travelers posted about it in the comments section of the Civic and Tourism Bureau's Twitter feed. Another sensation has been created. Worthy of Linda, wherever you go, there are thousands of people. Brother, why do I feel that this adjective is a bit inappropriate? Everyone knows what I mean. Twitter is getting hot. The long line in front of the museum. It's also getting longer. Soon, Feng Jiangwo's phone call came. Old Lin, let's discuss something. With so many travelers now, it's a good time to up the economy. And the stores can't afford to close so easily. Why don't you go out and say hello to everyone? And then we'll continue our tour of the museum? Hanging up the phone, Zhang Guoliang put a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. I think it's fine. It's so hot out there. We can't keep the big guy in the sun. Lin Yi nodded. 3 minutes later. Hello everyone. I'm Lin Yi. It's nice to see you all in Porcelain City. Wave and add a hello. The front of the museum was instantly filled with chants, followed closely by the internet boiling over. Ah, Linda. I see the real Linda. I'd like to show you a misplaced photo of me and Linda. Little Kobayashi de. Take me down easily. Travelers who have come to the Porcelain City, all exuberant to the core. Why am I still stuck on the highway? Eyes full of envy make me lose my face. And I curse those of you who have seen Rinda to a lifetime of happiness and well-being. I'm looking for a high-resolution photo of Linda. Those who are still on the road or didn't grab a ticket. One was envious. One of the most liked comments. It even stormed the Hot 100, exposing my clueless own brother Wang Tang to everyone. My parents took the car yesterday and he actually grabbed my bike today. I'm still in the 3rd grade. Chapter 149. How can you meet a Lin Yi fan while squatting in prison? What? I can't believe someone is planning to ride a bicycle to Porcelain City? Those called Wang Tang are indeed all great emperors. Netizens were amused by the hot search. There has been a frenzy of stunt play in the comments section. In the meantime, Shanghai Police Department. Put. A policewoman couldn't help but burst out laughing. Is being a cop a big deal? the interrogated fat boy said viciously. It's already humiliating to be brought to the police station yourself. It turned out that there were even cops who laughed at him. It's just a strange shame. No, 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 you misunderstand. I'm not laughing at you. Policewoman Choi gathered her emotions. The previous seriousness was restored. She's the new police intern. Side by side learning today. Comrade Wang Dachuan, our police officers have gone through rigorous training. There will be absolutely no mockery of any of the inmates. The two male police officers in charge of the interrogation. Old Hare explained to Fatty. Old Zhang got up and walked over to the policewoman, took the latter's cell phone. A few seconds later, put. Old Chang has a lot of self-control. Stiffly, he stifled the laughter that reached his lips. Even so, Fatty still heard it. Those two are just laughing at me. Comrade Wang Dachuan, I'll state to you once more that our officers will never mock the prisoner. Chang, take Chui's cell phone over. Old Mao slammed the table in anger. He was the most official of the three. Old Zhang didn't dare to disobey him, rushing to get his cell phone. Then, Uing laughed at me too. Looking at Old Hare who suddenly covered his mouth. Fatty broke guard. Comrade Wang Dachuan, Officer Mao has already said both sides. No matter what kind of prisoner, we won't laugh. Old Zhang tried to be serious. So what are you laughing at? My boyfriend is pregnant. In a pinch, Trey came up with a lame as hell excuse. Straight up dry fire the fat CPU. Well, that's the end of the interrogation. In accordance with the new statute enacted by the state, Comrade Wang Dachuan, you need to serve 2.5 years in prison. I hope you'll reform well during that time. Fatty was sent back to his cell. Unsurprisingly, he enjoys a meal of iron fist of love from his cellmate. He winced in pain. The people I hate most in my life are stupid people like you who don't know the rules. Ha bah! A cellmate spat thickly, spit with unerring precision into Fatty's pain-crying mouth. He couldn't help a wave of nausea. Desperate to submit a request for a cell change and to report a cellmate, didn't wait for him to get to the bars. I don't have much of an opinion on keyboard warriors, but then, I don't despise men who like to snitch. Another cellmate put a hand on Fatty's shoulder, a smile on his face. It was exactly the same as when Zhang Guoliang put his hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. What happened afterward needs no introduction. How arrogant and bossy Fatty used to be online. How well behaved you are right now. It's hard to imagine him as a mouthy keyboard warrior. 2 hours of multi-person horseplay later. Lunchtime. The radio went off. The inmates all came to gather in the cafeteria. Same as before. There's TV to watch while you eat. It's all news broadcasts all day long. It's okay to put on a pleasant goat and bald head. Something to look at is better than nothing. So don't complain. That's right. Look at the news today. There's Lin Yi on it. Wait. Lin Yi? All the prisoners looked up in unison. Under a series of operations by Warden Ho, major prisons in the country, both played Lin Yi's song, especially Tears from the Iron Window. This move by Warden Ho, invisibly making Lin Yi the common idol of the criminals in general. Of course, this group does not include the new fat kid. Seeing Lin Yi, even if you don't smile, how dare you cry and mourn? What were you doing baring your teeth at the TV? Looking down on my idol? Fat are you itching on your body again? The inmate smirked and looked at Fatty, still moving his arms around. No, I didn't. I really didn't. Lin Yi is my idol. He's my favorite. Fatty was scared out of his wits. Hurriedly, he uttered a whole bunch of praises for Lin Yi. Those words used to be, pressing is not likely to come out of his mouth. Nay, the love of his cellmates for him. It's just too dense. It was so thick that it made his fat body ache even now. How could anyone dislike Lin Yi for being such a positive and great guy? Fatty is still talking out of his conscience. Since you like Lin Yi so much, that means the keyboard warrior who came in for hacking Lin Yi wasn't you. Help us find that keyboard warrior when you have time. The brother's in prison, but they have prepared a mysterious gift for him. The cellmate tapped Fatty on the shoulder. Seeing as both like the whole Lin Yi thing, they chose to take in Fatty. I don't know. At the moment, Fatty even wanted to die. Greetings from a few cellmates, none of which he could easily resist. Not to mention the entire prison population. Lin Yi, I've been squatting in the police station. Why am I still running into your fans? The more Fatty thought about it, the angrier he got. Especially when he saw the footage of Lin Yi and Zhang Guoliang on TV. All hands on shoulders. All are being prepared with mystery gifts. Why does Lin Yi live in a villa and ride in a luxury car? It received 1 million followers, and he was left huddled in his cell, worried all the time about the mysterious gift from the thousands of prison inmates who have prepared it together? The human gap. Can it really be this big? You're just ing lucky. If I had the chance to write songs too, I'd be even hotter than you. Fatty only dared to curse in his heart. Don't even dare bite your back teeth. Watching the heartfelt chants from his cellmates for Lin Yi, he admitted it. Himself was now jealous and envious of Lin Yi. Climbing to the top. That keyboard warrior is hiding it real damn well. I can't even stand to see the pathetic, regretful look on his face here. one of the criminals suddenly laughed out loud. This was followed closely by a roar of laughter from the entire room. One laughs better than the other. The cool fat boy couldn't wait to escape the sad place that was the cafeteria. 2.5 full years in a small dark room. Ah, Fatty, what's wrong? A cellmate in the same cell notices something wrong with Fatty. Nothing. I'm just angry. Linny is such a positive singer, and that dead keyboard warrior dares to hack him. What a great. Fatty tried to make himself smile, looking at the prison guards who were always staring at him with a mesmerizing smile. He couldn't help but regret it in his heart. If he hadn't deliberately smeared Linny at that time, after or if you close early, will it now be in that real estate company? What about being a salesman with Xiaolong? Though the days are a little more bitter, but it also preserves the freedom of life. You can eat and drink all kinds of things in your free time, or you can save up for a trip. Think about it. Fatty couldn't help but shed tears of remorse. And what he doesn't know is this. The state is trying to straighten out the online culture. The prison guards were purposely allowed to use live streaming, putting all his cafeteria antics in front of a national audience. I've grown up, and it's the first time I've seen myself cursing myself, and I'm still smiling. There's nothing he can do. He has no choice. I hope the other hacks are watching carefully. This is what happens when you intentionally smear people on the internet. The viewers of the live stream were all smiles. Finally got the bad breath out of his chest. As for the little hacks that hibernate on the internet, don't dare hesitate for a second. Deleted his previously published comments and posts overnight. Even the major app accounts. It's all been cancelled and deleted by them. Cleared of all traces linked to the smear. Chapter 150, The orphanage is on fire. The media is blocking the door. It's just dawning. What the hell? Why is it that when I came back from work, all those little black guys I was following before had deleted their numbers? Is there a family member who knows what's going on who can explain? A poster on the night shift posted a question. He was a big fan of Lin E. It's also the wave that remembers Blackie the most. Since reading the announcement made by the HU Police Department, he had given early attention to a couple of the little hacks who had been carrying on with him, just in case the little hacks changed their vests. Brother, haven't you seen the hot search yet? This is all the work of a certain fat kid named Wang. Don't look at him, he's in jail. We can't clean up the internet without him. Netizens who saw the post reminisced. Tell the story in the comments section. No wonder those little darkies are all gone. So that's what happened. Netflix came to a realization. Keep posting online. Straightly said Linny is worthy of being a positive singer. Simply create a positive online climate for kids. The Star Welfare Center is the one who deserves all the credit for this. Yes, without the video they posted, Linda's innocence probably wouldn't have been proved so easily. Then what are you waiting for? Go give the orphanage some attention. The number of fans of Star Welfare has gone up like crazy. The heat on this story is growing as well. It attracted a lot of attention from members of the media. Soon, the entrance to the Star Welfare Center, there was a steady stream of journalists of all kinds, smiles all over their faces. Children, is your dean's grandmother around? I'm a reporter from XX newspaper. I hope I can do an interview with you all. Here's a little something for everyone. The reporter pulled out the gadgets he had prepared in advance, trying to strike up a conversation with the kids in the yard. But what they didn't expect was this. Children faced temptations from snacks and toys. One was indifferent, even ran back into the house one after the other. Elder Deanley, we really just wanted to do an interview, nothing else. I hope you can give us a chance. Seeing that the yard is about to be empty, those reporters were in a hurry. There was a lot of probing and yelling. Please come back some other time. My grandmother isn't feeling well today and doesn't want to see anyone. I'm really sorry. Qin Lang walked out of the house in response, but those reporters still don't want to leave, still waiting at the door. This made Qin Lang a bit unhappy. Walked up at once, closed the orphanage doors. In the meantime, the children in the room were all curious, even though they are young, but they can understand the reporter. This interview, mainly because of the orphanage video and Lin E. Grandma, why can't we let them in? A child asked with wide eyes. Mako-chan, be good. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. How about taking your siblings to nap with you? Grandma Dean touched the boy's head. Yes, Makoto nodded. Take all the kids and leave the house at this time. Only Qin Lang, who had just walked in, was left, and a sad-looking Grandma Dean. Grandma, the reporters outside are gone. Qin Lang moved a small chair and sat down. He didn't say much, just stay with Grandma in silence. It was like that for a long time, a sigh filled with hopelessness. Suddenly it came out of Grandma Dean's mouth. Ron, do you know why Grandma doesn't want to be interviewed? Because of Yat. Aha. Grandma Dean nodded, couldn't help but let out another long sigh. Interviews with major media outlets. For any orphanage, it's all heavenly, because the journalists made a big deal out of it. The visibility of the orphanage can be raised quickly, thus drawing more attention and donations from well-wishers. But Grandma Dean understood something else. The reporter who showed up at the door of the orphanage today, all under the guise of an interview, trying to get something out of her about Lin Yi. If grandma agrees to the interview, she's pushing your little brother Yat into the fire. Ron, do you understand what grandma means? Facing a question from Grandma Dean, Xin Lang didn't open his mouth, just sat there nodding silently. He knew exactly what his grandmother was really worried about. Lin Yi's journey to stardom appears to be smooth sailing, but just out of the gate. But it's full of all kinds of humiliation and degradation, especially when he participated in The Voice of China before. It was clear that Lin Yi was already very good at that time, but in Nayoung's mouth. Instead, he became a poor student with only a secondary school education. Hard to make it to the big time for migrant workers. This comment used to bother Lin Yi a lot. It turned him into a target of mockery all over the internet, especially the so-called media. For traffic and heat, they didn't care about Lin Yi's feelings in the slightest. There were countless taunts and sneers scattered in the newspapers and on the internet. All of these things were told to the dean's grandmother by Xin Lang. At the time, he was righteously angry. The whole thing was so pissed off that they cried and cried. That pathetic look. Grandma Dean is still fresh in my mind today. She was afraid that this incident would play out once again. Because of his own interview, this led to the online evaluation of Lin Yi once again becoming all kinds of despised. It was also afraid of the children who saw Lin Yi as a role model, hiding under the covers all day and being sad. Ron, go see if those reporters have left. If not, you lock the door. Grandma Dean sighed for the third time. Good. Xin Lang walked out of the house. After seeing through the doorway the reporters who were still waiting, he deliberately locked the door loudly, a signal to all journalists. All go back. Star Welfare does not accept any interviews. That afternoon, dear nationals, we have arrived at the Star Orphanage in Xiangcheng. Please don't turn the channel and follow us to the courtyard for the interview. A youthful and beautiful female reporter appeared in front of the orphanage with the filming members. They were sent by CCTV. I hope I can use this interview, exposing the hardships of the country's major orphanages. Thus, more and more national attention is being paid to philanthropy. Sister Biscuit, the door to the orphanage is locked. They're not out on a field trip today, are they? A staff member whispered. Please wait a moment while I go over and see what's going on. Smile sweetly for the camera. King Cakebread came to the front door. Elder Deanly, I'm CCTV reporter Wang Biscuit. Can I do an interview with you? Vaguely hearing the movement in the courtyard, she hurriedly knocked on the door gently. Half the day didn't wait for a response. We want to get the nation to pay more attention to charity through this interview. Nothing more. Old Dean Lee, can you open the door? King Cake is still knocking on the door, but no one in the yard ever responded. Today it is. The next day was the same. There is no way around it. There's really no way around King Cake Cake. There was only one call to Louis Mean. Director Lou, it's me, Pai Pai. Can you give me Mr. Lin Yi's number? Oh, it's on Twitter. Thank you, Director Lou. Chapter 151, Taking Netizens Who Didn't Get Tickets to the Museum, Porcelain. Accompanied by Zhang Guoliang and Xiaohu, Lin Yi strolled through the ceramic collection halls of Porcelain City, large and small. Brother Lin, this is a great idea of yours. I'm about to wonder if you're the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang or not. On the way to the Chinese Porcelain Museum, Tiger in charge of driving, he admired Lin Yi to the core. Live streaming a museum tour for those who didn't grab a ticket. Elder Brother Lin, it's too bad that you don't come to work at the Brigade Bureau. Zhang Guoliang, in the passenger seat, didn't stop with his thumbs up. Ha 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 ha. I was pushed so hard by the internet that I came up with this. Lin Yi rubbed his forehead and smiled. On the side, Lu Qing was similarly covering her mouth and snickering. They both got rushed the other day, because Lin Yi's songwriting broadcast has been pigeonholed for many days. Netflix can't wait. They have run to Lin Yi microblogging private messages. Rush in to get on the air. Don't forget the anchor. It can't be helped. Who made you hot? Zhang Guoliang, who understood the inside story, smiled even more happily. Go, 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 go. We're at the place. We'll go in and we'll start the broadcast later. A group of 4 got out of the car, started live streaming at the museum. 1 minute, a whole minute late. Linda, do you know what this minute represents? You've made me wait 60 seconds. Finally, I'm glad I didn't give up. Lin Yi fans who have been waiting for a long time. The moment it opens, tens of thousands of pop-ups erupted instantly. Blame Tiger. He's the one who just got out of the car and forgot the camera. Bureau Chief sang, weren't you the one who said you were in charge of getting the cameras? We're all brothers. What's wrong with taking a fall for me? Big Brother Lin. Judge me. A 1-2 punch for the two. It made the live streamers laugh. Okay, let's get down to business. Lin Yi waved his hand, signaling Xiaohu to focus the camera on the first piece of porcelain. It was a homunculus white and clean porcelain jar with bright red scattered halo pattern. The scientific name is called glaze red. The origins can be traced back to the Yuan dynasty. It was once evaluated by the Qianlong Emperor as having a clear and genuine floral pattern, a fat and moist glaze, and a clear and bright color. A rare piece of heirloom porcelain. The introductions by directors Sang and Linda were so good that I'm starting to regret not grabbing my ticket again. Then again, director Sang, has the official ticket buying website of the Porcelain City station been fixed yet? We can't wait for the ticket wars to begin. As one exquisite piece of porcelain after another comes into view, Netflix couldn't hold it down any longer. I can't wait to fly to porcelain now. Experience the crystallized wisdom and cultural heritage of our ancestors in an immersive museum experience. Soon. At the very least, it will be fixed by tonight, Zhang Guoliang assured after getting ready to introduce the next China. But it is not expected. Lin Yi's gaze, the advance attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Hu, turn the camera around. Let's see what's wrong with Linda. Similar pop-ups are popping up all over the place. The main of favored fan, Tiger didn't hesitate. Immediately carried the camera around. Something that appeals to Lin Yi. It is 18 colorful glazed statues of Buddha. Good eye, everyone. This piece is called Underglaze Colorful 18 Lohan Statue. It is none other than the work of my old master, Master Zhang Longsheng. Zhang Guoliang was proud. Super detailed explanations for all viewers. Unfortunately, the netizens weren't listening to him. Lin Yi and Lu Qing didn't listen to him either, because everyone now, all were shocked by Master Chang's craftsmanship, lamenting the lifelike nature of colored glazes. The face is plump, kindly, and gives a sense of deep contemplation. Master Zhang Longsheng is worthy of being our country's top artist. Lin Yi couldn't help but lament. The netizens were all impressed by her sincerity, followed by compliments, until Willow Green suddenly snorted a laugh. It wasn't that she didn't respect the artifacts. It's not even that she doesn't see the late artist's heart and soul. Rather, it is the expression on the faces of these bodhisattvas. It's just too realistic. True enough that one can tell at a glance the emotions they are being expressed. Ha 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 ha. I understand what Lu Qing is laughing at. The expression on this bodhisattva's face is too funny. Look at the third Lohan statue on the left. The way he's pointing at us, like he's saying, you fake fans, watch out for the chicken death. There's also the honorable I don't want to hear it. I just think you're making a lot of noise Buddha over there, and that really makes your head spin Buddha. Ha 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 ha. Master Sang understands us too well. With the gradual expansion of the lens, netizens were amused by the expression of a color-glazed Buddha. Everyone's right. This one is called the head Buddha. This one is called the noisy Lohan. And this one is called the breathless Bodhisattva. Sensing a publicity opportunity, Sang Guoliang, the whims of the netizens were instantly recognized. A different new name for his own old master's work. The live feed became more joyful all of a sudden. Bureau Sang, can I ask you something? Can we take screenshots of these Buddha statues as emoticons? If you can think of such a good idea, you're a talent. Brother, hey, this emoji is gonna be a hit. Kneeling for Chang's approval. Look at the overwhelming pop-ups. Another look back at his old master's work. Unable to help but make a mistake. Elder brother Zhang, let me give you an opinion. You can totally agree on this matter. Trust me, with this set of emojis, Porcelain City will definitely be hotter. Lin Yi walked up and said with incomparable certainty. Hear that? Zhang Guoliang's teeth clenched. Chopper said, everyone just take screenshots and use them however you want. Great Justice of Chang's Bureau. Long live Linda. Please rest assured, Bureau Zhang and Linda, that after we use the emoticons, we will definitely publicize Porcelain City. By the way, look everyone, I've added a smiley emoticon to Breathless Bodhisattva, and it's hilarious too. Some netizens have already started making emoticons, even if there are only a few pictures. It also made Mr. Zhang Longsheng Sr.'s work a big hit online. Watch the heat grow on porcelain. Feng Jiangwo called immediately. Little Zhang, you've really made a great achievement this time. Do you know how hot those emojis are? The 1st to the 7th of the Weibo hot search list is full of this set of emoticons. Later when we go back, you write the application and I'll write the report. From now on you'll be the head of the Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. A sudden and unexpected blessing. Shocked, Zhang Guoliang was half speechless. He wanted to show his gratitude to Lin Yi, because it was Lin Yi who had solidified this idea for him. But what surprised him was this. Lin Yi and Lu Qing didn't know where they had gone. Xiao Hu, where are the two of them? Elder brother Lin? Went over there to answer the phone. Good. Zhang Guoliang didn't dare disturb Lin Yi. Continue to talk and laugh with your friends on the air. In the meantime, hello Mr. Lin Yi, I'm CCTV reporter Wang Biscuit. I'm calling you this time because I'm hoping you can communicate with old Dean Li. Wang Cakebread told the truth about the mission explained above. Chapter 152, interviewed by the Welfare Institution. Tears on the net. Lin Yi, you can actually agree to this matter. Just as Lin Yi was wavering, Lu Qing suddenly spoke up. She stood beside Lin Yi the entire time. hearing the true intentions of King Cake's interview with Dean's grandmother. It's not about rubbing Lin Yi the wrong way. Rather, they want to respond to the state, digging up domestic philanthropy. This thing for any star. It's all a rare and great opportunity. As long as Lin Yi was able to grasp it smoothly, then his persona, it's bound to be solid to a state where no amount of darkness will collapse the house. It's a great opportunity for marketing. But the prerequisite must be that you are also interviewed. Lu Qing voiced his judgment. Granny Dean may have something to hide. Children's privacy is also important. But last time, in order to help Lin Yi prove his innocence, they all appeared inside the video. It's all been done, so why don't we just let go and do it? Take the opportunity of this CCTV interview for you to advertise the orphanage once. You should understand the benefits of doing so better than I do. Having heard Willow Green's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. Of course he knew he was on CCTV cameras. What would be the benefits? With the influence he has now, not to mention a call to action, it also maximizes audience appeal. Quantitative changes produce qualitative changes. As long as the audience is large enough, how can you even come to the star's welfare house and pull for it? Other than that, Willow Green again from other perspectives, analyzed the various pros and cons for him. Finally, a conclusion. The good outweighs the bad in this case. The next afternoon, welfare homes. Knock knock. There was a knock on the front door. Grandma, Ron, it's me. It's Brother Lin Yi. Brother Xiao Lang. Go open the door for Brother Lin Yi. The children, who hadn't seen Lin Yi for a long time, were excited. One by one, they kept urging Qin Lang. So did Grandma Dean. She had been considering it. Should I call Lin Yi? Tell me about the interview. But she was afraid that Lin Yi was too busy right now. Didn't want to pressure Lin Yi. Just now you'll be laughing and sighing at the same time. Brother Yat, even if you came back, why did you buy so many things? After opening the door, Qin Lang rushed forward to help carry the bag. Didn't you kids say last time that you wanted to buy a new shoe to play basketball? Nah, your favorite Flyers card. After shoving a pair of brand new sneakers into Qin Lang's hands, Lin Yi beckoned the children over again. He had elaborate gifts for each child. Take a break from the kids opening packages. Grandma Dean first smiled towards Lu Qing. Then he called Lin Yi aside. Yat, how many times has Grandma told you? You don't have to get presents for your siblings every time you come back. Look at how thin you've gotten lately. All parents are the same. The biggest fear is to see your child suffer outside. You have to say you had a good time when you get home. Grandma, I really did eat properly. Lin Yi said with a smile. Eat more in the future and don't keep thinking about what's in shape or out of shape. Grandma and your siblings will only be happy if you can eat white and fat. Also, you try to put money in existence. Xiao Lang last time he dreamed. He still dreamed of asking his sister-in-law for cake money. Listen to the all-encompassing concerns of Grandma Dean. Lin Yi smiled somewhat awkwardly, rushing to change the subject of marriage. Talked about King Cake calling him. Grandma, Sister Cheng and I discussed it yesterday and felt that the CCTV interview must be agreed upon. He explains the pros and cons. When it comes to the need for kids to be in the picture, Grandma Dean's face visibly changed a few times. Everyone is an orphan. It was inevitable that they would encounter problems similar to Lin Yi's. Because of birth, it's being looked down upon in all sorts of derogatory ways by some trashy netizens. Grandma, that's something I've thought about. If the younger siblings want to be on camera, then we'll take them for interviews. If they don't want to, then forget it. Lin Yi smiled. Okay, all later at dinner. You can discuss this with your siblings. With that, Grandma Dean walked into the kitchen. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was playing with the children in the yard. About an hour later, the table was filled with serious-looking children. Officer Ron, this meeting is very informative and important. What do you think? Lin Yi asked. Report, Commander. Qin Lang stood up. The crowd's opinion is my opinion, let alone Lin Yi. Even Grandma Dean and Willow Green, who were feeding, all of them were amused by Qin Lang's serious demeanor. One praises him, born to be a good officer. Great. Sir Ron, you said it very well. Have a seat. Lin Yi turned his attention to the children and said in all seriousness, Sheriffs, what is your opinion? The kids at the table didn't answer first. Both frowned in thought, until Makoto, who had two big snotty noses hanging out, raised his hand. Sheriff Makoto, please begin your speech. Lin Yi raised his hand in a gesture. Brother Xiaoi, can you give me some toilet paper first so I can wipe my nose? Will you kids stop being funny? We're in a meeting. Qin Lang reprimanded in a small voice. There was instant laughter in the room. After Lin Yi wiped off Makoto's big snotty nose, reporting to the commander, I am willing to be interviewed. Why? Because I want to make money. Makoto's words. It stunned Lin Yi and Qin Lang. One of them is in school. A busy business. Not a lot of contact with the kids. It's just that the yard is full of good kids. It is not clear that they are privy to all sorts of thoughts. Especially Makoto, who is usually a man of few words. Makoto, you're only 8 years old. What do you need money for? Qin Lang, who had returned to his senses, asked. He just couldn't figure it out. No worries about food or clothing. Every now and then Linny would also send toys. Makoto who lives this life. For what reason exactly? It is only then that the idea of earning money is born. Because I want to buy grandma a massage chair. Makoto's voice got smaller the more he spoke. The little face was even redder. He's not like the other kids in the yard. Not abandoned by their parents at birth. Instead, my parents died in an accident. He was only 5 years old at that time. Relatives for this kind of procrastination. All of them have an attitude of not wanting to care a bit. This ultimately leads to Makoto's life of misery as a beggar along the streets. Until one day, Granny Dean, who was away on a subsidy, met him. I know everyone looks at me like I'm a liability, but Grandma and everyone else didn't. I've been at the orphanage for 2 years, and this is the first time I've felt at home since my mom and dad left. Brother Lin Yi, Brother Xiao Lang, I've always taken you two as role models to learn from. I've really been trying to take care of my siblings while you two were away, but there's very little I can do to help Grandma. I can only watch my grandmother's waist, bending lower and lower every day. I really want to press Grandma's back, but I'm afraid I won't know how and hurt her. Speaking of which, Makoto boy, the voice had choked to the point of inaudibility, but he still didn't stop. Continue with your own vague words. Tells about that time he saw an advertisement for a massage chair on Qin Lang's cell phone. I know massage chairs are expensive and I know I can't afford to go out and work for money. This interview is my only chance to earn money. I have to earn this money and save it to buy my grandmother a massage chair. Makoto lowered his head. Tears snapped and fell. And once again, the big clear snot ran down his nose. He's not nourished by his parents, but with Grandma's loving care. With detailed greetings from both brothers. Even more so with the genuine love of my younger siblings. I want to be an understanding brother. I want to be a reliable brother. And I want to be a filial grandson. So Brother Lin Yi, take me with you for the interview. I promise to sit there and not say a word. As long as you can get me on camera to make money. Chapter 153, but we have a home now. Chang finished. The whole room was silent. Grandma, you have a problem with your back. Why haven't you told me about it? I'm making money now. Whether I'm going to the hospital or buying a massage chair, I have money. Why have you been keeping this from me? Linny arrived in front of the Dean's grandmother. There was a hint of anger in his voice. It wasn't Granny Dean he hated. Rather, it's himself. Xiao Yi, Grandma didn't mean to hide it from you. Grandma is afraid that you are worried. Afraid that you are hungry. But I'm your oldest grandson. Linny reddened his eyes and nearly growled. Sister Chang, take care of Grandma and the kids for me. I'm going out. I'll be back soon. Looking like a child who made a mistake. Grandma who had her head down and was silent. Linny turned around indignantly. He's going to the hospital to get the best doctor. Go to the mall and buy the best massage chair. No matter how much it costs. He all must cure Grandma's back. Just as Linny was about to walk out of the room, a hand suddenly pulled at him. It's Qin Lang. Brother Yat, can you listen to me for a second? Follow you if you want to. That's not what I meant. Run. So what do you mean? Linny turned his head in disbelief. Instantly, he could see that he was stunned by the sight that was now in front of him. The person pulling his arm was Qin Lang, but the people standing behind him and Qin Lang. But it's all the kids, including Makoto. Brother Xiaoyi, you've already done too much and suffered too much. We can't leave all the burdens on your shoulders alone. The first child to speak up. It's a Dong that's only a few months younger than Makoto. Brother Yat, Dong is right. You've put too much into taking care of us. Grandma was even more exhausted and straightened out. Let's just say we're begging you this time. Will you take us out on camera with you? Take Grandma to the hospital. And let's all chip in for the massage chair for Grandma. Qin Lang firmly said. Ever the sentimentalist. No crying this time. Something flickering in the eyes. There is only one firm belief that weighs more than Mount Tai. Brother Xiaoyi, take us out for an interview together, okay? We'll all be good, and we sure as hell won't talk out of turn. Please Brother Yat, the children pleaded one after the other. Some of them cried and some of them didn't. The only thing that's the same, it was that gaze that was as determined as Qin Lang's. The moment, Linny was in a bit of a trance, between the blurring of vision, the group of 7 and 8-year-old siblings in front of us. It seems that one by one they have grown up, taller than him. The body is better than him, especially Qin Lang who stood at the front. This one used to follow Linny around all day, a mouthful of Yat's crybaby. Suddenly it's incredibly reliable. Yes, Lin Yi, whose face was streaked with tears, grinned. All sergeants of the Stars Police Department, by order, all of you get a good night's sleep, and raise your spirits for tomorrow's interview. The kids who heard that, the excitement was instantaneous to the core. Brother Yat, no, Commander, subordinate Qin Lang receives, Xing copy. Easton copy. Little sister copy. Early the next morning, Not bad for Sister Pie Pie to get the Star Welfare Center to open its doors. The CCTV staff gave a thumbs up. It's not my doing, it's Mr. Lin Yi's. Everyone remember to give the kids more footage when you interview them later. Although I don't know Mr. Lin Yi's intentions, he's definitely doing this to promote charity. King Cakebread solemnly said, "Don't worry Pie Pie sister, even if you don't say it, even if Mr. Lin Yi doesn't ask for it, we'll still do it. The children in the home are orphans and we have to give them love." Watch the staff members line up their chests one by one to assure them. King Cake took a big deep breath. Under the envious gaze of other media reporters, lead the way into the Star Welfare Center. Why don't we follow them in and take a look? It's better not to go in, just watch from the door. Remember not to take any pictures. We journalists have to have professional ethics too. The reporters at the door had a few words of discussion, then they all put down their cameras. Silently, he stood at the gate of the orphanage. They saw the children in the institution, wearing a new dress and holding flowers. One by one, they're vibrant. There was even more innocence in the eyes. That's great. I don't know which reporter's sentiments. It instantly resonated with all journalists. They gave a thumbs up toward the kids, expressing the most heartfelt compliments. Sister Pie Pie, here's my gift for you. 5-year-old little sister. Put a handful of small wildflowers in your hand. Took one out and handed it to King Cake. Then another one was handed to each of the CCTV staff. What a good boy. King Cakebread stroked his little sister's head, makes the reporters outside the door envious. At this point, the other kids came over with flowers. Big brother, for you, pretty sister. This is my favorite little trumpet flower. Uncle, I've finished giving out my flowers. I'll give you my favorite candy. Don't mind if you don't mind. Okay? Disgusted? How could it be too much? I'm sorry about the other day, making everyone wait so long at the door. Dong dong, Makoto, come help Lang move the chairs. Shin Lang stepped out of the house to greet him. He was carrying a water bottle, handing out cups to all the reporters. A scene from The Children from the Heart. It was filmed by a CCTV cameraman throughout. They say that children from poor families are born early, but I think the children in the orphanage are not so bad either. Understanding. This is too much. It makes me want to adopt one back. Netizens were touched. Non-stop pop-ups and comments were being sent. The children were complimented on a variety of things. Not a few of them. It's more of a direct question about donation channels. Wanted to do a small part for the children at the Stars orphanage. In the meantime, Wang Kei crouched on the ground, passing the subject to her little sister who was holding her hand. Do you have any wishes, little sister? Aha! My little sister was just about to say something about massage chairs. Suddenly, he remembered what Qin Lang had explained last night. Massage chairs have to be something they hand by a grandma. Can't spend a dime of someone else's money. I want to meet my mom and dad. My little sister suddenly pursed her lips. She was picked up by Grandma Dean, only a year old. There is a vague impression of the parents. Always wanted to meet my parents in person. Aha, sis knows. King Cake tried a wink for the photographer. The camera was instantly focused on the little sister. The location we're at now is the Star Orphanage on the outskirts of Xiangcheng. If my little sister's mom and dad see this interview, I hope you can take the time to come and see my little sister. My little sister really wants to see you guys. King Cakebread makes a plea to the camera. Didn't wait for any response. Watch the live stream of Qin Lang. Silence took his little sister aside to play on the slide. The child standing in front of the camera. It also became Makoto and Toto. Adopted? Toto scratched his head, not knowing how to answer that question, only to turn his head to Makoto. Makoto also spoke up at this time. But we have a home now. Makoto wiped his nose and pointed to the rooms of the orphanage and introduced himself. There's my kitchen. There's the bedroom. And there's the bathroom. He described all the rooms. Star Welfare Center. It's the home they share. Chapter 154, Bow Down and Die. After Makoto, it's Toto. Easton finished with the other kids in the yard. For the concept of home, they're all very fuzzy, but even so, it also doesn't take long for them to make the Stars Welfare Center their home, putting the interdependence on each other. Seeing as the most important family member in life, the children are so understanding. When I was their age, I had no idea what home and family were. I'm the same. Some netizens' eyes were moist, mostly more emotional girls. The same is true of King Cakes. She didn't expect it. It's amazing how well the kids at the orphanage know what they're doing. Sister Biscuit, it's getting late. We should interview old Deanly and Linny. A CCTV staffer on the sidelines warned. Yes. King Cake compiled his emotions. Take all the audience. Walked to the house together. Grandma Dean at this time was mending a jacket. Old Deanly, whose clothes are these? King Cakebread asked gently. It's mine. Linny, who was on the side, said softly. He took the jacket from Granny Dean. Draped behind him sat silently. Ask me anything you want, little girl. I'm sure I'll answer you honestly. Grandma Dean smiled kindly. Aha. King Cake nodded. took out a variety of questions that had been prepared long ago. First thing, why Grandma Dean founded the Star Welfare Institute. This orphanage, in fact, was established by my late husband. He loves kids. Most of all, I can't see the orphans who have been abandoned by their parents. A look of reminiscence surfaced in Grandmother Dean's eyes, the smile on her face. There was also a slight solidification at this moment. Something about her husband. Even Lin Yi, who had lived in the orphanage for 20 years, wasn't sure. Only a little vague impression of this grandfather. Well, Yat, your grandfather died young. You were about the same age as little 17 at that time. Grandma Dean whispered. Little 17? Wang Cakebread and his group frowned, but Lin Yi was full of surprise. Little 17 was the youngest child in the yard. It's only a year and a half old. No wonder I don't remember much about Grandpa, Lin Yi lamented. Then he looked toward King Cakebread again, signaling her to change the subject as soon as possible. Don't stir up the sadness in Grandma's heart, Elder Dean Lee. I was just outside counting. There are 26 children in the yard, plus 27 if you add Mr. Lin Yi. Are these all the children you've adopted? Wang Cakebread, who had read Lin Yi's intentions, continued to ask. No, Grandma Dean shook her head. The Star Orphanage has been in existence for over 20 years, almost the same age as Lin Yi. Children adopted during the period. The exact number could be almost in the triple digits. Ha, have you raised so many children alone for 20 years? King Cakebread was stunned. She's 34 years old. No kids yet though, but knows exactly what it means to raise a child. Except for monetary expenses, there's also the investment of energy, time, etc. One child is already so difficult, not to mention almost 100 kids. Elder Deanley, you must have been very tired all these years? Wangcake personally poured a glass of water for Dean's grandmother. There is no doubt about this. Anyone else would feel tired. It's not just physically exhausting. There will also be untold heartache and exhaustion. And have you ever felt aggrieved? Have you ever regretted it? King Cake asked with concern. Pass the water. She touched Grandma Dean's hand, full of calluses. There are also quite a few scars from housework. Tired for sure. Grandma Dean talked about Ling Yi's childhood. From kindergarten, he became interested in words and music, biggest hobby of the day. Just going around writing and drawing. The beauty of it is that it's a self-pen lyric. The later result was, in those days before washing machines were completely commonplace, no spring, summer, fall or winter, Grandma Dean had to hand wash his sheets every day, wipe the eastward notes from the wall. But I've never felt regret, because I can tell that Yat is very talented in this area, destined to be a great singer in the future. Grandma Dean smiled kindly. She has this attitude with all her children, as long as the kids like it, no matter how tired. She's all for cleaning up her kids' messes. No wonder Mr. Linny can write so many good songs with deep meaning. So it's you who has been quietly supporting him behind the scenes. King Cakebread shook Grandma Dean's hand, gently caressed the marks on it from the years. The more you touch it, the more it hurts. The more you touch it, the more heartbreaking it becomes. So, Grandma, do you have any wishes? As long as you bring it up now, I'll certainly do my best to make it happen for you when I get back. It wasn't just King Cake's idea. It was also on the minds of all the journalists inside and outside the room. Grandmother Superior ran the orphanage alone for so many years. It's just too much. All of them want to do it in their own small way. Take a load off the dean's grandmother's mind. I haven't read a few years, and I know the truth from what my husband says. His original intention at the time to establish the Star Orphanage. It's the desire that he and I share. Grandma Dean voiced the expectations of her heart. Let's get Star Welfare out of business as soon as possible. But this place is the fruit of your life's work. How can you just say you're going out of business? King Cakebread quit. It was a wish she just couldn't fulfill. Other journalists and netizens are thinking the same thing. The Star Orphanage encompassed the entire life of Grandma Dean. More than that, it's the only thing her late husband left behind. It should never be easy to go out of business. But if our orphanage is still there, it means there are still children being abandoned by their parents. It was the last thing my husband wanted and feared. Grandma Dean explained with a smile. Moment. Whether it's online or in an orphanage, everyone was silent. Out of the blue they realized something. One is focusing on the wrong point. Grandma Dean had a hard life of hard work, but the people who made her what she is, it's the abandoned children. It's more like one pair of parents after another who have heartlessly abandoned their children. The so-called orphanage closed down, not really going out of business. Rather, Grandma Dean wanted it. The social phenomenon of child abandonment. It could be cut off completely with the closure of the Star Welfare Institute. In order to realize this wish, she preferred to part with the only thing she had left of her husband. I'd rather put my life's work down the drain. It's amazing how much Elder Dean Lee is willing to sacrifice in order to make sure that all the children have a happy family of origin. Righteousness. Elder Dean Lee's righteousness. This is what I call sacrificing one's own family for the sake of the greater good. Netizens were moved to tears. The journalists outside the room were even more silently in tears. At this very moment, everyone's mind, all uncontrollably floated out in 8 large letters. Bow down and die. Chapter 155, Children's Chorus. Twinkle, twinkle, shine, Elder Deanley, don't worry. This wish of yours is bound to come true. Our children in China, no, all over the world, all will surely welcome the day when they are no longer abandoned by their parents. King Cake had a smile on his face, tears of emotion, looked around the house a great deal. Another look at the children outside who were teasing and playing. She was suddenly serious. Elder Deanley, I assure you that the Star Welfare Institute will not close down. This is all you and your husband have in your life and an indelible benchmark in the charity sector. When I return, I will be the first to apply with the state to keep the Star Welfare Center forever. Grandma Dean, who heard these words, did not say anything more, just hold King Cake's hands tightly. Forced tears couldn't help but nod. For half an hour afterward, Wan Cake asked something about the children, like where Grandma Dean picked up the kids, for these poor abandoned children, and how she opened up the hearts of the children. Makoto was begging on the street when I met him. Dondo is from the hospital. Both Ron and little sister were intentionally placed at the entrance to the yard by someone. Grandma Dean didn't hide it, because she's clear, only by telling the truth. It's what makes it possible to help children find their birth parents, and at the same time getting more and more people started following the topic abandoned orphans. Worthy of being a CCTV reporter? Wan Cake really understands what to ask. If all reporters could be like her, Linny wouldn't have been hacked so badly in the first place. That's right, when Linda first started out, the ones who hacked him the hardest were those unscrupulous media who just wanted heat. Grandma Dean mentioned Linny, the netizens who were already swarming with anger. All of a sudden it became more cynical. They'd all watched Lin Yi's rise to stardom. If it weren't for the Forbidden Planet documentary, it was estimated that Lin Yi was still a middle school singer who couldn't even make it to the top. There's no chance of writing so many great songs. Mr. Lin Yi, I'm sorry. A reporter at the doorway apologized towards Lin Yi. He was at that time also part of the Heat Army. For the sake of eyeballs, he led the editors of the newspaper, wrote quite a few articles that denigrated and mocked Lin Yi. My husband was fond of a saying during his life called, "How can you see a rainbow if you don't go through the storm?" It is because of you all that Xiaoyi is where he is today, so you don't have to apologize. Just be careful when you write in the future. Grandma Dean finished and got up and headed toward the kitchen. It's almost 12. She can't do it for the interview. Delayed lunch for the kids. Grandma's right. It's all in the past. There's no need for you to continue to take it to heart. After calling out to Qin Lang to support the dean's grandmother, Lin Yi waved his hand towards the reporters outside the door. Mr. Lin Yi, you're even more generous than I thought. King Cake took over the conversation, started an interview with Lin Yi. Your new work Celadon has caught fire all over the internet. Porcelain City has also jumped to become a tourist destination in our China, and even foreign netizens have been attracted to the city. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? It's a question that state leaders are designated to ask. They all trusted Lin Yi's character. It was hoped that the answer given by Lin Yi could be utilized. Once again, the nation's interest in traditional crafts has been aroused. Incidentally, it raises national self-confidence. Really, if you want to talk about opinions, I think people are getting one thing wrong. It wasn't because of this song of mine that porcelain hit the big time. Rather, it's because of the persistence of the old kiln workers, and the heirloom beauty of our Chinese porcelain, that my song, Celadon Porcelain, has caught fire all over the internet. Lin Yi's answer was perfect. It succeeded in making the netizens realize the intention of the country's leaders. After expressing some gratitude with Lin Yi, King Cakebread began to ask questions about other things. Sister Biscuit, there's really nothing about me worth asking you. Lin Yi shook his head. As he gets hotter and hotter, pretty much everything big and small has been checked out by the internet. The rest is private. It is purely personal. It's not convenient to say it outright on a CCTV camera. This is something King Cakebread understands, but for the life of her, she couldn't think of anything else to talk about. It's getting late, so why don't I show you all something great? Seeing Wang Cake's embarrassment, Lin Yi took the initiative to speak. He led everyone to the courtyard. Look at the children who are playing and frolicking with each other. King Cakebread couldn't help but ask the biggest question in his mind. That's what everyone is wondering. Mr. Lin Yi, what is this good thing you speak of? It's like hearing some kind of code word. Ben was telling a story about Qin Lang. Suddenly, he glanced towards Lin Yi, then ran into the house. When he appeared in front of the camera again, extra children's electric piano in hand. Don't get me wrong, that's not the good stuff I'm talking about. Lin Yi took the electronic piano, after briefly trying a few tones, continuing to the camera. As a thank you, the children have prepared a program. Program? What program? Lindu has taken the electric piano, so he must be singing. What? Linda wants to sing? Are you nuts? It's the children who are singing. The pop-ups were instantly active. Everyone was looking forward to the children's performance. Take advantage of the gap. Xin Lang began to organize the children to bring small stools to sit on. It's a song I used to write. A children's song for my younger siblings. It's called Twinkle, Twinkle, Shine, Linny said as he took the chair handed to him by Xin Lang. He put the electric piano on the chair. He himself sat down on the floor. Everyone ready or not? The show is about to begin. Oh, ready brother Linny. The children responded with excitement. Aha! Lin Yi nodded. Started playing. The children also opened their mouths at this time. Twinkle, twinkle, shine. The sky is full of little stars, hanging in the sky and letting in the light. Seems like a lot of little eyes. A clean, clear child's voice rang out. Very juvenile and innocent. Although many of the kids weren't singing in tune, but it still struck a chord with the internet. Ah, it's this song. I've heard this song before when I passed by the orphanage from work, and it's exactly the same as it is now. No wonder I felt so familiar when Lindy auditioned. So this is the song I heard that day. Xiancheng's netizens all thought about it. Passed by the orphanage the other day. The lilting melodies that drew them to stop and linger. Impressed with their adorable childlike voices. I didn't realize that this song was also written by Linda. Regretting that I didn't go in that day. Or else I could have met up with Lindy offline. I, Mr. Li, envy my fellow Xiancheng citizens in real name. The internet instantly exploded. Chapter 156. How old is the person? Still listening to children's songs? More. Lunch break. Vast manpower. Ink. Twinkle. Twinkle. Shine. The sky is full of little stars. Hanging in the sky and letting in the light. It's like so many little eyes. The chorus of children's voices suddenly rang out. Neat but a little out of tune. Attracting the attention of the collective hitters. Hey, 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 hey. Whoever that is from the first hire department. Keep your voice down. That's right. That's right. We're listening to Linda's song. Don't mess it up. I have had a hard time extricating myself from the greatness of the world, and I am also addicted to the fact that the plain embryo outlines the thicker and lighter strokes of the lapis lazuli brush. Accusation after accusation and intoxication. There was a flurry of passages from different workstations. Even the department manager who came out to fetch water, both frowned in disbelief. How old are you to be listening to children's songs? He subconsciously spat. Then he looked up towards the source of the sound. In the position was a recent college graduate woman. Red eyes at this point, staring intently at his cell phone screen. Shoo, lunch break is a time for everyone to rest. Please turn it down or put on headphones. The department manager reminded. Shu was lost in the song and didn't talk. Instead, Tia Kwang, who was in the same group, couldn't help but complain. They're all playing songs written by Linda. So why are we only talking about our first recruitment department and not their third recruitment department? His voice was small. Now the workstation is too close to the water fountain. The comment did not escape the ears of the department manager. A children's song can be compared to Lin Yi's song? His songs are all positive, and it's usually good for any of you to listen to them more often. Understand? The department manager had just finished his reprimand. The body jolted. The stride came to Tiagwang's side. With an incredulous gaze, she exclaimed and asked, "What did you just say? This song was also written by Lin Yi?" One sentence once again caught the attention of all the employees. They reacted the same way as the line manager. Half the time he couldn't believe that Lin Yi could write a children's song. To know, the audience for children's songs is children, mostly in favor of the slobbering wind. It's hardly going to be deeply reflective. Such is the purpose of creation. It's the opposite of Lin Yi's style of songwriting. It must be true. Do I have anything to gain by lying to you? If you don't believe me, you guys just let Shu pick up her cell phone and take a look. Tianguang signaled another colleague to pat Xiao Shu. A few dozen seconds later, the office was filled with sounds. This children's song was nonetheless really written by Lin Yi, and he himself accompanied it. Use a child's electric piano. The reason why Linda wrote this song is because it's a song he wrote for the children in the orphanage. Shu told the whole story. Upon hearing Lin Yi's reasons for creating this song, it's the children he wants who have been abandoned by their parents. It can be like the stars in the sky. In the generous light of the night sky, everyone in the company moved. I suddenly remembered a phrase. One employee whooshed to his feet. It was a comment he'd read in the review section of The Wind Rises. I don't know the meaning of the song when I first hear it, but when I hear it again, I'm already in the song. The same goes for this quote in Twinkle, Twinkle, Shine. The first time they heard the song, it's all in the way of the stereotype of the slobbering children's song, and a couple of kids who were bored with finding the key to sing in. But when they understand the context of the creation, it instantly changed all the negative perceptions. Stars only appear at night when few people are watching. It's like those orphans at the orphanage. From the moment of abandonment, society as a whole subconsciously ignores them. But Lin Yi didn't do that. He uses songs, Compare the children to the stars in the sky, inadvertently outlining a beautiful scene of a starry sky. It made everyone look up. Why does Linda always do this? Write so many unexpected things with the simplest lyrics? I don't know which employee's sentiment was the one. It resonated with everyone on the spot. Thousands of people on the internet have also reacted to this incident, especially when they see Linny signaled the CCTV cameraman to give the camera to the children. Don't catch him shooting alone. The moon is clear and the stars are thin. I seem to understand a little bit what Rinda means. A pop-up screen suddenly broke into all the viewers' sights. The moon gets brighter and brighter as it gets fuller and fuller. The stars in the night sky become scarce. It's like an orphanage now. Everyone was focusing on Linny, the moon that was blooming brightly. Ignore the children who are singing in chorus. But when Linny voluntarily covered up his own light, the stars in that sky, it will then be a moment to shimmer in the darkness of the night. Release the light that is uniquely yours. So that's what Linda meant. He'd rather none of us look at him, and wishes we could pay more attention to the kids. I believe that these orphans, abandoned by their parents, will have their day to shine. This is a comment from a Linny fan. Screen name Old Alter Cedar, a preschool kindergarten teacher from Sichuan in Chongqing. This webmaster's review is well written. Mr. Linny expresses his most solemn blessing in the most cheerful melody of a children's song. Even without parental care, the children in the orphanage, one by one, will grow up to be successful. From the present flowers of the motherland to the future pillars of the country, King Cakebread strikes while the iron is hot, appealing to the heart of all viewers on the CCTV camera. Her words were not in vain. Regardless of the viewers who were watching the live stream from start to finish, or a subsequent addition to the audience, all applauded by this emotion. A frenzy of praise for Linny unfolded on the pop-ups. Star said that the core of comedy is tragedy, and so is Linda's song, using the most cheerful melody to express his heaviest blessings. Llama's literary skills are too strong. Who was it that said there must not be any good songs in the mouthfuls? Wordlessly, Twitter has a hot tip. Hashtag Linny is too strong. Click through to the net. Listening to the young children's voices in my ears, many people had tears in their eyes with excitement. All of us grew up as children. Linda's song is probably also written for the people we used to be. We're all stars in the sky. An insightful comment from an internet user. The whole internet was deeply moved in an instant. See the commenters. It was even the first time to click into the CCTV broadcast. Smile and listen to the children's chorus. Twinkle, twinkle, shine. The sky is full of little stars. Children from the orphanage sing on camera, all over the country. Older kids who work in different trades sing along in front of the camera. Wang Cake and the other journalists were also infected. Even being off camera, they were all following the children's childish tones as well. Sing this light-hearted children's song, hanging in the sky and letting in the light, like beautiful little eyes. Chapter 157, continuing to write songs live, +2. Thank you to the children for the gift they gave us all. I hope people can pay more attention to the disadvantaged in society in the future. Use your part to add to the future of your country. With the end of King Cake's summary, the interviews were a great success. Don't even have to wait until evening. Those reporters who showed up at the Star Welfare Center, and it was on to making a big deal out of it. Soon, in the papers, on TV, on the web, the song Twinkle, Twinkle, Shine was everywhere. All those who saw the message didn't care about the word Linny in the author's column. At this moment in time they are all with one idea. Donate money, donate supplies, donate what the kids need. Day 2. The Star Orphanage is completely on fire across the country. Vanda Group V, our group donates a small goal. May the children grow up strong. And Collective V, the group has set up a child development fund, and any abandoned child's high school tuition will be covered by the group at no cost by 70%. Huawei Group V, 300 million supplies are on their way. One by one, the leading groups in the country took a stand. The amount of supplies donated, as many as possible in billions. Senior Citizens Activity Center HQV, we've collected about $500,000 in supplies. They're all old, but they've all been cleaned, so I hope the kids don't mind. Workers' Rights Defense Association V, at present, the majority of workers have donated $1 million in cash. The statistics are not yet complete, and the statistics have not yet been terminated. Children's Health Association V, we have reached cooperation with various parties overnight, and the children can see and borrow books and other activities for free with the certificate of the orphanage. Social organizations set up by the masses themselves are also issuing documents. Red Cross officials even said, various allowances are provided for each newborn baby. Take the pressure off the parents. It is imperative that the phenomenon of abandonment be completely eliminated. Grandma, your wish is coming true. Sheen Lang, who saw the major statements, ran back to the orphanage first thing after school. He saw Dean's grandmother, Lin Yi, and Lu Cheng, was making small talk with a couple of strangers I didn't know. President Yu. This is the professional team that Sister Cheng specifically found. Linny introduced. All donated supplies and money. The Stars Foundation takes care of it all. Lu Qing, who knew that President Yu's few people were bound to be busy, taking the initiative and proposing to Lin Yi. Will refer my friends who are good at this. Mr. Lin Yi, Miss Lu Qing, I'm really grateful to you this time. President Yu bowed toward the two of them, then said seriously, it's fine for you two not to receive any money for this matter, but these professionals must be rewarded. For that matter, Lin Yi and Lu Qing didn't say much. After nodding in agreement, the two of them, along with the dean's grandmother, sent President Yu and the others away. Ron, when did you get back? Once again, the trio returned to the orphanage, noticing Qin Lang standing in the courtyard. Grandma, Brother Yat, Sister Cheng, come and see. Qin Lang, who was leading a large group of children, waved excitedly. The three quickly walked over, followed closely by a relieved smile on his face. Qin Lang on his cell phone. It's all about self-organized donations from netizens. Grandma, you and the ranges go ahead and watch. I have a few things to take care of. Linny stood up, somewhat embarrassed. He looked at Lu Qing. The interview ended yesterday. He sent out a tweet that it would be on today. As a result, President Yu and the others came. It caused him to miss the agreed upon start time. Last time it was a minute. This time it's an hour. Think about how you're going to explain this to the guys. Lu Qing laughed as she opened her cell phone's live feed. Fruity. The moment it opens, dense pop-ups directly covered the screen. All of them are hyped up from the internet. Sorry for the delay. A bit of family business to take care of. Linny scratched his head and smiled. As compensation for everyone, I'll be broadcasting live until 12 today. The audience who heard this was satisfied. One by one, they stopped to push for more. Started asking Linny all sorts of questions. Lin Day, old Dean Lee and the children are there. You must be at the Star Welfare Center now, right? Why don't you give us a tour? Linda, honestly, I'm kinda curious what it's like where Rinda grew up. There is a lot of clamor for this issue. Then let's start by wandering around the yard. Lin Yi chose to fulfill the group's offer. Take advantage of the kids going back for breakfast. He made his way to the double bar where the sheets were hitched. That's the smell. Looking at Lin Yi, who couldn't hold back his snickers. The audience was in a hurry. Lin Day, don't laugh alone. Tell us what's going on. What's so familiar about the smell? Is it hard to believe that this sheet is the one you used to sleep on? Linda? Listening to the pop-ups repeated from Lu Qing's mouth, Linny didn't hold back another laugh. I used to sleep on these sheets, but now Ron is using them. The orphanage does not have many resources, even now with the material conditions of affluence. But things are still saved. Yes, only those who have suffered know from the bottom of their hearts that they have to be frugal. Hey, back in the day, my grandparents did the same thing, using a sheet for decades, sewing and mending it. Thrift and hard work have always been our traditional Chinese virtues. Learn from Lin Yi. The pop-ups kept scrolling. The live atmosphere couldn't have been better. Here's the bathroom. Friendly reminder that the crack on the toilets has something to do with the band-aid on Dong Dong's head. This is the kitchen where Grandma cooks. No prizes for guessing. 10 years ago someone was sneaking around cooking and set the kitchen on fire. So guess if that person was me, or 8-year-old Makoto? Linny recounted an anecdote that had happened in the past. It made the audience laugh. Probably wandered around for a little over half an hour. All the places in the orphanage have been wandered through. The audience also issued new questions at this time. Rinda, it occurs to me that your live broadcast is about writing songs, right? Yes. I forgot if you didn't tell me. Rinda, why don't you play the next song and challenge yourself to a style that hasn't been tried before? I think it's quite good to continue writing national style songs. After all, besides celadone, we have many traditional crafts in China. I kinda wanna hear Rinda sing rap. I want to see what it's like. Why don't you ask Lin Duo to come up with a few children's songs? Now my child listens to Twinkle Twinkle Bright every day and loves it. The viewers of the live stream were discussing it non-stop. The only response Linny gave was a helpless, bitter smile. For the next new song, he was truly uninspired. It's like the empty lot in the back of the orphanage in front of us. Bare. Only one abandoned building stands. Chapter 158, Rain Flurries. Grass and trees deep in the old hometown, War 3. The Star Orphanage is in the suburbs. This clearing, filled with memories of Lin Yi's adventures with the same group of orphans, impressions of the abandoned buildings in it. Lin Yi has and only has one. Ancient Shastra. Ancient temple? An ancient temple used to suppress evil spirits? Then why don't we not go over there? I'm afraid of ghosts. I think the big guy has a point. This place might really be unclean. Some of you have told of folklore you've heard. There are 4 types of people that ghosts and monsters are most afraid of encountering. A vicious criminal. A butcher full of hostility. A police officer with a straight face. And vibrant teenage girls. No wonder I've heard the older generation say that our schools here used to be prisons for disposing of death row inmates. Don't scare me. There aren't as many kids as at school. but the orphanage is also a place where kids gather. Rinda, really don't go over there, right? Some of the audience got scared, but more people. Or do you choose to believe in science? But forget it, Linda himself said he used to come here to play when he was a kid. How can there be ghosts here? I'm from Xiangcheng. I can testify that there's never been any psychic legends over there in the suburbs, even if it does. So what? The so-called folktales are, to put it bluntly, all about insufficient scientific knowledge. Both Lin Yi and Lu Qing favored this argument. There are no ghosts in the world. Science can explain everything. Anan, I've been in there so many times I can find my way around with my eyes closed. There's really nothing scary about it. Lin Yi first appeased the audience for a few moments. He then gestured for Lu Qing to follow his lead. A few minutes later, a full view of the ancient temple appeared on the live feed. It's all wreckage as far as the eye can see, full of barren weeds. It's more of a dashing fallen years feeling. There was a big discrepancy with Lin Yi's memories. I don't remember this place being this shabby before. Lin Yi stroked his chin, decided to lead the audience inside. Do you really want to go in? Sister Chang, why don't you persuade Linda? If it wasn't for Linda standing on the camera, I would have suspected I was in the wrong live room. Go in. It's fun to be exciting. The audience was unconsciously divided into three waves. A wave of fear. A wave rushes in. A wave of back and forth exits the live feed to make sure he's not in the wrong place. Sister Chang, don't worry. There's really nothing inside. It should be because I haven't been back for too long that I didn't realize the ancient temple had collapsed like this. Lin Yi said as he walked inside. The hearts of the audience followed. So did Willow Green. Only it wasn't the ghostly encounters she was worried about. Rather, they are afraid of a sudden collapse of the ancient temple, causing Lin Yi to be in danger. It won't. It would have collapsed over a long time ago. Lin Yi waved his hand, gesturing for Lu Qing to follow. As the two continued to get deeper and deeper, past childhood memories, madness surged through Lin Yi's mind. Hey! He couldn't help but let out a huge sigh. After many years, once again, he returned to the ancient temple. Suddenly, I realized that it was long overdue. Where once he and his companions played hide and seek, it's been reduced to pieces of rubble. The stone table where they once did their homework together, it was also overgrown with dense moss and cracks. Even those brothers and sisters who were once dependent on each other, all disconnected now too. Each is busy with their own lives. Lin Yi, don't just stand there. Come in and hide. Lu Qing suddenly shouted. Coming. Lin Yi nodded and headed for one of the roofs. It's just that at this moment, he remembered a lot of his deceased friends. There are older siblings who are very kind to him. There are also playmates his own age who don't get along with him, and the younger siblings who call him brother. This ancient temple is filled with exclusive memories of their relationship. But today, the one who was able to draw back to the orphanage was the only one left. Lin Yi, look at that square stone table in the rain. The rain is pouring down. Lit. The grass is deep in one's old hometown. I hear you're always alone. Love is in the air. Lin Yi hummed a melody that flashed through his mind. It's not raining very hard. Plus the place where Lu Qing was hiding from the rain wasn't far from him. This one hummed softly. It was heard by the live audience. Why didn't Linda say anything? Yet I could hear that the orphanage orphans who were in the same batch as him are now the only ones left. The rain is pouring down. The old hometown. The grass is deep. And Linda's source of inspiration is too broad. This part is a new song that I haven't heard before. And Rinda is going to start composing again. Some of the audience marveled and some chanted. The expression on everyone's face was different. The only thing that's the same. It was after hearing Lin Yi's humming, an emotion inexplicably appeared in their hearts. Sadness, loneliness, mixed feelings. Can't help it. There's no way to get rid of it either. Until the drizzle suddenly stopped. A ray of sunlight shone just right on the stone table. It awakened Lin Yi, who was deep in his memories. It took the audience a moment to break free from that inexplicable emotion. Rinda, do you already have an idea for a new song? Why don't you stop shopping and go back to writing the song first? I have a hunch that the song this time is even stronger than Celadon. Yes, Sister Chang, pull Linda back with you. Watching the incessant pop-ups, Lu Qing explained to Lin Yi what the audience thought. Good, go back to writing songs first. Lin Yi nodded. He told the audience about a trail. You can do this while continuing to finish strolling through the ancient temples. Get back to the orphanage faster. It's a good feeling. Adventure and song writing at the same time. Let's go Rinda. The sky is so cloudy. It can't be said that it's going to rain again. Don't delay the inspiration. Urged on by the audience, Lin Yi was explaining the childhood memories in the ancient temple, while leading Lu Qing towards the path. I don't know if it's because of the cave-in. After a few minutes of following the memorized route, Lin Yi actually brought Lu Qing and the audience into a small room. A little embarrassed. I seem to be lost. Looking at Lin Yi who was scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. Another look outside at the renewed downpour. Willow Green offered. The two stayed in this house. Shelter from the rain at the same time. Linny can also write songs on his cell phone. Don't worry, big guy. This room is clean and shouldn't be infested with any snakes, ants or creepy crawlies. Taking his cell phone and looking around the room, Lu Qing and Netflix said, "That's good. It's cleaner and saves on laundry." Wait a minute, Sister Chang, what did you just say? This room is clean? An audience member realized something was wrong. An ancient temple that has been abandoned for many years. How is it possible for a clean room to appear? Lin Yi, you said, there's not really a ghost here, is there? Lu Qing was a little scared. Subconsciously, he hid behind Lin Yi. Impossible, there are no ghosts in the world. Believe in science. The word learning had not been uttered. Lin Yi's pupils dilated violently. So did the audience in the live stream. Just now, all of them heard it. In the corner of the house behind Lin Yi and Lu Qing, a few small sobs came out. Chapter 159, The Secret of the Dean's Grandma. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did I just mishear you? You heard me right, because I heard the crying too. Lin Day, Sister Chang, run. There really are ghosts here. The audience was instantly nonplussed, sending pop-ups like crazy. Super hot. All of a sudden, the live stream was outnumbered, soared by more than a couple million. There can't be ghosts in the world. It must have been the sound of the wind blowing through the cracks in the wall just now. You're full of. This ancient temple is so remote. Normal people will come to clean the house? The two main factions, the godless and the godly, began to quarrel. Take the cell phone Willow Green, scared to death by the pop-ups. No semblance of blood. She was pulling on Lin Yi's coat by the corner of her neck. Couldn't stop shivering. All right, stop it. Sister Chang, calm down too. Lin Yi spoke out and chided everyone. He'd just been listening sideways, trying to hear if the voice was a human voice or the wind. Now he had come to a conclusion. There really is someone crying there. And that man, I should still know. Lin Yi's words. It shocked everyone, including Lu Qing. Same time, 3 words came to their minds. Ghost in the shell. It's not that outrageous. Always trust science. Lin Yi signaled Lu Qing to let go. He was going to follow the sound over to check it out. No, I have to follow you. I'm scared to stay here alone. Lu Qing wouldn't let go, while following Lin Yi, while seeking the comfort of the internet. Soon, a small hole in the wall appeared on the live feed. It's still a room in the back, a much cleaner and tidier house. There are tables and beds inside. There was also a tablet on the table. There are a few words written clearly on it. Spirit of my late husband, Forestry Kingdom. One time, the hairs on everyone's body stood on end, goosebumps all over, especially when they saw the chairs at the table. There was also a man sitting in a suit of show white. The old woman who was covering her face and weeping. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ghosts. The live stream exploded with pop-ups. Lu Qing was even more frightened and speechless. Lin Yi was the only one. The original stony look. Gradually, he became worried. Don't be afraid, everyone. It's not a ghost. It's my grandmother. Lin Yi recognized that back by him. It took Willow Green and the audience to react. That old woman was really the old director of the Star Welfare Institute. Mrs. Li. Lin Yi, why is Grandma here? And what about that tablet? Isn't it a little bad for us to peek in here without going over there? Relieved, Lu Qing became more talkative all of a sudden. Shoo, Lin booed then made a shushing motion. He didn't know why Grandma was here, but he didn't want him to disturb his grandmother. Karma Kuni, I've come to see you. As always, I've brought you, as a grandfather, the latest pictures of the kids. Look how they're laughing. Hearing the word grandpa, Lin Yi snapped to realization. Most of the children in the orphanage have no names, but they're all named Lin. Now combine that with the forestry country on the plaque. It all makes sense then. Lin Yi, do you realize you have a grandfather? Willow Green asked, narrowing her eyes. She'd been eyeing the forestry nation plaque. There's a lot of cracks on it. It's all glued on. It's obviously been around for years. Only know of such a person. Lin Yi replied in a small voice. He was only in elementary school. I've heard Grandma mention Grandpa a few times. Even Linda doesn't know? This Mr. Lin wouldn't have died a long time ago, would he? It should be. Or else old Dean Lee wouldn't be so sad. The audience is curious about Grandma Dean's late husband, because they all remember. Grandma Dean said that in yesterday's interview. The Star Orphanage was established by her husband himself. The reason she was not afraid of hard work for decades. It was also to fulfill her husband's wishes. Such a great and righteous man full of family and national feelings. The story of a lifetime shouldn't be buried. Yagwa, do you remember when you picked up Shoei at that time? He's only this little bit big, and you were afraid that he'd be weak, so you specifically named him Lin Yi. I hope he can live out his life comfortably in both of our care. Bringing up the story. Grandma Dean's cloudy eyes had been cloudy for I don't know how many years. There was actually light after a long time. It's nostalgia for the past. It's more of a strong love for your husband. However, this light didn't last long. It was quickly replaced by a touch of slightly reproachful resentment. You're the one who said you'd take care of me for the rest of my life. And you're the one who said you'd raise Xiaoyi with your own hands. But why? You can't even stay with Xiaoyi for just 1 year? Forestry State is a teacher extraordinaire. In order to be able to learn more for the children, he was multitasking on his own. Teach math after language arts, and English after math. Come home from work at night. He also had to take care of the orphans in the orphanage with the head grandmother. Under the ravages of prolonged overwork, he nonetheless lost the ability to have children. There are also very serious problems with the heart. Eventually, in front of all the students, he died suddenly on the podium that held his life's learning. That day was the 17th day after he picked up Lin Yi. It was also the day that Grandma Dean had picked up little 17 5 years ago. I wondered why there were children called 17. So that's what it means. Hey, fate is picking on the bitter ones. God is so unfair. Mr. Lin is such a good person. Why can't he be allowed to live a long life? Forget about not being able to live a long life. Why can't you even give them a child? Not fair. It's so unfair. Red-eyed netizens, desperately screaming on the air about the injustice of fate, take advantage of the gap. Grandma Dean found a couple of pictures somewhere. Lin Yi at the May 4th party. Lin Yi at the military school celebration. Then there's Lin Yi when he was a prison participant and so on. It's safe to say, these photos, totally call it a profile of Lin Yi's star. Karma Kuni, did you see that? The child you hoped would spend the rest of his life in peace, and now he's grown up. I bet you can't imagine that the kid who was on the verge of freezing to death is now a better man than you are. Can you? He helped me get your wish and became a great singer, writing great songs recognized by all. Grandma Dean holds the photo in one hand and caresses the tablet with the other. The face was proud, like a mother bragging to a father about the high score her child got on a test. Talking about talking, she suddenly burst into tears once more. Karma Kuni, you know, actually, the day you left, I wanted to follow you, offhand, when I was hanging myself, yet suddenly called out for his grandmother. I really can't let him go. The sobbing Grandma Dean didn't stop. But don't worry, I'll be there for you soon. The notice came down from the hospital this morning. Terminal brain cancer. There's no cure. You wait until I've entrusted the children to Xiaoyi. Then I'll go down to you right away. From the moment I heard the words terminal brain cancer, it was as if Lin Yi had gone deaf. No more follow-up words from Grandma could be heard. His eyes widened. An uncountable amount of powerlessness ran through his eyes. Stumbling backward. No, he's not retreating. Instead, flee, pulling Lu Qing along, trying to get out of this dreamlike, brutal truth. Escape completely. Chapter 160 Twilight Echoes, touching the heart. The two ran a long way. It was back to the empty wasteland. Watching a pop-up filled with concerned netizens, Lu Qing finally forced Lin Yi to pull a halt. Lin Yi, everyone's life comes to an end. You, Lu Qing, who suddenly realized he shouldn't have said that, rush in a different direction. Lin Yi, I didn't mean that. Modern medical care is already very, very high. Grandma will find a cure. Facing comfort from Willow Green, Lin Yi said he knew everything, but now it's tempting to be quiet. One then walked towards the front. Sister Chang, my grandmother also died of brain cancer. I understand how Lindy feels. He needs to be alone right now, and more than anything, he needs someone who can be there for him. Don't even say a word. That's what the audience is all about. Willingness to join Willow Green. Accompany Lin Yi through this time. Good. Lu Qing followed in stride. By the time she found Lin Yi, full of finished cigarettes, and the ground wet with tears, Lu Qing, who had wanted to speak, closed his mouth again. Take all the netizens with you. Quietly, he stood behind Lin Yi. Silence watched the crouch. Lin Yi, who was drumming away at his cell phone. About half an hour later, Lin Yi handed his cell phone to Lu Qing. Above is a new song. Echoes of Twilight. Legend has it that there is a star in the vast Milky Way that is he, choosing to stay even after stepping out of time. Gentle and uncharacteristic in the painted day. Oh quiet guardian of his regrets. Just read the beginning. Lu Qing was then impressed by the words Lin Yi had written. Sister Chang, what's wrong? What's written on Linda's cell phone? Is that what he's feeling right now? Or is that what he's trying to say to us? Please, Sister Chang, can you show us? The audience was curious. Lu Qing also told him about Lin Yi writing a new song. Just as she was about to ask Lin Yi whether or not it's time to sing a new song for the fans, Lin Yi turned his head violently. Grandma and Grandpa's thing. He wanted to be remembered by all. But Grandma had the secret of brain cancer. And yet he was unwilling to let anyone other than himself and Lu Qing know. He was afraid the story would reach his siblings' ears. A huge psychological blow to younger siblings. But it was not expected. It's amazing that the live stream is still going on. Lin Yi, it's not even 12 yet. Lu Qing had no bottom to explain. It's okay, Sister Qing. Lin Yi got up and shook his head. The whole thing was shrouded in a blanket of helplessness. The tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast all heard Grandma's words. This song is bound to catch fire, but as a singer he is, at the moment, but most afraid of their own fire with this song, because he has to guard his grandmother's secret. Protect your siblings. Lin Day, don't worry, we can understand you. This matter will never be exposed. Whoever dares to tell Grandma's secret, I'll curse him to not be able to eat 4 dishes for the rest of his life. Sister Chang, why don't you get a network confidentiality contract? Proposed by Netflix. The person who proposed the contract on his own is also a netizen. The only role Willow Green played in this, it was the cell phone that was held out to Lin Yi. Watching just 10 minutes, just a few 100,000 web signatures have already appeared. Lin Yi didn't say a word. Self-conscious, he walked towards the orphanage. Star Welfare Center. Lu Qing relied on vague memories, took the netizens to Lin Yi's bedroom. It's pretty empty inside. There was only a bed and table, and a very, very old used piano. The paint is pretty much gone. Lu Qing even suspected. The piano has long been scrapped. It doesn't play any sound at all. Lin Yi, are you okay? Willow Green tried. Lin Yi didn't have any reply. Just turn around in silence. Placed his hands on the black and white keys, as expected, because it's too old. This piano is inaccurate on almost every note. But Lin Yi didn't stop, still playing with his eyes closed. The sad sound of the piano. Legend has it that there's a star in the Milky Way that's him, having stepped out of time and still choosing to stay, gentle and uncharacteristic in the painted day. Quietly guarding his regrets, than ever. This time, Lin Yi's voice was much huskier. It has an indescribably strong sense of storytelling. Tomoyo, can anyone say what the theme of Rinda's new song is this time? A later poster asked. He could feel the emotions Lin Yi was putting into his song. Grieving, desperate and helpless. The theme this time is a secret that can't be told. Willow responded to that netizen. Can't tell the secret? Is it hard to believe that something happened to Linda? It shouldn't be. With Linda's current connections and abilities, is there anything he can't solve? The more the uninformed internet users think about it, the less they understand it. This was hotly debated. Someone said, Lin Yi thought back to the days when he had once fumbled around alone. There are also those who say, Lin Yi was thinking of the same group of children that had accompanied him as he grew up. There were even associations with Shi Shuyun. Think Lin Yi is using this new song. I put an end to that failed relationship with my own hands. Don't even guess. This new song was written for me by Linda. No, it should be addressed to my grandmother who died yesterday. Seeing that the netizens are getting more and more outrageous in their guesses, Xiangchengli Yunlong took the initiative to stand up and take it all on. Brother, my condolences. Grandma didn't leave you. Like Lindahl sang, Grandma just went to heaven. Yes, Grandma is just paying attention to you in a different way. You must live a good life and don't let Grandma down. Line after line of genuine comfort appeared on the screen. Everyone on the air at this point, quite by default. He put down his cell phone and keyboard, silently listening to Lin Yi's heartfelt singing. The old rocking chair squeaks and 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 squeaks. The wind has swept away the fallen leaves and flowers in the yard. The neighbors' kids are making a lot of noise. But why do I always think it's him? Lin Yi slightly broke his voice, because a sob appeared in his voice. In those tightly closed eyes, there were also 2 drops of lighted crystals. Little by little, it slid down his cheeks. It ended up dripping on the black and white keys of the piano. What's going on with Rinda? Someone asked. I should be too empathetic. Someone gave a quick response. Anyone who has a grandmother. Anyone can understand the sadness when a grandmother dies. But Lin Yi wasn't like them. Grandma's gone. They still have their parents to fall back on, with loved ones to gather with. And Grandma Dean is gone. Lin Yi then became an abandoned orphan once again. It's sadder than that time at birth. It's also more violent than everyone else's emotions, especially late at night. Vanguard led the starlight. Spells out the whole night when it does. A man who wanders the streets bored. Look at that cozy window picture. Only like a beggar, sitting alone on the side of the road. No need to pay attention to any image, nor do you need to pay attention to the disgusted stares of passers-by coming and going. Just sitting there alone, waiting until dawn without realizing it. He has lost forever the candle that was lit for him, and lost that harbor of tenderness. And late nights back at home. That bowl didn't taste too good, but it was a steaming bowl of noodles in clear soup. Chapter 161, God, can you make me feel something? Maybe you've heard him talk too, low or hoarse. That's him talking about what he's missing. He's probably in the last place, by your side, in your nightmares. Don't be afraid if you see him. The sound of the piano came to a screeching halt. No sign of it. Lin Yi, who had stopped all his movements. There was no loss of voice. There were only 2 unstoppable tears. Tick-tock fell on the black and white keys. He dreaded that day. Fear that Grandma, like Grandpa, had closed her eyes completely. Rinda, don't cry, okay? Good things happen to good people. Old Dean Lee will surely live a long life. No, it's 1,000 years of long life. 10,000 years. Unsuspecting netizens sent pop-ups to comfort Lin Yi, those in the know on the net. Then it was like Willow Green in the bedroom, with wordless silence, accompanying Lin Yi through this time that he dared not face. That's all. There was a silent pause for 4 or 5 minutes. Lin Yi spoke once more. He did not continue to play the piano for accompaniment, nor were the words sung in a previously thought-out key. Instead, they folded their hands, looking out the window at the sky. The most devotional prayers were performed. God. Singing this, Lin Yi's vocal tone softened, as if murmuring to a loved one. It touched everyone's heartstrings. May I feel. Seeing as how we're all so worried about each other. Even if a gust of wind, a leaf or a glance touches me, it's all good. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes as well, continued in an almost pleading tone. God, can he lend you to me? The scene, whether it's an informed or uninformed netizen, all of them froze. They remember. Lin Yi had always been an atheist, staunch materialist warrior. No matter how outrageous the size of the event, he's all convinced that science can explain everything. However, that's the one. In dealing with the loss of my grandmother, but chose to discard the strongest beliefs of the past. Begin to recognize inside to yourself, that ethereal deity. A most faithful prayer was sent. Oh God, if you exist, listen to what Rinda has to say. I hope that the spirits of the old ancestors in heaven will bless old Dean Lee with no calamities for the rest of his days. Please bless all grandparents in the world to enjoy their old age. The netizens all started praying. So did Willow Green. They followed Lin Yi's example. Sit at your company's workstation or in a chair at home, with the most reverent of hearts, a most heartfelt thought to the gods. To all grandparents, moms and dads, all can live a lifetime without worry. Both can live long lives. There was no sound in the live room. It went on for almost 10 minutes or so, until the old piano. There was another transmission. Is only being forgotten the end of the road? Even if there are regrets, they'll only last forever. Nostalgia. The piano is rolling over. Lin Yi was murmuring, like the effort he is still praying for. It was also like he was crying about endless thoughts. This emotion struck everyone, even viewers who have just entered the live stream. For viewers with no prior knowledge. Also at this moment, 2 more tear tracks appeared on her face. Today's meal is so salty. How can noodles in clear soup be so salty? Can anyone tell me why this is so? In a plain old fast food restaurant, sitting there was an older boy of only 16 or 17. Because my parents are divorced. Loved ones also look at him as a liability for their own sake. He has been living with his family's elderly aunt since he was a child. As he grows older every day, the old aunt's condition is also getting worse. He desperately needed more than $10,000 for his treatment. He was tricked by a shady agent into doing hard labor in a factory. Say yes to $6,000 a month, only to be cited by the unscrupulous owner for being underage, forced to half bet. The housemates see him as young and unintelligent. All sorts of bullying was done to him as well. The utilities he alone pays. He alone is responsible for dormitory hygiene. When it comes to the holidays, the housemates will still make all kinds of excuses. Let him buy dinner. To be able to save enough money for my old aunt's treatment. He put up with all that. Young man, finish this bowl of noodles and go home early. Nyo, the owner of the fast food restaurant, brought a plate of gazpacho. There were 2 beers in his hand. Time to eat, time to drink. This one's on me. Bull poured himself a drink. He was one of the few who was willing to be true to that big boy. Brother, I won't eat for nothing. You wait until next month. I'll make it up to you as soon as I pass my internship and my paycheck comes in. The older boy pulled out all the money in his pocket, $1.50 both. Just enough for a bowl of noodles and clear soup. Why are you boys so shafted? Do I need this much money from you? Nyo took a big gulp of his drink and continued. You still don't get it? You can't get your paycheck. It wasn't the first time the older boy had heard such words from Bull's lips. He knew it with his eyes closed. Cow's next words. It would be how workers coming into the factory could have an internship. Brother, I know what you're saying, but that's money I earned working for myself. The boss can pay me less, but he can't not pay me, or I'll sue him. The older boy spoke righteously. Nyo, who was sitting across from him, however, sighed repeatedly. The 2 tacitly avoided the topic, chatting over drinks. Lin Yi, you like him too, Bull? The older boy noticed Bull's cell phone. You're along for the ride. Bull put his cell phone on the table. Live streaming content. It just happened to be the moment Lin Yi started playing the piano. Looking at Lin Yi, who was gradually losing control of his emotions. Looking at Lin Yi, who had folded his hands and started praying. The older boy thought violently of his old aunt. Tearful eyes unknowingly fell into the bowl in front of her. Eat slowly. There's more if you don't have enough. No one will take it from you. Bull frowned, but the older boy was still frantically raking noodles into his mouth. he promised his old aunt. Earned money or not, all will eat well. Suddenly, brother, why are the noodles so salty today? The older boy bowed his head. Go home. The noodles your old aunt cooked for you are not salty. I'll pay for the ticket. You don't have to give it back. Bull chortled. The older boy ignored him. Take out the broken cell phone. Open the Lin E live stream. Sent that why is the noodle salty pop-up. The soup was originally unsalted noodles, but only when tears fall from the bowl do we know it's salty. Netizens responded with one sigh. The saltless side is also the faceless side. Lin Yi's song continued as well. Then when the universe is annihilated and the yellow springs are stranded, we'll turn to dust and we'll meet again. Then we'll wait for the universe to die and the yellow springs to run aground. We'll turn to dust. I'll see you again. The song is over. In a bleak, cool coda, the older boy stood up without a word. He handed out the pile of change on the table. Turn around and walk away quickly. Unsure of him, Bull followed. Looking at the weakened back of the older boy going back to the factory, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. From this day forward, he never saw the big boy again. Only heard a few things from other workers. The older boy met two older sisters online who treated him well. Not much of the paycheck was claimed though, but he used his hands, earned the money for the ticket home. As far as owing money for meals at fast food restaurants, he used to buy his housemates dinner. All of it was returned to Bull. Chapter 162, The Ghost You Fear is the One Others Miss Most. Live stream. Listen to the whole song for the audience. All of them cried into tears. The pop-up area also turned into a storytelling convention. I still remember it to this day. In my junior year of college, I got a text message from my grandfather out of the blue. His old man couldn't read and sent me a bunch of random letters and numbers. When I returned home for the summer I realized that was what my grandfather was trying to say to me before he passed away. That text message Netflix couldn't read. He can only do so in hindsight. Feel the unspoken love that his grandfather had for him. Brother, you're lucky you didn't get to see your grandfather leave with your own eyes. I'm really envious of you. Xianchengli Yunlong jumped out again. This time it wasn't to cover for Lin Yi. Instead, they speak from the heart. His grandmother left 10 years ago. That time, he stood in front of his grandmother's bed, watching grandma, shoving a few crumpled bills into his hand, then left with a face full of unease. I was too young to know what death meant and always thought my grandmother was asleep. Like a little cutie. As one, I took the money she gave me and went to buy mangoes, a favorite of both of us. I came back full of joy because I saw my mom and dad who were working outside and hadn't seen them in years. I handed them both the mango with a smile, and I ended up getting beat up in front of my grandmother's casket. After being beaten up I heard my dad say that grandma hated mangoes and she was willing to eat them with me because I was deficient in a vitamin. No one knows what happened back there, because Xianchengli Yunlong is crying on his bed. Yunlong, you know, I envy you too. At least you've lived with your grandmother. I haven't seen my grandparents once since I was born. Handsome being cut sent a pop-up. He is on the bus to Xiangqing with welcome Rich White. Not for seeing Lin Yi. I just wish I could comfort some of the good brothers in the group in person. The pop-up storytelling convention continues. Turned on the anchor mute feature for Willow Green. He also came to Lin Yi's side. She gently patted the back of Lin Yi, who was still sitting still. Lin Yi, grandma's still here. Please pull yourself together, okay? The words seemed to have struck a nerve with Lin Yi. He jerked his head around. Ask Willow Green inside the friend she knows. Is there a doctor who is an expert in brain cancer? Yes, I'll call and ask when it's off the air later. Lu Qing was still gently caressing Lin Yi's back. Sister Chang, promise me, okay? Grandma mustn't know about this. Brain cancer was grandma's best kept secret. It's like she doesn't want the kids to know about it. Lin Yi also intended to use the daily inspection as an excuse. Help grandma secretly cure her brain cancer. Don't worry, I'll arrange it. Now you lay down and rest for a while and wait for me to call you back. After helping Lin Yi to the bed, Lu Qing closed the live broadcast and left the orphanage. Looking at the closed bedroom door, alone, Lin Yi couldn't hold back any longer. Covering her eyes, she cried out in pain. Any cancer that's in an advanced stage, there is basically no complete cure, but there was only so much he could do for grandma. The rest, all that was left for him to do was to listen to God. The other side, Twilight Echoes hits Twitter. It's led to a myriad of conversations. One of the most heated posts, from a certain unknown internet user. He told stories about his grandfather and grandmother. That must have been 5 or so years ago, when my grandfather, who was 29 years old, took my grandmother and my father and their 4 children and hid to live in the isolated mountains. One thought on hiding in the mountains. It instantly attracted the attention of netizens. In normal human perception, love and marriage are free. It shouldn't be tied to the word hide, because my grandmother was a full 10 years older than my grandfather, a widow in the village, and our father and they were not my grandfather's children. That netizen didn't half hide it. A 50-50 account of the whole story. Due to the bondage of the feudal mindset, widows are an extremely uninviting group, but but the netizens' grandfather, Lu Guijiang, at the first time he met his grandmother, Su Chaoqing, and there sprang up a love that could not be suppressed. My grandfather's family was so against the whole thing that they even locked him in the house and wouldn't let him have any contact with my grandmother. One day, my grandfather somehow escaped and hid with my grandmother overnight to live in the deep forest. It took him 50 whole years to handcarve more than 6,000 stone steps out of the rugged mountains for grandma's convenience in going up and down the mountain. Netflix wrote a nearly 10,000-word article, a detailed account of what happened, post-reform and openness. It should have been a love that deserved to be celebrated, but the lovers didn't wait for the bittersweet day. A sudden accident. It completely took away Zhang Gutkang's life, leaving the lonely Su Chaoqing in tears all day long. Ended up crying his eyes out. I didn't write this story to make people identify with my grandparents' love. Rather, it's because I heard Lin Yi's Twilight Echo. He sings this song about exactly what my grandmother is going through in her life. A heartfelt passage at the end. Touched a lot of netizens. #Stairway to Love #. This hot search came up on the quiet. Noticed by a certain Lini fan who was surfing. He posted the link to the post to the group. Half an hour later. Shrimp without blinking. What a singable love story. I hope we can all meet a sincere trusting other half in our lives too. Peace for all seasons. Since my grandmother died, my grandfather, who was a soldier all his life, has been running to the temple all day long, and now I understand what he's doing. Linda's 10-year-old fan, 5555. Linda just finished crying in the morning live broadcast, and this is making me cry again. Do you want to make me cry? The fans in the group were each in tears, especially when they see a quote from the post. That was when Netflix was a kid. Something his grandmother, Xiao Chaoqing, said. Good boy, don't be afraid. The person in your dream isn't a ghost. That's your grandfather, the person grandma wants to dream about the most. This statement resonated with all the internet users. It also made Lin Yi's voice ring in their ears once more. God, can I feel it? Seeing as how we're so relieved for each other. Even if a gust of wind, a leaf, a touch of the eye. It's all good. The melody in his head is augmented. More and more people started reprinting the story titled Stairway to Love. No. One on the Twitter Hot 100 list. Also from #Lini's new song Twilight Echoes. It became a sentence. #the ghosts we fear the most and the people others miss the most. Chapter 163, chorus is secretly filmed. Netizens scolded for rubbing it in. A Twilight Echo. A Stairway to Love. I wonder how many netizens were made to weep at night. Song Qinghuan was one of them. She hid under the covers with a small sob. The heart is about to break. She doesn't understand. Why does the world always have so many tragedies? Does every story, are they not destined to end well? Thinking about it for her. Silently, he flipped to the singing clips recorded by netizens at Lin Yi's live broadcast. Listening to that Twilight Echo song again. The more the song loops, the more grief she felt in her heart. The harder it was to part with it. Can't help it. She went to the company's recording studio. Pick up the cello in the corner. One side according to their own ideas. Touching up the poor sound of an old piano. While following Lin Yi in the video. Chorus up softly. It was different from Lin Yi's slightly hoarse voice. Her singing voice was ethereal, like a child full of childlike innocence. It also contains a purity unique to teenage girls. Legend has it that there is a star in the vast Milky Way that is he, choosing to stay even after stepping out of time. Gentle interspersed with raspy vocals. It's like a heavenly creation and, upon contact, and there was a spark like no other. It's as if a person is telling a story of the past in front of an audience. Another person plays out scene after scene in front of an audience that once spent time with their grandparents. There are sounds and even more pictures. Enough to put a smile on everyone's face. Again, he couldn't help but redden his eyes. With the complexity of laughter and grief. Savor the little bits and pieces in the minutiae of life. That pervades the whole path of life. But it is a strong love that is often overlooked. It's so late. Where did Qinghuan go? Why don't you even answer your phone? Sisterly, who has something for Song Qinghuan? I was told by a coworker to come to the recording studio. I just happened to see Song Qinghuan singing. TSK, 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 TSK. It's really good. Keep up that attitude from now on. The more songs you write, the more money you'll share in my hand. Lee picked up a random headset and listened to it. It's a chorus of men and women. One is as gentle as water. One is weathered. Both from a professional and amateur perspective. The natural voices of these two players. It's all like God utilizing the miraculous skills of the devil. Create the ultimate product. 100% perfect. Again, there is a high degree of fit. It's like a fish meeting a river. And like an eagle spreading its wings in the sky. Complementary. Pearls. Later. Why does that male voice sound all so familiar? Lee snapped back to her senses. It was Lin Yi's voice. Great. This song even has something about Lin Yi. Lee held back her laughter. Linny is now synonymous with top traffic. With him as a guarantor, this song is destined to be a hit. Then this thing will bring her more money in return. Think about it. Lee couldn't hold back any longer. The more the smile crawled across his face, the more he also smiled. Looking at Song Ching-hwan's eyes, it also gradually became more and more greedy. The only thing she cares about has never been profit. As for Song Ching-hwan, it's just a tool she uses to make a buck. Remembering when Lee began to plan in her mind for her future life with money, suddenly, Song Ching-hwan sighed in the recording studio. Hey, it's been heard so many times, how come you still haven't memorized the lyrics? Look at the drumming cell phone. Song Ching-hwan who sings and listens at the same time. Lee couldn't help but blush. For her, can Song Ching-hwan sing the song in its entirety? It's just too important. She had to help Song Ching-hwan memorize the lyrics as soon as possible. Then record the chorus song. Right, record it. This song has to be recorded and posted online. The lure from money. It had already made Lee completely lose herself. She rummaged through her body for a moment. Finally, the cell phone was found. Right on cue. Song Ching-hwan in the studio. A new chorus began as well. This time she was confident enough. Definitely can sing the whole song down in its entirety. No, there's no sound out there. We have to record inside. Realizing this, Ray, before Song Ching-hwan realized it, quietly, he pushed open the door to the recording studio. There was only a small gap, just in time to record the whole inside in my hand. She videotaped the whole thing, intending to do so without Song Ching-hwan's consent. Post this audio online. Ching-hwan, don't blame me. You're just coming out now, and you really need the fame. Since the song was written by Linny and you fit his voice so well, I'm sure posting this section of the video online will make you explode out of the ring. Don't look at Sister Lee with such righteous words on her lips, but in her heart she was happy. Already, even in a vague way, she saw money beckoning her. Immediately, retweeted. Use a sneak peek perspective, putting the two in a spaced out chorus, displayed before the eyes of all internet users. It's 1:30 in the morning. The night owls are hanging out on the internet. Unintentionally noticed the video posted by Ray. Click in and take a look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is too good to be true. I can only describe the whole song as impeccable. I was pretty much on my knees the whole way through. Is that little girl Song Ching-hwan? A netizen recognized Song Ching-hwan. It also reminds others of the nickname Girl Genius. I always thought this was the persona the company had created for her. But when I heard it today, she's a real bully. The chorus with Lin Dick can be sung to this extent. I have to say, Song Ching-hwan is really powerful. This talented girl, I admit it. Everyone recognized Song Ching-hwan this night. Same time, the internet has also been flooded with all sorts of posts. Amazing chorus from across the room. Girl Genius X Future King of Songs. The most perfect male and female voices ever. Every post has a high number of views. There are more people watching. A new voice then sounded. It's not right. Why would Song Ching-hwan send a video at this time? Is she really not rubbing off on Linda? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The netizens realized this at the same time. It's also attracted countless little hacks. Soon, various comments abusing Song Ching-hwan for rubbing off on him covered a tall building. Even Lee and the others were not spared. Forced slamming of Ri for stealing a photo is shameful. No respect for the privacy of others. The other side. Song Ching-hwan, who had finally sung the complete chorus, was overjoyed. She wanted to tweet, give a good shout out to Linny for how well he wrote this new song, but not before she unlocked the screen. Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong. The message alerts on his cell phone sounded incessantly. It's all private messages and tweets on Twitter. If you don't think about singing properly, but only think about how to rub Lin Yi's nose in it, you deserve to remain unpopular for the rest of your life. With this little trick of yours, can you stop showing it off? I'm sick of it. Go back to being your normal self. The path of stardom is not for you. Clearly a tirade. Looking at Song Ching-hwan, she was confused. What's the situation? I didn't rub Lin Yi the wrong way either. Why are they all here to scold me? Her brow furrowed. Keep scrolling down the page. You deserve to be unlucky to have an agent who doesn't respect other people's privacy. When Lin Yi's new song and the story of the love ladder caught fire, you were the first to come over and rub it in. So good at rubbing it in. Why don't you go rubbing in the dust? Chapter 164, Love Stairway and Twilight Echo. Perfect match. Countless insults in private messages. The curses were worse than one another. Even if Song Ching-hwan's mind was good, it's also more or less a little sad this time of year. It was clear that he hadn't rubbed Lin Yi the wrong way. Why are these people spouting nonsense on the internet? What the hell is going on here? The more he thought about it, the more unreasonable Song Ching-hwan felt. To the latest netizen who private messaged her, sent a question mark. You who? Is that so new? The hallowed genius girl Song Ching-hwan actually answered my private message? Koriko flirted a few times, then put up the video that Ray had posted online, and with a whole new paragraph of swearing. Soon, An annoyed Song Chinghwan appeared in Sister Lee's office. She put her cell phone on the table. Not a word was said the whole time, just with a hinky eye gaze, deadly staring at Lee's face that was full of indifference. Chinghwan, what am I doing this for? Do you really not know? Is it hard to think that I would harm you? Lee slammed the table. Those cold eyes. It was as if he would swallow Song Chinghwan in the next second. But Ray, why didn't you ask my permission first? Song Chinghwan was aggrieved. She didn't like the fact that she and Linny were merging again. It's going to be this way. And with your permission. Are you kidding me? Sister Lee smiled coldly. The name Girl Genius. It's not the persona the company created for Song Chinghwan. Rather, it was a nickname given to her consciously by the last netizens. That's a good start. But it's just a poochy start. Now Song Chinghwan, there is no semblance of international fame. It didn't cause much of a splash in the country either. That little bit of fan. It's simply not enough to sustain her on her way to the big time. Take a closer look. How much has the fan base gone up since you got back? You think all this relies on your own strength. But is that really the case? Without Lin Yi's heat, you're nothing. Lee took out a pile of data that had been prepared long ago. It was flung directly into Song Chinghwan's arms. It is recorded in detail. From the first time she rubbed Lin Yi the wrong way online, until today. All the changes in the number of fans and personal traffic. You open your eyes and take a good look. Every time you rub Lin Yi's nose in the heat, your fan base goes up by as much as you can. If you didn't have these things, what's the difference between you and those little 18th line actors and singers? Lee's eyes glared angrily, looking at the various rising and constant data in front of him. The anger in Song Chinghwan's heart also climbed to an unprecedented extreme. She always thought, a singer wants to get hot. It's never been about outstanding work and talent recognized by all. Those little schemes that have nothing to do with their own efforts. All of it is a sideline. It will be reviled by the public, not to mention. It also pushes a singer off a cliff completely. Ha 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 ha. And talent? If you can't make money helping the company, you're a no-good loser. Have you already forgotten what made Lin Yi hot? Ray's words are so beautiful. It even brought up Lin Yi's past. She thinks, if it wasn't for Nayoung taunting on the show in the first place, and the smears from all over the internet, Lin Yi wouldn't have gotten the chance to appear in front of a national audience so quickly. That's one way to get famous fast. But what she doesn't know is this. Take out for yourself the Lin Yi debut incident that you used to convince Song Chinghwan. Instead, it made Song Chinghwan completely move to true anger. Enough. Don't you say another word. Song Chinghwan and Sister Lee got into a heated argument. Exasperated, Lee directly took out the contract. Turned that must unconditionally cooperate with company strategy on its head. It's a bully clause. Violation of the content of the contract. Song Chinghwan would have to pay the company an astronomical amount of money for breach of contract. She's pressed for money to pay for it. Because there's a pair of vampire parents in the house. Ask her for money all the time. Even so, the little hacks online still haven't left her alone. Round after round of abuse. Even the netizens can't look away. The rebuttals have begun. Making a bigger and bigger deal out of this. It ended up on the hot seat. Nice. You did a great job this time. That's what we want to see. The company's leaders had a special banquet. All sorts of praise for Ray. Same time, the internet guy who wrote Stairway to Love got a media interview. With this thing proving to be true, Netflix bloggers of all sizes run to post videos, singing the praises of that last century's love. This Twilight Echo sings of not just family, but friendship and love as well. I hope you can give me more likes, so that more people will know about the Stairway of Love and Lu Guojiang and Su Chao Chang. A doujinshi blogger posted the video. He clips media interviews. With anime, the love ladder is restored to the internet as much as possible. It drew a lot of tears in front of the screen. If the blogger's video is true, then I will truly bless this love affair. If the blogger's video is fake, then I hope it never happens. Many users send comments. One of the hottest entries. Exactly the quote from the article. The ghost you fear the most is the one others miss the most. The number of comments and likes is increasing. The video is getting hotter and hotter. Even the number of followers this online blogger has. It's all growing by leaps and bounds at a rate visible to the naked eye. Can anyone tell me whose song the BGM is? Same question. I think I've heard this song somewhere, but I can't find it after looking it up. I'll give you $10 for the name of the author of Twilight Echoes. With the video going crazy hot, doujinshi users are having a warm good time with the song Twilight Echoes. Desperate to know the name of the singer. Look who it really is. Could have the talent to write this moving song. It's Lin Di. My idol Lin Di. The full version of this song is not out yet, but please believe that Linda will record the full version soon. I hope you guys and gals can pay more attention to Rinda. His other songs are great too. Linny fans who saw the Finders Keepers video, horseshoe amenable to the word. Linda? Are you guys talking about that new age top stream singer Linny? It's him again? I haven't heard enough of The Wind Rises and he wrote this song Twilight Echoes. Does he have no limit to his talent? The audio extracted from the livestream is so good. I can't even imagine what the full version will be like when it comes out. Do Jinshi users keep pouring into the fanbase? Express your love for Twilight Echoes at the same time. Also started asking Lin Yi's old fans about it. Hyperventilating the full version. Where the hell should I go to do that? Lambda currently only has a Twitter account. You know what I mean? In the group, Deep Boy High sent a message. Knowing, doing users have responded. A few minutes later, Lin Yi microblogging private message area. Kneeling for a full version of Linda's recording of Twilight Echoes. There are also the songs 10,000 Borders and Little River Runs Through the Water. Don't forget them. Linda, please take care of the new album. 2. Hyperventilating the rest of the year. There were also voices concerned about Lin Yi. Rinda, all this is trivial. Your body is the big thing. That's right. It's okay for us to wait. But Linda, you mustn't exhaust your body. Recently live broadcast Random Pigeon. Who dares to rush it? Is not giving me face. Chapter 165, Twilight Echo Fighting Sound Explosion. The video of the fighting voice blogger is on fire. It just happened to be seen by a young man who was drinking. The love ladder of mutuality. Whispered prayers of the Twilight Echo. None of them brought him to quiet tears. Maybe it was the alcohol going to his head. He turned on the camera, used Twilight Echo as BGM. To himself, he told the story of his relationship with his first love. 7 whole years. The two talked from freshman year to the year before. It was supposed to be a love that deserved to be blessed by all. But in the end, it lost out to reality. She was nice and gave me many chances, but I never got ahead and wasted year after year of her youth. It's her wedding day, and I don't dare go to her city, so I just sit here and drink alone. May all of you in front of the video ever meet a scoundrel like me. Cheers! This is a newly opened account. The video totals a song's worth of time. The content is also just the sentiments of a disillusioned person. However, this video but in just 1 hour. A miracle was performed. Over 1 million likes and comments. Over 30 million views. I just heard Linda's song at first and thought to casually check it out, but I didn't realize that the same people are at the end of the world. Brother, thanks for the reminder. I'll definitely work hard and make money. Struggle. Netizens have been leaving comments below the video. The cell phone that won't stop vibrating. It was soon discovered by the young man. Thank you all for your comfort. This song, Twilight Echoes by Lin Yi, will be in my permanent collection. He replied back as the author of the video. The video was then deleted. Get ready to go toe-to-toe with brand new life. For the next half hour, I have a good brother. All day in the community to mix when hanging without a serious look. But that night, he used his own life to save a pair of mothers and children in the fire. I used to think my dad lived a wimpy life when he was around. And now that I've become a wimpy dad too, I don't get the chance to understand my dad to his face. Various videos with Twilight Echo as the BGM are popping up. Some people are speaking from the heart. Others are intentionally parodying it for the sake of traffic, regardless of the truth or falsehood of it. Twilight Echo's airplay and usage, all at breakneck speed, charged towards the #1 spot on the fighting voice rankings. It made the private messages urging for more work on Lin Yi's Weibo homepage become more and more frequent. Star Welfare Center. Lin Yi, I'll help you with the internet. This is the hospital you take grandma and the kids to. I've already talked to my friend and he'll tell grandma it's just a physical. Returning Willow Green. Handed Lin Yi a business card. The introduction above is simple. Brain specialist Hu Jun. Sister Cheng. Thank you. Lin Yi thanked Lu Qing. Trying to convince grandma to go to the hospital was no easy task. Lu Qing, who had been in contact with the children for a few days, can think of the excuse of a medical checkup? Must be a lot of work behind the scenes. It's not in the way. The orphanage has yearly checkups anyway. Lu Qing waved his hand. Aha! Lin Yi nodded. Came to Grandma Dean's room. After some persuasion, the Dean's grandmother, who couldn't argue with Lin Yi, had to agree to go with him to a major hospital for a medical checkup. Soon, a party from the orphanage came to the hospital. The kids are really checking out. Grandma, on the other hand, was taken by the nurse to Hu Jun's office. After a meticulous examination, old man, why don't you go get another picture taken? You've got a little problem with your back. Hu Jun looked at the report in his hand and said with a smile, wait until grandma is taken away by the nurse. Lin Yi walked in. Seriousness instantly replaced the smile on Hu Jun's face. He first handed the report to Lin Yi. Diagnosed. Terminal brain cancer. Take a look at the specifics, and I'll tell you the rest when I'm done. Talking at the same time, Hu Jun got up and closed the doors and windows, rummaging around in a side cabinet. Wait until Lin Yi finished reading the report. He also moved the organized information to the table. A whole stack of them. All of them are internationally recognized advanced medical papers. As you can see from the specifics, the chances of your grandmother trying to be cured are slim. because modern medicine is not at that level, Hu Jun said as he spoke, while taking out various expert papers and showing them to Lin Yi. It's clearly written. The rate of complete cure for cancer is only a few 10,000ths of 1%. Patients with advanced brain cancer, the probability of regaining health is even more infinitely close to zero. Most importantly, as old as Dean's grandmother, physical fitness is weak. It's hard to carry on with major and minor surgeries and other treatments. An inattentive attending physician. It may even allow similar patients to enter heaven early. Don't be too disappointed. Although the chances of curing your grandmother are slim, it's not impossible. In addition to that, we can suppress the progression of the disease through conservative treatment. Hu Jun took out a few more pieces of information. From a clinical perspective, directions for treatment of advanced cancer, mostly towards survival with a tumor. In other words, it doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter if it's cured or not, as long as it allows the patient to live a few more years without interfering with their normal life. It would be considered the greatest success. Is there nothing else that can be done other than chemotherapy and radiation? Those modalities? Lin Yi, who was lost in thought after reading the information, asked. He was afraid his grandmother's body wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm also afraid that grandma will accept it because of the way it is. Let the kids know the truth ahead of time. Although there are still international techniques for targeted drug therapy and immunotherapy, your grandmother is too old. Mr. Lin Yi, you understand what I mean, don't you? Hu Jun sighed. These treatments are much more effective, yet there is an urgent need for the patient to be in good shape. Grandma Dean is clearly not one of those people. Lin Yi had wanted to say something else, but the words came out. It's turned into another I understand sentence full of powerlessness and helplessness. Mr. Lin Yi, you don't have to be discouraged or so pessimistic. The way cancer is treated has always been the greatest challenge facing all of humanity. Almost all countries are doing research on this. I'm sure a better treatment will come along in a few years. Hu Jun poured Lin Yi a glass of water. He's a doctor. Nothing can be hidden from the patient's family. Even knowing that grandma might not even be able to wait these few years, he still has to say that. Dr. Hu, thank you. Lin Yi sighed and forced a smile. Come on, I'll take you over to your grandmother's. Well, I will also pay more attention to domestic and international research on cancer in the future. The two men looked at each other, got up and left the office. The other side, Granny Dean, who had finished her filming, sat in a chair with a sad face. She's old, but she's not confused. Even if the hospital is bigger, check the equipment re-advanced. Normal medical checkup for her, nor will it be under the guidance of Hu Jun. Undergoing so many tests for the head side of things, there's only one way to explain this whole thing. That's the secret to her brain cancer. It had been known by Lin Yi in advance. Dr. Hu, over here. Grandma contemplates the occasion. The nurse shouted toward the door. Soon, Hu Jun and Lin Yi came to the room. Look at this, old man. You have a serious back injury. Can you tell me about when you started having back pain and exactly where it hurts the most? Hu Jun, who had taken the piece, asked. Lin Yi, on the other hand, stood aside without saying a word, trying to keep the usual smile on his face. Doctor, I'm mostly in more pain here. Grandma patted her back, then continued. The wound is in myself, and I know very well what I am now. And it's old, and I've put it off for too long. It's only normal that it can't be cured. Doctor, don't stress too much. Big deal. I don't have a few years to live anyway. Only then. I hope you can keep this a secret for me and not let the children know about it. The words looked like Dean's grandmother was speaking to Hu Jun, but everyone in the room understood. That was what she wanted to say to Lin Yi. She hoped that Lin Yi could treat the children as he had treated her, keeping brain cancer a secret, tucked away in the heart forever. Grandma, don't worry. Dr. Hu is the best doctor in this area. No matter how bad your back injury is, Dr. Hu will definitely be able to fix you up. Lin Yi half-kneeled in front of his grandmother, holding her hand tightly as he said without turning his head. Dr. Hu, am I right? Hu Jun certainly knew how to answer, but not before he opened his mouth. Grandma is just smiling. Pick up the business card from the floor. It was put into Lin Yi's hand. That's Hu Jun's business card. Grandma, no need to explain yet. Grandma knows everything. Grandma Dean held Lin Yi's hands in turn. In the past, Grandma was afraid to go see your grandpa because she was afraid that you wouldn't have enough to eat or wear without Grandma. But now Grandma isn't afraid, because you've grown up. When the time comes, Grandma will have the honor of telling your grandfather that he has an exceptionally feisty grandson, a dear grandson who will make him proud forever. Hearing the words own grandchildren, Lin Yi couldn't help it. Tears welled up in his eyes. The hands were also trembling uncontrollably. Just the moment he was about to cry out, Lin Yi, Lu Qing appeared at the door of the hospital room. Chapter 166, You can't whore yourself out for nothing. Green, what brings you here? Grandma Dean asked gently. Grandma, I'm looking for Lin Yi for something urgent. Lu Qing, who was completely unaware of what was happening, still smiling at Grandma. Go on Yat. Work is important. Grandma let go of Lin Yi's hand. After he and Lu Qing walked outside the house, Grandma couldn't help but sigh. Her worst fears had come true. Lin Yi knew her secret. Elderly man. In fact, if you actively cooperate with the treatment and have a more optimistic mindset, miracles are still possible. Hu Jun said soothingly. He had made up his mind. The intention is to remain in the country to help with Grandma's treatment. Dr. Hu. Thank you. It's all what I'm supposed to do. Outside the ward, Lu Qing told Lin Yi what had happened online, especially the sneak peek video that reposted. It's been considered a very serious infringement. We have to take this seriously. Lin Yi, as long as you nod your head right now, I can give them a hard lesson. As a gold agent, Willow Green, it's clear how important the word copyright is to singers. No abuse should be tolerated. Otherwise the consequences are bound to be unimaginable. Sister Chang, show me that video first. It's on Twitter. It hasn't been deleted. Yes. Lin Yi nodded and opened up Weibo. He didn't care about what was being said online. Instead, he closed his eyes and quietly listened to Song Qinghwan singing. He was impressed with the talented young woman. Think the other guy is a great talent that can't be beat. It's just that the back-end team technology is unknown. He was never able to write a perfectly suited song that fits Song Qinghwan's innate voice. She does sing well, but the copyright infringement thing is still not. Hush, Sister Chang, wait for me to hear it first. Lin Yi made a shushing motion, continued to listen carefully. I don't know if it's because I'm more relaxed at home. Song Qinghwan this time. It's more powerful than she was on the singer's show. A complete illustration of what it means to be a genius, especially the cello solo that accompanied the whole thing. Surprisingly, it gave Lin Yi, the original author, an unprecedented feeling. It's like a finishing touch. Again, like the icing on the cake. Great for making up for the crippled tone of older pianos. It also makes for a rich accompaniment. God. When Song Qinghwan sang those two words, Lin Yi was instantly stunned into heaven. There's a sense of a huge shock that hits the soul. In the live video, this part of the chorus he's whispering a prayer, but Song Qinghwan was relying on her own talents. True to form, it was sung. The bottom line is this, Song Qinghwan's own arrangement. It's not half bad with the whole song. It also had an indescribable complementarity with that prayer of Lin Yi's. It's like the song was meant to be. Some people confide in the gods. Someone chanted softly from the sidelines. To be honest, from my perspective, her voice matches yours. Lu Qing, who could see Lin Yi's thoughts, said truthfully, she's barely a pro. You will be analyzed together in terms of timbre, sound quality, breath, technique, and more. Final verdict. There is and only one. Lin Yi and Song Qinghwan's voices were just too good a match. If the two of them could sing a chorus, then the song. It's bound to go down in the annals of Chinese music. Sister Chang, how much have you ever known about this person? Song Qinghwan? Lin Yi, who had watched the entire video, asked. It was the first time he had ever been moved to love talent. Wanted to pull Song Qinghwan into his team. Truly speaking, she debuted even earlier than you and was called a talented young girl at that time. Willow Green spoke of what she knew, before she had even left from her old employer. Just already knew Song Qinghwan. She was only a teenager at that time, and with her angelic and ethereal voice, she received high praise from a group of music industry seniors. Even Ms. Han Hong once commented that as long as she spends some time polishing her singing skills, her future achievements are destined to be unlimited. Willow Green, who said this, couldn't help but sigh. She proposed it with her old boss. Whatever it takes. All must sign Song Qinghwan. Nah, it didn't take long after this offer was submitted. Then the chaperone thing happened. I'm not sure about it afterward. I only know that Song Qinghwan was sponsored to study abroad. Aside from this sneak peek video, the last time I saw her was on that singer's show of yours. Lu Qing told everything he knew. Well, Ms. Han Hong's assessment is correct. Song Qinghwan does have the strength to become the future rising queen of song. Lin Yi nodded. Speaking from the heart, he wanted to sign Song Qinghwan, both for him personally and for the development of the team. It's all a good thing that can't be beat. The dilemmas that need to be faced. It's nothing more than taking the time to write a few chorus songs. As for the other aspects, even less to worry about. Your own team speaks for itself. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of any demonic behavior from Song Qinghwan at all. What should I tell you? And this matter is fine. But Song Qinghwan has already signed up for the company. You know about Prosperity Entertainment, don't you? The moment Lu Qing said the name of the agency behind Song Qinghwan, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. This company is well known in the circles. It's not the strength that makes a star in itself, nor is it because of their various supportive attitudes towards newcomers. Rather, it's because they're rogue enough. Once upon a time in the 90s, an artist under the name of Prosperity Entertainment is planning to go solo. They agreed explicitly. Available after the artist has checked out. Another lawsuit took that artist to court, on contractual grounds. Nonetheless, the artist is made to pay an astronomical amount of money for breach of contract. There were also all sorts of dark stories related to the artist in the shadows. It led to that artist becoming a target in the entertainment industry. He eventually hanged himself in a fit of depression, so the probability of this coming to fruition is very small. Lu Qing sighed. Then take your time. There's no rush. Lin Yi ended the topic, turning to the infringement. You can't whore for nothing, and you have to sue for what you should sue for. As far as exactly how to go about this, Sister Chang, I'm sure you know better than I do. Looking at Lin Yi's determined eyes, Lu Chang nodded. She had already thought of a plan to deal with it, to warn Song Qinghuan mainly. Also, this is a warning to all my peers. And the display of Lin Yi's attitude, confronted with any degree of infringement, it's all taken seriously on their end. Efforts are made to maintain the copyright issues of each singer. Of course, this was on the premise that Song Qinghuan's side listened to advice. If they dare ignore the warning, Lu Qing assured Lin Yi, she has no less than 100 ways. Let all the people who have anything to do with this, paying a terrible price. Chapter 167, Lin Yi, can you tell me what to do? Song Qinghuan's heat level continued to rise. The one who started this whole thing, Ray, logically turned into a big red man in the eyes of the boss. The company's status has risen overnight. Sisterly, these are our homegrown apples. Would you like to try them? Sisterly, I participated in a supermarket event yesterday and won a voucher. Take it. I don't need it. Sisterly, the list goes on and on. Almost all of the company's employees were doing their best to please Sisterly. I hope Sisterly can, after Song Qinghuan bursts into flames, arrange a position for them that can hook up with Song Qinghuan. Okay, I appreciate everyone's kindness, so take the stuff back. Looking at the table full of Linsanity, Lee smiled and waved her hand. Sure enough, it's still our Sisterly. A new and recently arrived employee rushed to give a thumbs up, watching him leave Ray's office with the gifts he had prepared. The old greasers couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. That afternoon, personnel cited failure to pass the test during the probationary period as the reason. Fired that new employee. All this is naturally the handiwork of Sisterly. You did a great job. I'll remember this. In the office, Ray tapped personnel on the shoulder. It's an honor to serve Sisterly. Personnel smiled and handed over a mailer. Sisterly, I don't know who sent this to you. It was a plain paper bag. Inside was placed a lawyer's letter from Lin Yi's team. Sisterly, this. Personnel are shocked and scared. Even talking is shivering. What are you afraid of? It's just a lawyer's letter? Ray waved her hand. As a broker, she was all too familiar with it. The so-called lawyer's letter. It's just a warning from the law firm. Does not have any legal effect. Go ahead and leave work. I'll just take care of this. Sending people away after the fact. Ray was sitting alone in a chair. She wasn't afraid of this warning from Team Lin Yi. Instead, I'm thinking, what exactly should one use? It's only through this attorney's letter. Taking Song Qinghuan's heat in traffic to the next level. Sat there thinking about it for about 10 minutes. She pulled out her cell phone, took a picture of the lawyer's letter and tweeted about it. The general thrust of the text is based on apologizing, explaining that she personally just thought Song Qinghuan's singing was too good. Wanted to share this chorus with the internet. There was no idea of rubbing Lin Yi the wrong way. As for the video that's already causing a stir online, she will be the first to remove it. At the end of the tweet, she also exclusively at Lin Yi. What? That's it? The heat has been rubbed off. Apologize and delete the video. And you're just going to let it go? This agent is doing a good job, isn't he? The netizens were completely amazed. See the shameless ones. But someone as shameless as Lee. It was the first time they had seen it. Throughout our 5,000 years of Chinese history, I've never seen such a brazen person. Not even a word of thanks. The whole time he was defending himself. And that's an apology? Kneeling down and begging Linda to sue this person who stole and sent the video. Prosperous Star Entertainment had a bad reputation before, and now they want Song Qinghuan to take the black and red route again? We, Qinghuan, would never do such a thing on our own. Look at this operation. At first glance, it's the agent of Shigeo who messed it up. Disgusting. With little Blackie fanning the flames, the passerby netizens, who always will take peace as their own, can't sit still, have chosen to join the army of voices. One reason is because Prosperity Entertainment has previous experience. The second was that Song Qinghuan had never done anything like this before signing up with this company. Furthermore, Song Qinghuan was indeed a genius, and her chorus with Lin Yi could be considered a perfect match, having gotten involved with such an agent. I really don't know what kind of sin Song Qinghuan did in her previous life. Obviously a powerful singer with great innate conditions, but as a result, she was blackballed all over the internet by her manager. Song Qinghuan is also too pitiful. MD, this agent deserves to die. The insults are mounting online. Unpleasant words abound. However, There were some netizens who shared a fondness for Lin Yi and Song Qinghwan who came forward to comment. Not a word when posting the video to rub it in, and no sincerity in the apology after receiving the lawyer's letter. Do you really think that we, Lin Day, are easy to bully? Song Qinghwan, why don't you fly solo? Such a lousy person doesn't deserve to be your agent. It just so happens that Linda has been building a team lately, so you might want to give this matter some thought. The netizens are very enthusiastic. The furor over this incident is growing. Looking at Song Qinghwan and Sisterly, whose heat was at the top of the hot search list, the bosses of Prosperity Entertainment are happy. One by one, I called Ri with compliments. Ha 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 ha, these are the things I should be doing. Ray was equally delighted. Have even started contacting producers, negotiate advertising endorsements for Song Qinghwan. And yet I don't know. At this moment, Song Qinghwan was on her way to her office. For the accusations and insults online, Song Qinghwan was a little sad though, but she didn't take it to heart. The point that really worries her, it's Lin Yi's attitude. She's afraid because of this. It caused Lin Yi to have all sorts of bad opinions about her, and thus began to hate her. Sisterly, can you send another tweet to solemnly apologize to Lin Yi? Song Qinghwan said almost pleadingly. Her contract is still in Li's hands, except for the good words. There is no other way. Let me apologize to him a second time? Sisterly smiled coldly. This thing is absolutely impossible. In her opinion, Lin Yi was merely a stepping stone on Song Qinghwan's road to fame. There is absolutely no need to do it yourself. Apologize twice to a stepping stone. The two had a big fight afterward. Song Qinghwan stated that she would rather quit singing and never sing than follow Sister Li's plan. Said you were stupid, and you ended up being stupid, didn't you? Don't you forget. You signed the contract yourself, with your handwritten name on it. Li took out the contract. It was thrown directly at Song Qinghwan's face. Look at the astronomical default fee that consists of a big list of numbers. Song Qinghwan was both aggrieved and saddened, only to return home alone. Hide under the covers and bawl your eyes out. In the meantime, Lin Yi WeChat received a private message from White T. Lin Yi de. I've been really distressed lately. I have a coworker who wants me to join her and do something I don't want to do. I was really already rejecting her, but she then pushed me with her official position and job, forcing me to listen to her. Rinda, can you tell me what the hell I should do? I'm really on the verge of not being able to hold on anymore. White T sent a series of messages, but there was a delay in waiting for a response from Lin Yi, because now Lin Yi is staying with the orphanage children with the dean's grandmother. Chapter 168, theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics. Kyoto, all of you listen to me. This matter is considered a top priority for our entire China. There must be no mistakes. If anyone dares to treat it childishly, I promise to make that person regret it for the rest of their life. A man in a suit finished these. A large, dense pile of papers was dropped directly on the table. Then he turned away without looking back. A few old men with sad eyes were left to discuss it. The leaders have put it this way. What do we do now? Feng Degang asked as he lit a cigarette. What else can we do? Even if we think about it, we have to get this right. After saying that, Zhang Jizang turned his head to look at another old man who was smoking. Director Zhang, you're the chief director. Quickly preside over the big picture. The director Zhang he spoke of. It was none other than the 29th Olympic Games director, Zhang Liamuzi. This Olympics is under the sole responsibility of China. It was also the first time that China was responsible for an important international mission. But where there's a slightest fault, no one is going to scold them for being the directors in charge. There will only be people laughing at the incompetence of China internationally. Not worthy of the name of a great country. Director Zhang, I know you're sad, but please stop smoking for now. The Olympics is about the face of our China. And even more so, the rice bowls of those of us who are here. If we mess this up, none of us will be able to take the heat. Chen Weya snatched the cigarettes from La Mozi's hand. It's now just a few days before the official opening of the Olympics. Only the last 60 days remain. But they're the ones in charge. Didn't even find a good Olympic celebration song. Not to mention other programs. Time is of the essence. Director Zhang, we really don't have time to congregate and smoke right now. Chief art designer Yan Chen spoke up, followed closely by a host of people in charge of costumes, music, special effects, staging, lighting, and so on. All of us here are anxious. Even Feng Degang and Chen Sir, who were invited to join in the idea, did the same. They stared daggers at the old mobile, expecting a reasonable idea from the old mobile. But what they didn't expect was this. It's at such a critical juncture. The old mobile was, however, in full view of everyone. Once again, he lit a cigarette. Old Mauser, I was wrong about you. I shouldn't have stayed away today. Feng Degang almost lifted the table. Several others stood up as well, with wordless silence, constantly pressurizing the old mastermind, until a cigarette is finished. It was only then that the old mobile leisurely gestured for the crowd to sit down. What's the rush? If being in a hurry helps, Why does the state come to us? Listening to the words of the old mastermind, the crowd was even more furious. Do you have any more shame? This is a matter of national importance, not your family's. If you don't have what it takes to be the general director, please call right now and submit your resignation with the leader. This sound went on for a full half hour. Wait until everyone is tired of cursing. It was only then that the old mobile flashed his cell phone. He had just been chatting with the director of education, Mr. Lee Gage. It's not about getting the other person to help with ideas. Instead, ask about the details of the work on the all-network call for songs. I know better than any of you what the word Olympics means. Are you guys kidding when you say I'm not anxious in my heart? Lao Mozi slid the screen while continuing. The matter of the Olympic 50-day countdown theme song, I think, follow the example of the Education Bureau's Pledge of Allegiance, from the whole network collection. If any of you have an objection, or a better idea, you can say so now. He was adamant, because from the time he was recognized as the Director General of the Olympics, the mind already had a few suitable candidates, yet he always felt it again. His personal level of art appreciation. It doesn't represent the whole of China. That's why they came up with the whole internet song request. If you had such a good idea, you old boy would have said so. That's right. That's right. Do you realize I just almost lifted the table? Come on, brother Zhang. I'll light your cigarette. The people in charge unanimously agreed to this approach. Soon, a brand new tweet appeared. Olympics Office V, the 29th Olympic Games organized by us, China, will open in 50 days, which is the first time ever, and will be an unprecedented huge feast. In this last 50 days, this Olympic Games 50 days countdown theme song matter. The state decided to throw the whole network of song mode for the C election. I hope that the nationals to participate in more, in order to promote my Chinese culture, the pride of the nation. As soon as the tweet was posted, the country's major official departments, as well as the media, are scrambling to reprint it. Eastern China Theater of Operations V, celebrate with us today. The spirit of the nation is in me. Ministry of National Education V, the unprecedented first Chinese Olympic Games will surely amaze the whole world. CCTV V, we all participate in the creation. The name of Huaxia is heard all over the world. Huaxia Network Exchange Center V. Reprints from all sides were instantly torrential and flooded. It made the hearts of the nation thrill. The whole internet is even more sensational. This Olympics, the first international event we have ever organized in China, is of unprecedented significance. As the General Director of the Olympic Games, I am here to extend the most sincere invitation to the people of the country to contribute. On behalf of all those responsible for this occasion, I hope you cannot be stingy with your own talent. For my Chinese glory, the first review appeared, sent in by the old mastermind himself. A few short words from the heart. A breath of fresh air ignited the nation's emotions. Cowardly, really cowardly. There are still the last 50 days to see the Olympic Games organized by our China. Is there anything more exciting than the Olympics? The answer must be no. Motherland is getting stronger and stronger. I am proud from the bottom of my heart. From the inside out, the entire internet was instantly abuzz. The comment responses are in the tens of thousands. Everyone is autonomously publicizing this to those around them, because the nationals understand. This Olympic Games in China, definitely a grand opening with unprecedented response. Let the world know about Chinese culture at one time. Understand the Chinese spirit. A great opportunity to learn about the 5,000 years of history. This glorious history. It is also destined to go down in history. After an hour or so of long excitement, Netflix finally remembered to get down to business. Start at your favorite best singer in the comments section. Edward, it's time to show the real power. Who's the best patriotic song? My Uncle Lung is the best. Pigeon Pigeon must get involved. It's the hope of our collective Quin army. Ing Smash. It's not easy for you to take the first place as a singer. You must strike while the iron is hot and continue to participate in the call for Olympic celebration songs. Various names of singers appeared in the comments section. All are veteran power singers. The new generation is not very involved. Until the old mobile posted a comment again. This is an important moment for the country's glory. I hope that the new generation of singers can refuse to be presumptuous. With their own talent, will be the image of my great country of China. Show in the ears of the world people. A new generation of singers. Netizens in front of computers and cell phones. A name snapped to mind. Lin Yi. Chapter 169. Song collection launched. If you're a new generation singer, is there anyone better than Lin Yi? Well said. I also think Lin Yi is the #1 singer of the new generation. He is, in my mind, the only new generation singer who can compete with the veteran singers on the same stage. Netflix recommends it from the heart. Lin Yi fans are even carrying out all sorts of crazy amenities. 10 short minutes. The heat of the word Lin Yi. It went wild to the point where it was second only to the Olympics. Lin Yi, I think you should think about this matter. See the tweets for Willow Green, the first to come to the orphanage. showing the netizens' outcry to Lin Yi. It was true that Lin Yi hadn't been paying attention to things on the internet for a while, also not sure about the Olympics solicitation for songs, because all this time he was with his grandmother. The odds of a cure for advanced brain cancer are too slim. It's not clear to anyone. Grandma would suddenly leave one day. As grandma's grandson, Lin Yi always felt he or she should have accompanied grandma in the last moments of her life. It's human nature. But the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics is something Lin Yi is aiming for. If it hadn't been for Lu Qing, he might have missed it. Before Lin Yi could reply, Xin Lang then walked out of the room with a happy face after seeing Lin Yi and Lu Qing. Brother Yi, Sister Chang, you two came just in time. Grandma was just going to send me out to find you two. Looking for us? Is it because of grandma's health? Lin Yi was worried. Xin Lang shook his head and led the two into the room. It must be the Olympics. Xin Lang took out his cell phone, then asked with a surprised face, Brother Yi, Sister Chang, you two wouldn't be unaware of the Olympic 50-day countdown theme song, right? Lin Yi and Lu Qing, who heard this, didn't reply. Instead, Grandma Dean, sitting in her rocking chair, spoke up. Her old man waved towards Lin Yi's trio. She waited for all three to come to her side before continuing. Xiao Yi, do you still remember how Grandma taught you when you were little? Lin Yi nodded. For as long as he can remember, Grandma just kept teaching him. Any private matters on the personal side, none of it should ever come before the righteousness of the family and the nation. For it is only with a country that you can have a family. Xiao Yi, this is the time when the country needs you. No matter what the final outcome is, you must participate in it with all your might. Do you understand, Grandma? After saying that, Grandma looked at Lu Cheng again. Xiao Chang, Grandma doesn't understand that showbiz business, but Grandma knows that you know it better than both Grandma and Xiao Yi. What's in it for Yat? Can you tell Grandma? Faced with a request from Grandma Dean, Lu Qing didn't dare to be sloppy. Rush to analyze it from the most comprehensive perspective. Give the pros and cons of the whole thing. Brother Yat, to be honest, I also wish you could participate in the all-network song contest. Xin Lang genuinely said. He's just like Grandma Dean and Willow Green. They all hoped that Lin Yi's journey to stardom would be smooth. A body of talent is on display for the people of the world to see. It has won numerous praises and recognitions. But Grandma, Lin Yi had wanted to say something. It was in the way of Xin Lang's presence. He had to hold his words back again. Xiao Yi, listen to Grandma and go write a song for submission. The more successful you and your siblings are, the happier Grandma and Grandpa will be. Grandma Dean finished. On the side, Lu Qing was also pleading with Lin Yi with her eyes. Both of them wanted to. Lin Yi can get over his injury as soon as possible, reverting back to the old flamboyance of fighting for your country. Grandma, Ron, I know what to do. Lin Yi, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised his head. With a firm gaze towards Lu Qing, he continued, Sister Chang, at night, please help me prepare the live broadcast room. Tomorrow I will use the live broadcast and start writing songs. The online discussion about the Olympics continues to be heated. Small and large topics are all over the place. The feedback from domestic singers has been even more frenzied. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It can make an 18-line singer leap into a first-line singer. It would also give the national artists a complete foothold in the world of music. More importantly, the Olympic celebration song is still a supreme honor. Enough to go down in history. Enough to last through the ages. Enough for a single page of genealogy. Flower V, please don't worry. I'll do my best to write songs that the whole world will recognize. Lu Wan V, promote the spirit of China. We are duty-bound. Han Hong V, I'll use my voice to make the world recognize China again. Veteran or popular singers have responded. Even the semi-retired or cold singers. All of them also said that they would participate in this all-network song contest. With more and more singers tweeting. Lin Yi fans are in a hurry. They've been waiting for a whole day. However, he didn't see any updates to Lin Yi's account. Family members, is there any action where Sister Ching is concerned? A fan presses on. Not yet. I've been guarding Sister Ching's Twitter feed. Up to now, Mr. Lindu hasn't made a statement. He can't be saying that he doesn't intend to take part in this song collection event, right? Impossible. Linda is famously patriotic. I'd rather believe he's the reincarnation of Emperor Qin Shi Huang than that he'd refuse to participate in the song contest. The more fans discuss it, the more worried they become. Especially those fans who know about Grandma's situation. They're all worried. Lin Yi, because of his grandmother's secret, chose to decline to participate in this Olympic call for songs. More than anything else, I'm afraid of a sudden deterioration in my grandmother's condition. It resulted in Lin Yi never being in the mood to write a song ever again. Just when everyone was worried. Don't even guess. Linda's Twitter has updated. A comment popped up. Brother, what did Linda say? Linda didn't explicitly state his position, but only said he'd see you on the air at 8 p.m. What? Fans didn't dare to speculate on Lin Yi's thoughts. Just dare to keep quiet and watch the live feed, waiting for 8 p.m. to arrive. Lin Yi, are you sure you want to write the 50-day countdown theme song for the Olympics in this way? Half an hour before the start of the show, Lu Qing, who had learned of Lin Yi's thoughts, asked, well, it's for the best. Lin Yi nodded. Well, if you need anything halfway through, you just message me. The said Lu Qing started fiddling with the camera. Soon, Lin Yi's face appeared on the broadcast. Just for a moment. Why haven't you taken a stand until now? This 50-day countdown theme song for the Olympics is a once-in-a-century opportunity, so you should definitely seize it. Kneel down and ask Rinda to fight. The pop-ups blinked over 10,000, densely filled the entire screen. That's what I'm going to talk to you all about on today's broadcast. Lin Yi said with a smile on his face, the Olympics is the most important international event for our China this year, and the 50-day countdown theme song naturally can't be sloppy. So then, I hope that you can work with me and use all of our strength to write this Olympic celebration song together. Chapter 170, Live Song Writing Song 3, Welcome to Beijing. Lin Yi's words stunned everyone in the broadcast room. How the audience didn't expect it. Lin Yi, who they had high hopes for. Ideas for a theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics. Surprisingly, it's working with everyone. If this Olympics means the comprehensive strength of our Huaxia, then the theme song of the 50-day countdown to the Olympics means the common spirit of our 56 nationalities. I could never have written the perfect 50-day countdown theme song on my own. That's why I'm here to implore all of you that you can work together with me to compose lyrics and songs that best reflect the spirit of China. Lin Yi's face was grave, and his words were even more sincere. I don't know how many viewers' hearts were touched at one time. Don't worry, Linda. We're all willing to work with you. Linda, I'm a minority kid, so if you need anything, feel free to ask me. Without further ado, I'll do the same. One by one, the returning audience took a stand. All are willing to work in unison with Lin Yi to write the perfect song. Some of these fans, it's more of a whimsical idea of its own. Rinda, for this song, I think national style is the king, and then in addition to the ethnicity, it is best to bring the name of the place, better reflect our Huaxia's vastness of the land. Yes, 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 the melody of the song should also be a bit more calm and atmospheric, so as to give those foreigners a kind of shock of the etiquette of a great nation. These pop-ups Lin Yi was watching. The views of the audience were also carefully considered. All of these ideas that people have offered are great, but then again, it's hard to sing everything we have to offer in Huaxia with a limited amount of time for one song. So I personally think that instead of adding all the names of the places, we should just use Kyoto, the site of the Olympic opening ceremony, as a representative. Lin Yi said as he spoke, while typing a line of Chinese characters on the computer. 5 words in total. Welcome to Beijing? Linda, what does this mean? This must be the title of the 50-day countdown theme song that Linda thought up. Is that really true? Rinda? The pop-ups were instantly filled with question marks. Lu Qing also cast a puzzled look. By the book, the theme of the Olympic countdown theme song definitely can't get away from the words Olympics and celebration. But then, Lin Yi named the entry song. No matter how you look at it, none of it has anything to do with those 2 words. Well, that's the name I came up with after much deliberation. Lin Yi began the explanation. Use the capital of China to represent China. Anyone can see that. It's the words "you're welcome" on the back that matter. I actually started out thinking the same thing as the guys, that the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics should be all about grand celebrations, until I saw that viewers pop up. Lin Yi tagged the give foreigners a little bit of Chinese shock pop-up. The 5,000-year-long culture is profound. The text is more of a quintessence of quintessence. Nonetheless, it symbolizes the infinite wisdom of the ancestors. It also contains the heartfelt emotions of all the dynasties. It's something that foreigners can't understand even in their lifetime, because their language staple is a simple and straightforward one. Press can't understand the rhyme in the words. That's why I think it's better to just welcome them with our greatest hospitality instead of leaving them in a confused haze about our Chinese culture. This passion knows no boundaries or geography and can be clearly felt by anyone. As long as the foreigners understand what we are trying to say, they will definitely take the initiative to study and learn about our ancient Chinese culture. Lin Yi spoke what was on his mind. He wanted the Chinese culture to be actively explored by people all over the world, instead of a brainwave of output by the nationals. It's still Linda's thoughtfulness. I'm sure the leaders will be able to understand Lin Yi's good intentions when this song is written. Start writing songs now, Rinda. We can't wait. In the face of the audience's urging, Lin Yi, who felt that enthusiasm, also started writing lyrics. Welcome to another morning. Bring on the new air. Smells change. Flavors stay the same. The aroma of tea wafts with affection. The screen was the first to show 4 words, using tea, which has been passed down for thousands of years, to represent our Huaxia. This is a good idea from Lindy. Tea has 1,000 different flavors. The only thing that is the same is that it can leave a lasting impression on the lips. I believe that foreigners listening to the song and drinking the tea will be able to understand our passion. Well said, the guys deserve to be cultured. The audience roared with approval. Linny continued to write the lyrics in his head. My door is always open, waiting for you with open arms. There's an understanding when you've hugged. You'll love it here. We're all guests here, near and far. Please don't mention it. We're going to be together. We welcome you. The lyrics get longer and longer. The compliments from the audience grew. Even Lu Qing, who was standing on the sidelines, all were impressed by Lin Yi's lyrics, thoroughly approved of Lin Yi's idea of bringing everyone together to write a song. In the meantime, a number of singers have already made submissions. There are good and bad qualities. The whole 30,000 songs. No, not these songs. The lyrics are gorgeous, but they're all word piles that don't reflect our Chinese spirit at all. Zhang Jizong shook his head. Those songs are even worse. Shoddy work throughout. Sending it out is a disgrace to our huaxia. Chen Weiya was infuriated and his face turned blue. The Olympics are too important. But the regular singers who are in it for the fame and fortune, both are thinking of desperately trying to express themselves, completely ignores the original intent and nature of the Olympic celebration song. In the future, you guys shouldn't bring me songs like this one. It's disturbing to watch. Lao Mozi lit a cigarette, trying to suppress the anger in his chest. He didn't want to reprimand the staff too much, but those singers are just a little too irresponsible. Old Mauser, how about this? Let's set a standard, and then let the netizens have an audition. The songs that made it through the audition were then given a rigorous screening by the big guys. Let's pick out 500 songs, and we'll decide which one to use. What do you think? Fong de Gang came over and asked. It was the best he could think of at the moment, mobilizing nationals to join in the selection process. Hey, first things first, the old mobile side. He didn't want to stay in his office and listen to this Thai stuff. Now him, just want to get out and explore quickly. Ease up on the depression. The other heads of the Olympics followed suit. After some deliberation, set a good standard for them. Another Twitter update in the name of the Olympic Office. Olympic Office V expects singers to post their prepared songs online first, to be voted on by the nation, and the first 10,000 songs with the highest number of votes can be selected in the second round. Twitter just posted. Just a singer posted a new song he wrote. Look at the lyrics that are nutritionally devoid through and through. Listen to the dirt high, low-grade melody in your ears. The netizens didn't show any semblance of mercy. Pass was given on the spot. This is so wise. If you can't even pass public aesthetics, don't embarrass yourself at the Olympics. Please, 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 please. Chapter 171, 500 songs. Can't pass the netizen audition? Straight from the booth. Welcome to Beijing. To open the heavens and the earth for you. The charm and the flow is full of vitality. Welcome to Beijing. Anyone with a dream is great. With courage comes miracles. With occasional interaction from the audience. Linny completed the entire lyrics. The lyrics are so well written, especially this last line. Courage will lead to miracles. It just fits the theme of the Olympics so well. Lin Yi, I'm sure the song, Beijing Welcomes You, will be chosen by the leaders. A message came from Willow Green, unabashedly praising the precision and intent of the lyrics. It's a personal recognition from her. It is also true in the minds of the general public. Rinda, with lyrics this good, it has to be accompanied by a better melody. We can still suggest a few words for writing lyrics, but you're the only one who can write the music. Linda, I hope Dada Lin can write the best accompaniment with a bang. Mostly music laymen in the audience, frantically cheering Linny on. Some of them came late to the audience, also posted the audition plan for those in charge of the old masters. I don't know about anyone else, but I've already rated 7 songs. How can I put it? The first one is unpleasant, like it's a cop-out. It would be a complete loss of face for us in China if we chose their song as the Olympic celebration song. Send pop-ups at the same time. Latecomers also posted the link to the national auditions. Linny casually clicked in. Put the recently released song, Go Wa Xia. It was put up on the air. Go Wa Xia. Go Motherland. Go Olympics. We Chinese people are number 1 in the world. The opening lines of the song, not to mention Linny and Lu Qing with their professionalism. Even the viewers who are regular beatniks, both couldn't help but frown. There was a heated discussion on the pop-up. The song's accompaniment is very much in line with the current international trend, but the lyrics are a bit too fake, aren't they? More than fake. In this song, I even feel that our China is no longer a country of hospitality and etiquette, but a country of arrogance with no one in sight. Out of 10, I can only give this song a 6. The remaining 4, which is my assessment of the writer himself, is how come it's a 2 across the board? Viewers gave it unanimously bad reviews. The comments section below the tweet the negativity from the internet is even more repetitive. It's good to be proud of your country, but can the author stop making things up? We in China have always been known for our humility, and I hope that the subsequent singers in the running will understand this, rather than a brainwave of sucking up to the country. Hey, there are so many singers in China, can't they really write a song with substance? The sighs of relief are growing online. Staff within the Olympic office are even more worried. This Olympics, it's too important for Xia. Not only is it a great time to show the power of the nation to the people of the world, it is also a sign that Xia is officially on the right track internationally. At this juncture, the first Olympic celebration song to reach the ears of the world, it becomes their initial impression of China. It's so deep that it can't be any deeper. So that's why, director, none of these songs will work because those authors have blown our China a little too far. The staff member responsible for the audit said to the veteran strategist who had come to inquire about the progress of the audition, then just change to the next song. Not a second of your time to waste. After dropping an order, the old mobile came to the backstage technicians. Take it from them. The rest of the Olympic program is going well. The only dilemma at hand. There's only the Olympic celebration song for this one. Director, data-wise, why don't you just look at it yourself? The technician opens up the sea of data. From the time the Olympic office tweeted until now, almost 3 hours passed in total. New song posted online. The number also came to a full 500 songs. No exceptions. The netizens' comments were all no-nos. Pissed off. The old mobile almost spat blood on the spot. 500 songs and you can't even get past the Netflix auditions as a result? Did we set the bar too high? Or is this group of authors all spamming? Chen Weiya and others who received the news, all of them were also pissed off. Half the time. Not even a song that would be recognized by the internet. That's still a lot of fun. What about those veteran singers from Liuhuan? They haven't released the artwork yet? Feng De Gang couldn't help but ask. There are also these great new generation singers like Lin Yi, and they're not moving? Chen Sir stared straight at the staff. Nope, none of them yet. Lao Mozi lit a cigarette. He understands that creation takes time, but the time left for Xia is really running out. If it was on the first day of the auditions, not even a decent Olympic celebration song, the story got out. Inevitably, it came to attract countless international ridicule. So what do we do now? Keep waiting here? Assistant Director Zhang Jizong frowned. He was in a hurry. Didn't want to wait even a second longer. Can't wait to call the great singers he knows right now. Ask about their creative progress. Let's just forget about it. The old conspirator let out a big sigh. The all-access song was an announcement that went out from the Olympic office. If they had taken the initiative to call the singer, undoubtedly, they are punching themselves in the face. Gee, I hope the authors behind it are creating with some care. Several of the people in charge prayed in their hearts at the same time. Perhaps it was their sincerity that did the trick. Waited a couple more hours. A song has finally appeared online that is recognized by the majority of the internet. It is the work of the musical poet Li Jian. The melody is heavy and atmospheric. The lyrics run the gamut. The words are full of encouragement for the Olympic athletes. It is also full of warm welcome to overseas friends. The song, whether from a professional or amateur perspective, all can only be described as impeccable. How? Asked the old maven who had heard the song once in a low voice. It's a good song, but it's just a little too good, Feng De Gang said, rubbing his forehead. The other principals present chimed in. This song by Ken Li, definitely a cultural gem of a song. It is able to show the ancient culture of China to the world very perfectly, but that's exactly where the problem lies too. Close to 200 words throughout. All of them were precise words that Li Jian had thought over. The nationals only need a glance. One could then sense the profound intention that Li Jian had hidden in it, but the geezers could never do it, because of the huge difference between the languages. A 4-character idiom made up of Chinese characters. Often it contains a historical allusion. It is difficult to be translated accurately in a foreign language, without knowing the allusions. Would be doomed to not understand this song by Li Jian. Chapter 172, this is the most sincere welcome I've ever heard. How can it be so hard to collect a theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics? One staff member couldn't help but lament. The words instantly resonated with everyone, including a few people from the old movement. But they can't show the difficulty. One can only force down the sorrow in one's heart, soothing the crowd as much as possible. But it is not expected. As the day and night passed, except for the song Li Jian, surprisingly, there is no second song on the entire internet. It was able to make it through the Nationals audition session. So much so that night, a hot search snuck up on us. Hashtag the Chinese music scene is ruined hashtag. Even if Weibo officially deleted the hot search in an emergency, trying to stabilize the people for the time being, still can't stop similar hot takes from popping up either. I can't even listen to these crappy songs, and they still have the nerve to show up at the Olympics? Take my advice. All wash up and get ready for continued disappointment. Hey, It looks like we're going to lose face this time. A large number of netizens have started to turn in on themselves. There are all kinds of demoralizing statements circulating on the internet. What's the hurry? It's only been one day. There are still 49 days to go. The ones who are releasing songs now are all small 18th line singers and netizen bloggers. And they don't represent the actual standard of our Chinese music scene. That's just it. The powerhouse singers haven't even kicked in yet. Another group of netizens is more optimistic. A firm believer in the hard power of veteran singers. Until one thing blew up. In the first day, there are over 7,500 songs posted online. It turned out to be only one song. It made it through the full network of auditions. It's not true. Even the simplest audition has a pass rate of only 1 in 7. 500? At this pace, can any song really make it through the subsequent manual review to compare with the director? It's over. It's over. This Olympics is really over. The entire internet instantly wailed. No one can maintain their original optimism anymore. Fong Degang, who had taken all of this in, was a few people. It was more of an anxious sigh. The idea of having Li Jian revise the lyrics even sprang up. Let's just forget about it. It's so unfair to the other singers. The only thing we can do now is add another new rule. Let the singers try to keep the lyrics simple. The old conspirator murmured. It was the only thing they could do at the moment. The aim was to make the Olympic celebration song more accessible to foreigners. However, the moment the tweet is updated, things have turned out to be more than anyone expected. Lyrics simplified. Is this an official plan to lower the requirements for the song? Even the officials can't stand it anymore. Our Chinese music scene is really ruined. Is it possible that the Olympic celebratory song will end up being a nutrient-less gag song? The wails rose again. Even the country's veteran singers, both said they were a bit confused by the official honeydew. Doesn't understand the intent behind the simplicity of the lyrics. Early the next morning, Linny opened the live broadcast on time, wrote the lyrics yesterday. The accompaniment must be completed today. But, before he could greet the audience, the pop-ups had gone wild. God, Lin Day, you're really a god this time. The entire screen is filled with similar words. Looking at Lin Yi, he was confused. Yesterday he had been revising the lyrics, trying to use the simplest of words, to express the warmest welcome of the Chinese people. For all the online variety, he was completely clueless. Sister Chang, what's the situation? Linny turned his head and asked. The Olympic office has tweeted again. Just see for yourself. Willow Green shook her cell phone. Not a moment too soon. It's purely blind cat and mouse. People don't have to look like this. Linny smiled a little helplessly. Rinda, don't be modest. Also both singers. You're already better than 90% of the singers in the country if you can think of that ahead of time. Hurry up and start writing the song Rinda. You must be the second singer to pass the all-network audition. The audience kept sending pop-ups. All of them blessed Linny from the bottom of their hearts. Linny also began to compose a melody at this time. In the meantime, Kyoto Stadium, hard-working staff all night, even if they are full of fatigue. The taut spirit did not dare to slacken a bit. Please hold on a little longer. There are still the last 300 new songs left. The old mogul stretched, forcing himself to cheer up. With the emergence of the demand for simplicity in lyrics, the number of new songs released on the internet has become more and more significant. To avoid the unexpected loss of fine products, he discussed the decision with a few of the principals, to manually review all the new songs from the first day, to judge the aesthetic level of the general public. Based on the data so far, the public's aesthetic pursuits in this area are going to be far greater than we ever imagined. The first round of auditions can be trusted to them. Chen Weya brought over the organized data. Aha! Lao Mozi nodded, stood up and continued. It was hard work last night. Let's go. I'll treat you all to breakfast. The staff who heard this, all happy though. But still, I can't lift my spirits, because they're so tired in body and mind. Why don't we order takeout Lao Zhang, and let everyone lie down and rest for a while? Von Dagon offered. It's okay. The old mobile signaled a few of the people in charge to come over, take advantage of their takeout orders. Xiao Li, the young staff member who was an old fan of Lin Yi. The first time I clicked into the live stream, Lin Yi is showing the audience the latest version of the lyrics. Guests from near and far, please, don't mention it. We've got a date to be together. We welcome you. Li rested his chin and read the lyrics, all unnoticed. Colleagues in the neighborhood cast glances toward her. The strange and familiar are guests. Please don't be formal. It doesn't matter how many times you come. There's too much to talk about. Li read with fascination. The co-workers looking at her became more and more numerous. The gym was quiet for a moment. There was only Li's not-so-small voice, shattered at the workstation. What's going on? Zhang Jizang sensed something was wrong. Shoo! Fong Degang raised his hand in a gesture. A wink was then given to the old planner. The two men looked at each other, tiptoeing over to Junior. Little Li, who was completely unaware of this, still in pieces. Welcome to Beijing. To open up the world for you. Charm and the flow is full of vitality. Welcome to Beijing. Sharing a breath in the sun. Refreshing achievements in the yellow earth. It doesn't matter if it's Lao Mozi or Fong de Gang, the moment you hear the lyrics. Wah! A loud, earth-shattering sound startled the two men's minds. The rumblings went on and on and on. Dagon, did you just hear that? The old conspirator's voice trembled. No, he was trembling all over, because of the uncontrollable and violent excitement in his heart. Heard that? Fong de Gang gulped. I hear the most sincere and pristine, yet warmest welcome. Chapter 173, The Great Writers Are Alarmed. It's not just Lao Mozi and Fong de Gang. Everyone present, all of them were shocked beyond words by the broken words coming out of Li's mouth. Is this a poem? Someone subconsciously asked. No, this is Lin. Li was going to answer his co-worker's question, but the moment she looked up, but he was taken aback by the sight before him, headed by the head of the old Mysterian, stood around her workstation. In the back is the entire staff of the Olympic office, with a heated gaze that was eager to know the answer. Dead eyes on her cell phone. Li, what the hell are you looking at? Yeah, tell us about it. That thing you just read is just perfect for our Olympic theme this time around. The people in charge at the top. You've been prodded one by one. Li, who didn't know how to explain it specifically, just had to hold the phone up high. Let everyone see what was on her screen. That moment, the whole office went quiet. The eyes of the crowd, filled with unparalleled disbelief and amazement. They saw a live feed, saw the handwritten text in the live camera. There are modifications everywhere, formatted like the Psalms at the same time. The wording is again very precise and clever. It's both simple and straightforward. Lots of apt analogies again. A perfect illustration of a long culture that spans 5,000 years. It also showed everyone a warm welcome from the Chinese people, from the early morning air, introduced to the overflowing aroma of tea, and then used the flavor of tea with different tastes as a metaphor for people around the world. The unchanging flavor of love is the wish of our Hua. Opening our arms is even more of a passion for our Chinese nation. This psalm is so well written, so well that I don't know how to praise it. An older man in his 50s took the lead. He was dressed casually, even some scribbles, but it's such a person. The words spoken were such that no one present dared to object, because this old man is not a simple man. Even elder brother Yu Hua gave such a high rating, so that means my judgment was alright. The author of this poem is fully capable of being the lyricist of the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics. Zhang Qiguan revealed the identity of the old man, one of the outstanding representatives of today's Chinese literature, guest lyric reviewer for the 29th Olympics, Mr. Yu Hua, who has written numerous literary works that have shocked the nation. Li, tell me, whose live room is this? Lao Mozi asked, forcing down the excitement in his heart. As a result, before Li could open his mouth, live on camera, Lin Yi's figure appeared first. He's asking the audience. For lyrics he's been revising all day. What is the big guy's opinion? Is there a more appropriate wording proposed? I know him. He's Lin Yi. That Lin Yi who defeated Veritas and left the world treble record in our China. Yu Hua pointed at Xiao Li's cell phone screen and said in a million words. The others reacted similarly to him. Disbelief filled his face. None of it was expected. The originator of this surprise. Surprisingly, it was Lin Yi again. Later, did you all just hear that? Lin Yi said it wasn't a poem he wrote, but new lyrics he wrote. Chan Sir, who had been silent for half a day, suddenly screamed. At this time when the Olympic office is asking for songs all over the internet, Lin Yi has written a new lyric. Needless to say, this must be the piece he was going to use for the audition. Mr. Yu, what do you think? The old conspirator turned his head and asked. I think he writes good lyrics. After thinking for a moment, Yu Hua continued. Modern singers, no, I should say people nowadays, are very polarized when it comes to writing. Some people think that the vernacular is king and the vulgar is life, so most of their writing is ordinary and destined to have no substance. The other kind of person never lets go of the quest for splendor and rhyme and writes a phony pile of words that are equally unnutritious. But Lin Yi is different. He used the simplest of words to write about many things that even I don't dare to easily determine. Tell you what, I'll get some friends together and go to his live room. After saying that, Yu Hua called his friends who were well connected in the literary world. Take advantage of the gap. Li also sent pop-ups on the air. Linda, this version of the lyrics is great. She didn't make it clear that this was what Yu Hua and the old masters and the others meant, because the old conspirators were afraid. After Lin Yi realized that they were also watching the live broadcast, will feel the pressure. This affects the subsequent compositional work. Linda, I think this netizen is right. The lyrics you've changed. We all think they're great. This is the beat. Please start writing the song quickly. Linda. Asterisk. Everyone look. Old Mr. Mo Yen and the others have come to the live broadcast room. The audience recognizes it at the same time. also noticed the succession of national literati who flooded the airwaves. Mo Yen, what do you think? Tai Sheng? Taisheng, I'm sitting in a wheelchair with my eyes. It's still Tai Sheng. Always a hand in enlivening the atmosphere. The three best friends flirted. Jin Yong, little friend Lin Yi, your words are very well written, and in being easy to understand. They show the characteristics of our Chinese culture. I believe that foreign friends will understand what you mean. Chang Xiang, to speak from the bottom of my heart. No matter it is the cultural precipitation of the previous sky green color waiting for the smoky rain or the word literacy of the current Beijing welcomes you, Lin Yi has made me feel inferior. The other scribes sent heartfelt complimentary pop-ups. Most of these older generations are online under their real names. It's not officially certified yet, though. May their real-time avatars. It's enough to justify them. They're all real people. They've just been officially certified. Even the old literary masters were shocked. Lin Day, now you know what level your words are at, don't you? Don't change it, or I'll get mad at you. The audience was instantly exhilarated. Even Lu Qing, who had seen a lot of great things, all were stunned speechless by the literary everyone on the air. Thank you, seniors, for your compliments and recognition. I will work hard to write songs and try not to disappoint all the viewers on the air. Lin Yi's attitude remained humble. There was no drifting away from the accolades of the older generation. That's all. With everyone watching, Lin Yi officially kicked off the songwriting process. The other side, National Stadium. By interacting with the netizens, Yu Hua smoothly pried out the name of Lin Yi's new song, is Welcome to Beijing? A few of the old conspirators rubbed their chins. After a good while, they just snapped their heads up. One gave a thumbs up to the little Li cell phone. That's a great name. Genuinely. Feng Degang slapped his thigh. Huaxia is known as a state of etiquette. There are countless traditional virtues that are recognized and praised by people around the world. This is important, but it is ignored by most singers. Or else, it's not like their song titles are going to be cheer, hustle, fit or anything like that. For Lin Yi to notice this shows that he's really paying attention. The old mobile couldn't hide his smile. In his opinion, the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics presses the envelope of awesomeness. It doesn't need to be full of trendy elements either, as long as it shows the truest Chinese culture. Let the people of the world feel the passion that belongs to the Chinese nation. That's enough. Lin Yi's Welcome to Beijing. In precisely the simplest and most common words. Doing this perfectly. Chapter 174, Shi Shuyun breaks defense. How is he better than me at everything? Great song title and lyrics. As long as Lin Yi's compositions aren't too bad, I think this song can go straight to the final competition. Chen Sir spoke his mind, but it is not expected. A room full of blank stares awaited him. Elder brother Chen, you can question Lin Yi anywhere, but his lyrical ability, I'll be honest, let's not even mention questioning it. We amateurs, we're not even qualified to evaluate it. Chen Weiya spoke the mind of all. Whether it's the Forbidden City documentary, or the Cinco de Mayo party, or maybe the high school pledge, Lin Yi is using his own work every time, proving to everyone that he's capable lyrically. Not to say he's number one in the world, at least in our country, he's definitely in the top group, the old mogul said, holding up his index finger. If he's in the literary business, then he's definitely accomplished more than I have. The more he savored the lyrics, the more Yu Hua recognized Lin Yi in his heart. Others chimed in with their opinions, up to nationally recognized directors, down to the average employee in the stadium. Not a single person felt that Lin Yi would be defeated in terms of composing. On the contrary, they firmly believe that the song Lin Yi is about to write, it's bound to be now as well as in the future, the top level of all the tracks in the competition. So what? I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Chen Sir laughed a little awkwardly. The crowd didn't take the matter to heart at all staring intently at their cell phones, silently waiting for Lin Yi's next stunning creation. Star Ocean Entertainment. Nassim was supervising Shi Shuyun's writing of lyrics, and seeing that Lin Yi was famous for writing songs live, they wanted to do the same. Next to the two stood Nayoung. Shu Yun, I'll let you have this opportunity, but you must also promise me, must win over Lin Yi. After saying that, Nayoung waved her hand, signaling Shi Shuyun to bring over the written lyrics. Right on cue, an employee knocked on the office room door. He's a company executive. Entering the door, he told Lin Yi about the live broadcast. What? So many nationally known writers who recognize his words? Nassim and Na Yun's brows instantly tightened. The two men will look at Lin Yi's words in a moment. A moment later, he looked at the words Shi Shuyun had handed over. Next, an unspeakable despair, crawling up the faces of both men. There's no harm without comparison. Compare it to Lin Yi's words. Shishun racked his brain. It took a lot of research to write the lyrics. Total. Sister Xin. Sister Na. Can you show me Lin Yi's words? Shi Shuyun, who had no knowledge of this, whispered, take my advice. You'd better not look. Nayoung shook her head. Shu Yun, actually the words you wrote are also very good, but this time about the Olympics celebration song. Otherwise let's forget about it. Nazim sighed repeatedly. Both of them are professionals. Once compared, just see a thing of bleak and unimaginable truth. Let your Shu Yun try as hard as he can. As long as Lin Yi has the intention to participate in the all-network song contest, then Sure Shu Yun will never succeed in being selected in this lifetime. Okay, Sure Shu Yun ostensibly agreed not to compete again, after returning home in private. Instead, they started searching for Lin Yi's lyrics online. The more you look at it, the more alarmed you become. The more you look at it, the more inferior you get. She couldn't figure out how. It is clear that both of them have chosen the keywords Beijing, tea and wannabe. Why did Lin Yi write the words? Can outshine her so many times over. The camera comes back on the air. Lin Yi has tentatively completed the song accompaniment. He's not selling out. Instead, it was a big hit of the play button, giving fans on the air first listen privileges. Lin Yi, can you sing the lyrics too? This is a message from a new account. The owner of the account is the old Mauser. Could be. Lin Yi nodded. The backing track was replayed. Everyone in the live room held their breath at this moment. The first thing to hit the ears was a wind chime, followed closely by an exclusive opera-like chant, and the faint sounds of old Beijing dialect conversation. The three were originally unrelated, but in Lin Yi's prelude, but it was unbelievably cordial. It draws a picture of the unique atmosphere of Beijing's alleyways before the audience's eyes. Echoing the title of the song so soon, old Mushboom and the others were stunned, especially Yu Hua, who had come into contact with Lin Yi for the first time. He was surprised to find out, one still underestimated Lin Yi's abilities, can be in a matter of seconds. A perfect showcase of old Beijing through three simple voices. Lin Yi is lyrically talented. It had surpassed all his knowledge, just as the crowd was reveling in their childhood memories. When, a long bell, it woke everyone up instantly. The voice was all too familiar to them. The viewers of the livestream were thinking the same thing, because they all heard the bell. On the eve of the raising of the national flag at Tiananmen Square, at the beginning of the Forbidden City documentary, with just one voice, the unusual life in the alleyway is transferred to Tiananmen Square and the Forbidden City. Lin Yi is too thoughtful and capable. Phone de Gang was covered in goosebumps. Such a twist on the picture. Strong but not overpowering. Exactly the kind of skill that they directors dream of. I didn't realize a singer could do that so easily. It seems that Lin Yi has a lot to learn from me by heart. What Shin Sir said was very sincere, because he's the most questioned powerhouse director in the country. But today, Lin Yi's intro inspired him. Let him pick up his confidence again. Guaranteed to be in the next production. Show everyone how much progress you've made. Welcome to another morning. Bring on the fresh air. The first lyrics ring out. It wasn't Lin Yi's own voice. Instead, he synthesized a child's voice with audio. Energetic in its innocence. It's like the first breath of morning air. It always brings infinite hope. Why didn't I realize that before? Yu Hua snapped his head. The moment you hear the sound of a child's voice, he finally understood what Lin Yi had intended in these lyrics. Vibrant children. That is, the freshest air in China. That sentence another morning, and it is telling all the people of the world. China is rich and strong. They saw the Olympics. It's the first morning sunrise of the official farewell to backwardness in China. Wonderful. Just wonderful. These two lines should be sung by children. The literary greats of the straight dope. All of them also had the same thought as Yu Hua. Mentioning the kids suddenly reminded me of the song Twinkle, Twinkle, Shine, Lambda. I highly recommend your younger siblings to sing. Yes, yes, yes. They're the ones who fit this line. Audience offer. Gave Lin Yi a surprise. In the meantime, Lao Mao's cell phone rang. To think of Lin Yi's younger siblings in the orphanage. This class of netizens is fantastic. Letting them sing it, not only is it in line with the emotion Lin Yi put into the lyrics, but it can also publicize the charity in the meantime. So it's totally two birds with one stone. Old plotter. You must think clearly. It was Li Gage who called. Chapter 175. 100 schools of thought are better than 100 flowers. If Lin Yi passes all the audits, I'll definitely fulfill your request. Response from the old Mauser. It woke up everyone in the room at once. Look at this brain of mine. If you didn't tell me I'd forgotten that Lin Yi hadn't even participated in the all-network auditions yet. Li Gage also reacted. But you can't blame him. The only one to blame was Lin Yi. If Lin Yi hadn't written the beginning of Welcome to Beijing so amazingly, and how could he have forgotten about the all-network auditions? Okay, listen to the song properly. Answer your phone. Lin Yi has been singing for half a day. The old mogul hung up the phone. Continuing to stare at his cell phone, he listened. Lin Yi has sung the chorus. Welcome to Yanjing. Like music that moves you. Let's all go above and beyond. Welcome to Yanjing. Anyone with a dream is great. Courage can work wonders. Welcome to Yanjing. To open the heavens and the earth for you. Lin Yi sang all of it in one breath. Natural shuntong is not half as abrupt. Once again, in your own voice, in the viewer's mind, drawing picture after picture of the figures who fought for their country. Olympics on the event. The footage of the bodybuilders is perhaps only a dozen seconds long, but behind those 10 seconds or so, but it is their sweat and dedication for more than 10 years. Just like Lin Yi sang, as long as you have a dream, anyone is great, and it is courage that is the greatest anthem for all our humanity. Yu Hua burst into tears. He was convinced. Olympic athletes are the pride of their country, but Lin Yi used his own song, telling everyone, not with nationality much less ethnicity, Olympic athletes. It is likewise a source of pride for all mankind. Share your breath in the sun and refresh your accomplishments in the yellow earth. Beijing welcomes you, always. Chen Weiya and Zhang Jizang kept repeating these two lyrics. The voices are getting louder. Emotions are also getting more and more exuberant. They both felt that passion. More than anything else, I felt the high etiquette of the Wasia. In unfamiliar surroundings, Wasia will always welcome you. Lao Mozi, we'll use Lin Yi's song. Do you think it's okay? Without even waiting for Lin Yi to finish singing, Fong Digang suggested. This was the thought in the minds of everyone present. Lin Yi's words are too subtle. The song is too moving. Totally representative of Wasia. Takes on the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics. However, what everyone didn't expect was this. Facing Fong Digang's offer. Instead, the old mobile shook his head after a moment of contemplation. Even though I'm thinking the same thing as everyone else, this thing still won't work. The all-network call for songs hasn't ended yet. And if we internalize the 50-day countdown theme song for the Olympics right now, that would be an injustice to the other singers. As the general director he is, it is important to consider everything thoroughly. The theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics is no exception. Because the whole song across the internet was an announcement from their Olympic office, there should never be any inbuilt behavior. Well, then we'll wait and see. Fong Digang nodded. In the meantime, Lin Yi in the live studio sang the entire song. I'm good at writing and appreciating words, but I'm an amateur at reviewing songs. But that still doesn't stop me from being convinced by Lin Yi's arrangements. The first person to send a pop-up was Mr. Wang Meng Sr. He used the words he could think of. Praise for all aspects of Lin Yi's song. Speaking of the end, sitting in front of his computer, he suddenly gave a start, turning to a brand new pop-up. As the saying goes, leave the professional work to the professionals. Brother Fu Lin, we're all here now. How about a few comments? Not to mention the audience. Even Lao Mozi, Yu Hua and Jin Yong. Both were surprised by Palin's visit. The crowd was expecting it. Sitting in front of the computer, Senior, Palin, finally sent in my own review. 4 words. The latter is fearful. It is a great recognition. Praise that even the country's veteran power singers have not received. Sings Master Fu Lin into submission. Worthy of being Linda. Just ask Lao Mozi if Linda's Beijing Welcomes You is up to the task of being the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics. Brothers, let's not talk about this for a while. Go check Twitter. A pop-up from a viewer, drawing everyone's attention to Twitter. Lu Qing was among them. After signaling that Lin Yi would be off the air in a little while, the first thing she did was open Twitter. Reflections. It's a whole bunch of tweets from domestic singers. Joseon V, Brother Lee is right. As long as Lin Yi makes a move, the two of us will just focus on participation. Wang Shulong V, Brother Lin, I knew you could do it. Lu Huan V, a new morning glory new singer. Lin Yi, you're better than us old-timers. You didn't let the nation down. Lao Watch Ivy, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. I'm willing to be pushed to the beach, whether it's a new generation of singers, still an old powerhouse singer. All of them expressed high recognition for Lin Yi, especially Dawn and Blackguard. The two are already passionate about philanthropy. This time, he was even more impressed with Lin Yi. Dawn V, it's a young man's world now, and I'll take the initiative to make way for the youngsters. Heiko V, on a personal note, I strongly recommend Lin Yi's song Beijing Welcomes You to the Olympic office. Start with the two of them, followed by powerful singers such as Zhang Gushun and Wang Jia. All of them have been published. You will continue to write songs yourself, but they weren't there to participate in the auditions. Rather, they want to give foreign friends a fuller understanding of Chinese culture. That's all. An event to promote Wasia through song. It was carried out quietly and without realizing it. Thank you, seniors, for recognizing this, and thank you, guys, for your support. I'll record a full version of Welcome to Beijing as soon as possible for the first round of auditions. Bowed toward the camera. Lin Yi closed the live broadcast, sat there in deep thought for 5 or 6 minutes. He looked up to Lu Qing and said, Sister Chang, I have a bold idea. Come and help me analyze if it's feasible. Lu Qing, who heard this, froze for a moment. After all this time together, she had a very deep understanding of Lin Yi, knowing that Lin Yi was a person who excelled in all aspects of his abilities. By the book. It's only right that such a person shouldn't have unrealistically bold ideas. Okay, I'll try to think of something for you. Lu Cheng nodded. That's right, Sister Cheng. Linny spoke out his plan. Many domestic singers on Weibo have shown their attitude, willing to autonomously cede the position of the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics. This was not a situation Linny wanted to see. He would prefer to see 100 schools of thought by that one best song to represent the Wahini. Now the word is out. Even if he was reluctant, can't risk a punch in the face either. Domestic singers are urged to retract the tweets they just posted. That's why I think we should replace 100 schools of thought with 100 flowers blooming. The song Beijing Welcomes You, if taken as one line by a domestic singer. Sister Cheng, do you think this idea is practical? Chapter 176, starting recording. New idea. The Universal Audition channel continues to unfold. A large number of 18th line starlets and internet bloggers are still releasing songs. Have you noticed that since Linda's Welcome to Beijing the other day, the netizens' aesthetic level seems to be getting higher and higher? Lee in front of the computer even lamented. In the last few days, there are tens of thousands of new songs, to say the least, pouring out online. The quality is even far better than the first day. By the book, a base premise of tens of thousands of songs. How can there be thousands of songs that advance to the next level, but under the increasingly rigorous selection of the netizens? Songs that ultimately fulfill the requirements for advancement. I can't believe there aren't even enough for 1,000. Lee, this is a great thing. Don't forget what our director Zhang said yesterday. Another colleague responded. Lee didn't talk, just looked up at the office not far away. Inside, the old mogul and his entourage. The same thing is being discussed. Ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect that Linny writing a new song could actually raise the level of art appreciation in our country by so much. Yu Hua's delight was written all over his face. He has submitted joint applications to the state countless times with close friends. I hope the country can straighten out the domestic culture, vigorously suppressing the wildly popularity of slurring songs and profanity-laced texts, set the right values for the next generation. This proposal was agreed to by the state time and again, but when it comes to real action, but it is the discovery of 1,000 difficulties. The results were not expected. With the appearance of a new song by Lin Yi, it's amazing how simply the consolidation goal was accomplished ahead of schedule. Even if it's just for the sake of this matter, we have to go with Lin Yi's Beijing Welcomes You as the theme song for the 50-day countdown to this year's Olympics. Director Zhang, what do you think? Chen Weiya and the others all looked at Lao Mozi. Lin Yi writes good songs. The role is also tremendous. Plus, the country's veteran singers have voluntarily given way. No matter which way you look at it, Welcome to Beijing is the best of both worlds. Then it's decided. I'll write an invitation for Lin Yi, and you guys go write a report for the state. It's been 10 days since the all-network song contest, and it's time for it to end. The old mobile finished. Straight away, he picked up a pen and paper on the side, under the guidance of Yu Hua, personally wrote an invitation letter to Lin Yi. The next day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon exactly, the Olympic office is once again sending out new tweets, indicates that the online audition channel is officially closed. The selection of the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics has come to a complete end. I bet $10 that the song Lao Mozi and the others finalized will be Linda's Welcome to Beijing. What's the point of betting on this? It's the people's will. I understand the reasoning, but why hasn't Linda released a full version of Welcome to Beijing out yet? One comment. It instantly makes the otherwise well-known answer. Once again, it became confusing. Follow the rules of the Olympic office. Welcome to Beijing wants to make the cut. Then Lin Yi would have to send the full version of the song. But Lin Yi's microblogging has not budged so far. Does it mean that the old masters and the others chose a different song? This can't be right. So many powerful singers have given way to Linda. There are still singers in our country who can compete with Linda on the same stage? It's not scary to be on the same stage. What's scary is that that person even took the trick to win over Linda. The netizens are getting more and more heated. The number of private messages on the official OCOG account has also become increasingly high. Half from Lin Yi fans. I implore the Olympic office to be able to open the call for songs again. Give Lin Yi a little time to send out a song. The other half sends question marks like crazy. Wanted to know who actually tricked Lin Yi into winning. Unfortunately, however, facing chatter from both sets of people, there has never been any kind of positive response from the Olympic office. Because they press on. How exactly do I go about answering that question? Old Zhang. I'll be honest, this request of Lin Yi's is a bit difficult to handle, but the results are definitely the best. Why don't we just say yes to him? Feng Digang tried. I also have the same idea. Let those top singers in China participate in singing the theme song of the 50-day countdown to the Olympics at the same time. In order to truly show the passion of our Huaxia, Chen Sir's attitude is much more resolute than Feng Digang. Everyone is right, but this is really a bit too difficult to deal with, and we don't have that much time to reach out to Didn't wait for the old mobile to finish. Lee suddenly pushed the door open. She held a letter in her hand. There was a joy on his face that he had never seen before. Directors, great news. This is a letter from Lin Day. He has talked to more than 50 singers in China and everyone is willing to sing with him. Lee spread the letter in his hand on the table. Inside are handwritten lyrics by Lin Yi, and the lyrics chosen by national singers. Includes children from the Stars Orphanage. Just right for one person. Other than that, Lin Yi also labeled a few names in particular. There's the international star, Uncle Lon. There is also Lu Xiang, the flyer who is known as the Pride of Asia. These people Lin Yi couldn't contact, but he graciously gave them the chorus part. Having Lu Xiang sing this line, share your breath under the sun. The yellow earth refreshes your accomplishments, is so thoughtful of Lin Yi. Zhang Jizang stood up directly in excitement. Being the only yellow in the world track and field record. The word Lu Xiang, it's an absolute breakthrough, #1 in the international sports world. Let him sing the words. It can both show off the great power of China. It can also give the greatest encouragement to the athletes from all over the countries. It's simply too good to be true. I'll take care of Lu Xiang's side. I'm from his coach's hometown. Chen Weiya dropped a sentence and directly took his cell phone and walked out of the office. Brother Hao, Weiya, discuss something. In the meantime, Fun and the others also finalized the candidates they were responsible for. For his part, Lao Mozi was the first to write to Lin Yi, tell him to pack up and come to the capital. Preparing for the initial recording of the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics. Hollywood Special Films base. Uncle Long, it's been hard. Have a drink of water. There's an action scene to shoot later. The staff assisted Uncle Lon to sit down. A letter from home was also produced. Tell director Fong that I'm not available at the moment. It's going to be at least 2 months before we can shoot a new movie. Glancing at the signature on the envelope, Uncle Long waved his hand and said, he's filming Zodiac, trying to capitalize on the heat of the Olympics, in your own way, trying to help the country get back those artifacts that have been displaced. Uncle Long, it's not a movie, it's for you to sing. Once again, the assistant handed over the mail. It seems to be the 50-day countdown theme song for the Olympics. Uncle Long, who hadn't wanted to bother his assistant, after hearing the words the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics, turning his head again, he held out his hand, took the letter from Fong de Gang. Chapter 177, Dozens of Singers? What kind of song is it? Beijing welcomes you and opens the sky for you? Looking at this lyric that Lin Yi had assigned specifically, in Uncle Long's eyes that were filled with fatigue, a fierce burst of ebullience. He loved that phrase so much. Since Huaxia has completed its reform and opening up, countless patriots, all working desperately hard in all walks of life, trying to carve out a whole new world for China. Uncle Long is one of them. His no-holds-barred approach to filming, all to prove one thing to the world. The yellow race has long since ceased to be the sick man of East Asia in the eyes of the West. We nonetheless make good movies. It can also be photographed with a very Chinese traditional character. Excellent movie that promotes Chinese martial arts. These words were written not only for me, but for all the people of the country who are like me. Uncle Long's hands trembled with excitement. Didn't even hold back from laughing up in front of the foreigner's eyes. The reason he's so unimaginative, in addition to being sexualized, there is a more important and critical point. From the song Welcome to Beijing, he saw a legacy, a copy from the founding fathers to their generation, and then from their generation to Lin Yi. That enduring, never-ending spirit of the Chinese nation. Ha 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 ha. Successor. Uncle Long laughed more and more wildly, didn't even notice the tears in the corners of his eyes, because he understands the important task of revitalizing the nation. At this point in the country where the ISO culture is popular, finally an absolutely reliable heir has emerged. The other side, Huaxia Olympic Training Base, Ryusho with a cast on his foot, still scrambling around the track doing one-legged jumps. Hurdle after hurdle he knocked over. Beans of sweat soaked his training clothes as well, but he still had no intention of stopping. Jumped on one foot for 2 whole hours, until the stamina is gone. It was only then that he finally fell to the ground. Punch after punch pounded the ground. The word why was still muttered under his breath. The 29th Olympics. It's held at the doorstep of the Wachovia. As the Flyers, the biggest pride of the nation, Ryusho never understood. Why did God have to play such an over-the-top joke on him? Please Xiang, give it up. You'll have to live in a wheelchair from now on if you keep competing. The young athletes came over to Ryusho and counseled him. They don't want to see the veterans who have fought for their country with countless honors, ended up crippled. This is a great sadness. Thank you all for your concern. It's actually fine. I can still keep running with the shot closure. Ryusho looked up and smiled. The smile was easy. It's also heartbreaking. He defied the crowd. Once again, he stood up, jumped on the runway. Coach, go persuade Xiang. If he keeps this up, that leg is definitely going to be ruined. No way out athletes had to find the coach. Hopefully, The coach can personally intervene to persuade Ryusho. Don't let him continue to torture himself. It's no use. You guys are still young and don't understand how Sho thinks. Coach sighed, then took the letter on the table. With big strides, he came to the side of Lu Xiang, who had fallen to the ground once again. He didn't advise Ryusho, just silently handed that letter from the Olympic office to Lu Xiang. Xiao Xiang, there are many ways to fight for our country. If you insist on choosing so, I won't stop you, but I hope that you can represent our Huaxia once before you compete. The coach finished, straight out of the cell phone. A live recording of Lin Yi was played. Guests from near and far, please don't mention it. We're going to be together. We welcome you. Lin Yi's voice echoed through the training hall. The contestants were all silent. Wait for a song to pass. Ryusho suddenly looked up, smiled at the coach, this time in the middle of a smile. No more heartache. There's just recognition and ease. What have you been up to lately? Woof, Mr. Chui Jian. There's a song I don't know if you've heard. Mr. Tong'er, do you have any ideas for challenging a new song style? Willow Green was calling her contacts. She'd love to see it, too. Lin Yi is joined by the country's powerhouse singers, on the huge stage of the Olympics, showing the spirit of Huaxia together. Lu Qing, are you telling the truth? Wang Jia kind of couldn't believe his ears. His voice is ruined. The singing career also fell apart. The results were not expected. At a low point in his life, it was surprising that Lin Yi would give him a chance to appear on stage at the Olympics. Xing, I read the song you sent me. If you have time, can you show me Lin Yi? Chui Jian's words were filled with admiration that he couldn't hide. For Lin Yi, a junior singer, even without any contact, just with this song Welcome to Beijing, he would have heartily recognized it as well. Chang, please tell Lin Yi that I'll definitely go. If he's short-handed on his end, I just happen to be bringing a couple of my singer friends along. Tenjil's drag family. It was the biggest surprise of all. The other side. Hey, Ringo, it's me, Shuran. Here comes the call from Wang Shulong. He inadvertently learned about the group singing, trying to be gross. There are many more young singers like this. Phone call after phone call, until 2 in the morning. It was only then that Lin Yi finally gained the opportunity to lie down and rest. Didn't wait for him to close his eyes. Lin Yi's little friend, is it? I'm Kai Guiqing. So what? I heard from Ryuan and the others that you're looking for a chorus of people right now? 3 days later, the internet buzz continues. Wild guesses about the final result of the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics. Flowers Roar is the answer. Do you believe I'm going to go down the net and beat you up right now? Agreed. The whole song is a screed, and it's worthy of appearing in the Olympics? Suggest to just pass this song. We can't afford to lose this reputation in China. Fans have their own opinions on the matter. The heat of the Olympic conversation has skyrocketed like crazy. Seeing that the time is right, the old conspirator ordered it at once. Office of the Olympic Games v. The theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympic Games has been finalized. Beijing welcomes you. Sung by Chu Inxing. The tweet was posted for just 30 seconds. The comments below have come to 5 figures. I knew it had to be Lambda's Welcome to Beijing. The directing team is so wise. Kudos to Lao Mozi's vision. Lin Yi fans went into a frenzy. That is, until a comment from one of the users appeared. Wait a minute. Singing groupies? Is that a name? Or is it literal? More and more people are coming back to their senses. The question mark has been snapped in the comments section. This time, Lao Mozi as general director. An official list was published. The following is the list of singers of the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympic Games, all children of the Star Welfare Institute. Lin Yi, Lu Huan, Uncle Long, Lu Xiang. Looking at a full 80 or so names, the entire network froze. What's the situation? How can a song be sung by more than 80 people? The song Welcome to Beijing. Is it really the song that Lin Yi wrote live? Chapter 178, 50-day countdown special program to be broadcast soon. The theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics performed by a group of stars. What the hell is going on here? What's going on here? It's the Olympics. I hope the people in charge of this year's Olympics will take this matter seriously. After all, it's being held on our doorstep. The netizens who came back to their senses were frantically sending comments. Some people are fine-minded. It's more of a direct run to the account page of the singers on the list, trying to make a lasso. At this point most of the singers are on a plane to Kyoto. There was no time to look at the phone. There are only a few singers who live in Kyoto. Gave some responses to the netizens. Ryuan V, please be patient for a little while longer. When the real countdown to 50 days is over, there will definitely be a feast of surprises. Wavi, I vouch for my career. This surprise will surely be unexpected by no one. Wang Shulong V, don't even look at me. I really know everything. And even if I did, I wouldn't say a word more. Under the guidance of these singers, the netizens are concerned about the matter of the group chorus. It reached its peak in an instant. The Weibo Hot 100 list is even more rapidly changing, filled with all kinds of speculation. One of the most compelling topics. It's a recreational gambling board run by some small website. All users can leave their comments to their heart's content, as long as it is possible before the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games. Guess what the old mastermind is going to do? You'll get a mystery gift. I'll bet $5 that the list of singers Lao Mozi sent out is definitely a cover. And in the end it'll be Lin Yi alone who sings. Do you think there is a possibility that the real theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics is not Beijing Welcomes You at all? It's really possible. The old mastermind likes to do this kind of thing to cover up the truth. As speculation continues to pour in from all sides, the netizens have been successfully taken for a ride. Small and large websites and online bloggers who smell the scent of heat, all of them have also opted to open a list of all the songs that made it through the national audition. Big Sheep Little Sheep V. Although Lao Mozi likes to hide things, I firmly believe that the final theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics must still be Beijing Welcomes You. You child not slag 798V. I agree with this. As long as the Olympic 50-day countdown theme song is not Beijing Welcome You, I will, in the name of the netizens, donate 100,000 to the mountainous areas. Self-discipline Flower Dragon V. Bet 1,000 push-ups that the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics is something else. But Linny must be on the singing list. Gunny, remember to follow me. Mouth Brother V. MD. Xiaolong guessed wrong. A live broadcast carrying cement to climb the building. More and more online bloggers are joining the session. The 50-day countdown to the Olympics theme song has also skyrocketed like crazy. More and more netizens are getting involved. I'll stand up to Grandmaster. I'll donate 1,000 if he donates 100,000. Then I'll stand up to Brother Mouth. We both can't carry cement in this life. Isn't it just 1,000 push-ups? I'll support you in spirit. Xiaolong, don't even say it. The list Lao Mozi sent out must be fake. Various claims have flooded the major websites. Everyone has the biggest leaning in their mind. Even, there are also underground black sites on the matter. A bet was opened. It drew a number of nationals to follow it. Olympic Sports Center. Hey, Mr. Plotter, what the hell are you guys up to? Why are there so many singers performing the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics? Upper management called to inquire. That's right, leader. The old mogul didn't hide it. Speaking truthfully, Lin Yi's thoughts. The responses of domestic singers and stars are also explained. Did all 80 or so agree? The leader is stunned. He didn't expect it. It's amazing that the old mooks and the guys were able to do it in just 10 days. So many singers and stars have been assembled to help with the Olympics. Leader, this is a great thing. Think about it. We have produced so many people in China. What will our friends abroad think when they see it? The old mogul finished. There was silence on the other end of the line. The theme song for the 50-day countdown to the first 28 Olympic Games. Most of the organizing countries are single singers, even the chorus, and never more than 3. If Wasia comes up with a ho-hum lineup of over 80 all-stars this time, 4 foreign friends, an absolutely top-notch welcome. This was the idea of one of you guys? The leader who figured it out asked. Nothing to do with a couple of us. The words of the old mastermind. Once again, the silence of the leaders was elicited. The Olympics. The results have nothing to do with the director in charge of the Olympics. This whole thing is outrageous. Leader, to tell you the truth, this was all Lin Yi's idea. He saw so many people giving way to him that he thought he'd get everyone involved together. The old plotter explains. Well, I know, you guys keep busy. The leader hangs up. Turning to other department heads in the state, he called them. The content is only one thing. That is, until the official release of the 50-day countdown theme song for the Olympics, must be the first to be forwarded. The day and night passed quickly. The netizens who still haven't waited for the real deal. The heart is impatient. Asterisk. Can't stand it. Why hasn't old Muchabag made a sound yet? I've put all my personal money on Linny, and the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics has to be his Beijing Welcomes You. Please, publish the truth. I'm having a heart attack. Faced with countless posts from netizens, there is still no posting on the official account of the Olympic office. Instead, it's CCTV, updated with a tweet at this time. Tonight at 8 o'clock sharp, please join us for a special 50-day countdown to the Olympics. The tweet went unanswered at first, until someone finds out. Inside the copy are the words theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Olympics in big letters. Asterisk. It's finally time for the lottery. There's still the last 5 hours. Time flies. Damn. It's not even fun to watch Chopstick's hand. The period before 8 p.m. Let the whole network understand deeply what it means to be tormented. They can't take it anymore. Hate to just dial the hour hand on CCTV. Adjust the time to 8 p.m. Last hour to go. Lou, what's the situation on your end? Wu Ziyong called and asked. It's really not that I'm bragging. The backstage data nowadays. I guess you wouldn't dare to believe me if I told you. Louis Nin took a big drag on his cigarette. This special program, it was broadcast on CCTV1, the Central Television Channel. The numbers that can be seen on the TV side, there is and only one. Nationals on their TVs or computers. Is the picture stuck on the news feed at the moment? Don't sell me short. What exactly are the numbers? Wu Zhiyong continued to ask. 34 million. The whole 34 million. Lu Yingning gave the answer. Directly, Wu Zhiyong was stunned and speechless for half a day. Not the same as the number of people watching the live stream. TV ratings. It is possible for a data to be a family. That is to say, 34 million figures. The actual number of viewers represented. It's $70 million to start with, to say the least. And this, a full hour before the start of the show. Chapter 179, My family's door is always open. Open. I've been a TV director for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen backstage data like this. Wu Zhiyong was still stunned back to his senses. He doesn't understand. How can a song be as hot as it is? Okay, you've got to leave your station. The show's about to start. Lu Yingning hung up the phone. Turning his head, he tried a wink to Sabine. In the meantime, countless eyes were on the TV. Those nationals who were involved in the betting panels. The heart was thumping even more. Why is there still an hour left? 4 hours? CCTV, do you know how I carried myself through those 4 hours? Why is a handful of pesticides only 15 minutes? I don't have enough stars to deduct. The last hour. One thing that has made all internet users deeply appreciate. Seconds are like years. They can't wait, but there is no way to shorten the time. You can only leave a message on the official CCTV account. Tirelessly keep pushing. Don't even rush. It's good to watch the news once in a while and learn more about national events. Today's news content is all related to the Olympics, so settle down and read more. That's right. I can't tell if Mr. Kong Gray will announce the answer in a while. Lin Yi fans are relatively sensible, was doing his best to calm the netizens. Unfortunately, these consolations have little effect. It's still hard to soothe the restless hearts of netizens. I've had dinner twice. How come there's still 30 minutes left? I just finished washing the dishes for the second time. My legs are numb from squatting in the toilet. Look at the comments that keep popping up on your computer screen. Lu Yingning picked up the walkie-talkie. Give orders to Con Ash and Summer Sheets. Whatever way he does it. Gotta make it through this last half hour. Viewers, let's have a casual conversation between the two of us and you in these last hours. Con Ash mouthed casual conversation, but his chat, still placed in the Olympics. Mr. Kong Gray, we know what you're talking about. Can you hurry up and let Shu Sa out of the picture, please? I'm going to wash the dishes for the 4th time. My hands are going to go bald. I really can't take it anymore. Announce it. Seeing that the audience can't wait any longer, Lu Yingning signaled Kong Gray and Xia Shan to end the news presentation. Switch the camera to the performance stage. Hello dear compatriots. I'm the host for this one, Sabine. After a very official speech, Sabrina finally announced the biggest hit of the night. Song, Beijing Welcomes You, performed by Gunstar. The moment the words fell, in front of the TV, some people are happy and some people are sad. The major online bloggers were even the first to post about it. You child is not scum 798V, speaking of which, 100,000 donations are on the way. Self-discipline flower dragon V, cannonball, got it? Salute V, ticket bought. Mr. Wang V, Shulung take care of your health, salute me whatever you want. That part of the internet that was involved in the bet, thoroughly tense to the core, especially since the squeeze singers include Lin Yi. They were staring at the screen with dead eyes, looking forward to the singers who are about to take the stage. Same time, the hit lists on all major social media platforms exploded, flocking to the internet. It brings in a huge amount of traffic and heat. It has caused a number of small websites to crash their servers on this. It's a good thing that big platforms like Weibo and Douyin had prepared beforehand. The equipment was upgraded in advance. That's what gave the network a few places to chat freely. There must be a Lin Yi, and if not, there must be a Lu Huan, or else my wife's capital will be lost. Real name envy this brother. I've lost all my private money. Are there any family members who, like me, were kicked out by their wives? Weeping and miserable netizens abound. Lin Yi fans also had a heated discussion in the group chat. Shrimp without blinking, the latest news. The setlist Lao Mozi sent out is true. There will definitely be Linda on stage tonight. Handsome being cut. I can testify to this because my sister works at the Olympic office. Old altar seater, you two have inside information. Why are you saying this now? Linda's 10-year-old fan, no good. There's a mole in the headquarters. Xiangcheng Li Yunlong, 2nd Battalion Commander. A powerful cannon. Marrying a rich white beauty. It's great to have Linda. When the market closes, I'll use my winnings to recharge the phone bill for you guys. The group was in the middle of a hot conversation. The lights on the CCTV stage went out in an instant. As the song chimes in on the TV screen, the LED display was the first to light up, playing up the minutiae of old Beijing alleyways. There are old men playing chess down the street. There are young people who ride their bikes to work, and the children watching the theater performance on stage. All sorts of sounds mixed together. There's less noise, but more than that, it's a deep memory. Didn't wait for the audience to comment. The crisp wind chime rang first. Everyday trivial images. It also switches to Tiananmen Square at this moment. Cut to a portrait of Grandpa Mao. Next moment. When? Of the bells that herald a new day. The five-starred red star rises in the sky. The stage lights come on, reflecting the children in front of the LED display. They were led by Grandma Dean. One was solemn and dignified. Together, we salute towards the portrait of Grandpa Mao. Lou, did you get it right? Being in the background, Lao Mozi found Louis Min. The pop-up feature can be turned on at any time. Louis Min gave an OK sign. Then drive immediately. With a command from the old mobile, Sabine's voice rang out on the TV. He put the pop-ups on, told a national audience. One time, isn't this the grandma and the kids from the Stars Welfare Center? What the hell? Where's the promised stars? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lose a lot of money. The netizens were dumbfounded one by one. Bet on the platform. Even singers just starting out. The only thing that is missing is the head grandmother and children of the Stars orphanage. Just when they didn't know what to do. Greeting every morning. Bring on the fresh air. The children held their big hands in their little hands. In the dim light. Singing the most childish and tender. In the meantime, the lights went out again. Tiananmen on the LED display. It slowly turned into a scene outside the Forbidden City. Linny sat in front of the door, making tea at a leisurely pace. Wait until another beam of light comes on the stage. Linny on the screen was holding hot tea in his hand, aimed at the camera. The breath changes and the flavor remains the same. The aroma of tea wafts with affection. The song is coming from the stage. To be precise, it's in that light. Linny himself in traditional Chinese clothing, a microphone in one hand. One hand opened up to point at the big screen. The scene changes again. It's Ryu Huan standing in front of the Masayang gate. He pushed the door open as soon as he could. His voice came from the stage as well. My door is always open. Open arms await you. Chapter 180 Uncle Long. Uncle Long has been invited. The first three lyrics to hit your ears. There's no vocal showmanship. There is no personal aspect to the presentation either. Some are just plain as water. In that wave, it seemed to harbor an unspoken atmosphere. It has silenced the nation. Even the netizens who lost their old money. All in this moment. Gradually the restlessness calmed. Listen up with your sideways ears. What's the situation? Why are the pop-ups suddenly gone? Is there a problem with the equipment? Realizing that something was wrong. Lao Mozi and Louis Min. The first time I came to the technical department. Director Liu. Director Zhang. I just checked and everything is fine with the equipment. The staff sent a pop-up. Verify in person that the equipment is not showing any problems. Look at the lone pop-up on the screen. Lao Mozi and Louis Min's faces became more and more ugly. The equipment is fine. Then the problem is the song. One just opened its mouth. Just let the room go silent for the song. There are only two extreme possibilities. Be not so good. Either that or it sucks. Old Chang. Which one do you think it is? Not sure yet. Keep looking. The two men stopped speaking. Eyes turned to the LED display. The picture at this point is the Great Wall of China. Li Jian and Zhou Sun stood at the head of the city. To the travelers coming and going below. Opened his arms. In the meantime, the two of them also appeared on stage. There's an understanding when you've hugged. You'll love it here. The two men sang as they did so. While doing so, he arrived beside Linny and Lu Wan. With a national audience watching, the four of them had their hands on their shoulders. Common spoke up. Guests from near and far, please, don't mention it. We've got a date to be together. We welcome you. Lin Yi's word is correct. The atmospheric flood of sound of Lu Huan, Li Jian's clear and beautiful, Chosen's ethereal falsetto. The four voices mingled perfectly, obviously still bland, but it was like a thunderbolt for the ages, straight to the heart of all viewers. It shook their heads. It shook them to the core. The moment. Everyone can't help it. Yes, that's what it feels like. In the simple lyrics, I hear the passion from our Wasia, foreign friends, see, those attractions, all the historical markers of our China during 5,000 years, in a constant stream of pop-ups, more and more of the nation is being awakened. A couple of words that were sung earlier, even more uncontrollably, it appeared in their minds, tugging at their hearts. Linda's lyrics, the groups singing, and the sights from all over the place are just 6. This $30,000 is not a bad loss. Not a bad loss at all. I finally understand. Lao Mozi is really a genius director. The pop-ups were like a heavy snowfall, full of wild praise. Lao Mozi and Louis Min were finally relieved, started sitting down and enjoying it. At this point, the stage was graced with the presence of D. Cage, J. Wang, and Ten Gel. My house is planted with wannabes. Open every legend. for traditional soil seating, to make memories for you. Strangers and familiars are guests. Please, make yourself at home. It doesn't matter how many times you come. There's so much to talk about. Their singing was perfect. It echoes the attractions on the big screen. It earned a roar of approval from the audience. I didn't realize that after so many years, I could still see Jia on stage. Tearful. Brother Cage, I haven't been a big brother for years. If you destroy my paradise, I'll break your invisible wings. Many of the older generation had red eyes. No one expected that. Childhood memories of the Circle Divas. It's been out of sight for so many years. Surprisingly, there are still times when they appear on stage. CCTV backstage. Leader, the real-time data has now exceeded 70 million. Louis Min reported truthfully. A few of the old schemers on the sidelines were full of joy. A group chorus of over 80 people. Look around the world. All for the first time ever. The difficulty factor is predictable. Even if the rehearsal period was a slice of good, they are also constantly worrying. Waiting for the official live stream today. In front of so many viewers across the country. Do the participating singers make mistakes because they are nervous? Lin Yi and the others got off to a good start, and I'm sure the subsequent singers will play perfectly as well. Old Zhang. Don't worry here, you have to trust them. Hanging up the phone, Louis Min said. Lou, I think, right, the person who is most worried right now should be you. Feng Digang preempted Lao Mozi's opening. The ratings mandate set from above has been accomplished, so what do I have to worry about? Louis Min looked puzzled. No, look over there. Feng Dagon raised his chin toward tech. A dozen workstations. The technicians were all sweating. The expression was even more grave to the extreme. What's going on? Louis Min suddenly had an ominous feeling. Director Liu, we're not sure what's going on. Just know that in the 10 seconds or so just now, the background data went crazy by more than $20 million. The technician pulled up the real-time data details. 110 million. And that number is growing by leaps and bounds. As far as that goes? Later on, Old Mauser and the others were similarly filled with shock. CCTV viewing data. Unlike the live streaming headcount, here's 110 million. When converted into numbers, it's going to be 300 million upwards at least. Director Liu, there are too many pop-ups now, and the equipment involved needs to be cooled down manually. Please help you and Director Zhang and the others keep an eye on the computers. Our department has to go and artificially cool the equipment. The technical manager finished and left. It didn't give the old Mauser few a chance to react in the slightest. In the meantime, the view on the big screen goes from river to river, and then from the river to the sea. It finally settled on a peak. That's the top of Mount Tai, which symbolizes China. On it stood a figure. Even with your back to the camera, the audience also recognized the singer for who he really was. Uncle Lung. Dad, come see with my grandpa. It's Uncle Lung. Isn't there no Uncle Lung in the list? This is too much of a surprise, isn't it? In a giant shock across the internet, Uncle Long opened his mouth in a domineering manner. Welcome to Beijing. To open the heavens and the earth for you. The charm and the flow is full of vigor, simple lyrics and melody. Uncle Long portrays the majestic image of a great Eastern power, as if to announce to the world, the sleeping lion, nonetheless awakened today, and stood up completely, standing on top of Mount Tai and looking proudly at the world, standing on the Eastern earth to greet the people of the world. Awesome. Uncle Lung sings awesome. Zhang Yi's rap is even better. Who the hell came up with this fantasy linkage? It's too good to be true. Give CCTV credit. The song choice is unbeatable. The passion of the national audience was completely ignited. Excited fists flailed. The surging heart could hardly return to the ordinary. At this very moment, everyone's face, all overflowing with pride like never before. Proud of the singers on stage. Proud of the countless magnificent sights in the country. More proud of the motherland's wealth and strength. The China that was once colonized by a great power, in today, really stood up. Chapter 181, Refreshing Achievements in the Yellow Earth. Moving the world, whether it's on the big screen or the stage. Uncle Long's appearance. Undoubtedly, it was a great surprise for the national audience. CCTV ratings. It also began to skyrocket again at this moment. Crazy, all ing crazy. Looking at the background data in front of him that instantly exceeded 100 million, even the old mogul was more or less nonplussed. Not to mention Louis Min. He would have been the home director of CCTV. Know your own equipment too well though. Understand that manual cooling by a technician takes quite a while. The premise also has to be that everything hasn't changed too much. But what? With Uncle Long on stage, with the line "Open up the sky for you" sung, the national audience was like chicken blood. 1 calls 10, 10 calls 100. Even the bums on the side of the road, all began to gather and sit across the road. Borrowed the store's TV to watch the CCTV Olympic program. With such a huge crowd, the number of pop-ups naturally goes without saying. 10,000 per second is not too much. at least in the eyes of people like Louis Min and Lao Mozi, does not turn off the pop-up feature. They couldn't even see what was on the screen. There are still about 30 singers behind us who haven't gotten on stage. You guys, what if our station's equipment can't carry it? Louis Min smiled helplessly and bitterly. Today's bloom. He had expected it in advance, but I didn't expect it. It was surprising that the back-end data would be so much more than he thought it would be. Even the country's leadership was alarmed. There have been many calls of sympathy. Lou, I don't care what you've used. Even if the equipment runs out and becomes obsolete, you must hold out until the end of the program. 6 times the number of mission targets. You CCTV staff are good. After the song, remember to tell the singers not to leave. A big leader is going to treat them to dinner. Louis Min's phone didn't stop ringing. The old mobile and others who had originally stood behind him, all of them have also come to the equipment room on their own. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to cool down. They are willing to do whatever the technicians tell them to do. Efforts are made to ensure that CCTV programs are completed. The back office is busy at the same time. Once again, the audience in front of the TV let out a gasp. Because of the people who are now on stage, it's the 4 heavenly kings. Welcome to Beijing. Like music that moves you, let's all cheer to go above and beyond. Looking at the 4 old-faced figures on stage, nationals of the parental generation, couldn't help but feel a pang in my nose. Anyone still remember that saying no? If you're more popular, can you be more popular than Dawn? Xing Xing is so old and still willing to sing and dance for the Olympics. No wonder he's my idol. The god of songs is still stable. This high note can be ranked in the top 10 in the whole world. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Was classic gunplay footage? He's using a microphone to remind us of our youth. Mothers and fathers contribute the first comments of their lives. It's just like the lyrics. They are trying to adapt to the new era, with a childhood idol, rising above your past with refueling. Aha! In front of the bird's nest? Who's that guy with the cast on his foot? The camera's too far away. It's kind of hard to see. Guys, look! There's someone running with a torch under the stage. Audience sightings. Was pulled back to the stage by a pop-up from the LED display. Dimly lit. A figure is holding a torch. Use the jump. Efforts were made to run around the stage. Welcome to Beijing. Sharing a breath in the sun. Refresh your accomplishments in the yellow earth. As the figure ran through the lap. As he walked on stage surrounded by all the singers, the audience froze. They finally got a good look at the figure's face. It's Ryu Shou. It is the greatest pride of China and all of Asia. Ryu Shou, who is known as the Flying Man. CCTV is too thoughtful to bring in Lu Xiang. It's only when Lu Xiang sings this line that it feels right. Wait, the athletes who walk on the stage. It seems that not only Lu Xiang, but also Dragon Python Mastiff them. More and more veteran athletes are appearing on camera. They worked in unison to carry Ryusho on their shoulders, all the while singing refreshing achievements in the yellow earth. One side toward the young athletes on stage. No words were exchanged. There was only eye contact. When Ryusho put the torch in his hand, as he handed it to the same young man in front of him in his track and field uniform, one word instantly popped into the audience's heads. Salary. I think that young man's name is Su Bingtian, right? I know him. He just ran a 12+ second run a while back. Lu Xiang's injuries are already serious. And now with Su Bingtian taking his place, our China is really on its feet. Lu Xiang is a once-in-a-thousand-years special case, but Su Bingtian is a representative of the hardworking genius. His presence, it means that Huaxia's sports performance in the international arena, no longer does it rely on selecting geniuses from a large population base. Rather, it is the yellow man's own efforts. This is a huge step of great historical significance. Wait until Su Bingtian grows up completely. The sick man of East Asia will never again appear over the heads of the Chinese people. Looks like I was overthinking it all along before. There are not no successors in Huaxia, but there are successors. Many of them. Uncle Long smiled in relief. In the meantime, the pop-ups were suddenly manic. What's going on? Why do I see the host warming up? A live audience member sent in a pop-up. Also posted the picture I took in the thread. Sabine, King Cake Bread, Con Gray, and other CCTV members, is moistening his voice at the edge of the stage. Didn't wait for the netizens to respond below the post. Welcome to Beijing. Anyone with a dream is great. With courage comes miracles. Several of the hosts are amateurs, singing more or less out of tune. But the audience didn't mind, because they hear what CCTV is trying to say. Regardless of any occupation, and regardless of age, anyone who has a dream and tries to stick to it, all have the potential to work miracles. One world, one dream. I hope our country gets better and better. The big guy waits for me to graduate, and I'll definitely use what I've learned to continue to fortify our national defense. Don't say anything. After listening to the song, I'll immediately go read and study for my license. The pop-ups were non-stop with well wishes and inspirational outpourings. Looking at Louis Min, he was surprised. It had a completely unexpected effect on him. Lin Yi's lyrics are fantastic, and the idea of personnel distribution is so wonderful. Leader, I strongly suggest that we have CCTV do a special interview with Lin Yi and help him with a wave of national publicity. Lu Yimin called the leader. The leader immediately agreed. A patriotic singer like Lin Yi, it is worthwhile for all nationals to learn from it. More than worthy of a free promotion from the state. Just about everyone was spilling their guts on the pop-ups. A group of flower girl opera singers tumbled onto the stage, arching into the camera in unison, with very Chinese characteristics of the local opera. Together, the words were uttered. Welcome to Beijing. Chapter 182, A Dream for the Nation. A Miracle for China. The 5 minutes of one person one sentence ended quickly. Stage singers. The number quickly surpassed 100, far more than the list of singers released by the old mastermind. Lin Yi, who had originally automatically stood at the edge, pushed to the forefront by the crowd. Sabine also handed him a saxophone. Lin Yi understood it by heart. Blow up with no stage fright. The singers also started a group chorus at this point. Welcome to Beijing. To open the heavens and the earth for you. The charm and the flow is full of vitality. Welcome to Beijing. Sharing a breath in the sun. Refresh your accomplishments in the yellow earth. While the crowd sings, the screen on the LED display no longer are the various mountain and river sites in the country. Rather, it is China since the founding of the country. A history of development and change in all places. Alleyways and courtyards in the capital city of Beijing. Kiln caves in the mountains of Sanjin. Lake life in the water town of Jiangnan. Too much of what was once considered backward by outsiders. In these few short decades, it developed into a dazzling array of skyscrapers. It developed into a variety of buildings that kept up with the times. Developed into the host of the 29th Olympic Games. This is the progress of the HWA. It is more of a joint effort of all the people. Welcome to Beijing. Anyone with a dream is great. With courage comes miracles. All the viewers in front of the TV couldn't help but sing along. The song spread through the streets. A few minutes later, Lin Yi's blowing came to an end. The singers on stage stopped singing as well. But the Nationals chorus is not over yet. They were enthusiastic. Confidence and generosity were written all over everyone's face, even if they know it. The songs themselves have no complex syllables, no wow tricks either, but they still had no intention of stopping, because what they're singing isn't a song. Rather, it is the plainest voice of your own heart. The nation has courage. The country has dreams. There are wonders in HWA. Beijing welcomes you as the theme song for the 50-day countdown to the Chinese Olympic Games is the right decision. Thanks to Lin Yi and all the singers on stage. It's still early. Can you lead us in the song again? The audience remained enthusiastic. Naturally, the country's leaders won't spoil the fun. One phone call later, Lin Yi and the others who received the order completely let themselves go. It doesn't matter whose lyrics it turns out to be. It doesn't matter if you have a chance to talk yourself. Just to be on stage and sing with the whole country. Just more than everything. CCTV backstage. Old Lou. No more, no more. I guess this batch of equipment in the station is considered a waste. A few of the old conspirators walked back in ashes. Shouldn't the program be over by now? Why are Lin Yi and the others still singing? Feng De Gang asked, staring at the screen. If the equipment is wasted, it's wasted. The leaders have already sent word to allocate funds for us to buy new ones tomorrow. Finishing towards Old Muji, Lu Yimin explained what had just happened again. So that's it. Just in time for us to enjoy the whole singing. A few of the old muchbooms moved chairs and sat down. It was fun to watch the whole thing, especially when you see all the recognition on the pop-ups. The worries in their hearts instantly dissipated. All this time of drudgery was swept away. Replacement. It's the hustle to keep trying. Finally, the singing is done, and the celebration song is over. Chen Sir stretched out a big slouch. Feng De Gang even stood up and said, intend to ask for your own money. Treat the singers on stage. Old Feng, you're moving too slowly. The leader sent me a message 10 minutes ago. Lu Yimin flashed the chat log. What kind of world is this? Is it so hard to treat yourself to a meal anymore? Is there any justice left? Is there any king's law left? Von Dagong's self-mockery. It amused everyone in the director's office. The only one who remained seated on the small chair was Yu Hua. Mr. Yu, let's go. The leader said it was a treat after a while. I'll treat first tonight. Feng De Gang patted Yu Hua on the arm. It's over. Time to call it a day, Mr. Yu. Lu Yimin also spoke up. No, we have a very important thing to do. Yu Hua said seriously. Earlier when looking at Lin Yi's lyrics, he gave a brief but enthusiastic review, but with listening all over the site today, as well as the netizens on the pop-ups, it made him realize something violently. Lin Yi's word this time is not simple. Mr. Yu, aren't you talking nonsense? Every word of Lin Yi's lyrics is a good fit with the singers who sing them. How can a song like this be simple? Old Mosey also walked in. Alright, it's getting late. let's go and ruthlessly slaughter Dagang. Facing the urging of the crowd, Yu Hua still sat there motionless. There was silence for maybe 10 seconds or so. No! He stood up violently. Linny still has something hidden in the song. I have to find someone to study it. Having said that, Yu Hua grabbed the lyrics aside and stormed out. The kind that can't be stopped. Forget it, let him be. Treating the singers is the main event now. The old Mauser beckoned the crowd back. In the meantime, CCTV locker room. Brother Huan, Shu Long, tell Director Zhang and the others for me that I won't be going to dinner later. Linny always remembered what Qin Lang had told him before he set off. Beijing has always been the most desired place for grandma and her siblings. This time it's good to be here. He had to eat and play with his grandmother and siblings. One other thing, as the capital city of China, medical care in Beijing is definitely of the top level in the country. I believe in these 2 days. Lu Qing must have been poking around alright. Okay, Ringo, I know. Remember to call me if something comes up. Wang Shulong and Lu Huan did not engage in much questioning, because they both know the secret of grandma's brain cancer. Just as Linny finished greeting the other singers, getting ready to leave CCTV, Sabine and Kanash suddenly appeared to stop him. Mr. Linny, can you stay on stage a little longer? It shouldn't take long. Don't worry, the two explained as they spoke. It's all because of Yua. He who couldn't figure out what Linny was hiding in his lyrics. Post the lyrics directly to the Wahoo Writers Group. I heard from Director Lu that their group blew up at once. There has been an outpouring of willingness to link up with the station and try to decipher your lyrics. Hearing this, Linny waved his hand. Indicates that the matter is casual. There's no need to go through his intentions exclusively. Mr. Linny, it's really not that we're intentionally trying to keep you. But Mr. Yi Zhang wants to meet you. Sabanin's words made Linny a little uncertain. Yuzuna? Which Yuzuna? Still waiting for him to ask a question. Kong Gray hurriedly added. There's also Elder Fu Lin and Elder Wang Meng. Both of them are on their way here as well. Hearing those two familiar names, Linny thought about it all at once. Yi Zhang, who can be honored as Mr. by Sabine. There is and only one. That would be Yi Zhang, the chairman of the Chinese Music Association today. Chapter 183, Song Interpretation. The chairman of the Music Association has arrived. CCTV stage. Dong Chang, who is delivering the closing remarks. Suddenly he received instructions from Louis Min. She didn't have pause. After a simple twist, speaking to the camera, he uttered a weighty message. Several of the country's top major artists, led by Yi Gang. It's on its way here at the moment. Coming soon is an in-depth look at all aspects of Lin Yi's welcome to Beijing. Yakuza? Which Yatsuna? My neighbor's coal burner. Mr. Yakuzuna? No way, no way. It's been 20xx years and there are still people who don't know who Yi Zhang is? Popularization. Yi Zhang is the youngest ever full chairman of our music association. With the help of an enthusiastic scientist, the audience gradually understood the gold content of the name Yi Zhang, one of the top composers in China, invited professor at the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna, recognized by people all over the world as the king of contemporary symphonic music. On Yatsuna's shoulder, there are so many honors. This has also led to him receiving numerous offers from other countries. In the face of lucrative immigration payoffs, he resolutely chose to stay in the country. Want to help the new generation grow. That's true, but what did he mean by his last tweet 2 years ago? Someone found Yi Zhang's official account, and put the years-long Twitter text inside. All sorted out. From the time Yi Zhang assumed the presidency of the Chinese Music Association, he first made a vow to lead Chinese music internationally. The association system was later changed. Efforts are made to seek more development opportunities for the new generation of singers. It's safe to say, he did it for the sake of the Chinese music scene, gave his all. Just when everyone thought he would quickly fulfill his promise, that broken apology tweet appeared. I suddenly remembered. Didn't the day Yi Zhang posted this tweet happen to be the day he was mocked by the group? The older generation remembered. 3 years ago, specialty music from major foreign genres has flooded into the country. Brainless up-tempo melody, plus the simple, brutal lyrics. It instantly won the hearts of countless young people. Yi Zhang has always insisted on Chinese music. More than that, it was deliberately guided by someone with a heart of gold. It was blasted by the nation as feudal dross that must be discarded. This incident dealt a huge blow to Yi Zhang, but he still didn't give up, until the time came 2 years ago, watching the gradual prevalence of Egyo culture. Yi Zhang, who knew that he could no longer change this pattern, only to the sound of endless mockery, sent out that tweet. So what? Does this incident have anything to do with him rushing to CCTV? Most netizens are still in a state of uncertainty. They don't understand. It's been 2 whole years since there's been any movement in Yi Zhang. Why would you suddenly choose to go out on a limb? It must be because of the Olympics. It's the biggest thing in our country in the last few years. Didn't Dongqing just say that he, along with Fu Lin and Wang Meng, the 2 old masters, are here to do the song interpretation, so he's not out of the mountain. He was invited by CCTV. This is a reasonable statement. I agree. That's not what the internet thinks. It was also Lin Yi's idea. Mr. Lin Yi, wait for me to organize the language to explain to you. Khan Ash frowned. Don't be like that. There's no camera here. Sabine was not half as scrupulous. Directly in front of all the participating singers. Speaking of the reason why Yi Zhang came out of the mountain, because he overheard a comment. A phrase Lin Yi once said. It's Hallyu that's the grippiest. In this sentence, on Lin Yi, he saw what a young singer should look like. I heard from Mr. Yu Hua that he just mentioned that you wrote Welcome to Beijing. Then Mr. Yi Zhang immediately rushed here with the two old men, Wang and Fu, listening to Sabine's explanation. Not to mention the new generation like Wang Shulong and Zhou Sen. Even veteran power singers like Lu Huan and Li Jian. Nor could they help but cast envious glances towards Lin Yi, known as a living fossil of the Chinese music scene. Fu Lin, Wang Meng, one of the 10 most recognized titans of domestic literature. And then there's Yi Sang, who has received numerous sparkling honors internationally. These three carry too much weight, but it was because of Lin Yi. They voluntarily chose to rush to CCTV. This was a supreme honor that not even the 4 heavenly kings had ever felt. Lin Yi, let's go later. This opportunity is too rare. Brother Lin, you must make good use of it. Just do us all a favor and leave half an hour later. The lounge singer star came out in unison. They all hoped that Lin Yi could seize this hard-won, 1,000-year opportunity. Well, thank you all. Lin Yi nodded towards the crowd. Then came the corner. Call grandma and explain the situation. And instructed Lu Qing to take his siblings to dinner first. In the meantime, take advantage of the commercial break. The audience pulled out their cell phones. There is a heated discussion on the internet. It's on fire because of a post made by a netizen. He claimed to be a regular member of the WACM. The reason for putting each son out of the mountain. Told it like it is. Hey, you don't say. It's possible. Rindai's Hallyu is the most gripping is definitely what Yi Zhang wanted to hear the most in these 2 years. It's not just Yi Zhang. Aren't we all waiting for these words? The more netizens read the post, the more excited they get. And the consequences of excitement. It's the private messaging section of the CCTV account that's bursting at the seams. Between the lines. All from the urging of the netizens. The commercials have been playing for 5 minutes now, and the venue should be set up, right? When the song is interpreted, will Rinda be there too? How much longer will it take to get started? I just can't figure out what Rinda is hiding in this song. The number of private messages is growing rapidly, so fast that Lu Ning dared not show up at the propaganda department, only dared to stand alone in front of the TV station, waiting for the arrival of the 3 Yi Zhangs. Backstage, why isn't old brother Yu Hua back yet? Feng De Gang scratched his ears in anxiety. Ever since he heard Yu Hua's sentence, Lin Yi hid something. He then took a keen interest in the matter. I can't figure it out even after thinking about it. A song with easy-to-understand lyrics and a well-held melody. What exactly can be hidden? Chen Sie said while looking around. But anyone he sees. All show their hands and shrug their shoulders. Show that you are of the same mind. Alright, don't even think about it. And don't wait for old brother Yu Hua. Get over here. Lu and the guys are already trying out the camera. The old mogul beckoned toward the crowd. The other side. After ensuring that everything is in order with the equipment, Lu Ning gave an OK sign towards the guide. This is starting too suddenly. My barbecue is not ready yet. The commercial is only 10 minutes long. Is this still a commercial break I recognize? You can be fast this time, but not so fast next time. Oh, I pesticide ranking promotion tournament. Chapter 184, Lin Yi's lyrics perfectly show China's style. The interpretive program begins. The camera is trained on the audience. The unsure audience all froze. There was no half reaction. The same goes for Netflix. Everyone was looking for the host. Until the front of the audience. Suddenly Sabine's voice rang out. Where's the applause? Star? Why is Shu Sa looking for Changxing? Here. Jiang Xing is here at Jiangxing. Goddamn Jiangxing. Xiao Sa said applause. The pop-ups were ha ha ha. The originally quiet atmosphere instantly came alive. This song reading about Welcome to Beijing. It also officially kicked off. I believe that everyone is puzzled about this song by Mr. Lin Yi, right? Why is it that his lyrics are so simple and his arrangements and melodies are so bland? Yet they always leave us with an inexplicable wave of shock and awe, right? Now will the crew please bring the camera to the stage so that Director Kong can lead us to the answer. Sabine took a big swing. The trio of Kong Gray and Yi Tsunami appeared on the screen. Briefly, Khan Ash handed over the pre-prepared song sheet. Teacher, you go first. Yi Zhang looked at Elder Fu Lin. Yes, Elder Fu Lin nodded. Friends of the audience, today, I'll be the first to lead you through the little heart that little friend Lin Yi is hiding in this song. The moment the words fell, the room became silent once again. Every spectator was looking serious. like a student in a classroom, prepared to listen intently to the teacher. I'm better at arranging music, so let's start with the melody of the song. I'm sure everyone, like me, feels the melody is bland when they first hear it. This is clearly at odds with the passionate and spirited theme of the Olympics. But this is the real work that little friend Linny is moving in private. Senior Fu Lin started with the melodic beat of Welcome to Beijing. This was followed by an account of the characteristics of traditional Chinese music. Use contrast, told all the viewers in front of the TV. Lin Yi's song Welcome to Beijing. All the traditional Chinese music theory is used. Hearing Elder Fu say that, I reacted to the fact that the melody of the song is indeed familiar. No wonder I can feel a resonance from my bloodline in such a bland melody. Lin Day has really put his heart into it this time. Although I still don't get it, it doesn't stop me from saying Lin Din Yo Wei, the enlightened netizen. His admiration for Lin Yi went up a notch. After all, no one would have guessed. Lin Yi, who was only in his 20s. It's amazing that you can be interested in the ancient music theory that has been passed down in China for 5,000 years, with such a deep understanding. Since writing a song is so elaborate, then the equally simple lyrics should be more impressive than we think, right? This pop-up appeared at the same time. Khan Ash asked the question as well. Elder Fu Lin was a titanic giant of the Chinese music scene. Naturally, you can't just analyze song melodies, aspects of word appreciation. He's also an absolute handful. But, he didn't answer Khan Ash's question. Instead, he turned his head to Wang Meng. As the saying goes, there are specialties in the arts, and with old brother Wang, a literary big shot, I won't continue to make a fool of myself. Wang Meng and Fu Lin are extremely close. Instantly, he took over the conversation. A word was uttered that left everyone dumbfounded. I truly admire Lin Yi's attainments in lyric writing from the bottom of my heart. He didn't parse Welcome to Beijing directly. Instead, we talked about symboline, expressing his appreciation and approval to Lin Yi in succession. The admiration between his eyebrows never broke. The phrase "the sky is green and waiting for the smoky rain" is proof enough of Lin Yi's accumulation and control of our Chinese culture. But there is one thing that everyone must understand. The difficulty factor of writing a song with very culturally specific words is definitely not as high as writing a song in the vernacular. Wang Meng's meaning was understood by all the guys. The lyrics to Celadon are full of historical allusions. Simply go online and check out the information. It's easy to understand the song. But Welcome to Beijing is different. The lyrics are in the vernacular that anyone can read and understand. Being able to use the vernacular, write that deep mood, that's the hardest thing. Unusual singers could never do that. The words that the kids sing at the beginning represent definitely more than just early morning. Lin Yi is using the vigor of the children, and the bright dawn of the morning, to symbolize the brand new look of our China, and the tea and wannabes mentioned later. Both of these things are notable representatives of our Huaxia and have the property of surviving for 10,000 years. The reason Lin Yi wrote these two things means he's telling his foreign friends that no matter what, they're always welcome in China. Only the opening lyrics are explained. Wang Meng's words left netizens shocked. It seems that I'm still shallow. I always thought that Linda chose tea and wannabe just because these two things can represent our Huaxia. And the lines sung by the kids, the casting was so smart. I'm going to say again now that Lin is a big bully. Does anyone else dare to object? The pop-ups instantly exploded. Audience numbers also saw an extreme spike. At this very moment, everyone was under Wang Meng's explanation, carefully recalling Lin Yi's lyrics. The more you savor it, the more shock they felt in their hearts, the more intense it became, and thoroughly understood. Why did the old mastermind choose this song as the Olympic celebration song? A little revelation for you all. The scene selections in the MV were all thought up by Lin Yi as well. One thing leads to another. Congre's blast. Even the three Yizhangs were stunned. Push open the door to Ryu Huan, Li Jian and Zhou Shen, who are embracing travelers on the Great Wall, and Lu Xiang in front of the bird's nest. Looking back now, each attraction is extremely well suited to the lyrics and the people singing them. To be able to come up with this kind of dream linkage, young friend Lin Yi's talent far exceeds what I thought of him. Yi Zhang spoke up. It was his first time in public. Such high praise for a singer. It seems that old brother Wang was right. Little friend Lin Yi always surprises us without realizing it. Elder Palin smiled and applauded. His brow was all admiration. To be able to use the simplest of vernacular lyrics to portray the image of our Chinese state of etiquette. I should say more about Lin Yi's efforts behind the scenes, shouldn't I? After Wang Meng finished, he continued to start appreciating the lyrics. This time it's the all-important chorus. The phrase "Welcome to Beijing" may seem simple, but it's the most visual and effective lyric. I believe that foreign friends will deeply feel the highest enthusiasm from our Chinese nation when they hear these lyrics. Here, I'll pause for a moment and hope that everyone can show their appreciation to Lin Yi with the loudest applause. Thank him for the great and glorious image he created for our China with one song. Chapter 185, ratings that are even better than the news broadcasts. Conscription service. How? Why is the street all clapping? Old Rao, you know what? Auspicious, who had returned from doing publicity, asked. Nah, see for yourself. Rao Guohuang handed over the tablet. CCTV channel on. The trio of Yi Sangs are still critiquing Welcome to Beijing. P-free throughout. Sentence by sentence is the essence. You can't even hide the admiration. Who wrote this song? Why does it always give me the flavor of Lin? Ji Xiang asked, scratching his head. The previous one had been helping the military with their propaganda. No time at all to follow the Olympics. Ha ha ha, your nose is as accurate as ever. Rao Guohuang handed over a glass of water. That's right, this song, Beijing Welcomes You, was written by Lin. Auspicious to hear that. The eyes were filled with a shocked look, but then the face looks like it deserves it. It was as if everything was expected of him. The two chiefs on the other side, Warden He and Zhou Nie, did the same. There was a flurry of amenity to the general's underhand. Surely it must still be Lin. Only he can write so much deep meaning in the most mundane vernacular. I'm not going to lie. I've always been a Lin fan. I hope that the leaders will send out their power so that our military will cooperate and collaborate more with Lin. Huge numbers of generals flocked to the CCTV channel, making the back-end numbers crazy again. $150 million now. That's a $150 million. Several of the old mousers were stunned into sitting still. They're all directors, knowing all too well what that level of numbers means, converted to movie box office. With that huge audience base of 150 million, the movie ends up making money. At the very least, it's tens and tens of billions going upwards. Leader, I'm afraid you won't believe me when I say it. Louis Min is calling the big shots at the station. If the equipment is broken, it's broken. Don't worry, we'll replace it with something better in time. The leader responded. No, it's not about that. It's about our station's ratings today. Louis Min was still excited. 100 million in background data. Well, you called in 15 minutes and said. The leader said helplessly. For TV ratings, the 100 million figure is too rare. Want to keep going up. An almost impossible thing to achieve. But the current figure really isn't 100 million. It's. Louis Min suddenly stopped, because an employee broke into the break room. His whole body was fleshed out with excitement. In his hand was a freshly printed sheet. Director Liu, you first, do you believe me? The same words came out of the employee's mouth, not to mention Louis Min. Even the leaders above came to be interested. Shin, if you have something to say, just say it, Louis Min urged. Just now Lin came on stage, and then within 5 minutes, our backstage numbers, they shot right up to 200 million. The employee placed the sheet in his hand on the table. Isn't it just 200 million? What's the big fuss? Wait, how much did you just say? Isn't it $150 million? Louis Min was shocked. The leader on the other end of the line was also shocked. 200 million in back-end data. This TM totally deserves to go down in CCTV history. Didn't wait for the employee to determine the authenticity of the list. Another employee ran in with a new list. Team leader, that list just now wasn't quite accurate. The current figure is $235 million. Look at the still hot list in front of you. Louis Min was completely speechless. The leader reacted the same way he did. Both had thought ahead. Lin took the stage. The CCTV ratings figures will see a spike. But what they both didn't expect was this. It's amazing how outrageously fast data can be represented. Crazy. It's crazy. This world is just crazy. Louis Min couldn't stop gulping. In the meantime, Rinda, don't be so modest in the future. If you have strength you should be more wild. You're right. How can you live up to your talent if you don't lighten up a bit? What's that saying? You can't live up to your youth until you're young and foolish. Discouraged by countless pop-ups, Lin still maintained his humble attitude. Straight talk about what made Welcome to Beijing such a huge success. In addition to the combined efforts of all the performing singers. Can't forget about the live broadcast yet. Various valuable comments were made by the webmasters. Crying to death. I didn't expect to be complimented for the first time by someone in front of a CCTV camera. But it was actually complimented by Lin De. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid from the spring. Lin De's words are nothing less than that saying of not forgetting to dig a well when you eat water. The pop-ups were touching plus complimentary. Sabine also came on stage at this time. He pulled Con Ash. Mentioned one that was unexpected by all. Another opinion that brings everyone together in anticipation. With the trio of Yetsuna playing. It's sung by Lin alone all over Beijing Welcomes You. As a closing to the program. That's a good offer. Just as well as I have an itchy hand. Yi Zong, who hadn't touched a musical instrument in years, turned his head to look at the two old men, Fu Lin and Wang Mang, contributing to the Olympics. We two old men are surely willing. They both nodded in unison in agreement. And with Yi sang, a few random things from the scene were used as instruments. Accompaniment for Lin Yi. Welcome to another morning. Bring on the new air. Lin Yi's song rang out. The pop-up exploded. The ratings are up beyond belief. Straight to 20%. Keep in mind that the ratings for the newscasts are only around 10%. Even the clean singing sounds so good. Linda is too good. Mr. Yi Zhang and Master Fu Lin are so awesome that they can tap the table and the pen with such rhythm. Old Mr. Wang Meng isn't so bad. He's a layman, but he can still keep up. In an endless stream of pop-ups, the back-end numbers reached 300 million without realizing it. It's a good thing the technician had done manual cooling of the equipment in advance. That's what allowed Lin Yi to finish the song without any problems. Director Liu, it's all falling apart, and fixing it would be better than just getting a new one. Then change. Respond to the tech guy, not Liu Yimin. Instead, it's the upper echelon of leadership on the phone, with a playback set worth tens of millions of dollars. For once enough CCTV ratings to go down in history. It's not a bad deal. No loss at all. Well, it's getting late. So that's the end of today's program. With Khan Ash and Sabine saying the closing words, the pop-up feature should shut down. The national audience was instantly homeless. On the main street, a young man suddenly yelled up to the sky. You're right, brother. I'm not over it yet either. Add me one. Me too. The whole country is like a tiger with nowhere to go at the moment. Chance of not enough pain. Then what are you waiting for? Go to Weibo, go to Douyin, go to Chopsticks Hand to continue the addiction. And the little Thai station. Family, charge, punchy punchy punchy. 10 short minutes. User traffic on the major platforms is starting to grow perversely. A whole new topic emerges. All in one name. Welcome to Beijing. Chapter 186. The first personal interview should be reserved for CCTV, of course. Hashtag Beijing welcomes you. Hashtag Lin Yi. Hashtag Yehatsuna Trio. Hashtag CCTV Olympics. Hashtag a star-studded chorus. Hashtag almost at the same time. The hot search list of major social media programs. It's all dominated by these phrases. The national media. All of them are also preparing their paperwork overnight. Intend to respond to postings from CCTV accounts at any time. Relevant leaders who know this well. It was even the first time to call Liu Yimin. Brainless bragging rights or not. It's okay to praise with your heart. This thing. It has to be implemented as soon as possible. Early the next morning. CCTV, thank you to all the singers of Beijing welcomes you and to all the nationals for their support. CCTV TVV, Mr. Lin Yi's words and music condense the cultural essence of the 5,000 years of Chinese culture and send the Chinese people's hospitality. 2 tweets in a row. It directly triggered the whole of China. The nationals liked it plus retweeted it. Netflix bloggers send videos a sea of boasts. Even those domestic stars who didn't participate in the chorus, also posting individually at this time. Expressing the recognition of all the singers at the same time. It also writes about his admiration for Lin Yi. One time, the entire internet was flooded with praise from all sides. Sanjin TVV, it doesn't matter if you missed the CCTV live broadcast, please pay attention to tonight's recording on Sanjin TV. Who TVV? Black Hand, what happened to the promise of going together to CCTV for material? Island TVV, the Hong Kong people also want to get the taped footage. CCTV, Bay TVV, everyone together. A family must be neat and tidy. The variety of voices is endless. National TV is going crazy at CCTV. Hopefully it will be on tonight's show. Replay yesterday's chorus. This kind of thing CCTV leaders naturally will not refuse. After all, after tweeting, Liu Yimin submitted his application a long time ago. Wanted to use reruns on every major local station in the country. To help Lin Yi as well as the other singers. Do a free publicity. In the meantime, Hotel. Miss Lu Qing right? I'm the editor of the Human Min Daily. I implore you to ask Mr. Lin Yi if you can get him to do an interview with us. Hello Miss Lu Qing. I'm the head of the Chinese network office. May I ask if Mr. Lin Yi is free these days? Sister Cheng. It's me, Little Li Z. I'll be working at the Golden Sun headline this time. Do you think you can give me a contact information for Mr. Lin Yi? Willow Green's phone was ringing off the hook. It's all national media. It's as if they've discussed it in advance. At different times, the same invitation was launched to Lin Yi. Cheng, how can we not participate in an interview with Lin Yi? When are you and Lin Yi planning to come back? We'll definitely pay for the tickets. Don't forget, Lin Yi is from Xiangcheng, the leader over in Xiangcheng also called this mediocre city. Because of Lin Yi, now it's getting hot, even online. It has been transformed into a must-see tourist hit. It made the state's emphasis on Xiangcheng increase by several grades in a row. Let's not talk about our own family. When we both get back, we'll be sure to meet you at the station. Lu Qing just hung up the phone. There was a knock on the door of the room. It's King Cake and Sabine. They both represent CCTV. The same came to Lin Yi with an invitation for an interview. Sister Cheng, Director Lu and Director Kong. They were too busy. That's why they didn't come. You and Mr. Lin Yi mustn't mind. King Cakebread explained as he came in. Just in time for this, Linny took his cell phone to Lu Qing's room. He's here to settle the score. The agent is Willow Green. As a result, calls inviting interviews are coming his way. I thought my cell phone was dead and turned off. Emotionally too many phone calls. It really breaks the phone for me. Looking at the cell phone that still won't turn on with the cable plugged in, Lu Qing laughed a little helplessly. No way. The phone calls are just too much. By the way, Sarge, Pi, what brings you two here? Linny noticed Sabine and Wang Biscuit. Come to let you settle the score with Sister Qing. Sabine laughed. Linny instantly understood what he meant. Mr. Linny, let me explain the situation to you first. It's not that Director Lu and the others don't want to come, but they're busy with something right now. Wang Cake told the truth, as the major local stations responded. Plus the CCTV equipment is damaged. Lu Yimin and Kong Gray, a few mid-level leaders, is leading the staff, rummaging through the database for yesterday's live recordings. Director Lu said, "This is our CCTV's repayment to you. I hope you." King Cake stopped for a moment, because Sabine covered her mouth. Something like an appointment visit. It's supposed to be every man for himself. There's also a first come, first served. I'm afraid that Linny is not good at choosing the media for his first interview. Lu Yimin specifically urged, tell Sabine and Wang Cake to make sure they don't tell Linny about the reruns. The results were not expected. Featuring a nerdy King Cakewalker, it still slipped out accidentally. Hey, it's not like I don't read Twitter. How could I not guess something like that? Linny waved his hand. In fact, he had planned to do so for a long time. Earlier May 4th party, and this CCTV broadcast. Lu Yimin played a key role in all of them. It's a big favor. A big favor that made Linny decide that the first interview had to be with CCTV. Really? Neither of us can lie to the other. Sabine inquired anxiously. He didn't know what was going on in Linny's mind. That's why it felt right to use CCTV as the medium for the first solo interview. It was Linny's perfunctory words for both of them. Really, Sarge, when I'm done for the day, I'll report to the station this afternoon. Linny swore. Sending off Sabine and King Cakebread, he asked Lu Qing to stay at the hotel to take care of his younger siblings. Himself with Grandma Dean, came to the First People's Hospital. The other side, Lu Yimin, who received the message, called Linny as well, on behalf of the entire CCTV, expressed his most heartfelt thanks to Linny. Don't say these polite words, Director Lu. If you really want to thank me, then find someone to pick me up. I can't get a cab at this hour. Good deal. After the interview is over, I'll take you to pick up the car right away. Just as a payment for you. Linny didn't reject Lu Yimin's good intentions, because not having a car is a real inconvenience. Soon, catch the chorus before it's broadcast on all the major local stations. The personal interviews on CCTV are on. The ratings are still super high. Inside the audience that sent the pop-up, there are also a number of singers, stars and literary writers. Granny Dean had tears in her eyes as she watched, full of relief. Yegwa, did you see that? Xiaoyi is getting more and more accomplished now. Don't forget to brag a little to your old friends up there. After all, he's our big boy grandson. Grandma Dean after prayer. Another cell phone was taken to the patient's bedside. Sister Cinnamon. Look, this is my grandson. Big brother, you guessed right. I'm Xiaoyi's grandmother. Nurse girl, don't worry. When Xiaoyi comes over, I'll be sure to have him sign it for you. Grandma's husband, the forestry state, didn't brag in the sky about not knowing, but Grandma was smiling at the hospital. Tell it to everyone. Young people on the CCTV channel. It's her most precious and dear oldest grandchild. Chapter 187, a song that became an international hit. End of the month request for golden tickets. The heat of Welcome to Beijing continues. Linny was even busier than he could spare, traveling back and forth from city to city. In the meantime, National Stadium. Look at the digital stickers on the wall. Lao Mozi silently lit up a cigarette. It's now just moments away from the opening ceremony of the 29th Olympics. There are still the last 45 days to go. That is to say, starting tomorrow, Olympic athletes around the world. Then they will come to China one after another. Looks like we'll have to start preparing for the theme song, too. The old mogul rubbed his chin. My advice is that there is no hurry in this matter. Feng Dagong walked over. 45 days in. Completing the theme song is not a difficult task, because he had long since regarded Linny as his trump card. The most important thing right now, it also has to be the reception in all areas. Old Chen and the others have already found chefs from various countries, and the hotels and everything have been booked. Now there's only one thing we need to do, and that's to upload Welcome to Beijing to the extranet so that more people can see it. Feng Dagang's idea is also Lao Mozi's idea. The two of them assembled in one shot. Put the MV that appeared on the LED display in the first place, uploaded to Twitter, INS, and other well-known foreign sites, and an English translation has been created with care. The major problem of language barrier has been solved to some extent. Just wait and see what happens next. I'm sure the nation at large won't let us down. Lao Mozi is full of confidence. He was convinced. Nationals who also received the news will definitely try to promote the song internationally, and it is true. In order to demonstrate Chinese hospitality, many young netizens have chosen to sign up for overseas accounts, social networking sites on the extranet, continuously clearing up the confusion for foreigners. Mao Zigui, I appreciate what our Chinese friends are doing, but I hope you can take care of your health. After all, the time difference is something no one can change. Gallic Chicken, the hairy dude is right. It's the body that counts. Baba Sheep, the rabbits have worked hard. We'll always be best friends. In the face of the concerns of people around the world, the nationals accepted it at the same time. It also became more vigorous in their efforts. Welcome to Beijing is gaining international popularity. It quickly drew countless reviews from overseas singers. The first person to hold it up, undoubtedly seen on the arranger-lyricist column. Vitas of the word Lin Yi. Vitas V, there is no showmanship in this song. There is just enthusiasm from all the singers. I hope you can give credit to the Chinese singers. The Grand Moff of world music himself. The other singers naturally didn't dare to be sloppy. Adam V, the beat of this song is very Chinese, and with almost 100 singers, it can also represent the cities of China. I can already feel the passion from China. Can you all? Moldy V, Mr. Lin Yi's words are obviously very ordinary, but I don't know why, but I can always feel a sense of grandeur. Is it because of the vastness of China? Amir Khan V, although I'm an actor, it doesn't stop me from thinking that Chinese celebratory songs are very good, and I hope that our singers in the White Elephant country can learn more from Chinese singers. Gilvy, I love that line refreshing achievements in the Yellow Land so much. I wish all the Olympic athletes in this year's Olympics, like my idol Lu Xiang, can also break the past historical records. Under the posting of stars from various countries, more and more foreigners are paying attention to Welcome to Beijing, but anyone who listens to it once, read through the lyrics of the English version, foreigners can clearly feel the passion from China. Big dog, this time when we go to Huaxia, we have only one thing to do, and that is to consume. White Elephant, I declare that for the sake of this song, I'm willing to recognize Huaxia as the light of our Asia. Australian Kangaroo, may friendship last throughout the world, one after another. The countries that issued the documents, while not explicitly praising Lin Yi and Welcome to Beijing, but they read between the lines. None of it reveals an appreciation for the song. Even the pretty country, which has always had a strained relationship with China, also came out and admitted it at this time. From the Olympic celebration song alone, you can really feel the warmth from Huaxia. What Eagle Sauce said is so right. Huaxia is really good this time. I now finally understand one thing, why China is called a state of etiquette. We were wrong in the past, and I hope the people of China can give us a chance to reform ourselves. Big Brother has spoken. Faithful Lickspittle Day country is naturally a close second. After the statements of their two countries, Welcome to Beijing was a total hit all over the world. Lin Yi's name was also becoming more and more familiar. Bieber V, wait, this Lin Yi, is he the same Lin Yi who won the Demon King a few months ago and broke the world treble record in the process? Whack, yes, that's him. Bieber V, so, when I go to China, will I have a chance to meet him in person? Whack, definitely. The moment this conversation came up, airfare to China from all over the world. At one point there were frequent sellouts. The foreigners are curious. The one that broke the world record in his 20s, winning the Demon's Lin Yi. Real people are what they look like. There are even some foreign netizens. It also gave Lin Yi an international nickname. The end of the music world. Che, it's just a crap song. What's the big deal? We can write 100 in a minute in the West 8 countries. Why did you write that? Didn't you see the MV? Lin Yi's looks, with his 2 noses and 2 eyes, clearly has our West 8 blood. Well said. This song sounds too familiar to me. Lin Yi must have copied it from us. Jealousy can turn a person's face away. It will also bring out the vile nature of the West 8. Look at their counterintuitive statement that the center of the universe is West 8. It doesn't even require the nationals of China to make a move. Foreign netizens gave a strong counterattack at the first moment. Mao Zi country, strongly recommend that China stop the export of Chinese cabbage, so that this group of grizzled West 8 can try life without kimchi. Baba Sheep, Mao Zi brother calm down In China few people like to eat the squash, but they West 8 countries of the national feast must not just stop. Pretty country, MD. It's okay if we don't mention kimchi, but when we do, I remember the time our president visited the 8 Western countries for 3 days, and came back starving and losing 3 pounds. Gallic Chicken, people all over the world have 2 noses and 2 eyes. So what? We're all West 8? Billions under fire. The top leaders of the 8 Western countries rushed out to apologize. Indicates that the sinners who have been destroying international relations have been arrested. And I wish Huaxia better and better development. The story quickly made its way to the country. I didn't expect so many foreigners to speak for us. It seems that Linda's welcome to Beijing has completely set the world on fire. To give you a small revelation, as of now, in 2.5 days, the number of plays of the Beijing Welcomes You MV on the extranet has already exceeded 550 million times. Chapter 188 Bugs Fly, end of the month request for golden votes. 2.5 days, 550 million plays. A simple conversion, the equivalent of a day's worth of airplay, up to a full 220 million. This is one of the all-time Olympic celebration songs, for the first time ever. Although this data has the era of addition, but it cannot be denied. Beijing Welcome You is really fire out of the circle. Being on fire isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that even Eagle Sauce and Foot Locker Chicken are starting to recognize us. Ha 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 ha. And West 8. They're being laughed at like silly dogs now. There was laughter all over the net. The faces of the nation. A heartfelt pride also surfaced. As for Lin Yi, the source of all this, at the moment he is still traveling back and forth to different cities, interviewed by major media outlets, until a week later, completing the last leg of his interview in Xiangcheng. It's only finally the holidays. Get some rest today. I'll take care of the orphanage side for you. Thank you, Sister Cheng. After sending off Lu Cheng, Lin Yi was lying on his bed alone, swiping his cell phone. Brush up. He suddenly remembered something. Himself has been logged into work Microsoft all this time. It's been a long time since Private Weebly has been on. Plus another sudden disappearance of the group's owner, White T. It made him worry. Wanted to ask about it on WeChat. Results. Just cut back to Microsoft. He then saw White T's message to him. Is the official position of a coworker oppressive? Look at the message time stopped last month. A deeply apologetic Lin Yi gave the most sincere reply to White T. He hoped that White T could think it over. Never push yourself for work, especially doing something wrong. After sending a large string of messages, he waited quietly for White T's reply. It's just a shame. Waited a full 2 hours for him. Still haven't waited for the White T to come online. There is no way around it. He had to turn off his cell phone and go to sleep. Time quickly came to the next day. Nourished the spirit of him. First trip to the hospital. Wanted to use this rare free time to spend with my grandmother. Coincidentally, Lu Qing also brought her siblings to the hospital today. Lin Yi, I just happened to be looking for you. After pulling Lin Yi out of the hospital room, Lu Qing stated the purpose of finding Lin Yi. Thanks to the smash hit Welcome to Beijing, it gave Lin Yi an extremely high international profile. Various collectives have sent in requests for cooperation. Wanted to hire Lin Yi at a high price to be the spokesperson for their products. Sister Cheng, let's talk about these things later. I need to rest now, and Grandma needs me around. Let's wait for 3 or 4 days and we'll discuss the endorsement. Thoughts on Lin Yi? Willow Green expressed a great deal of understanding, after offering to go and explain the situation to those advertisers himself, letting Lin Yi go back to his hospital room alone. Grandma is organizing her younger siblings to sing to the patients, singing Twinkle, Twinkle, Shine. Look at the laughing and applauding patients. Lin Yi took the initiative to walk over, said he was going to teach his younger siblings a new song. Brother Yat, it just so happens that I brought the electronic piano. Why don't you show these sick grandparents a hand? Qin Lang handed over the electric piano. Okay, you guys sing along with me a couple times to learn this new song. Lin Yi nodded, then found a small stool and sat down. The song is called Bugs Fly. It was when he came home yesterday. A moment of inspiration when I saw the setting sun. The dark sky hangs low. Bright stars follow. Bugs fly. Bugs fly. Who are you pining for? Lin Yi had just opened his mouth. An inexplicable sadness came over the ward. Seriously ill grandparents. All of them also appeared to be in a trance at this moment. It was as if there was a blurry figure in front of him. It's a loved one. It's a friend. Or it could be an old partner. Children can't understand this emotion. Just thought Lin Yi sang well. The patients were mesmerized. Come on, everyone, sing along with me. Qin Lang stepped forward and commanded. Under his leadership, a clear, clean child's voice rang out. The dark sky hangs low. Bright stars follow. Bugs fly. Bugs fly. Who are you pining for? Without Lin Yi's specialized skills, nor is there that indefinable emotion of sadness. The kids were just singing along with the accompaniment. But I don't know why. Their songs were much more infectious than Lin Yi's. A couple of grandmothers listening, sitting on the hospital bed secretly wiping away tears. The stars in the sky weep. The roses on the ground are wilting. Cold winds blow. Cold winds blow. As long as I have you to keep me company. The child's song continues. Nurses and patients who stop at the door of the ward. It's also becoming more and more common. It's not because Lin Yi, a big star, is there. Rather, it was because they were drawn to the children's songs. I can't help but think of the sadness in my heart. Bugs fly. Flowers sleep. Pair by pair. It's beautiful. Not afraid of the dark. I'm afraid of a broken heart. Tired or not. It doesn't matter if it's north, south, east, or west? The children's voices stopped. Lin playing the piano did not. All the passing hospital personnel and patients and families, both stood silently in the doorway, listened quietly to Lin Yi's solo. Soon, the children sang once again. The hospital corridors also became flooded. This struck Lu Qing, who had finished dealing with endorsement minutiae, as odd. She squeezed up desperately. Bugs fly, who are you pining for? Just for a moment. The children's songs then struck her. As a gold broker, Lu Qing didn't dwell too much on this sadness. Rather, it was from the sight before me. Saw something that made a lot more sense. In the name of the children. Formation of an orphanage choir. Wait until everyone is gone. She told Lin Yi about the idea. The children are very understanding and understand that they have to earn money with their own hands. The establishment of an orphanage choir would be just the thing to meet the children's needs in this area. At the same time, the children's singing is sure to bring more attention to charitable causes in the country. So Lin Yi, what do you think of my idea? Lu Qing used a consultative tone, stated his full opinion. Sister Chang, I'm definitely the first to agree to something so meaningful, but then, I think you'd better go in and ask Grandma and your siblings what they think. As soon as they agree too, we can both start preparing for this immediately. Lin Yi finished, then an okay sign for Lu Qing. Alone, he walked into the hospital room. She said something to her grandmother and her siblings. Lin Yi didn't know that. He knows. After waiting by himself at the door for a few minutes, Grandma suddenly called him in, and it shows his and his siblings' attitude towards the matter. Sister Chang, since the big guys have agreed on this matter, let's both go get ready. Lin Yi stood up. What he saw instead was Willow Green, who shook her head. I'll just take care of this one alone. Like you said, the best thing you can do with a good break is to spend more time with Grandma and the kids. Having said that, Lu Qing waved goodbye to the crowd, left the hospital. Chapter 189, Linda really made me cry again. 2 days later, domestic and foreign on sites large and small. Suddenly there was a wave of Chinese fever. Mommy and Daddy, look at me. I'm on the Great Wall of China. It's really spectacular. Brothers, today's live broadcast challenges the Huashan Mountain Pass. Don't be afraid. The equipment is particularly safe. Peking duck is good. Good. It tastes great. In our beautiful language, it's called very good. Travelers from all over the world. One step ahead of the Olympic athletes to the territory of China. Flaunt it like crazy on your own social media platforms. Is this Mount Tai? So high and domineering. When can I visit Huaxia too? What's a bun? Why is it that even dog doesn't want to eat it? And you all eat it so favorably one by one? May I ask what documents are required to go to Huaxia? Below every foreign post. Full of envy. There are also various explanations from domestic netizens. Of course, the little sticks in the 8 Western countries are still distributing counterintuitive rhetoric. It's just that they didn't expect it. Shouting all day about Ula's hairy buddies. On the yin and yang, it's quite a few times stronger than they don't know. A few short sentences. These little sticks who deliberately insulted Huaxia were then disliked and rendered speechless. Some aggravating circumstances. Even got arrested by their police again. Hospital. Ha ha ha. Brother Yat, come and see. A foreigner drank vinegar as coke. Xin Lang couldn't stop laughing with his cell phone. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was on the phone with Lu Qing in the hallway. The orphanage choir is taken care of. And Lu Qing also created a Weibo account in the name of the Star Welfare Institute. Uploaded the previous CCTV footage from Twinkle, Shine Online. Lin Yi, your fans are too facetious. Lu Qing laughed heartily. She merely shouted it out to her fanbase. It turned out to be less than an hour. The first video surpassed 100,000 retweets plus the number of Twitter followers of the orphanage choir. It's more like a whopping 250,000. The best part is that these numbers keep growing. People are really giving it a go. Willow Green said halfway through her sentence. A brand new number appeared on her cell phone. It was Core who opened the phone. She was also in Lin Yi's fan group. Was one of the first to know about the orphanage choir. After she told Zhang Guoliang about it, Zhang Guoliang didn't half hesitate. Immediately stated, Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau must be the first sponsor of the orphanage choir, and invite them to perform in Porcelain City. That's a good idea, old brother Zhang. It just so happens that Grandma and Xiao Lang said last time that they wanted to go to Porcelain City to see the breathless Buddha. Lin Yi agreed to the matter. Zhang Guoliang, who received the news, was even laughing. Get in touch with Feng Jiangwo in a hurry. Let the province help publicize the debut performance of the orphanage choir. Xiao Zhang, the higher-ups have already approved this matter and have credited you. The most important thing you and Little Tiger should do right now is to hurry up and go fetch Lin Yi and the children. Yes, all expenses are covered by the province. You two must move fast. At Feng Jiangwo's urging, Zhang Guoliang dispatched Xiaohu to specialize in this matter. Wait until the next morning. Porcelain City Cultural and Tourism Bureau v. Dear Nationals, Dear Foreign Friends, tonight at 8 o'clock, in front of the museum do not see, copywriting in Chinese and English. It doesn't say what it's for, but it greatly aroused the curiosity of all. Make that about 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The entrance to the Porcelain Museum was packed. Brother Sanjin, Cory didn't lie to you, did he? Lin Yi will really come? Isn't that nonsense? How could my sister-in-law lie to me? A conversation between Sanguine and his friend. It reached the ears of the foreigners in the neighborhood. They didn't get the exact meaning of the conversation, but it captures the keywords. Lin Yi, both, stop eating. There are so many delicious food in Huaxia. You can't eat them all. Now hurry up and bring your family to me. Lin Yi might come later. A geezer was on the phone. He's excited. It's also very loud. The foreign travelers in the room were shocked, then joined the army of phone calls. Half an hour later, not to mention the open space in front of the museum, even the back streets, both stood full of domestic and foreign travelers. Everyone looked at Zhang Guoliang with anticipation in their eyes, waiting for him to make that exciting announcement. It seems that no matter how much we hid it, we still didn't hide it from everyone. That's right, the upcoming show tonight will have Mr. Lin Yi in attendance. Now let's welcome all the performers to the stage with the warmest and most enthusiastic applause. With a big wave of Zhang Guoliang's hand, there was instant applause in front of the museum. Under a million eyes, Lin Yi led his younger siblings up. For their part, Little Tiger and the others were setting up the grounds. Take advantage of this. Zhang Guoliang handed the microphone to Lin Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you all again in Porcelain City, this time with a program of songs from our orphanage choir. Lin Yi said. The whole place was abuzz. The online streams are popping up all over the place. Get it up, get it up. Let the foreigners see what our Chinese children are capable of. Why did I buy a ticket to Beijing this time and not to Porcelain City? 10,000 people kneel in blood and beg Sister Qing. Next time, make sure to tell us about Lambda's itinerary in advance. Look at the pop-ups that keep coming. Lu Qing laughed helplessly. It wasn't that she didn't want to reveal Lin Yi's whereabouts in advance. Rather, Zhang Guoliang wouldn't allow it. The purpose is simple. He wanted to give foreign travelers in Porcelain City a heavenly surprise. Same time. Ringo, you can start now. Little Tiger gave Lin Yi an okay sign. Lin Yi smoothly came and sat down at the piano. With the light sound of the zither, the dark sky hangs low. Bright stars follow. Bugs fly. Bugs fly. Who are you pining for? The kids still don't understand the emotional tone of the song, but it doesn't matter. Their clean voices. A great shock to all viewers. Why is it that the children are singing so happily? But I can't be happy? Sanguine frowned. The geezers on the other side of the room had the same look on their faces. They couldn't understand the lyrics, but Lin Yi's playing is paired with the children's voices. It always makes them feel an inexplicable sadness. F***K. What the F***K am I crying about? Just listening to the accompanying music makes me think of my mom. Are all the little kids in China so great at singing? Tiger got the shot to the geezer just in time. The netizens were shown an exotic face with red eyes. The song is so strong that it can make people cry despite the language barrier. Is there a possibility that it's Linda who plays well? Even if Linda plays well, it doesn't stop the author of this song from being awesome. One mention of the author. The entire network tacitly launched into a discussion. The names of various well-known children's songwriters appeared in the pop-up section. Don't make any wild guesses. This song, Bugs Fly, is Mr. Lin Yi's new composition. Feng Jiangmo snapped. To be precise, he's using the Provincial Cultural and Tourism Bureau's account. Told the truth. Asterisk. Is this a new ING Linda song? Is there any mistake, big brother? Lindy announced a vacation until now only past 2 days. The result is that he directly wrote a new song? In the shortest possible time, he wrote a great song that is so empathetic. Linda is really getting better and better. This praise is not only for Linda and the children, but also for the Provincial Culture and Tourism Bureau. Don't ask why. Ask is he good? ______.